The globally sensational holographic online game Shen Yun has become a terrifying nightmare that envelopes the Blue Star after its anniversary celebration. Su Li tragically perishes in the game's manifestation of reality and is reborn back to her high school senior year, with merely 2 hours remaining until the launch of Shen Yun. Utilizing her memories from her previous life, she seizes a special skill that was meant to be divine, only to discover it has mutated into an unprecedented chaotic level. Skill: Healer Extraordinaire. This skill allows her healing to permanently enhance attack power, and each ultimate move increases her health. Armed with such an extraordinary ability, Su Li resolves that this time, she will not only survive, but also teach those who once looked down upon healers and pass the buck. Lesson in Humility. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Seizing the Initiative. In the innermost stall of the girls' restroom in the teaching building, a youthful girl lay sprawled on the cold floor, drenched. The oversized blue and white sports uniform she wore was now stained with various colors, some yellow and others brown, exuding an unbearable stench. Surrounding her were a throng of onlookers, yet none offered a helping hand. Suddenly, an angry shout pierced the air, followed by gasps from the crowd. A tall figure forcefully pushed through, arriving at the stall door. The newcomer scooped her into an embrace, calling out urgently, "Su Li, please wake up. It hurt." A sharp pain gripped Su Li's heart. In her haze, she vaguely recognized that familiar voice, calling her with a tone filled with urgency and profound fear. Su Li's eyes flew open to behold a face as exquisite as the game's modeling, alongside familiar visages buried deep in her memories that she wished to forget. "I told you she was faking it. How could a little wretch like her, with no parents, possibly die so easily?" A girl spoke with a shrill voice, her face contorted in disdain. Su Li blinked a few times, confirming the reality that she had returned to the year of her senior high school, a time of relentless bullying. With the support of those nearby, Su Li slowly stood up, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon the girl. In disbelief, the girl watched as Su Li swiftly dealt her a slap that left a rosy mark on her cheek. The girl was momentarily stunned before shrieking, "Ah? Su Li, you little vixen. How dare you hit me? Why do I need a reason to strike you?" Su Li's voice was frigid as she vigorously shook her slightly reddened palm. Meanwhile, the other 4 girls who had participated in the bullying stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief that the once timid girl could now meet their gaze with such defiance. For them, Su Li had always been an easy target, enduring insults and harm in silence, never once retaliating. But today, she seemed transformed, boldly confronting their bullying and delivering such resolute words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. While the crowd remained stunned by this unexpected turn of events, Su Li checked the date on her old wristwatch and, with a firm grip on the girl, prepared to leave. "You can't leave." The girl, her cheeks marked by matching slaps, blocked the restroom door. With only 2 hours until the epic-making launch of Shen Yun, Su Li had no time to waste. She needed to log in at the very moment the game opened to claim the unique divine skill. Reserved for healers that if you don't let me pass, don't blame me for being unkind that I won't let you. Without further ado, Su Li swiftly subdued the girl, pinning her on the restroom's slick floor. "I have recorded your insults and admission of bullying. If I present this recording to the principal and the police, you will receive a mark of disgrace that will haunt you for life that I can only imagine how embarrassed your father, the university professor, would be to have you as his daughter." With half her face pressed against the cold floor, the girl realized that speaking would only result in a mouthful of filth. She hesitated but ultimately yielded to Su Li's final words. "How can you erase the recording? 3 of the cheapest gaming helmets that I only have a gaming pod at home." Su Li intensified her grip. "I don't care if you borrow or buy. I want 3 helmets, not 1 less, within half an hour." Feeling the pain from her wrist, the girl reluctantly agreed. Under Su Li's watchful eye, she took out her latest smartphone and ordered 3 expedited gaming helmets through an app. The bullying had occurred during lunch break, and as the class bell rang, the onlookers had to return to class, leaving the restroom empty. With her fierce demeanor and the presence of a boy who had brazenly entered the girls' restroom, the girls' 4 companions dared not leave. Su Li, not wanting their absence to attract the teacher's attention, instructed them to return to class and inform the teacher that she was unwell and needed to visit the nurses' office. The delivery man proved efficient, arriving within 30 minutes with the 3 gaming helmets at the school gate. Su Li accompanied the girl to collect the helmets, and, utilizing the bruises from her fall, successfully obtained a sick leave note from the nurse. "You have the helmets now. Can we destroy the recording?" the girl asked, rubbing her swollen cheek. Su Li chuckled softly, borrowing the nurse's phone to call her homeroom teacher for leave, and without looking back, she headed toward the school gate with the sick note. The girl, unwilling to concede, chased after her, but as she reached for Su Li, a powerful force halted her. A strong hand, defined by prominent knuckles, grasped her wrist, causing immediate pain. At the same time, her gaze met a pair of deep, cold eyes that seemed to pierce through her soul, instilling a chilling dread within her. With just one glance, she felt a wave of cold wash over her, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Su Li successfully exited the school gate with her sick note. Although the security guard was curious about the tall boy accompanying her, his lack of a school uniform led the guard to assume he was Su Li's brother and thus did not impede their departure. The girl, left without a sick note, could only watch in frustration as they left. After a 10-minute journey home, Su Li rushed into her room, seizing paper and pen from her desk to begin writing down the requirements for triggering the items, skills, and talents from her previous life's game. In this new life, she was determined to seize the initiative and take out the enemies who had led to her demise. The alarm on her watch rang. Only 10 minutes remained until the game launched. Su Li unboxed the helmets, handing one to the person beside her. Then, she settled onto the living room sofa with another helmet, donning it as she awaited the game's commencement. This time, she was resolute in claiming the divine skill. Chapter 2. Chaotic Level Skill. Healer Extraordinaire. Shen Yun is a groundbreaking MMORPG that has transformed the landscape of gaming history. It is the world's first truly holographic game, though not the first game to claim to be holographic. Therefore, during its development, the gaming community and players maintained a contentious debate over whether it could genuinely realize the concept of holography. Due to an excessively prolonged production cycle, the development of this game nearly fell by the wayside in the previous lifetime. After numerous setbacks, Shen Yun ultimately emerged successfully. Some investors who had withdrawn their funding not only regretted their decisions, but also wondered how a game requiring an investment of over 10 billion could be successfully produced. However, before they could find an answer, Shen Yun became a worldwide sensation. Who could have anticipated that this globally celebrated game would, 1 year post-launch, transform into a nightmare for the inhabitants of the Blue Planet? Due to the selfish desires of the game's creator, the entire planet became a playground for high-dimensional beings. These entities utilized Shen Yun as a medium to merge the real world with the game, ensnaring 6 billion inhabitants of the Blue Planet within its confines. The amalgamation lasted for a full 3 months. In her previous life, Su Li only realized the gravity of her impending fate at the moment the game integration was completed. She would soon confront hordes of monstrous beings and the resource wars dictated by nations, instigated by the high-dimensional creatures who had rewritten the game's code. The victors would reap abundant resources, while the losers would vanish from this world, becoming part of the monstrous army. Tragically, Su Li herself was betrayed and mortally wounded by a former comrade who had long since forsaken their country, mere minutes into the conflict. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and the instant the countdown to the game's launch concluded, Su Li entered the game. With familiarity, she selected her character, named herself, and pressed the confirmation button in a mere 8 seconds. Game creation successful. Player, Z. Welcome to the world after Shen Yun.At that moment. As the system completed its announcement, Su Li deftly tapped the bottom right corner of the virtual screen just before the prelude to the game commenced. Within the pristine white page of character creation, a shadow of light gray, nearly indistinguishable from the wall's corner, emerged. This shadow, which appeared silently, harbored a divine skill unique to healers. The instant Su Li touched the corner, the system paused the loading of the cinematic, followed by a mechanical notification. Congratulations, player Z, for successfully uncovering the chaos disguise and acquiring the exclusive skill, Healer's Wrath. Wait, what is this chaos skill? I was supposed to receive a divine skill. And what is this Healer's Wrath? In her previous life, the player who acquired the healer's exclusive skill here received a completely different title. In the prior existence, that player had garnered immense fame, leveraging their skill to suppress numerous DPS players in the wild with an extraordinary attack multiplier. Within a month, they had risen to prominence, becoming the renowned violent healer. Later, this player even shared their unique experience of obtaining the skill on the game forum. Meanwhile, Suli was merely a healer whose abilities barely met the threshold. Whether in dungeons, arenas, or across server battles, she had inevitably become the scapegoat for DPS and other classes. Consequently, she harbored great envy for the violent healer, meticulously studying each of their forum posts at least 5 times. She relished the article detailing their encounter with the divine skill, hoping to one day receive the favor of fortune herself. Yet, until her demise, she owned only a mysterious skill that in this game. Skills are categorized into 5 distinct ranks, listed from highest to lowest as follows: divine, celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with divine being the rarest. According to the game developers, only 10 such skills exist globally. Yet, why had she received Healer's Wrath, a chaos-level skill rather than a divine one? As Suli pondered, the system continued to issue notifications, unraveling the mystery in her heart. The holder of this skill receives effects as follows. 1. Each use of minor healing permanently increases total health by 1 of attack power. 2. Each use of a major skill permanently adds 0.5 of original total health. Initially filled with anxiety and tension, Suli felt her worries evaporate upon hearing the effects of this chaos-level skill, replaced by an uncontrollable joy. She could even sense her heart racing, as if it might burst from her chest at that moment. A bold conjecture took root in her mind. Could it be that this chaos-level skill was, in fact, a superior existence compared to divine skills? Or perhaps those divine skills with a second effect and upgradable lower effects were the ones designated as chaos level. This is astonishing. The effects of the chaos level skill are truly beyond comprehension. Suli, overwhelmed with excitement, fumbled to bind Healer's Wrath, finally succeeding after several attempts. With the system announcement concluded, the cinematic continued to load. After 4 hours of watching, Suli finally regained her composure. Ding! The system is loading the novice village. Please wait. In the next moment, the pristine white floor transformed into lush green grass. Eastern Continent Novice Village has loaded. Suli was not the first player to appear in the Novice Village. During her 4-hour cinematic, many players had opted to skip it and begun leveling up. Upon checking the game leaderboard, Suli noted that the top player had already reached level 3, while she, newly arrived in the Novice Village, remained at level 1. Chapter 3: Blessings of the Koi, the Birth of the Lucky Emperor. Even aware of her significant disadvantage, Suli was not anxious to level up. She awaited the system's rewards. Ding! Congratulations, player Z, for completing the viewing of the cinematic and receiving the randomly awarded hidden talent, Blessings of the Koi. Motto of the Koi: take things slow and become a true lucky emperor. Suli was so exhilarated she felt as though she might soar. Hidden talents are additional rewards given by the system to players who complete unexpected tasks. Players who gain a hidden talent have an extra attribute on their panel. Do not underestimate this additional attribute. As long as it is not particularly poor, its possessor can typically ascend to the ranks of experts. In her previous life, after viewing the lengthy cinematic, Suli also received a randomly awarded hidden talent. Unfortunately, the talent was rather mundane, merely providing a temporary 20 speed boost in combat mode. In her previous life, Suli could only utilize it while traveling or escaping. Filled with excitement, Suli opened her character panel. Nickname: Z. Level: 1 experience, 1/100 class, Healer Guild, none, not yet available. Health: 100 out of 100 mana, 50/50 its attack, internal skill 10 attack speed, 2 penetration, 0 healing bonus, 0 healing effect, 50. Attribute resistance, 1 hidden attribute. Blessings of the Koi Nurse exclusive special skill, the Fierce Nurse Apart. From her exclusive skills and hidden attributes, her initial stats are rather mundane. However, with these 2 unique effects in play, one could assert that she has already ascended to the pinnacle of the game upon her entry. With everything in place, she is ready to embark on her leveling journey. Closing the interface, Suli ventured towards the outskirts of the Novice Village. As she arrived at the village's periphery, she spotted a stealth monkey frolicking in the nearby woods. Stealth monkey, normal, level, 1 health, 99 attack power, 5. This level 1 creature was specifically designed for novice players to level up, easily defeated by anyone who knows how to utilize their skills. Although Su Li possessed an attack power of 10, which appeared to be doubled out of the stealth monkey, being a nurse meant her damage was reduced by 30%, rendering her actual output a mere 7 points. Thus, every basic attack could only deplete 7 points of the stealth monkey's health. As for her other nursing skills, they were entirely supportive, yielding no offensive damage whatsoever. Su Li swung her rudimentary wooden lotus lamp, launching a small energy orb at the nearest stealth monkey. Stealth monkey health -7. The stealth monkey, incensed, leapt towards her, claws raised. Su Li could have evaded, yet she chose not to. Health -5. As her health diminished, Su Li promptly cast a minor healing spell upon herself, restoring her health to full. She also saw a slight increase in her attack power. Thus, she continued her hunt, alternating between slaying stealth monkeys and casting minor healing spells to amplify her attack power. The nurse possesses a total of 6 skills, 4 of which are short cooldown, instant cast healing spells. One skill allows her to dispel control effect from herself and remove adverse states, such as stuns from allies. The final skill, however, is her ultimate ability. To unleash this ultimate skill, she must first accumulate a sufficient amount of rage points. These rage points can only be obtained through the execution of the previous 5 skills. Therefore, if Su Li wishes to activate and unleash her ultimate, she must first utilize all 5 preceding skills. Only then can she gather the necessary rage points to illuminate her ultimate ability. Ding! Successfully defeated a stealth monkey. Gained 1 experience point. Although low-level creatures like the stealth monkey are easy to defeat, the experience points they yield are pitifully scant. Furthermore, after every 10 stealth monkeys slain, a quest item known as the Monkey's Collected Seed drops, with not even a single level 1 crafting material in sight. It is indeed the epitome of stinginess. Silently eliminating stealth monkeys, Su Li collected the dropped items. Upon filling her inventory with 500 monkeys' collected seeds, she ceased her hunting. Every novice receives a task to slay 10 stealth monkeys, and upon acquiring a dropped monkey's collected fruit, they can approach the village chief to claim their next quest. Rather than laboriously defeating level 1 creatures, most players prefer to rely on quest completions for experience at the outset. Each completed quest grants a minimum of 3 experience points, far surpassing the speed of slaying minor creatures. In her previous life, Su Li had pursued this route, ultimately missing out on numerous precious opportunities. She realized her missteps when she recalled a distinct player from her past, fervently dedicated to slaying monsters in the wilderness, remaining in the novice village long after others had left due to not reaching the requisite level. It was only one day when he made a server-wide announcement that players learned he had accumulated 500 monkeys collected seeds by defeating stealth monkeys, triggering a hidden quest, the Enraged Monkey King. Upon successfully vanquishing the Monkey King, he received a unique skill, the Cloud-Piercing Arrow, particularly suited for ranged damage. This skill enhances the user's attack range by 50% and, importantly, is a non-bound skill. Non-bound means it can be traded or gifted. Given that the attributes of such skills are typically not lackluster, they are highly coveted in the marketplace. Su Li intends to acquire this skill and subsequently sell it for a handsome profit, using the earnings to purchase a gaming pod. Compared to a gaming helmet, the pod, which supplies nutritional fluids to the body at intervals, would greatly facilitate her ability to engage in prolonged, intense gaming sessions that would significantly reduce the time wasted on meals, allowing her to maintain a regular dietary rhythm. Just a few hours prior, she had already felt hunger, yet to quickly secure the 500 monkeys collected seeds needed to undertake the quest for the Enraged Monkey King and obtain the Cloud-Piercing Arrow, she had to endure her hunger while continuing to slay monsters. Acquiring 500 quest items necessitated the defeat of a staggering 5,000 stealth monkeys. From meeting 15 attacks to defeat 1 stealth monkey initially, she has now reduced that to merely 5 attacks per creature, a feat achieved over the course of 3 hours. When Su Li finally succeeded in slaying the 5,000 stealth monkey and obtained her 500 items, the system's mechanical voice chimed. Congratulations, player. Akuli Z4. Successfully defeating 5,000 stealth monkeys and acquiring 500 monkeys collected seeds. Chapter 4. The enraged Monkey King. Due to the slaughter of 5,000 stealth monkeys, the players successfully provoked the Monkey King, triggering the hidden solo dungeon, the enraged Monkey King. Without hesitation, Suli accepted the quest. In an instant, she vanished from her location, entering a secluded dungeon space. As Suli disappeared, a system announcement echoed across the world, and nearly all players witnessed the news of her killing 5,000 stealth monkeys and unlocking the hidden solo dungeon. Wow. I just happened to pass by and saw a healer who had already reached level 2 still battling those stealth monkeys. I secretly laughed, thinking how foolish she was for not leaving, as she could no longer gain experience from level 1 monsters. Little did I know she was completing a hidden quest. If only I had known sooner, I could have kept fighting too. After all, I deal damage faster than her, and perhaps this hidden quest could have been mine. Hey, don't spout nonsense. Hidden quests are all about luck. In my opinion, that healer is just not very bright, but she got lucky. I concur with the previous comment. I refuse to believe the developers would sabotage their own revenue by employing game bots. With the popularity of this game, they wouldn't need to resort to such tactics. Cut it out. You don't understand. The use of game bots is unrelated to the game's popularity. It's merely a tactic employed by the developers to stimulate player spending and enthusiasm for quests, oblivious to the commotion in the World Channel. Suli focused solely on the imposing figure of the Monkey King before her. The Monkey King's eyes glowed crimson, its fur bristled, and it emitted a series of low growls, clearly in a state of extreme rage. Gripping her wooden lotus lantern tightly, Suli took a deep breath, preparing for the impending battle. Upon entering the solo dungeon, Suli followed the system prompts, venturing deeper into the woods beyond the novice village. Cautiously navigating through the dense foliage, she finally arrived at a relatively open area. Here stood a tree far more robust than the surrounding ones. Just as Suli pondered this, a figure leapt down from the tree. The Monkey King appeared before her. Perhaps due to the blood and the unique scent of stealth monkeys that clung to her from her previous hunts, the Monkey King, without any provocation from the player, detected her presence as she approached within 100 meters and immediately focused all its wrath upon her. This Monkey King was enormous, easily 5 times the size of an ordinary stealth monkey. Its fur was thick, its muscles well-defined, and its sharp eyes fixed on Suli, radiating intense hostility. After a brief standoff, the Monkey King could no longer contain its fury and launched an attack on Suli. The striking number 5, representing its level, hovered like a blazing sun above the Monkey King's head, instilling a sense of trepidation in Suli, who dared not confront it directly. Thus, Suli made a swift decision to roll away nimbly. However, before she could raise her head to assess her surroundings, a wave of danger washed over her. Reacting instinctively, she rolled in the opposite direction. With a dull thud, she found herself tumbling into a thick pile of dry leaves. To her surprise, these seemingly ordinary leaves were merely a disguise. Hidden beneath was a spot where monkeys relieved themselves. Ding! The effect of the Koi's blessing has been activated. The stench emanating from the excrement was unbearable and nauseating. Suli felt a pang of despair. What kind of Koi's blessing is this? Has my luck been reduced to the level of dog excrement? When she first entered the game, Suli had adjusted her sensory perceptions, sight, hearing, smell, and taste, excluding pain, to their utmost sensitivity. Now, faced with such an overpowering stench, she nearly fainted. Cautiously peeking from the repulsive pile, Suli observed that the Monkey King was frantically striking the surrounding trees, and the hate it had previously directed at her had vanished. Inspired by the stench, a brilliant plan formed in her mind. Suppressing her nausea, Suli smeared the excrement on herself and, seizing the opportunity while the Monkey King was distracted, climbed a massive tree. The distance was just right for her healing abilities. Suli swung her lotus lantern, beginning to attack the Monkey King with basic attacks. Before the Monkey King could turn around, she leapt to another branch. As the Monkey King attacked the trees in the direction of her prior assault, she seized the moment to strike again. In designing the healer class, the developers ensured that all skills, including basic attacks, had the same range as range damage dealers. However, due to their lack of offensive power, the healer's basic attacks were often overlooked. With her chaotic special skill, Su Li had successfully stacked her attack power to 333 after battling 5,000 stealth monkeys, while her health had reached 295. Although the enraged Monkey King, as a hidden solo dungeon boss, was only level 5, its health and attack power rivaled that of a level 10 boss. Su Li estimated she would need to land at least 10 basic attacks to defeat it, but if she were struck, she would lose 80 health points. Despite being a healer, her total healing capacity was only 200 points, and if she failed to evade the Monkey King's second strike, she would be forced to respawn. This dungeon allowed for only one entry. Death would result in an immediate failure. Determined not to let the victory slip away, Su Li resolved to implement a kiting strategy, continuously evading the Monkey King. Everything proceeded smoothly. The excrement masked her scent, and the Monkey King remained oblivious to her presence. However, as the Monkey King's health dwindled to 5, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Monkey King went berserk. At this point, the excrement could no longer conceal her presence, and the Monkey King discovered her hidden in the tree, immediately launching a frenzied assault on it with its sharp claws. As the tree beneath her began to crumble, Su Li took a deep breath and leapt towards the Monkey King. Simultaneously, her lotus lantern emitted a faint glow, and a small energy orb soared towards the Monkey King's forehead. Chapter 5. Su Li, I found you with a splatter. Blood erupted from Su Li's mouth as she took a direct hit from the Monkey King's claw. Fortunately, having acquired the chaotic level special skill, Healer's Fury, she had lowered her pain sensitivity to match the skill's effects. Otherwise, she would be in agony now. Just as the Monkey King's second claw was about to strike her, its massive eyes suddenly dilated, and its glistening claws grazed Su Li's shoulder as they fell away. With a resounding crash, the colossal form of the Monkey King toppled to the ground, a gaping wound appearing on its head, blood pouring forth. Ding! The enraged Monkey King has been defeated. The player has successfully cleared the dungeon. The dungeon rewards have been sent to your inbox. Please check. Without a moment to spare to heal herself, Su Li hurried to check her in-game mailbox. Indeed, there was an email from the system. Upon opening it, a glimmering cloud-piercing arrow lay within. The prominent tradable label in the top right corner of the arrow made Su Li beam with delight. Su Li did not rush to transmit the copy. Instead, she began to dissect the corpse of the Monkey King, carefully separating the fur and bones, which would serve as excellent materials once level 5 crafting was unlocked. As the countdown for the dungeon's closure ended, just before being teleported out, Su Li nimbly extracted the Monkey King's eyeballs and stashed them in her backpack. Upon being teleported back, she landed directly at the resurrection point in the novice village, and within seconds, her health and mana were fully restored. The village chief, responsible for issuing quests, stood nearby. Su Li submitted the last fruit pit to him and successfully claimed her next main quest before logging off. She felt ravenous, her stomach burning as if it would be scorched through if she did not eat soon. Removing her helmet, Su Li unexpectedly collided with a pair of blood-red eyes, and reflexively, she kicked out. The individual before her was knocked down, blinking innocently up at her. I apologize, she exclaimed, her breath escaping her as she recognized who she had kicked. Pulling the person up from the ground, Su Li headed to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of instant noodles. Now, tell me, how did you end up in my world? Su Li inhaled the fragrant aroma of the spicy beef noodles, exclaiming, you should be selling blood buns at the border of the demon realm right now. Huiyuan. Huiyuan is an NPC in the game who sells blood buns at the border of the demon realm. In her previous life, after participating in the cross-border battlefield events to slay demons, Su Li would meditate to restore her health and mana, often staring blankly at this exceptionally well-modeled yet ordinary NPC. Over time, she discovered that she could offer him gifts. So she bestowed upon him all the items meant for increasing affection and intimacy that she had no other recipient for. As their affinity grew, Su Li found herself able to interact with this NPC named Huiyuan. Consequently, after each foray into the battlefield, she would return to Huiyuan, meditating while sharing snippets of her life or in-game trivialities. Initially, Huiyuan remained silent, but as time passed, he began to offer her brief responses. Though these replies were few, They brought immense joy to Su Li, who was suffering from bullying at school. Thus, the frequency of their exchanges increased. Originally, she would visit Hui Yuan weekly after completing battlefield tasks. However, she soon found herself stopping by his stall every day to bid him good night before logging off. Even after she was fortunate enough to join a warm-hearted guild and met a caring guild leader who treated her like a brother. Along with a circle of friends who were exceptionally kind to her, she continued to visit Hui Yuan daily, bringing him the roses gifted by the system. In return, he would offer her a blood bond. But how could Hui Yuan, a mere NPC in the game, appear in her world before the game had even launched and find her after she fainted in the restroom due to bullying? Wait, Hui Yuan is a fictional character. How could he possibly exist outside of the game? Could the game have merged prematurely? When Hui Yuan first encountered instant noodles, he hesitated between tasting them and answering Su Li, ultimately choosing to respond first. I don't know. I just remember selling blood buns as usual. Suddenly, my heart raced inexplicably, and then the system alerted me that my close friend had perished in the dungeon. I panicked and wanted to find you. I exerted all my strength to leave the blood bun stall, but it felt as if an invisible cage constrained me. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't reach the towering city gates of the border. I kept walking and walking, but gradually I realized that the longer I was away, the more blurred your memory became in my mind, and I feared I would forget you one day. I don't want to forget you. Tears filled his blood-red eyes, resembling misty rubies. As she locked eyes with him, Su Li felt her heart tighten painfully, rendering her unable to continue eating her noodles. What happened next? Su Li's voice was soft, imbued with a tenderness she had not recognized in herself. After that, I killed many demons that sought to devour me. I don't know why I went to the human city. I only knew that a voice inside me urged me to go. Along the way, I encountered a particularly troublesome demon. After sacrificing both my arms, I managed to slay it. Once defeated, a blurry face appeared in my mind, and I desperately sought to understand why I needed to go to the human city. I consumed that troublesome demon, and my severed arms grew back. I began to hunt powerful demons, and as I neared the extermination of all demons in the demon realm, I finally remembered you. Gazing intently at Hui Yuan, Su Li felt a pang of sorrow. In her memories, Hui Yuan had always been a defenseless, ordinary NPC. Despite his blood-red eyes, his gaze remained gentle. She could not fathom that the once weak individual would risk his life to find her. It was crucial to note that once he left the safety of the blood bun stall, he would face countless ferocious and brutal beasts, inevitably plunging into peril. She could scarcely believe the harrowing battles and life-and-death trials he must have endured to grow stronger, ultimately acquiring the power to slay demons with ease. She could not bear to think of it. Her heart ached. As Su Li felt this pain, Hui Yuan revealed a warm smile. Su Li, I have found you again. Chapter 6. Just as you worry about me, I worry about you. Su Li quickly finished the remaining noodles, wiping her mouth contentedly. So, after recovering your memories, you relied on that miraculous sense to tear through space and traverse time to arrive at the moment of my rebirth. Then, based on the experiences I recounted, you followed the trail to my school and eventually reunited with me? Indeed, Hui Yuan nodded gently, pushing the untouched bowl of noodles towards Su Li and softly saying, I'm not hungry. However, no sooner had he spoken than his stomach audibly rumbled, as if to counter his statement. Hearing that sound, Su Li erupted into laughter, nearly unable to contain herself. While chuckling, she pushed the noodles back to Hui Yuan, teasing, used to munch on those dry, tasteless blood buns in the game. It's time to change your palate. Though the noodles were hardly nutritious and their flavor paled in comparison to lavish feasts, they were quite enjoyable as emergency sustenance. Yet, Hui Yuan's reaction to Su Li's jest was entirely different. He did not exhibit the slightest embarrassment or amusement. Instead, he froze, his expression one of shock and disbelief, as if the weight of reality pressed upon him. Su Li noticed his abnormality and stopped laughing, asking, "What's wrong?" Hui Yuan furrowed his brow, his hand rising to touch the area just above his abdomen, stating, "I feel a burning sensation here." Upon hearing this, Su Li quickly followed the line of his hand to the location of his stomach. "I see," she said, realization dawning upon her. "You're hungry." At this, Hui Yuan lifted his head, and his blood-red eyes sparkled like stars, shining brightly. So this is the sensation of hunger. It's quite extraordinary. Hui Yuan seemed to have discovered a new realm, his gaze filled with curiosity and exploration. Su Li found it rather peculiar. Even though he was merely a string of data after the game's arrival, he possessed a physical form. He had never experienced hunger before. But why does he insist on consuming blood buns every day? Previously, when Hui Yuan gifted Su Li those blood buns, she had tasted them once after the game descended. The rancid flavor of monster blood still lingers in her memory. Moreover, she had repeatedly urged Hui Yuan not to eat such things, yet each time he promised to refrain. He was still gnawing on the unpalatable blood buns at their next encounter. I will not feel hunger, as long as a voice in my mind tells me to eat. I will pick up the blood bun and begin. Hui Yuan's words interrupted Su Li's thoughts. Her curiosity swelled. Then why not make the blood buns more palatable? The taste of low-level monster blood is so foul. If you used blood from higher-level monsters, at least it wouldn't be so repulsive. Hui Yuan shook his head. The blood buns are not made by me. They simply appear in the steamer. My daily task is to guard the stall and sell them to curious players. However, most players, after spending 1 silver coin to buy a blood bun and discovering it merely satiates hunger without any magical effects, never purchase a second. At this, Hui Yuan suddenly laughed. Almost all players who have tasted the blood buns have grim expressions. Some even contemplated overturning my stall. Unfortunately, the game's protections prevent them from doing so. After he spoke, the smile on Hui Yuan's face faded like the tide, as if it had never existed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back into the indifferent man Su Li recognized. At this moment, his deep, piercing gaze was fixed intently on Su Li, as if he sought to penetrate her soul through her eyes. You are the only one willing to converse with me. To me, you are the most special. His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an irresistible power. This statement struck Su Li's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her pulse to quicken involuntarily. Under his unwavering gaze, she felt like prey under the watchful eyes of a crimson-eyed beast. Strangely, this beast seemed not intent on devouring her, but rather harbored a deeper, ineffable emotion. This sentiment was so complex that it transcended Su Li's current understanding. Uneasily, she turned her head, her gaze landing on the game helmet resting on the sofa. In that instant, she grasped at a lifeline and hurriedly changed the subject. Did you find anything special in the game just now? I had quite a fruitful experience. But honestly, this game helmet has its limitations. Once I sell the Chuanyan Jian, I must immediately order 2 game pods. Hui Yuan listened quietly, absorbing the girl's slightly flustered yet verbose words, a peculiar feeling swelling within him. This sensation was as gentle and warm as the first rays of sunlight falling upon him after stepping away from the familiar blood bun stall, bringing immeasurable comfort. I can enter the game without the helmet. Su Li turned back, her eyes wide with astonishment. How strange. You clearly feel human hunger, yet can enter and exit the game freely like data. You only need to buy a game pod and save the rest of your money to treat yourself better. After a pause, Hui Yuan added, I will earn a great deal of money. You need not worry about living expenses. You can focus on studying to attend the university you yearn for. I can be your support. In the future, anyone who dares to bully or mock you will regret it. Su Li could not miss the glint of coldness that flashed in his eyes. At that moment, memories of his words echoed in her mind. He nearly slaughtered the entire demon realm. Su Li's cool hands gently covered the young man's eyes, causing him to blink in confusion. His long lashes brushed against her palm, stirring a ticklish sensation in her hand. Do not become a killer like the monsters. At least not now, Su Li murmured softly. Hui Yuan's thoughts surged like a tidal wave, countless possibilities flashing through his mind, but ultimately settling on a heart-wrenching conjecture. Does she find him repulsive for having consumed monsters, deeming him filthy? I am truly clean, Su Li. I am not dirty at all. The young man grasped Su Li's hand tightly, his expression one of urgent defense, as if terrified of losing something crucial. Seeing the earnest and anxious expression on his face, Su Li realized her previous words must have led to a misunderstanding. She quickly explained, I do not find you repulsive. I merely worry for your safety, just as you worry for me. Chapter 7. 80,000. High-end game pod after calming Hui Yuan and instructing him to finish his instant noodles. Su Li hurriedly re-entered the game. She had already found a buyer for the Chuan Yun Jian, intending to reserve the good items for her own people. Thus, she planned to seek out He Ningchuan, the guild leader from her previous life. According to He Ningchuan, he should be on the verge of leveling up to 4. Currently engaged in a fierce battle with the level 5 boss, the burrowing crab, on the beach east of the village for experience on the 3rd main quest. Su Li swiftly completed the 2nd side quest, assisting the village chief's daughter in retrieving a kite that had fallen into a dry well. After leveling up to 3, she quickly accepted the 3rd main quest and rushed to the beach east of the novice village. Su Li searched for over 10 minutes among the throng of players on the beach and finally found He Ningchuan, who was barely surviving, dodging the burrowing crab's attacks behind a large rock. She immediately cast a small healing spell on him, restoring his health to safety, while simultaneously sending a party invitation. The man, clad in a robe and wielding a long sword, narrowly dodged the burrowing crab's massive pincers and accepted the invitation to join the team. With a healer as backup, He Ningchuan's previously cautious combat style transformed. The fragile ranged character turned into a formidable tank. Output is output, and soon, the level 5 burrowing crab succumbed after a brief struggle. Thank you. He Ningchuan expressionlessly stowed the burrowing crab's pincers and then turned to Su Li. You must be here to complete a quest as well. In that case, when we encounter other burrowing crabs, I will weaken them, and you can deliver the final blow. Consider it my gratitude for your assistance. Looking at the familiar face before her, Su Li smiled slightly and shook her head gently. No need. It's just a mere level 5 burrowing crab. I can handle myself. However, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, why not by the skill I have in hand? As she spoke, she opened her tightly clenched right hand, revealing a box emanating a faint glow. He Ningchuan frowned slightly, scrutinizing the seemingly delicate healer before him, skepticism flickering in his eyes. What skill? Since you helped me earlier, I might consider it, as long as the price is reasonable and not some utterly useless trash skill. Of course, if you dare to try to swindle me, don't blame me for being rude. His voice was cold and laced with warning, yet a fleeting glint of sharpness passed through his deep eyes. Faced with such an imposing gaze, Su Li felt no fear. Instead, an indescribable sense of familiarity welled up within her. Indeed, the He Ningchuan of her past life possessed such a demeanor, outwardly aloof but filled with justice and kindness within. Rest assured, my price is quite fair, just 100,000. Su Li smiled, though her nonchalant tone made it sound somewhat unreliable. 100,000? You call that not asking for a lion's share? He Ningchuan could no longer contain his rising voice, his dissatisfaction intensifying. In response to He Ningchuan's inquiries, Su Li remained unperturbed, calmly replying, "Do not be agitated. I believe that if you were to witness the effects of this skill, you would promptly purchase it." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Li swiftly placed the Chuan Yun Jian into an email and clicked the send button, dispatching it to He Ningchuan in the blink of an eye. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of an unread email in his inbox, He Ningchuan did not hastily open it. Instead, he became increasingly vigilant and perplexed. I presume we have never met before. You are so willing to send me a skill worth 100,000. Do you trust me that much? Are you not afraid I might abscond with it? He Ningchuan fixed his gaze on Su Li, attempting to detect any hint of deception in her expression. However, Su Li's gaze remained resolute and confident, as if she possessed unwavering conviction in her choice. Will you? Su Li retorted. He Ningchuan cast her a sidelong glance and opened the email. Upon reading the description of the Chuan Yunjian's effects, his pupils constricted. Such an excellent skill, and you undervalue it at merely 100,000. Su Li grinned playfully. You could always offer a higher price. As a seller, I naturally hope for as much payment as possible. Have you ever encountered a buyer who would complain about a bargain? Provide me your card number. I will transfer the funds immediately. After receiving Su Li's private message with her bank card details, He Ningchuan chuckled softly, his gaze toward her now laced with scrutiny. You are quite an intriguing person, unexpectedly appearing to rescue me from near death, and seemingly prepared to sell such a precious skill. You know me, He Ningchuan asserted with certainty, momentarily catching Su Li off guard. However, she quickly regained her composure, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. With her appearance carefully adjusted to resemble a delicate and innocent young flower, anyone who encountered her would naturally feel a sense of fondness. Yet, He Ningchuan's reaction was markedly indifferent, especially when he heard Su Li explicitly refer to him as the nephew of the He group's president. He immediately categorized her among those women seeking to exploit him for their own gain. The money has been transferred, amounting to 230,000 at market price. Do not appear before me again. With that, He Ningchuan resolutely turned and departed. His strides were firm and purposeful, seemingly eager to escape the distasteful situation. However, just as he was about to leave, the girl who had moments ago worn a bright smile, even tinged with flattery, suddenly had her expression shift dramatically. The once radiant smile vanished, replaced by an indescribable coldness. Yet, He Ningchuan, preoccupied with his exit, failed to notice this transformation. After He Ningchuan's silhouette disappeared from the beach, Su Li swiftly defeated a burrowing crab, handing its claws to the blacksmith in the novice village, thus leveling up to 4. Filled with joy, she did not linger long. Upon logging off, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Upon checking, she found it was a message from the bank confirming that the account she had provided He Ningchuan had received a total of 230,000. Su Li felt a surge of excitement. With this money, she could purchase a gaming pod, allowing her to remain in the game all day long aside from sleeping. She immediately decided to allocate 80,000 of it to order a top-tier gaming pod, which would be delivered the very next day. Chapter 8. The Wealth Plan. As she stood up to stretch her limbs, Su Li discovered that the kitchen had been tidied up nicely, with 2 bowls of instant noodles neatly placed on the drying rack. However, despite searching around, she could not find Hu Yuan. She speculated, could he have entered the game? With that thought, she donned her helmet without hesitation and re-entered the game. Su Li logged off in front of the blacksmith shop, and upon logging back in, she spotted He Ningchuan, who had previously told her not to seek him out. As He Ningchuan approached the blacksmith, he momentarily froze upon seeing Su Li's familiar game ID, then averted his gaze, delivering the 5 pairs of crab claws he had painstakingly collected to the blacksmith. Creating level 7 equipment was not cost-effective. It would be wiser to save for the creation of level 10 equipment. With her ID resembling a healer's avatar, Su Li appeared in He Ningchuan's private messages. Not only did He Ningchuan disregard her advice, but he also unhesitatingly clicked the confirmation button to create the equipment, then swiftly summoned his mount and rode off without responding to Su Li at all. Watching He Ningchuan, who was riding the most expensive mount in the current store, vanish without a trace, Su Li could only twitch her mouth in resignation. She waved her arms in exasperation, attempting to disperse the dust that had been stirred up, and sighed, what a foolish child. In the game Shen Yun, players can leave a novice village once they reach level 10, provided they successfully craft level 10 equipment. However, once the server level opens to 10, the number of burrowing crabs will significantly decrease, and their respawn time will extend 5-fold. Consequently, gathering 5 pairs of crab claws becomes exceedingly challenging. Most players receive information with a delay. As a result, ordinary players from a previous life, upon learning of this critical news and rushing to the location to hunt burrowing crabs, discover that the few remaining respawn points have already been monopolized by major gaming clubs, high-level players, and various small teams. Given that the guild system has yet to be established, most players are accustomed to grinding for experience alone to level up, rendering them unable to compete against those powerful factions. Reluctantly, they can only wait for these players to gather sufficient crab claws before they might have a chance to hunt the burrowing crabs. Once the skilled players collect enough materials, they typically choose to leave. However, the secondary level gaming clubs and various small teams take advantage of this opportunity, accepting tasks from paying players to collect materials from the burrowing crabs. Consequently, ordinary players face yet another serious squeeze on their chances to obtain resources. At this moment, the vast majority of ordinary players remain trapped in the novice village, struggling to make progress, while those who have advanced beyond the novice village are far ahead of them. This sudden shift essentially determines the future disparity between skilled players and those in the lower tiers. When the game fully merges with reality and is officially controlled by higher dimensions, The first victims of the monstrous entities will be precisely those players at the bottom level, including those who have never encountered the game Shen Yun or even own an account. Contemplating this, Su Li's eyes gradually brightened, as if she could see a path toward financial freedom beckoning her. She could not help but begin to contemplate the feasibility of this plan, continuously refining it in her mind. All along, Su Li had relied on the meager inheritance left by her mother to survive. However, as time passes, it has become increasingly difficult to maintain the expenses necessary for her studies. With less than a year remaining until her university graduation, if she did not devise a means to earn money soon, the final stretch would surely be fraught with hardship. A year hence, the enigmatic and formidable game shall descend upon the realm. However, drawing from experiences of past lives, it is evident that after a brief period of tumult, the nation will swiftly restore social order. Life for the populace will not undergo significant transformation. Adults will continue their diligent endeavors to earn a living, while students will still shoulder their backpacks and venture into the halls of education. The sole distinction lies in the emergence of magical creatures and the obligatory participation in gaming quests. Furthermore, esteemed academic institutions have introduced a new curriculum aimed at equipping students with the skills necessary to master the game known as Shen Yun. The rationale behind this initiative is transparent: to cultivate exceptional talent in anticipation of potential inter-country dungeon confrontations. After all, in this global gaming cataclysm, each participant could potentially serve as a pivotal factor in determining victory or defeat. Students, indeed, represent some of the most suitable candidates for such cultivation. Without hesitation, Su Li raced towards a sandy beach on the eastern side of the village. At that moment, most players had already attained level 4, and the once bustling beach had grown eerily quiet, with a marked decline in players engaged in upgrade tasks. Su Li searched diligently until she discovered a relatively secluded spawning point for burrowing crabs, plunging into fierce combat without a moment's pause. These burrowing crabs possessed a modest health pool of merely 890 points, yet their exceptionally tough exoskeleton rendered their defense formidable. Although Su Li's current attack power had reached an impressive 341 points, vanquishing a crab with any semblance of defense proved to be no trivial task. Under optimal circumstances, where only one defense was triggered, she would still require 4 successive basic attacks to eliminate it. Such sluggishness was intolerable. Thus, she resolved to employ her previous strategy against the stealthy monkeys, attacking while enduring damage, thereby accumulating both attack power and health. With determination, Su Li set her plan into motion. Despite her reservations about this slow-paced method, onlookers perceived her combat speed as nothing short of astonishing. One by one, the burrowing crabs fell at her feet. Upon successfully slaying the 20th burrowing crab, Su Li found herself surrounded by a throng of players who had gathered unknowingly. The majority of these spectators were female players who had chosen the healer profession. At that moment, the chat channel exclusively for healers was inundated with messages from these envious players, creating a veritable frenzy. Intrigued, Su Li perused the profession channel and was quickly amused by the enthusiastic comments from the adoring healer players. Su Li was indifferent to the labels affixed to her by others, such as output healer or violent healer. Although she initially wished to disregard the incessant chat, she took note of a particular comment amidst the praise, envy, and skepticism. The player ID, named Chao Mei Mei, expressed a willingness to pay her for help in collecting a claw from a burrowing crab for a quest. With fortune knocking at her door, Su Li contacted the player without hesitation. Mere seconds after sending her message, a reply arrived from Chao Mei Mei. "Ah, this is fantastic. I reached out to numerous damage-dealing players, but none were willing to take on this task. I thought I would have to slowly grind down that burrowing crab myself. I am truly grateful, Su Li." Su Li replied succinctly. "Let's find a place to discuss this further. It's too crowded here." Chao Mei Mei promptly responded, "All right. I'm at the eastern beach in a novice village. Coordinates 98546. Please teleport directly here." From the ID and the playful tone of the exchange, Su Li surmised that her interlocutor was likely an adorable young girl. Su Li accepted the friend request, sent a party invitation, and with a few clicks, she was by Chao Mei Mei's side in mere moments. Chao Mei Mei excitedly punctuated the team channel with 3 exclamation marks before asking, Su Li, are you able to voice chat? With a smile, Su Li initiated the voice chat, and soon a vibrant young girl's voice came through. Su Li, I just saw in the profession chat that your output is really high, and I would like to ask if you could assist me in defeating a burrowing crab. Seemingly concerned that Su Li might perceive a request as a waste of time, she quickly added, don't worry. I'm willing to increase my previous offer by an additional 500. It seems Chow Mei Mei is quite affluent. Su Li felt a rush of joy and promptly replied, deal? Wonderful. Please send me your payment code. I will transfer 1,000 as a deposit. And once I receive the claw, I will send the remaining 500. You start by selecting a burrowing crab and perform a basic attack. Okay. Chow Mei Mei obediently targeted the nearest burrowing crab. Once it had aggroed onto her, Su Li launched her attack. Without triggering the crab's defense, she could eliminate it in just 2 strikes. However, upon delivering the second blow, the crab's defense was activated, leaving it with a mere 5 health points. Su Li spoke into the team voice chat. You can now perform a basic attack to finish it off. Alright. Just as Chow Mei Mei's skill was about to be unleashed, the crab collapsed before them. Gao Mei Mei gasped. Ow. How did it die? I haven't even attacked yet. Observing the crab's corpse and the ID indicating who had aggroed it, Su Li's demeanor grew icy, and her voice turned cold. Someone has stolen the kill. Upon hearing Su Li's frosty tone, Chow Mei Mei instinctively softened her breath and cautiously replied, Su Li, they must have done it by accident. Let us just find another burrowing crab. I'll compensate you for your time. No need. Someone is intentionally causing trouble. If it were accidental, they would not have waited until I had reduced its health to a sliver before intervening. Upon hearing this, Chow Mei Mei's demeanor shifted from that of a gentle rabbit to one of indignation. Someone dares to steal my kill? I will make them regret it. Su Li then listened as she began to furiously type in the nearby chat. Within moments, her ID began to flash across the screen. What kind of audacity do you have to steal my monster? I paid 1,500 for it. If you're too cowardly to show yourself, then I shall wait here beside the crab's corpse. Let us see how you plan to retrieve the claw. I absolutely detest individuals who dare to act yet lack the courage to face the consequences. They're no different than filthy cockroaches lurking in the shadows. As Su Li observed Chow Mei Mei's ID flashing in the nearby chat and glanced at the striking young girl beside her, adorned in an expensive pink outfit from the shop, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. Chow Mei Mei appeared to be an endearingly candid little heiress. Su Li allowed Chow Mei Mei to continue her fervent tirade in the chat, estimating that once she had vented her frustrations, she could once again interject. Those troublemakers are likely too scared to show their faces now. Let us focus on completing your quest. Are we really just going to let them off the hook like this? Chow Mei Mei still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Su Li smiled gently and replied, of course not. After you turn in your quest and level up, I shall find a hidden spot to wait for them. That sounds perfect. I will follow your lead. Su Li, Chow Mei Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she casually targeted another passing burrowing crab. After experiencing the events of the past, she was now entirely focused, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the health bar of the hermit crab. Even without a word from Su Li, when she noticed the crab's health dwindling to a level where she could strike it down with a basic attack, she did not hesitate to swing the lantern in her hand and unleash a small orb of light. With a crisp sound, a silver beam shot forth at remarkable speed towards the hermit crab. Unexpectedly, this silver light triggered the crab's defensive mechanism first, causing all attacking power to dissipate into nothingness. However, at that moment, the small light, or belonging to Chow Mei Mimi, arrived perfectly timed, unimpeded as it struck the hermit crab. Undoubtedly, the hermit crab was rendered lifeless by this blow, successfully harvested. Su Li also discovered the location of the monster thief and hurriedly approached, only to see a sneaky player crouching behind a rock crevice. Startled by Su Li's sudden appearance, the player looked up, and in the next moment, upon making eye contact, he turned to flee, only to realize a figure had appeared behind him. Forced to stop and defenseless, he exposed his back to Su Li, who swung her lantern and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Chapter Decompensation, qui en échangea. With a startled cry from the character, the player was caught completely off guard by Su Li's strike, causing his health to plummet dramatically. Faced with such overwhelming power, he had no means to retaliate and hurriedly activated a damage reduction skill, desperately attempting to evade Su Li's relentless onslaught. At that moment, he appeared utterly flustered, dodging left and right as if struggling to survive in a tempest. Just then, Chow Mei Mimi, who had just finished dealing with the hermit crab's remains, rushed over. Upon witnessing the absurd scene before her, her eyes widened in disbelief. A damage-dealing character was fleeing in such a comical manner from Healer's basic attack. This was the first time she realized how useful a Healer 0, 5-second cooldown basic attack could be. Listening to the slightly astonished and excited murmurs from the team voice chat, Su Li's previously agitated heart finally relaxed, her mood becoming pleasantly buoyant. Indeed, had it not been for the practicality of this skill, even with the enhancement of the chaotic extreme technique, how could she have simply stood still, rendering her opponent utterly powerless? At this moment, the beleaguered player, desperately evading attacks, was sprinting forward. Clearly, he was too preoccupied to think of anything else, his sole thought being to escape swiftly, lest he suffer a level loss due to death. However, just as he was mere steps away from the player blocking his escape, a dark, razor-sharp edge suddenly struck from the shadows, catching him completely off guard, and before he could react, the edge pierced through his body. The player's corpse lay on the ground for 5 seconds before vanishing. Chow Mei Mimi was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, her mouth agape. Who was that? Why did they help us? Hey, where'd he go? Observing the scene, Su Li quickly called out to the departing Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan, that's enough. There's no need to bury him at the resurrection point. She understood that Hui Yuan was different from them. Excessive killing could lead to a dangerously high kill value, potentially attracting official scrutiny and even a server-wide manhunt. At that time, he would face the wrath of players from the entire game world, even if he wouldn't truly die. The suffering he would endure would be far from negligible. Indeed, upon hearing Su Li's call, the tall figure halted, slowly turning back towards them. As he approached step by step, Chow Mei Mimi felt a surge of tension and fear. Although Hui Yuan possessed an unparalleled beauty that could captivate anyone, the powerful aura he emanated was equally unsettling, even more so than her father, who controlled a vast corporation. All right, I won't go. If he dares to bully you again next time, I will ensure his level is reduced back to the very first stage. The youth's face appeared calm as water, yet his words were filled with a fierce resolve. Hearing this, Su Li felt warmth in her heart and could not help but offer him a sweet, charming smile, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. The girl's enchanting smile left Hui Yuan momentarily flustered. In the past, Su Li often smiled at him in such a manner, but back then, he could only perceive her joy. However, the emotion she evoked in him today made his hair stand on end, and he dared not meet her bright, clear gaze. Standing nearby, Chow Mei Mimi remained tense, fixated on Hui Yuan, initially worried he might unexpectedly create trouble for her and Su Li. To her surprise, in the fleeting moment when his gaze shifted away, she caught a glimpse of his bewildered expression, along with a hint of shyness that was hardly noticeable. Wait, shyness? An idea sparked in Chow Mei Mimi's mind, and she quickly turned to look at Su Li beside her, only to find that Su Li seemed completely oblivious to Hui Yuan's unusual demeanor. Could this be what they call unrequited love? With this thought, Chow Mei Mimi transformed into a mischievous observer, sensing an intriguing story between the two while unexpectedly receiving a kick. Can I speak? The voice of the girl echoed again in the team voice chat, drawing Su Li's attention back to her. What is it? It's nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I have transferred the remaining payment to you. I'm off to complete my quest now, bye. Chow Mei Mimi swiftly exited the team, riding her valuable white fox mount purchase from the shop, disappearing before Su Li could utter a word. Simultaneously, Su Li received an email from Chow Mei Mimi, containing a Qianli Shinju worth 666 in-game currency, along with a note stating that this was compensation for the time lost while she had to kill an additional hermit crab. Su Li accepted the Qianli Shinju from the email and promptly clicked to use it. In the next moment, she found herself astride a magnificent steed, pure white with ink-tipped hooves and flowing mane. Hui Yuan stood dazed, watching the spirited girl on horseback, momentarily forgetting how to respond. Only when Su Li extended her hand, Beckoning him to mount, did he snap back to reality, as if awakening from a dream. The monster thief had met his demise, and accordingly, the mark of his presence faded away, leaving the hermit crab, which was once rightfully his, as an unclaimed resource. Suli contemplated returning to investigate whether the unclaimed crab had been picked up by someone else. The Qianli Xinjiu proved its worth, effortlessly leaping to bring Su Li and her companion back to the site of the hermit crab's defeat. However, contrary to her hopes, the hermit crab had unsurprisingly fallen into the hands of a passerby. Although slightly disappointed, Suli did not dwell on it for long. After making some adjustments, she swiftly immersed herself in the labor of collecting crab claws for profit. After hearing Su Li's comprehensive plan, Hui Yuan also chose a different respawn point not far from her. He wielded a long sword, deftly slicing through the burrowing crabs one by one and collecting their claws. At this moment, Suli found that she could dispatch a burrowing crab with merely 2 ordinary attacks, feeling a sense of rapid progress. However, to her astonishment, she noticed that Hui Yuan was slaying the burrowing crabs even more swiftly, as if their hard shells were utterly inconsequential before him. Chapter 11. The Treasure Map in Hand. Hui Yuan can cook. Your teammate has obtained an intact burrowing crab shell and 1 clue to the merfolk treasure. Collect 10 clues to synthesize a treasure map. After the departure of Chao Mei Mei, Suli invited Hui Yuan into her team. This system notification instinctively drew her gaze towards the figure not far away, and she found herself captivated by his profound eyes. "Can you breathe underwater?" Suli asked, almost on a whim, only to realize that she was first concerned about Hui Yuan's abilities rather than the gathering of treasure clues. She silently chastised herself for her oddity. Yet, Hui Yuan responded with remarkable composure. He smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, I can. In fact, I am neither a player nor an NPC, but more akin to a superbug that the game cannot perceive. As long as I do not violate the fundamental rules of the game, I can traverse nearly any corner within it." Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes brightened, and her earlier concerns evaporated. She nodded earnestly, stating, "I wish to obtain the complete treasure map. I desire the merfolk treasure." "Very well." Hui Yuan's voice was calm and resolute, devoid of any hesitation or doubt, as if Su Li's quest for the merfolk treasure were not a daunting endeavor, but rather an invitation to share a simple weekend together. Faced with such an unusual response, Su Li couldn't help but wonder, why did he agree so readily? Seeking the merfolk treasure was certainly no simple task, fraught with countless unknown perils. Did he truly feel no fear at all? At that moment, Hui Yuan paused in his pursuit of the burrowing crabs, slowly turning to face Su Li, his eyes as deep as still waters. The resolute light within them sent a tremor through Su Li's heart, and through his succinct yet powerful reply, she genuinely felt the unreserved affection and protection emanating from Hui Yuan's innermost being. Hui Yuan slowed his speech and reiterated, "Wherever you are, I shall be. I will not allow you to disappear from my side again." After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Li suddenly broke into a smile and teased, "Hui Yuan, the way you speak is rather peculiar. All right, let us continue gathering clues for the treasure map. I wonder what the drop rate is. How many more burrowing crabs must we defeat to uncover it?" Time swiftly passed, and 3 hours had elapsed in the blink of an eye. By then, a small hill of burrowing crab carcasses had accumulated beside Su Li and Hui Yuan. At this moment, they had successfully acquired 8 intact burrowing crab shells and obtained 8 invaluable clues to the treasure map. Only 2 final key clues remained to synthesize a complete treasure map. During their battles with the burrowing crabs, Su Li's prowess surged dramatically. Her attacks became increasingly fluid, and her attack power rose to 498 points, with her level climbing smoothly to 5. Regrettably, however, further slaying of burrowing crabs no longer yielded additional experience points. Fortunately, every successful extermination of a burrowing crab guaranteed a copper coin drop, along with a chance to obtain rarer silver coins. To date, Su Li had gathered 312 copper coins and 2 shimmering silver coins, marking a bountiful harvest. In comparison, Hui Yuan's copper coin collection slightly surpassed Su Li's, yet he had yet to obtain even a single silver coin. Observing the weighty wealth in her hands, Suli mused. Perhaps all of this was due to that miraculous koi blessing buff. Feeling her stomach protest, Suli ceased her hunt for burrowing crabs and called out to Hui Yuan, preparing to log off and cook. She planned to have instant noodles for lunch and intended to buy some nutritious vegetables from the supermarket next door in the afternoon. Hui Yuan stopped her, saying, "I'll go instead. I'm not like you. I do not need a rush to level up. Do you know how to pay? No, you don't have any money. Do you? Do not worry. I will handle everything." Suli regarded his confident demeanor with suspicion. "Then I will trouble you." Hui Yuan nodded and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from her sight. Was this the advantage of being a super BUG? She decided to make the most of her time and slay a few more burrowing crabs to quickly acquire the remaining 2 clues. Suli was unsure how Hui Yuan accomplished his task, but she knew that after an hour and a half, when she obtained the 9th clue, Hui Yuan logged in to call her offline for dinner while he remained in the game to continue hunting monsters. Initially, Suli held little expectation for Hui Yuan's culinary skills, considering he was merely an NPC who used to sell steamed buns. And those buns are not even made by him. Yet, upon seeing the table set with a standard 4 dishes and a soup, she was taken aback. After carefully sipping a small bowl of lotus root and pork rib soup to avoid any unpleasantness, she was astonished to find it so delectable that she finished the entire bowl in one go. "This is delicious," she exclaimed, promptly serving herself a generous bowl of rice, which she devoured alongside the other dishes in a whirlwind. After sealing the leftover food with plastic wrap and placing it in the refrigerator, she immediately logged back into the game to shower Hui Yuan with compliments for his cooking. Seeing her delight in his meal, Hui Yuan cheerfully pierced through 2 more burrowing crabs with his sword. With 2 dull thuds, the unfortunate crabs lost their lives. Simultaneously, the system's cold and mechanical notification echoed in the air. "Congratulations to player Equally Z and teammate for obtaining the Merfolk treasure map. Please head to the EC to find the ghost ship and take it to the Merfolk Palace to acquire the treasure. This quest unlocks at level 10. This scene felt familiar, reminiscent of when Suli had unlocked the solo hidden dungeon, Fury of the Monkey King, and once again, the system arranged for her an announcement across the server. The entire server was shaken by this news, as the announcement reverberated throughout every corner. "Congratulations to player Equally Z and teammate for obtaining the Merfolk treasure map. Following the map's guidance, you can head to the EC to acquire the Merfolk treasure." Not only that, but the server announcement soon followed. "Congratulations to player Equally Z and teammate for obtaining the Merfolk treasure map. Following the map's guidance, you can head to the EC to acquire the Merfolk treasure." Hui Yuan handed the completed precious treasure map to Suli and then turned to focus on the 4 mounds of burrowing crab corpses. His voice held a hint of tenderness, as if making a promise. "Since you enjoyed it, I will prepare something else for you next time." Chapter 12. Level 8 Elite Monster, Rock Shell. The joy of obtaining the treasure map brought a radiant smile to Suli's face, as if the entire world had transformed into something beautiful. However, her curiosity remained undiminished by her delight, and she could not help but pose the lingering question to Hui Yuan. "But when did you learn to cook?" Hui Yuan paused his actions, contemplating seriously. "About an hour ago, I suppose." This response left Suli wide-eyed in disbelief. "What did you say?" "I have been cooking since elementary school, and after 7 or 8 years, I can barely manage not to make the food too salty. Yet you managed to concoct such a delicious soup in just 1 hour? How is that possible?" Faced with Suli's skepticism, Hui Yuan merely smiled gently, his expression as warm and tender as a spring breeze. He offered no further explanation but lowered his head once more, resuming his focused task of preparing the burrowing crabs. Suli stood there, her mind a tempest of confusion, utterly unable to fathom how Hui Yuan had mastered such exquisite culinary skills in such a brief span of time. While Hui Yuan diligently worked on the crab, Suli was not idle. She quickly entrusted her own burrowing crabs to Hui Yuan for processing at a price of 10 copper coins each, then turned and dashed toward the nearby location. It was not out of stinginess. The entire novice village was plagued by low prices, with the system's limits firmly in place. For tasks devoid of technical complexity, the highest remuneration could only reach this amount. Not long ago, she had discovered an 8th-level rock clam concealed by the rocks, and she intended to practice her skills on it. Rock clam, elite, level, 8 health, 5,000 attack power, 80 skills, shell shield, tongue wrap. Rock toss, creatures of level 8 had already entered the elite category, boasting 1 or 2 unique skills compared to ordinary foes. Due to their diverse nature, these skills varied greatly, presenting a plethora of challenges. The rock clam, an elite creature, was among the more troublesome types, yet they typically refrained from instigating players. However, the unpredictability of life meant that Suli became the one to provoke trouble. With a wave of her hand, a small orb of light shot forth, striking the rock clam, which was basking in moonlight with its shell open. The clam, enraged by the sudden assault, extended a long, slippery tongue, attempting to ensnare Suli and draw her into its shell as nourishment. Though the clam moved swiftly, Suli had anticipated this. She deftly dodged the attack with a nimble sidestep. While the clam's tongue was incredibly agile, it possessed a critical flaw. Once out of the water, its movements became clumsy and sluggish, leaving it nearly immobile except for launching skills. Suli glided across the battlefield like a delicate butterfly, skillfully employing a kite strategy to gradually chip away at the clam's health. Each time the clam attempted to ensnare her with its tongue, she skillfully evaded. When the clam executed a rock toss, she intentionally remained still, bracing herself for the impact. Following this, a radiant healing light enveloped her, instantly restoring her health and enhancing her attack power. Before long, the clam's once mighty form was battered and bloodied, its health reduced to a mere third. Meanwhile, it seemed to realize that whenever it used rock toss, Suli would not evade. Thus, the cunning clam altered its strategy, frequently launching rock tosses at Suli, abandoning its initial intent to capture her with its tongue. As Suli endured the barrage of rock tosses, frowning yet steadfast, she continually cast minor healing spells upon herself. Fortunately, she had previously lowered her pain threshold. Otherwise, even if she survived, the pain would have been unbearable. After some time of relentless rock tossing, the clam grew furious upon seeing Suli's health fluctuating dramatically without succumbing. It recognized its advantage and ceased the rock tosses, opting instead to lash out with its tongue. Observing the crimson rage indicator above the clam, Suli swiftly adjusted her movements, dodging the revolting tongue while allocating all her accumulated skill points to enhance her movement speed. The effect of concentrating 30 skill points in one area was no exaggeration. In an instant, her speed doubled. Dodging the clam's tongue became effortless, allowing her to seize the opportunity to launch basic attacks at its gaping mouth. The clam soon noticed the shift and retracted its tongue, sealing its shell and employing the shell shield to defend against Suli's assaults. Ineffectual. Witnessing her attacks thwarted by the shell shield, Suli remained undeterred, persistently continuing her basic attacks. This time, however, she recalibrated her strategy, focusing her efforts on a single point rather than attacking haphazardly. As time progressed, under Suli's near-manic relentless assault, the once impenetrable shell began to crack under the immense pressure. Initially subtle, these fissures soon spread like a spider's web, rendering the shell precariously unstable, as if it could shatter at any moment. With victory within her grasp, Suli felt an exhilarating rush, her hands moving faster and more fiercely. Yet, just as she prepared to deliver the final blow to shatter the shell, a cacophony of footsteps approached from behind. Startled, she turned to find a large, imposing group rapidly advancing towards her. Each member of this group bore names formatted in a peculiar manner. Just as Suli anticipated, they would seize the opportunity to claim the clam for themselves. She received a private message from one of them. "Friend, would you consider selling us this clam? The price is negotiable." Raising an eyebrow, Suli replied, "How much are you offering?" "You set the price. As long as it's reasonable, we can accept. 3,000, non-negotiable." It was evident that these individuals were after the black pearl within the clam, likely preparing to forge level 10 weapons. After all, the rock clam was not only powerful but also possessed substantial health, and given the current stage where healers' abilities were relatively weak, Lower-tier health recovery potions cost as much as 8 copper coins each. Accordingly, successfully defeating a rock clam was undoubtedly a daunting and time-consuming endeavor. Fortunately, Suli's asking price was deemed reasonable, prompting a swift response. Deal. Please provide your payment code, and I will transfer the funds immediately. Notably, the trading system in the game would only be activated once a character reached level 10, at which point real currency and in-game currency would be exchanged at a ratio of 1:10. In other words, players merely needed to bind their real identity information to effortlessly withdraw in-game earnings to their personal bank accounts. However, at this stage, transactions involving materials and equipment could only occur through the seller sending the buyer a gift mail, followed by the buyer making an offline payment to the seller. Despite this cumbersome and complex process, as well as the risk of encountering fraudsters, players had little choice but to comply. Moments later, after providing her payment code, Suli received a screenshot confirming the successful transaction. Without hesitation, she swiftly dispatched the clam and logged off to verify the transfer. Once confirmed, she returned to the game, ignoring the aggressive stance of the group directed at her, and approached to stow the clam in her backpack. Meanwhile, the group of over 10 individuals began chattering in their voice chat, fixated on her. Boss, do you think this healer will vanish after receiving the payment? Yeah, right? But logs off after getting paid. 3,000. Initially, I believed this healer was a decent person, only to discover that she was a cleverly disguised fraud. The player, known as the leader, who specialized in tanking, silently pondered whether Suli truly intended to abscond with their money. However, he quickly reassured himself that they had encircled her with over 10 players, making it improbable for her to escape. Moreover, even if each of them unleashed their damage-dealing skills, although Suli, as a healer, could heal herself, she would inevitably be reduced to a state of low health. Just as the leader was struggling to contain the fervor of his enraged team, an email notification suddenly appeared in his inbox. He swiftly opened the email, and lo and behold, there lay a pristine yen bei. The leader bellowed in exasperation, urging everyone to be silent, as the yen bei had indeed been credited to their account. In an instant, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with everyone rendered speechless. They realized their misunderstanding of Suli and understood that she had merely logged off to check for the payment. The once irate group was now all smiles, showering Suli with praise for her integrity. Unbeknownst to her, Suli's image in the eyes of the dozen players had taken a roller coaster ride, plummeting to the depths and then miraculously soaring back to the pinnacle. The reason Suli had defeated the yen bei was to gain the 310 experience points. After all, she had only agreed to relinquish the yen bei, not the accompanying experience. Shell Gauntlet, Elite, Level, 8 Defense, 15 Health, 480. A keen-eyed player noticed the announcement amidst the numerous system broadcasts regarding the yen bei's dropped equipment, causing a startled reaction among the team. Those startled began to scold, expressing their shock at the scare. Realizing his outburst was indeed alarming, the player quickly apologized. Then, with barely concealed excitement and envy, declared, "I just saw the system message." This healer named Ikuli Z defeated the yen bei and obtained an 8-level elite gauntlet. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players began to stir, hastily sifting through the system notifications, and indeed found the astonishing news. One member of the team promptly reminded, "Fei Yun, this gauntlet seems tailor-made for you. If we manage to acquire it, our by Ma Club's overall strength will far surpass that of the neighboring Hong Bing Club. Elite monsters have a chance of dropping set equipment, but it is not guaranteed with every kill. In reality, the drop rate for equipment stands at approximately 1%. For most players, unless one is exceptionally fortunate, it requires a significant investment of time and effort to repeatedly defeat elite monsters to obtain a coveted piece of equipment. Acquiring a complete set is even more daunting, akin to reaching for the stars. As the team leader, Fei Yun was acutely aware of this fact and recognized the rarity of the opportunity before him. Without hesitation, he initiated a private chat with Suli. "Friend, I wonder if you would be willing to sell this gauntlet?" As Suli was preparing to leave after the transaction, seeing Fei Yun's private message initially displeased her, thinking he was looking for trouble. However, Upon reading the content of the message, her irritation dissipated. 5,000. The price she quoted was somewhat steep, prompting Fei Yun to negotiate. Friend, we both know that an 8-level equipment is merely transitional. 5,000 is rather excessive. I can offer you 4,005 at most. Seeing Fei Yun's response, Su Li smiled faintly, a satisfied curve forming at the corners of her mouth. For the sake of our good relationship, I'll take a slight loss. I'll sell you the gauntlet for 4,000, but should I acquire any other accompanying equipment, you must accept it as well. Deal. After Fei Yun sent the reply, he eagerly prepared to transfer the payment to Su Li. However, at that moment, he received an email from Su Li containing a gifted item. Upon opening the email and confirming that it contained the coveted shell gauntlet, a wave of genuine joy surged within him. Without hesitation, Fei Yun swiftly transferred the funds to Su Li, then joyfully led his teammates away. Chapter 14. 8 pieces in one night. As for Su Li's mention of acquiring the other pieces of the set, he did not pay it much heed. After all, securing one piece of equipment from the set in such a short time was already a stroke of luck. How could a solitary player hope to gather multiple pieces in a brief period? Perhaps by the time she truly found the next piece, he would have long since reached level 10 and departed from the novice village. With this thought, Fei Yun shook his head and dismissed the notion. Who were they? As soon as Fei Yun and his group approached Su Li, Hui Yuan had abandoned his unfinished work with the cave crabs and made his way to her vicinity, merely waiting for the right moment to reveal himself, as Fei Yun's group had not caused her any harm. Now that they had left, he emerged from his hiding place. Su Li was elated to respond. The Bai Ma Club will be my buyers for the foreseeable future. Glancing at the handsome young man nodding before her, she corrected herself. No, to be precise, they will be our buyers. However, she lamented, but I seem to have nothing of value to sell. That is fine. Soon enough there will be. Su Li increased, nudging him to store the cave crab in his backpack before proceeding. Then, she led him along the expansive and sandy beach in search of the Yin Bay. After nearly 10 minutes of diligent searching, their efforts bore fruit as they discovered a Yin Bay atop a massive rock. This time, Su Li opted not to attack solo, but instead altered their strategy, allowing Hui Yuan to deal damage while she provided healing support from the rear. Hui Yuan understood that the true strength of Su Li's chaotic abilities could only be maximized through healing her allies, thereby enhancing his own attack power and health. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to cooperate closely with her, proactively facing the Yin Bay to absorb damage whenever it unleashed its rock strike ability. Through their remarkable synergy and flawless coordination, the two battled tirelessly throughout the night, continuously defeating the Yin Bay. Time slipped by unnoticed as dawn's light began to illuminate the earth. The following morning, as Fei Yun logged into the game, he promptly received a party invitation from Su Li. With a heart full of curiosity, he accepted the invitation, and upon being transported to the captain's location, he was left astounded. The ground was strewn with gleaming green equipment, totaling no less than 8 pieces. These dazzling treasures nearly blinded him. All of this? Did the Yin Bay drop them? Su Li approached, retrieving the equipment she had purposely displayed for him from her backpack, stating, "As we agreed yesterday, you must accept all of these items." Fei Yun's mouth hung agape, unable to close it before a deep, unfamiliar voice interrupted. "If you fail to uphold your word, I will ensure you pay dearly." The voice was chillingly cold, devoid of emotion, echoing as if from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down Fei Yun's spine. Despite being a robust and battle-hardened man, he felt a tremor of fear. He quickly asserted, "That is impossible. Our Bai Ma Club has always prided itself on integrity." Hui Yuan did not respond to Fei Yun, but turned his gaze towards Su Li. After exchanging a knowing glance with him, Su Li nodded slightly, affirming Fei Yun's words. Indeed, the Bai Ma Club enjoys a stellar reputation within the industry, having never engaged in any misconduct, such as withholding employee salaries. When the game Shen Yun was launched, the Bai Ma Club was among the first to step forward, becoming one of the initial organizations to extend a helping hand to the general public. As a result, Su Li holds a very favorable impression of the Bai Ma Club, which is why she is willing to sell her precious equipment to Fei Yun. Thanks to the lucky buff bestowed upon Su Li, She managed to obtain 8 pieces of equipment in one night, none of which were duplicates, with the primary weapon boasting the best attributes. The remaining 7 pieces included boots, a helmet, a pair of rings, a belt, bracers, and a necklace. Players are required to wear a total of 12 pieces of equipment across different slots. With the shell bracers from yesterday and the 8 pieces from today, she has now collected 3/4 of what she needs. Prompting Guento excitedly transferred 40 to the Guento Suli. "You've sent too much, an extra 8,000. Fei Yun cheerfully replied, "Not too much at all. This is your hard-earned fee." Li Zi. Oh, with such insistence, not accepting would only make her seem foolish. After receiving the email, Fei Yun eagerly donned the equipment, significantly boosting her combat power. "Ha ha, Li Zi, you are truly amazing. In just one night, you managed to acquire 8 pieces of equipment. It's as if the luck of a true emperor has possessed you. If this word spreads, other players will likely turn green with envy." Fei Yun excitedly swung her fist at a passing burrowing crab, which met an unfortunate demise. She then proceeded to strike down 3 more burrowing crabs in quick succession. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something of great importance, her expression turning serious as she said to Su Li, "While it's true that our minds are in a dormant state after entering Shen Yun, and we do not suffer any bodily harm, even without sleep, we must not neglect our diet. It's essential to remember to eat on time." Given that Su Li chose to sell the level 8 equipment to a complete stranger rather than keeping it for herself, Fei Yun naturally assumed that she must be in dire need of money. After all, who would willingly part with such top-tier equipment before reaching level 10? With this thought, a wave of sympathy and concern for Su Li welled up within Fei Yun. "Li Zi, have you considered joining our Bema Club? There are 2 advantages to joining. Firstly, you can acquire valuable insider information more rapidly. Secondly, the club is filled with skilled players, and teaming up with them will save you a great deal of precious time when facing challenging monsters alone. After all, as a healer, your damage output is relatively low." Su Li could clearly sense the goodwill in Fei Yun's words, yet she merely smiled gently and declined politely. However, Fei Yun misinterpreted Su Li's refusal as mere politeness, and thus she continued to ardently elaborate on the benefits of joining the club. Faced with Fei Yun's incessant chatter, Su Li could no longer endure it and proposed a friendly duel between them. Within a mere 10 seconds of the battle commencing, Fei Yun found herself defeated on the ground. At this point, Fei Yun wisely fell silent, ceasing her attempts to persuade Su Li to join the club. With such a formidable teammate, there was no reason for her to worry. Chapter 15, Arrival of the Game Pod, the Female Assassin's Ambush. After selling the equipment, Su Li logged off to wash her face and place some frozen Xiao Mai and Xiao Long Bao into the steamer. Just as she was about to cover the steamer, the delivery person for the game pod called to inform her that they had arrived at her building and requested her to open the door. The community where Su Li resides was left to her by her late mother, although it does not compare to the newly constructed upscale neighborhoods nearby. The property management and security are quite reliable, with access control at each building entrance, requiring consent from residents for outsiders to enter. After opening the door, Su Li waited for about 10 minutes before 2 delivery personnel appeared, carrying a cardboard box taller than themselves up the stairs. "Are you Miss Su Li?" "Yes. Could you please help me bring the game pod inside?" "Of course, no problem." The 2 delivery personnel followed Su Li's request and placed the game pod in an empty room, even kindly assisting her with the installation, which warmed Su Li's heart. Just as the Xiao Mai and Xiao Long Bao were ready, she wrapped them in foil and handed them to the 2 men, saying, "Thank you both. I just steamed some Xiao Mai and Xiao Long Bao for breakfast. If you don't mind, please take some to enjoy on your way. It saves me a meal." "Well, thank you, little sister." The 2 delivery personnel, initially motivated by a desire for good reviews, were pleasantly surprised to receive a warm breakfast in return. Feeling somewhat shy, they helped take the cardboard and other trash down when they left. After they departed, Su Li eagerly devoured 2 Xiao Mai before lying down in the game pod to test its various functions. After confirming everything was in order, she filled the pod with the included nutrient solution, lay back, and logged into the game. She called out to Hui Yuan, who was still hunting the rock crabs, urging him to take a break for breakfast while she continued to take on the already half-damaged rock crab. During the hour she was logged out, Hui Yuan had slain 6 rock crabs, but had not received any equipment drops. This further confirmed Su Li's belief that the reason she had obtained 8 pieces of equipment in one night was due to the lucky buff she possessed. Soon, the rock crab's health dropped to 3%, and just as she was about to deliver the final blow, Su Li abruptly changed her attack direction, striking towards the upper right behind the rock crab. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and a female character clad in formidable attire appeared, her crescent blade blocking Su Li's attack. It was evident that this crescent blade had intercepted Su Li's strike. We have no grievances against each other, and it is rather inappropriate to steal monsters in broad daylight, don't you think? Su Li's level 8 big-eyed fish lantern glimmered with a faint green light. This lantern was a special weapon that Hui Yuan had ventured into the shallow waters of the East China Sea to retrieve after defeating 99 three-eyed fish. Inspired by Su Li's earlier mention of it, it is also the best attribute weapon obtainable before a healer leaves the novice village, capable of enhancing healing by 155 points. The female character, brandishing her crescent blade in a ready stance, swiftly charged at Su Li without uttering a word. The advantage of a melee assassin is their speed. Once they get close, they can unleash devastating damage in a single strike, unlike other healers who allocate all their skill points to healing. Su Li had also invested in speed, allowing her to swiftly retreat and maintain distance. The 30-point increase in movement speed was not in vain. She could simultaneously create distance while continuously delivering basic attacks, comparable to the range of ranged damage dealers, combined with a skill cooldown half that of ranged attacks. Force the assassin to not only pursue her at full speed, but also to remain wary of her omnipresent basic attack projectiles. Initially, the female assassin viewed Su Li as merely a healer with slightly above-average speed, believing her basic attacks would not inflict substantial damage and prepared to withstand the hits. However, upon receiving a hit that took away half her health, she swiftly maneuvered to evade the incoming basic attack projectile. Realizing that the distance between herself and Su Li was widening, the female assassin understood that a direct confrontation would yield no benefits and thus activated her stealth skill, blending into the environment, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The sudden disappearance of the female assassin instilled a profound sense of vigilance in Su Li. Based on the assassin's recent speed, it was evident that she had equipped herself with level 8 speed boots, although Su Li could not yet ascertain her other gear. Suddenly, an acute sense of danger compelled Su Li to instinctively evade to the side, just in time to witness the crescent blade strike at the spot she had occupied moments before. Missing its target, the crescent blade vanished from Su Li's sight once again. Following her instincts, Su Li narrowly dodged 3 successive ambushes from the female assassin. She was perplexed as to how her opponent managed to close in on her amidst her relentless attacks, feeling like a blind person forced into a defensive stance. The feeling of being toyed with by her opponent was deeply unsettling for Su Li, as she hesitated, contemplating whether to take a risk by feigning a vulnerability to draw her opponent out. The figure of Hui Yuan materialized within her line of sight. Hui Yuan, there is an assassin near me. I will draw her out. Act accordingly. Understood. With Hui Yuan's affirmative response, Su Li's final doubts dissipated. Seizing the opportunity to confound her adversary, she feigned rage and unleashed a flurry of ordinary attacks in the direction where the crescent blade had disappeared. This may lead her foe to mistakenly believe that Su Li had lost her composure, focusing solely on the immediate threat while neglecting her own safety. As anticipated, after a relentless barrage of attacks lasting several seconds, the crescent blade reappeared at Su Li's unguarded back. With astonishing speed, the crescent blade descended towards her. Yet, just as the blade was about to strike her vulnerable back, an unexpected twist occurred. The blade veered off by an inch, leaving merely a shallow wound across her back. With her health reduced to 146, Su Li wasted no time in pivoting and unleashing a powerful ultimate ability that induced a slight stun effect. This decisive move not only temporarily immobilized her opponent, but also afforded Su Li the invaluable time necessary to swiftly regain her optimal condition. Meanwhile, Hui Yuan, wielding a long sword imbued with a chilling aura, silently emerged behind the female assassin. In the blink of an eye, The razor-sharp tip of his blade rested against the tender skin of the assassin's neck. Chapter 16. Making friends with high-level players. The female assassin's gaze sharpened with murderous intent as she directed it towards Su Li. A sneak attack? How despicable! Her words elicited a laugh from Su Li, who found herself devoid of any desire to reason with her opponent. Instead, she summoned two small light spheres and hurled them at the assassin. The assassin's health quickly dwindled to a mere sliver, and the malice in her eyes transformed into panic. Killing me will accumulate evil points. You won't even be able to enter the main city. Who said I intended to kill you? Su Li replied with a cryptic smile. And in the next moment, Yuan's blade effortlessly dispatched the remaining health of the female assassin. After defeating the barely conscious Yan Bei, Su Li summoned her steed, Qian Li Shunju, and hurried back to the resurrection point with Hui Yuan. Upon arriving, they encountered the freshly revived female assassin. The moment she spotted Su Li and Hui Yuan, her expression turned wary, and she hesitated to step forward. Private message. Heisei Mei Gue, female assassin, do you intend to kill me again? The prospect of death would result in the loss of experience points, and the female assassin was perilously close to losing a level. Su Li, upon reading the private message, replied, You didn't come to steal monsters. You came seeking vengeance for the one who attempted to rob my monster but ended up being sent back to the resurrection point, didn't you? The certainty in Su Li's tone caught the assassin off guard, and after a moment of hesitation, she conceded, Indeed, but he told me he was robbed of the monster. Are you quite familiar with him? You don't find it infuriating that he twisted the truth to deceive you? Heisei Mei Gue, female assassin, he is my cousin. Although you both have opposing accounts, I still choose to believe him. I am indifferent to whether you believe me. I am merely here to seek compensation. The female assassin took a step back, crossing her arms defensively, her eyes widening as she sent a private message. You have killed me once. We should be even now, right? Being defeated merely indicates a lack of skill, yet the fright I endured has yet to be compensated for the mental anguish I suffered. Upon hearing this, the female assassin glanced at the black sword tightly gripped in Hui Yuan's hand, the very weapon that had claimed her life, and at Su Li's uniquely shaped lantern resembling a fish head. To avoid another defeat and the consequent loss of experience, the female assassin ultimately chose to concede. What amount of compensation do you seek for your emotional distress? Not much at all. You merely need to assist me in monster hunting for an entire day. Heisei Mei Gue, female assassin, an entire day. Do you have any idea how much progress this will cost me in the game? If you are unwilling, that is also acceptable. I could simply send you back to square one for the night. Upon hearing this threatening remark, the female assassin involuntarily cast a glance at the stern-faced Hui Yuan standing behind Su Li. After a brief internal struggle, she acquiesced. Fine, but it is only for today. Excellent, Su Li replied cheerfully, knowing that this would significantly expedite her acquisition of level 8 equipment. The female assassin quietly reassured herself. At least a third of the day had already passed, which mitigated the extent of her losses. Throughout the morning, Su Li engaged in combat against Yan Bei. As she initiated each encounter, all experience points from the defeated monsters were credited to her. By the end of the morning, her experience points had reached their peak, and with the defeat of one more Yan Bei, she would ascend to level 7. Upon reaching level 7, another assassin player appeared in her vicinity, this time accompanied by the very player who had attempted to steal her cave crab previously and had ended up sent back to the resurrection point. Fu Yidalao, the player named Ikuli Zi, had attempted to seize her crab and had nearly cost her sister her level. The male assassin called Fu Yi remained calm upon hearing the first part of the statement, but furrowed his brow at the latter half. Making his way towards Su Li and her companion. Heisei Mei Gue, do you know that person? Su Li inquired in the team voice chat, while the female assassin was focused on battling. Heisei Mei Gue, upon hearing this, looked up as Hui Yuan swiftly fended off the Yan Bei's attack. Yes, he is a senior I know in real life. He is quite formidable. He has been guiding my brother and me since we started playing this game. Seeing the bright LV8 above the other player's head, Su Li was inclined to accept Heisei Mei Gue's assessment of his prowess. High-level players indeed exhibited remarkable skills, with many having already reached level 8. Fu Yi halted a short distance from Su Li and her companion, his gaze fixed intently on He Se Mei Gue. Before long, He Se Mei Gue turned to Su Li and said, "He wants to know how much you will pay me to let me go. Have him fight monsters on your behalf, and you may leave." Su Li realized that Fu Yi was positioned just beyond the reach of her ordinary attacks. Typically, only those advanced players who had thoroughly studied the characteristics of all classes would be mindful of a healer's attack range. Thus, Su Li decided to extend a friendly gesture, considering it a means to forge a new friendship for her future. Furthermore, she sensed that Fu Yi seemed to care for He Se Mei Gue. Otherwise, her cousin would not have sought him out for help regarding her sister. Of course, this was merely her conjecture, lacking concrete evidence. Nonetheless, in a game that would soon become fraught with uncertainties and unknown challenges, having more friends would equate to more strength and possibilities. After all, who could predict that the good deeds sown today might yield unforeseen fruits in the future? As anticipated, after the Black Rose conveyed Su Li's words, Fu Yi indeed approached them. Taking the initiative, Fu Yi requested to join Su Li's team, and upon entering, a clear male voice resonated in Su Li's ears. "I have arrived. Let the Black Rose depart." With a cheerful tone, Su Li replied, "All right, Black Rose, you may leave. Or perhaps I should stay. After all, I was the one who stirred up trouble. Go outside and teach your brother a lesson, so he doesn't create chaos all the time and can focus on leveling up." Fu Ye's tone brooked no argument, and ultimately, the Black Rose exited the team. Once Su Li witnessed her departure, she stormed towards her brother with an aggressive demeanor, delivering a swift kick to his rear, sending him tumbling to the ground for a sound thrashing. "Are you still planning to farm Yen Bei for experience?" Fu Ye's voice echoed through the team chat, successfully regaining Su Li's attention. She shook her head, saying, "Having an 8th-level expert hunt Yen Bei of the same level is indeed a waste. Let us instead confront the Shell Giant." Chapter 17. The circular journey back to the White Horse Club at noon, after Su Li and Fu Yi agreed to attack the Shell Giant. They unhesitatingly plunged into the murky waters near the beach. After a lengthy and arduous search, lasting over an hour, they finally stumbled upon the legendary Shell Giant. This creature was not naturally occurring. Rather, it was formed from countless deceased Yen Bei shells, hidden deep within the murky area by the beach, resembling a small hill in its enormity. In a previous life, a fortunate or perhaps unfortunate player had inadvertently wandered into the murky zone and discovered this mysterious boss. Even more astonishingly, beneath the towering pile of shells lay an enormous treasure chest. However, when the player attempted to challenge this boss, they realized that it was impossible to defeat it alone. Consequently, this clever player sold this crucial information to the White Horse Club, which was then struggling against the Red Soldier Club. Upon receiving the news, the White Horse Club felt as if they had struck gold and swiftly organized a formidable team to venture into the murky waters. After a fierce battle, they successfully vanquished the Shell Giant and obtained 7 small treasure chests from the colossal chest. As these small chests were opened one by one, everyone was left astounded to discover that each contained exceedingly rare and precious equipment, skills, and talents. These spoils undoubtedly granted the White Horse Club a significant advantage, allowing them to gradually turn the tide in their competition against the Red Soldier Club. With the items from the 7 small chests, the White Horse Club ascended to become one of the most powerful clubs in the early game. The immense profit sparked Su Li's desire, which is why she contemplated defeating the Shell Giant upon encountering Fu Yi. Initially, Su Li harbored a glimmer of hope, intending to rely on herself, Hui Yuan, and Fu Yi to defeat the boss and share the 7 treasure chests. Yet, the boss possessed an excessively thick health bar and an aggressive attack. Any contact with its soul tendrils would result in instant death. No matter how agile Fu Yi and Hui Yuan were, they could not evade the 4 soul tendrils. Even with Su Li's health having increased, allowing her to heal 3 times more than a healer of the same level, she could not save them. Thus, after the trio had engaged in over 50 minutes of sit-ups without whittling down even a third of the boss's health, Su Li proposed the idea of sharing the treasure chests. To foster a good relationship with the adept player Fu Yi, she allowed him to invite a trusted friend to join them in battling the Shell Giant. after bringing He Ningchuan along. Su Li was surprised to find Fu Yi had also invited Fei Yun, who shared a deep connection with the young master of the White Horse Club. Ultimately, the Shell Giant was once again intertwined with the White Horse Club. If fate was indeed so powerful, could she escape the tragic end of being betrayed and losing her life in her previous life? Lost in thought, Su Li was roused by Hui Yuan's concerned voice, casting aside her worries to engage in the battle against the Shell Giant. After the entire team perished for the third time, a tentative voice emerged in the team chat. Fei Yun suggested, "Perhaps I should wait until I reach level 8 before returning. This Shell Giant is simply too formidable, and I feel my defenses are inadequate to hold aggro." Fu Yi replied, "No need. As long as we cooperate well, we can prevail. You are simply inexperienced." Fu Yi was correct. With a few rounds of practice, they could succeed. Su Li also spoke to reassure the anxious Fei Yun. Although Su Li exerted her utmost efforts to encourage everyone, the atmosphere within the team grew increasingly somber and oppressive. At that moment, He Ningchuan, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. "How about this? Let us take a 10-minute break. Each of us should carefully review the details of the recent battle, then come together to see if we can find a solution." Hearing him speak in his usual tone lifted the weight off Su Li's heart. She sought a quiet spot to sit down and began to meditate, striving to restore her state as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, the image of the dashing and spirited leader from her previous life surfaced in her mind. Su Li inwardly sighed. "I am ultimately not cut out to be a leader." He Ningchuan's few words had successfully diffused the heavy atmosphere within the team. It was no wonder he was able to establish such a large guild in his past life and manage it so efficiently. Su Li meticulously recalled all the information she had encountered on forums regarding the Shell Giant boss, yet she found no detailed strategies among them. Perhaps it was because the Shell Giant was a one-time boss. Once defeated, it would not reappear, leading others to lose interest in compiling guides. Sighing, she murmured to herself, "I should search for any overlooked details." Just then, Hui Yuan, who had approached, overheard her. "What are you sighing about?" Su Li quickly sheathed us out, making space on the rock for him to sit. "It's nothing. I'm just troubled by the inability to find a breakthrough." Hui Yuan nodded in silence, casually picking up a stone and beginning to sketch in the sandy seabed. Initially, Su Li thought he was merely bored and watched as his nimble fingers traced patterns in the sand while she reviewed the earlier battle. However, before long, she instinctively glanced at the sandy ground and was taken aback by the complete boss skill analysis chart laid out before her. "Everyone come quickly," her voice rang out loudly, instantly drawing the attention of the other three. Curious, they approached to find the comprehensive boss analysis chart and Hui Yuan's recent battle analysis, leaving them equally astonished. Fei Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement and disbelief as he looked to Hui Yuan as if gazing at an idol. "This analysis is extraordinary. The reason I lost aggro was that I inadvertently stepped into the shadow coverage area. Each time I used a control skill to reposition, I triggered the passive mechanism of the soul tendrils, causing the tendril that had been repelled back into the shadows to sneak up behind me. I always thought it was a split from the tendril in front of me." He Ningchuan crouched down to examine the analysis chart closely, though Fu Yi remained silent. The widening of his pupils indicated that he too was astonished by Hui Yuan's comprehensive analysis. Chapter 18. The key players, the nurse, and the assassin having concluded his analysis, Hui Yuan discarded the fragment he had been using as a brush to the ground. He then lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he fixed his stare upon Su Li, who was engrossed in the unfolding events. Hui Yuan spoke in a low, measured tone. "During our last battle, I fortuitously discovered an extraordinary effect of the nurse's stunning ability. It allows the damage dealers to conceal their presence from the tentacles for a duration of 3 seconds. If we can adeptly exploit this advantage, we can unleash the full potential of the assassin's passive skill within the boss's frenzied 5-minute window, combining the assassin's ultimate ability and stealth skill to deliver a lethal blow to the boss's heart. The boss, Beikuju Guai, will enter a state of extreme rage when its health drops below 8%, should the players fail to vanquish it within the stipulated 5 minutes. This terrifying creature will automatically unlock a treasure chest brimming with endless riches and proceed to devour the smaller chests one by one. Each time it consumes a smaller chest, its health will regenerate by a staggering 14 points. Even more alarming, if all 7 smaller chests are consumed, the participating players will face total annihilation. Moreover, every time a team is wiped out due to the chest consumption, the number of smaller chests will diminish for the subsequent battle. To avert such a devastating outcome, Su Li and his comrades had previously encountered team wipes in the first several battles because they would instinctively rush towards the boss's various ultimate skill ranges before it activated its chest-devouring ability. Fortunately, these deaths were not the result of malicious player attacks, thus they did not incur the loss of valuable experience points that would lead to a downgrade. Had that been the case, it is likely that the 5 of them would have already dropped a level or 2 by now. "All right," Fei Yun exclaimed, invigorated like a phoenix reborn, eager to embark on their endeavor. The main tank, reinvigorated, found his spirit renewed, and the others readily complied, promptly positioning themselves as per Hui Yuan's analysis diagram. "Take this punch." Fei Yun delivered a powerful strike against the massive shell shield of Bei Ku Ju Guai, causing the boss's green health bar to instantly turn red, with his ID appearing in bold beneath it. The aggro is secured. In that moment, the boss extended its 2 ethereal tentacles towards Fei Yun, while Hui Yuan and He Ningchuan, poised for action, swiftly deployed their skills to pin the tentacles to the ground. With the tentacles immobilized, a 15-second window of opportunity emerged. Ji Yi, already in stealth mode, seized the moment, rapidly closing the distance to the boss and landing 10 precise strikes into the tender flesh beneath the shell shield. Dark crimson blood poured forth, staining the surrounding waters. As the 15 seconds elapsed, Su Li promptly cast a healing spell on Ji Yi, triggering the assassin's passive ability, which halved all cooldowns. Ji Yi skillfully utilized the stealth skill to evade the boss's aggro lock. Simultaneously, Fei Yun employed a strong aggro skill, effectively reclaiming the aggro that was about to be lost. Once the 2 pinned tentacles returned to the shadows, they swiftly retrieved their weapons. As the newly revived tentacles lunged at Fei Yun once more, Hui Yuan and He Ningchuan repeated their previous tactics, thwarting the tentacles' advance. Having strategized on how to handle the minor mechanics, the 5 of them exhibited remarkable synergy this time. Aside from a brief moment when Fei Yun nearly stepped into the shadow zone while maneuvering the boss, only to be swiftly pulled back by Ji Yi, no other unforeseen incidents occurred. Half an hour later, through their collective efforts, the boss's health had safely dwindled to 8%. Su Li felt that his health was sufficiently stacked to ensure 2 damage dealers would not be instantly felled, and thus he abandoned his plan to remain in the safety zone to assist, launching into a frenzied assault on the boss. "I can keep you alive from being one-shot. Unleash your full damage," Su Li declared loudly. 1688, 1665, 1123. He Ningchuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen, astonished that Su Li's basic attack damage exceeded his own by a full 200 points. After a moment of shock, he regained his composure and, without hesitation, joined the fray alongside Su Li, hoping to help Ji Yi seize the moment to strike the boss's vital spot. He Ningchuan swung his weapon relentlessly, as numbers floated above the boss's head. 1407, 1356. Meanwhile, Hui Yuan also performed admirably, with his damage output steadily increasing. 1790, 1889. Observing that his output was slightly lower than Su Li's, He Ningchuan's mood grew increasingly heavy and complicated. However, when he noticed Hui Yuan's terrifyingly consistent output, an indescribable sense of awe surged within him, prompting a soft curse. "This guy is simply a monster." At that moment, Su Li, who had been intently observing the battle, suddenly called out, "Now's the time." Ziyi. As she spoke, she unleashed a healing skill imbued with stunning effects, landing perfectly on Ji Yi. At that moment, Ji Yi had already entered stealth mode, but was firmly locked by the enraged boss. As Su Li's healing skill took effect, Ji Yi vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Only the 4 ethereal tentacles that had been pursuing Ji Yi remained, now flailing about like headless flies in the spot where he had disappeared. "Be careful." Hui Yuan severed one tentacle but was unable to turn in time to face the other, which impaled his right shoulder. Su Li's healing arrived a second too late. It was only when Ningchuan cut away the tentacle from Hui Yuan's shoulder that the healing finally reached him. Su Li gazed at him with concern. "Are you all right?" With a face reminiscent of Su Li's in its resemblance, his eyes now glimmering with worry, Hui Yuan felt an unfamiliar emotion stir within him. "I'm fine, duck." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Li instinctively crouched down. With a swift sound, the tentacle that had sought to ambush her was severed. Simultaneously, the boss let out a deafening wail, followed by the shattering of countless shells upon its body. The sense of crisis that Fei Yun had felt from being targeted by the boss dissipated instantly, and he exclaimed in delight, "Ji Yi succeeded. The boss is dead." Ding! Congratulations to the players for successfully defeating the boss Bei Ku Ju Guai, earning 2,346 experience points. All 5 members of the party received the system notification, and Su Li and Fei Yun immediately leveled up to level 8. Following this, the system announced server-wide, "Congratulations to players Li Zi, Fei Yun, Xiao He Ai, He Shui, and Ji Yi for defeating the boss Bei Ku Ju Guai, earning a treasure chest containing a giant shell." Chapter 19, Environmental Protection Ambassador. Buff of immunity to poisons. Server announcement. Bei Ku Ju Guai has been defeated. The shallow water area of a novice village has been restored. Police Yi Kid Easy. Fei Yun, Xiao He Ai, He Shui, and Ji have been awarded the title of Environmental Protection Ambassador, along with a binding buff of immunity to poisons. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. We hope that players will take these 4 as examples and cherish the habitat we rely on for survival. "Wow, this buff effect is incredibly useful," Fei Yun exclaimed excitedly, eagerly opening his attributes panel to meticulously study the newly acquired buff, immunity to poisons. Meanwhile, Su Li also accessed her attributes panel. Upon seeing the brand new buff positioned beneath the Koi's blessing buff, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. The buff known as Baidu Buqin grants players immunity to any poison attribute attacks without any cooldown. Additionally, while in a team, this buff can protect all teammates from poison attribute effects for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Upon reading this description, Su Li could not help but marvel. Although this buff may be slightly inferior in quality to Jin Li Ci Fu, its practical effects are undeniably potent and invaluable, especially when facing foes adept at employing toxic assaults. At that moment, Su Li realized that the unexpected title of Environmental Protection Ambassador she had acquired, along with the accompanying buff, would undoubtedly open up more opportunities and guarantees for her future gaming journey. However, she pondered why she had never heard of the Baima Club obtaining this buff in her previous life. Could it be that her own Jin Li Ci Fu buff had activated? The thought of being an undeniable lucky star filled her with joy, prompting her to grasp Hui Yuan's arm. "Can I pinch you?" she asked playfully. Hui Yuan looked puzzled. Su Li chuckled. "If it's myself, I can't bring myself to do it. I'm afraid it will hurt." Hui Yuan laughed along. "I fear pain too. How frustrating. I can't fool you," Su Li said with a hint of regret as she released his arm, then playfully struck her left hand with her right under Hui Yuan's gaze. He Ningchuan stood a short distance away, silently observing their interaction. Whenever his attention fell upon the tall and handsome man beside the girl, he could not help but recall the name that had been missing from the system announcement. Clearly, it had been the 5 of them who had defeated the boss together. So why had Hui Yuan's ID never appeared in the system announcement? Sensing the scrutinizing gaze beside him, Hui Yuan's smile faded considerably. He softly told Su Li, "After battling the boss all night, I'll go make you something delicious. It should be around 9 in the morning outside. What would you like to eat?" Thanks to the game pod, which regularly supplied her with nutrient fluid, Su Li did not feel hunger. "There's no need for that. The game pod provides me with nutrition regularly, so I'm not hungry. You, on the other hand, have not rested all night. You should get some proper sleep." "Ha ha. Su Li, the game keeps your body in a dormant state while playing. You need not be overly concerned about Hui Yuan." The carefree Fei Yun was unaware of Hui Yuan's unique situation and mistakenly believed Su Li was overly anxious. Su Li chose not to clarify this, smiling back at him. "Uh-huh. I would have completely forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. Fei Yun was correct. She indeed did not require extensive sleep to replenish her energy for normal bodily functions. Hui Yuan's words were laden with double meanings, and understanding his background, Su Li's smile deepened. Then I would like to have Cantonese morning tea. All right. Though Hui Yuan was unfamiliar with what Cantonese morning tea entailed, he nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, he logged off. After Hui Yuan logged off, everyone added each other as friends and prepared to return to their respective homes. At that moment, Fei Yun quietly leaned towards Su Li and asked, "Shall we have a meal together? Are you and Hui Yuan living together?" Su Li shot him a sideways glance. A smile on her face that did not quite reach her eyes. Yes, why? And nothing. Her smile aroused Fei Yun's caution, and he quickly distanced himself from her. After waiting for a while, and noticing that Su Li had no intention of doing anything to him, Fei Yun's curiosity piqued again. He cautiously probed. Could it be that you and Hui Yuan are coroners? Or perhaps a couple? Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you doing, Fui? You're going to break my arm. Fei Yun exclaimed as his arm was suddenly twisted behind him by Fu Yi, causing him to yelp in pain. Enough noise. Fu Yi maintained his grip. Nodding at Su Li, I'll take this noisy guy away. Let's hunt monsters together another time. All right, goodbye. Su Li openly displayed her delight at his misfortune, as if afraid others might miss it, and all of this fell squarely into Fei Yun's observant eyes. Just as Fei Yun was about to scold her, his mouth was suddenly covered by Fu Yi, who swiftly dragged him away from the scene. At that moment, Ning Chuan quietly stored away his own small treasure chest, seemingly oblivious to the unusual situation between Hui Yuan and Su Li. He casually greeted Su Li before elegantly leaping onto his swift mount, departing with haste. As a gust of wind swept by, dust was kicked up all around. Indeed, a wealthy person leaves in a grandiose manner. Su Li could not help but mutter under her breath. She then lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the two dazzling golden treasure chests at her feet. As for why Su Li had one more treasure chest than the others, it was undoubtedly because she had provided the crucial clue that led to the discovery of this colossal shell creature. Without her pivotal information, they would never have known of this formidable boss, laden with such generous rewards. Consequently, after much discussion among the group, they reached a decision. Originally, there had been 7 treasure chests, and after dividing them, one of the 2 extra chests would be sent to the auction house for all players on the server to bid on, with the proceeds evenly shared among the 5 of them. As for the remaining chest, it would belong solely to Su Li. Opening 2 treasure chests at once was quite exhilarating. Su Li rubbed her hands together in anticipation, but just as she was about to open the chest, she paused, recalling an important piece of information she had long forgotten. The person who betrayed her in her previous life had encountered a traveler claiming to be from the Western continent during this time and had obtained a skill book from them. It was precisely this skill book that had allowed that person to rise to fame as the first warrior of renown. Chapter 20. The mysterious traveler Su Li had thoroughly searched the entire novice village, leaving no corner or hidden spot unchecked. Yet she still could not find any trace of the traveler from the Western continent. At this moment, there were only 2 possibilities before her. First, that the traveler had yet to appear in the novice village, or second, that someone had already encountered the traveler and successfully obtained the skill book from them. Given that the individual in her previous life had never mentioned the exact timing of their encounter with the traveler, Su Li could only adopt a positive and optimistic attitude towards the situation, patiently waiting at the location described by that person. The passage of time in the game differed greatly from that in the real world. Su Li waited there for a full day and night, while in reality, only an hour had passed. What are you doing here? Just then, a deep and melodious male voice, strikingly familiar, suddenly reached Su Li's ears. Though Hui Yuan had consistently managed to pinpoint her location accurately these past few days, Su Li still found it challenging to adapt to being startled in this manner. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart before slowly responding. I'm waiting for a traveler. You scared me. Hui Yuan found a spot beside her to squat down and said in a lowered voice, I apologize. Next time, I'll tap you first before calling out. Su Li recalled the last time he had startled her by tapping her shoulder, causing her to jump half a meter high in embarrassment, and quickly shook her head. Being suddenly touched is even scarier. Just call out to me directly. The girl's comically distressed expression made Hua Yuan chuckle, and after a while, he finally stopped laughing. Breakfast is ready. Log off and eat something. I'll keep watch for you here. That's fine. The traveler probably won't appear for a while. If they do show up, just go ahead and strike up a conversation. Just don't let anyone else steal the opportunity. Rest assured, as Suli emerged from the gaming pod, the sound of several joints cracking echoed from her body, a stark reminder that even with the pod's comforts, one cannot remain prone for too long. Upon entering the kitchen, she was greeted by the sight of a modest dining table adorned with 8 exquisite small plates, each containing a distinct delicacy. It baffled her how Hui Yuan, an NPC who had recently awakened, managed to procure such an elegant spread of Cantonese dim sum. Accompanied by steaming sweet porridge, Su Li devoured the meal with fervor. Swiftly placing the dishes into the dishwasher she had ordered alongside the gaming pod before hurriedly returning to immerse herself in the game. Once back in the game, she discovered that Hui Yuan remained in the same position as before, indicating that the traveler had yet to arrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, 3 hours passed, and Su Li spotted a figure adorned in Western attire at the end of a secluded path in the novice village. The figure approached against the backdrop of the setting sun, casting a long shadow, while an eerie, obscure melody escaped his lips. The traveler had finally arrived. Both Su Li and Hui Yuan spoke simultaneously, though their words diverged. Following Hui Yuan's gaze, Su Li beheld a man standing at the entrance of the path. His face was all too familiar to her, etched in her memory with a bitterness that made her grit her teeth. It was he, the one she loathed so intensely that, had circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to tear him apart. Yet, even as she struggled to suppress her animosity, the flames of fury ignited within her. Clenching her fists tightly, she instinctively leaned forward, as if ready to pounce. Fortunately, Hui Yuan's quick reflexes prevented her from acting on her impulse. In that moment, the hatred burning in her eyes felt like a raging inferno, seemingly heating the very air around her. Hui Yuan furrowed his brow as he observed her. Drawing from years of experience and keen insight, he surmised that the gaunt man clad in warrior garb was likely the very traitor Su Li had spoken of, the one who had betrayed his homeland and plotted against her. However, this was not the time for reckless actions. After their prolonged vigil, the crucial traveler had finally shown himself. The immediate task was to intercept this man and prevent him from obtaining the skill book from the traveler. Only by doing so could they thwart his ambition and avert the potential for him to betray once more. Ina ashton, Yuan whispered in Su Li's ear, urging her to remain composed. We must not allow him to acquire the skill book from the traveler. If we sever this path, he will be unable to realize his ambitions and, in turn, will not have the opportunity to commit further transgressions. Thankfully, Su Li was not entirely consumed by her hatred. A fragment of reason remained. After Hui Yuan's counsel, she quickly regained her composure. You distract him, and I shall intercept the traveler. She feared that getting too close to that man would lead her to unleash her wrath upon him. Be careful, Hui Yuan replied, relieved to see her regain her rationality. He released her wrist and stealthily maneuvered behind some nearby bushes, preparing to strike when a man passed by, diverting him from the path. Su Li took several deep breaths to calm herself and cautiously emerged from her hiding place, inching closer to the traveler. As she approached him, she suddenly noticed his gaze fixed intently upon her. To her astonishment, the traveler wore a strangely enigmatic smile, as though he could perceive the secrets hidden within her heart. Without warning, he halted, standing still and locking his gaze on his Su Li. This unexpected shift sent a shiver down her spine, an inexplicable fear swelling within her. She could not articulate this sensation, but her instincts warned her that she had become prey in the eyes of this mysterious traveler, placing her in a perilous situation. Despite the inner voice urging her to retreat, the thought of that coveted skill book propelled Su Li forward, her determination ignited. Each step felt increasingly arduous, her heartbeat quickening with every movement. Though merely a holographic game, she could feel beads of sweat forming on her brow. Beautiful lady, how may I assist you? The traveler's voice was remarkably gentle, and at the sound of his words, the terror she had felt moments ago dissipated, along with his bizarrely exaggerated smile. The subtle curve of his lips exuded warmth reminiscent of the setting sun, rendering her previous fears mere illusions. Chapter 21. The Spy NPC and the Dual Identity. Su Li momentarily faltered in processing this stark contrast, her mind racing as she contemplated how to respond to his inquiry. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, the traveler continued, "It seems you do not require my assistance. Might I ask for a favor in return?" Energized by his words, Su Li inquired, "What favor?" The traveler's smile widened. Legends of the Eastern continent are well known in the Western lands. They say it is a realm of gold, where every citizen, noble or commoner, feasts endlessly on meat and drinks copious amounts of fine spirits. He paused, excitement gleaming in his eyes before elaborating. Moreover, the most prosperous nation in the East is not only affluent, but also a bastion of rich cultural heritage. The unique cultural system established by its wise predecessors has spread far and wide, creating a vast cultural sphere dominated by the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the expression on the traveler's face convinced Su Li that the earlier unsettling smile was indeed no mere figment of her imagination. "So what?" she pressed. The traveler smiled subtly, drawing forth a dark red-covered book from his cloak. With an air of mystery, he proclaimed, "I possess a skill book acquired from a fairy. If you inscribe a little-known secret within its pages, it shall grant you the opportunity to enhance your own abilities." So this was the coveted skill book. Listening to the traveler's persuasive words, Su Li could not help but stifle a laugh in her heart. His rhetoric, while grandiose, was ultimately an enticing lure for players to forsake their original factions in pursuit of greater power. The game Shen Yun boasts an expansive and intricate worldview, its foundational structure mirroring the various nations of the real world, delineating distinct factions. Specifically, when players first log in, the system automatically allocates them to the corresponding faction server based on their IP address. In light of this self-proclaimed traveler, Su Li had ample reason to suspect he was a spy NPC deliberately crafted by the game developers. However, she was left pondering which faction this traveler represented. The nation involved in the resource conflict that led to her demise in her previous life comprised 3 factions, her own Dragon Kingdom, along with Gaul and Sakura. Thus, this skill book must not fall into the hands of those seeking shortcuts. Otherwise, it would inevitably become a ticking time bomb, posing a significant threat to the Dragon Kingdom a year hence. Upon this realization, Su Li resolutely replied, "No problem, I shall certainly assist." As the traveler handed her the precious skill book, the system notification chimed. Ding. Player Kali has successfully acquired the skill book from the traveler of the Western continent, unlocking the identity of the double-faced person. Almost immediately, another notification followed. Ding. The fairy guarding the skill book has forcibly signed a contract with you. Su Li widened her eyes at the contract details that popped up before her, silently cursing the system for its lack of fairness. It turned out that this contract required the player to record a secret pertaining to their faction each month, which would then need to be approved by the fairy guarding the skill book to earn a precious reward of 10 free attribute points. However, failure to comply with this requirement would result in the merciless deduction of 10 attribute points from the player's existing stats as punishment. Well, so this is how it's going to be. Su Li gritted, härtigt incident indignation, reflecting on why that individual from her past life would willingly become a traitor. In an environment plagued by monstrous beings where a moment's carelessness could lead to demise, who could endure the torment of attribute deductions? When Hui Yuan returned, he found Su Li lost in contemplation while holding the blank skill book. "Why is this skill book blank? Did the traveler deceive you?" Su Li sighed, putting the book away. "I was not deceived. This book has tasked me with becoming a spy." After recounting the entire situation to him, Su Li pondered where to unearth some obscure secrets to inscribe within the book. There are countless hidden secrets in this world, and she was determined to secure those 10 free attribute points without writing faction secrets. While writing faction secrets was out of the question, obtaining the reward was non-negotiable. Sitting atop the Qianli Shinju, she contemplated the trivial yet secretive matters from her previous life and eventually decided to pursue the route of gossip. The loves and hates, personal grievances, and the discord between elite clubs could certainly be classified as secrets. Hui Yuan, holding the reins of the Qianli Shinju, suddenly received Su Li's invitation to ride together. Upon accepting, he mounted the horse and, with both hands gripping the reins, drew the petite girl close to him. Have you figured out where to find the secrets? Yes. To the resurrection point in the novice village. In her previous life, there was a guild that only recruited female players. Due to its stringent membership criteria, the guild's actual numbers were modest. Nevertheless, the female players were exceptionally skilled, and their connections often extended to the upper echelons of other major guilds. This led to them being privy to the latest and most genuine gossip. Moreover, the female players of this guild were remarkably united, sharing even the juiciest tidbits solely within their ranks, rarely leaking information externally. Therefore, Su Li planned to use this mishmash of gossip as secrets to write in the skill book. If the opposing faction craved secrets, she would provide them in abundance. At that moment, the Guild's founder was cornered at the resurrection point due to some personal vendettas, and she intended to offer her assistance. Upon arriving at the novice village resurrection point, they found it as lively as ever, without any sign of players being buried beneath it. Su Li dismounted and accepted several simple side quests from the nearby NPCs, running errands while keeping a vigilant eye on the resurrection point. The side quests in the novice village were straightforward, typically involving assisting NPCs in gathering herbs or fetching water from the river, mundane tasks that yielded meager rewards and experience points. After completing her 8th side quest, where she retrieved a ball that had fallen into a troop of monkeys for the village's child king, the teleportation point finally stirred with activity. A large group suddenly materialized at the resurrection point, surrounding it entirely, causing every resurrected player to scurry away in fright, save for Su Li and Hui Yuan, who remained nearby. This aggressive crowd bore a uniform ID, prominently displaying the words Red Soldier. They were the old rivals of the White Horse Club, led by Fei Yun. While they were undeniably powerful, their reputation among the major clubs was the poorest. They had previously been exposed for treating new members like cattle, resulting in tragic incidents of overwork and death. However, due to the substantial backing of the Red Soldier Club's investors, who had connections in both the legitimate and underworld realms, the matter was settled with a payout of 1 million and a promise to ensure the deceased's family receive care in the best nursing home after their 50th birthday. Rather than suffer any repercussions, the Red Soldier Club emerged unscathed, gaining a reputation for supporting the families of their employees. After hearing Su Li's account of the Red Soldier Club, Hui Yuan's gaze turned slightly disdainful. Disgusting. Su Li wholeheartedly concurred with his assessment. In her previous life, the player known as Moldy 8 Treasures, who founded the unique, all-female guild, Lianhua Luo, had become a target of the Red Soldier Club simply for refusing to yield a minor monster to them. However, Su Li was unclear as to why the hostility from the Red Soldier Club towards Moldy 8 Treasures escalated from initial encounters in the wild to outright blocking her at the resurrection point. After 5 minutes of waiting at the resurrection point, the Red Soldier Club finally succeeded in surrounding Moldy 8 Treasures as she resurrected. Upon realizing she was encircled, Moldy 8 Treasures nonchalantly sat down within the protective glow of the resurrection point, completely disregarding the taunts from the Red Soldier members. Every resurrection point is equipped with a protective mechanism for resurrected players. As long as one remains within the illuminated area, no form of attack can inflict damage. Thus, the members of the Red Soldier Club could do little more than continue their mockery in the nearby chat channel. However, with a bit of cleverness, solutions can always be found. Soon, the leading player of the Red Soldier Club, upon hearing a whisper from another player, revealed a smug smile directed at the seated female character within the light. The male ranged attacker, leading the Red Soldier Club, spoke in the nearby chat channel. Moldy 8 Treasures, while you may be safe within the glow, your dear sisters might not be so fortunate. After reading this message, Su Li observed Moldy 8 Treasures stand up, responding in the nearby channel. You Red Soldiers always manage to do something nauseating. I take responsibility for my actions. Do not target my friends. Finally not pretending to be blind, are we? You can see what we're saying now? Such a pity, we've already found them. And they've probably been killed back to the resurrection point by now. You'll soon reunite with your dear sisters. Not long after Wang-Erdan's words were spoken, 3 female players indeed appeared at the resurrection point. Su Li noted that the trio directed their gaze towards moldy 8 treasures, suggesting they were the sisters Wang-Erdan mentioned. In the game, players cannot hear each other unless they are friends, so Su Li and the others were unaware of the conversation among the 4. Ultimately, they all stepped out of the protective light, confronting the aggressive members of the Red Soldier Club head-on. Once the concealment of the light beam dissipated, Su Li finally discerned that the rank of the Moldy 8 treasure porridge had plummeted to level 4, while the other 3 appeared to have yet to lose a level, remaining at level 6. Observing that the 4 no longer sought refuge within the light beam, the members of the Hongbing Club refrained from further idle chatter and surged forward, launching an assault on the quartet. The Moldy 8 treasure porridge specialized in range damage output. The towering Guqin behind her served as her weapon. Her fair fingers danced gracefully over the strings, producing melodious notes that transformed into powerful sound waves directed at her foes. Among her companions stood 2 healers and a warrior. After her sonic assault was thwarted by the opposing tank player's shield, the warrior beside her lunged forward with a spear, shattering the enemy's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, the Moldy 8 treasure porridge unleashed another sound wave attack, successfully diminishing the opposing tank player's health by 30 points. Given that the 4 were currently engaged in an exchange of blows with the Hongbing Club, Su Li and Hui Yuan remained stationary, refraining from joining the fray. The notion of delivering aid when the adversary was at their most desperate resonated with them. Although the Moldy 8 treasure porridge and her companions exhibited remarkable agility and finesse in their movements, the disparity in levels and numbers predetermined their fate from the outset. Soon, the quartet's mana bars ran dry, and the healers could no longer maintain the health of the 2 damage dealers. Sensing this, the Hongbing Club intensified their onslaught, with the lowest-ranked Moldy 8 treasure porridge losing health at an alarming rate, just as she was about to be harvested by the advancing Wang-Erdan. Su Li finally sprang into action. A healing spell enveloped the female Guqin player, instantly restoring her health. Following this, she swiftly unleashed several basic attacks, sending 4 or 5 small light orbs crashing towards Wang-Erdan's face. Alas, despite Wang-Erdan's boastful demeanor, his skills were commendable, and he easily evaded Su Li's assault. The 2 tank players from the Hongbing Club promptly raised their shields, protecting their teammates while keeping a wary eye on Su Li. Wang-Erdan scrutinized Su Li's in-game ID, confirming he had no acquaintance with her, and subsequently addressed the nearby chat. Hongbing Wang-Erdan, my friend, why did you suddenly intervene in our affairs? Su Li, disinterested in responding, brandished her 3-eyed fish-head lamp and launched an attack. Hongbing Wang-Erdan, are you intending to oppose the Hongbing Club? The club's assassins swiftly dispersed the light orbs and entered stealth mode, advancing towards Su Li's position. Chapter 23. Committing suicide to level 1. Compensating with 10 bottles of red and blue potions, Su Li was determined not to allow them to close in on her, swiftly making her way towards the Moldy 8 treasure porridge. Here, 4 bottles of blue potions landed securely in the Moldy 8 treasure porridge's grasp. She cast a grateful glance at Su Li before distributing the potions among her 3 companions. Without hesitation, they consumed the potions in unison. The assassins from the Hongbing Club could not approach Su Li, and after she unleashed a powerful area of effect spell, their stealth was abruptly disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, while several assassins were momentarily stunned, Yuan dashed forward and swiftly dispatched the nearest assassin. The Moldy 8 treasure porridge, now somewhat restored, engaged one of the remaining assassins in battle alongside the warrior. The remaining 2 healers joined forces with Su Li, continuously casting their ultimate abilities to support the 3 damage dealers. After the 3 assassins were vanquished and revived at their respawn points, additional damage dealers from the Hongbing Club surged forward. However, the seamless cooperation of Su Li's group gradually turned the tide against the numerically superior Hongbing Club. As the members of his team fell one by one, Wang-Erdan began to lose his composure, recklessly expending potions as if they were free. With the aid of the blue and red potions, the Hongbing Club managed to regain some ground. Unfortunately, the consumption of potions increased their satiety, and soon most of the Hongbing members reached their limit, unable to stack buffs any further. "Oh, Captain, I'm down to just 10 health points. What should we do?" Wang Erden, hearing the desperate cries of his teammates and glancing at his depleted supply of potions, felt a surge of frustration. Each squad received a weekly quota of potions, and he had squandered the entire week's supply in a moment of competitive fervor. Regardless of whether he could fulfill the higher-ups' demands to eliminate the moldy 8 treasure porridge, his return to the club would inevitably lead to a salary deduction. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that most of his teammates had already lost a level, and prolonging the confrontation would result in greater losses. With a thunderous shout, Wang Erden commanded, "Cease fire." Seeing Wang Erden's team halt their assault, Su Li raised her hand to signal her companions to do the same. Shortly thereafter, she noticed a new message in the nearby chat. "Hongbing Wang Erden. In the face of superior skill, we concede. Let us pretend we have never encountered the moldy 8 treasure porridge today. However, you have meddled in our Hongbing Club's affairs without reason, and this enmity shall remain. In the future, exercise caution in the wild. Should you fall victim to another player, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Moldy 8 treasure porridge, Wang Erden." This friend merely intervened to assist in a moment of injustice. Do not make things difficult for her. Hongbing Wang Erden. If you wish for me to let this slide, you must commit suicide to drop to level 1 and compensate me with 10 bottles each of red and blue potions. Such a brazen demand. Do not heed him. Zhu Zhu, as a member of the club, surely understood that players like them, who were unaffiliated, would be reluctant to expend their hard-earned copper coins on red and blue potions. His intention was clearly to force you to sell your remaining equipment to cover the cost. Listening to her good friend's advice, the moldy 8 treasure porridge shook her head. "I understand, but if I do not comply, you all cannot safely enjoy the game in the future. I do not wish for you to be implicated, nor do I want to endanger those 2 kind friends who came to our aid. Let this grievance end here." The moldy 8 treasure porridge was acutely aware of Wang Erden's ulterior motives, yet she could not allow her predicament to jeopardize her friends. Nor could she place Su Li and Hui Yuan, who had selflessly assisted, in harm's way. "Moldy 8 treasure porridge. Agreed. But you must promise me that from this day forth, the enmity between me and the Hongbing Club shall be resolved, and you shall not disturb my friends, nor Su Li and Hui Yuan." Hongbing Wang Erden. Deal. Wang Erden was eager to conclude this matter swiftly, as it would spare them from sacrificing valuable leveling time to confront this unassuming Guqin player. After saving the screenshots of the past 2 days' records, the moldy 8 treasure porridge announced in the World Channel her offer to trade red and blue potions for level 8 elite equipment. Before long, she received private messages, arranging to meet at the Novice Village respawn point for the trade. The player seeking to purchase equipment arrived in the Novice Village with red and blue potions, and in the presence of witnesses, the 2 exchanged gift emails. After the player happily received the level 8 equipment, Wang Erden also received a gift email from the moldy 8 treasure porridge, containing 10 bottles each of red and blue potions. Without waiting for Wang Erden to urge her, the graceful and poised female Guqin player resolutely raised her dagger and plunged it in her neck before collapsing to the ground. Mere seconds later, she resurrected at the respawn point and unhesitatingly repeated the act of self-inflicted demise. Thus, the moldy 8 treasure porridge repeated this chilling performance time and again, as if presenting a harrowing display of suicide before the crowd. After more than 20 such acts of self-destruction, the numerical representation of her level finally dropped to LV1. This time, the moldy 8 treasure porridge did not rush to resurrect. Instead, she typed in the nearby chat, "Is this satisfactory?" Hongbing Wang Erden. It is. Wang Erden initially wished to taunt and ridicule his opponent a bit more, but upon catching sight of the peculiar 3-eyed fish head lamp in Su Li's hand, which flickered ominously and emitted a sizzling sound, a vivid image of the recent, humiliating defeat he had suffered flashed through his mind. Thus, he wisely chose to remain silent and led his subordinates away in silence. After the members of the Hongbing Club departed, Feimu Babezu was revived. The first thing she did upon emerging from the revival point was to send a friend request to Su Li. With the addition of a friend, they could converse freely. "Thank you for your assistance. I will repay you for those 4 bottles of blue potions as soon as possible. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." The next moment, Su Li received an email from Feimu Babizu, which contained 99 Lingji mushrooms. Lingji is a primary ingredient for crafting red potions. And since players can only create blue potions after reaching level 15, most independent players have not accumulated such crafting materials in advance, unlike the club members who stockpiled them. Those players who collected these materials alongside the club profited handsomely once they reached level 15. Su Li recognized the impending value of these 99 Lingji mushrooms, and, rather than expressing disdain, she sincerely thanked her counterpart. "Thank you. However, the worth of these Lingji mushrooms far exceeds that of the 4 blue potions, so there is no need for repayment." After saying this, Su Li sent her a gift email. "This is for you. Let us become friends." Chapter 24. A timely assistance. Gazing at the level 8 elite weapon lying in the email, Feimu Babizu was taken aback by Su Li's generosity. Immediately, she returned the email. "I cannot accept this. The attributes of this weapon are so remarkable that you could easily auction it off, attracting bids from players across the entire server, yielding a substantial profit. While the auction house is indeed a viable option, any copper coins earned before reaching level 10 will be frozen. This resembles a short-term investment. Although swift, short-term investments come with significant risks and limited returns. I'm not fond of that." Su Li resubmitted the email, shaking her head. "I prefer long-term, stable investments, those that appreciate over time. For instance," here she paused, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes, "investing in a player with boundless potential like you. Are you referring to me?" Feimu Babizu was uncertain, and upon seeing Su Li nod, she instinctively began to shake her head in denial. No, I have fallen back to level 1. Su Li unabashedly interrupted her. "Trust me, you will succeed. My judgment of people is always accurate. I will not be mistaken. While it may appear that the Hongbing Club is an unassailable behemoth, once players reach level 10, the guild system will activate. At that point, we can harness the power of the guild to contend with them. This is undeniably a feasible strategy." However, sensing her wavering resolve, Su Li quickly seized the opportunity to persuade further. "Just think, if we could successfully forge an immensely powerful guild, your good sisters and friends would no longer have to endure the kind of wanton bullying faced today. Once we possess sufficient strength, we can not only protect ourselves and our loved ones from humiliation, but also rescue those innocent souls ensnared in the vortex of gaming bullying. Thus, it would be a win-win situation. Why not embrace it?" Earlier, Su Li had managed to prevent Feimu Babizu from acquiescing to Wang Erden's demands. For a friendship with Fei Yun was a matter easily uncovered by the Hongbing Club. Due to the presence of the Bema Club, they could only act discreetly against her, unlike their overt treatment of Feimu Babizu. Hence, she felt no fear of offending the Hongbing Club. However, to deepen her timely assistance, she refrained from stopping the Hongbing Club from cornering Feimu Babizu completely. Observing the flicker of determination in her eyes, Su Li knew her strategy was largely successful, now requiring just one final push. "Return to your sisters and discuss this thoroughly. This email will automatically return after 7 days. If you resolve to grow stronger, then accept this weapon. If you're truly content to lag behind, you may return it to me later." Feimu Babizu pressed her lips together, arriving at a decision. "Very well, grant me some time to ponder." Su Li smirked, acknowledging that her final statement had been deliberately crafted. Provocation can be quite effective on someone like Feimu Babizu, whose tenacity and ambition are commendable. Mounting her swift steed, Su Li headed towards the valley west of the novice village, where level 9 monsters roamed. Presently, Su Li was in high spirits, eager to slay a few two-headed snakes for some excitement. The steed halted at the valley entrance, refusing to move further, prompting Su Li to dismount alongside Hui Yuan and proceed on foot. It seemed that something within the valley instilled a sense of fear in the horse. Hui Yuan forged ahead, clearing the path. Su Li recalled the accounts from her previous life regarding this valley. confirming that aside from the highly toxic two-headed snakes and the white-headed hawks that preyed on them, there were no other formidable creatures, as the smaller monsters, such as wild rabbits, posed little threat. Surely not. In my past life, I never encountered reports of creatures here that were more dangerous than the two-headed snakes or white-headed hawks. The entrance to the valley was shrouded in a thick mist, severely limiting visibility, to the extent that even Hui Yuan, walking ahead, occasionally vanished from view. Fearing they might become separated and that Hui Yuan would not benefit from her immunity buff, she clung tightly to the hem of his garment. This immunity buff is quite advantageous, saving me a considerable sum on potions to counter the miasma and antidotes. Hui Yuan, I have been meaning to ask you, where do you acquire the funds to buy ingredients for cooking? But I forgot amidst the numerous events. Hui Yuan, why are you silent? Since their reunion, Hui Yuan had always responded to her, and never had she encountered a situation where she spoke 3 consecutive sentences without receiving a reply. Sulie's heartraced, tugging at Hui Yuan's garment with increased intensity, inadvertently tearing something that produced a faint ripping sound. The fabric could not possibly be that fragile, could it? She glanced down and discovered that what she held was not cloth but a fragment of an unfamiliar leaf. Discarding the leaf, Su Li swiftly gripped the fish-head lamp at her waist. The lamp was primed and ready, its dim light illuminating a small area before her. The hissing sounds of serpents encircled Su Li, yet no matter which direction she attempted to strike, she failed to land a blow on any creature. Instead, the small light orb that fell to the ground dispersed the mist, revealing a vacant, muddy path and the rocky wall. Checking her mini-map, Su Li steeled her resolve and continued toward the valley. After cautiously traversing approximately 100 meters, the fog began to thin. Simultaneously, she heard the sounds of fierce combat ahead. While illuminating the path with the small light orb, she hurried forward. In the clearing ahead, she spotted Hui Yuan in peril. Surrounded by a swarm of two-headed snakes, their scarlet eyes sending chills down her spine. Despite Hui Yuan's impressive skills, within a mere few seconds of being besieged by so many two-headed snakes, he was bitten on the calf by 2 of them. As she had feared most, the distance was too great for the immunity buff to take effect, even in a party. Su Li wielded the fish head lamp, casting healing spells upon Hui Yuan, as the rate of his health depletion due to poisoning gradually slowed. This will not do. The distance is too far for the buff to reach him. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of two-headed snakes, Su Li found herself unable to grant the immunity buff to herself from a safe distance. Without a moment's hesitation, she forged a path through the encircling serpents, stepping over countless snake corpses until she reached Hui Yuan's side. The sheer number of snakes meant she inevitably sustained a few bites, but fortunately, the immunity buff prevented her from succumbing to poison. Chapter 25. New settings in the Novice Village Valley. What are you doing here? Get out! Hu Yuan exclaimed upon noticing Su Li, who had carved a bloody trail through the snakes, and was now just a step away from him. Ignoring his concerned words, Su Li leapt gracefully to his side. The immunity buff activated instantaneously, alleviating the severe poison that afflicted him. As Su Li met his gaze, she noticed a flicker of anger in his striking eyes. He averted his gaze in a huff as she looked up. Understanding that he was solely worried about her, she softened her tone and played the emotional card, saying, "Just as you worry about me, I cannot help but feel anxious seeing you surrounded and bitten by so many snakes." Her strategy proved effective. Though Hui Yuan continued to viciously slay the snakes in a fit of frustration, Su Li observed that his previously furrowed brow had relaxed, transforming his demeanor from that of an imposing ice mountain to one beginning to thaw. While she chatted endlessly, she did not forget to swing the fish-head lantern in her hand. It was impossible to count how many two-headed snakes they had slain together. The relentless onslaught of serpents continued to climb over their fallen brethren, creating a mound of snake bodies that reached Su Li's knees. Having consumed 5 bottles of blue potions, her experience points had accumulated to half, and she was on the verge of leveling up to level 9. As for Hui Yuan, being a non-player character, he lacked a blue bar entirely. What on earth is wrong with these snakes? Charging in as if seeking death. Su Li complained just as a violent wind swept through the valley. Suddenly, a vast shadow as dark as ink began to manifest in the sky, accompanied by a series of sharp, piercing and resounding bird calls that echoed throughout the desolate valley. Outside the valley, a team of 10 players, each adorned with a white horse prefix ID, also heard the thunderous bird cries. The team was led by Fu Yi, who had recently teamed up with Su Li to defeat a boss. Following that fierce battle, his level had successfully risen from LV8 to LV9. Moreover, every member of his team was a formidable top-tier player at level 8. According to the latest internal intelligence from the Bai Ma Club, the game officials had implemented a special setting for this valley on the night of the full moon each year. A breathtaking battle would erupt between the two-headed snakes and the bald eagles. Today marked the commencement of this inaugural battle, and they planned to lay in wait, poised to reap the rewards from the surviving two-headed snakes or bald eagles, thus amassing substantial experience points. Fu Yi, I hear sounds of combat coming from the valley, a player behind him remarked. Soon, the others began to listen intently to the sounds emanating from the valley. Indeed, amidst the echoes of the eagles' calls, they could discern the clashing of weapons. Could it be that the Hong Bing Club got here first? This cannot stand. We cannot allow them to seize the opportunity. At the mere mention of their old rivals, the Hong Bing Club, the group's composure faltered, and they felt a burning desire to charge in and engage in a fierce battle. Fu Yi intervened, calming his excited teammates with a single statement. Let us not rush into action. Listen closely. The sounds of fighting within the valley do not seem as intense or frequent as we imagined. I suspect there may be no more than 3 individuals inside. Given the Hong Bing Club's usual tactics, if they were aware of such a prime opportunity, they would not simply dispatch so few members. Upon hearing his words, the group halted, reflecting on the past actions of the Hong Bing Club. Gradually, their agitation subsided. After all, the Hong Bing Club had always been insatiable, never letting a chance for gain slip by. Faced with such an enticing opportunity, they would undoubtedly go all out, deploying their entire club to fill every inch of the valley. With the atmosphere of restlessness dissipated, Fu Yi led his team with renewed focus as they cautiously entered the valley. Thanks to the recent gust of wind that had blown away much of the fog, they did not encounter the terrifying scenario that Su Li had faced, where her teammates had suddenly vanished, and they smoothly entered the valley. Chapter 26. Nearly misidentified as enemies upon entering the valley and observing the ground blanketed with a dense mass of two-headed snakes. Fu Yi and his companions felt a shiver run down their spines. The incessant hissing created an almost deafening ringing in their ears. At this moment, the sounds of battle they had previously heard from outside the valley had ceased, and they saw no other players within. Only the ground littered with severed two-headed snake corpses bore witness to the previous skirmishes. Fu Yi raised his hand to signal silence, prompting the group to begin searching for suitable hiding places. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air from above. At the forefront of the flock of eagles, a massive bald eagle leader, resplendent with a snow-white head and robust wings, raised its head skyward and let out a clear, resonant call. Following its summons, the other eagles joined in unison, echoing the leader's cries. At that moment, the previously dormant two-headed snakes on the ground seemed to respond to some unseen call, straightening their bodies and fixating their gazes upon the eagles in the sky, hissing vehemently to express their fierce animosity. The atmosphere grew palpably tense, and a life-and-death battle was poised to erupt. In a flash, the bald eagle leader dove with breathtaking speed toward the stoutest two-headed snake leader below. The eagle and the snake became entwined in fierce combat. Unyielding in the face of its formidable opponent, the snake leader opened its massive jaws to reveal razor-sharp, venomous fangs, surging forward with all its might to bite the eagle's leg. However, the eagle reacted with remarkable agility, executing a swift turn to evade the attack, ultimately landing a bite on the snake's iron-like claw. The eagle's claws, encased in a thick, hard keratin layer, proved resilient enough to withstand the snake's long, glimmering fangs, preventing the deadly venom from penetrating into its flesh. The intense battle between the two leaders had raged for a full quarter of an hour, yet neither side gained the upper hand. During this tumultuous clash, countless two-headed snakes fell victim to the eagle's sharp claws and beak. while innumerable valiant eagles met their demise at the hands of the snake's potent venom. Suddenly, a thunderous, crisp cry resonated through the sky. The massive two-headed snake that had battled the bald eagle leader finally released its grip on the eagle's body, crashing to the ground and sending dust soaring into the air. A deep gash, torn open by the eagle's claws, was visible at the snake's critical point, where its heart should have been, now rendered utterly hollow. Despite the myriad of deep, serpentine bite marks adorning the body of the white-headed falcon leader, it possessed a unique gene that enabled it to mitigate some of the venom from the two-headed serpent. With this extraordinary advantage, it emerged victorious from this life-and-death struggle, claiming triumph in this brutal conflict. Upon the demise of the two-headed serpent leader, the morale of its faction plummeted, while the white-headed falcons, emboldened by their success, pursued relentlessly, forcing the remaining two-headed serpents to flee into their underground lairs to escape the onslaught. The falcon leader circled the valley from above several times before finally retreating with the other falcons back to their nest perched on the steep cliff. As soon as the white-headed falcons departed, Su Li leapt from the tree where she had been hiding, landing directly in front of a member of the White Horse Club. This member, a melee tank player, was startled and hastily swung a meteor hammer towards Su Li. Weighing 100 pounds, should this weapon strike true, it would likely cost Su Li at least half her life, if not more. Fu Yi, completely unprepared for such an unexpected situation, rushed towards Su Li upon recognizing her presence, eager to save her. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too great, and the meteor hammer fell with alarming speed, leaving Fu Yi helplessly watching as the massive weapon descended ever closer to the delicate healer. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the ground, followed by Fu Ye's furious shout, "A chestnut!" The meteor hammer crashed down, producing a deafening noise. Fu Yi felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively reluctant to gaze upon the massive crater left by the hammer. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the dissipating dust to reveal the fate of the suddenly appeared healer. Just as anxiety reached its peak, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden oriole's song, floated from the direction of the crater, reaching Fu Ye's ears. Phew, that was close. Su Li exhaled, gently patting her chest to calm her racing heart, with the indifferent Ho Yuan by her side. Upon seeing Su Li unharmed, the weight lifted from Fu Ye's heart, and he sighed with relief before hastening towards her to offer a sincere apology. Subsequently, he turned to the instigating member and delivered a stern reprimand. The chastised member, head bowed in embarrassment, recognized his wrongdoing and refrained from arguing, silently typing out a lengthy message to Su Li, once more expressing his apologies. Su Li understood that her sudden appearance had indeed startled the player, and she bore some responsibility for the incident. Thus she kindly reassured the player that she bore no ill will and implored Fu Yi not to blame him further. Fu Yi, observing Su Li's magnanimity, felt a surge of admiration for her. The remorseful member, filled with gratitude, vowed to improve his conduct and avoid causing trouble for the team in the future. Thus, a minor conflict was resolved through mutual understanding and tolerance. Allowing the team members to finish off the remaining two-headed serpents, Fu Yi accompanied Su Li and Ho Yuan, inquiring, "Were you two the ones slaying the two-headed serpents in the valley?" As Su Li searched for the wounded serpents to deliver the final blow, she replied, "Yes. For some unknown reason, these two-headed serpents were attacking both me and Ho Yuan relentlessly until the white-headed falcons arrived and turned the tide." Chapter 27. The unclaimed can be claimed by all experience points. 560. 560. As Su Li listened to Fu Yi recount the internal news from the White Horse Club regarding the new game settings in the valley, she diligently harvested the lives of the two-headed serpents. Finally, upon Fu Ye's conclusion of the official updates, Su Li found herself but a step away from leveling up to level 9. All she needed was to return to the novice village to undertake the second main quest designed specifically for level 8 players to successfully advance to level 9. At that moment, with her experience points overflowing, Su Li's gaze fell upon the colossal form of the two-headed serpent leader. Turning to Fu Yi, she inquired, "Are you interested in these materials? If you have no use for them, I shall take them all. However, if you wish to keep some, we can split them." It is worth noting that the serpent leader's hide is exceptionally durable, and incorporating it into the crafting of level 10 armor would significantly enhance its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, its venomous fangs are incredibly valuable materials that can imbue weapons with formidable attribute enhancements. In her previous life, a team of high-level players had toiled for long hours to slay the two-headed serpent leader, their goal being those very fangs. Now, by a stroke of serendipity, the two-headed serpent leader had been slain by the white-headed falcon leader, and such a rare opportunity for quality materials was within reach. Sully could not afford to miss it. She was determined to acquire those two fangs. Though Fu Yi had not known Sully for long, he was well aware of her enviable luck. Thus, without hesitation, he replied, "Yes, before we set off, the club mentioned that if the opportunity arose, we should bring back the corpses of the serpents or falcons that fell in battle." Upon saying this, Fu Yi noticed Su Li regarding him with suspicion, and he felt the muscles of his face tense, fearing she might discern his deception. Fortunately, Su Li's momentary doubt quickly dissipated, and she accepted his words. After all, in her previous life, this valley did not possess any new settings. Perhaps the White Horse Club had also gleaned the secrets of the serpent leader's hide and fangs while gathering insider information. Let us agree on this. We each take half. If you think that is unfair, we can fight for it. Whoever wins gets to decide. Now, a fierce healer capable of both healing and combat, with Ho Yuan, a formidable weapon, by her side, she felt no fear. All right, half each. I will arrange for someone to handle the serpent carcasses. Fu Yi organized the team members who had reached their experience cap to deal with the serpent bodies, but as they extracted the two fangs from the serpent's head, another team entered the valley. Nearby channel voice message, "Put down the two-headed serpent carcass." Before they even laid eyes on the newcomers, the sharp, piercing voice resonated first. The sound was so jarring that Su Li instinctively covered her ears, having forgotten to disable the automatic playback feature for the chat channel's voice messages. Upon noticing this, Ho Yuan misinterpreted the situation, believing Su Li was under attack. A flicker of cold menace crossed his eyes, and he vanished from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared before the speaker, wielding a sword as dark as ink, with astonishing swiftness. The blade was poised firmly against the threat's throat, the speed leaving onlookers in awe. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the woman's face contorted with shock and fear, her body trembling slightly from sheer terror. Nearby channel voice message, "What are you doing? I am the daughter of the Red Soldier Club's owner. If you dare touch a single hair on my head today, the White Horse Club will find no peace in this game tomorrow." Upon hearing the woman declare her affiliation with the Red Soldier Club, Su Li's heart skipped a beat, and she rushed forward to prevent Ho Yuan from delivering a fatal blow. Kanming Su Li's city. Ho Yuan sheathed his sword and approached her steadily, under the watchful gazes of the 20 or so wary players from the Red Soldier Club. The woman who had just narrowly escaped death still felt a lingering sense of dread as she gently caressed her neck, seemingly unable to shake off the chilling sensation left by the blade. Nearby, a voice message echoed through the channel. "Since you are not from the Bai Ma Club, I shall not make things difficult for you. Please leave at once." Initially, the woman intended to demand an apology from Ho Yuan, but upon encountering his icy gaze, she recalled the terrifying scene from moments ago, and ultimately only dared to urge them to depart swiftly. Her haughty demeanor, which exuded an air of superiority, deepened Su Li's already poor impression of her. With a raised eyebrow, she typed a response. "This two-headed snake was slain through the combined efforts of myself and the Bai Ma Club. I intend to claim my rightful share." Su Li's words displeased the woman, causing her expression to darken instantly. The nearby channel buzzed again. "This snake was clearly killed by our Hong Bing Club. When did it become a joint effort with the Bai Ma Club?" Fu Yi stepped forward, addressing the woman. "What evidence do you have to prove that this two-headed snake was slain by your Hong Bing Club? I have been recording video since entering the valley. Would you like to see it, Miss Hong Bing?" The woman, instead of appearing flustered by Fu Ye's challenge, became even more composed, projecting an air of confidence as if victory was assured. It was now Fu Yi who found himself in a dilemma. While he had indeed recorded the events, the footage also clearly showed that the leader of the two-headed snake was killed by the leader of the Bai Ma Club, meaning they had merely been opportunistic bystanders. The nearby channel crackled again. "What is wrong? Are you suggesting that you, Fu Yi, were deliberately lying to deceive me? The woman began to chuckle. The channel continued. Do you think that the information you by Ma can obtain is something we Hong Bing cannot access? It was merely a matter of having you scout the path for us and eliminate potential dangers. The voice continued. As for who truly killed the snake, we'll know by examining the vengeful entity atop its corpse. Listening to the woman's articulate discourse in the nearby channel, Su Li's initial perception of her as a spoiled and frivolous individual was thoroughly overturned. The channel buzzed once more. Since it is an ownerless item, naturally anyone can claim it for themselves. The notions of priority and order do not apply here in our Hong Bing Club. Chapter 28. Surprise Attack. How shameless. The woman's arguments were indisputable, and Fu Yi found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Turning to Su Li with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, but if we want the Hong Bing Club to refrain from interfering with the carcass of this snake, we may have to engage in combat with them. Then let us fight. I'm not afraid of them at all. Su Li responded fearlessly, promptly transmitting a provocative message in the nearby channel. A message from Su Li read, if that is the case, let us determine the rightful owner of this snake through the most convincing method. Let us have a duel. The loser must not only withdraw from the valley, but also publicly acknowledge their defeat across the entire server. The woman quickly surveyed the 10 members of the Bai Ma Club, and Su Li, along with Hui Yuan, realizing her side, boasted a significant numerical advantage with 20 members, and decisively agreed. The Hong Bing King, Zhao Hezi, replied, okay. No sooner had the woman sent this message than, without waiting for Su Li, Hui Yuan, and Fu Yi to return to the Bai Ma Club, a warrior standing beside her suddenly lunged at them like a tiger descending a mountain. A voice message from Su Li chimed in. A surprise attack. How shameless. Su Li remarked with a light-hearted tone, showing no trace of fear. Zhao Hezi scoffed. You're still in the mood to laugh now. Just wait until you're the one crying. The three of them easily evaded the warrior's assault. Hui Yuan and Fu Yi quickly moved to protect Su Li, the healer, from behind. The output player from the Hong Bing Club who first engaged with them soon found themselves overwhelmed, falling one after another to the two. Don't let them take us down one by one. Attack together and coordinate. Zhao Hezi commanded calmly in the team voice chat, flanked by a tank player and an assassin to safeguard her. Like Su Li, she was also a healer, and her healing output had already surpassed that of other healers of the same level, enabling her to keep all players in a healthy state. Although Zhao Hezi's healing power was far less than Su Li's, Su Li surmised that the opponent must possess superior skills. Otherwise, such a formidable healing output would be unattainable. Is this the source of your arrogance? Today, I shall crush your pride. Su Li no longer remained at the back providing healing support. Instead, she wielded her three-eyed fish lantern, darting across the battlefield, healing injured allies while dispatching any forward assailants who dare to target her. At first, Zhao Hezi, noticing Su Li emerging from the safety of the rear, felt a surge of delight. She thought, what a lucky find. Without hesitation, she commanded the nearest assassin to stealthily approach, ready to strike. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Before the assassin could close in on Su Li, she unleashed her ultimate ability, stunning him and forcing his stealth mode to deactivate, exposing him to the scrutiny of all. Immediately, the output players from the Bai Ma Club surged forward. In the blink of an eye, this unfortunate assassin was sent back to the resurrection point in disgrace. Initially, Zhao Hezi dismissed the bizarre situation as mere coincidence. Yet, the subsequent events left her astounded, as she witnessed the seemingly fragile girl effortlessly sending a heavily armored warrior back home with only a few basic attacks. It was at that moment that Zhao Hezi finally grasped that something was amiss. Her expression darkened, and her voice quivered slightly with tension. Quickly, stop that healer. She must not succeed. Everyone, be cautious and avoid her basic attacks. At that moment, Zhao Hezi's heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Given Su Li's current trajectory, it was clear she was aiming directly for her. Despite being a healer with an exceptionally high healing output, her weak defensive capabilities were a critical flaw. Judging by Su Li's earlier display of terrifying attack power, she knew she would not withstand more than a few rounds before falling victim to Su Li's basic attacks. If she died, The Hongbing Club would certainly be doomed without a healer. The assassin player protecting Zhao Hezi immediately entered stealth mode, concealing himself in the environment, ready to strike. The tank player activated a skill to create a shield large enough to protect her. Meanwhile, the other output players were preoccupied with holding back the Bai Ma Club members, leaving no opportunity for reinforcements. Fu Yi kicked an enemy away and turned to Hui Yuan, who kept glancing at Su Li. "You go protect her. I'll handle these two." Hui Yuan shook his head. "No need. She hasn't called for me, which means she wants to handle the healer herself." Since he had voiced his intent, Fu Yi chose not to argue further and focused on the enemy he had just sent flying. Simultaneously, Su Li, who had reached Zhao Hezi, regarded the hidden assassin with disdain. At this moment, she still held a freshly refreshed ultimate ability, and with its broad attack range, the assassin would undoubtedly be forced to reveal himself. However, before Su Li could execute her skill, a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger surged from her left rear. She swiftly sidestepped and unleashed a series of basic attacks. As anticipated, these strikes accurately struck their target. Observing the enemy's health bar diminish on the screen, Su Li hesitated not for a moment and immediately hurled her ultimate ability in the opposite direction. In an instant, a sharp sound resonated as the assassin, whose health had plummeted by over half, was rendered immobile. Just as Su Li's normal attack was about to land on the foe, an unforeseen event transpired. The assassin's health bar astonishingly restored to full capacity. Stunned, Su Li quickly turned her gaze towards the woman behind the translucent shield, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Laced with sarcasm, "Very well. I shall see whether your healing skill has a shorter cooldown or if my basic attack recovers more swiftly. Let us witness if you are willing to sacrifice your teammates to save this assassin and preserve your own life." Chapter 29. Spare her this once for my sake. Ultimately, Wang Zhaohizi did not forsake her other teammates, and the assassin was ultimately sent back to the revival point by Su Li. Now, only the tank player remained, desperately holding on, continuously casting his first skill to shield himself and Wang Zhaohizi. Watching the tank player consume his second mana potion, Su Li felt a pang of sympathy for him. Hence, she abandoned her cat-and-mouse mentality and relentlessly attacked the shield. On the sixth basic attack, the shield shattered. Following that, her assaults landed on the tank player, and after 4 consecutive basic attacks, he too was dispatched back to the revival point by Su Li. Wang Zhaohizi's eyes widened in terror as she beheld the formidable healer, whose attack power was utterly monstrous. The terrifying aura enveloped her, making her feel as though she were in the depths of hell, face to face with a demon. In that moment, her thoughts drifted back to the past. Back then, she had arrogantly seized the minions defeated by casual players, riding on the reputation of the Red Soldier Club. Yet now, the same scene unfolded before her, and she finally experienced the humiliation of being powerless to retaliate. A normal attack struck her, instantly reducing her health by 30. In a panic, she instinctively cast a healing spell upon herself. The radiant healing light enveloped her, but simultaneously, she heard the death notification of one of her team's damage dealers. It was only then that she awoke to the sheer folly of her mistake. Determined to seize the Hydra's corpse from the White Horse Club, she had brought along 20 of the club's top experts, intending to use their overwhelming numbers to hold down the strongest member, Fu Yi, and eliminate the other members of the White Horse Club one by one. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of those two extraordinary players? Equally Zi and Hui Yuan? Their appearance completely disrupted Wang Zhaohizi's meticulously crafted strategy. Notably, this healer known as Equally Zi exhibited astonishing skill. Not only was her basic attack damage shockingly high, but her healing techniques were also executed with remarkable finesse. Each healing skill was timed perfectly down to the last moment. At this juncture, Wang Zhaohizi recalled how, amidst the chaos of the recent skirmish, her panic had prevented her from timely casting her only remaining healing spell on the assassin, who had stealthily approached the enemy's rear. As a result, the assassin, who could have successfully eliminated Equally Zi, was instead detected by Hui Yuan and sent back to the revival point. It was then that Wang Zhaohizi profoundly grasped the chasm that lay between her and equally Z. In stark contrast, equally Z remained remarkably composed, while she herself was all too prone to losing her composure at critical moments. Seeing Wang, Zhao Hezi's mana bar nearly depleted. With her health dwindling to a mere 5, Su Li resolutely adhered to the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike when her opponent was vulnerable. Raising her three-eyed fish head lamp without hesitation and launching a small light orb towards her. A blood-red spear deflected the small light orb. As a young man on a spirited steed leapt into the space between Su Li and Wang Zhao Hezi, the young man, resembling a valiant general, shielded the barely breathing healer behind him. He uttered something, causing the remaining players of the Red Soldier Club to simultaneously cease their attacks, while Fu Yi instructed his team in the voice chat to halt their onslaught upon seeing him. Su Li was unwilling to let Wang Zhao Hezi escape, so easily and swiftly maneuvered from the front to the side in an attempt to strike Wang Zhao Hezi from behind the young man. However, the young man was remarkably agile, as if he were not even mounted, swiftly wielding his spear to block her advance. Su Li's gaze sharpened as she swiftly pivoted, placing her foot on the spearhead embedded in the ground, using it as leverage to leap over the obstruction towards Wang Zhao Hezi. The young man seemed to have anticipated her intentions, and as she stepped onto the spear, he forcefully lifted it, causing her to lose her balance and stumble backward onto the ground. Nevertheless, Su Li was no pushover. As she fell, she swiftly executed a basic attack, accurately striking the spirited steed beneath the young man. The horse, startled, went into a frenzy. At that moment, the young man was entirely focused on confronting Su Li and had no time to rein in the horse's panic. Caught off guard, he was violently thrown from the saddle. With two resounding thuds, both Su Li and the young man crashed to the ground. As Hui Yuan rushed over to assist Su Li, the young man frantically dodged the erratic hooves of the horse, rolling on the ground in disarray. Equally Z quipped in the nearby chat, "Put the horse in your backpack, you fool." This remark, laden with sarcasm, instantly reignited the previously easing tension in the atmosphere, making it palpable once more. Almost simultaneously, the players of the Red Soldier Club glared at her with fury, yet hesitated to act as the young man had yet to speak. The young man, having rolled a distance, clearly caught sight of Su Li's taunting words in the chat, but did not seem offended. Instead, he smirked and, following her suggestion, stored the frenzied horse in his backpack. "Thank you for the reminder," he said, rising to his feet and dusting himself off, flashing Su Li a charming smile that could make any girl swoon. Hui Yuan frowned and instinctively stepped forward to shield her from his gaze. This action drew the young man's attention, and he regarded the healer who had almost caused him to stumble with newfound respect. "Ding! Player Hong Bing Xiao Yaosheng has requested to join the team." Upon receiving the invitation to join the team, Fu Yi, the team leader, was not surprised and immediately accepted the request. "Ding! Player Hong Bing Xiao Yaosheng has joined the team." As Su Li heard the system notification, Xiao Yaosheng began to address the team through the voice chat. "I kindly ask everyone to hold back and not hold my reckless sister against me. The Red Soldier and White Horse clubs have a long-standing rivalry, and it is hardly worth ruining our relationship over a mere hydra." Fu Yi did not respond immediately, but instead turned his gaze to Su Li, seeking her reaction. His instinctive glance made Xiao Yaosheng regard the healer who had nearly caused him to fall with increased consideration. "This friend," he began, directing his attention towards Su Li, "we find ourselves in a situation where we have inadvertently crossed paths. My sister has always been indulged by our elders and can be somewhat impulsive, but she is certainly not malicious. Might I ask you to let her off the hook this once?" Chapter 30. The Red Soldier Club's self-destruction followed by mockery malicious? His lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither fully formed nor absent as she regarded him, her eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. "I cannot see." Which Good Samaritan brings over 20 top experts from various clubs, only to emerge opportunistically after the rival club has eliminated all unsafe factors to seize the spoils. Could it be that you, the young master of the Hongbing Club, merely protect your own without discernment? Without hesitation, Su Li scrutinized Xiao Yaosheng, her gaze sharp and unyielding as if seeking to pierce through him entirely. Xiao Yaosheng felt a wave of discomfort as if all his thoughts were laid bare before her. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Well, that is not how one should phrase it. I believe I handle matters quite fairly and justly. Cut it out. Su Li rolled her eyes dramatically at Xiao Yaosheng before turning to Fu Ye. My demands are simple. I want my rightful share of the snake's skin and venomous fangs. And then have Wang Zhao, Heezy, and Z announce across the entire server, as previously agreed, that the Hongbing Club is lacking in strength, having been utterly defeated by the Bai Ma Club despite their overwhelming numerical advantage of 2012, without any ability to retaliate. Su Li's thoughts aligned perfectly with Fu Ye's, who then turned to Xiao Yaosheng, asking, young master of Hongbing, we in the Bai Ma Club are not pushovers either. What Lizik, Dalok, just stated is precisely what we wish to convey. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yaosheng nodded in agreement. Apart from initially saving Wang Zhao Heezy from Suik, he had not cast her a single glance thereafter, let alone discuss whether to accede to Yi and the Bai Ma Club's requests. Only when everything was settled, and Su Li and the Bai Ma side agreed not to hold anything against her, did he finally remind her to announce the message across the server, directing his gaze toward her. As the defeated party, it was now time to adhere to the agreement made with the Bai Ma Club and send out the server-wide announcement. Upon hearing her brother's indifferent voice, Wang Zhao Heezy's eyes flashed with grievance, yet she ultimately complied and sent out the announcement. Chen Fu Chanyin, Wang Zhao Heezy, the Hongbing Club lacks strength, having been utterly defeated by the Bai Ma Club despite a significant numerical disadvantage of 2012, with no power to retaliate. The server-wide announcement could only be purchased with in-game currency, priced at 999 coins each in the shop, and the accompanying effects justified the cost, captivating the attention of players across the server instantly. The world channel erupted with activity as countless players chimed in. Wait, is the sun rising from the west today? How could a young lady of the Hongbing Club send out such an announcement? This does not align with her persona. Could she have been hacked? Are you foolish? Shen Yun is a holographic game. There is no such thing as hacking. By the way, what do the Bai Ma Club and Hongbing Club fight about? Finally, someone can put the young lady of the Hongbing Club in her place. I've heard plenty about her bullying casual players in the last game. The world channel was in an uproar, with players discussing fervently, their voices rising and falling like waves, observing the unfolding drama with delight. Su Li was unable to contain her laughter. Meanwhile, Wang Zhao Heezy and the players of the Hongbing Club were shaking with rage. Although what the other players stated was undeniably true, there were also individuals who valued their pride. Their unsavory deeds were thus laid bare for all to see, akin to having their last shred of modesty forcibly stripped away, inciting both anger and anxiety within them. However, with Xiao Yaosheng present, they dared not express their grievances openly. Unable to intimidate ordinary players using the Hongbing Club's name, their only option was to ignore the situation altogether and simply block the world channel. In stark contrast, the players of the Bai Ma Club reveled in joy. Upon witnessing the world channel filled with complaints about the Hongbing Club's misdeeds, they were elated. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Bai Ma Club swiftly seized the opportunity, approaching the higher-ups of the Hongbing Club under the guise of concern, while in reality, they were mocking their rivals mercilessly. You may leave. Let me not see her again, or I may regret letting her go. With a deep breath of satisfaction, Su Li was eager to obtain her rightful share of the snake's skin and venomous fangs, and she wasted no time in urging them to depart. Unlike the indignant reactions from the others in the Hongbing Club, Xiao Yaosheng maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the tidal wave of comments flooding the world channel. However, Su Li was indifferent to his demeanor. She beckoned Fayet to approach the colossal corpse of the two-headed serpent, eagerly discussing how to divide the spoils from the magnificent creature. After careful deliberation, the two decided to skin the serpent first and then cleave it vertically down the middle. At that moment, Su Li suddenly realized that the members of the Hongbing Club had quietly departed. A sense of curiosity arose within her, prompting her to ask Fayet, are they truly siblings? If so, how could Xiao Yaosheng bear to let his sister endure such humiliation? Taking a seat casually on the ground, she reflected on the peculiarities she had recently observed between the brother and sister. After all, in her past life, Her understanding of the Hongbing Club was primarily confined to game-related matters. The intricacies of their internal relationships, any hidden secrets or entanglements, fell into the realm of gossip, which had never piqued her interest. I'm uncertain as well. Fei Yun and Xiao Yaosong share some acquaintance in reality. Perhaps he knows something. Fu Ye shook his head, continuing to polish his dagger. Half an hour later, Celit obtained her share of the snake's skin and venomous fangs. After bidding farewell to Fu Ye and exiting the team, she mounted Fu Yan and galloped toward the novice village. Upon arriving at the novice village to accept a quest, Hu Yan, citing his non-player status as the reason he could not open the treasure chest, handed over the chest obtained from the previous battle with the shell giant, and then logged off to prepare dinner for her. Su Li had long informed him that her gaming pod could periodically supply nutrients to her body, thus preventing any risk of malnourishment. Yet, he insisted that she must eat hot meals at least twice a day. Even when she declined, he would invoke scientific theories in an attempt to persuade her. In truth, she had explained to him long ago that her gaming pod possessed an advanced feature that could automatically deliver nutrients to her body at preset times, entirely avoiding any issues of malnutrition. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that she needed to consume 2 hot meals daily. When she expressed her refusal, he would even present an entire array of scientific theories to convince her. Having only recently transformed from an NPC into a flesh-and-blood individual, Su Li was unsure how he had come by this knowledge. Perhaps it was Wen's meticulous care that allowed her to once again feel the warmth of being thought of and cherished after her mother's passing. Or perhaps it was due to her confiding her innermost thoughts to him during her previous life when he was still an NPC, leading her to view him as a particularly significant presence over time. Ultimately, Su Li acquiesced to his request, assuring him that she would indeed eat 2 hot meals each day. Chapter 31. The life of an NPC is precious. Treat NPCs as humans. Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou remarked that after an entire night of heartfelt discussions with her close friends, followed by 4 days of deep contemplation, she ultimately resolved to establish a guild. She extended an enthusiastic invitation to Su Li to join her exclusive female-only guild, Lianhua Luo, once she reached level 10. Gazing upon the guild name, which remained unchanged from her previous life despite her influence as a reborn butterfly, Su Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Sometimes, the forces of destiny are so formidable that one feels utterly powerless. Without hesitation, she chose to decline the offer. In this lifetime, Su Li had already resolved to devote herself to the guild she belonged to in her past life. With this thought, she instinctively glanced at her friend list, noting the dimmed avatar of He-Ning Chuan, whose level had now reached 10. At that moment, a plan quietly blossomed in her mind. She intended to advise He-Ning Chuan to delay his journey to the main city. After all, once one steps out of the novice village, there is no turning back. The novice village harbors countless treasures waiting to be discovered by players, and leaving in haste would be an immense pity. As for the journey to the main city, inscribing one's name upon the pioneer leaderboard and earning meaningless titles like Trailblazer held no value in Su Li's eyes. Shortly after sending He-Ning Chuan an offline message, Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou, who had previously been rebuffed, contacted her once more. This time, however, the invitation was not for guild membership, but rather a proposition to serve as a guest member of their guild. A guest member enjoys the privilege of freely entering and exiting the guild's headquarters and participating in exclusive guild chat rooms, without the obligation to partake in guild activities. This arrangement would satisfy Su Li's curiosity for gossip while imposing minimal constraints on her. Delighted, Su Li promptly responded, "Tof amei babaus hues mesik," gladly accepting the role of guest member. About an hour later, while assisting an elderly woman residing on the western side of the village in searching for her son, who had gone missing in the mist forest for over a month, Su Li received a message from He-Ning Chuan. Xiao He loves drinking water. Upon reading it, Su Li refrained from replying. After all, she had already conveyed everything that needed to be said. Whether he chose to believe her or heed her advice was entirely up to him. The mist forest was the very place where Su Li had initially encountered the stealthy monkeys upon entering the game. The stealthy monkeys inhabited the outskirts, and one had to traverse a considerable distance to reach the true Mist Forest. The Mist Forest is the essential passage from the novice village to the main city, and players can easily reach the main city once they attain level 10 by utilizing the unlocked teleportation array. However, for NPCs like the elderly woman's son, they must brave the life-threatening perils of the fog-laden forest, filled with countless unknown dangers, to arrive at the main city, referred to by them as the capital. As Su Li prepared to enter the Mist Forest, she noticed a player posting in the World Channel. An elderly woman from the novice village asked me to help her find her son in the Mist Forest. But I ended up bringing her the corpse of her son, and her reaction was quite strange. She thanked me with a smile, yet I saw hatred in her tear-filled eyes. Following this, others inquired. I recall the elderly woman's son was initially alive. Did you fail to protect him while bringing him out of the forest, allowing him to be stung by a scorpion, which led to his demise? The individual swiftly replied, nonchalantly, "Indeed, there are so many scorpions in the Mist Forest, I certainly don't want to get stung and then spend copper coins on antidotes. So I let him take the hits for me." This response made Su Li frown. Using another's life to avert one's misfortunes was utterly despicable. In the background story set for the novice village, it is depicted as a paradise where people once sought refuge from war. It is a serene and harmonious place, where everyone engages in agriculture. For players like Su Li, the NPCs in the novice village exhibited warmth and immense tolerance. Even if players treated the NPCs unfavorably, the NPCs would not lower their affection for them. Consequently, some players exploited this trait, tormenting the NPCs without restraint. There were even instances where players threw the child NPCs from the novice village into a disused well, only to rescue them the next day. Due to the game's programming, these high-intelligence AI NPCs would not express dissatisfaction, even if they were aware of the player's actions. They would merely advise their children to steer clear of those players in the future. However, having experienced a lifetime, Su Li understood that when the day of the game's arrival came, NPCs, free from programming control and filled with animosity towards players, would become adversaries just like monsters. NPCs have lives too. They deserve to be treated as human beings. This principle was one Su Li emphasized earnestly whenever she made friends after her rebirth. Only those who acknowledged this sentiment were deemed worthy of her deeper connections. Chapter 32. The Hen That Lays Golden Eggs. Su Li discovered the elderly woman's son perched in a tree within the Mist Forest, surrounded by numerous scorpions. The young NPC, pale and emaciated, had evidently endured considerable hardship in the Mist Forest. Spotting Su Li, he exclaimed as if he had found salvation. "Hey, you there, brave heroine. Could you help me escape from the Mist Forest? My dear mother is waiting for me at home, and I can offer you a reward. Rest assured, I am here at the behest of your worried mother to escort you home." The young man beamed with hope and tentatively began to descend the tree, only to be halted by Su Li. "Stay put. I will first eliminate those scorpions." Scorpion Elite. Level 9 health. 15,000 skills. Tail sweep. Stinger. Su Li climbed the nearest tree, steadied herself, and proceeded to eliminate the scorpions one by one. Methodically, she engaged in combat for nearly an hour, finally clearing the area beneath the tree of scorpions. "You can come down now. Use this to protect your shins," she instructed, handing him 2 hollow turtle shells. The young man complied, slipping his legs through the shells, and after a few tentative jumps, he exclaimed, "Heroine, your turtle shell is a brilliant defense against scorpions." With ease, Su Li guided the young man out of the Mist Forest. Upon reaching the entrance of the novice village, the elderly woman instantly spotted him and hurried over, trembling, to embrace him in tears. While the mother and son exchanged heartfelt sentiments, Su Li opened her backpack to organize the numerous scorpion tails she had just acquired. Disliking a disorganized inventory, she made it a point to categorize and tidy her belongings after every quest. Once she had finished organizing her backpack, the mother and son finally remembered their benefactor and warmly invited Su Li to their home. "Dear benefactor, our means are modest, and the only thing we can offer is this hen. Today, I shall prepare a soup with this hen to express our gratitude." The elderly woman instructed her son to catch the hen, which was busy pecking at the ground for insects. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Li instinctively glanced over. And in that instant, she was taken aback. Stop. Koi Blessing buff activated. The hen that lays golden eggs level. 1 health. 200 skills. Can lay 1 golden egg daily. The elderly woman and the young man stared at her. Astonished. The elderly woman inquired, Benefactor, what troubles you? Ah, this hen, even if it is the only valuable possession in your home, should be kept to provide you with eggs for sustenance rather than being slaughtered for soup and meat. The elderly woman immediately protested. How could that be? Not only has the benefactor aided me, but he has also assisted my son and even thoughtfully provided him with 2 turtle shells to protect him from the venomous scorpions. How can a mere hen compare to such kindness? If you feel obliged, you could simply give me a few of the hen's eggs. The young man, who was in possession of the hen, hesitated as he exchanged glances with the elderly woman. After she nodded, he continued, To be honest, while this hen lays eggs daily, they are not ordinary eggs. They are merely oval-shaped iron lumps. Upon saying this, the young man returned indoors and laboriously brought out a full basket of black iron. Upon discovering that the expected golden eggs were absent, Su Li was taken aback and approached to examine the oval-shaped black iron eggs. Upon closer inspection, she quickly understood the reason behind it. The iron eggs, the eggs laid by a hen that can produce golden eggs, can be transformed into golden eggs after being tempered with the lava from the volcanic mountains in the realm of MOU. After reaching level 10 and joining a guild, the cross-server battleground would commence once a week. The battleground was located within MOU, which was dotted with volcanoes of varying sizes, making it exceedingly easy to temper the iron eggs using the volcanic lava. Acquiring a hen that exclusively lays golden eggs would undoubtedly secure the funding for the guild's future development. I wish to purchase this hen. Su Li's statement was unexpected, leaving the mother and son momentarily stunned, their gazes towards her now tinged with respect as if they had come to a realization. The elderly woman chuckled and said mysteriously, I understand now. Benefactor, you are truly a paragon of benevolence, willing to spend money to rescue a hen that is of no use other than laying iron eggs, simply because you cannot bear to see it perish. I am deeply moved. As Su Li observed the elderly woman, tears genuinely welled up in her eyes. Feeling slightly guilty, she shifted the topic. I currently have only 2 silver coins and 500 copper coins. They are all yours. The elderly woman and the young man were astonished, never expecting their hen to sell for such a sum. However, they adamantly refused to accept more than the price of a hen in the novice village, selling it to Su Li for a mere pittance. As Su Li departed with the hen and the basket full of iron eggs, she discreetly placed all her remaining silver and copper coins into the drying vegetable basket when the mother and son were not paying attention. Although they were unaware of the true value of the hen, Su Li understood she could not exploit this information disparity to take advantage of them. While the coins may seem meager to players, they would provide a sufficient means for the mother and son to live a comfortable life in the novice village. If they could strategize and invest in a few hens that lay ordinary eggs and other livestock, they could ensure a life free from want for years to come. The backpack could not store living creatures other than mounts, so Su Li could only gather the basket of iron eggs while carrying the hen, traversing the novice village. After completing the final main quest in the novice village and reaching level 10 before the village chief, Su Li encountered the player known as Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou, who had come to accept a quest. She was accompanied by another female player whose face seemed familiar to Su Li, yet she could not recall where she had seen her before. Li Zida Lao. Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou called out from a distance, tugging at the female player beside her as they approached her. Su Li greeted them. Are you also here for a quest? Yes, my friend just reached level 9, and I am nearly at level 7, so we decided to come together for the quest. Your friend's character creation is quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou became animated. Dalao, my friend is a university ace. It is her first time playing a game, so she had no idea she could customize her appearance. This face is generated based on her real likeness. Su Li stared at the ID for a moment before a realization struck her, prompting her to exclaim, Is your friend's photo featured in the post for the top 10 beauties of this server submitted by other players? Chapter 33. Good Sisters? Actually, a senior team master. Do you also follow that? Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou inquired hesitantly, as she had envisioned Su Li, a skilled player, to be solely focused on enhancing her abilities. Not really. I merely overheard others mention it. Su Li had no time to indulge in such matters. There were numerous treasures in the novice village awaiting her. She had merely recognized the face and ID from her previous life, as Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou's friend had once held the title of the server's first beauty. Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou sighed and said to Su Li, "Beauty can be a double-edged sword. Not long ago, there was a situation where she faced undue blame. Thankfully, with your assistance, I am no longer inclined to quit this game." Are you saying your friend was targeted by the Red Soldier Club because of her looks? Indeed, she was bullied for several days simply because she outshone the daughter of the Red Soldier Club during the beauty contest. I cannot bear to watch, so I spoke up for her, and as a result, the Red Soldier Club turned their ire towards me. Su Li's understanding deepened, and she quickly took out her skill book to jot down this incident. As she finished writing, a subtle smile graced her lips. This female player had been affiliated with a guild opposing Lianhua Luo in her previous life, hinting at another tale yet to unfold. How intriguing. Ding. Information successfully passed the fairy detection. Reward: 10 points of free attributes. Putting away her skill book, Su Li met the curious gazes of the two before her. To facilitate future gossip, she decided to weave a small lie. This skill book requires rare gossip to recharge its energy, so if you come across any new tidbits, please inform me at once. The skill book requires energy to function. Does that mean you will be overworked? Seeing the shock in Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou's eyes, Su Li simply offered an embarrassed smile without explanation. Observing her expression, Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou's imagination began to run wild, and she gazed at Su Li with sympathy. Dalao, I never believed the saying that when the heavens grant one something, they take away another, but now I do. What have you conjured up? Su Li ifed, puzzled. Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou replied. So, you're a skilled player but also an unfortunate one. I am not. Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou interview. It's all right. You need not feel ashamed about being unfortunate. We will not share this information. Su Li was speechless for a few seconds before deciding to embrace the situation. Then thank you? You're welcome. Knowing Su Li needed gossip to energize her skill book, Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou began to contemplate future guild regulations, prioritizing the confidentiality of gossip. As Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou chatted with Su Li, the player beside her, known as Shen Yun.Armed, quietly awaited her moment. Just as Su Li was about to leave, she sent her a friend request. Su Li glanced at her and accepted it. Hangju, Li Zi Za Lao. For helping us. The Red Soldier Club has ceased their targeting of us. Please accept this small token of appreciation. San Yu's voice was as gentle as her appearance, evoking a protective instinct in those who heard it. Su Li regarded the person before her with a neutral expression, neither warm nor cold. She merely nodded slightly to acknowledge the receipt of 10 blue potions from the email. This amount was just right, matching the quantity she had previously compensated to the Red Soldier Club due to Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou's actions. Following this, she shifted her gaze to the postscript in the email. Li Zita Lao, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by Zhou earlier, leading to your targeting by the Red Soldier Club. On that day, you assisted Nai in reviving Zhou and 3 others, undoubtedly consuming a significant amount of blue potion. Here, I have specially prepared some blue potions as compensation. Zhou has always been a person who does not easily forgive when she feels wronged. Otherwise, she would not have provoked the Hong Bing Club. I hope you do not take it to heart. After reading these sentences, Su Li's gaze deepened. This seemingly frail Nai, San Yu, appeared to be quite the accomplished tea master. The message in this email seemingly spoke in favor of the moldy 8 treasures porridge, but in reality, it subtly reminded her not to forget that it was due to the moldy 8 treasures porridge that she offended the Hong Bing Club. Su Li chose not to expose her ulterior motives and simply asked, San Yu, how did you know I offended the Hong Bing Club? San Yu was taken aback. She had not expected Su Li to ask such a question and quickly replied, that day, the young lady of the Hong Bing Club sent a broadcast to the entire server, and immediately, the young master of the Bai Ma Club posted a congratulatory message on the game forum, clearly thanking the esteemed Karen for her unparalleled healing, which helped them defeat the Hong Bing Club and conquer the Hydra boss. After being reborn, Su Li had been busy leveling up, acquiring special skills, skill books, weapons, and collecting materials for monsters, and had yet to visit the game forum. So she was indeed unaware of Fei Yun's mocking post about the Hongbing Club. Thank you for telling me all this. I will take my leave now. Su Li noticed that she had logged in just in time to prepare lunch for herself. The newly logged in Hui Yuan appeared not far away, and she quickly bid farewell to both and walked briskly toward him. Hui Yuan, ever observant, immediately noticed the old hen she was holding. Where did you get that old hen? Are you planning to make chicken soup? Of course not. I intend to raise this old hen in the guild territory. It will play a crucial role in the guild's future development. What role? Laying an egg every day to nourish the guild members? Or hatching a bunch of chicks to endear everyone? You will find out in due time. Ever since Su Li discovered that Hui Yuan had managed to obtain a legal identity, a phone card, a bank card, and even a mobile phone, she noticed that he occasionally used trendy internet slang while speaking. For instance, just now he used the term endearing. San Yu watched as the girl cheerfully approached a tall and handsome young man, who in turn gazed at her with a fond expression, and her envy reached its peak. Her friend called her 3 times before she snapped back to reality. What is it, Jojo? I called you to take on a quest. Didn't we come here to level up? The moldy 8 treasures porridge looked puzzled. It turns out that person is quite a skilled player as well. Seeing that San Yu remained lost in thought and showed no inclination to take on a quest, the moldy 8 treasures porridge had no choice but to pull her along toward the village chief. Chapter 34. The observer is clearer than the participant. Meanwhile, He Ningchuan, after listening to Su Li's advice, decided to stay in the novice village for a while longer to see if he could truly find those hidden resources she mentioned. Xiaohe, what are you running around for? The familiar voice of a girl made He Ningchuan stop in his tracks. Turning around, he saw none other than Su Li, with Hui Yuan trailing closely behind her. As you suggested, I am searching for those rare resources. So you're going back and forth helping this lazy man draw water from the village? Well, is something wrong with that? The girl's expression was difficult to describe, and He Ningchuan instinctively felt he had made a mistake. It can't be said that it was wrong, but it seems like you didn't read the task carefully. The lazy man living in that dilapidated house on the village's edge was indeed mentioned in the notes Su Li had written. Just by conversing with the lazy man more than 10 times, one could trigger a task that ensures he would never have to worry about water again. Completing this task would reward the player with a piece of iron used to prop up a table leg, which was a suitable weapon for outputting damage. He Ningchuan dismissed the question of how she knew the details of this task and carefully reviewed the task requirements, finding no missing information. This is all the information. I haven't overlooked anything. Su Li pondered for a moment and tentatively suggested, perhaps you could help him dig a well in his yard? Different soil layers, terrains, and structures have varying requirements for digging wells. If I am to dig, I first need to stop. Just like in his previous life, He Ningchuan was exceptionally talented and outstanding, yet sometimes he could be exasperatingly stubborn. Come on, we are currently playing a game. Since we are playing a game, how could something as simple as digging a well be so encumbered? It should be noted that many households in the village had drier soil conditions than the lazy man's, and yet they had also managed to dig wells in their homes. Therefore, it stands to reason that a well could also be dug at his place. Listening to the girl's analysis, He Ningchuan suddenly understood why she had that expression earlier. He felt rather foolish. Seeing his dazed expression, Su Li realized he had finally come around, waved her hand, and took Hui Yuan away. Thank you. He Ningchuan's voice of gratitude came from behind her, and she suddenly remembered something she had forgotten, turning back to raise the bamboo cage in Hui Yuan's hand before him. When you create a guild, I want to keep in the guild. Who told you I was going to create a guild? And what's the point of raising a hen in the guild? It will just make a mess everywhere. Who will clean the coop? He Ningchuan looked disdainfully into the bamboo cage at the old hen with its fierce little eyes. The old hen seemed to understand his words, puffing up its feathers and pecking sharply at his handsome face. He Ningchuan stepped back, and the old hen, using too much force, got its head stuck in one of the small holes in the cage, flapping its wings and clucking incessantly. Su Li extended a finger to push its head back, earnestly telling He Ningchuan, trust me, you will definitely not regret raising it, and it will effortlessly help you solve most of the funding issues for the guild's development. Seeing Su Li's serious demeanor, He Ningchuan became intrigued and looked at the fierce old hen a few more times. All right, if I really create a guild, I will definitely invite you to join. He wanted to see how this seemingly ordinary hen, with its not-so-great temperament, could help him solve the financial issues of maintaining the guild. Suli should not tell him that she merely wanted him to save up the eggs and then sell them, right? If he truly intended to establish a guild, it would undoubtedly not be just a small, inconspicuous one. Only a guild leader who could rank among the best in the server would be worthy of him. However, maintaining such a colossal enterprise is no easy task. Just considering the weekly expenses of up to 100,000 in other games he had played, ensuring a large guild could operate smoothly for a week in Shen Yun would likely require even more funding. Then it's settled. You pull me into the guild, and the old hen will help you solve the funding issues. The girl cheerfully extended her pinky finger. A gentleman's promise. A promise is a promise. He Ningchuan raised his right hand, about to extend his pinky to seal the deal with the girl, when he suddenly felt a chill run through him and raised his eyes to meet Hui Yuan's cold gaze. It is best to avoid such gestures between men and women. Nevertheless, I have always kept my promises, so you can rest assured. Immersed in her joy, the girl remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor and happily returned the bamboo cage to Hui Yuan, chatting and laughing as they walked away. He Ningchuan observed the girl and the man who treated her so differently, feeling quite speechless. He let out a secret sigh, pondering that perhaps only the young maiden remained oblivious to the profound emotions that transcended mere friendship which Hui Yuan held for her. This situation, where those involved were perplexed while onlookers remained clear-headed, was indeed both exasperating and amusing. Considering the prospect of the old hen, which could potentially save him money in the future, He Ningchuan began to contemplate whether he should find an opportune moment to gently remind the naive girl before him. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it wiser to let things unfold naturally. After all, matters of the heart are most sensitive to external interference, lest one inadvertently complicate the situation further. Chapter 35. Survive until the day we drive away the invaders. Since the day he encountered He Ningchuan, which unveiled the existence of the old hen to him, Suli had been finding excuses to entrust the old hen to him. Subsequently, she would log off and enjoy a delightful dinner with Hui Yuan in their quaint little restaurant. On this particular evening, while Suli was dining with Hui Yuan, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Hui Yuan went to answer it, revealing a kindly old lady standing outside. The old lady, upon seeing the strikingly handsome young man with an aura that set him apart from the ordinary, paused for a few seconds before instinctively checking the house number. Confirming she was at the right place, she regarded Hui Yuan with a hint of wariness, questioning, "Who are you? Why are you in Xiao Li's home? Where is Xiao Li?" Hearing the gentle voice of the elder, Suli dashed out from the dining area. Upon seeing her, she excitedly rushed forward and embraced her, exclaiming, "Grandma Wang, I miss you so much. Oh dear, why are you crying? Has someone bullied you? Fear not, Grandma will stand by you." Grandma Wang wiped Su Li's tears with her hand, casting a fierce glare at the unfamiliar young man before her. "Are you the one who has been troubling our Xiao Li? You look all respectable, yet you dare to bully a young girl." As Grandma Wang scolded Hui Yuan without hesitation, Su Li hurriedly dried her tears and pulled her away, anxiously explaining, "It's not like that, Grandma Wang. I just missed you too much. Hui Yuan is not a bad person." Holding Grandma Wang's hand tightly, Su Li led her to the bright and spacious living room sofa. Then, with utmost seriousness and detail, she recounted all the recent events to her. She reassured Grandma Wang repeatedly that Hui Yuan was absolutely not a villain and that she had not suffered any grievance. Seeing that Grandma Wang's accusatory gaze towards Hui Yuan had softened, Su Li finally exhaled in relief. When she mentioned that Hui Yuan had been a tremendous help to her and was always vigilant about her well-being, ensuring she didn't overexert herself with prolonged gaming, and even prepared delicious meals for her daily, Grandma Wang's expression transformed, revealing a glimmer of understanding only those who had been through similar experiences could appreciate. Grandma Wang's demeanor shifted as she smiled kindly at Hui Yuan, saying, "Ah, you must be Xiao Hua. I appreciate your care for our Xiao Li during this time. However, I must emphasize one thing. Xiao Li is pure and kind-hearted. Her willingness to take in a homeless person like you is an act of goodwill. Yet you must also learn to be grateful. Hui Yuan listened quietly, nodding obediently at the appropriate moments. Su Li had crafted an identity for him as a pitiable boy from a broken family, cast out by a heartless stepmother. Indeed, older generations like Grandma Wang tended to have a more forgiving view of students. After emphasizing Hui Yuan's virtues several times, Grandma Wang prepared to return home, having come specifically to deliver the special products she had brought back from her travels. "Grandma Wang, please wait a moment," Su Li called out, handing her a gaming headset. "I know you might feel lonely at home after retirement, so I prepared this headset for you. This way, when you're bored, you can experience different lives in the game. And more importantly, you can play with us." "Oh dear, at my age, how can I possibly play games with you youngsters?" Su Li firmly grasped Grandma Wang's hand, looking her in the eye with a serious expression. "Grandma, I have always cherished your kindness, and I consider you family. Please just try for my sake." The softness of the girl's voice made it difficult for Grandma Wang to refuse, and she finally acquiesced. All right, I will do as you wish." "Yay, that's wonderful. I knew you would be the best, Grandma. Now, let me teach you how to use this headset." The girl's unrestrained joy radiated like the summer sun, and her brilliant smile elicited a warm laugh from Grandma Wang. Gently stroking Su Li's hair, her eyes brimmed with affection as she softly remarked, "Shao Li, have you forgotten what I did before my retirement?" With admiration and respect gleaming in her eyes, Su Li replied without hesitation, "Of course I haven't forgotten. You are a renowned artist in our nation's traditional painting community. Moreover, you are an art consultant for a well-known gaming company." Grandma Wang smiled with satisfaction, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. "Indeed, it was thanks to the passion of young game developers that I had the fortune to experience the joys of gaming even before the headset was mass-produced." Her reminiscence seemed to transport her back to a fervent era as she continued, though that holographic game was merely a prototype for testing the headset's performance. It was pioneering in its own right compared to the current phenomenon, Goddess Fall. One could say I was among the earliest to embrace such innovations. As she spoke, pride illuminated Grandma Wang's face. Su Li's excitement sparked anew, urging her, "Grandma, register for an account now and experience it." As she donned the gaming headset and successfully entered the game to create a character, Su Li felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart. Grandma Wang resided in the apartment above Su Li's when Su Li's mother had moved them there. It was during a time when Grandma Wang was mourning the tragic loss of her husband and adult son in an accident. Alone in her sorrow, Grandma Wang held a funeral for them, enduring her grief in solitude. During this time, Su Li's mother, embodying a spirit of assistance, helped Grandma Wang with the arrangements. From that moment, an enduring bond formed between Grandma Wang and Su Li's family, as the three of them, sharing similar fates, would gather to celebrate the holidays together. After Su Li's mother passed away, Grandma Wang became a vital pillar in Su Li's life, providing her with unwavering support and care. Grandma Wang illuminated Su Li's darkest pit, ensuring she did not succumb to despair following her mother's death or the bullying from classmates that left her feeling lost. Among the 3 gaming headsets she had prepared for the girls who had threatened her, one was specifically meant for Grandma Wang. Even if she struggled to understand the game, as long as an account was created, Su Li could assist her in preparing the necessary gear and skills beforehand. Only by acquiring a basic ability to protect oneself could one survive the initial onslaught of the game's monstrous challenges. Under her watchful care, Grandma Wang would surely thrive, living to see the day when their civilization, Lanxing, would expel the arrogant beings from higher realms. Chapter 36. A chance encounter with the bully, Gao Baiha. Grandma Wang becomes Sister Wang. Su Li, unfazed by the half-eaten dinner, picked up her long-unused gaming headset and logged into the game. Upon logging in, she immediately noticed a message from Hening Chuan. "Xiao He loves water. A childhood friend of mine has arrived in the main city and successfully established a guild. I've sent the old hen over to raise it. Once I exit the novice village, he will transfer the guild to me." He Ningchuan's avatar had turned gray, indicating he was offline. It seems he, too, found it quite bothersome to carry an old hen around wherever he went. The ownership of the old hen still rested with Su Li, but in order to facilitate his assistance in caring for it, she granted him some permissions. Nevertheless, He Ningchuan remained oblivious to the essence of the Iron Hen's egg. Thus, upon receiving this news, Su Li felt no concern that he would claim the old hen for himself. Su Li, along with Hui Yuan, made their way to the novice village's spawn point, waiting for Wang Nainai's arrival. However, to her surprise, she encountered a familiar face, Gao Baihe, the girl who had once led the bullying against her at school. In her previous life, like Su Li, Gao Baihe had only begun playing the game Shen Yun after the college entrance examination. However, at that time, she had already flown across the ocean to prepare for her upcoming study abroad trip. Consequently, her initial login to the game had her IP address registered overseas, placing her in a faction corresponding to that unfamiliar country. Su Li refrained from confronting the level 1 Gao Baihe. After returning home on the first day of her rebirth, she immediately sprang into action. She took out her phone and sent the video she had secretly recorded in the girls' restroom, documenting the bullying she had endured, to the school principal and relevant departments without hesitation. During this period, she received only one call from the principal, who was exceptionally courteous, while the other calls from various departments urged her to forgive Gao Baihe. However, she resolutely rejected their counsel, firmly stating that she would not compromise. From that day forth, she never set foot in the school again. Furthermore, she successfully applied for leave from school for treatment using a forged hospital diagnosis report created by Hui Yuan, allowing her to only attend the examination during the college entrance tests. At this moment, Su Li stood quietly at a distance, observing Gao Baihe scanning the crowd. Gao Baihe's character model closely resembled her original appearance, albeit with slightly enhanced attributes, making the character exquisitely crafted yet instantly recognizable to those familiar with her. Su Li couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing that Gao Baihe was not entirely foolish. Since the day she had requested 3 gaming helmets from her, Gao Baihe must have deduced that Su Li intended to try the globally renowned perfect holographic game. Unable to obstruct her at school or in their neighborhood, Gao Baihe likely sought to intercept her within a game. Hui Yuan listened attentively to the girl's words and then inquired, if we leave her be, will she bring unnecessary trouble upon us? Su Li was uncertain about the best course of action, as the relevant departments and school had already imposed appropriate sanctions on Gao Baihe, leading her to prefer not to pursue the matter further. After all, she was currently very busy and had neither the time nor energy to engage in a protracted dispute with Gao Baihe. Noticing Su Li's silence, Hui Yuan understood her thoughts and proposed, how about we replicate the situation with the healer beside F.A. Meiba Baozhou, who has been targeted by others. We could include her photo in the forum's top 10 beauty selection and then enlist some online support to artificially inflate her vote count, allowing her to surpass Wang Zhao Hezi and use Wang Zhao Hezi's connections against her. Su Li had previously mentioned that F.A. Meiba Baozhou's healer, named San Yu, was a skilled tea artist. Upon hearing Hui Yuan's suggestion, Su Li found it quite brilliant and excitedly clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Wow, you seem quite adept at inciting hatred towards others, my dear boy. You shall take full charge of this matter." Delighted by the lively and charming expression of the girl before him, Hui Yuan felt a surge of joy. Following this brief encounter with Gao Baihe, the subsequent time passed quite peacefully. They welcomed wave after wave of new players, but did not see the person they were waiting for among them. Su Li even began to suspect that Wang Nainai might be stuck at the character creation screen due to lack of experience in operating the game. Just as she was about to send Hui Yuan out to check, a tall and slender female warrior, whose waist-to-hip ratio was nothing short of perfect and could rival that of a supermodel, approached them with graceful strides. This female warrior sported long, wavy burgundy hair that cascaded down to her waist, adorned with exquisite makeup, and wore a confident and charming smile. Under Su Li's astonished gaze, the warrior sent a friend request. Although filled with curiosity, Su Li accepted the request. The striking beauty then spoke, her lips parting gracefully. "Is it because of my overwhelming beauty that little Su Li fails to recognize me?" Upon hearing that familiar tone and voice, Su Li's eyes widened in shock, her originally round and adorable almond-shaped eyes now even more pronounced. In the game Shen Yun, Players indeed have the freedom to customize their characters' appearances to their liking, but this freedom is not without limits. Adjustments must be based on one's original features. In other words, regardless of how one alters their character's appearance in the game, it will never undergo such a drastic transformation that even one's own mother would fail to recognize them. This regulation ensures that no player could create a character that was unattractive while appropriating the likeness of someone else. As a result of this rule, rumors have begun circulating among players. The content of the rumors suggested that someone on the game development team had once been deceived while playing. During online interactions, they had seen an enchanting and melodious girl, only to discover that in reality, the adorable girl in the photographs was, in fact, a significantly overweight individual whose size was proportional to her height. Wang Nai, Suli tentatively called out to the stunning beauty before her. The beauty raised an elegant brow, her expression teasing. "Little Suli, I must correct your address. Please refer to me as sister in the game from now on." Yes. Beautiful sister. Suli complied obediently, prompting the beauty to chuckle joyfully. Chapter 37. The Alliance of Flowers and the secret meeting of rival guild leaders having discovered that she could reclaim her lost beauty through technology within the game. Wang Nai seemed to develop a fondness for Shen Yun. Eagerly, she began seeking advice from Su Li on how to navigate the game. Although Su Li did not intend for Wang Nai to follow the path of diligently completing quests to level up, the Shen Yun officials had deliberately set tasks required to advance in levels to prevent excessive assistance to newcomers from experienced players. Without completing these tasks, no matter how many monsters one defeated, they could not continue to gain experience points once their current level was maxed out. Thus, after informing Wang Nai of the game's crucial details, Su Li and Hui Yuan began guiding her through quests, monster hunting, and leveling up. Wang Nai was not the type to rely solely on others, a fact Su Li was well aware of. Therefore, from the beginning of their adventure against the low-level monsters, Su Li consciously allowed Wang Nai to engage in combat herself while providing healing support from behind. Hui Yuan stood guard near Wang Nai, ready to fend off any ambush from nearby low-level monsters. Under the meticulous care of Su Li and Er Ren, Granny Wang ascended from level 1 to level 5 with astonishing speed, akin to a rocket, and her combat skills experienced a qualitative leap. One cannot help but acknowledge that the greatest advantage of holographic games lies in their complete liberation from the constraints of players' physical capabilities. As long as one possesses a sufficiently agile mind and a sound mental state, executing a myriad of breathtakingly complex maneuvers becomes a breeze. Compared to traditional online games, holographic games are truly adaptable for players of all ages. As for Granny Wang, she is inherently a knowledgeable and quick-witted elder. Since she stepped into this virtual world, her performance has exceeded all expectations, outshining the majority of younger players. Especially in terms of combat skills, her talent is nothing short of extraordinary. She learns from every setback, swiftly transforming each lesson into experience, which she adeptly applies in subsequent battles, leaving onlookers in awe. Even the battle-hardened Hui Yuan and Su Li have sung her praises. After reaching level 5, the experience required for further advancement multiplied several times. To save time, Su Li and Hui Yuan began assisting Granny Wang in monster hunting. Once Granny Wang reached level 6, Su Li directly led her to an area inhabited by level 9 monsters, where they commenced slaying these formidable foes together. 10 level 9 monsters successfully propelled Granny Wang to level 8, and after another day and a half, she achieved level 9. By the time she reached level 8, she had donned a full set of 12 pieces of level 8 elite gear. After her ascent to level 9, Su Li instructed Hui Yuan to continue aiding her in leveling up, while he himself sought out hidden treasures within the novice village based on his memory. Remembering that he still had 3 unopened treasure chests dropped by the shell giant in his backpack, Su Li decided to open them as he walked. Upon opening the 3 chests simultaneously, golden and purple lights flickered before extinguishing. Ding! Obtain skill book Mighty Vajra 1. This skill book doubles its effect for tank players. Ding! Obtain skill book Normal Attack Enhancement 1. This skill is universal for all professions, enhancing the next normal attack after every 2 normal attacks. Ding! Acquired some seemingly precious pearls. These pearls can be exchanged at Jingshi and Changji's tailor for a unique appearance. Gold represents the highest tier of skill books, and obtaining 2 golden skill books from 3 chests, particularly useful ones, left Su Li's spirits soaring. However, he felt a twinge of regret regarding the pearls that could be exchanged for a unique appearance. After all, if they could be traded for purple special skills, skill books, or more practical equipment, it would have been even more perfect. Such items would significantly enhance both his and those around him's capabilities, enabling them to perform more adeptly in battle. Nevertheless, while there was some disappointment, Su Li understood that not every game could be flawless, and, at times, one must accept minor disappointments. Su Li's destination was the enormous evergreen tree in the center of the village. Buried 50 steps south of this ancient tree was a dilapidated jar filled to the brim with gold coins. With a light-hearted step, Su Li approached the evergreen tree, and just as he prepared to head south for 50 steps, he inadvertently spotted 2 figures behind the tree. One of them was the healer, Shen Yun, whom he had met just a few days prior, with whom he had exchanged friend requests. The other was a male player whose ID bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the leader of the rival faction, Lianhua Luo, from his previous life. Su Li could not help but exclaim in his heart, "What a coincidence! It is too fortuitous." It was precisely due to his persuasion that Fa Meiba Baozhou had decided to establish a guild. There was no need for him to coincidentally stumble upon such a private meeting between the former flower of the guild and the future enemy guild leader. Was all of this merely a coincidence or the machinations of fate? Su Li found himself lost in contemplation, reflecting on how, even with altered outcomes, the relevant individuals still seemed destined to appear. He began to question whether he had been ensnared in an inescapable vortex of fate. Faced with such a situation, Su Li felt a sense of helplessness, yet it simultaneously ignited a fighting spirit deep within him. No matter how formidable fate might be, he would never resign himself to inaction. After all, having been reborn once, it would be too humiliating to meet the same pitiful end as before. Chapter 38, Level 20 Hidden Dungeon. Shen Yu's pledge of loyalty while Su Li eavesdropped beneath the evergreen tree. A group of individuals convened in a spacious conference room to discuss him. Fei Yun occupied the main seat, listening intently to the well-structured analyses from seasoned players of the Bai Ma Club regarding the recent recording of Su Li and Fu Ye's confrontation against the Hong Bing Club in the Novice Village Valley. "Young master, I believe we should recruit this formidable healer. Doing so would significantly bolster our club's strength," spoke Li, the club's supervisor. Despite his average performance in the game, he was exceptional at recognizing talent. Fei Yun appeared somewhat disinterested. He had long wished to bring Su Li into the club, yet she had categorically rejected him, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, Fei Yun sat up straight and addressed Li. "How I wish to recruit her." Yet she dismissed me without a moment's hesitation. Is our Bai Ma Club truly so inept that she couldn't even entertain the thought? Li was at a loss for words in response to this. The Bai Ma Club had been established on a whim by their young master, and, though it had risen to prominence as a leading club in the country, it still could not compare to the established clubs in terms of heritage, strength, or financial power. Fei Yun understood the unspoken implications of his words, sighed, and slumped back into his chair, resuming his earlier disinterest. The normally quiet Fu Yi chimed in. "I heard that Yi Xiao has already enlisted people to establish a guild in the main city and is helping Yi Zi raise a hen within the guild." Upon hearing the title Yi Xiao, Fei Yun nearly leaped from his seat. "I knew it. Ning Chuan must have secretly recruited Yi Zi over to his side. No wonder when I invited him to join the guild created by Bai Ma, he feigned disinterest and wanted to be a loner. He was deliberately misleading me. He was as insufferable as ever, filled with schemes." His mother often compared him to that insufferable boy. Fei Yun and Ning Chuan, scions of affluent families, were generally familiar with one another, their families maintaining some degree of acquaintance. However, Ning Chuan was at odds with Fei Yun's rival, the young master of the Hong Bing Club, Xiao Yaosheng, making him one of the most prominent figures in their circle. Throughout their lives, the two had always been seen as exemplary individuals, objects of envy and jealousy among their peers, and the proverbial other children that parents often use for comparison. Observing the excitement of his young master, Li tentatively suggested, "Why not offer a high salary to entice Yi away from Yishao?" Fei Yun inquired. "How much?" Li replied, "For a talent as accomplished as Yi, with mastery over every profession, a salary between 10 million to 25 million is within our means." Encouraged by Li's words, Fei Yun regained some confidence. The He family had no involvement in the gaming industry. Even if Ning Chuan could muster the funds to establish a guild, recruiting high-end players at a salary of millions would likely pose a challenge for him. Let us proceed with this plan. I will find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Yi. After deliberation, the Bai Ma Club has decided to continue courting Su Li, although Su Li can only hear the voice of San Yu in this brief span of minutes. She has already been privy to several explosive pieces of gossip. Collectively, these snippets of information could sustain her for 4 consecutive months without seeking out other rumors. Among the most shocking revelations is that one member of the Moldy 8 Treasure Porridge Sisterhood has struck gold by acquiring a clue to a level 20 hidden dungeon. Surprisingly, San Yu has leveraged this clue as a token of allegiance to pledge her loyalty to the guild leader, who oversees the largest club in the domestic gaming circle, Lan Hu. Furthermore, she has audaciously requested the position of the guild leader's wife. Like all games in the realm of Shen Yun, it features a dedicated relationship CP system. Being a holographic game, the relationship system in Shen Yun is particularly sophisticated. Players with even a slight connection to one party can readily discern the identity of the other upon encountering them. For instance, should San Yu genuinely form a bond with the guild leader, Lan Hushui Ri, her status in the eyes of the guild members would be that of the guild leader's wife, while among Shui Ri's friends, she would be recognized as his romantic partner. How delightful! Perhaps Shui Ri has promised San Yu the position of guild leader's wife, as Su Li observes the beautiful healer shyly nestling into his embrace. After a brief exchange of affection, the two depart, allowing Su Li to emerge from her hiding place. She ponders for a moment and ultimately decides not to share this news with the Moldy 8 Treasure Porridge, for the journey to level 20 is still a long way off. Revealing it prematurely might provoke the impulsive nature of 8 Treasure Porridge, causing her to lose a significant piece of gossip, which would be a loss not worth incurring. Walking 50 steps south, Su Li soon excavates a dilapidated jar. Passers-by, intrigued, pause to observe her efforts, but upon seeing her laboriously unearth a shabby jar, they shake their heads and move on, unfazed by their opinions. Su Li gleefully cradles the broken jar and returns to find Hui Yuan and Granny Wang. The location of the level 9 monsters coincides with the beach, and on her way, Su Li notices numerous level 10 players hastily heading that direction. They likely know that crafting level 10 weapons requires crab claws and are rushing to farm the burrowing crabs. Granny Wang spots Su Li immediately. Noticing her once fair face, now covered in dirt, with a tender expression, she pinches Su Li's cheek and affectionately remarks, "You're already a young lady. Yet you made yourself look like a little kitten." Su Li allows the playful pinching and presents the jar to her, saying, "Look, Wang Jia, please open it and see." A shabby jar holds little intrigue, yet upon opening the lid, a dazzling golden light momentarily blinds Granny Wang, who quickly seals it shut again. Su Li beams, "So, what do you think? Am I impressive?" Indeed. Quickly, stash it in your backpack." Following her instructions, Su Li obediently complies, then sends half of her gold coins to Granny Wang, saying, "Here, take this gold. If you come across something good, buy it. Don't hesitate on the cost." "How can I accept this? I'm merely playing the game out of boredom," Granny Wang protests. Su Li interjects, "From now on, you will be our main DPS for dungeon exploration. Your gear must not fall behind." Hearing this, Granny Wang suddenly feels the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. This feeling of being needed makes it impossible for her to refuse. Chapter 39. The Treasure of the Merfolk journey to the East China Sea after commissioning the village blacksmith to forge 3 sets of level 10 armor. Su Li places the remaining 15,643 crab claws for sale in the trading market. Currently, there are not many crab claws available. Each time, only a handful are listed, and they're snatched up in the blink of an eye. Within minutes, her stock of over 15,000 crab claws dwindles to around 5,000. Gazing at the substantial increase in her account, Su Li's smile stretches from ear to ear, reminiscent of a little money grubber. Granny Wang and Hui Yuan have grown accustomed to this little money grubber in her. After several days of interaction, Granny Wang and Hui Yuan have developed a silent understanding. After exchanging a glance, Hui Yuan decisively logs off to prepare dinner, leaving Granny Wang to accompany Su Li in the game. An hour later, Granny Wang calls Su Li to log off for dinner, during which she brings up Su Li's academic concerns. Xiaoli Zi, your homeroom teacher called me earlier. I understand that your absence from school has its reasons, but the college entrance examination is set for June next year. It won't do to spend all your time playing games without studying, Granny Wang expresses, her gentle eyes filled with concern. Su Li swallows her food and contemplates before responding. Granny, what do you think the purpose of diligent study is? To secure a bright future, to find a good job to support oneself, or to broaden one's horizons and become a better person? Perhaps all of these. But I have already earned what would take an ordinary person a lifetime to make through gaming. I have also met various individuals I would never encounter in real life. Pausing, Su Li earnestly addresses her. I understand your worry about my performance in the entrance exams, but I assure you, I will not let gaming interfere with my studies. I simply have compelling reasons to engage in intensive gaming each day. Please trust me, will you? The clarity and sincerity in the young girl's eyes leave Granny Wang unable to utter a refusal. Ultimately, she concedes, but proposes a condition. I will speak with your homeroom teacher and ask her to set aside a copy of each exam for you. Even if you're not at school, you must complete the tests under my supervision. If your scores do not meet expectations, I will not permit you to play this game again before the entrance exams. Su Li understands that this represents a significant compromise and concession on Granny Wang's part. She senses the genuine and profound care being expressed toward her. Faced with such heartfelt affection from an elder, Su Li finds it impossible to refuse or defy. Under these circumstances, she can only choose to comply and accept Granny Wang's arrangement, saying, "All right, I will heed your wishes." Su Li requests 3 days' time. During this period, she transforms into an indefatigable explorer, thoroughly scouring every nook and cranny of the novice village. She spares no detail, recalling every spot where valuable items once appeared in her memory. Throughout this endeavor, Su Li capitalizes on her advantage of having lived a previous life, continuously reminiscing about her past experiences and knowledge. She accurately assesses which items are worth collecting and which tasks are essential to complete, diligently pursuing them. Through relentless effort, Su Li successfully gathers nearly all valuable items within the novice village. The 3 days pass swiftly, ushering in a significant change in Su Li's daily rhythm on the 4th day. Each morning at 5 o'clock, while most remain ensconced in slumber, Su Li begins her day by reciting vocabulary. At precisely 6 o'clock, she enjoys a delightful breakfast meticulously prepared by Hui Yuan. Following breakfast, Su Li immerses herself in her studies, engaging with the online video courses from a top domestic high school that Granny Wang has procured for her. Despite the reduced time available for gaming, Su Li continues to progress efficiently within the game, leveraging her memories from her previous life. She is acutely aware of each task's critical points and techniques, thereby avoiding numerous unnecessary mistakes and inefficiencies. Consequently, even with limited gaming hours, her advancement remains on par with other players. It is only after dinner that Su Li finally finds time to indulge in gaming. Following a night of gaming, her body, now rejuvenated from a state of dormancy, feels revitalized, and her spirit remains invigorated by the game's influence. After spending more than half a month in this manner, Su Li completed the midterm examination papers and requested Granny Wang to correct them according to the answers provided by the teacher. Ultimately, with a total score of 750 points, Su Li achieved an outstanding score of 649 points. Granny Wang was overjoyed and generously granted her a 2-day holiday. Su Li immediately invited Hui Yuan to log into the game, planning to use this time to venture to Donghai in search of the ghost ship, the Yuling Hao, to embark on a quest for the treasures of the merfolk. Su Li and Hui Yuan arrived at the seaside of the novice village, gazing at the vast and boundless ocean with hearts filled with anticipation and excitement. However, When they approached the NPC responsible for renting fishing boats, they discovered that they could only rent a small fishing boat. Clearly, such a diminutive vessel was ill-equipped for long-distance voyages, leaving Su Li somewhat disappointed. Undeterred, she had a sudden inspiration and devised a plan. She purchased a more suitable boat from the marketplace. After a thorough search, Su Li finally found a lovely lake boat. Although this boat was not specifically designed for the open sea, it was significantly safer than the dilapidated fishing boats. After acquiring the lake boat, Su Li positioned it at the shoreline. The vessel was beautifully crafted, spacious, and comfortable, instilling a sense of security. Boarding the boat, Su Li took out the precious treasure map. She meticulously studied the markings on the map, and then marked an exact coordinate on the game map. To ensure a smooth arrival at their destination, Su Li activated the boat's autopilot mode. The vessel gently departed from the shore, heading towards its distant goal. As the boat gradually drifted away from the coast, Su Li's excitement grew. She not only looked forward to the unexpected treasures this adventure might yield, but was also filled with curiosity about the unknown seas and the legendary merfolk. Chapter 40. The haunting Yulinghao. In this hyper-realistic game, Su Li drifted on the vast ocean for 3 days and nights, equivalent to 3 hours in reality. Yet she was still 1/3 of the way from her destination. While playfully entertaining the seabirds that landed on the deck, she asked Hui Yuan, "Surely the Yulinghao Wu Ti remains stationary. Perhaps we might encounter it at any moment." Hui Yuan scanned the surroundings, confirming that theirs was the only ship on the sea, and shook his head. "I'm not sure, but I hope we find the Yulinghao soon. It seems a storm is approaching." Upon hearing this, Su Li raised her gaze towards the west, where dark, ominous clouds loomed like a colossal beast, clawing and lunging toward them. The thick bolts of lightning hidden within the clouds resembled flames spewing from the creature's mouth, sending chills down her spine. As time passed, the dark clouds moved astonishingly fast towards the east. Drawing upon her peak geographical knowledge, Su Li keenly realized that the ominous clouds ahead were one of the signs of an impending storm, cumulonimbus clouds. At that moment, she distinctly felt the air around her becoming more oppressive than before, as if an invisible force was constricting her body. She instinctively lowered her head, her gaze falling upon the 2 docile seabirds at her feet. Initially, Su Li had thought their proximity was due to her amiable nature. However, it became evident that these seabirds had approached the boat because a storm was imminent, under the pressure of the atmosphere. They could not soar freely in the skies and had to fly at a lower altitude. With no islands within 100 miles to shelter from the storm, they perceived the boat as a relatively safe refuge. Feeling a surge of compassion, Su Li reflected on how her first experience at sea in this lifetime was within a game, and she was simultaneously encountering a storm. She sighed, gently grasping the necks of the 2 seabirds and heading toward the cabin. "You're lucky to have encountered me. I hope the boat from the marketplace is sturdy enough to help us weather this fierce storm." A few minutes later, the dark cumulonimbus clouds completely obscured the sky above the boat, while the roaring winds relentlessly battered the hull. The once seemingly large and somewhat clumsy lake boat now resembled a solitary leaf, tossed upon the tumultuous sea at the mercy of the waves. Inside the cabin, Su Li felt as though she were aboard a pirate ship at an amusement park, the swaying motion making her slightly dizzy. Thankfully, she was not prone to seasickness. This storm was truly terrifying. The windows of the cabin had been securely closed by Hui Yuan in advance. Listening to the chilling sounds of the wind outside, akin to a monster's roar, Su Li, despite her curiosity about the scene outside, dared not open the windows. Gazing at the vintage-style window before her, she cautiously extended her finger, attempting to replicate a scene from a television drama by poking a small hole into it. It was solid, not made of paper. Su Li felt a hint of disappointment and returned to the floor to continue amusing the 2 dazed seabirds. The sky was alive with flashes of lightning and thunder, as if it intended to tear the world asunder. This fierce thunderstorm persisted for a considerable time before gradually subsiding. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Su Li eagerly opened the window to glimpse the outside world. However, when her eyes fell upon the scene before her, she was utterly astonished. A colossal ship emerged in her line of sight, covered in seaweed and barnacles, emanating a chilling aura. The massive vessel passed perilously close to their lake boat, sending shivers down her spine. In stark contrast, their little boat appeared minuscule, akin to a trivial toy. Su Li gasped in disbelief, immediately calling out to Hui Yuan. Hui Yuan, Hui Yuan, come and see this. Hearing Su Li's call, Hui Yuan hurried to the window. His eyes mirrored her astonishment and confusion. How can the ship be like this? How is it still able to sail? The two carefully observed the enormous ship, quickly noticing a massive gaping hole located midship, near the waterline. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the sea surface on the opposite side of the vessel. The hole was so large that it seemed to pierce the ship entirely. Yet astonishingly, despite such severe damage, the ship was still afloat and sailing. Su Li and Hui Yuan exchanged glances, both realizing that this ship was undoubtedly problematic. It seemed to harbor some mysterious force or secret that sent an unsettling chill down their spines. Encountering such a bizarre vessel in this vast ocean undoubtedly added an element of mystery and danger to their journey. Look over there. Hui Yuan pointed at the tall flagpole of the opposite ship, where a tattered and torn flag bore 3 characters. Yulin Hao. Su Li immediately leaped from the couch and rushed out onto the deck. Observing the Yulin Hao, which had already sailed far from their boat, following the storm. Su Li quickly opened the game map to confirm that its course aligned with theirs. A sense of worry washed over her. The Yulin Hao is so fast. I wonder if it will still be there when I reach the destination. Hui Yuan approached her side, pointing at the treasure map she held. Since the treasure map led us here to find the Yulin Hao, it must be waiting here for us to seek it. Su Li pondered for a moment and found merit in his words. Thus, she began to study the treasure map while simultaneously recalling information from her previous life regarding the ghost ship and the treasures of the Jiren. In truth, upon initially acquiring the treasure map and the clues to the Jiren treasure, Su Li had already revisited her memories. Unfortunately, she had not discerned any relevant clues therein. Gazing upon the eerie ghost ship, she instinctively felt an aversion to approaching it. Nevertheless, both the treasure map and the system notifications clearly indicated that one must board the ghost ship to reach the Jiren Palace, the burial site of the treasure. As Hui Yuan had suggested, the ghost ship indeed remained stationary at the coordinates marked on the treasure map, lowering its rope ladder. Observing the deliberately lowered rope ladder, Su Li couldn't shake the feeling that this ominous cargo vessel was lying in wait for them to fall into its trap. Chapter 41. Bloodstains and Claw Marks. The woman resembling a legendary creature of the boat slowly approached the ghost ship, halting 2 meters away. Any closer would risk a collision. Su Li swiftly positioned herself directly in front of the rope ladder, then retreated, took a running start, and effortlessly grasped the ladder, beginning her ascent. The sea breeze hit her face, carrying with it the stale and decayed scent emanating from the rotting wood of the ship itself, intermingled with the salty, fishy odor released by the barnacles and seaweed clinging to its hull. Creaking and groaning, the deck, swollen and softened from rain and seawater, emitted a sound that sent shivers down her spine. As she surveyed her surroundings, it became apparent that everything aboard was whispering tales of the storms this vessel had weathered. Once Hui Yuan boarded the ship, Su Li accompanied him towards the helm. Along the way, she noticed numerous gashes inflicted by sharp weapons and some deep brown stains that appeared to be spattered. Given that Su Li had slain many monsters in her previous life after the game commenced, she quickly recognized the source of these brown stains. It was blood. Hui Yuan nodded in agreement as he approached a climbing vine that had overtaken the wooden wall, revealing a bone beneath. Upon closer inspection, his expression grew grave. The bone bore clear bite marks, suggesting that these individuals had not only encountered pirates, but likely fell victim to unknown beasts as well. Indeed, the evidence did not solely consist of human weaponry. There were also numerous claw marks resembling those of animals. However, the ghost ship was a large cargo vessel that primarily sailed the seas, and even when docked, it would only anchor at the port. In such a heavily developed area with a high volume of human traffic, how could a large predator possibly roam free? Su Li contemplated the likelihood of a beast's presence in the harbor. Hui Yuan continued towards the helm, positing that it might be a creature raised by pirates to eliminate threats during their plundering of cargo ships. Or perhaps these beasts were among the cargo the ship had originally transported, having broken free from their cages due to some circumstance, driven by hunger to prey upon the crew. Listening to Hui Yuan's analysis, Su Li found it increasingly plausible. Just as she was about to follow him, she heard a sound akin to water splashing. What was that? Noticing that the girl had fallen behind, Hui Yuan promptly halted and turned back. I heard a sound of water just as I lifted my foot, but it vanished when I listened closely. With that, the girl began to tug at the climbing vine until she had cleared away. A window emerged in the decaying wooden wall, its paper long gone, allowing a clear view into the room. Why is there water in here? It's supposed to be sealed well enough to prevent leaks. The room was pitch black, revealing nothing, yet the floor shimmered with rippling water, and Su Li immediately recognized it as flooded. Let's go see. Hui Yuan, decisive and terse, kicked a large hole in the wooden wall, and water gushed forth, startling Su Li into leaping onto the railing of the corridor. Hui Yuan leaped as well, standing on the railing, arms crossed, quietly watching the floodwaters consume the corridor. Did you eat spinach from Popeye? You've kicked such a big hole in the wall. My skirt is soaked. The girl perched on the railing, swinging her legs in mild irritation as she kicked at the surging water below. Hui Yuan's gaze shifted from the gaping hole in the wall to her swinging feet, his icy demeanor softening as he spoke gently. Use the gold coins I gave you to buy dresses from the shop, 1 for each day. Fine, I forgive you. In Shen Yun, the exchange rate for in-game currency to real currency was as follows. 1 copper coin equals 10 yuan, 1 silver coin equals 100 yuan, and 1 gold coin equals 1,000 yuan. Thus, upon recalling the 500 gold coins Hui Yuan had entrusted her, Su Li felt her irritation dissipate. Those 500 gold coins converted to real money amounted to a staggering 500,000 yuan. Soon, sounds of tails splashing against the water echoed from within the room, followed by a series of slips and falls. You stay here, I'll check it out. All right, you go in and hang this lamp by the window. If there's danger, I'll be outside to assist you. Okay. As Su Li passed over the waterproof oil lamp, Hui Yuan lightly tapped the water surface with his toes and swiftly entered the room. Once hung, the pitch-black chamber was instantly illuminated, revealing its contents as if the roof had been lifted. Su Li focused on the farthest corner of the room, where she beheld a naked woman with deep blue hair, propping herself against the wall. Her azure eyes bore pupils elongated and diamond-shaped like a beast's, exuding a chilling and feral wildness, fixated intently on the abruptly intruding Hui Yuan, baring her sharp white teeth in a menacing snarl. Moreover, Su Li was astonished to discover that where ears should have been, the woman's chaotic deep blue locks instead revealed fish fins. Her hands, gripping the wall, sported unnaturally long and sharp nails, with translucent webbing connecting her fingers. This unique and mysterious array of features ignited a fervent excitement within Su Li, compelling her to associate them with a mythical creature spoken of only in legends. Hui Yuan. She seems unskilled at walking on her legs. We must seize this opportunity while she is still adjusting. Without hesitation, Su Li leaped down from the railing, disregarding the water pooling in the corridor. She swiftly positioned herself before the window, blocking the room's limited exits. Noticing Su Li's actions, the woman turned to face her, her expression shifting to one of heightened ferocity. Su Li realized she had aroused the woman's wariness and thus moderated her overly exaggerated smile, striving to appear more composed and less like a lunatic. At this moment, Su Li was overwhelmed with exhilaration. She could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of witnessing the true form of a Jioran before even stepping into the Jioran palace. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Hui Yuan moved with spectral speed, and while the woman's attention was still focused on Su Li, he swiftly approached, capturing her hands and binding them behind her with several ropes fashioned from ordinary double-headed snakeskin. Chapter 42. When did Jioran start preying on humans? However, a turn of events transpired the instant Hui Yuan secured the woman's hands. The woman's legs suddenly sprang up at a bizarre and astonishing angle, swiftly transforming into a fishtail, launching towards his neck like a bolt of lightning, attempting to ensnare him tightly. Su Li, ever vigilant, immediately took action. With a precise, rapid, and fierce strike, she delivered a powerful blow to the fishtail. The woman cried out in agony from the impact, losing control of the tail, which collapsed onto the floor, splashing water everywhere. At that moment, the water level in the room had receded to just above the tops of their feet. The woman writhed on the ground like a dying fish, blood gushing from the wound at the base of her tail. As she struggled, a piercing and eerie scream erupted from her throat, a sound that pierced the air like a haunting melody, causing both Su Li and Hui Yuan to wince in pain, instinctively covering their ears. The woman's anguished cries persisted for several seconds until she finally ceased, at which point the entire vessel suddenly began to rock violently. The previously dissipated dark clouds gathered once more, and a torrential downpour began to batter the ship with ferocity. Simultaneously, several thick octopus tentacles, as robust as wine barrels, emerged from the ship's stern. The entire vessel began to tilt towards the back, and Su Li, with quick reflexes, grasped the window frame to avoid falling. Hui Yuan pierced the woman's fishtail with his sword, pinning her firmly to the floor, then swiftly exited the room to sever the tentacles that were preparing to ambush Su Li. A small segment of tentacle fell onto the corridor, revealing dozens of tiny teeth within its suckers, sending a shiver of fear through Su Li. This creature must have been summoned by the mermaid, using her as a shield. Filled with rage, Su Li struck another intact tentacle with her lantern. Hui Yuan repelled one tentacle after another, scooping Su Li up and entering the room through a large hole in the wall. The rain outside was too heavy, obscuring their vision, and the tentacles were elusive. It was best to take cover inside for now. Indeed, once inside, the previously aggressive tentacles that had relentlessly pursued them dared not enter, instead cautiously lingering outside the room. It seemed that the ferocious octopus was filled with dread at the sight of the mermaid within. At this moment, the female mermaid had also become considerably subdued, no longer struggling as before. The reason was simple. The sword that pinned her fishtail was extraordinarily sharp, and any slight movement would trigger excruciating pain throughout her body. In another corner of the room, Su Li discovered a pile of shells and fish bones. Kicking the assortment apart, she was taken aback to find over 20 human skulls beneath, along with countless other skeletal remains of human body parts. Crouching down slowly, she meticulously compared the bite marks on the fish bones with those on the human bones. As time passed, her expression grew increasingly grave, for the bite marks on these bones were fine and dense, matching perfectly with the characteristics of the mermaid's sharp teeth. Moreover, the claw marks on the ship's body corresponded with the mermaid's lethal claws. This creature had been consuming humans. It was likely that the entire crew had fallen prey to her. Su Li's gaze turned murderous as she looked at the mermaid. Regardless of whether her victims were mere NPCs or unfortunate players who had met their demise within her belly, a creature that had tasted human flesh could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, when the game descended upon the world, she would undoubtedly become a potential threat. Having remained in a room for a while, the terrifying octopus tentacles that had been lurking outside began to withdraw like a receding tide. As these dreadful appendages retreated, the tilting ship gradually returned to its normal state. Su Li surmised that the massive octopus clinging to the ship's stern must have submerged back into the depths of the sea. However, before Su Li could exit the room to investigate further, an unexpected event occurred. The previously motionless ghost ship suddenly accelerated forward. Su Li's heart raced, and she hurriedly dashed to the corridor, leaning down to peer below. Sure enough, beneath the ship, amidst the tumultuous waves, a colossal figure was partially obscured by the water. Not daring to waste a moment, Su Li rushed toward the control room, hoping to find a way to stop the ghost ship. Unfortunately, upon entering the control room, she discovered that the wheel was irreparably damaged, and the mechanisms used to control the anchor had succumbed to years of seawater corrosion, rendering them inoperable. With no other options, Su Li returned to the room, clutching the level 10 weapon, the pink lotus lantern, tightly in her hand. Her gaze fixed fiercely on the ferocious face of the mermaid lying on the ground. She said to Hui Yuan, "This ship has long lost its propulsion, yet it continues to sail. It must be relying on this enormous octopus for movement." The mermaid's reluctance to leave this vessel is likely a ploy to wait for treasure seekers like us, drawn by the allure of the mermaid's treasure. Su Li handed him the treasure map, pointing at the route taken after boarding the ghost ship, stating, "We are currently en route to the mermaid's palace, where we will undoubtedly encounter swarms of predators. Since we have embarked on this journey, retreat is not an option. We must seize the mermaid's treasure. To avoid being overwhelmed by her tactics, we must prepare in advance." Hua Yuan recognized the gravity of the situation and furrowed his brow, asking Su Li, "Do you know what mermaids fear?" Su Li shook her head. In all the legends of Langhua, mermaids have always been depicted as benevolent beings, known only for their ability to shed tears that turn into pearls and weave mermaid silk, but there is no record of what they fear. Who knows why this game's mermaids have suddenly taken to cannibalism? Hua Yuan suggested. "Should I go online to research?" Su Li immediately stopped him. No. In Shen Yun, once a treasure hunting quest is initiated, it must be completed in one go. Otherwise, a second attempt cannot be made. If that is the case, let's try everything now. Hua Yuan raised his hand to grasp the sword that pinned the fishtail, pulling it out with force. The wound was reopened, and the mermaid emitted a brief, pained cry, but the tears flowing from her eyes did not turn into pearls. Observing this, Su Li couldn't help but curse. Not pearls. She is not a mermaid. Hua Yuan kicked the woman lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. "If you don't want to die, answer honestly, what are you?" The chilling aura caused the fainting mermaid to immediately open her eyes, her bright green irises darting about, revealing a glimmer of naive innocence. Gulu? It seemed she could not comprehend their words. Perhaps the act of consuming humans and her inability to shed tears of pearls indicated that she was a siren. "Let me think, what are sirens called in the West?" Su Li began to frantically brainstorm. "Sirens. I remember now, they are called sirens." Su Li's gaze burned intensely on that beautiful face, which also began to display emotion. Was it joy? As she looked into the diamond-shaped pupils that were growing round her, Su Li realized she had guessed correctly. Yet, why was the octopus, which obeyed the siren, transporting the ghost ship to the mermaid's palace? The siren was securely tied up again by Hua Yuan, and Su Li pointed at the mermaid palace on the treasure map, cautiously asking, "Siren? Gulu gulu. Gululu." The siren emitted a series of incomprehensible sounds from her throat. Hua Yuan speculated. Could it be that the mermaid palace has already been occupied by the siren tribe? That would be the worst-case scenario. Now they could only hope that the number of sirens in the palace wouldn't be too great. Su Li had never heard of what sirens feared, only learning that, according to legend, sailors often used wax to block their ears to protect themselves from the enchanting songs of sirens. For Su Li, accomplishing this task was remarkably effortless. A slight adjustment to her auditory sensitivity was all that was required. However, for Hua Yuan, it was imperative to block his ears completely. After advising Hua Yuan to continue searching for her fears, Su Li ventured into the mall to seek an item that might assist in temporarily muting sound. Upon entering the mall, Su Li meticulously examined the various items available for sale, yet found nothing that met her needs. Consequently, she perused the peculiar materials and items offered by other players, but to her dismay, not a single useful item could be found among the thousands listed in the marketplace. While Su Li was left empty-handed, Hua Yuan made notable progress. Through persistent attempts, he discovered that, like all beasts, the siren had a profound fear of fire. Whenever Hua Yuan approached her with a torch held high, a milky film would swiftly cover the siren's eyes, and with this veil, her vision was lost. This revelation filled Hua Yuan with joy, prompting him to relay the news to Su Li. Shifting her gaze from the torch, Su Li retrieved the waterproof kerosene lamp that hung by the window and stored it in her backpack. She then signaled for Hua Yuan to extinguish his torch. As the last flicker of light vanished, darkness enveloped the room, swallowing it in an abyssal shroud. In this moment of terror, the siren, previously paralyzed by fear, began to frantically claw the serpentine bindings with her sharp nails, producing a chilling sound of friction. However, fully aware of the resilience of the serpentine ropes, Su Li and Hua Yuan refrained from intervening immediately. As time passed, approximately half a minute later, Su Li slowly retrieved the waterproof kerosene lamp from her backpack. Instantly, The room was illuminated once more, the sudden brightness eliciting a sharp and fleeting scream from the siren. Thereafter, she sat motionless upon the floor, her eyes obscured by the milky film, her body trembling uncontrollably. Hui Yuan corrected his earlier statement. It appeared she was not afraid of fire, but rather of light. Su Li nodded in agreement and subsequently returned to the mall to purchase another waterproof kerosene lamp. With each holding one, they carefully secured the magical lamps to their waists. Su Li's bright, clear almond-shaped eyes lingered on the siren one last time. The siren's eyes remained shrouded in the milky film, emitting an eerie glow. Without hesitation, Su Li seized Hui Yuan's dark sword, swiftly delivering a fatal blow to the siren. The entire process faced no hindrance, and the siren's head, capable of beguiling hearts with a mere glance, easily rolled from her elongated neck. A drop of crimson blood trickled from the corner of her eye, falling onto the wooden floor and forming a tragic bloom of blood. Ding! Congratulations on seeing through the siren's disguise. You have received the reward, the true Eye of the Fog. The true Eye of the Fog. This was once a cherished possession of Poseidon, the god of the sea, stolen by the siren. It possesses the ability to see through all lies and deceptions. This item can be used once daily, with an effect duration of 6 hours. Cooldown begins from the moment of use and lasts for 24 hours. The true Eye of the Fog was, in fact, a necklace that had previously adorned the siren's neck, now resting in Su Li's possession. Without hesitation, Su Li rose on her toes and placed this extraordinary necklace around Hui Yuan's neck. Why give it to me? Hui Yuan inquired, puzzled. Su Li replied nonchalantly. Because you are not a player. You are exempt from the rules that require players to form teams or add friends for real-time communication, making you ideal for eavesdropping. After patting his shoulder, she added, you are different from us players. If we encounter another siren or similar NPC capable of enchanting with song or other skills, I hope it will aid you in avoiding harm. My family, Su Li's family, must not suffer any indignities. Hui Yuan's deep gaze met that of the girl, the term family resonating in his ears, ultimately reaching his heart, softening it beyond measure. You're my family too. I will protect you until I can protect you no longer. Su Li did not hear Hui Yuan's unspoken words. She merely smiled and pulled him out of the room, awaiting the impending arrival of the Mermaid Palace. Chapter 44. The affection of the giant octopus. Su Li stood on the deck of the phantom ship, her gaze fixed on the approaching destination, the fear of being nearly entranced still lingering in her heart. The sirens, with their enchanting melodies, were as beguiling as their hypnotic eyes. When the siren mimicked Su Li's unique sounds with a childlike babble, the eerie echoes almost ensnared her. At that moment, a direct private message from He Ningchuan rang out, akin to a clarion call, abruptly restoring her rationality. The message was succinct. I have arrived at the main city to assume leadership. The old hen is being well cared for. This seemingly mundane communication proved to be a timely savior for Su Li, sparing her from succumbing to the siren's grasp. The temporary hire she had whimsically enlisted to care for the old hen had unexpectedly provided crucial assistance by updating her on the hen's condition at such a pivotal moment. A twist of fate Su Li had not anticipated. Grateful for her earlier decision, she marveled at the whimsical design of destiny. Emerging from her daze, Su Li centered her focus on adjusting her auditory system to better perceive the surrounding sounds. Simultaneously, she keenly sensed that Hui Yuan had fallen under the siren's spell. To prevent Hui Yuan from being manipulated into harming her, Su Li recalled the legends of the sirens as greedy, avaricious enchantresses. Decisively, she produced the precious treasure map, pointing to the resplendent depiction of the Mermaid Palace, showcasing it to the siren. As anticipated, upon beholding the stunning palace illustrated on the map, a greedy expression emerged on the siren's face. The siren, initially intent on commanding Hui Yuan to slay Su Li, abruptly altered her course of action. Su Li surmised that the siren had resolved to exploit both her and Hui Yuan's formidable strength to infiltrate the depths of the ocean and act as her pawns in seizing the coveted Mermaid Palace. Fortunately, Su Li remained unscathed by the siren's enchantment. Just as Hui Yuan, under the siren's control, raised the torch to mislead Su Li into believing she feared the flames. Su Li astutely seized the opportunity to reveal the siren's true fear of light. In a swift motion, she ignited the kerosene lamp, compelling the siren to relinquish her hold on Hui Yuan, thereby liberating him from her enchantment. Before severing the siren's beautiful head, Su Li cast one last glance filled with complex emotions. It was the final shred of compassion she could offer to such a brutal, greedy creature. A swift descent into hell was the siren's most fitting fate. Su Li also did not waste the siren's body, stowing it in her backpack, curious to test whether the siren's oil could serve as a perpetual lamp. Under the guidance of the immense octopus, the Phantom ship reached the location marked on the treasure map, where the mermaid palace awaited. Throughout the journey, the ominous clouds enveloping the Phantom ship remained unbroken, and rain fell in a steady drizzle. A resounding crash reverberated through the air as the vessel trembled violently. In that moment, Su Li beheld the colossal head of an octopus emerging before the Phantom ship, its two large, round eyes fixated intently on her and Hui Yuan. The standoff persisted until a thunderous roar echoed, prompting one of the creature's robust tentacles to ascend the broad deck, halting 3 meters away from the tense duo. Su Li tightened her grip on the pink lotus lantern, while Hui Yuan readied his sword, prepared to strike at the slightest movement. Yet the octopus remained still, merely observing them with its glossy black eyes. Recalling the creature's previous display of fear towards the siren, Su Li retrieved the beautiful head of the siren from her backpack and hurled it towards the octopus's tentacle. The octopus's enormous eyes were drawn to the thrown object, and it ensnared the head, bringing it closer for inspection. Upon recognizing the visage of the head, the octopus's tentacle suddenly constricted, the sound of crushed bone sending a chill down their spines. After shattering the siren's head, the octopus sank into the depths of the sea. Just when Su Li believed it had departed, it resurfaced abruptly. With a splat, a tuna bearing the distinct imprint of a tooth was tossed onto the deck by the great octopus. Su Li exchanged a cautious glance with the creature's round eyes before cautiously approaching the tuna, tentatively prodding it with her lantern. The octopus remained unfazed, continuing to watch her intently. It seemed as though the great octopus was expressing gratitude. Hui Yuan, please process the tuna and stow in the backpack. Hui Yuan, armed with his sword, was perfectly suited for the task, allowing her to maintain vigilance against any sudden aggression from the octopus. His deft hands skillfully maneuvered around each bone, expertly separating the valuable parts and placing them into the backpack. At the moment Hui Yuan finished with the tuna, Su Li realized she could perceive the octopus's fondness for them, which had now risen to nearly 80. Without hesitation, she produced the treasure map, stepped closer, and pointed at the palace of the merfolk, asking the octopus if it could guide them there. The octopus blinked its large eyes, feigning ignorance, and presented them with another tuna. After a moment of silence, Su Li patiently inquired several more times if it could take them to the palace of the merfolk. Finally, just as Hui Yuan completed the processing of a third tuna, the octopus tossed not another fish onto the deck, but rather a gigantic shell. The shell was so vast that it could comfortably accommodate the two of them, with room to spare. Tentacles grasped 2 long strands of seaweed from the shell, presenting them to Su Li and Hui Yuan. Instinctively, they closed their mouths as the tentacles brushed the seaweed against their lips, seemingly urging them to consume it. Noticing the fondness remained at 80, Su Li took a resolute breath, reached for the seaweed, and consumed it, suppressing the briny taste. Ugh, it's both salty and fishy. After eating the unpalatable seaweed, she saw Hui Yuan hesitating with his piece. With a mischievous grin akin to a villain, she snatched the seaweed from him and commanded, "Open your mouth." Hui Yuan hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately complied and swallowed the seaweed. Together in fortune and adversity. Seeing Hui Yuan's equally grim expression after consuming the seaweed lightened Su Li's discomfort slightly. Once they had both eaten the seaweed, the octopus coiled its tentacles around them and placed them inside the large shell. Almost immediately after the shell closed, they felt a sensation of weightlessness, accompanied by intermittent sounds of flowing water. Chapter 45. The Transition of Power. the ruler perished on the throne. Su Li and Hua Yuan remained within the shell for an extended duration, until the night once again descended upon the game world, at which point the shell came to a thunderous halt. Inside the shell, Su Li felt dizzy from the jolt. When the octopus opened the shell, water surged in, and before she could hold her breath, she discovered to her astonishment that she could breathe underwater. How marvelous! Filled with delight, Su Li turned to Hua Yuan, and upon receiving his affirmative nod, she broke into a smile, releasing a flurry of bubbles. The octopus gently nudged her with its soft tentacles, seemingly reminding her to pay attention. Following its guidance, Su Li directed her gaze into the distance. She spotted a derelict structure far from their position, shrouded in a gray hue, adorned with seaweed and coral. Though a third of the building had collapsed, the remaining portions still clearly resembled the legendary palace of the merfolk. The grand hall depicted in the treasure map. Su Li and Hua Yuan exchanged a knowing glance, and without hesitation, they began to swim towards the palace. However, this time, the great octopus did not accompany them, but instead remained in place, silently observing their diminishing figures, as if bidding them farewell. Schools of fish residing in the ruins scattered in fright, allowing Su Li and Hua Yuan to glide unhindered into the palace. The surroundings vividly conveyed that this palace was once a symbol of immense pride for the merfolk. Yet, the passage of time and the ravages of the sea had rendered it a mere shadow of its former glory. The stone walls of the palace were in disrepair, distorted by time and water. Columns of jade lay toppled or precariously upright, their once exquisite carvings long eroded away. These columns leaned at awkward angles, struggling to support a palace that appeared on the brink of collapse. The formerly splendid palace doors now looked precarious, as if a mere gust of wind could send them crashing down. The waters surrounding the merfolk palace exuded a suffocating sense of desolation, silently narrating tales of former splendor and present despondency. Upon entering the palace, they were greeted by a floor strewn with shattered stones and broken weapons, scattered about as if to showcase the fierce battles that had once taken place here. More chilling were the countless skeletal remains, covered in algae, of those who had once possessed human forms and fish tails, inciting endless speculation about the events of the past. The exquisite murals that once adorned the sides of the palace had faded into obscurity, as if veiled by the passage of time, rendering their original forms indistinct. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still discern the ancient history depicted within, perhaps the glorious past of the merfolk kingdom or scenes from enigmatic legends. The throne in the center of the hall had lost its former majesty, appearing somewhat forlorn and solitary. The crown-wearing king, with a human body and fishtail, sat alone upon the throne, his flesh long decayed, leaving only a white skeletal frame. A long sword was embedded in the position where his heart once resided, its hilt adorned with sparkling gems, now devoid of luster. Amidst this ruin, Su Li could still glimpse numerous artifacts once utilized by the merfolk. Crafted from precious jade and pearls, these items showcased exquisite craftsmanship and breathtaking beauty. Yet now, they lay quietly in corners, silently enduring the test of time. After thousands of years of wind and rain, they become encrusted with dust, no longer receiving the tender care necessary to restore their former brilliance. Nor would they ever be rediscovered, nor their worth acknowledged as treasures. This was a testament to time and a sediment of history. Each stone and inch of land bore the stories of the merfolk, recounting their rise and fall, their glory and disgrace. The once prosperous and illustrious past had faded like smoke, leaving only desolation and silence in its wake. Yet it was precisely these remnants that allowed this history to endure. Su Li stood before the throne, gazing intently at the remains of the late Jiren Wan. The ruler of the Jiren had been slain, and the conflict that led to his demise was likely a struggle for power. What treasures might the Jiren possess? Had they been spirited away by other Jiren? Hua Yuan, with a serious expression, reminded the girl, who was evidently caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. But the treasure map given by the game indicates that the Jiren's treasure is right here. The scene was so striking that it nearly diverted her train of thought. Su Li slapped her forehead and chuckled, overturning her previous speculations to reconsider the situation. The two scoured the palace for potential hiding spots of the treasure, yet they found nothing. Su Li inadvertently disturbed a few large crabs, which chased her for some time until she leapt onto a waist-high, collapsed stone pillar, finally evading the crustaceans. Sitting on the pillar and swinging her legs, she gazed at the only area of the palace they had yet to search, the throne of the Jiren Wang and its immediate vicinity. If there's nothing there either, we might need to re-evaluate the treasure map and system prompts, she mused. As Hui Yuan listened, he approached the throne, pondering where to begin. Should they excavate beneath the throne's steps or move the remains of the Jiren Wang to inspect the throne? Let's first check if there are any mechanisms in the throne. I've seen in dramas that treasures often have hidden compartments or secret rooms. If such a place exists, the throne may indeed have a mechanism to reveal it. Su Li jumped down from the pillar and approached the throne. Together, they began to carefully relocate the remains upon the throne. Even in skeletal form, the Jiren's long fishtail was still quite extensive. Out of respect for the deceased, they refrained from roughly dismantling the remains and instead attempted to move them as gently as possible. However, midway through their task, the sword that had been wedged between the ribs suddenly clattered to the ground. They had no choice but to set the remains aside and pick up the sword, placing it back next to the remains. After completing this, Su Li and her companion hastily turned to examine the throne for any mechanisms, entirely oblivious to the fact that the remains they had just placed on the ground were beginning to transform. Seaweed had long been growing upon the remains, intertwining within the gaps of the bones. This was precisely why they could handle what resembled a real corpse. Yet at that moment, the seaweed seemed to have suddenly received some form of nourishment, growing wildly. The vibrant green leaves appeared almost alive, rapidly filling every crevice between the bones, as if striving to breathe life back into the once hollow remains. Chapter 46. Condition for obtaining the treasure. Defeat the revived Jiren Wang after searching the throne meticulously. They found no signs of mechanisms. The throne was merely an exquisitely adorned seat, embedded with jewels. Su Li felt a pang of disappointment as she turned her head, only to be astonished by the sight that met her eyes. The skeletal remains of the Jiren Wang miraculously revived before her. The remains were entirely enveloped in seaweed, and two glowing blue flames flickered in the eye sockets, seemingly alive, locking gazes with Su Li. Her heart raced, and she urgently tapped Hui Yuan's sturdy arm, stammering, "Hui Yuan, look, the Jiren Wang has come back to life." Sensing her anxiety, Hui Yuan tightened his grip on his sword, swiftly maneuvering to shield her behind him. "Ding! Congratulations on reaching the Jiren Palace with your teammate. You have successfully drawn the kingdom's sword to awaken the soul of the Jiren Wang trapped upon the throne. Defeating the Jiren Wang and liberating his vengeful soul will grant you access to the treasure of the Jiren. Defeating the Jiren Wang would yield the treasure." Su Li's tension dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. However, the revived Jiren Wang wasted no time and launched an immediate attack. The sword that had once pierced his heart was now firmly gripped in his hand, its length dramatically increasing into a golden spear. With a sweeping motion reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea, the Jiren Wang struck fiercely at Su Li and Hui Yuan. The waves stirred by the spear surged towards them. Unfazed, Hui Yuan swung his sword with great force, cleaving the waves in two. Following suit, Su Li refused to relent, continuously wielding her Lianhua lantern to fend off the spear's relentless assault. Is the seaweed growing this rapidly? Su Li furoit herbroth, noting that her basic attacks had successfully struck the Jiren Wang several times, yet the burn marks from her glowing orbs healed within mere seconds. "Hui Yuan, the damage from your sword seems to heal slower than mine by a second. I'll draw his attention. You focus on enlarging one wound." Realizing this, Su Li made an immediate decision. "All right." Hui Yuan nodded resolutely, swiftly moving to circle behind the Jiren Wang. The Jiren Wang instinctively attempted to turn to follow him, but Su Li's relentless basic attacks swiftly redirected his wrath towards her. Jiren Wang's health is below 75. Attacks from players will deal 10 damage back to the player. 10 points of back damage was considerable. Without healing, fragile DPS characters could hardly withstand for long. Upon witnessing Hui Yuan's health plummet, Su Li unhesitatingly channeled the majority of her healing skills towards him. She was not overly concerned about her own health. Through prolonged accumulation, her health had already surpassed 10,000, allowing her to maintain a healthy state merely by riding the residual effects of area healing when using her ultimate ability. However, as Su Li observed Hui Yuan's steadily decreasing health, she was astonished to discover that his attack power was also gradually increasing. To ensure her healing output could keep pace with Hui Yuan's needs, Su Li resolved to allocate all 10 points of free attributes from her skillbook reward to enhance her healing abilities. The healing effectiveness of a healer is calculated based on their own health. Specifically, the small healing spell's potency is equivalent to a percentage of their total health. Healers typically prioritize increasing their health when acquiring free attribute points. Yet, Su Li possessed a chaotic technique, allowing her healing output to far exceed that of other healers. Given her health was several times greater than that of her peers. Thus, aside from the free attribute point from the skillbook, she had invested her other points into movement speed and attack speed. The free attribute points she just allocated could be seen as an additional enhancement to her healing effectiveness. These enhancements would be factored into her healing output when her healing triggered a critical hit or when she unleashed her ultimate ability, further amplifying the healing effects. Of course, some healers take an unconventional approach, distributing free attribute points evenly between enhancing healing and increasing critical hit chances to achieve explosive healing output. Su Li's allocation of all her free attribute points to healing enhancement was an attempt to emulate this method. While her critical hit rate remained standard, her non-critical ultimates could still serve as a vital lifesaver in critical moments. As Su Li prepared multiple strategies for Hui Yuan, he did not disappoint her, having already torn a significant gash into the Jiren Wang. And as the wound widened, the healing speed decreased. Ding! When the blood of the king of the Jiao run falls below 35, any damage inflicted upon him will return 30 to the player. The king of the Jiao Ren's defense value increases by 15, and his attack power rises by 5. The sudden surge in return damage causes Su Li, who had previously managed the healing effortlessly, to feel a wave of tension. In a state of full health and without being struck by the king, each time Hui Yuan lands a blow, his own health plummets by half. At this juncture, Su Li must promptly cast a minor healing spell to sustain him for the next strike. However, should Hui Yuan hit the king and then be unfortunate enough to be struck in return, his health would dwindle to a mere sliver. In such perilous moments, Su Li must swiftly unleash a powerful spell to restore his health to ensure he does not perish unexpectedly. Thus, she must continuously execute basic attacks to divert the majority of the king's enmity towards Hui Yuan while also avoiding the king's assaults and simultaneously monitoring Hui Yuan's health. This heightened state of concentration and mental strain lasted only a few minutes, yet left Su Li feeling lightheaded, as if a nerve was pulsating rhythmically within her mind. Hui Yuan, my condition is deteriorating. We must eliminate the king of the Jiao Ren swiftly. Otherwise, it will be increasingly difficult for me to provide you with healing support while also drawing the king's ire. In Chapter 47, The Sword of the Kingdom, a decisive moment. A resounding crash echoed as the king of the Jiao Ren swung his powerful tail, shattering the dilapidated door. Su Li and Hui Yuan nimbly evaded the flying debris and hastily fled the crumbling edifice. Upon reaching safety, Su Li did not hesitate to deliver a powerful kick to a precarious stone pillar, attempting to entomb the unreleased king within the collapsing palace. As the pillar shattered, a corner of the palace began to cave in. Within moments, other pillars followed suit, causing the entire structure to collapse in violent tremors. This seismic event sent nearby schools of fish into a panic, scattering in all directions. However, as the swirling sediment obscured their vision, a golden spear suddenly surged forth from the tumultuous waters. Su Li swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading this lethal strike, which embedded itself into a coral-covered rock. Subsequently, the king of the Jiao Ren, now magnified in size, emerged from the depths of the chaotic waters. Seaweed enveloping his arms grew at an alarming rate, attempting to wrest the spear free. Just in time, Hui Yuan severed the seaweed with his sword, thwarting the king's efforts to reclaim the weapon. The seaweed had become an extension of the king's body, and the agony from being severed sent him into a frenzied rage. Abandoning his intent to retrieve the spear, he turned to engage Hui Yuan in a fierce confrontation. Although Hui Yuan's sword was exceptionally sharp, the seaweed seemed inexhaustible, perpetually regenerating with each cut. As Su Li simultaneously healed Hui Yuan, she closely monitored the king's injuries. Before long, she observed not only the significant wound inflicted by Hui Yuan, but also a concealed injury near the king's left chest, precisely where he had been pierced by the sword of the kingdom. This wound remained obscured beneath layers of thick seaweed, barely perceptible without careful scrutiny. Su Li's gaze shifted to the golden spear lodged in the rock, and a daring idea suddenly illuminated her mind. She cast a powerful spell to restore Hui Yuan's health and called out to him, "Kite the king of the Jiao, run away. Lead him as far as possible from the spear to buy me more time." Although Hui Yuan did not respond, he managed to divert the king away from the spear. Seizing the opportunity, Su Li concentrated her efforts on the rock, endeavoring to widen the opening for the spear. As the spear began to loosen, she quickly stowed her lantern and grasped the spear firmly, exerting all her strength to pull it free. Unfortunately, as a healer, her strength was insufficient to completely dislodge the spear. Just as she hesitated about calling Hui Yuan back for assistance, a robust tentacle appeared before her. It was the colossal octopus, having emerged at this critical juncture, extending its aid without hesitation. While Su Li was still in shock, the tentacle effortlessly extracted the spear and gently placed it into her hands. At that moment, the spear transformed back into the sword of the kingdom, and before she could express her gratitude to the octopus, she clutched the sword and dashed toward Hui Yuan. "Hui Yuan, catch the sword." Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from behind. Hui Yuan, now barely clinging to life, responded immediately to the call, swiftly withdrawing from the fierce battle. He grabbed a nearby shell as a makeshift shield, bravely bracing for the ferocious tail assault. With a resounding crash, the shell was struck. Yet Hui Yuan leveraged the force of the blow to retreat with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he successfully caught the sword of the kingdom passed to him by the girl. Upon touching the blade, a wave of soothing warmth enveloped him, restoring him to peak condition in an instant. Try battling with the sword of the kingdom. It should exert a suppressive effect on him, the girl urged eagerly. "All right," Hui Yuan replied without hesitation, advancing rapidly. Like lightning, he wielded the sword of the kingdom, accurately severing the surrounding seaweed. Astonishingly, the seaweed ceased to grow, and even the king of the Jiao seemed to deliberately avoid the mysterious sword, as if it possessed an intimidating power. A surge of elation coursed through Su Li as she unleashed a fierce onslaught, expertly guiding the king toward Hui Yuan. At the pivotal moment, she shouted now. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful spell, granting Hui Yuan precious 3 seconds. Seizing this brief opportunity, Su Li drew the king's attention, leaping and bounding before him to avoid being overlooked. Hui Yuan understood the significance of these few seconds, focusing intently on finding a flaw in the king's defenses. Finally, in this fleeting moment, he discovered an excellent position. Raising the sword of the kingdom without hesitation and thrusting it toward the king's left chest. However, unexpectedly, perhaps due to the game designer's unique arrangement, the king displayed an extraordinary sensitivity to the sword of the kingdom. He completely disregarded Su Li's frantic movements, decisively turning to reveal his skeletal claws, lunging toward Hui Yuan with incredible speed and precision. As victory seemed within reach, how could Su Li allow their meticulously crafted plan to crumble? She unleashed her speed to the utmost, akin to a petite yet formidable cannonball, swiftly darting out from beneath the armpit of the king of the merfolk. Without a moment's hesitation, she resolutely used her own body as a shield, bravely absorbing a formidable strike from the king of the merfolk. Even though Su Li had previously cast a powerful healing spell, her health points continued to plummet like a cascading waterfall. Chapter 48, Earth-Level Special Skill. Complete set of Level 15 equipment. Just as her health was about to reach its nadir, It barely halted at a mere 1% remaining. Suli finally exhaled in relief. However, before she could revel in her fortune, the other colossal hand of the king of the merfolk descended upon her like a mountain crushing an egg, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body. Suli desperately cast a minor healing spell upon herself. Yet, in a disheartening turn of events, after using all 4 healing spells in succession, her health bar still lacked a single point to be full. That seemingly insignificant point had just saved her life. Without it, she would have undoubtedly been sent back to the revival point by that devastating blow. Regardless of the urgency, Suli hastily retrieved a red potion from her backpack, biting open the cork with her teeth, and closed her eyes as she poured the crimson liquid into her mouth. Bang! The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, a resounding noise echoed in her ears, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating the resurrected king of the merfolk and receiving the reward of the merfolk's treasure. Ding! Congratulations, player, for seizing the sword of the kingdom from the king of the merfolk. The sword of the kingdom, which once commanded the merfolk nation, has lost its power. As a magnificent, sharp sword that has vanquished mighty rulers, it will be awarded to the player who defeated the king of the merfolk. Suli abruptly opened her tightly shut eyes, witnessing Hui Yuan piercing the left chest of the king of the merfolk with the sword of the kingdom, while the enormous hand that had been descending upon her veered off to land not far from her side. The seaweed enveloping the king of the merfolk's bones rapidly withered and fell away, revealing the stark white skeleton hidden within. The eerie green flames flickering in the eye sockets of the king of the merfolk's skull dimmed and brightened. In the final moments of his strength, as he lowered his head to gaze into the eyes of the 2 players who had defeated him, the 2 flickering green flames extinguished, replaced by a pair of azure eyes. Thank you, treasure seekers from afar, for granting me liberation. In the last moments before his soul began to dissipate, the king of the merfolk's gaze conveyed gratitude towards Su Li and her companion. His voice was imbued with sincere emotion, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. Subsequently, the king of the merfolk's gaze shifted towards the glorious kingdom he had once created. The desolation before him evoked memories of his reign, a time when his nation flourished. Fish frolicked, and the merfolk lived peaceful and serene lives. Alas, all of this would now become but a fleeting memory. The once vibrant realm was reduced to mere ruins, and the king of the merfolk's eyes reflected endless reluctance and affection. His heart brimmed with regret and helplessness, yet he understood that this was the decree of fate. He could only silently pray that his kingdom might continue to thrive in another sea, and that the lost merfolk would find happiness in another realm. In the end, the figure of the king of the merfolk gradually faded, his body transforming into twinkling starlight, dispersing throughout the ocean as if bidding a final farewell to this world. His tale would forever echo alongside the merfolk's treasure, becoming a cherished legend through the annals of history. Once the soul of the king of the merfolk had vanished, Suli beheld a magnificent chest encrusted with a myriad of gemstones materialize above the ruins of the palace. Simultaneously, the sword of the kingdom, which had originally been in Hui Yuan's possession, now lay within the reward email sent to her by the system. Although Hui Yuan had slain the king of the merfolk, the sword of the kingdom had unexpectedly fallen into her hands, leaving him without any reward, a rather pitiable circumstance. Thus, Suli proposed, now that most of your acquaintances have already left the city and you possess a legitimate identity, why not register a character in the game? This way, you can avoid harm to your physical body in the future. Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the suggestion, but could not arrive at an immediate conclusion. Therefore, he urged her to open the treasure chest first. I need to think this through. Go ahead and open the chest. Suli nodded and reached out to touch the chest. Ding! Effect of Koi's blessing has been activated. Congratulations, player, for obtaining an Earth-level special skill from the treasure hunt task, the merfolk's treasure. Ding! Congratulations, player, for acquiring a complete set of level 15 equipment, Sunset Sea. As the chest opened, a dazzling light erupted, followed by an announcement echoing throughout the server. Ding! Congratulations, player, for obtaining an Earth-level special skill from the treasure hunt task, the Merfolk's Treasure. The server announcement soon followed suit. Ding! Congratulations, player, for acquiring an Earth-level special skill from the treasure hunt task, the Merfolk's Treasure. The world channel erupted with excitement as onlookers copied and pasted messages, expressing their envy and jealousy toward Su Li. Meanwhile, a prominent guild manager, backed by Club, approached Su Li, eager to purchase her Earth-level special skill for a hefty sum. In mere minutes, the price surged from 560,000 to 1,480,000. As a skill only second to heavenly level, the rarity of Earth-level special skills justified such a price. Even from Su Li's perspective, those buyers offering high prices were merely gambling on her lack of knowledge regarding the selling prices of in-game items, as no Earth-level special skill had been publicly traded yet. With so many petty minds around, she was not inclined to engage in business with them. While muttering to herself, she ignored the buyers and clicked to view the skill's description. Shen Yun.Armed, Earth level based on current health points. Each time a healing critical hit is triggered, an immediate healing bonus of 20 health points is granted. This effect is instantaneous and does not stack with subsequent triggers. It seems I've truly struck it rich this time, having obtained a skill exclusive to healers. After reading the skill's effects, Su Li felt reluctant to part with it. Yet she was uncertain whether she should use it herself. Temporarily setting aside the troubling dilemma, she clicked to examine the attributes of the equipment set. Acquire the complete set of level 15 equipment, Sunset Sea, the final legacy of the Deep Sea Kingdom, crafted with the lifelong devotion of the kingdom's creator. Equipping the complete set grants a 10 health point increase. Equipping the 4-piece armor set grants an 8 defense increase. Equipping the main and secondary weapons grants a 500 attack power increase. Equipping 2 rings, a pair, grants a 5 critical hit increase. Given that the attributes of this equipment were not particularly extravagant, the announcements throughout the server did not mention it. Chapter 49. I hope she could be more considerate of his feelings. After tallying the rewards received, Su Li turned her attention to the final email, which contained the sword of the kingdom that had vanquished the king of the merfolk. She withdrew it, grasping the hilt and swinging it casually. In an instant, a solid stone was cleaved in two. Quite impressive. Its sharpness rivals that of the sword in your hand. Su Li made a deliberate comparison between the sword of the kingdom and Hui Yuan's black sword. Then, she extended the sword of the kingdom towards Hui Yuan, saying here, "This sword rightfully belongs to you." At that moment, the sword of the kingdom shimmered with dazzling brilliance under the reflection of the seawater. The hilt and sheath adorned with a multitude of colorful gemstones, accentuating the delicate and smooth appearance of the girl's hand, akin to white jade. However, Hui Yuan did not reach out to accept the sword, merely stating softly, "This sword is indeed excellent, but I already possess a sword that belongs to me." Su Li glanced at Hui Yuan's black sword and nodded gently in understanding. Subsequently, she declared, "In that case, I shall assist it in finding a truly suitable owner." After she sheathed her sword, Su Li finally beheld the colossal octopus gliding towards them. Recalling the assistance the octopus had provided moments ago, she hastily rummaged through her backpack, seeking an appropriate gift to express her gratitude. However, after a thorough search, Su Li discovered that aside from the flowers bestowed upon her daily by the system, she possessed no other items capable of enhancing one's favor. With no other recourse, she reluctantly retrieved the fruits she had pilfered from the mischievous monkey, tentatively offering them to the octopus, saying, "I apologize. These are all I have in my backpack, and I am uncertain if they will suit your palate." In comparison to the octopus's immense form, the fruits appeared minuscule, akin to mere colorful specks of sesame. The octopus ensnared one of the fruits with a tentacle, bringing it closer for inspection, yet displayed no inclination to taste it. Instead, it seemed to treat the fruits as toys, tossing them about playfully. After a brief moment, it returned the fruits to Su Li. "Well, it appears you do not favor this food. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in retrieving the crucial sword of the kingdom. Please take us back to the ghost ship, and I shall prepare a delightful seafood barbecue for you." "Apologies, I forgot you were seafood too." "Haha, Thankfully, you cannot comprehend my words. With that, Suli disregarded whether the octopus agreed, turning her attention to the task of capturing seafood. Her movements were swift and precise, as she gathered a plethora of edible marine creatures, including fish, shrimp, crabs, and scallops, until her backpack was brimming, with the seafood count reaching 99. Suddenly, the memory of the miraculous seaweed the octopus had gifted them, a plant that allowed one to breathe freely underwater without the need for turtle breath pills, flooded her thoughts. Consequently, she dashed back to the octopus, animatedly gesturing. After much persistence on the young girl's part, the octopus finally responded, extending its massive tentacle to envelop Su Li and swiftly propelling her away from the palace. This unexpected turn of events startled Hui Yuan, who hurriedly pursued the octopus, striving to keep pace. Yet, the octopus's speed through the water was astonishing. No matter how hard he tried, he could not match its swift movements. At that moment, Hui Yuan was filled with regret, lamenting his earlier complacency due to the octopus's seemingly friendly demeanor, which had allowed it to whisk Su Li away so effortlessly. Just as he was engulfed in self-reproach and frustration, Su Li's voice pierced through the layers of water, clearly reaching him. Hui Yuan, the octopus is taking me to get the seaweed. I am quite safe. Please wait for my return. Hearing the joy mingled in her voice eased Hui Yuan's anxiety somewhat. Su Li had always been lively and whimsical in his presence, and this cheerful tone was characteristic of her happiness, riding on the octopus's swift currents. It was not long before they arrived at a seabed teeming with seaweed. The seaweed towered like a forest, towering over 2 meters tall. Colorful little fish darted joyfully among the fronds. After releasing her, the octopus reached out to the seaweed, pulling a large mass towards her. The little fish, startled, retreated into the thickets of seaweed. In an instant, the previously bustling area fell silent, with only the seaweed drifting gently with the current. Thank you. Su Li expressed her gratitude to the octopus before stowing the large bundle of seaweed in her backpack. The octopus seemed to express its delight by flicking its tentacle before wrapping Su Li up once more and returning her to the ruins of the palace. Hui Yuan, I have gathered a substantial amount of seaweed, which will save us quite a bit on turtle breath pills. Observing her carefree and innocent demeanor, Hui Yuan felt a surge of unnameable frustration. She seemed utterly oblivious to the immense worry and unease her sudden departure had caused him. With a stern expression, he replied, Do you realize how dangerous that was? I was genuinely worried about you. Upon noticing the guilt and concern reflected in his eyes, Su Li became aware that her recent actions might have caused him distress. Consequently, she quickly became obedient and sincerely apologized. I am sorry. I promise it won't happen again. If I wish to go anywhere in the future, I shall inform you beforehand. For Hui Yuan, the most irresistible aspect was Su Li's large, expressive eyes. Whenever he saw her blinking those eyes at him, looking pitiable, any anger he felt would evaporate in an instant. He understood that despite her assurances of keeping him informed, she was inherently strong-willed. Regardless of her outwardly gentle and charming demeanor, once she set her sights on a goal or devised a plan, she could become resolute and even somewhat ruthless. This juxtaposition of softness and strength in her character left Hui Yuan both admiring and exasperated. Thus, he did not harbor the unrealistic hope that Su Li would genuinely adhere to her promise of keeping him informed in the future. What he yearned for was simply for her to comprehend how profoundly important she was to him, and to consider his feelings when deciding to embark on any risky endeavors. Chapter 50. I promise you, though Su Li had reached level 10, she had yet to activate the soul teleportation point in the novice village, as she was not ready to leave. Thus, to return from the depths of the ocean to the ghost ship, they had no choice but to rely on the octopus that had brought them down. Following the same method as before, Su Li guided Hui Yuan back into the giant shell, and the octopus dutifully continued its role as their transport, swimming them back to the surface. Inside the shell, the oil lamp around their waists remained aglow, initially prepared as a precaution against any lurking sirens in the Merfolk Palace. Fortunately, aside from the ruins and remnants of Merfolk, no sirens were present, rendering the lamp unnecessary. Seated across from each other within the shell, Su Li initially found herself too shy to speak with Hui Yuan, lowering her head in contemplation. Gradually, her thoughts drifted back to the myriad experiences they had shared since her rebirth, particularly after meeting Hui Yuan. If one were to step outside the game, their true encounter had occurred on the day of her rebirth in that cold restroom, awakening shivering and drenched in the stall. The moment Hui Yuan's familiar, urgent visage and warm embrace enveloped her, along with the memories of her most distressing experiences buried deep within her mind, felt surreal. At that moment, she believed it was fate granting her a chance to rescue her younger self before her demise. Thus, she stood unflinchingly, confronting the bullies who had terrified her at the age of 17 and 18. It was only when she felt the reassuring grip of Hui Yuan's hand, the warmth radiating from it, that she truly realized she had been reborn. Though she did not comprehend the reason behind her rebirth or why she had encountered someone who should only exist within the game, she was acutely aware of what she needed to do. Thus, she did not dwell on the reasons for her rebirth, nor did she possess the extra energy to concern herself with the emergence of Hui Yuan. Her singular focus was on how to acquire the finest equipment within the game, ensuring her survival in the cataclysm that would befall a year later, and even striving to ensure that those she cherished would thrive alongside her. However, Hui Yuan's recent words awakened her to a profound realization. Her relentless efforts were driven by the desire for those she cared about to flourish in the year to come. Why then, she pondered, should she disregard the feelings of those around her in the present? Such behavior was simply unacceptable. "I'm sorry." The young girl's voice suddenly resonated in the tranquil space. Unlike her previous, playful apologies intended to placate Hui Yuan, this utterance bore an unprecedented seriousness, tinged with a slight nasal intonation. The three words seemed to encapsulate her deep-seated remorse and guilt, stirring emotions within those who heard them. Hui Yuan felt a jolt at her apology. He initially wished to inquire about her reasons for apologizing again, eager to convey that he was not truly angry. Yet, upon witnessing the subtle reddening of Su Li's eyes, all words lodged in his throat. Countless sentiments ultimately transformed into a succinct yet heartfelt reassurance. "I do not require an apology. I only wish for your safety." This statement, though simple, was imbued with his profound concern and affection for Su Li. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Their mutual understanding was already clear. Su Li leaned closer to the young man across from her, her gaze resolutely fixed on him. "Just as you worry for me. Every time I see you injured from battling the boss, it feels as though my heart is being pricked by needles. Therefore, I wish for you to register a game account. Perhaps in the future, we will inevitably bear the scars of battle. But for now, we still have the option to choose, do we not?" The young man furrowed his brows, concern etched on his face. "But if that happens, I won't be able to reach you immediately. What if you encounter danger? I fear I may not arrive in time, just like last time." "That won't happen." Su Li quickly interrupted him, shaking her head vehemently. "Such a thing will never occur again. If I were to squander this opportunity of rebirth and die as woefully as in my past life, then I would rather not live again." Her voice rang out with determination, as if making a solemn promise to the young man. "Moreover, once you log in, you can invite me to form a team. This way, you can constantly monitor my status and teleport to my side whenever needed." Su Li pressed on, genuinely eager to persuade Hui Yuan to create a game account. Her desire was not solely born from concern for his injuries, but also from regret that he was unable to reap the rewards he deserved. Hui Yuan, taken aback by the tenderness reflected in the young girl's eyes, shifted his gaze away, feeling somewhat at a loss. He remained silent for a long while, long enough for the great octopus to carry them to the surface, where the melodious calls of seabirds penetrated the thick shell. "All right, I agree to your request." Hui Yuan's voice coincided with the dull thud of the shell hitting the deck, making it somewhat difficult for Su Li to hear. She hurriedly leaned closer, pressing her ear to his lips, and eagerly asked, "Hui Yuan, what did you just say?" "I didn't catch that." With her delicate ears so near, Hui Yuan felt an unexpected surge of nervousness. Lowering his voice, he softly replied, "I said, I agree to your request." As he spoke, his breath brushed against Su Li's ear, causing it to tingle. Unable to resist, she reached up to rub it, and that soft touch made Hui Yuan's heart flutter. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the young girl's ears, noticing the pale pink hue blooming at the tips, reminiscent of freshly blossomed peach flowers, delicate and endearing. Hui Yuan's eyes shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, seizing the opportunity as the shell opened to step out first. Finally back on the surface, Su Li exclaimed with excitement. She eagerly exited the shell, standing on the deck, arms outstretched as she inhaled the fresh, salty sea breeze deeply. The sunlight enveloped her, as if draping her in a golden veil, beautiful and enchanting. In that moment, Su Li was wholly immersed in the joy of reuniting with the sea, completely oblivious to Hui Yuan's unusual demeanor. Hui Yuan, who had exited the shell ahead of her, stood not far away, silently observing her with a flicker of gentle warmth in his eyes. "Great octopus, I shall prepare seafood barbecue for you." Su Li did not forget her promise to the great octopus, promptly purchasing a barbecue grill from the shop to begin her culinary endeavor. The great octopus, intrigued by this novel contraption, lingered at the surface, quietly watching Su Li's every move. After presenting the fragrant seafood barbecue to the great octopus, it was immediately captivated by this human delicacy, devouring the 99 seafood items from Su Li's backpack and still appearing unsatisfied. Unfortunately, with just 2 days of vacation, she could not afford to spend any more time indulging it with her culinary skills and reluctantly boarded the boat to return to the novice village. Under the great octopus's wistful gaze, during the boat ride back, Su Li carefully laid out all the rewards she had recently acquired that would be beneficial to her, placing them meticulously on the deck. These rewards were precious treasures earned through her relentless efforts, including a skill book for enhancing ordinary attacks obtained from a previous box, and a newly acquired Earth-level healing enhancement ability. Both were immensely practical for her, but at that moment Ningchuan had successfully established a guild, and it would not be long before her reliable comrades from her past life began to join this guild one after another. Considering this, Su Li contemplated selling one of these items to Ningchuan, allowing him to distribute it as a prize to those who made outstanding contributions to the guild. This approach would not only foster loyalty, but also ensure the guild's continuous growth, while simultaneously securing a trustworthy group of members. All of this would become an invaluable support when the game eventually descended. Hui Yuan, should I keep the skill book for Ningchuan, or should I offer him the special ability? Su Li's expression clouded with uncertainty as she mumbled to herself, her indecisiveness resurfacing. At that moment, Hui Yuan was focused on polishing his sword, and without lifting his head, he replied coolly, "Do not retain either." Upon hearing this answer, Su Li was bewildered and quickly pressed for clarification. "Why should I not keep either?" Hui Yuan paused his actions, sheathing the sword before slowly raising his head to meet Su Li's gaze, stating, "Because you hesitated just now. If you truly wish to do something, there should be no doubt. Thus, if you feel conflicted, do not force yourself to act." Being bluntly confronted with her own thoughts by Hui Yuan, Su Li felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Blushing, she murmured, "I thought I was hiding it well. In reality, I am quite torn. I genuinely wish to empower my friends and family from my past life. Yet I also worry that my capabilities may not suffice to protect you and Wang Nai Nai. Do not place such immense pressure upon yourself. You are already remarkable." Hui Yuan gently ruffled Su Li's hair, offering her comfort. "Just as you previously sold the Chuan Yun arrow to Ningchuan, that alone is proof of your continual efforts to assist them. However, this skill book and special ability are incredibly useful for you as a healer, and you are entirely entitled to be a bit selfish and think of yourself." Hui Yuan's tone shifted. "Besides, did you not also acquire another skill book from the 3 small treasure chests? That too is quite a rare item. Coupled with this kingdom sword, you have certainly amassed a considerable advantage. These are powerful bargaining chips for Ningchuan's expanded guild. If he cannot leverage such valuable assets to foster the guild's growth, it seems we should consider switching to a different guild altogether." "Very well. I shall utilize this skill book and special technique for myself." The young girl initially felt a pang of conflict within her, but upon hearing Hui Yuan's words, she immediately altered her dual-focused mindset. Since it was impossible to have both, she would simply let go. Without the slightest hesitation, she promptly employed the 2 items. Suli rose to her feet, a surge of profound confidence welling up within her. She felt as if she had undergone a transformation, her strength significantly amplified. Exhilarated, she exclaimed, "I feel utterly formidable now. Once we return to the novice village, I must test my damage on the wooden post immediately." Her gaze was brimming with eagerness and anticipation, even startling the seabirds perched at the ship's edge with her fervent enthusiasm. Just as the boat was about to dock, a server-wide announcement echoed, revealing that a player had acquired a celestial-level special technique, causing a stir throughout the entire server. Observing the flood of chat messages, Suli swiftly switched to the System tab to check the detail notification. Upon discovering that the recipient of the special technique was a DPS player ranked among the top 3 in the previous life, she instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. She feared that the one who obtained the celestial-level technique might change, and she dreaded the notion that her existence as a reborn player was not unique. Hui Yuan perceptively detected the subtle shift in her emotions and urgently inquired, "What is it? Is something amiss? What if there are others like me?" Su Li's voice trembled with unease. Hui Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the source of her concern. His previously austere demeanor softened instantly. "That won't happen. Trust me." His tone was resolute and brimming with confidence. Su Li raised her gaze to meet his, seeking the source of that certainty in his eyes. Yet, at that moment, she noticed a fleeting, indescribable expression flicker across his face, stirring a peculiar sensation within her. Regrettably, that expression vanished as swiftly as it appeared, leaving her no time to delve into its deeper meaning. At that juncture, the boat gently approached the shore, and the raucous sounds from the beach interrupted their unfinished conversation. "Today, our By Ma Club seeks justice for everyone. Why should a large guild monopolize the spawn point of the burrowing crabs? Why shouldn't individual players be allowed to hunt monsters?" A familiar voice reached Su Li and Hui Yuan's ears. Su Li turned her head and spotted Fei Yun not far from the beach. Without hesitation, she declared, "Let's go take a look." Hui Yuan nodded and followed her as they disembarked from the boat and headed towards Fei Yun's location. Su Li stood atop a large rock not far from Fei Yun and quietly listened to his impassioned speech, while her eyes remained fixed on the nearby chat channel. At that moment, the players of the Bai Ma Club, led by Fei Yun, were rapidly transcribing his words in a text and sending them to the nearby chat channel. The messages flooded in, each unique, occasionally interspersed with comments from players bearing the Blue Fox prefix ID. Many originally scattered players on the beach began to congregate behind Fei Yun. Opposite them stood 7 or 8 players sporting the Blue Fox's standardized ID. Clearly, this was a conflict sparked by the competition for minor monster resources between the club and individual players. However, with the emergence of Fei Yun, the young heir of the Bai Ma Club, the situation shifted dramatically. Those previously too intimidated to speak up now rallied in support of the Bai Ma Club. Chapter 52. How much benefit has Ningchuan granted you? The Blue Fox is a leading domestic game club, generally operating with a low profile. Yet today, they insist on monopolizing this spawn point, inciting animosity among numerous individual players. Su Li, perplexed, observed that the few Blue Fox members facing the ire of the individual players were equally distressed. They had no desire to provoke the collective anger. However, orders from above compelled them to guard this spawn point, even commandeering other unoccupied burrowing crab spawn points along the beach. Confronted by the sudden emergence of Fei Yun, the young heir of the Bai Ma Club, the Blue Fox players dared not offend him. Faced with his moral high ground accusations, they could only repeatedly emphasize their lack of choice. Unfortunately, the crowd was too aggrieved to care about their circumstances. After a lengthy discourse, Fei Yun noticed that despite the Blue Fox players' meek protests, they showed no intention of relinquishing the spawn point. He decided to take matters into his own hands. The 10 or so players from the Bai Ma Club brandished their weapons, all of which were level 10. This sight struck a painful chord with the individual players. They had yet to craft level 10 equipment due to a lack of necessary materials, leaving them significantly outmatched in combat power compared to higher-level players, guilds, and club members. Witnessing the uniform display of level 10 weapons, their anger intensified. Without hesitation, they brandished their own weapons and aimed them directly at the Blue Fox players before them. The atmosphere between the two sides reached a boiling point, and an intense confrontation seemed imminent. Just as Fei Yun prepared to take a decisive step, a player sporting a Blue Fox prefix ID suddenly appeared before him. This player, named Yuchilin, wore a fox mask that obscured the upper half of his face, revealing only the lower half, but the slight curve of his lips suggested he was in high spirits. The Blue Fox Yuchilin spoke into the nearby channel. Why the agitation, esteemed heir of the Baima Club? We are all members of the same circle. There is no need to make our relations so tense. Upon his arrival, Fei Yun's demeanor shifted to one of cordiality, prompting all Baima Club players to lower their weapons. Fei Yun replied in the nearby channel, Yuchilin, what has prompted the Blue Fox to prevent everyone from hunting monsters today? I recall that all your club members have already crafted a full set of level 10 equipment. Haven't you? Yuchilin shrugged, his tone tinged with helplessness. The Blue Fox Yuchilin, nearby channel voice, it was never our intention to hinder anyone's monster hunting. To express our apologies, the Blue Fox will send members to assist everyone in hunting burrowing crabs for the next 2 hours. We hope everyone can overlook this minor unpleasantness. Upon hearing that the Blue Fox was willing to help them hunt burrowing crabs for free for 2 hours, the grievances of most individual players dissipated considerably. Moreover, with Yuchilin artfully sidestepping the core issue and offering seemingly sincere apologies, the individual players fell silent. As the saying goes, leaving room for others to maneuver ensures future encounters are amicable. The Blue Fox, as a leading domestic club, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, and the individual players did not wish to irreparably offend them over this incident. Given that the individual players no longer pressed the matter and the Blue Fox made such significant concessions, which honored Fei Yun and the Baima Club, they in turn felt it inappropriate to pursue the issue further. As Yuchilin efficiently directed his club members to assist the individual players in monster hunting, Fei Yun and the other members of the Baima Club quietly departed the scene. However, just a few steps away, Fei Yun suddenly noticed Su Li and Hui Yuan standing atop a large rock. He immediately displayed an expression of unrestrained joy on his face, then eagerly dashed over, raising his head to greet the two with exuberant waves of his hands. Lizi Dalao, Hui Yuan Dalao. Su Li glanced down at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Subsequently, she gracefully leapt into the air, landing lightly on the ground. What a coincidence! Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. He, quite the opposite. I specifically came here to wait for you. Fei Yun replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Do you have something to discuss with me? Su Li inquired, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity. Fei Yun nodded eagerly, his face beaming with smiles. I've come with utmost sincerity this time, hoping to once again invite you to join our Baima Club. Should you agree, we are prepared to offer an annual salary of 15 million. Su Li listened quietly, her expression betraying no emotion. After a brief moment, she replied calmly, You are indeed generous, but regrettably, my answer remains unchanged. Fei Yun's smile froze instantly, yet he did not yield, instead turning to the ever-silent Huyen, his eyes glimmering with hope. Perhaps this usually taciturn Dalao Huiyuan would provide a different answer. However, Huyen merely cast a silent glance at him before gently shaking his head, his response simple yet resolute. I'm sorry. Fei Yun felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. How could he have forgotten that Huiyuan was a devoted fan of Lizi Dalao? He always staunchly sided with Lizi Dalao. Had he not been digging his own grave? In an unfortunate twist, he had unwittingly fed himself a mouthful of dog food, leaving him quite vexed. Still somewhat reluctant, Fei Yun asked Su Li, Lizi Dalao, what kind of salary did He Ningchuan offer you that makes you so resolute in refusing my million-level salary time and again? Su Li, aware of his connections with He Ningchuan in reality, chose not to conceal the truth, replying candidly, He can indeed offer me things you cannot, but it is not related to money. Upon hearing this, a conjecture suddenly surfaced in Fei Yun's mind. But a glance at the strikingly handsome yet stoic young man beside her made him suppress that thought. He Ningchuan might be charming to young girls, yet he could not compare to Huiyuan. There was no way Su Li was merely taken by his looks. Fei Yun's handsome face twisted in conflict, evoking a silent amusement in Su Li's art. Before departing, she subtly advised him, "If you have time, pay attention to your elder brother. It would be best to avoid the project in the northwest of Fenyue City." Having said that, Su Li paid no mind to whether he absorbed her words, and left with Hui Yuan. Chapter 53. May the three of them live happily together forever. Upon hearing Fenyue City and his elder brother from a gaming friend, Fei Yun was understandably astonished. He wished to pursue them for more details, yet reason admonished him against such rashness. He should first log off to investigate the project in northwest Fenyue City and what his elder brother had been up to lately. You take everyone to activate the teleport point. I have something to attend to, so I'll log off first. After succinctly directing a small manager to lead others to the main city, Fei Yun logged off. While Fei Yun was dialing his elder brother's number, Su Li had already arrived at the wooden post in the novice village. At this moment, the earliest batch of players who had entered the game had mostly made their way to the main city, leaving only 3 players queuing to test damage at the wooden post, while the healing wooden post nearby stood empty. Since the healing wooden post was devoid of any other players, Su Li decided to test her healing output first, while simultaneously observing the enhancements provided by the newly equipped Earth-level special skill. She swiftly executed a seamless combination of moves, successfully triggering a critical hit, with a healing bonus from this critical hit reaching an impressive total of 10,000. This left Su Li utterly astonished, as after such a prolonged accumulation of health, her current full health had exceeded 50,000. Based on the additional 20 healing bonus provided by the Earth-level special skill, if she were at full health and triggered a critical hit, it could indeed instantly augment her healing output by a full 10,000 points. Elated, Su Li realized that her healing capability was already several times higher than that of an ordinary healer, and now, with the powerful special skill, she could even heal the highest health tank players with just a small healing spell during critical hits. Su Li continued to cast small healing spells, watching her rage gauge gradually rise, silently calculating how much more she needed to fill it to activate her ultimate ability. Where her rage gauge finally filled, she unhesitatingly activated her ultimate ability and closely observed the healing output. After multiple tests, Su Li confirmed that under the powerful enhancement of Xuanhua Jishur, the area healing effect produced by her ultimate ability was astonishing, capable of instantly replenishing the health of a tank player. This discovery alleviated a significant weight from her heart. Having completed the healing output test, the damage wooden post had just become available. Su Li hurried over to begin testing her basic attack damage. Since learning the skill book for enhancing normal attacks, she had long been eager to witness the actual results. Now, the time had finally come to evaluate her achievements. Su Li took a deep breath, focused her mind, and commenced normal attacks on the wooden post. After every 2 normal attacks, the third attack clearly bore greater strength. Yet the specific damage enhancement was somewhat unstable. Occasionally, she would trigger an 8-point damage increase, while at other times it would only be between 3 to 6 points. It appeared that to fully unleash this skill as potential, a degree of luck was required. Nonetheless, overall, such damage enhancement was quite impressive. Su Li nodded in satisfaction, gaining a clearer understanding of her own prowess, having collected most of the valuable resources in the novice village. Su Li planned to leave the less useful resources for the players who would join the game later. She did not wish to be short-sighted and deplete everything, but rather hoped to leave behind some items that could ensure the survival of those who came after her. Although these items might seem somewhat trivial in the game now, she remained steadfast in her decision. Just then, a crisp notification sound broke her reverie. It was a private message from Wang Nai, who had already gone to the main city. "Xiao Lizi, I prepared dinner. Don't forget to log off and eat with me and Xiaohua. I'll head to the gang to feed the chickens now." Since Su Li had decided to join He Ningchuan's gang, it was only natural for her to include Wang Nai as well. Fortunately, when He Ningchuan learned about Wang Nai's relationship with Su Li and witnessed her remarkable agility firsthand, he readily agreed to this request. Unexpectedly, Wang Nai was quickly accepted into the gang by He Ningchuan, who had just taken over as the gang leader. It seemed that despite not overtly expressing it, he genuinely cared for the elderly lady. Su closed a private chat and called out to Huiyuan. "Let us go. Grandma is calling us to log off for dinner." "All right." The two exchanged glances before promptly logging off. Shortly after, they arrived at the dining hall, sitting face to face to enjoy a delicious dinner. During the meal, Su quietly took out her phone and ordered two top-tier gaming pods, specifically prepared for Huiyuan and Wang Nai. Despite Grandma Wang's persistent admonitions against frivolous spending, Su discreetly placed an order. This gift symbolizes Su Li's profound blessings for them, wishing for a perpetual and harmonious life together. Even when faced with inevitable crises and challenges in the future, she hopes they can navigate through them collectively. After dinner, Huiyuan voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes, while Su stayed by his side, diligently drying and neatly arranging the utensils. Once this was accomplished, under Su Li's encouragement, Huiyuan donned the remaining gaming headset. A few minutes later, a level 1 character named Huiyuan appeared in the novice village. Utilizing the remainder of her day off, Su accompanied Huiyuan on quests and battles. Drawing from prior experience, Huiyuan ascended from level 1 to level 10 in a remarkably shorter time than when he had guided Grandma Wang through a novice phase. Chapter 54. Feiyun's brother. The project in Fengyue City indeed has issues. Within the opulent presidential suite of the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Fengyue City, Yunha reclined on the sofa, indulging in a moment of tranquility with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a mobile phone shattered the serene atmosphere. Yunha opened his eyes to see that the caller was his younger brother, Feiyun, which surprised him. It was well known that Feiyun had always been indifferent to the family business. Why would he suddenly call today? Yunha answered the call, and before he could speak, Feiyun eagerly inquired, "Brother, I heard you're planning to bid for that project in the northwest of Fengyue City. Is that true?" Feeling weary, Yunha pinched the bridge of his nose and replied with a hint of resignation. "Yes, that is indeed my intention. If there are no significant changes, we should secure the project in about 2 weeks." For this endeavor, Yunha had led his team in relentless efforts for over 3 months, sacrificing countless hours and resources. Upon hearing Feiyun's inquiry, a wave of dissatisfaction surged within him. Sensing his brother's mood, Feiyun hastily clarified, "Elder brother, I do not mean to question your decision. It's just that a friend of mine recently advised against getting involved with that project." Yunha's brow furrowed even deeper at this remark. He perceived Feiyun's suggestion as folly, as it was based on a character from a virtual game, prompting him to abandon such a significant business opportunity. In a stern tone, he replied, "Yun Fei, do you have any idea how much effort I've invested in this project? Why should I heed your words?" Feiyun, anxious at his brother's skepticism, felt a sense of urgency. He wasn't certain why Su Li had knowledge of potential issues with the project, but numerous occurrences had demonstrated her undeniable capabilities. Each time he encountered her, subtle changes unfolded around him, reinforcing his belief that failing to persuade Yunha could lead to dire consequences. However, how could he convince his elder brother of the truth? Suddenly, a thought struck Feiyun. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother, do you remember my ongoing rivalry with Hong Bing since I established the club? I had received insider information about the dark alterations of the Shen Yun boss, enabling Xiao Yi to preemptively gather a team to confront it. However, when they arrived, they were astonished to find that the friend who informed me about the project's issues had beaten them there." Yunha patiently listened as Feiyun recounted the widely known incident where the Bai Ma Club had bested the venerable Hong Bing Gaming Club. A flicker of caution ignited in Yunha's mind regarding his brother's friend's advice. He began to contemplate the intricate details surrounding the project. While he could not entirely trust Feiyun's assertions, it was undeniable that their team's progress had been unusually smooth, with no hindrances from competitors. Initially, Yunha had assumed that the opposing side was facing financial difficulties, allowing them to advance effortlessly. Yet, reflecting on it now, if the project truly harbored issues, the competitors might be deliberately crafting a facade of ease to lure him into a trap. A chill ran down Yunha's spine at this realization. If that were the case, all their prior efforts would be in vain, and falling into this trap could yield catastrophic results. Determined, Bai Yunhe resolved to investigate the project thoroughly to ascertain whether genuine issues existed. He could not allow himself or his team to be manipulated and needed to ensure that every step taken was secure and reliable. I understand. I will dispatch someone immediately to investigate whether the project indeed has problems. If it does, Bai Yunhe paused, I shall express my gratitude to your friend appropriately. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Fei Yun exhaled in relief, recognizing that although Bai Yunhe had not fully accepted his concerns, he was preparing to investigate diligently. Fei Yun thumped his chest and assured Bai Yunhe, rest assured, brother, I will also leverage my connections to help you look into this matter. Listening to his younger brother's fervor, Bai Yunhe's expression softened, and he smiled, you've finally decided to assist your brother. It seems my efforts over the years have not been in vain. Brother, what are you saying? You are my only true brother. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fei Yun, mindful of the late hour and reluctant to disturb his brother's rest further, hastily ended the call. Just then, the private investigator he had hired relayed important news. Upon reviewing the information, Fei Yun discovered it was a crucial document concerning recent policy changes in Fengyue City. Not daring to delay, he promptly forwarded the document to Bai Yunhe. When Bai Yunhe received the document from Fei Yun, he was not surprised, having already obtained it beforehand. However, upon meticulous review, he noted that this version contained more detailed clauses than what his team had previously acquired. If these additional terms were accurate, even if they successfully secured the project, they would likely not achieve the anticipated returns. Furthermore, the Bai group might face severe repercussions from handling this substantial mess. Clearly, the project in northwest Fengyue harbored hidden pitfalls, and their competitors had indeed dug a significant trench for them. Bai Yunhe summoned his secretary and instructed him to investigate all individuals within the group involved in the project. He then wearily returned to bed, enveloping himself in blankets to sleep, having gone without rest for 2 consecutive days. Having resolved a significant concern, Fei Yun, now invigorated, found it difficult to sleep and prepared to enter the game to vanquish a few minor monsters for amusement. Keeping his elder brother in mind, he had refrained from logging in since that day, and now, apart from himself, all members of the Bai Ma Club had successfully reached the main city. After hunting some minor monsters outside the novice village, Fei Yun prepared to activate the teleportation point to the main city when he unexpectedly encountered Hui Yuan. Fei Yun scanned the surroundings, noting that Su Li was conspicuously absent from Hui Yuan's side. With enthusiasm, he approached Hui Yuan to extend an invitation for him to join the Bai Ma Club again, but was met with an unwavering refusal. No, don't bother. The youth's voice remained steady, yet it pierced Fei Yun's heart. If the 2 esteemed individuals ever change their minds, please consider the Bai Ma Club first. All right. Hui Yuan glanced at him, nodded, and watched as Fei Yun activated the teleportation point, disappearing into the novice village. Chapter 55, The Phoenix Mount, The Shaman's Quest. Su Li immersed herself in a sea of knowledge during the day, tirelessly acquiring various skills and insights. The fleeting moments of learning pass swiftly, and before one knows it, the night quietly descends. Dinner time grants Su Li the precious freedom to manage her own time, a moment she cherishes dearly as it allows her to indulge in the joys of gaming. Simultaneously, she eagerly anticipates showcasing a special gift to Wang Nai and Hui Yuan, a gaming pod that she has thoughtfully set up in the study while Wang Nai was out shopping for groceries. When Wang Nai is led to the study door by Su Li, a hint of confusion graces her features. However, upon seeing the 2 neatly arranged gaming pods inside, realization dawns upon her, and a wave of emotion swells within, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. My dear child, did I not advise you against reckless spending? She chides lightly. You have only just begun to earn money. How will you manage in the future if you continue like this? It should have been I who purchased this, for while my pension may not be substantial, I could have saved enough over a few months for a gaming pod. Yet, Su Li wraps her arms around Wang Nai affectionately, her voice sweetly coaxing. This is a gift just for you and Hui Yuan. I hope our family can always be happy and healthy. Her smile radiates warmth akin to the spring sun, filling Wang Nai with comfort and gratitude. This gesture transcends mere gift-giving. It embodies Su Li's deep affection and blessings for her family. Observing the youthful, vibrant face of the girl, the elderly woman, her hair a cascade of white, is moved to tears, exclaiming, "Good, good, my dear child, you are so thoughtful. Grandma, please go inside and give it a try. I have already prepared the nutritional fluids for you inside. If you ever find yourself short on time or unwilling to cook, the fluids will sustain your energy." Suli assists Wang 99 to the gaming pod and turns to Hui Yuan. "Hui Yuan, you should give it a try too. I customized the gaming pod specifically for your height, so you should fit comfortably." Hui Yuan stands tall, measuring a remarkable 189 centimeters. "Thank you," he replies, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Under Su Li's watchful gaze, he gracefully reclines into the gaming pod, which fits him perfectly, not too spacious, yet not confining. "Oh, this is quite nice. I shall return to my room to log into the game." Su Li beams with satisfaction before darting to her own gaming pod to swiftly log in. Upon entering the game, she notices that Hui Yuan appears by her side. Just as he had before, almost simultaneously, she receives a party invitation from him. Without hesitation, she clicks to confirm and follows the directions on the minimap, soon arriving at Hui Yuan's side. At this moment, Hui Yuan has shed his drab, outdated free attire in favor of the most luxurious outfit available in the shop. This ensemble seems tailor-made for him, accentuating his already stunning features. Even more striking is the sight of him perched atop an enormous phoenix, radiating with dazzling golden light. Such an ostentatious mount has yet to hit the shop shelves. Furthermore, in her past life, Suli had never heard of any player obtaining such a unique and rare mount through quests or any other means. Suli gazes up, her expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity. What on earth is happening? Just then, the phoenix slowly descends from the sky, carrying Hui Yuan. He softly beckons, "Come aboard. I will take you to a special place." Hesitating for a moment, Suli ultimately extends her hand, cautiously placing it in Hui Yuan's strong grip. The contrast in their skin tones and sizes becomes increasingly apparent. Hui Yuan's hand envelopes hers, and she feels a warm breath enveloping her palm. In an instant, her vision blurs slightly, but clarity returns swiftly. She finds herself securely nestled in the warmth of his embrace. All set, the melodious sound of his voice resonates above her. No sooner has he spoken than the phoenix ascends rapidly, carving a magnificent arc through the air as it speeds toward the distant mountains beyond the novice village. Together, they soar through the sky, occasionally brushing against pristine white clouds that beckon Su Li to reach out and touch them. The cool sensation glides through her fingertips, slightly dampening her sleeves. In this moment, Su Li experiences the unparalleled realism that the holographic game offers. She looks up at Hui Yuan, but all she can see is his strong jawline. "You have yet to tell me where this phoenix came from." Lowering his gaze, Hui Yuan locks eyes with her, his mesmerizing gaze holding her captive. "A fortune from the shaman at the novice village. She said it was a reward for assisting her." "What kind of assistance?" Su Li inquires, intrigued by the nature of the task that warranted such an impressive mount. "Finding divine bones." "What on earth?" Su Li exclaims, had astonishment evident. She doubts her ears. Is there even a side quest like that in the game? If so, how could she have been unaware? Moreover, do NPCs genuinely offer rewards before a task is completed? Her almond-shaped eyes widen in disbelief, reflecting her shock. Her delicate features are painted with skepticism. Her slightly parted lips seem poised to voice her thoughts, but ultimately, they release only a soft sigh. A fleeting smile flickers across Hui Yuan's face, and he nods earnestly. "We are on our way to the quest location now. You will soon discover whether the divine bones truly exist." Deep down, Su Li harbors doubts. She suspects Hui Yuan has been deceived by the so-called shaman. Yet, the magnificent phoenix beneath them is undeniably real. Caught in a dilemma, she wrestles with her thoughts. After a fierce internal struggle, she shakes her head, resolutely asserting, "I believe you have been misled by the shaman. Our country has never endorsed superstition, so NPCs like her are likely just attempting to trick players. Furthermore, I certainly never encountered any quests regarding divine bones in my past life. Nor have I heard of this grand phoenix." Lowering her head, The girl contemplates before lifting it once more, speaking with newfound determination. This is likely a plot device intentionally laid by the developers, meant to pave the way for future sales of the Phoenix mount. Once a player obtains the Phoenix, they will surely capitalize on it. That makes some sense. However, since we have the Phoenix now, it wouldn't hurt to investigate, Hui Yuan responds, a growing amusement glimmering in his eyes, intertwined with an elusive emotion. Suli takes note of this, but, out of trust in Hui Yuan, does not dwell on it. Believing he is merely contemplating the reality of the divine bones, as described by the shaman. The location spoken of by the shaman is far from the novice village. As day turns to night, time flows on, and even with the Phoenix as their steed, they expend a full day and night before nearing their destination. Suli sits quietly atop the broad back of the Phoenix, gazing down at the lush mountains and forest below, occasionally hearing the distant, mysterious roars of beasts from deep within the woods. Her thoughts gradually drifted away, leading her to reminisce about the books and films she had once encountered that were intertwined with the divine. Unable to restrain herself, she envisioned herself as the protagonist within these narratives, imagining the myriad of challenges and tribulations she might face, as if she had truly transformed into the character from the stories. Suddenly, a gentle voice pierced her reverie, compelling her to return to reality. What is wrong? She looked up and found herself gazing into a pair of tender eyes. We've arrived. Hui Yuan softly descended from the back of the Phoenix, standing on the ground with arms extended towards Suli. Come down. Oh. Suli leapt down, securely caught by him. Once he placed her on the ground, Hui Yuan, in an unusual manner, took her hand through his sleeve, raising his hand towards the Phoenix, which instantly transformed into a streak of light and flew to his waist. Curiously tilting her head, Suli noticed a finely crafted yellow jade pendant in the shape of a phoenix now adorning his waist, its tassel gently swaying. Indeed, this was a mount the officials intended to promote for substantial profit. Even the method of storing it was so stylish. It was clear to Suli that the Phoenix was a new mount being introduced by the officials. With a warm smile on his face, Hui Yuan led Suli towards the vast cave ahead. As they stood at the entrance, darkness enveloped the interior, but as they entered, faint glimmers of light began to illuminate the rocky walls, fading back into darkness as they exited. Suli, intrigued, leaned closer to the wall, which grew brighter the nearer she approached. Wow, how fascinating. What is this? Well, Yuan explained. These are the Shi-Chong. They awaken when living beings approach, and these faint lights are their startled response. Suli, puzzled, looked up at him. How do you know this? Did the shaman tell you? Hui Yuan's face was mostly shrouded in the dim light, and Suli did not notice the fleeting panic in his eyes. Indeed, Hui Yuan quickly regained his composure and continued, echoing Suli's words. The shaman shared this knowledge with me, perhaps in hopes that I could assist her in locating the divine bone more smoothly. Understanding dawned on her. Then let us set off at once. Suli was convinced, taking the initiative to pull Hui Yuan deeper into the cave. Besides the flickering lights of the Shi-Chong on the rocky walls, they encountered no other creatures along the way. Finally, upon reaching the cave's end, when she beheld the divine bone radiating a soft white light, all the hardships she had envisioned in her mind seemed to vanish. Gazing at the luminous bone before her, Suli felt a sense of disbelief. On one hand, she could not believe they had found the divine bone so effortlessly. On the other, she was skeptical that such a thing truly existed in the game. Moreover, how could they have discovered it so easily? While Suli was still in shock, Hui Yuan had already approached the divine bone, decisively lifting his hand to touch the floating artifact. Hui Yuan, in Suli's incredulous gaze, Hui Yuan successfully grasped the divine bone, which then vanished from his hand as if it had never existed. Suli rushed over, grasping his hand that had touched the divine bone, searching intently. Where's the divine bone? I have stored it, but I haven't received any system notification informing all players that you found the divine bone. In Suli's understanding, such a quest for the divine bone was exceedingly rare, and it was expected that completing it would result in a server-wide announcement. Hui Yuan lowered his gaze. Taking a moment before responding, the shaman once mentioned that there are 6 divine bones, each placed on one of the 6 different continents of the divine fallen land. Perhaps we must wait until all servers reach maximum level and the cross-server passage opens before we can access the remaining 5 continents, thus acquiring all the divine bones. At which point the system will acknowledge the task as complete. 6. Sully paused, then murmured softly. And they're scattered across the 6 continents of the divine fallen land. Isn't that akin to being sealed? Hui Yuan did not respond to her. Instead, he gazed at the ground where the divine bone had once been, where the surface was covered with intricate and mysterious symbols. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that although the symbols appeared intact, each stroke was laced with fine cracks. It was these very cracks that silently and imperceptibly dismantled the seal of the divine bone. Hui Yuan, let us go outside. Considering the Phoenix Mount, although this task is somewhat troublesome, we can take our time, can't we? Sully grasped his sleeve again, smiling brightly as she assured him, I will accompany you. Chapter 57. The NPC that did not exist in the past life dispelled doubts on the return journey. Sully felt particularly lighthearted and joyful. Despite sensing Hui Yuan's gaze fixed upon her from behind, she remained unperturbed, as his silence did not pose any tangible loss to her. In fact, if it could help her shed a few pounds, that would be delightful. With this in mind, she reflected that in the future, if she wished to slim down, she need only allow others to gaze at her for a moment to achieve her goal. Hui Yuan's attention remained on the girl nestled in his arms. His mind replaying the recent events in the cave, she smiled radiantly like spring blossoms, fervently assuring him of her unwavering companionship. Lost in thought, Hui Yuan's lips involuntarily curled upwards, and the worries that had once plagued him about the daunting task of collecting all the divine bones dissipated like mist. Just then, a clear, melodious call from the phoenix echoed through the skies above the novice village. Players who had recently entered the novice village looked up in awe, spotting a phoenix of resplendent and luxurious plumage soaring from the distant horizon towards the village, ultimately landing in the southwestern direction amidst their astonishment. That must be the phoenix. It seems to have landed near the shaman's house. Could this phoenix belong to the shaman? Hey, the phoenix resides in the parasol trees. The shaman doesn't have any planted. I think I saw someone on the phoenix's back. Could it be that a wealthy player bought a limited edition mount from the shop? Come on, even if you're a level 3 newbie, can't you at least check the shop before making such claims? There's no flashy mount like a phoenix for sale. The players in the novice village were embroiled in a lively debate in the World Channel, which drew the attention of several seasoned players who had long since left the novice area. What were these newbies arguing about? When did a phoenix mount come into the game? I have no idea. I climbed the tower to check the chat records, and it seems they saw a phoenix carrying 2 players landing at the shaman's house. No way. Could there be a hidden quest at the shaman's place that rewards a phoenix mount? I don't know. I'll check the game for him. While the other players were embroiled in a heated discussion about the sudden appearance of the phoenix, Su Li and Hui Yuan had already arrived before the shaman. Su Li meticulously observed the silver-haired woman before her, whose skin remained smooth and delicate, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, stirring a sense of unfamiliarity within her. Neither in her past life nor prior to this moment had she encountered anyone resembling this remarkable figure. When this NPC, who embodied both age and youthful vigor, greeted her with a voice rich in experience and did not request the divine bone from Hui Yuan, Su Li finally grasped the peculiar sensation that had lingered in her mind. There had never been a shaman character in the novice village of her previous life. The NPC before her had seemingly materialized from thin air. The small courtyard, which ought to be a part of the ancestral hall, caught Su Li by surprise. She quickly turned to the tall young man beside her, eager to share this astonishing revelation. However, she unexpectedly found herself gazing into his profound eyes. Su Li paused momentarily before softly speaking. Hui Yuan had no knowledge of her in his past life. Given the presence of the NPC, Su Li chose her words delicately, yet she was confident Hui Yuan understood. Indeed, Hui Yuan nodded and gently replied, "Yes, I am aware." His eyes remained tender, though they lacked the astonishment one might expect from someone who had just learned such news, as if he had already been privy to it all, as if everything lay within his control. "You are not surprised at all," Su Li stated, this time with certainty. "Do you not remember? In your previous life, You mentioned all the NPCs in the novice village. You said they were like family to you in this virtual realm, caring for you just as Granny Wong did. Su Li had indeed confided this to him when he was still an NPC, and coupled with the sincerity reflected in his gaze and tone, she found no reason to doubt him any longer. Thus, shifting the topic, Su Li inquired with curiosity, "Then why do you still accept her quest?" It was an unusual situation, yet she found the phoenix she had been given truly exquisite, and she knew he would surely appreciate it. Hui Yuan smiled and replied, "From now on, you could travel anywhere you desire on the phoenix. This will surely make other players envious." Hui Yuan had a profound understanding of Su Li, and with just a few words, he successfully diverted her attention. Su Li playfully remarked, "So, will you be my personal carriage driver henceforth?" "What an honor," Hui Yuan responded, bending slightly and extending his hand to invite her onto the back of the phoenix. Unbeknownst to Su Li, he exchanged a glance with the silent, background character, the fortune teller. In that fleeting moment, the fortune teller displayed an expression of respect not typical of an NPC, and then bowed slightly. Finally, she watched as he mounted the phoenix's back, cradling the young girl protectively in his embrace, and together they departed. Hui Yuan and Su Li soared above the novice village on the phoenix, her laughter attracting the attention of numerous players below. Observing her radiant smile, Hui Yuan's lips curved upward. His intention in bringing her to meet the fortune teller was to alleviate her doubts about him. He did not wish for any rift to form between himself and someone he cherished. "Hui Yuan, do you have any unfinished tasks in the novice village?" Su Li asked, looking up at him. "None," Hui Yuan replied. "Then let us activate the teleportation point and head to the main city," Su Li suggested. "All right," Hui Yuan responded, tapping the phoenix's back, prompting it to swiftly fly towards the teleportation point. Su Li was captivated by the phoenix's intuitive response to Hui Yuan's will, her eyes sparkling with delight. The teleportation point was bustling with players preparing to venture to the main city, and they had all noticed the phoenix soaring above. When they saw it approaching, they instinctively raised their weapons and adopted defensive stances. However, contrary to their expectations, the phoenix did not attack. Instead, it transformed into a stream of light close to the ground and vanished. Then, a tall male player descended gracefully, cradling a female player in a princess carry, as if a celestial being had arrived. This male player was named Hui Yuan, adorned in the most luxurious attire available in the marketplace, radiating a dazzling glow. The players at the teleportation point were nearly blinded by the brilliance of his garments, standing frozen with their weapons raised, watching as Hui Yuan and the female player, clad in equally expensive attire named Ikuli Z, activated the teleportation point and disappeared from the novice village. Chapter 58. You may become a guild leader if you wish. Su Li and Hui Yuan stood at the entrance of the main city, observing the armored soldiers dutifully guarding the city gates, the bustling crowd of NPCs portraying various occupations, and the hurried players of all professions. Once again, she felt the overwhelming realism that the holographic game provided. The towering walls of the main city reached for the heavens, with the heavy vermilion gates wide open. The walls were adorned with exquisite patterns and mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and solemn atmosphere. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the petals of pear trees lining the main road outside the city, the fragrant petals drifting onto the young girl's hair. Hui Yuan looked down at a petal that had landed on her delicate hairpin, stopping her hand as she reached to remove it. Clouds long for garments. Flowers yearn for beauty. The spring breeze caresses the threshold with dew so rich. "This petal suits you well," he remarked. Su Li, noticing the petals that had also settled in his hair, could not help but chuckle. "Really? Yet you look quite like someone afflicted with premature grayness." "As long as you look good, my appearance is of no consequence," Hui Yuan replied, then intercepted a passing vendor who appeared to be entering the city to sell goods, purchasing a handful of bayberries and handing them to Su Li. The bayberries, vibrant and plump, were presented in a funnel-shaped cup made from unknown leaves, the contrasting red and green strikingly vivid. Su Li accepted the bayberries, and with a spirit of reciprocity, tiptoed to feed him one before indulging herself. The bayberry was pleasantly cool, bursting with sweet juice upon the first bite. "Delicious," Let us hurry into the city. The pair stepped forward into the main city. And even though it was not their first visit, the sight before Su Li remained breathtaking. The spacious streets were lined with wooden structures built using traditional mortise and tenon joints, arranged in a manner reminiscent of slumbering giants. These buildings, uniquely styled, were modeled after the renowned ancient capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Each structure emanated a rich historical aura, as if recounting tales of past grandeur. The streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of people, clad in various traditional garments, flowing long robes, ornate brocade coats, and fresh RU skirts, creating a vibrant tapestry. The air was filled with an array of tantalizing scents, the sweetness of pastries, the freshness of tea, and the fragrance of cosmetics. All of this transported one back to the zenith of the Dragon Kingdom's feudal dynasty, immersed in that era of prosperity. However, amidst this lively scene, Su Li felt a tumult of emotions within her. She could not help but recall the devastation that ensued after the game's arrival in her past life, when monsters rampaged and the city lay littered with corpses. The gruesome and terrifying memories flashed through her mind, deepening her sense of despair. Anger and resentment surged within her, causing her to grip the bayberry tightly, inadvertently crushing it. The crimson juice dripped from her palm, staining the sleeve of her pale yellow dress. Do not worry. We shall become the variable in this beast-fighting game, and they will pay the price for their arrogance. Huo Yuan's voice was gentle yet resolute as he carefully pried open Su Li's clenched hand, discarding the ruined bayberry and tenderly wiping away the streak of red juice. His gaze conveyed strength and confidence to Su Li. She took a deep breath, striving to quell her anger and resentment, and walked shoulder to shoulder with him into the throng of bustling people. Ding! Your friend Xiao, he loves to drink water, has invited you to join the guild Jiuzhou Tong. Would you like to accept? Just as before, when the sirens had almost entranced Su Li. As she and Huo Yuan approached the NPC responsible for guild recruitment in the main city, He Ningchuan fortuitously sent her an invitation. Despite the unexpected nature of the situation, Su Li accepted the invitation without hesitation and immediately invited Huo Yuan to join the gang after her own initiation. Almost simultaneously, a character named Fei Yun, who had been observing her status, felt a weight lift from his heart upon noticing the gang prefix appended to her ID. Subsequently, in the Bai Ma Club's main hall, a man could be seen furiously striking a wooden post. He Ningchuan swiftly approved Huo Yuan's application to join, and mere moments later, he encountered the inseparable duo of Su Li and Huo Yuan at the entrance of the gang. You have finally arrived, he remarked as they stepped inside. He Ningchuan's gaze fell on Huo Yuan. The news of your acquiring the Phoenix Mount has already ascended to the top of the forum's trending topics. Huo Yuan maintained his characteristic indifference towards anyone other than Su Li, responding coolly, I was fortunate enough to undertake a hidden quest, and the Phoenix was the reward. Having fought alongside him before, He Ningchuan was accustomed to Huo Yuan's demeanor, though he was taken aback by his sudden departure from the drab initial attire. Now adorned in exquisite garments, he remarked, this outfit indeed suits you far better than your initial gear. Concerned that He Ningchuan's attention might linger too long on Huo Yuan and lead to the discovery of anomalies, Su Li tactfully shifted the topic. Earlier, I mentioned using the old hen to resolve our gang's finances. Let me grant you access to view it now. He Ningchuan, intrigued by this, nodded eagerly as he awaited Su Li to provide him with the requisite permissions. After a brief interval, she informed him that it was done. Eager to see the old hen, he promptly led Su Li to the designated area within the gang where the hen was being raised. Upon arrival, Su Li observed the old hen leisurely wandering within a bamboo enclosure, occasionally pecking at the grass. Although the space was modest, it had been thoughtfully arranged, featuring well-appointed housing for pets that was not inexpensive, along with lush vegetation. It was evident that He Ningchuan had meticulously crafted a comfortable habitat for the hen, simulating a natural environment within the limited area. While Su Li examined the hen's living conditions, He Ningchuan noticed the hen's true name for the first time, realizing that a longer name could indeed be beneficial. Golden egg-laying hen level, 1 health, 200 skill, can lay 1 golden egg daily. Upon seeing the iron eggs produced by the hen in recent days, He Ningchuan, who had seen much in the world and was typically unflappable, felt a surge of excitement. From this day forth, you shall be the core elder of our gang. What position do you desire? He quickly added, you could even be the gang leader if you wish. Iron eggs. Eggs produced by the hen that can be transformed into golden eggs through the refining of magma from the Demon Domain's volcanic rock. Golden eggs. These were indeed golden eggs, produced consistently at a rate of 1 per day. Once the cross-server battleground opens, even without investing in the gang could sustain itself through the golden eggs. Selling the golden eggs at the system's trading post for gold, silver, and copper would yield a substantial fortune. Su Li had no intention of claiming the position of gang leader, as the responsibilities of managing the gang's affairs were far too laborious for her liking. Ultimately, she secured the titles of 2 honorary elders for herself and Hui Yuan, while Granny Wang had now become the gang's financial officer. You have entrusted a senior citizen with your finances. Isn't that akin to exploiting a retired employee? Su Li chided. Ningchuan shrugged helplessly in response. But it was her own suggestion. I couldn't possibly disregard her goodwill, could I? Learning that this arrangement stemmed from Granny Wang's own desire, Su Li chose not to dwell on it further and allowed it to stand. Afterward, she and Hui Yuan took a leisurely stroll around the gang before heading to the main city to accept quests. The tasks available in the main city were considerably more plentiful than those in the novice village, offering more generous rewards in copper coins, though the resources required for enhancing strength were rather scarce. However, a notable advantage of the quest post-novice village was the ability to form teams. Thus, Su Li and Hui Yuan naturally formed a party, embarking on a task mode where Hui Yuan exerted effort while Su Li enjoyed the benefits. Initially, whenever Su Li and Hui Yuan accepted a quest and summoned their phoenix mount from the main city, it would elicit gasps of awe from passing players. Yet, as their appearances became more commonplace, players grew accustomed to the flamboyant mount and the duo's ostentatious display of wealth, no longer reacting with excitement. Time passed swiftly amidst the multitude of tasks, and soon Su Li's gaming session concluded. As the clock struck 6:30 a.m., Hui Yuan promptly logged off to prepare breakfast for her. Su Li also logged off, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and assisted him in the kitchen. Granny Wang mentioned that you should join me in studying together to prepare for the college entrance examination. Given the identity you've created, how old are you now? Make sure you don't get caught. Hui Yuan took the already unwrapped frozen dumplings she handed him and placed them in the steamer. No worries. I can utilize my advantages to modify my data and 1 TB discovered. Well, that's good, she replied. After breakfast was ready, Su Li went to the study to awaken Granny Wang, who was still in the game pod. After the 3 of them shared a cheerful breakfast, Su Li and Hui Yuan returned to the empty room where Su Li stored her gaming pod for lessons, while Granny Wang went out for morning exercise and to buy groceries. After a day filled with intense study, Su Li and Hui Yuan logged back into the game. This time, they did not rush to tackle the main storyline or side quests, but rather aimed to complete a fortuitous event triggered the day before. This event was set in motion by Su Li's act of kindness. The previous day, she had been seated on a bench outside a bustling eatery, enjoying a delightful sweet soup while observing Hui Yuan negotiating oil prices with the vendor. Bored, she glanced around until she noticed a dirty, emaciated boy stealthily reaching into a dim sum shop, seizing a bag of dumplings while the proprietor was distracted. Unfortunately, he was caught by the shopkeeper, who angrily seized the boy by the collar of his tattered garment, preparing to take him to the authorities. Feeling a surge of sympathy, Su Li stepped forward amidst the onlookers, halting the shopkeeper's actions, and voluntarily settled the cost of the dumplings the boy had attempted to steal. As she examined the boy closely, she noted his gaunt frame, with only skin stretched over bones, and a weak aura that stirred her compassion. Without hesitation, she entered a nearby shop and purchased some rice, flour, and oil, handing the food to the boy with instructions to take it home. The boy's eyes reflected a mix of shyness and gratitude, and, as the items changed hands, a strange light flickered. Su Li realized she had triggered a fortuitous event, flickering candlelight. She had seen this event mentioned on a forum in her past life. It was said to grant a skill effect the following night, though she hadn't paid much attention to the triggering conditions or quest details at the time. as the effect seemed rather underwhelming. Little did she expect that her simple act of kindness would lead her to this moment, truly proving that good deeds are rewarded. The location of this event lay in the outskirts of the main city within a slum. As players, Su Li and Hui Yuan had no need to heed the warnings about keeping their wealth hidden. Thus, they arrived at their destination clad in their exquisite and luxurious attire, unashamed of their appearance. Before them stood a dilapidated courtyard, its walls made of a mixture of yellow earth and clay, already crumbling to reveal the straw and stones within. Through the low and dilapidated courtyard wall, one can clearly discern a crooked jujube tree, seemingly on the verge of toppling over. Beneath the tree, a rickety wooden table is set, beside which sit two figures, one large and one small. The larger silhouette is that of the youth whom Su Li had assisted the previous day. At this moment, his face is alight with a brilliant smile as he engages in cheerful conversation with a child of about 4 or 5 years old, occasionally making comical gestures that provoke the child into joyous laughter, flailing his arms in delight. Suddenly, a creaking sound pierces the air as the old, neglected courtyard gate groans. Upon hearing the noise, the boy's smile vanishes in an instant. He swiftly pulls the child behind him, his gaze filled with vigilance, fixed intently on the direction of the gate. When he recognizes Su Li as the visitor, the wariness in his eyes diminishes slightly, yet he remains guarded. Chapter 60. Reluctance to turn a blind eye to suffering for the sake of completing a task. I am truly grateful for your assistance. But may I inquire why you have taken it upon yourself to follow me? The youth, still quite young, speaks with a composed eloquence. Observing the evident change in his demeanor from their last encounter, Su Li is taken aback. Your previous attitude towards me was not one of such apprehension. Is this your way of expressing gratitude, by treating your benefactor with suspicion? The boy's face, already taut with tension, becomes even more strained. He clenches his fists tightly, his lips pressed together, his eyes flickering as if engaged in an internal struggle. After much contemplation, he finally exhales a resigned sigh, releases his clenched fists, and takes the hand of the small child, slowly approaching Su Li. As he draws near, he takes a deep breath and respectfully bows to Su Li and her companion. Speaking earnestly, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will not hold it against me. Su Li, seeing this, smiles and gestures for him to relax. When her gaze inadvertently lands on the child looking up at her, her heart stirs. After a moment's thought, she retrieves 2 bright, glistening tonghalu from her game backpack and offers them to the youth and the child. The little one blinks with wide, expressive eyes, a yearning evident in his gaze. Yet he restrains himself from reaching out for the treat. The syrup on the tonghalu sparkles enticingly in the sunlight, as if beckoning passers-by to partake in its sweetness. The child's eyes are fixated on the tonghalu, his throat involuntarily swallowing, clearly yearning for it. However, he refrains from taking action, instead glancing towards the youth as if awaiting his approval. The youth, equally captivated by the vibrant tonghalu, gulps down his desire, suppressing the urge within him. Years of navigating the harsh realities of the lower class have taught him that there are no free lunches in this world, nor unmerited kindness. Especially for impoverished children like themselves, the goodwill of others often conceals substantial dangers, potentially becoming the catalyst that hurls them into the abyss. What appears to be a delightful gift may, in an instant, transform into a venomous trap, turning their bodies into mere commodities for exploitation. Understanding their trepidation, Su Li takes a bite from each tonghalu and then hands over the remaining intact ones. This time, the youth hesitates only briefly before accepting, while the child joyfully exclaims and shyly thanks Su Li as he takes a tonghalu. "Thank you, sister," he chirps in a soft, tender voice that melts Su Li's heart. Indeed, is the understanding child who evokes the deepest affection. Subsequently, Su Li and Hui Yuan take a seat at the dilapidated wooden table beneath the jujube tree. Upon the table lie 2 bowls of cold wheat porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables, remnants of a lunch that the youth and child could not enjoy earlier. "Whatever happened to the rice and flour I bought for you?" Su Li inquires, puzzled. "They were taken by Wang Matzi," the youth replies, his tone heavy with sorrow. A flicker of anger flashes in his eyes, yet it is overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness, akin to a cornered dog, agitated yet powerless. It matters not. I shall procure more for you, Su Li reassures him softly, placing a lustrous, pristine pearl on the table. This pearl, a treasure she had casually collected during her recent mission involving the merfolk's bounty, is but one of many such exquisite gems in her possession. The youth, having never encountered such a dazzling pearl, stares at it in awe, rendered momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally regains his composure, a complex expression crossing his face as he speaks. Thank you for your kind gesture. I am truly grateful. However, given our precarious existence in this treacherous slum, your visit alone has already made us the center of attention. Accepting this pearl would render us vulnerable, mere lambs waiting for slaughter. His words catch Su Li off guard. She realizes her oversight in considering only her own perspective as a player, neglecting to grasp the precarious situation of the youth as an NPC. I apologize, she says, retracting the pearl, her peripheral vision catching sight of shadowy figures lurking outside the courtyard. The brazen way they spy on them suggests that once they depart, the youth and his brother may face relentless torment. In truth, the quest titled Flickering Flame poses little challenge, its sole requirement being to ensure the youth and his family are free from hardship. When she accepted this task, her original plan was to provide the youth with a substantial sum of money or secure him stable employment to ensure his livelihood. However, upon gaining insight into the youth's dire circumstances and witnessing his unwavering dedication to raising his brother in good health despite their struggles, her view of the task has matured significantly. At this moment, she sincerely wishes to assist the youth in reclaiming a normal life, unwilling to watch him resort to thievery or deceit out of desperation. More importantly, she refuses to turn a blind eye to the genuine hardships he faces merely to fulfill her quest. Su Li looks up at the young man beside her. Hui Yuan, I wish to help them. Very well, he responds. The youth, seated across from them, observes their interaction, only to see the elegantly dressed man rise, pick up a dry twig from the ground, and hurl it over the courtyard wall, eliciting a scream from outside. Come in, or I shall escort you to the magistrate. Hui Yuan's voice is cold and merciless, a stark contrast to his demeanor with Su Li. Silence envelopes the courtyard. Even the cries cease. Hui Yuan wastes no time, throwing another twig that strikes a figure attempting to stealthily retreat. Wang Matzi, believing he could escape unnoticed, soon finds his left ankle in excruciating pain, glancing back to see his leg limp and lifeless, appearing as if it were broken. Fear grips Wang Matzi, and he pleads for mercy. My lord, spare me. I shall come in this instant. Chapter 61. The Slaying of Wang Matzi. The youth's identity may be more complex than it appears. Su Li sits composed beneath the jujube tree, calmly observing the man limping into the courtyard, dragging one leg behind him. The man, though not particularly tall, possessed remarkably well-developed muscles, exuding a fierce and violent aura that instantly conjured images of a butcher or enforcer from a television drama in Su Li's mind. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. Turning her head, she saw the boy's face displaying a complex blend of fear and anger, with the former clearly predominating. Noble one, he is Wang Matzi, a notorious scoundrel in our area, working under Boss Chi. Boss Chi is the local tyrant, known for his cruel methods against those who provoke him. You would do well to avoid Wang Matzi, lest you incur Boss Chi's wrath. The boy's voice was low, but his concern and advice for Su Li were heartfelt and sincere. Su Li smiled reassuringly and said, Do not fear, now that I am here. I shall ensure that neither you nor your brother suffers any more bullying. Wang Matzi, is it? Ah, yes, I am Wang Matzi. Upon realizing that the speaker was a woman, Wang Matzi exhaled quietly, cautiously responding while lifting his gaze slightly to observe her attire. Upon seeing the exquisite dress Su Li wore, Wang Matzi mused to himself, It seems that the man who struck me earlier must be one of her guards. Women are often soft-hearted. If I merely shed a few tears and feign misery, she will surely feel pity and overlook my eavesdropping. Wang Matzi's thoughts were naive. But reality delivered a harsh blow. His weeping did not elicit sympathy from Su Li. Instead, it deepened her disdain for him. In the game Shen Yun, to enhance realism, players cannot interact with NPCs to learn their detailed backstories. Only by spending 1 copper coin to purchase character information from a system can one uncover an NPC's complete history. Eager to learn about Wang Mozi's misdeeds, Su Li deliberately spent copper coins to acquire his quest information, also purchasing the quest details for the boy and his brother. However, the information available regarding the two was exceedingly brief, encapsulated in a single sentence, which struck Su Li as peculiar. Glancing at her attribute list displaying the activated effect of the Koi blessing, Su Li speculated that the identities of these 2 brothers were not ordinary. Beyond their apparent status as orphans from slums, there must be hidden aspects to their identities. If her conjecture proved true, she might receive unexpected rewards. Taking a deep breath, Su Li forced herself to calm down and began to meticulously read the detailed account of Wang Mozi's life. As she read line by line, the catalog of his heinous acts unfolded before her. With each line, her contempt for this NPC intensified. Finally, after thoroughly digesting the information, her gaze became increasingly cold and resolute. She gently closed the document, stood up, and walked slowly yet firmly toward Wang Mozi. Upon approaching, Su Li halted, looked down at Wang Mozi from her elevated position, and commanded in an unmistakable tone, "Lift your head." Upon hearing this, Wang Mozi involuntarily trembled. Yet he dared not defy Su Li's command and slowly raised his head. The moment their eyes met, astonishment washed over his face, filled with admiration and awe. However, just as he was about to utter words of praise, Su Li's hand glimmered with a cold light, and a sharp blade of energy sliced through the air like lightning, severing Wang Mozi's head from his body, which then rolled aside. Simultaneously, a torrent of crimson blood gushed from his neck like a small fountain. The boy beside them quickly covered the eyes of the small child next to him. His face turned pale as paper, his body trembling with extreme fear. Yet, he fought to suppress his terror, maintaining his gaze firmly fixed on the headless body of Wang Mozi. At that moment, Hui Yuan, having read the report, did not admonish Su Li for her actions against the NPC. Rather, he calmly inquired, "Have you accepted the bounty issued by the government? Do not let such a person diminish your reputation in the martial world." In this game realm, NPCs who commit vile acts are typically pursued by the authorities. Players may freely take on bounties and apprehend or eliminate these criminals as required. However, as the rewards for capturing wanted criminals are often meager, few players are inclined to undertake such tasks early in the game. Coincidentally, Wang Mozi was a target for execution, and Su Li harbored disdain for him. Thus, Wang Mozi met his demise early in the game. "Yes, I have accepted it," Su Li replied, offering a sweet smile, as if the earlier scene of her severing a head was merely an ephemeral dream. Hui Yuan nodded softly, responding. The boy gazed at the approaching girl, who had just committed such a gruesome act, yet he still perceived her as gentle and kind, feeling no fear. Su Li tenderly embraced the pale-faced boy, saying, "It is over now. Wang Mozi will not trouble you again." For NPCs like Wang Mozi, who have been issued death warrants, once they are slain by players, they will not reappear, making Su Li's words a factual statement rather than mere consolation. After soothing the boy and urging him to take his brother back inside, Su Li and Hui Yuan sat quietly under the jujube tree, awaiting the arrival of the officials. The bounty task would only be considered complete and rewards dispensed once the officials arrived to verify the body. Unfortunately, they were not met by officials, but rather by Boss Chi, the local tyrant accompanied by his thugs. The thugs forcefully kicked down the dilapidated courtyard door, flooding into the courtyard and blocking Su Li and Hui Yuan's escape. Upon entering, Boss Chi noticed Wang Mozi's headless body on the ground and squinted his sharp eyes. "Revealing no vertanger. You two have graced my humble abode in the slums and even slain one of my subordinates. May I ask what brings you here?" Boss Chi's voice was as gentle as his appearance. Su Li had to admit that, at a glance, this Boss Chi did not resemble a local tyrant. Rather, he appeared more akin to a learned scholar. Chapter 62. Evil begets evil. Seeing the government-issued bounty, she casually accepted it. Suli sat steadfastly on Arikiti Vudensto, emanating an innate air of nobility that was hard to overlook. At that moment, she fixed her gaze on Boss Chi, who stood silent, seemingly at a loss for words. His expression indicating he was momentarily stumped by her statement. A flicker of pride surged within Su Li's heart. Since departing from the novice village, the intelligence of the NPCs outside had reached a level of realism that was almost indistinguishable from a genuine article. Regardless of the roles they played, NPCs possessed corresponding intelligence and personality traits. NPCs like Boss Chi, who navigated the boundaries of both the underworld and the legitimate world, undoubtedly exhibited exceptional intellect. Despite Su Li's response taking him by surprise, he swiftly regained his composure. If that is the case, you must be awaiting the officials? Alas, this is my territory, and those officers likely dare not tread here. No sooner had he spoken than Boss Chi signaled to his thugs to take action. The henchmen who had initially surrounded Su Li and her companion but remained inactive sprang into action upon receiving orders, brandishing their clubs and ruthlessly charging at the two. What a disgraceful display of martial ethics, Lao Deng! Su Li exclaimed with a smile, and in an instant, a delicate pink lotus lantern appeared in her hand. The lantern emitted a soft glow, resembling a blooming pink lotus, exquisite in its beauty. As she swung the lantern, a mysterious force erupted, causing the approaching henchmen to fall as if struck by a spell of paralysis. Meanwhile, the previously silent Hua Yuan vanished silently beside the broken wooden table. When he re-emerged, 5 henchmen lay sprawled around him, unconscious and oblivious to their fates. Hua Yuan and Su Li demonstrated remarkable synergy. Their coordinated attacks swiftly subduing most of the henchmen brought by Boss Chi. Only a handful managed to escape, nursing injuries as they returned to defend their leader with a wary stance. At that moment, Boss Chi had lost his previous composure, his face now marred by a fierce expression. He swiftly retrieved a bone whistle from around his neck and blew into it without hesitation. In an instant, the sharp sound of 3 long notes, followed by a short one, echoed throughout the slums. Before long, a chaotic cacophony of footsteps approached, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. Little girl, why aren't you at home behaving like the noble young lady you are? Instead, you dare to wreak havoc on my territory. Boss Chi's voice dripped with menace. Now that you've entered my domain, even if you were a dragon, you must behave yourself. His gaze, filled with greed and cruelty, bore down on Su Li. Despite the ferocity of his glare, which could easily terrify an adult man, Boss Chi was astonished to find the young girl before him unafraid, even breaking into a grin and laughing heartily. I wondered how a villain could possess a visage so benign, akin to a benevolent deity. It seems you are merely a clown, donning a mask like those in theatrical performances, Su Li remarked, her innocent and charming demeanor belying the sharpness of her words, each one striking like a blade. Infuriated, Boss Chi roared, "What a sharp-tongued little brat! Someone, remove her teeth. I shall feed them to the dogs." Upon hearing this threat, Hua Yuan, who had remained silent until now, sprang into action. A sudden gust of wind blinded Boss Chi, and when his vision cleared, he found a jet-black sword poised against his throat. The murderous intent radiating from Hua Yuan chilled him to the bone, and the sting at his neck left him paralyzed with fear. "Remove her teeth," Hua Yuan said coolly, pressing the sword against Boss Chi's throat, leaving a gash that bled profusely. Just as Boss Chi's summoned reinforcements arrived at the entrance, they were met with the sight of their boss, a figure exuding an air of nobility akin to a celestial being, having his teeth forcibly extracted one by one. Hua Yuan's expression was frosty, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Boss Chi's face twisted in agony, yet he dared not utter a sound, enduring the torment in silence. Curious onlookers wondered why their boss seemed impervious to pain, only to realize in shock later that his tongue had been severed. As the first arrivals recounted the events, it became clear that the ethereal figure had deemed Boss Chi's cries too disruptive and had silenced him with a single stroke. The gruesome scene left all present gasping in horror. However, Su Li, standing behind Hua Yuan, found no cruelty in his actions. On the contrary, She believed Boss Chi had brought this upon himself. His treatment of those innocent souls who had inadvertently crossed him was far more brutal. Hui Yuan's retaliation was, in her eyes, a measure of mercy. While everyone else was paralyzed by fear at Boss Chi's plight, Su Li took the opportunity to check on the two children inside, concerned they might be frightened. To her surprise, the young boy was engrossed in play with a wooden toy, seemingly unaffected by the chaos outside. Noble one, the boy greeted her, rising to acknowledge her presence. Su Li approached, offering them some snack from her backpack and gently patting their heads. I came in to ensure you weren't scared. It's good that you're not. Enjoy playing with your brother while I step out. Yes, we understand that the noble one is ridding the world of evil. We are not afraid. As Su Li stepped back outside, she found Boss Chi no longer able to writhe in agony. His blood had nearly drained away, staining the ground a deep crimson. Noticing his labored breathing, Hui Yuan leisurely retrieved the bounty notice for Boss Chi, standing beside Su Li as they watched him take his final breaths. When the tardy officers finally arrived on the scene, they merely needed to step over the low courtyard wall to behold the notorious Boss Chi, the bane of their existence, now lifeless in a pool of blood. After examining the bodies of Wang Matzi and Boss Chi, Su Li and Hui Yuan received notification from their systems. Ding! Congratulations on completing the bounty for eliminating the henchman Wang Matzi, receiving a reward of 1 silver coin. Su Li's game account was credited with 1 silver coin. Ding! Congratulations on completing the bounty for eliminating the heinous Boss Chi, receiving a reward of 50 silver coins. Hui Yuan's account received 9 silver coins. I only received 1 silver coin on my end. What about you? After all, you successfully eliminated the tyrant of the slums. So the reward should be at least in gold, right? Su Li inwitted, had curiosity pijuit. Well, Yuan merely shook his head, just 50 silver coins. Those silver coins could be exchanged for gold. The conversion process, akin to exchanging currencies in real life, resulted in some loss of value. Su Li found herself at a loss for words. It seemed the game officials were deliberately making things difficult. Had they issued gold coins directly, it would have amounted to a full 5 coins. Instead, they offered players 50 silver coins, forcing them to exchange it, meaning players would ultimately receive 1 less gold coin. A constable approached Su Li and Hui Yuan, sincerely thanking them. I am grateful to both of you for your gallant assistance today. Your actions are truly commendable. You have not only eliminated a grave threat to the peace of the capital, but have also rescued countless civilians from peril. There's no need for such formality. We merely accepted a bounty to assist. Moreover, we have received our due reward, Su Li replied, waving her hand with a radiant smile. In contrast to Su Li's enthusiasm, Hui Yuan remained composed, offering only a slight nod, not uttering a single additional word. At this moment, Su Li noticed the constable's regard for her had surged from an initial score of 50 to an impressive 90. She felt a secret thrill of joy, realizing that her reputation in the realm had risen following their noble deed. Seizing the opportunity, she asked, "What should we do about the medical expenses for those henchmen we injured?" The clever officer naturally grasped the profound meaning behind Su Li's words immediately. He smiled gently and reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, young heroine, your actions alongside Hero Hoa are merely acts of valor, ridding the people of harm. In this process, you have only administered a slight punishment. It will undoubtedly have no adverse effect on your reputations within the martial world." "That is good to hear. Thank you for your reassurance." The officer again clasped his fists in respect. "If you have no further matters, I shall take the bodies and these individuals to the yamen. Until we meet again. As he spoke, the other officers had already tidied up the bodies of Wang Matzi and Boss Chi, and they had also cleaned the blood and dirt from the courtyard. Once the officers escorted the thugs away, the small courtyard returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had occurred moments before. Su Li turned and re-entered the house, sitting casually on the dilapidated straw mat, startling the young boy before her. The boy quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Noble one, your status is exalted. How can you sit in such a dirty and tattered place? Please wait a moment. I will fetch a stool for you." "There's no need for such trouble. I'm not a person of great wealth or status, merely a child from an ordinary family, and I have no such pretensions. Su Li grasped the boy's hand, gently urging him back onto the straw mat, and spoke earnestly. I have come primarily to inquire about your future arrangements. Do you intend to remain here or seek a new environment? If you wish to stay, I can help you find a stable job. If you desire to leave, then come with me. I will provide you and your brother with a truly secure life. The boy silently gazed at this beautiful maiden, who had repeatedly shown kindness towards him. Despite being of a similar age, she possessed remarkable martial skills, earning the respect of even the officers. At that moment, a voice within him urged, trust her, follow her, escape this place of turmoil, and lead a normal life like an ordinary person. My suggestion is that you come with us, spoke Hui Yuan, who had remained silent until now. He calmly looked down at the boy seated on the ground. You understand the slums better than we do. This chaotic area is beyond the government's control. Soon a new local tyrant will emerge to replace Boss Qi. Your lives may not improve under their rule. If the successor is an adversary of Boss Qi, they might show you leniency due to Qi's demise here. However, if the successor is one of Qi's subordinates or friends, your lives may become even more difficult. Su Li immediately added, he speaks the truth, and since this matter arose because of us, we must address the subsequent troubles we have caused you. Her gaze fell upon the young boy, who was wide-eyed and innocent. Think of your younger brother. Think of your deceased parents. All right, we will go with the two noble ones. Perhaps reminded of his younger brother or their late parents, the boy acquiesced to Su Li's suggestion. He turned and retrieved a patched rag, lifting the edge of the straw mat to unearth a beautifully crafted lacquer box. Dusting off the dirt from the box, he cradled it carefully in his arms, placing it within the rag alongside a few sets of faded clothing. Noble one, I am ready, he said, securing his bundle and lifting his younger brother as he approached Su Li and Hui Yuan, who were waiting outside. Observing the boy's frail frame struggling to carry his brother, Hui Yuan stepped forward and took the child into his own arms. Allow me. The journey may be too arduous for you. The boy felt uneasy about this arrangement, but feared delaying their departure, so he refrained from objecting. In that case, let us set off, Su Li declared. Her spirit invigorated as she grasped the boy's hand, which was anxiously clutching his garment, and led him confidently out of the small courtyard. Hui Yuan followed closely behind, restoring the damaged wooden door before securing it with a lock purchased from the market. The lock was impervious to NPCs, ensuring that even in the owner's absence, the courtyard would not be trespassed upon. As they departed the filthy, muddy expanse of the slums, Su Li intentionally avoided the shortcut that led directly to their destination, opting instead for the bustling main street of the city. Upon stepping onto the clean and orderly stone-paved road, the boy noticed that the beautiful maiden holding his hand had slowed her pace. She seemed to be savoring a leisurely outing, strolling through the street with a relaxed demeanor. Despite the anxiety swirling within him, the boy remained silent, fearing that his impatience might provoke this noble one and jeopardize his hard-won chance to escape the slums. Suddenly, Su Li paused to purchase a bag of candied chestnuts, spending an extra copper coin to have a vendor shell them for her. Here, try some, she said. Just as the boy was about to decline, a warm chestnut was unexpectedly placed in his mouth. The chestnut was incredibly soft, easily dissolving into a fine powder with a gentle bite. The rich flavor evoked sweet memories from the boy's past, reminiscent of a time when he was cherished by his parents and could enjoy various delectable treats and delicacies. Oh my, look at you. A mere chestnut has you nearly in tears of joy. Then have the entire bag, Su Li teased, playfully stuffing the shelled chestnuts into the boy's hands, before picking up another bag and sharing a chestnut each with Hui Yuan and the envious little brother. She then handed the bag of chestnuts to the younger child, instructing, Now, take this bag and share it with your big brother. Yes, sister, I will share with brother. Such a good boy. She affectionately patted the child's head before continuing on her way. Throughout their journey, whenever they passed enticing food stalls, Su Li would pause to carefully select a few delicacies, insisting on placing them into the hands of the boy and his younger brother. Eventually, they stopped in front of a shop named Ronghua Ge, which boasted 3 elegantly decorated floors, bustling with patrons. The NPC at the entrance, upon noticing the exquisite appearance of Su Li and Hui Yuan, welcomed them with a beaming smile, saying, Esteemed guests, please come inside. We have all styles of clothing at Ronghua. The boy assumed that Su Li and Hui Yuan intended to purchase clothing, so he planned to wait outside with his brother. However, to his surprise, Hui Yuan did not entrust the younger child to him, but instead said to the eager NPC, "Please select a few suitable outfits for these two children." The NPC, exhibiting exceptional professionalism, had already noticed the ragged attire of the two children accompanying them. Despite some reluctance, he concealed it well and eagerly took the boy by the hand, leading him into the store. "I do not need anything," the noble boy protested, glancing back at Su Li, but the NPC did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Half dragging him into the shop, the little brother in Hui Yuan's arms, noticing his brother being taken away, tensed up, tightly gripping Hui Yuan's collar. "Big brother, where are you taking my brother?" Hui Yuan looked down at the young child with gentle eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly reassured, "Your brother is going to try on new clothes. Would you like to join him and see?" Upon hearing those words, the boy's eyes instantly sparkled with delight, and a joyful smile graced his face as he replied, "Sure." Yet, in the next moment, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of sorrow, as he pitifully murmured, "But Xiaoqi has no money." Hui Yuan, amused by his expression, couldn't help but chuckle, embracing him as they walked into the shop, patiently saying, "Brother will buy it for you. You don't need to spend any money." Su Li stood aside, quietly observing this scene. It was her first time witnessing Hui Yuan's gentle treatment of a child, which surprised her. However, she did not intrude, merely smiling and silently following behind them. After a careful selection, Su Li decided to purchase 10 sets of clothing for both the young boy and the child, accommodating outfits for all seasons. Interestingly, while selecting the garments, she did not pay particular attention to the prices. However, when Hui Yuan proceeded to the checkout, he was astonished to discover that the total cost of the clothing was exactly 50 silver coins. Not a bit more, not a bit less, perfectly utilizing the entire reward earned from the bounty notice. "What a neat circle," Su Li murmured as she walked, then looked up at Hui Yuan, saying, "After my rebirth, I seem to increasingly believe in metaphysics and the causality spoken of in Buddhism. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Believing in it is not a bad thing." Hui Yuan lowered his gaze, concealing the complexities in his eyes from Su Li. The four of them continued walking until they arrived at their destination, the guild's teleportation point. It was only upon reaching this spot that Su Li remembered to inform He Ningchuan. She had hired 2 NPCs to return to the guild to assist Granny Wang in caring for the old hen. When He Ningchuan received Su Li's message, he was engaged in a main quest. After glancing at the content, he graciously agreed. Managing the guild with the assistance of NPCs was not a significant matter. Therefore, just as Su Li sent the message, she received He Ningchuan's prompt reply. "Okay, great. The guild leader has agreed. From now on, you brothers will stay in our guild and help us look after the old hen." Having said that, Su Li took the boy's hand and moved closer to the glowing circle of the teleportation point, with Hui Yuan and the child closely following behind. The boy only felt a flash of white light before his vision cleared again, revealing an imposing grand gate before him, adorned with an intricately inscribed plaque reading Jiuzhou Tong. Hui Yuan set the child down, allowing the boy to lead him into the guild territory. "Wow!" The child gazed wide-eyed at everything within the guild territory, occasionally letting out exclamations of wonder. After giving them a general tour of the guild, Su Li guided them to the area designated for the old hen's care, helping them familiarize themselves with the surroundings, and then led them to the dormitory reserved for hired NPCs. Once they were settled, Su Li prepared to leave, but was called back by the boy. "Noble person, I have been concealing something from you, but I did not intend to hide it. I merely feared it would bring me harm." Indeed, Su Li felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a calm demeanor as she gently reassured the boy. "It's all right. I can understand. Your ability to care for your brother so well in the slums is due to your vigilance." Chapter 65. Hidden Item Reward. Purple gold gourd. The boy cautiously retrieved a lacquer box, his eyes filled with reluctance as he solemnly handed it to Su Li. "Noble person, my mother was a maidservant to a princess of the previous dynasty. After the fall of the previous dynasty, she could only lead a life in hiding with the palace treasure entrusted to her by the princess. This lacquer box is the palace treasure that my parents fought to protect. They said it must never fall into the hands of traitors and should be entrusted to someone worthy. The boy paused for a moment before firmly declaring, "Noble person, you are a good person, and I wish to give it to you, hoping it can aid you." "Thank you." Su Li felt a surge of happiness in her heart. She had originally approached the boy due to his hidden background, so she naturally would not feign modesty. The moment she accepted the lacquer box, the system notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the adventure quest Flickering Flame, earning the reward Master of Gathering. After equipping this skill, each time you gather in daily life, you will gain an additional 0.1 proficiency. You have obtained a hidden item reward, Purple Gold Gourd, in the Flickering Flame quest. Do you wish to reveal it? Su Li felt a thrill of excitement, yet did not let it show on her face. She understood the wisdom of discreetly amassing wealth and decisively chose to decline. As the system notification faded, she eagerly opened the Purple Gold Gourd to examine its usage. Purple Gold Gourd, rare item, attributes, unknown skill. Transform waste into treasure usage. Place an item into the Purple Gold Gourd and shake it 3 times to randomly obtain a new item with better attributes than the original. Item attributes and types are random. Note: the more rare the item placed inside, the more precious the new item obtained. Gazing at the introduction of the Purple Gold Gourd, a flicker of excitement crossed Su Li's eyes. This skill of transforming waste into treasure was simply extraordinary. With it, wouldn't she effortlessly acquire various rare treasures? However, Su Li also understood that to maximize the effectiveness of the Purple Gold Gourd, she needed to find sufficiently rare items to place within. After all, only then could she receive more valuable returns. With this thought in mind, Su Li immediately placed a leftover candied hawthorn into the Purple Gold Gourd. After shaking it 3 times, the gourd produced a complete string of candied hawthorns. However, the candied hawthorns underwent a slight transformation, evolving from ordinary quality to exquisite quality, and gained an additional buff that restored 100 health points upon consumption. Su Li then attempted to place a piece of fish silk into the gourd, resulting in the fish silk transforming into an ethereal skirt that would not get wet. It feels like rolling dice. Whatever comes out is random. Seeing the girl playing with the Purple Gold Gourd like a gotcha machine, Hui Yuan took out a phoenix feather from his backpack and handed it to her. "Give it a try. Let us see what it produces." The phoenix feather is far more valuable than the fish silk and candied hawthorn, capable of being exchanged for 10 gold coins in the system. "Are you sure you want to try?" "Well, I have a whole phoenix feather, so I can always get another one. Let's give it a shot." Su Li accepted the golden feather, which was as long as her forearm, placed it into the Purple Gold Gourd, took a deep breath, and began to shake. 1, 2, 3. Filled with anticipation and tension, Su Li opened the lid, and a dazzling stream of golden light erupted, revealing a magnificent feather fan made of feathers floating in the air. Phoenix Feather Fan, a fan made from phoenix feathers, an essential item for cooling off in summer. It is said to be similar to the banana leaf fan of the Iron Fan Princess. Waving it a few times can extinguish flames. Should I seek out the legendary flame mountain to verify its authenticity? Su Li fanned the air with the Phoenix Feather Fan, feeling a refreshing breeze that seemed to penetrate to her bones. Hui Yuan arched his brow and said, "Legend has it that the phoenix can extinguish all impurities with its eternal divine fire, which burns for 1,000 days without extinguishing. Conveniently, I happen to have a golden fire phoenix. Whether this fan can extinguish flames, we shall find out. Then let us go. We can test it out at the open training ground." Su Li beckoned to the curious boy and child. "You should come too." As they headed to the training ground, they encountered Granny Wang, who, upon hearing their intentions, curiously decided to follow along. A melodious call filled the air as the golden fire phoenix, adorned with splendid feathers, appeared above them, circling once before gracefully descending to the ground. Aside from the depictions in films and dramas, it was Granny Wang's first time witnessing a living phoenix up close, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" The boy and the child he held in his arms also gasped in awe, and the boy felt a renewed sense of gratitude for leaving the slums with Su Li, further convinced that entrusting the treasure to them was the right decision. Anyone who could command a legendary divine bird like the phoenix must surely be someone remarkable. He Ningchuan is a remarkably strict leader. Although many players have applied to join the gang, he has set stringent requirements, resulting in a mere 10 members, including himself. While everyone is busy with their tasks, the gang is mostly deserted, leaving only Su Li and a few others in view of the majestic Jinhuofeng. Su Li purchased some wooden planks from the trading post for 5 copper coins and placed them in the center of the martial arts arena, away from the buildings. After Jin Huofeng exhaled a small cluster of phoenix true fire, the wooden planks were soon engulfed by the rapidly spreading flames. Sudi Huriye de Vavit had Phonik Fidirfan, creating a small whirlwind that gathered the previously dispersed cool breeze, directing it towards the burning pile. Surrounded by the whirlwind, the flames began to weaken as the air in the eye of the storm was gradually extracted until the fire was extinguished and the whirlwind dissipated. Wow, not bad. However, this is just a small cluster of phoenix true fire. More might not be so easily extinguished. Granny Wong, observing the girl's sparkling eyes, smiled warmly and gently patted her head, saying, "Phoenixes are rare in this world. Besides Xiaohua, I have not heard of anyone else possessing one. Where do you expect to encounter another?" "Hee, I was just hypothesizing." Su Li playfully stuck out her tongue and then introduced her 2 brothers to Granny Wong. "By the way, let me introduce them. These 2 brothers are from slums, and I hired them to return to the gang to help you take care of the old hen." Granny Wong listened while looking at the private messages Su Li sent her regarding the brothers' backgrounds. Even knowing they were merely NPCs in the game, she could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the 2 children with troubled pasts. "Good children from now on. You can reside safely in the gang and help me care for the old hen. The leader is a warm-hearted person despite his cold demeanor. You need not worry about him driving you away." Gazing at the vibrant character before her, the young boy felt no discomfort, but rather, he sensed the gentle gaze of an elder upon him. His eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and he quickly turned away, murmuring, Chapter 66. Finding the right moment to remind F.A. Meiba Baozhou. After completing his tasks, He Ningchuan returned to the gang, intending to check on the 2 NPCs Su Li had hired. As he entered through the gang's main gate, he was immediately captivated by the soaring Jin Huofeng in the sky. This golden phoenix had recently become a hot topic in various posts on the game forum. Moreover, he faintly heard the cheerful laughter of the boy and the children in the distance. He Ningchuan continued into the gang, and as he passed by the small garden, he spotted Su Li, Hui Yuan, and Granny Wong gathered around a stone table. "Are the NPCs? You mentioned those 2 children in the sky." Su Li turned upon hearing his voice, just in time to see He Ningchuan stepping onto the pebble path of the small garden. She smiled and replied, "That's right. Don't worry. With Granny Wong watching over, there will be no trouble. That is not the most pressing issue. I am more curious as to why you have suddenly become so benevolent," He Ningchuan said as he sat down on the stone bench between Hui Yuan and Granny Wong. Su Li rolled her eyes at his comment and retorted, "Humph, as if I have always been cold-hearted." Then, she produced 2 items from her pocket and placed them on the table, saying to He Ningchuan, "I have 2 treasures for you. If you are willing to pay, you can take them." He Ningchuan regarded Su Li with a hint of suspicion, jokingly saying, "You really do take me for a cash machine, don't you?" To him, Su Li seemed like an unabashed little money enthusiast, always presenting some peculiar items. This time, he could not fathom what trick she was up to. However, recalling the previous cloud-piercing arrow that had proven invaluable to him, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the 2 so-called treasures. Su Li gently placed the Kingdom Sword and the skill book Mighty Vajra on the stone table. "Just these 2. Name your price." He Ningchuan opened the attributes of the 2 items, pondering for a moment before speaking, "I could indeed use this sword, but this skill book." As he arranged the items, he muttered to himself, "If these are not immediately useful, I can reward them to those who have made outstanding contributions to the gang. It could help foster loyalty." Observing the girl before him, who appeared to take this as a matter of course, He Ningchuan raised an eyebrow and teased, "Why does it feel like you are more of a leader than I am?" "No, more accurately, the establishment of this gang is entirely thanks to you." After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, you seem to expect me to manage this gang with diligence. What is the reason behind this?" Ever since Su Li joined the gang, He Ningchuan had been bombarded with private messages from Bai Yunfei. It was through this that he learned Su Li had unhesitatingly rejected a lucrative offer from the White Horse Club, which included a salary in the millions, simply to join his gang. This revelation astonished him and felt quite unusual. Su Li fabricated a reason to deflect him, saying, "Perhaps it's because you let me raise chickens in the gang. I know you are a good person." Clever Ningchuan certainly did not believe this transparent excuse. But seeing Su Li's reluctance to elaborate, he chose not to press further. He understood well enough that this girl genuinely cared for the gang. Ningchuan shifted the topic to the Blue Fox Club, saying, "By the way, I recently heard that high-level players from Blue Fox are desperately gathering experience to reach level 20. Should I post a gang announcement encouraging everyone to level up as well?" Su Li shook her head in confusion, though I don't know why Blue Fox is doing that. Leveling up quickly is always beneficial. So just let everyone strive to level up. She was, of course, aware that Blue Fox's urgency for their high-level players to reach level 20 was for a specific purpose. But she did not intend to disclose this to Ningchuan. Instead, she planned to remind Fa Meiba Baozhou at an opportune moment. Blue Fox had obtained a level 20 hidden dungeon from Lianhua Luo Gang's Hua Sanyu, which required a full team of 30 to enter. Yet their gang only had 10 members, rendering it futile. Moreover, she did not wish for Ningchuan to recruit indiscriminately for this hidden dungeon. Additionally, since she was now a guest of Lianhua Luo, the strengthening of that gang would ultimately benefit her as well. After all, it was time for the traitor Sanyu, who betrayed her friend, to be exposed before everyone in Lianhua Luo. However, when should she show the last recording to Fa Meiba Baozhou? Hui Yuan, who had been silent, recalled Su Li's previous mention of Sanyu's betrayal, where she bribed the Blue Fox Club S-gang leader with a level 20 hidden dungeon. He thought to himself that Su Li was likely pondering the right moment to alert the player named Fa Meiba Baozhou. Thus, he decided to lend her a helping hand and suddenly spoke up, "The beauty selection event on the forum is about to conclude." This abrupt remark left everyone present bewildered, and Su Li looked up in confusion at Hui Yuan. However, when she caught his wink, she immediately understood, her face lighting up with realization. Yes. How could I have forgotten? Last time, the little princess from the Red Soldier Club deliberately trapped the friends of the player who surpassed her at the resurrection point. I was curious to see who would ultimately claim the championship. Su Li's tone of surprise successfully captivated Ningchuan, who had always been indifferent to such matters, as well as Wang Nai, who had limited experience with games and was largely unaware of the situation. At the same moment, Su Li suddenly recalled a person she had forgotten, Gao Baihe, who had bullied her at school. She wondered if Hui Yuan still remembered to seek out Water Army players to vote for Gao Baihe, ensuring she remained in a position ahead of Wang, Zhao, and He Zi. Thus, Su Li inquired of Hui Yuan, "Who was that person in front of the little princess of the Red Army?" Upon hearing her question, Hui Yuan immediately understood she was thinking of Gao Baihe and replied with a subtle smile, "She is a player named Xiangshui Baihe. It is said that her ranking is consistently one position higher than that of the young lady, which has caused the latter considerable displeasure, often leading her to target Xiangshui Baihe in the wild with others." Wang Nai, who was browsing the game forum, let out a soft exclamation, "Ah, I saw someone on the forum say that this female player has already reached level 10. But due to the little princess of the Red Army hiring people to lie in wait at the novice village's teleportation point, she has been unable to activate the teleport point and leave the novice village." After viewing the picture of Gao Baihe that Hui Yuan had extracted from the school newspaper for the competition, Wang Nai instantly recognized her as the girl who had been bullying Su Li. Observing the young woman smiling and chatting with Ningchuan, Wang Nai felt a pang of heartache. She could hardly fathom how Su Li had managed to heal her emotional wounds after enduring such severe bullying, and yet still spoke and laughed like a normal person. The only certainty she had was that this girl, whom she regarded as family, must have silently exerted unimaginable effort at some unknown moment to soothe her inner pain. Unbeknownst to her, tears had begun to flow silently, and when Wang Nai came to her senses, she realized she was crying in front of so many people. "Grandma, what's wrong with you?" The girl's voice brimmed with concern. But at that moment, as Wang Nai attempted to wipe away her tears, she found they were only increasing, as if a dam had broken. "It's my fault, little Li. I should have paid more attention to you. Should have asked if you were happy at school. Wang Nainai lamented, her beautiful face marred by tears. Su Li was momentarily taken aback, but then felt warmth in her heart as she gently patted Wang Nainai's back to comfort her. Grandma, it's my choice not to worry you, so you needn't feel this way. He Ningchuan quietly listened to Su Li's comforting words, pondering deeply. From a fragments of conversation, he pieced together that this seemingly quirky and money-driven girl had likely endured severe bullying in school. It was truly remarkable that she had managed to emerge from such profound emotional trauma. He Ningchuan spoke softly, "You are quite impressive." His voice was barely above a whisper. Yet Hui Yuan keenly picked up on it. In that moment, Hui Yuan unusually diverted his gaze toward He Ningchuan and called out, "He Ningchuan." It was the first time He Ningchuan had heard Hui Yuan call him, leaving him somewhat startled. As he turned to meet Hui Yuan's deep, dark eyes, he felt as if he were sinking into an endless abyss. Only when Hui Yuan spoke again did he return to reality. Hui Yuan's tone carried a hint of amusement. "Thank you." What? He Ningchuan was puzzled, wondering what he was being thanked for. Was it for spending over 200,000 to purchase the Chuan Yinjian, or for establishing this guild to support Su Li? Facing the look of confusion on He Ningchuan's face, Hui Yuan clearly had no intention of offering any explanation. He swiftly shifted his gaze back to Su Li, as if she were the sole focus of his attention. In the days that followed, Su Li sensed that He Ningchuan was treating her with even more gentleness than before, but at that moment, she was fully immersed in comforting the heartbroken F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou, who had just learned the truth. Initially, Su Li had planned to document everything March had done after receiving F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou's approval and post it on the forum on the day the results of the beauty contest were announced, allowing March to experience the sensation of plummeting from the heights of success to the depths of despair. However, contrary to her intentions, F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou firmly opposed such actions, arguing that they had once been friends and there was no need to push March into a corner. Faced with the kind-hearted F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou, Su Li, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to abandon her original plan. Since the concerned party had chosen to forgive, how could she, as an ordinary bystander brimming with a sense of justice, act unilaterally? Sandiba Baozu, how much longer do you intend to cry? Su Li said with a look of disdain as she pushed F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou, who had been resting her head on her shoulder for quite some time. My shoulder is also flesh and blood. It gets tired too. Li Idalao. How can you casually give me a nickname? Et fa Meiba Bao Zhu et Golim. Su Li pushed her away. Aren't you saintly? F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou recognized that her actions did indeed resemble those of a saint, but March had been her friend from elementary school through college, and she simply couldn't bring herself to be harsh. Su Li sighed. Fine, you've seen the recording. To prevent Lan Hu from getting a head start, you should arrange for some personnel to enter the dungeon as soon as possible. F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou nodded, wiping her tears, and pulled other friends into the group, asking them to select a few trustworthy guild members and urging them to reach level 20 before the elite players of the Lan Hu Club. Hangzhu, Li Zalao, you've helped me so many times. I don't know how to repay you. Su Li waved her hand. If you want to thank me, just recruit more Shu life experts into the guild. Here, you can use this to attract a few Shu life gatherers. Su Li sent F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou the mediocre skill effect obtained from the Zhu Huawei Guang adventure. Although the skill effect was rather lackluster, F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou still intended to reciprocate and traded 5 gold coins with Su Li. Su Li returned the 5 gold coins to her, saying, "When the cross-server battlefield opens, I will arrange for the guild leader to form an alliance with you. At that point, we will be brothers and sisters, sharing both glory and misfortune. This skill will serve as proof of my investment in Lianhua Luo. Jiuzhou Tong will not recruit casual lifestyle players, and I hope Lianhua Luo can become the stronghold for Jiuzhou Tong, while Jiuzhou Tong will provide the greatest support for Lianhua Luo, which exclusively accepts female players." F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou understood the implications of Su Li's words and was well aware that if Lianhua Luo only accepted female players, it would undoubtedly attract unusual scrutiny from various guilds and players, even though the female players of Lianhua Luo were equally skilled as their male counterparts. They could not escape the ensuing controversies. Therefore, forming an alliance with other powerful guilds was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Accepting the skill, Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou's expression turned resolute. All right, I promise you. As Suli enjoyed her breakfast, her eyes remained glued to her phone screen. She was browsing the game forum, where the much-anticipated beauty contest, which had been in the spotlight since the server's launch, was set to conclude at 10:30 that morning. At that moment, the comment section was bustling with activity, filled with votes and discussions, as fans of the finalists exerted their utmost efforts to rally support for their favorites. Hurry and eat. Stop playing with your phone, Wang Nainai said as she brought her a cup of hot milk. Suli obediently set down her phone, sipping her milk as she remarked, "The beauty contest is about to conclude today. I wonder how Lianhua Luo will respond." Granny Wang, equally curious, mused, "What you mentioned about Sanyu is indeed quite unseemly. It's not as if Lianhua Luo's leader intends to delve deeper into this. It seems likely that she will simply be expelled from the gang." A sigh escaped Su Li's lips as she finished her breakfast and dutifully joined Hui Yuan for their online class. However, just as Su Li immersed herself in her studies, a new post on the gaming forum captured everyone's attention, quickly ascending to a trending topic due to its astonishing content, garnering the enthusiasm of netizens eager for gossip. The captivating title of the post read, "The so-called purest beauty in your eyes is, in fact, a green tea who betrays her sisters for fame and fortune." What further shocked the audience was that the featured photo was none other than Sanyu, the frontrunner of the current beauty contest. This unexpected revelation undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the entire competition, leaving everyone astounded. Upon learning of the news, Sanyu's fans flocked to the comment section, initially intending to robustly accuse the poster of malicious slander. Yet, as they perused each accusation, each substantiated by irrefutable evidence, even the most rational among Sanyu supporters found themselves compelled to reassess the motivations behind her initial participation in the beauty contest. Initially, Sanyu's appearance in the beauty pageant garnered little attention and few votes, although her looks could indeed overshadow most contestants. Her status as an obscure individual placed her at a disadvantage compared to those illustrious streamers and renowned players who boasted significant fan bases. After all, these influencers already possessed a certain level of fame and influence, enabling them to attract a larger voting populace. Prior to Sanyu, no one could have envisioned that such an ordinary gamer could incite such a tempest. Yet, it was her consecutive victories over the little princess of the Hongbing Club, Wang Zhaohizi, that propelled her into the top 10 and ignited the ire of the Hongbing Club. This pursuit not only ensnared Sanyu in turmoil, but also ensnared her friend, Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou, who bravely stood up for her, leaving him trapped at the revival point. At this juncture, Sanyu's name finally garnered widespread attention among the players of Shen Yun. Subsequently, Sanyu released a heartfelt video, apologizing to her friends and solemnly declaring that the photo was not submitted by her. Through this statement, she reiterated the reality of her undeserved plight, further garnering the sympathy and support of countless netizens. When Wang Zhaohizi and Suli engaged in a fierce battle in the valley and announced it server-wide, public interest in Sanyu surged dramatically. With her status as a victimized beauty, Sanyu swiftly became the focal point of attention. Despite her humble origins, she ascended to the pinnacle of the beauty contest, receiving an astonishing number of votes that surpassed the second place by tens of thousands. However, the emergence of the post titled "The so-called purest beauty in your eyes is, in fact, a green tea who betrays her sisters for fame and fortune," shattered the carefully crafted persona of Sanyu as an unsuspecting participant, an innocent recipient of the Hongbing little princess's wrath, and an unintentional burden on her friends. Netizen 1, what? So this is the femme fatale? Submitting her own photo anonymously, deliberately buying votes to secure her position, and intentionally provoking the Hongbing little princess's ire to pave her path to fame? Netizen 2. And she even manipulated her supportive friends to shield her, diverting the Hongbing little princess's fury away from herself. Netizen 3. I can only say impressive. But let's be sincere, folks, don't follow her example. Netizen 4. Could it be that the subsequent clash between the Hong Bing Club and the formidable Su Li, as well as the elite of the Bai Ma Club, was also part of San Yu's calculations? If so, that's truly terrifying. Observing the discussion, Fei Yun, who quietly monitored the situation, could not help but react upon seeing his club mentioned and speculations about Su Li being manipulated. As a player who had betrayed a friend, San Yu was being lauded excessively. Fei Yun, a young leader of the Bai Ma Club, felt compelled to voice a fair opinion. As a representative of the Bai Ma Club, I believe it is necessary to speak up. The battle in the valley was merely a coincidence and an accident. Everyone, please remain rational and do not overly glorify or vilify an ordinary girl. Fei Yun's comment detonated like a bomb, reigniting the post's popularity. Netizen 1203, With the Huang Ma certification, he is truly the young master of the Bai Ma Club. Netizen 1325, the young master makes a valid point. Let's enjoy the gossip rationally. Many of his fans erupted in excitement, while others across the spectrum of netizens found their admiration for him soaring. Just as the fervor generated by Fei Yun began to settle, the young master of the Hong Bing Club, Xiao Yaosheng, also made an appearance in the comment section. Thank you all for your attention. The Bai Ma Club and the esteemed Su Li are undoubtedly worthy competitors. On the surface, Xiao Yaosheng's words seemed to merely praise the Bai Ma Club and Su Li, yet they subtly insinuated that San Yu was leveraging the situation for her own gain. This veiled insinuation sparked widespread debate among netizens, with some agreeing with Xiao Yaosheng's perspective while others accused him of inciting trouble. Regardless of opinions, this post had become the epicenter of attention, with a myriad of viewpoints and arguments emerging, intensifying the fervor surrounding the entire incident. Meanwhile, San Yu, who had been quietly observing the unfolding events, felt as though she might shatter her silver teeth from anxiety. Chapter 69, If It Is False. Then how did you leave Lianhua Luo? With her face adorned in exquisite makeup, San Yu sat quietly on her pastel-themed bed, illuminated by the soft glow of her computer against the backdrop of dark curtains. Curled up in her bed, she bit her thumbnail, her gaze fixated on the screen, repeatedly murmuring, "What to do, what to do?" Suddenly, the dormitory door creaked open, and three youthful, vibrant girls entered, carrying fruits and snacks. Upon noticing the tightly drawn pink curtains around San Yu's bed, the trio exchanged knowing glances, retreated to their respective spots, and offered no acknowledgement of her presence. San Yu, anxiously huddled in her bed, was overwhelmed with unease. Although she did not attend the same school as F.A. Meiba Baozhou, she was aware that one of her roommates also played Shen Yun. She feared that her roommate might stumble upon the post. If discovered, her secret would be laid bare. For the assertions made in that post were indeed true. Her rise to fame was no coincidence, but rather the result of her meticulous orchestration and self-directed performance. Even the incident that left F.A. Meiba Baozhou trapped at the revival point was a scheme of her own design. In that moment, San Yu was engulfed by regret and fear, uncertain of how to confront the potential repercussions. As night fell and the dormitory lights were extinguished, San Yu had not received the anticipated reproaches from her roommates. Lying in bed, her heart raced with trepidation, consumed by thoughts of how her roommates would perceive her actions from that day. Ultimately, she summoned her courage to draw back the curtains, only to be astonished to find that her roommates had already lowered their curtains and were quietly resting. In March, a breath of relief escaped her lips as she pondered whether her roommates had truly brushed aside the incident. She gingerly descended from her bed, striving to make not a sound, and stealthily made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Throughout this endeavor, her heart was fraught with anxiety, terrified of drawing her roommate's attention. Meanwhile, Su Li and Hui Yuan were experiencing an extraordinary night, coinciding with the approach of the Qingming festival. After dinner, they accompanied Grandma Wang for a leisurely stroll through a nearby ancient town. The place was steeped in antiquity and exuded a rich historical ambience. They wandered along the cobblestone streets, admiring the age-old architecture and traditional cultural landscapes, fully immersed in the festive spirit. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was nearly 10 o'clock when they reluctantly returned home. After washing up, Su Li, as per her usual routine, logged into the game. Upon entering, She noticed a private message window flashing with a little red dot indicating 99 notifications. Curiosity piqued. She clicked to discover it was a message from Fa Meiba Bao Zhou. It turned out that a close friend, infuriated after learning the truth about March, had posted the incident on the game forum. Subsequently, numerous netizens flocked to March's forum account, voicing their condemnation and expressing their dissatisfaction and anger regarding her actions. Although Fa Meiba Bao Zhou was equally upset with March's behavior, deep down, she did not wish for her to face such severe online harassment. After all, everyone makes mistakes. With no viable solutions in mind, Fa Meiba Bao Zhou decided to consult Su Li, hoping to find a suitable resolution. After careful contemplation, Su Li replied, "What if I post something indicating that we part on good terms, urging everyone not to make things difficult for March? Alternatively, we could simply expel her from the guild. That might allow her to embrace her new role as the guild leader's wife." In truth, Su Li's last remark bore a hint of wicked humor, considering that Lianhua Luo had no intention of relinquishing the level 20 hidden dungeon. Thus, even if March truly became the guild leader's wife, should Lanhu discover that someone had entered the level 20 hidden dungeon prematurely, her position, attained by betraying her friends, would likely become a target for others' ire. Before long, Fa Meiba Bao Zhou swiftly responded. Upon reading the message, Su Li found herself enveloped in an overwhelming silence, a wave of speechlessness washing over her. Ha ha ha! Hui Yuan, I've realized I'm quite suited to playing an assassin. I can silence my opponents right from the start. Hui Yuan turned to her, a faint look of confusion in his eyes. It's nothing. Let us continue with our quests and level up. I plan to ask Ba Bao Zhou for 2 spots, even if I don't need the loot for the treasure chests. With the blessing buff of my koi, I should still reap unexpected rewards. After extensive practice, Su Li had finally confirmed that the good fortune she had stumbled upon was indeed a result of the koi blessing buff. Sitting atop the phoenix, she collected some low-tier skill books from the quests, shook them in her purple gold gourd, and set aside those with desirable attributes for her own use or for the guild. As for those that appeared decent but lacked practical effectiveness, she placed them in the trading hall, where eager players quickly snatched them up. Having completed several quests, Su Li passed by the plaza where the beauty contest champion, March, was the center of attention. At that moment, her ID prefix had changed from Lianhua Luo to Lanhu. March, with a bashful demeanor, nestled into the arms of the male guild leader with whom she had previously conspired beneath the tree in the novice village. Oh dear, what an eyesore! Su Li couldn't help but mutter softly. Then, without hesitation, she strode past March to submit her quest. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest. Your reward has been sent to your mailbox. Please check. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Li did not immediately check her mailbox, but proceeded to accept the next stage of the main quest. As she turned to leave, she heard someone calling her from behind. Alizi. At that moment, a familiar, affected voice reached her ears. Due to the game's restriction on conversing with non-friends, Su Li instantly deduced who was calling her. She halted, turned around, and indeed saw March, feigning a pitiful expression that attracted the attention of many passing male players. Alizi, do you truly believe what is written in that post? March's face bore an expression of innocence, enticing sympathy. A flicker of derision crossed Su Li's eyes, yet her countenance remained obliviously naive, accentuated by her carefully crafted soft and adorable features, reminiscent of a blissfully unaware adolescent girl. Yet, this seemingly innocent child delivered a piercing question. Is the content of that post false? But how did you transition from Lianhua Luo to the prospective guild leader's wife of the Lanhu Club? Chapter 70. Mom, I was wrong. Su Li's words were devoid of subtlety, bluntly delivering an uncomfortable truth. March's expression darkened instantaneously, as if shadows could seep from her very being. She could hardly fathom that she, now entangled with the guild leader of a major faction, would be so ruthlessly belittled. At that moment, Lanhu Shui re-stepped forward, pulling March behind him, and then using the nearby channel, he sent a voice message to Su Li. So you're the healer whom the Bai Ma Club was willing to offer millions for? You don't seem so special. Unfazed by Shui Ri's provocation, Su Li merely turned to leave this cauldron of drama. However, Shui Ri felt slighted by her indifference, leading him to lash out in embarrassment. He reached out, attempting to grasp Suli. With a resounding crash, Shui Ri soared through the air like a projectile, crashing into a wooden advertisement board, shattering it to pieces. Meanwhile, the seemingly delicate healer, Su Li, slowly retracted her leg from where she had just kicked Shui Ri, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she coldly remarked, "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance, understand?" Onlookers, this line feels oddly familiar. At that moment, everyone present was taken aback by the astonishing scene unfolding before them. They widened their eyes and gaped in disbelief at the spectacle. Even March was momentarily stunned, forgetting to check on Shui Ri's injuries. Ultimately, it was Shui Ri himself who struggled to extricate himself from the debris. Hearing the commotion, March snapped back to reality and rushed over to assist the limping Shui Ri. "Are you truly a healer? Surely, you can't be hacking?" Shui Ri, a ranged attacker wielding a flying sword, had not dulled his pain receptors to sense potential danger, and the brutal kick had left him in excruciating agony. Hui Yuan spoke before Su Li could respond. "Kicked across the field by a healer, you can't be that useless. Can you?" "You." Shui Ri's eyes widened in indignation, but upon catching sight of Hui Yuan clad in dazzling top-tier luxury attire, his bravado faltered significantly. "You. That was quite excessive. Onlookers. Why is he suddenly acting coy? Just moments ago, he was ready to throw down." Noticing Shui Ri's shift in demeanor, March internally scoffed, deeming him spineless. Observing the disdainful glances cast by the crowd towards Shui Ri, combined with the striking figure of Hui Yuan, who stood beside the equally elegantly dressed Su Li, her feelings of jealousy intensified, making her feel utterly mundane and even somewhat shabby in comparison. Even though she meticulously and unscrupulously betrayed her friends, believing she had found a remarkably exceptional romantic partner. The comparison between this partner and Hui Yuan rendered her so-called superior connection disappointingly mediocre, utterly unworthy of boasting about. At that moment, Su Li emerged from behind Hui Yuan, resolutely challenging Shui Yao to a duel. A system prompt instantly flashed across the nearby channel, capturing the attention of all surrounding players. Ding. Player Ikuli Z has challenged player Lan Hu Shui Yao to a duel. Shui Yao gazed at this unexpected challenge invitation, her eyes darting between the enthusiastic Su Li and the coldly composed Hui Yuan. Yet she hesitated to accept the duel. Observing Shui Yao's reluctance, Su Li grew impatient. "Either accept the challenge and face me, or apologize and admit you were wrong." Onlookers gasped, "Wow, this healer certainly talks big. Is this the kind of person the Bai Ma Club is trying to recruit with a 10 million annual salary? Why? Just because she has a big mouth? Fine, I accept your duel invitation, but let me recover first. Your kick truly hurt." Su Li rolled her eyes and remarked to Sanyu, "Isn't he your romantic partner? If he's in such pain, you didn't even think to heal him? What a plastic relationship." Onlookers exclaimed, "Wow, first we had plastic sisters, and now we have a plastic romance." Realizing the malice in Su Li's gaze and feeling the probing eyes of Shui Yao upon her, Sanyu could only awkwardly explain that she had been too startled to react, quickly putting on a smile to heal Shui Yao's wounds. After several healing spells, Shui Yao's bruises vanished, and together they stepped onto the temporary duel platform erected by the game system in the plaza. The duel is about to begin. Both parties, please prepare. 3, 2, 1, the duel starts. As the countdown concluded, Shui Yao launched the first attack. If Su Li's previous kick had not been a cheat, then her support was undoubtedly exceptional. She could not afford to be careless to protect both her and the reputation of the Lanhu Club. Shui Yao's probing strike was effortlessly dodged by Su Li, and her counterattack commenced, unleashing a barrage of small light orbs towards Shui Yao. Faced with the relentless rain of light orbs, Shui Yao struggled to evade. Failing to dodge in time, her health plummeted to a mere few hundred points. Damn, how can a healer hit so hard? To avoid an untimely demise, she could only frantically dodge while consuming health potions. Finally, seizing an opportunity, she landed a skill on Su Li, but to her dismay, Su Li merely used a small healing spell to recover the lost health. Subsequently, Shui Yao managed to land several hits on Su Li, yet each time, Su Li would restore her health above the safe threshold with a single healing spell, while Shui Yao could only sustain herself by consuming potions until she was completely full, gagging from the excessive potion consumption. Shui Yao doubled over and vomited after being struck in the abdomen by Su Li. Concerned about the level 20 hidden dungeon, Shui Yao, not wanting to lose this opportunity due to the duel, hastily conceded. "Please stop. Spare my life. I admit defeat." Su Li proudly lifted her chin and coldly replied, "I will only accept your concession if you admit you were wrong." "I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me." Chapter 71. Recruiting a new master in the slums. Watching Shui Yao kneel so quickly, Su Li felt a twinge of boredom. After accepting her concession, she lost interest and departed the mission plaza with Hui Yuan. Completing this task would elevate her to level 15, allowing her to unlock the guild dungeon. In her previous life, the top 10 guilds across all servers that cleared the guild dungeon received a mysterious skill as a reward, with the top 3 additionally awarded 5 sets of rare level 20 equipment. Su Li had already informed Lanxing about this matter. To meet the minimum requirement of 15 participants for the guild dungeon, Lanxing had been working tirelessly. On one hand, he urged existing guild members to level up quickly. On the other, he meticulously selected 5 new players to join the guild. Although there were still 5 players yet to be admitted, Su Li was well aware that among them would be a defensive T specializing in stick techniques, a prodigy known as Xian Ming from her previous life. This was precisely why Su Li encouraged Lanxing to make contact. To successfully poach this talent from the Lan Hu Club, Su Li even shared some electronic books on Buddhism with Lanxing. Xian Ming was no ordinary individual. He was the youngest PhD to graduate from a Buddhist academy. Furthermore, he currently worked at the largest, oldest, and most prosperous temple in Longhua. It may be hard to believe, but after the cataclysm that brought the game into reality, the formidable Xian Ming, who could slay monsters with ease, was in fact a compassionate monk in real life. Perhaps, as Buddhism teaches, the Vajra glares fiercely while the Bodhisattva bows gently. The Vajra's fierce glare subdued the 4 demons, while the Bodhisattva's gentle demeanor offered compassion to the 6 realms. Due to his frail health, Xian Ming was sent to a nearby temple at the age of 8 by his parents, who merely hoped he would strengthen his body through martial arts training. Little did they know it would result in such a remarkable Buddhist talent. Bored, Su Li watched the lengthy CG that stretched for over 10 minutes. In the final moments of the CG, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a weathered notice board. That crooked, somewhat dilapidated notice board stood at the entrance of Lianfang, the slums, announcing the government's intention to cleanse the area of instability, granting the citizens a peaceful haven. The notice concluded with bold letters stating that they were recruiting a master for Lianfang, the slums, noting that the master could implement self-governance under the laws of the court. Contemplating the notion of self-governance, Su Li fell into deep thought, then promptly saved her task progress and urged Hui Yuan to run towards the yamen. Claiming territory, I want to be the master. Hearing Su Li's insistence on claiming territory and becoming the master, Hui Yuan, still in a state of confusion, obediently followed her as they ran. They sprinted to the yamen, located several streets away, where they finally paused. To their surprise, the 2 NPC guards stationed at the entrance did not impede their entry, but instead greeted them with utmost respect. One of the guards said, "I have long admired the names of Yiku Li Zi and Hui Yuan." At that moment, Su Li noticed the high favorability rating of 90 hovering above the guards' heads. She immediately understood that it was due to their previous collaboration in accepting bounty tasks, successfully aiding the government in eliminating the villains Boss Chi and Wang Mazi, which had earned them such a high favorability rating. Realizing this, Su Li confidently approached one of the guards and declared, "Sir, we have come to apply for the position of Master of Lianfang." Upon hearing this, the guard quickly bowed and replied, "Heroine, you flatter me. I cannot bear such an esteemed title. Please, you two come in. My lord happens to be inside." With that, the guard respectfully led Su Li and Hui Yuan into the yamen. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at the area where officials handled affairs, where a refined middle-aged man sat at the main seat. His official robe revealed a faded, white sleeve of his regular attire, instantly conveying an aura of integrity and uprightness. The official, seated at the head of the table, regarded the young man and woman with a gaze that was both gentle and astute. His eyes reflected a profound wisdom, as if he could perceive the depths of their intentions. After a moment, he raised his hand slightly, signaling the attendant to withdraw. Once the attendant had departed, the middle-aged man smiled at Su Li and Hui Yuan, expressing his gratitude for their prior assistance in vanquishing the nefarious elements that had long troubled the government. He remarked, "It is indeed a privilege to meet two such heroic figures. Both of you are as remarkable as I had anticipated, truly the creme de la creme of humanity." Su Li, accustomed to the formalities of NPCs, patiently awaited the conclusion of his speech before clearly articulating their purpose. "Esteemed sir, we have come to apply for the position of the chief of Lianfang. Might you elucidate the requirements for this role?" The official replied, "To be considered for the position, one must possess citizenship of our dynasty, have no criminal record for 3 generations, and exhibit no detrimental habits." Su Li listened. Her mind raced to translate his words. In essence, the official's message conveyed that candidates for the chief position must first be logged into the Lanxing server, have no history of wrongdoing within the game, and, crucially, must not have records of misconduct such as teasing NPCs or participating in gambling activities. This last stipulation was ingeniously crafted, especially considering that just the day before, the game had launched an event with gambling elements, effectively disqualifying a significant number of players. Being someone who had lived a previous life, Su Li was astute enough not to fall into such a well-known trap. Moreover, she subtly advised He Ningchuan to issue a notice within their guild to prevent members from inadvertently stepping into this hidden pitfall. "Esteemed sir, we both fully meet your stated criteria. You may dispatch the appropriate personnel for verification at your convenience." Chapter 72. Taking office, most players likely did not pay close attention to this segment of the narrative CG, or if they did not regard the announcement with the seriousness it warranted. Thus, from the moment Su Li and Hui Yuan entered the government office until half an hour later when they departed with the official seal of appointment in hand, they encountered no other players seeking the position. In Su Li's previous life, the government had never sought players for the role of chief, leading her to speculate that this change arose from their successful elimination of Qi Laoban, a figure who, while not the chief, wielded comparable influence. This shift likely allowed the game's official authority to reclaim control over the impoverished district, resulting in subtle yet perceptible changes within the game world. She hoped that the haughty, disdainful beings of higher civilizations remained oblivious to this seemingly trivial matter. In the previous game era, players could indeed assume the role of chiefs or local officials, enjoying considerable autonomy over their territories. However, the requirements for such positions were far more stringent than those outlined in the current announcement, leading to predominance by clubs and large guilds. In her last life, Su Li's guild had seized a small, autonomous territory through cross-server battles. Yet the harsh conditions there rendered it little more than a storage area for their guild. The currently Lianfang, while situated in a desolate corner of the main city, still held intrinsic value in the eyes of NPCs, far surpassing that of other territories. Accompanied by the attendant, they met an NPC named Wang, a former subordinate of the previous chief, who guided them to an imposing mansion at the heart of Lianfang. Had Wang not respectfully informed them that this was the official residence of the chief, Su Li might have doubted their arrival at the correct location. For the mansion was vast, with a grand entrance towering 3 zhang, adorned with brass studs and flanked by 2 formidable stone lions. Upon entering, Su Li was greeted by an intricately arranged courtyard, complete with pavilions, rockeries, and ponds. Wang led them through the front courtyard to the main hall, where an octagonal table stood at its center, surrounded by several armchairs. "Please wait here while I summon the acting chief," he said before departing. Before long, a middle-aged man entered the hall from the rear courtyard, garbed in a simple blue robe, exuding an air of elegance and distinction. Approaching the table, he clasped his hands and introduced himself as the acting chief of Lianfang, apologizing for the lack of a formal welcome. Hui Yuan rose and returned the gesture, stating, "My lord is the newly appointed chief of Lianfang." Su Li was pleasantly surprised by Hui Yuan's poised demeanor. Although he was her subordinate in the appointment letter, She had not anticipated his swift adaptation to the role. The acting chief, having heard Wang's remarks about their identities, nodded with a smile of genuine delight, expressing his happiness over the return of authority to the court and the appointment of the new chiefs. He assured them that he would be at their service should they require assistance. "Your courtesy is appreciated," Suli responded. "As newcomers, we are still unfamiliar with the circumstances here and will rely on your guidance for future affairs." "Of course," he replied. "Please feel free to ask any questions. My surname is Xie. You may address me as Consul Xie." Su Li and Hua Yuan exchanged glances, each recognizing the satisfaction reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that, despite his position as an acting chief, the man before them had managed to uphold his duties within such a complex environment, which was commendable. They proceeded to inquire about the current situation in Lianfang, and Consul Xie responded in detail, outlining both the conditions and the unwritten rules that had developed over the years. Su Li inquired, "Consul Xie, we understand that the previous chief met a tragic end, allowing Qi Laoban to usurp power, which has led to the disarray of what was once a stable residential area for common folk. Could you provide an overview of the current state of Lianfang?" "Certainly," Consul Xie replied promptly, letting out a slight sigh before continuing. "Despite my efforts to maintain basic order and protect the citizens, my capabilities are ultimately limited, and I have been unable to restore the peace that once prevailed." Hua Yuan nodded thoughtfully and pressed on, "Beyond this, are there any other pertinent issues we should be aware of? For instance, are there any factions or individuals who might impede our work?" Consul Xie considered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, there are several. Qi Laoban has deep roots in Lianfang, and his influence should not be underestimated. Additionally, other factions are lurking in the shadows, eager to stake their claims. However, now that the two esteemed individuals have taken over Lianfang with the full support of the court, I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely overcome these adversities." Through their discussions, Su Li and Hui Yuan have gained a profound understanding of Lianfang, while simultaneously developing a deep admiration for Consul Xie. Following the assassination of the previous Fang master, Xie has adeptly navigated the treacherous waters under the reign of the formidable Qi boss, managing to protect the majority of the local populace, a true testament to his virtues as a respected official. In the gang, he Ningchuan routinely inspected the durability of various facilities within their territory, only to inadvertently discover a brand new undeveloped area within the gang's domain. Remarkably, the ownership of this territory is registered under Su Li, an elder of the gang. When he Ningchuan messaged her privately, inquiring about the unexpected territory in such a prime location, Su Li was engaged in discussions with Consul Xie regarding the complete eradication of the nefarious forces in Lianfang. Upon seeing he Ningchuan's gaming ID, she immediately recognized his exceptional governance and leadership abilities, swiftly formulating a plan to recruit him as her strategist. Chapter 73. Gaining Ouyang Luo's favor and protecting the Divine Doctor. Gao Wu. While Su Li has already devised tasks for a future strategist, he Ningchuan remains unaware that he is about to embark on a life steeped in the game's intricacies. However, Su Li has an urgent matter to address, meeting Ouyang Luo, who swiftly assumed control of the power left behind by Qi and adeptly consolidating these forces for his own benefit. This character, Ouyang Luo, has emerged in recent years due to his ruthless and decisive methods, swiftly eliminating smaller local tyrants in the impoverished districts, while simultaneously providing aid to the destitute, earning him the moniker Jade-Faced Buddha among the impoverished populace. Yet few know that Ouyang Luo is, in fact, a fallen scion of a once wealthy family. His father's reckless indulgence led to the complete depletion of the Ouyang family's fortune. After his father's untimely demise due to alcoholism when Ouyang Luo was merely 11, he was forced to sell off their remaining assets to support his ailing mother and relocate to the chaotic and impoverished Lianfang. Understanding that knowledge of both oneself and one's foe is essential for triumph, Su Li, armed with comprehensive intelligence acquired from the system regarding Ouyang Luo, swiftly identified the most effective means to win his favor. Winning Ouyang Luo's goodwill is not a daunting task. It merely requires addressing his deep concern for his mother. If she can cure the chronic ailment that has plagued her for years, he will undoubtedly be overwhelmed with gratitude. According to the information, Ouyang Luo has searched far and wide for renowned physicians to treat his mother, yet none have been able to provide a definitive cure, only offering temporary relief from her suffering. Through extensive inquiries, he learned the critical news just before Qi's demise. The elusive divine doctor, Chao Hua, has appeared in the largest Li Su tribe in the southwestern region, currently treating the matriarch for a water curse, a condition widely known as schistosomiasis. Su Li has gathered information indicating that Ouyang Luo plans to set out in 3 days to seek out Chao Hua. Moreover, the system has provided reliable intel that Chao Hua will be ambushed by Ouyang Luo's enemies during their return journey to the capital, ultimately leading to his untimely death. Even more dire, if Ouyang Luo fails to secure treatment from Chao Hua, his bedridden mother, in dire need of effective medicine, will also pass away within a year of the divine doctor's demise. Faced with such a convoluted situation, Su Li understands the heavy responsibility resting upon her shoulders to ensure Chao Hua's safety and avert his tragic fate. Initially, Su Li contemplated utilizing the opportunity of Ouyang Luo's journey to the southwest to eliminate all of his forces by sheer might. However, after engaging with the local populace and learning from NPCs posing as citizens that this so-called jade-faced Buddha genuinely cares for their well-being and possesses strategic acumen in managing the local ruffians, she reconsidered her approach. She deduced that rather than directly eliminating Ouyang Luo, it may be more beneficial to persuade him to join her faction, potentially yielding greater advantages. After all, even if Ningchuan were to take over Lianfang in the future, he would still require a competent cadre to assist in governance. NPCs like Consul Xie and Ouyang Luo are undoubtedly ideal candidates, possessing an intrinsic understanding of Lianfang's societal dynamics along with requisite management skills and experience. Thus, Su Li resolved to adopt a more astute strategy for maximizing long-term benefits. After devoting a full 3 hours, equivalent to 3 days in the game, she completed all transitions of responsibilities with Ningchuan and reported back to the capital's authorities. Subsequently, she arrived ahead of time at the sole official road leading southwest from the main city, waiting for Ouyang Luo's arrival. Upon spotting the convoy emblazoned with the Ouyang family crest approaching from the distance, Hui Yuan summoned a phoenix engulfed in golden flames, lifting them into the sky to closely follow Ouyang Luo's caravan as it journeyed southwest. In the game, Shen Yun, all server mainline narratives are based on the historical context of the Blue Star, adapted from a specific tumultuous period in its overall development. The chosen historical segment reflects a time when all civilizations on Blue Star transitioned from prosperity to decline. Even the Dragon Kingdom, with its millennia-long legacy and relatively stable cultural transmission, found its ruling ancient dynasty in a state of turmoil during this epoch. Thus, as Su Li and her companions followed Ouyang Luo from the bustling capital and reached the next city along the official road to the south, they beheld many NPCs. Once vibrant, now gaunt and emaciated due to the unrest, perhaps due to the proximity to the prosperous capital. These individuals still received 2 bowls of coarse rice porridge daily from the government to stave off hunger. However, as Ouyang Luo's convoy traveled further from the capital and closer to the distant mountains, the provisions of rice porridge grew increasingly scarce. The suffering populace ceased to be referred to as citizens. They acquired a new designation, refugees. As time passed, the number of refugees burgeoned like a rolling snowball, exacerbating tensions between them and the residents of the cities they sought refuge in. Various conflicts erupted with increasing frequency and severity. Some city officials, in a bid to protect their residents, resorted to extreme measures, sealing their gates and leaving thousands of refugees outside to fend for themselves. Initially, Ouyang Luo would spend his resources to procure coarse rice in the cities along the way, preparing porridge to distribute to the refugees. Yet, as they distanced themselves from the capital, he not only ceased this charitable act, but also employed more robust guards to protect the entire convoy. Every action taken by Ouyang Luo was witnessed by Su Li from above, and she surmised the rationale behind his decisions. Her insight did not stem from superior intelligence, but rather from the historical accounts of those who had fallen victim to the very kindness that brought them harm. Chapter 74. The Refugees' Assault and the Chaotic Carriage. Su Li and Hui Yuan, perched upon the Golden Phoenix, closely followed and discreetly escorted Ouyang Luo's convoy, arriving at the last city before entering the southwestern region. The official road and the land beyond the city have been occupied by groups of displaced individuals, most of whom share the same surname or hail from the same region. Like the great clans, they migrate or flee together, adhering to familial and blood ties. The emaciated and pallid refugees, some seated and others lying down, turn their heads to gaze at the official road upon hearing the distant sound of hoofbeats and the rumble of wheels. Their eyes, akin to famished beasts spotting a plump prey, instilled a deep sense of dread in Su Li, even as she soared high above. Sensing the girl in her arms lean closer, Hui Yuan softly inquired, "What troubles you? Have you grown weary from the long journey?" Su Li gently shook her head and responded, "No, it is merely the gaze of those refugees that sends a chill through me. They resemble famished beasts." Hui Yuan furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at the refugees below. He understood Su Li's unease. These displaced souls, stripped of their homes and livelihoods, teetered on the edge of despair. Their eyes, fixed upon Ouyang Luo's convoy, radiated an unprecedented ferocity, indeed reminiscent of starving wild animals. He patted Su Li's hand in a gesture of comfort, assuring her, "Do not worry. The members of Ouyang Luo's team, myself included, possess some martial skills. Coupled with those robust bodyguards accustomed to traversing the rivers and lakes, we shall not falter against a throng of frail refugees." Alto Su Li nodded in acknowledgement. Her apprehension remained unassuaged. As the convoy approached the city, the refugees' gazes grew ever more intense. They had sensed the unusual nature of this caravan, arriving from the north, its guards strong and the horses well fed. This seemingly prosperous convoy, accompanied by over 20 sturdy bodyguards, appeared vulnerable amidst the countless destitute souls. Hunger had ignited inappropriate thoughts among the refugees. Perhaps they could obtain some relief or other necessities from this group. At that moment, the charioteer outside the carriage halted the horses and blew a whistle to convey Ouyang Luo's command to the people ahead. Following a series of sharp whistles, the entire convoy came to a standstill. The leading bodyguard dismounted and approached the group of refugees, attempting to communicate and ascertain their plight. Su Li exchanged a glance with Hui Yuan, guiding Feng Huang to alight in a concealed spot. Then, Su Li mounted her swift steed, allowing Hui Yuan to hold the reins and pose as a traveler heading south as they made their way toward Ouyang Luo's convoy. Touching down on this land, Su Li truly felt the anguish displayed by the refugees. Many had wandered for long, their garments tattered and their faces gaunt. The children's faces were smeared with dirt, their eyes filled with longing and fear. Even from several dozen meters away, Su Li could easily hear the conversation between the leading bodyguard and an elderly refugee. The refugee recounted how calamities had befallen his homeland, forcing him to leave and seek a chance at survival. They had journeyed as drifters, enduring the elements, and now found themselves at a dead end. However, while the elderly refugee calmly shared his tragic tale, the previously despondent young refugees had all stood up, collectively fixating their intense gazes upon the bodyguard leader. In the carriage at the rear, Ouyang Luo gently lifted a corner of the curtain, quietly observing the unfolding scene. His profound and piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the crowd, discerning the lurking dangers and opportunities. Following the cue of his gaze, the surrounding guards understood and tightened their grips on their weapons, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance as the entire convoy fell into a defensive posture. Once the elderly refugee concluded his account and the bodyguard leader returned to the group, the charioteer raised his voice to address the refugees. "Dear compatriots, our master embarks on this journey to the southwest in search of a skilled physician to tend to his gravely ill mother. Witnessing your profound suffering, he is deeply pained. Therefore, he has resolved to offer all 10 bags of remaining grain to help you through these trying times. We also hope, in light of our master's sincere filial piety, that you might slightly shift your positions to allow us safe passage." As soon as the charioteer finished speaking, the eyes of the refugees ignited with astonishment. Their gazes fixated on the wooden cart laden with grain behind the carriage, as if it were their last lifeline. Without hesitation, they rose from their resting spots and surged toward the cart. Some refugees clutched their battered sickles and hoes, their stances clearly indicating they were not easily dissuaded. The leading bodyguard unsheathed his weapon, the gleaming blade aimed at the refugees. "What are you doing?" "Our willingness to leave 10 bags of grain is already an act of kindness. Do you intend to seize it by force?" "Do not forget the laws of the court. Those who rob others may face exile or execution, depending on the severity of their actions." Laws? If the court's laws were truly effective, then let those officials who close the city gates and disregard our lives face their demise. And you wealthy elites, who only know how to exploit us for labor, coercing us to surrender our meager provisions in times of poor harvest. Now you wish us to step aside for the very grain we have toiled for? Absolutely not. The grain rightfully belongs to us. Yes, we demand the return of our grain. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Su Li's heart sank. She had foreseen the impending chaos. Indeed, as the heartfelt protests erupted, the refugees surged forward en masse, intent on seizing the grain and supplies. Ouyang Luo's brow furrowed, and without hesitation, he issued the command, "Retreat." The charioteers, well prepared, swiftly repositioned the carts. They brandished their whips, striking the horses to make them gallop back in the direction they had come. Yet, as the grain they had nearly grasped began to slip away, the refugees unleashed a remarkable strength. They picked up stones and other objects, hurling them toward Ouyang Luo's carriage. One stone struck the charioteer squarely, rendering him unconscious. The startled horses lost control, bolting wildly, with no one to steer them. The carriage careened into the dense forest beside the official road. Chapter 75, A Life-Saving Grace. Traveling together, Su Li rode her steed like a flash of lightning, pursuing the runaway carriage into the thick forest. Meanwhile, Hui Yuan soared through the skies on his Jinhua, closely monitoring the frenzied horses and providing precise guidance to Su Li via their communication channel. "The carriage is heading northeast. Be cautious of the branches." Upon hearing Hui Yuan's warning, Su Li did not hesitate to direct her steed toward the northeast. Her eyes were sharp, constantly aware of her surroundings, while she attentively followed Hui Yuan's directions. As the carriage ahead was mercilessly pierced by several stout branches, Su Li felt a chill of dread for those inside. She silently prayed for their safety. However, the carriage's journey through the dense forest was short-lived. Suddenly, between two massive trees, the two horses pulling the carriage veered apart, causing the cart to collide violently with a nearby trunk. Su Li hastily tightened the reins, dismounted, and rushed towards the overturned carriage, her heart ablaze with anxiety. Upon approaching, the sight before her caused her to draw in a sharp breath. The front end of the carriage was severely deformed, as if it had been crushed by an unseen colossal beast. Su Li exchanged a glance with Hui Yuan, who had just descended from the sky, and together they skillfully dismantled the roof of the carriage. At last, they beheld the unconscious Ouyang Luo inside. His arm was pierced by a sharp branch, blood gushing forth like a fountain, saturating the carriage in a shocking display. Su Li's heart tightened instantaneously. She feared that Ouyang Luo might bleed to death, rendering their efforts futile. "I will tend to his wounds and bandage him. You check the marketplace for any hemostatic medicine." Hui Yuan quickly climbed into the carriage, exerting all his strength to pull the branch from Ouyang Luo's body, then tightly bound a cloth strip above the wound on his arm to temporarily staunch the bleeding. Seeing this, Su Li hurriedly opened the marketplace interface to purchase the necessary medicine, handing a collection of useful supplies to Hui Yuan. "I couldn't find any gauze, but clean fabric can serve as a substitute." The hemostatic medicine sold in the marketplace proved remarkably effective. Within just a minute of removing the cloth strip, Ouyang Luo's wounds ceased to bleed. "We must first move him away from this place. The damp forest environment could exacerbate the risk of infection." Hui Yuan carefully lifted Ouyang Luo and mounted the Jinhua. Su Li was about to ride the Qianli Shanju to leave the forest when suddenly, She felt a powerful pair of arms wrapped tightly around her waist, and in the next moment, she found herself on the back of the Jinhua phone. Traveling from above is faster and more convenient for locating the evacuation team. Suli adjusted her seating position and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the convoy, having retreated to a safe area, was preparing to enter the forest to search for Ouyang Luo's whereabouts under the guidance of the lead bodyguard. Shortly after, he gathered all the uninjured bodyguards to mount their horses, ready to set off. However, at that moment, they spotted a magnificent bird shimmering with golden light, resembling a phoenix, swiftly approaching them from a distance. What is that? A phoenix? It seems there are people on its back, and they appear to be heading towards us. What should we do, leader? The lead bodyguard frowned, gazing intently at the approaching golden bird, his expression filled with vigilance and doubt. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved, "Everyone dismount immediately, seek cover, and do not act rashly." The bodyguards answered in unison. Understood. They swiftly organized Ouyang Luo's attendants and guards to conceal themselves among the surrounding cover. The Jinhua phone descended with a roar onto the open ground in front of the convoy, its massive wings flapping violently, stirring a powerful wind that swept up debris and dust. Those who had hidden watched as a richly clothed youth and maiden descended from the back of the Jinhua phone, their previous suspicions of them being bandits instantly quashed. After all, those who could possess a legendary divine bird as a mount and don such luxurious attire were unlikely to be interested in their meager supplies and possessions. However, new questions arose in their hearts. If they were not here to plunder, why had they landed? Just as everyone pondered this, Hui Yuan, cradling the unconscious Ouyang Luo, gracefully leaped down from the back of the Jinhua phone. At that moment, an observant attendant recognized the person in Hui Yuan's arms, his face shifting dramatically. Without hesitation, he dashed from his hiding spot, urgency etched on his features, and knelt before Hui Yuan. "Thank you, noble sir, for saving my master. I shall bow to you and serve you like a horse in gratitude." The attendant bowed 3 times, his forehead grazing the sharp stones, drawing blood. Hui Yuan shifted to avoid the attendant, speaking in a calm tone. "Your master is injured and unconscious. He requires a proper place to recover and be well cared for." "I understand. I will take good care of my master." The attendant quickly rose, hoisting the unconscious Ouyang Luo onto his back. Once the lead bodyguard confirmed that Su Li and Hui Yuan posed no threat, he instructed everyone to emerge from their hiding places. Su Li noticed that many among them were injured, their wounds severe enough to pose a burden to the political convoy. Without hesitation, she suggested, "We just saw you hastily moving along the official road behind us. You must be heading to the southwestern region as well. This road is rather perilous, and with so many injured among you, traveling alone may expose you to greater dangers. How about we travel together for mutual support?" The lead bodyguard had indeed noticed a man and woman walking side by side not far from the convoy. Upon hearing Su Li's proposal, he paused momentarily before nodding. After all, they had just suffered a devastating attack from the refugees and were in a precarious situation. Furthermore, this man and woman had rescued their employer, young Master Ouyang, which was an unrepayable debt of gratitude. The lead bodyguard pondered briefly and concluded that traveling southward together might be the most prudent course of action. He expressed his gratitude to Su Li, saying, "You two saved young Master Ouyang. This kindness we will never forget. We should properly thank you, but regrettably, we lost some valuables in the previous attack and truly do not know how to repay your great kindness. If we can ensure your safety on our journey southward, it would somewhat alleviate our guilt." With that, the lead bodyguard clasped his fists in a gesture of gratitude. He then turned to the other bodyguards and commanded everyone, "Move quickly. First, ensure young Master Ouyang is settled properly. Then we shall depart immediately, circumventing this area and continuing south." The bodyguards responded in unison, springing into action with swift efficiency. Su Li and Hui Yuan stood quietly to the side, awaiting the convoy's departure. Considering Ouyang Luo's grave injuries and the refugees lacking the strength to pursue for long, the lead bodyguard ordered a brief rest before setting off on a detour. Chapter 76. The competition begins. The lead bodyguard guided the entire convoy away from the official road, choosing a relatively concealed path to proceed. This way, they could effectively avoid the harassment and incursions of the roaming and troublemaking refugees. Initially, the lead bodyguard had intended to take special care of Su Li and Hui Yuan, whom he perceived to be inexperienced in long journeys, as they appeared to be pampered young nobles. However, he was utterly astonished to find that it was precisely these two seemingly inexperienced individuals who adeptly navigated crises when confronted by beasts or villains, significantly alleviating his burdens. Their journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. After traveling for over 2 days, they finally reached the southwestern kingdom of Jialan. After approximately half a day's travel west from the capital of Jialan, they entered the territory of the Li tribe. At this moment, Ouyang Luo had awakened from his unconscious state. Although still somewhat weak, he insisted on dragging his ailing body to personally express his gratitude to Su Li and Hui Yuan. Without delay, he proceeded to pay his respects to the leader of the Li tribe, and with his substantial wealth and sincere filial piety, he successfully moved the leader to grant him permission to depart with the renowned healer, Chao Hua, in half a month's time. Su Li and Hui Yuan believed that they needed to attend online classes during the day, so they concocted an excuse, expressing a desire to wander through the picturesque southwest region. They arranged with Ouyang Luo to reconvene with the group and return to the main city in half a month. In the game, this half-month would only translate to a mere few hours in the real world, coinciding perfectly with the time allocated for their online classes. After a hurried dinner, the two eagerly logged back into the game, returning to the Li clan village. Upon their reappearance, Ouyang Luo had already met with Chao Hua, organized his belongings, and was awaiting their return. Without hesitation, Ouyang Luo issued the command, "All hands return." Thus, the entire party set off on their journey home. However, halfway through, Su Li and Hui Yuan, acting on previously acquired intelligence, decided to lie in wait for Ouyang Luo's adversaries. As indiscriminately killing NPCs would diminish their reputation in the Jianghu, they opted not to eliminate the assassins beforehand, but instead informed Ouyang Luo of the ambush. During the intense battle between Ouyang Luo and his foes, Su Li and Hui Yuan remained steadfastly by Chao Hua's side, ensuring his safety. Thanks to their foreknowledge of the enemy's ambush, Ouyang Luo was able to prepare thoroughly and retain his strategies. The fierce clash concluded swiftly in just a few minutes, resulting in Ouyang Luo's successful defeat of his adversary, who turned out to be a local gang leader from the impoverished district. Following this victory, Ouyang Luo was poised to absorb the rival's influence. After the battle, Chao Hua emerged unscathed, and unexpectedly, Su Li and Hui Yuan received a system notification, ding. Congratulations to players Li Zi and Hui Yuan for completing the hidden quest in the impoverished district, successfully safeguarding the divine healer Chao Hua, and receiving generous rewards. This sudden announcement was not only received by the two, but was also broadcasted across the entire server. The server announcement stated, ding. Congratulations to players Li Zi and Hui Yuan for completing the hidden quest in the impoverished district, successfully safeguarding the divine healer Chao Hua, and receiving generous rewards. This announcement was soon drowned out by others, fading from the screen and failing to draw significant attention from the broader player base. After all, many players across various servers had completed hidden quests, making such announcements a common occurrence. However, the subsequent news detonated like a bombshell, igniting the enthusiasm of the players. The server announcement echoed, ding, players have reached level 15, officially unlocking the guild dungeon. The system will rank all guilds across all servers based on the completion time of the dungeon. The top 10 guilds with the shortest completion times will receive a regional special skill as a reward. Additionally, the top 3 guilds across all servers will receive 10 sets of exclusive level 20 rare equipment as extra rewards. The special skills and equipment from this reward are not for public sale and are limited to circulation within the guild. This announcement served as an exhilarating stimulant, stirring the once tranquil game world into a frenzy. Players buzzed with excitement, and various guilds began fervently preparing, eager to embrace the impending challenge. Everyone understood that this was not merely a contest of strength, but also an exceptional opportunity to acquire rare items and accolades. Those who could stand out among the multitude of guilds and become the paragons of dungeon completion would be rewarded with coveted mystical skills and rare equipment. Thus, an intense competition was set into motion. Meanwhile, far away in the main city, He Ningchuan found himself regarding Su Li with newfound respect, and the guild members grew increasingly convinced of their prescient leader. Chapter 77. Who will command the dungeon? Upon returning to the main city, Su Li, accompanied by Hui Yuan, summoned He Ningchuan, who happened to be nearby, and together they brought along some comforting gifts sold in the marketplace to enhance NPC favorability. Visiting Ouyang Luo's residence in the capacity of the guild leader. After Ouyang Luo returned to the capital, he learned from his subordinates about the arrival of a new guild leader at Lianfang. Yet due to this new leader's reclusive nature, none of his subordinates had seen the leader's face. When he saw that the visitors were Su Li and Hui Yuan, he was momentarily taken aback. Ouyang Luo inquired, "Are you two benefactors?" However, when his gaze fell upon the exquisitely wrapped gifts in Su Li's hands, he suddenly realized these benefactors were indeed the new guild leader and deputy leader. No wonder such distinguished individuals would venture to the southwestern frontier, risking their lives to save him from near demise. Ouyang Luo mused internally, recognizing that Su Li and Hui Yuan's visit was no mere coincidence. He quickly surmised that their purpose was not simply to explore, but rather specifically to approach him. After all, given their status and capabilities, they could effortlessly soar through the skies aboard a golden phoenix, reaching any destination they desired without the need to endure the arduous journey alongside a caravan. Not to mention, they had forewarned him about the ambush prepared by his enemies. With this realization, Ouyang Luo felt even more grateful towards Su Li and Hui Yuan, while simultaneously harboring a strong curiosity about their elaborate efforts to save him. Young Master Ouyang, these gifts are excellent nourishing supplies. I hope they can help the matriarch regain her health soon, Su Li said with a smile, handing the elegant gift box to a nearby attendant. Ouyang Luo bowed slightly and courteously invited Su Li and the others, saying, "Your esteemed presence truly graces my humble abode. Please come in and have a seat." The three settled into the spacious and bright main hall, and just as they were getting comfortable, attentive servants approached to serve them fragrant tea. Su Li took a gentle sip and then candidly stated the true purpose of their visit. "Young Master Ouyang, considering our acquaintance, I will not beat around the bush. In addition to visiting the matriarch, we have another significant matter that we would like to request your assistance with." With that, she subtly observed Ouyang Luo's reaction. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ouyang Luo's originally gentle gaze sharpened momentarily. However, this change was fleeting, as he quickly regained his composure and replied with resolute conviction, "You are too kind. My lord, as a member of Lianfang, I shall do my utmost to promote the welfare of the people. Whatever benefits Lianfang, do not hesitate to command me, and I shall devote myself fully." A faint smile graced Su Li's lips, revealing a barely perceptible amusement as she softly responded, "In that case, I shall speak candidly." Ouyang Luo looked at the young woman, who then pointed to the man beside her whom he had never seen before, saying, "This is my assistant. He will take charge of cleansing Lianfang of any unruly elements, restoring peace to the lives of the people. However, as we are new arrivals and lack familiarity with the situation in the guild, I hope to leverage your influence, young Master Ouyang. My lord, you must have learned from Consul Xie what kind of person I am. Are you not concerned that I might not only refuse to assist, but instead take you three as hostages to negotiate with the authorities?" Observing the young nobleman before her, who had cast aside his disguise, Su Li's lips curled into a bold and carefree smile. She placed a metaphorical hat upon Ouyang Luo's head. "You would never do such a thing, for you are the jade-faced Buddha Ouyang Luo in the eyes of the people of Lianfang, deeply concerned for their well-being. Hence, you would never resort to such actions." Ouyang Luo found himself amused by the young girl's playful banter, causing the fierce intensity in his gaze to dissipate entirely. "Since you, esteemed sir, have spoken thus, I shall not persist in my refusals," he conceded, accepting the item she extended towards him. "Here, this is for you. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as an official member." Su Li then produced a well-prepared appointment letter, already stamped by the local authorities, and handed it to Ouyang Luo. Perplexed, Ouyang Luo inquired, "What does it mean to be an official member?" Su Li patiently elucidated, "In simple terms, it means you will receive a monthly salary." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Luo fell silent, contemplating whether he had made a grave error in declining this position, and whether this seemingly delicate girl might resort to more forceful means. At that moment, her radiant smile was vividly etched in Ouyang Luo's mind. Yet for reasons unknown, he sensed an undercurrent of chill beneath her once warm and endearing expression. "Then, you shall commence your duties tomorrow," Su Li proclaimed with a smile, as she departed Ouyang Luo's residence and made her way back to the gang territory. She encountered Shen Ming, accompanied by other gang members, all of whom had reached level 15. Su Li turned her gaze toward He Ningchuan, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Are we really to begin raiding dungeons now?" He Ningchuan nodded firmly, stating, "Indeed, there is no time like the present, especially since everyone has reached level 15. As he spoke, He Ningchuan proceeded to create a 15-member team, first adding Su Li and Hui Yuan, followed by the other members, including Shen Ming. The group gathered in the gang's small garden, all eyes fixed on He Ningchuan, the gang leader. Taking a deep breath, He Ningchuan began. "According to reliable sources, the top-tier players from the Blue Fox Club have already entered the gang dungeon. Surprisingly, it has been 4 hours, and they remain stuck at the first boss." With that, He Ningchuan turned to the assembled members, clearing his throat before asking, "So, does anyone here know how to lead a dungeon raid?" It was well known that he had always been a PvP player, adept at combat, but lacking in dungeon experience. Even during the few raids he participated in, he merely followed orders, allowing others to guide him. A heavy silence followed his query. Not a single player stepped forward to claim the leadership role. He Ningchuan scanned the faces around him, but everyone averted their eyes, seemingly reluctant to shoulder the responsibility. Finally, his gaze landed on Su Li. "Akuli, you should be able to handle this, right?" he asked hopefully. Su Li hesitated, slightly shaking her head. "While I understand the mechanisms of each boss, I am not particularly skilled at leading." Yet, faced with the collective silence and He Ningchuan's anticipation, a sense of responsibility surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her courage, stating, "Then I shall give it a try." A glimmer of surprise flickered in He Ningchuan's eyes as he swiftly agreed, "With you at the helm, we shall feel much more assured. Even if we encounter setbacks, we can regard it as valuable experience." The others echoed their support, with Xian Ming being the first to affirm, "I agree. After all, we are all still getting accustomed to this dungeon, and such practice is essential." Soon after, Wang Nai chimed in, "I concur. My little Su Li is incredibly talented. She will surely be fine." A player named Gu Run Gue, an assassin and a childhood friend of He Ningchuan who had helped establish the gang, also voiced his agreement. As more players raised their hands in support, Su Li refrained from elaborating on the specifics of the first boss. Once He Ningchuan transferred the team leadership to her, she led the group into the dungeon without hesitation. In her view, theoretical knowledge paled in comparison to practical experience. Only by immersing herself and diligently internalizing the mechanisms could she facilitate the best preparation. This level 15 gang dungeon was named Di Guayuhui, and the ultimate boss within was Ying Zheng, the first emperor to unify the history of Longhua. Let us engage directly. Xian Ming, the sole tank of the team, took the lead in drawing aggro. "Everyone, watch out for the red circles beneath your feet. When certain mechanics activate, I will notify you to evade in time. There is no need to be overly anxious. Today, we primarily aim to familiarize ourselves with the boss's attack patterns and the corresponding strategies." Su Li's voice resonated through the team voice channel, notably calm and composed, a stark contrast to her earlier claims of lacking leadership skills. He Ningchuan furrowed his brow, pondering if Su Li's earlier words were mere modesty. However, once the battle commenced, he quickly realized that her self-assessment was indeed accurate. Su Li struggled to effectively direct the team. Despite her evident familiarity with the dungeon's mechanics, she faltered at timing her warnings for evading attacks. This inevitably led to a few team members falling victim due to their inability to dodge in time. After 3 consecutive wipeouts, Su Li finally broke the silence. "I trust you now have a general sense of when the boss will unleash his skills." Let's now give it our all and formally launch our assault on the boss, striving to surpass the Blue Fox and become the first gang to defeat the initial boss. It was undeniable that the members of this team were exceptional, truly deserving of He Ningchuan's careful selection. Even under Su Li's less-than-ideal leadership, they swiftly grasped the boss's attack patterns, rage mechanics, and how to avoid triggering wipe conditions. Their aptitude was truly enviable. During the third wipeout, they managed to reduce the boss's health by an impressive 21%, considering the dungeon's high difficulty. Even seasoned and well-coordinated top-tier teams would struggle to achieve such progress, though they ultimately succumbed due to a lack of familiarity with the dungeon's mechanics. The remarkable learning capability exhibited by this team was nothing short of astonishing. Were they to harness this ability within a premier club like Blue Fox, the potential would be unimaginable. At present, Su Li and another highly capable healer, Ning Wan, were diligently working to restore the team's health. Subsequently, Su Li, shedding her earlier hesitance, spoke through the team voice channel with unwavering confidence. Everyone, pay close attention to my commands this time. Let us aim to defeat the boss in one go. Though some members still harbored doubts, they refrained from dampening her enthusiasm and promptly typed one in the chat to express their support. Immediately, Su Li began to elucidate the task assignments in detail. First and foremost, Ning Wan, your primary responsibility is to focus on healing Xian Ming, ensuring that his health remains above 70 at all times. The health of the others will be my concern. Next, assassin players must be vigilant. When a boss's health drops to 30, they must promptly activate their stealth skills to evade potential instant kill attacks. As for the melee and range damage dealers, when the boss enters its enraged state at 30 health, there is no need to evade skills. Simply consume the powerful elixirs I have sent you, and then return to my side to benefit from the enhancements of my ultimate skill. A special reminder, this enraged boss will deduct 90 health points from Xian Ming. Therefore, Wan, you must ensure that Xian Ming's health does not fall below 100 when the boss's health reaches 30. Should you fall, do not worry. I will temporarily take over Xian Ming and revive you immediately. So, please focus entirely on your healing duties. After a brief pause, Su Li continued, if everyone understands their respective tasks, I am prepared to have Xian Ming draw the aggro. Everyone quickly pressed 1 in the team channel, and this time the response was noticeably faster, hinting at their resolve. Xian Ming stood firm in his position, his gaze intently fixed ahead, slightly crouched with his hands tightly gripping his weapon, as if ready to embrace the forthcoming battle. At this moment, he only awaited Su Li's critical command. Once given, he would charge toward the monsters without hesitation. Meanwhile, Hui Yuan and He Ningchuan positioned themselves slightly further away on either side of Xian Ming. As the team's damage dealers, they possessed exceptional attack power. Their task was clear. When the assassins activated their stealth skills for a surprise attack, they must swiftly react to redirect the boss's aggro away from the fragile assassins, ensuring their safety. Additionally, Wang Nai and another warrior in the team bore the vital responsibility of protecting the 2 assassins. They closely surrounded the assassins, their golden, semi-transparent shields raised high, ever ready to counter any imminent threats. If the boss unleashed a sudden attack, they would use their sturdy shields to absorb the damage, safeguarding the assassins' lives. At the rear of the team were Su Li and Ning Wan, the 2 healers standing behind the other range damage dealers. With the front line handling the incessantly respawning minions, they could focus intently on the battlefield, prepared to cast healing spells and provide a continuous flow of health support to their teammates. In this tense and exhilarating combat scenario, each individual performed their role with precision, working in concert to triumph over the formidable enemy. Chapter 79, Dungeon Progress Leaderboard. As is well known, boss encounters typically favor ranged damage dealers, presenting a significant advantage. In contrast, melee players such as assassins and warriors often find themselves evading the boss's attacks, compelled to create distance, which can squander precious output time. Thus, after Su Li restructured the positioning and roles of the various damage-dealing classes, the boss's health diminished at a markedly accelerated rate. Many of the team damage reduction mechanisms triggered by prolonged delays were effortlessly avoided. Although the team's cooperation was not without flaw, every member was a skilled player. Upon noticing a fellow's slight misstep, they would immediately devise ways to mitigate the damage or losses incurred. Thus, the boss's health rapidly dwindled to 30. Su Li keenly monitored the descent of the health bar, calculating the timing with precision, and at a crucial moment commanded, "Assassins, activate stealth mode. Everyone else, consume your elixirs and gather towards me." As Su Li spoke, Ning Wanwan immediately cast her ultimate ability, which she had been holding, onto Xian Ming, while simultaneously unleashing 4 smaller healing spells upon him. The instant the boss's health dropped to 30, Su Li unleashed her ultimate move without hesitation. This throw was akin to a radiant beam slicing through darkness, triggering powerful healing enhancements and damage reduction effects that enveloped the fragile health of the damage dealers like a formidable shield. However, amidst this intense battle, not every member of the 15-person team emerged unscathed. Ning Wanwan, having failed to self-heal in time, tragically perished. Fortunately, as the boss's final wave of lethal attacks subsided, Su Li sprang into action. She swiftly resurrected Ning Wanwan and, with lightning speed, cast 2 healing spells on Xian Ming, restoring his health to a safe 70. At this moment, Su Li cast another ultimate ability at Ning Wanwan's feet, a massive turquoise lotus blossoming beneath her, instantly replenishing her health. Moreover, those damage dealers who had yet to retreat also felt the immense healing power of Su Li's ultimate, as their diminished health was restored to full in an instant. The first boss within the guild dungeon posed its most perilous challenge during the enraged state triggered at 30 health. Successfully withstanding this wave of fury rendered the subsequent challenges as easy as child's play. Though the boss subsequently increased its defense by 10 through unwavering persistence and collective effort, this mighty foe ultimately succumbed after an hour of intense battle. Ding! Congratulations to the Guild Jiuzhou of the East Asia Continent server for defeating the Guild Dungeon Gatekeeper boss. The dungeon progress leaderboard for all guilds has been updated. Jiuzhou has cleared the first stage of the dungeon in record time, currently ranking first across all servers. We encourage other guilds to continue striving. As the exhilarating server-wide announcement resonated, the previously silent Guren Gue could no longer contain his excitement and exuberantly shouted into his microphone. Wow, wow, wow. Did you all hear? We are the team that completed it in the shortest time, successfully topping the Guild Dungeon Progress leaderboard. He Ningchuan beamed with satisfaction, reflecting, this victory was indeed hard-won, thanks to Su Li's exceptional leadership and the tight cooperation of every team member. This is the fruit of our collective efforts. As He Ningchuan's words concluded, a remarkable event unfolded. Each team member suddenly found a red envelope in their hands, as if delivered from the heavens. Inside each envelope, He Ningchuan had placed a silver coin, symbolizing his recognition and appreciation of their hard work. Ning Wanwan was the first to open her envelope, her face lighting up with surprise as she joyfully thanked He Ningchuan. "Thank you, Guild Master." Her reaction piqued the curiosity of the others, who promptly followed suit in opening their envelopes, and upon seeing the glimmering silver coins, expressed their gratitude to He Ningchuan, just like Ning Wanwan. After the happiness subsided, all eyes turned towards the grand treasure chest in the center of the dungeon. Gu Ringue exclaimed, "Who among us is the luckiest? Let the luckiest person open the treasure chest. I am so unlucky. I have never been lucky." After Gu Ringue's remark, the others lamented their own misfortune. Ultimately, only Su Li remained silent, and the expectant gazes of everyone fell upon her. Su Li fell silent for a moment before she resignedly spoke. "I do possess a buff that grants the blessings of a koi, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness every time." The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on her with eager anticipation, as if she were their only hope. Chapter 80. The Plantable Attack, Speed Fruit. Gu Rengue exclaimed, "Wow. Xiao Chuan, where did you find such an incredible healer?" No wonder Bai Yunfei is willing to offer her a salary in the millions. After her adjustments, the group's output had more than doubled. Just as everyone was eagerly awaiting Su Li to unlock the treasure chest, He Ning Chuan's private message alert suddenly began to ring incessantly. It was a series of messages from his childhood friend. Glancing at the three conspicuous exclamation marks at the end of the messages, He Ning Chuan understood that his friend was undoubtedly taken aback. Maintaining a calm demeanor, He Ning Chuan quickly replied, "This guild was originally established to support her chicken-raising endeavors, and in the future, the substantial funds required for the guild's operation will rely on the old hen she raises. Thus, strictly speaking, she is the true guild master." After replying to his friend, He Ning Chuan put the matter aside and joined the others around Su Li, filled with anticipation as they watched her open the chest, eager to discover the rewards it held. As the chest slowly creaked open, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth, nearly blinding them. When the radiance began to fade, they saw 6 precious items neatly arranged within chest. The first reward was Attack Speed Fruit, consumable, X3. Consuming this fruit will instantly increase attack speed by 1, lasting for 30 minutes, with a maximum of 3 consumptions every 24 hours. Note: the seed of the attack speed fruit can be kept to plant an attack speed fruit tree in the territory. The mentioned territory does not include the guild's fixed territory. Suli turned to He Ning Chuan, her gaze steady. "Guild Master, please take all the damage dealers in the team to the training ground to test their damage. When we face the second boss, the top 3 damage dealers per second will need to consume these 3 attack speed fruits, but do remember to keep the seeds, as I will give them to Ouyang Luo for planting later." At that moment, apart from He Ning Chuan and Hui Yuan, the others were both curious about the unfamiliar name Ouyang Luo and intrigued by the mention of a new territory within the guild. However, given the current situation was not conducive to idle gossip, they shared a tacit understanding and remained silent as they followed He Ning Chuan to the training ground to measure their damage per second. The entire testing process was swift and efficient, and before long, He Ning Chuan led the damage dealers back to the original spot. Unsurprisingly, Hui Yuan remained the top damage dealer, while He Ning Chuan and Gu Ringui claimed the second and third spots, respectively. According to the established plan, Suli distributed the attack speed fruits among the 3 of them. The remaining 5 rewards in the chest were exclusive rare equipment unique to the level 15 dungeon. After a discussion, the group unanimously decided to initiate a team auction mode. Any player interested in a piece of equipment could freely participate in bidding to ensure fair competition for the coveted items. To prevent malicious competition from resulting in unfair auction outcomes, He Ning Chuan, as guild master, took it upon himself to maintain the integrity of the entire auction process. Therefore, he established clear rules. Players could only bid on equipment that matched their own profession, and each player had only 2 opportunities to bid on each item. Once a player successfully acquired an item, they would be barred from participating in subsequent auctions. Although He Ning Chuan did not explicitly state it, the 3 who had already received the attack speed fruits, Hui Yuan and the others, understood and voluntarily withdrew from the auction to allow their teammates a chance at the equipment. As expected, the 5 items were quickly auctioned off to the team members. Among them, Xianming successfully acquired the armor suitable for tank-type players at a low price, while the remaining 4 items were fiercely contested, especially among the damage dealers. Ultimately, all 4 items sold for a price exceeding the market average by 5. The team comprised 15 members, and after excluding Hui Yuan, He Ning Chuan, Gu Rongui, and the 5 who successfully acquired equipment, 7 members, including Su Li, had not received any additional rewards apart from currency. Therefore, Su Li retrieved the Sunsetting Sea set obtained from defeating the king of the merfolk, keeping the ring that enhanced her critical strike rate by 5 for herself, and put the remaining equipment up for auction. Although the attributes of the Sunsetting Sea set did not match those of the guild dungeon's unique equipment, it was still level 15 gear. Its 4-piece armor set provided a total of 8 defense, while the main and secondary weapons offered an impressive boost of up to 500 attack power. The girl's voice was clear and melodious, her face radiating with a bright smile, resembling a blooming flower in all its vibrant beauty. Anyone who did not participate in this dungeon reward distribution and auction can freely join the bidding. Moreover, I am personally initiating this auction. There are no restrictions, and whoever bids the highest will receive the desired equipment. He Ning Chuan gazed at the adorable girl, who had transformed back into a little money-loving sprite, shaking his head with a helpless smile before turning his attention to studying the mechanics of the second boss in the dungeon. Aside from Ning Wanwan, who promptly bid on the four-piece armor set, the other players seemed disinterested in the remaining main and secondary weapons, although these two weapons appeared to enhance attack power significantly. Their overall attributes were ultimately inferior to the unique equipment produced by the guild dungeon. Thus, most players prefer to save their money for bidding on rarer and more valuable unique items. After waiting for a while, Suli decided to conclude the auction and turned to prepare for placing the two weapons at a high price in the marketplace auction house. Since the others were not interested in the benefits she had intentionally reserved for them, she would sell them at a premium. After all, this game had plenty of wealthy players, and there was no shortage of various types of players, ensuring that the equipment would undoubtedly sell. Li Zidada, could you sell the main server to me? Ning Van cautiously inquired. Suli gave her a surprised glance before happily responding, of course. These pieces of equipment were originally reserved for everyone in the guild, so I'll sell them to you at market price. However, Suli expose made Ning Van abite anxious. Visita Lao, what is wrong? But as a healer, why are you spending so much money on defensive and offensive equipment? These items don't seem to enhance your healing capabilities. Seeing that Suli was merely reminding her that the equipment was not useful for her and not intending to refuse her purchase, Ning Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief and said, I intend to buy these items as gifts for friends. Upon hearing that she wanted to gift them, Suli nodded and sent the equipment to her. Chapter 81. The second boss, the guardian dragon of the palace after the reward distribution. Everyone rested in the dungeon for half an hour before setting off toward the territory of the next boss under Su Li's leadership. Along the way, they encountered occasional ambushes from armored soldiers who were not only valiant in combat, but also remarkably disciplined, almost scattering Su Li's team several times. Initially, each member of the team believed these soldiers to be ghosts, but upon defeating the first soldier and witnessing the body crumble into a pile of yellow dust, they realized that these soldiers were actually clay figurines made from baked clay. Surprisingly, these inanimate clay figurines exhibited such nimble agility that they nearly disrupted their formation. On their journey, Su Li and her companions were besieged by as many as 10 waves of terracotta soldiers. After repelling the final wave, they beheld a magnificent structure, grand and imposing, akin to a palace built upon a towering mountain. At that moment, He Ningchuan's private messages were nearly overflowing with offers from players willing to pay a handsome sum for the first boss completion video. He turned to Su Li and inquired if they should sell it. Su Li shook her head, suggesting they refrain from selling it for now, as they should wait until they conquered the second level. All right, I'll follow your lead, He Ningchuan replied, dismissing the private messages. Players familiar with the dungeon's background understood that this palace was the burial site of the mightiest emperor. If they could triumph over the dragon guarding the tomb, they would gain access to the mausoleum and encounter the true boss of the dungeon, Ingzheng, just as Su Li stepped onto the plaza before the palace. A resounding dragon roar echoed across the expanse, reverberating in the air. A colossal dragon, shimmering with golden light, soared from the heavy stone gates of the palace. Its massive head hovered in the air, fixating its gaze on Su Li and her companions. Humans, this is not a place you may tread lightly. Leave at once. The dragon bellowed, its voice thunderous. Yet, in the face of the dragon's warning, Su Li wore an innocent smile, her words unwavering and resolute. Dragon, we have come specifically to visit His Majesty. Surely, His Majesty is eager to see us as well. Therefore, we have no intention of heeding your command to depart. The dragon, clearly incensed by Su Li's defiance, opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of scalding dragon breath. Foolish humans, let me test your worthiness to pass this trial. As the searing breath surged toward them like a tidal wave, Xian Ming sprang forth without hesitation, activating his skill. Diamond Barrier. In an instant, an immense shield materialized, steadfastly blocking the intense dragon breath. Surprised that they remained unharmed amidst the onslaught, the dragon ascended and summoned clouds from all directions. These clouds quickly converged above the plaza, transforming from pristine white to ominous gray, with flashes of lightning flickering within. Soon, enormous red circles began to appear on the marble plaza, one after another. Beware of these red circles. They will unleash lightning 5 seconds after appearing. Su Li warned loudly, swiftly lifting the nearest Ning Wanwan onto her shoulder and retreating from the danger zone. Ning Wanwan, in a daze, found herself being carried, only realizing they had escaped the red circles just in time. The next moment, a thunderous bolt struck down. The lightning instantly scorched the marble tiles, creating a deafening roar that made her ears ring. Thus, Su Li carried Ning Wanwan, dodging the thunderstrikes for a full 10 minutes before finally setting her down. By then, Ning Wanwan was dizzy and could barely stand without Su Li's support, observing how Ning Wanwan adeptly evaded the red circles. The other members of the team looked at her with newfound respect. Before they could catch their breath, the dragon's attack followed swiftly, its powerful tail sweeping towards them with a terrifying gust. Xian Ming, use Diamond Barrier. Everyone gather, Su Li commanded, and the team quickly retreated behind Xian Ming. With a deafening crash, the dragon's tail struck the shield with immense force, sending Xian Ming reeling backwards, blood spilling from his lips, and his health plummeting by half in an instant. Just as the situation grew dire, gentle light enveloped Xian Ming, fully restoring his health. Without hesitation, Su Li unleashed a grand technique, a lotus-shaped skill blossoming amidst the crowd, bestowing a damage reduction buff that enveloped everyone like an impenetrable shield. Ranged attackers, create distance from the dragon. Xian Ming, maintain its aggro. Assassins, seek opportunities to strike the dragon's horns. Warriors, protect me and Ning Wanwan. Su Li's voice rang clear and resolute, injecting the team with renewed vigor. This dragon was evidently far more astute than the previous boss they had encountered. Quickly discerning that the heart of the team lay with Su Li and Ning Wanwan, the healers. Should it eliminate them, the remaining members would be left without healing and sustain, swiftly succumbing to defeat. Thus, even as Xian Ming held its attention tightly, the dragon unleashed various ranged attacks, fixating its gaze on Su Li and Ning Wanwan, relentlessly targeting them with its skills. Wang Nai and another warrior fought valiantly, parrying the onslaught of attacks that surged like a tidal wave, striving to create more time and space for Su Li and Ning Wanwan to heal their comrades. Meanwhile, the dragon exhibited the proud demeanor of a divine beast, its scales gleaming like a fortress, dismissing the ranged attacks with ease. Its focus remained intently on the assassins attempting to strike its horns while simultaneously ensuring Xian Ming did not manage to divert away from the battlefield. The horns were crucial to the dragon, holding immense energy. A severe blow could significantly diminish its power. Thus, upon sensing the assassin's intentions, the dragon became hypervigilant, refusing to grant them any opportunity. In a moment of chaos, one assassin attempted a sneak attack, but was struck down by the dragon's tail, evidently falling for the trap the dragon had laid. Seizing the distraction caused by the sudden approach of Hui Yuan, Su Li pulled the fallen assassin up, knowing they had only one resurrection left. Any further deaths would mean a complete team wipe and restart. Observing that the two assassins had become the dragon's prime targets, Su Li swiftly altered their strategy. From now on, the assassins need only to continue diverting the dragon's attention. I shall handle the rest. Hui Yuan, provide me cover at critical moments, ensuring I remain concealed from the dragon. Understood. The two assassins, upon receiving their instructions, promptly shifted their approach. They capitalized on their attack buffs, moving with astonishing speed, no longer fixating solely on the dragon's horns, but seizing every opportunity to strike with agility. Hui Yuan, after successfully redirecting the dragon's focus once more, stealthily returned to Su Li's side, closely guarding her and cautioning, "Be careful." Yes, I am aware. Since entering the dungeon, Su Li had dedicated herself to casting healing spells, aiding her companions in battle. Now, with the dragon's attention fully captured by the assassins, she saw this as the perfect opportunity to unleash her high-damage skills, aiming for a surprise attack. The dragon, having been incessantly disturbed by the two assassins, found itself increasingly frustrated, yet each time it attempted to swat them away like flies, they vanished without a trace. Su Li seized the opportunity, attacking the formidable dragon's horns with a swift strike while the Shenlong had its back turned. The healer's gentle assault was such that the small orbs of light barely touched the dragon's horns before the beast sensed the impending danger. Who dares? The horns were struck, and the Shenlong roared with unbridled fury, the sound reverberating in the ears of all present. As the dragon's gaze shifted towards Su Li, Huai Yuan immediately charged forth with his sword drawn, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword energies upon the Shenlong. The dragon was compelled to temporarily abandon its pursuit of the true assailant of its horns, engaging fiercely with the bloodthirsty Huai Yuan. Su Li observed the dragon's health diminish significantly, lying in wait for the opportune moment to strike at the horns once more. He Ningchuan, who had been coordinating with Huai Yuan, noticed that after Su Li's assault, the Shenlong's defenses had noticeably weakened, allowing his own attacks to deal nearly double the damage. After 20 minutes of relentless assault, the dragon's health plummeted from 80 to 65. Su Li anticipated that the dragon would soon take to the skies. Formulating an exquisite plan, all damage dealers should conserve their ultimate abilities until the dragon's defenses were breached. Although none had witnessed the dragon breaking its defenses before, the group cooperatively held back their ultimates, awaiting the right moment. With a resounding dragon's roar, the Shenlong indeed prepared to ascend. As it was about to unleash its thunderous descent, Su Li unleashed two small orbs of light upon the dragon's horns. These orbs struck precisely where the previous attack had landed, creating a slender crack from which golden luminescence seeped, causing the dragon to plummet heavily from the air in agony. As the golden light cascaded upon the players, the system's voice echoed. Player gains Shenlong's magical blessing. Damage output increased by 5. Now, unleash your ultimates. The clear voice of the young girl refocused everyone's attention on the Shenlong. Except for the tank and healer, the remaining 12 members unleashed their ultimates upon the dragon, each enhanced by the 5 damage boost, reducing the dragon's health from 65 to 25. Seizing this opportunity, Yuan swiftly leapt onto the dragon's head, his gaze sharp as he locked onto the intact horn, his sword gleaming with a cold light, thirsting for blood. He inhaled deeply, channeling his strength into his arm before launching a flurry of strikes. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The relentless attacks fell upon the horn like raindrops, each swing imbued with unparalleled might. With the 5th strike, a crisp crack echoed as the once mighty horn displayed fine fissures. The luminescence within seemed disturbed, spilling forth in glimmers. The dragon's health diminished by another 5. Concurrently, the system chimed again. Player gains Shenlong's magical blessing. Damage output increased by 5. Su Li called out, "Everyone, keep your distance from the boss. Be wary of the surrounding minion spawns." Players quickly distanced themselves from the dragon. At that moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded. Both formidable horns shattered completely. With the breaking of the horns, the Shenlong's once resplendent scales began to shed, revealing the rotting flesh beneath. A deep, oppressive roar reverberated. Who disturbs my slumber? The players gazed in terror at the scene before them. Witnessing the ID above the dragon's head transform from Shenlong to Minglong in an instant. Looking down at the dragon's decaying flesh. Even those who had foreseen this change through the boss's introduction were overwhelmed by the vivid horror of the visual effect, an uncontrollable fear swelling within them. The gargantuan dragon appeared as if it had truly awakened from the abyss of death, its cold gaze piercing through the crowd, instilling dread. The players' astonishment was short-lived as a relentless tide of undead began to emerge from the ground. The skulls, with eerie green flames flickering in their eye sockets, appeared grotesque and foreboding. My legs feel weak." Ning Wanwan grasped Su Li's arm, her voice trembling. Su Li reassured her with a pat. "Defeat these skeletons, and you shall claim your rewards." Chapter 83. Targeted by others, unable to purchase exorcism talismans. Within this massive skeletal army, not only were there the bones of ordinary humans, but also those of fierce beasts. He Ningchuan, aware of the skeletal foe's prowess from the boss introduction, had preemptively sent coins to the team for purchasing talismans before entering the dungeon, urging everyone to acquire exorcism talismans in advance. Each time a skeleton was successfully scattered, An exorcism talisman had to be applied immediately. Otherwise, the skeletal remains would coalesce again, drawing upon the heavy death energy from the Minglong. It was crucial to note that the skeleton's strength was derived from the Minglong. If they could not be fully purified, any scattered remains would simply return the death energy to the Minglong, ensuring its power remained undiminished. Should this cycle persist, they would likely never defeat the Minglong, instead being systematically overwhelmed. However, the exorcism talismans available in the shop were quite costly, with a single copper coin purchasing only 5 talismans. Due to the weekly purchase limit, each individual could ultimately acquire only 50 talismans. Yet, faced with the unending skeletal onslaught, this paltry number was woefully insufficient. Worse still, the skeleton's assaults were imbued with a death energy buff, causing continuous damage to those afflicted. Xianming and several other melee players, lacking the protection of exorcism talismans, quickly fell victim to the relentless assault of the skeletal horde, mercilessly engulfed and consumed. The exorcism talismans in the trading hall had been snatched up within seconds upon restocking, likely by a powerful guild or club targeting them. He Ningchuan, with a furrowed brow, closed the trading interface. Now standing atop the towering merit monument with the remaining surviving team members, surrounded by a swarm of skeletons. The flickering green flames in the eye sockets of the skeletons appeared even more terrifying against the pitch-black sky. Ning Wanwan remained tightly pressed against Su Li, trembling as she spoke. What should we do? Should we sever our meridians and wait to purchase enough exorcism talismans before attempting again? That could work. After we finish the dungeon, we can ask friends and family if they know any skilled artisans to buy as many exorcism talismans as possible. I will send you the coin for the talismans. He Ningchuan seemed to find her reasoning sound, raising his hand to his chest, prepared to sever his meridians. Su Li quickly grasped his arm. Wait, let me seek external assistance. Severing your meridians would mean starting over from the Shenlong phase, which would be inefficient and time-consuming. Although Su Li had known from the outset that this dungeon required exorcism talismans, the developers had cunningly delayed the availability of both the talismans and their crafting recipes until the first player across all servers reached level 15, rendering her unable to stockpile them in advance. Now, she could only hope to enlist the help of a skilled artisan. It had been quite some time since she had reached out to F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou, and she hoped they had managed to recruit artisans capable of crafting exorcism talismans. With anticipation and anxiety, Su Li messaged F.A. Meiba Bao Zhou, urgent help needed, seeking skilled artisans to craft numerous exorcism talismans. The response was instantaneous. No problem, Li Zi. I've just recruited 2 skilled artisans into the guild. I'll inform them, and they're already hard at work. Li felt a weight lift from her heart as she cheerfully addressed the eager onlookers, proclaiming, It's settled. Now we simply await the delivery of the exorcism talismans. In the meantime, let us take a moment to adjust our states. The towering monument of achievements they were positioned near was formidable, and the skeletal foes would take a while to ascend. Furthermore, the ominous Minglong hovering above posed no immediate threat, as it needed to maintain the activity of the skeletal army and could not inflict any substantial harm upon them. Approximately 15 minutes later, Su Li's inbox received a pair of emails, both containing the exorcism talismans dispatched by the Moldy 8 treasure porridge, totaling 500. The message read, Dearly to Lao, the materials available from the 2 life masters are rather scarce, allowing for only this quantity of talismans. However, rest assured, I will linger at the trading post in hopes of acquiring additional crafting materials or finished products. Upon reading this, Su Li felt a sense of relief. Although the number was limited, these talismans would provide them with a degree of assurance. She resolved to utilize these talismans effectively while praying that their adversaries would not anticipate the sweeping of even the crafting materials for the exorcism talismans and hoped that the Moldy 8 treasure porridge would yield fruitful results at the trading post. With their stock of materials being rather meager, only 500 talismans could be crafted. She prioritized distributing the talismans to the damage dealers, instructing Wan Wan to remain with her. Since the surviving damage dealers were all ranged attackers, upon receiving the talismans, they only needed to position themselves atop the monument to launch their assaults on the skeletal foes below. Once they successfully cleared a small safe zone, the damage dealers leapt down from the monument to affix the talismans onto the scattered skeletons. Carrying a talisman ensured that even if they were struck by the skeletal foes, they would be shielded from the deathly buff for a limited time, with Su Li and Ning Wan providing healing support from the rear. They forged ahead towards the direction of the Minglong, carving a path through the chaos. Su Li not only tended to her teammates' injuries, but also employed her basic attacks to eliminate the skeletons that the damage dealers could not attend to. Only when they reached a position directly beneath the Minglong, beyond Su Li's attack range, did she cease her actions. At that moment, the summoned skeletal army had been vanquished, and the deathly energy had been significantly purified. The health bar of the Minglong had plummeted from its initial 20 to 14. If they could reduce the Minglong's health below 10, they would shatter its defenses, causing it to plummet from the sky, rendering it vulnerable. Su Li inquired through the team voice chat, "How many talismans do we have left?" 15. 9. I still have 10. Listening to the damage dealer's reports, Su Li gazed at the seemingly endless tide of skeletons emerging from the ground, troubled by the lack of updates from the moldy 8 treasure porridge. Suspecting that the materials at the trading post had likely been swept clean as well, the boss Minglong was not inherently difficult to contend with. A sufficient number of exorcism talismans could see them through the most challenging mechanics of summoning the skeletal army. As for the remaining 10 health points, as long as the team's damage output was sufficient, they could defeat the boss before the wipe mechanism was triggered. In Chapter 84, titled The Pinnacle of the Guilds in the Previous Life, Hui Yuan observed the sorrowful girl from a distance, his gaze betraying a hint of hesitation. As he recalled the ecstasy that lit her face upon opening the treasure chest, he felt a firm resolution settle within him. Ultimately, he spoke into the team voice chat. "Perhaps I can attempt to summon the Jinhua phone. If successful, its true phoenix fire will undoubtedly incinerate these skeletons to ashes and purify the pervasive death energy here." The girl's voice was tender. "Is it really all right?" This was clearly an excellent solution to their predicament, yet her tone revealed an understandable anxiety. "Yes." Hui Yuan nodded slightly at her from a distance and began the summoning of the Jinhua phone, with a resounding phoenix cry echoing across the square. A phoenix enveloped in flames, adorned with resplendent feathers, soared from the horizon. It opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of true phoenix fire that instantaneously obliterated the approaching skeletons. Is this truly the unique phoenix mount across all servers? It possesses such formidable cooperative combat abilities. Ning von Gusset Upwart. Her eyes reflecting the dazzling plumage of the Jinhua phone. As the Jinhua phone reduced the skeletons to ashes, the Minglong emitted a roar filled with indignation before crashing down from the sky. The damage dealers, poised and ready, unhesitatingly consumed the mighty pills sent by Hening Chuan and surged towards the temporarily incapacitated Minglong, unleashing a fierce and relentless assault. The massive form of the Minglong was soon riddled with numerous wounds, from which oozed not crimson blood, but a foul, black liquid reminiscent of decaying corpses. When Su Li and Ning Wan leaped down from the monument to the boss's side, she couldn't help but muse. This liquid must be the result of the decomposition of corpses. She quickly glanced at the countdown for the wipe mechanism, noting that only 10 minutes remained before it would trigger. Judging by their current output speed, they should be able to successfully defeat the boss, especially considering her own impressive damage capabilities. At this moment, the team had but one last opportunity for resurrection, yet Su Li chose to reserve it for any unforeseen circumstances, opting not to revive any gravely injured teammates. Gripping her weapon tightly, her gaze steadfast, she declared, "We shall assist as well." Without hesitation, Ning Wan followed suit, wielding her weapon to commence her basic attacks. Earlier, when Su Li targeted the Shen Long's horn, Ning Wan had noted her exceptional attack power, yet upon closer observation, she was astonished by the immense damage Su Li was dealing, rivaling even the top-rank Hui Yuan. Just as the Minglong plummeted from the sky, the Jinhua phone was recalled by Hui Yuan. Through their collective efforts, they managed to vanquish the boss a mere 2 minutes before the wipe mechanism countdown concluded. Ding! Congratulations to the guild Zhong on the European continent server for defeating the guild dungeon boss. The progress rankings for all guilds across the server have been updated. Zhong has passed the first level of the dungeon with astonishing speed, only second to the top-ranked Jiuzhou Tong on the East Asian continent server, currently holding the second position in the server-wide guild dungeon progress rankings. Other guilds are encouraged to keep striving. Ding! Congratulations to the Jiuzhou Tong on the East Asian continent server for defeating the guild dungeon boss. The progress rankings for all guilds across the server have been updated, with Jiuzhou Tong achieving the fastest clear of the second level of the dungeon, currently holding the top position in the server-wide guild dungeon progress rankings. Other guilds are encouraged to keep striving. However, the differing contents of the two subsequent server-wide announcements heightened the tension among the various guilds closely monitoring the dungeon leaderboard. Suli was equally astonished, recalling that it was this same guild that first cleared the dungeon in her previous life. Despite her possession of prior experience and memories, she had only managed to surpass the Zhong guild by the time taken to defeat one boss. However, upon reconsideration, Suli found herself at ease. After all, the Summit of the Gods is a guild established by the most prestigious clubs in the world, filled with elite players and various professionals in abundance. It was indeed a stroke of luck that she had managed to outpace her opponents and defeat the first dungeon boss. She resolved not to place excessive pressure upon herself, opting instead to do her utmost and leave the rest to fate. Observing the girl's lack of joy, Hui Yuan approached her gently, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, we are still in the lead." Suli smiled up at him, her sweet expression eliciting smiles from those around. Granny Wang watched the interaction with delight, her eyes brimming with affection, a match made in heaven. The deputy guild leader, Gu Rengui, beside her, felt a pang of envy. "I feel like a passerby dog unexpectedly fed a mouthful of dog food." Indeed, the other team members nodded vigorously in agreement. Only He Ning Chuan, calm and composed, remarked, "If a chestnut turns 18, I wouldn't mind savoring that dog food." "Oh right, is your little chestnut already 18? Gu Rengui turned to Granny Wang with a question. "Of course she is. Do I seem like an unreliable parent?" Under the piercing gaze of Granny Wang, Gu Rengui and the others quickly shook their heads in denial, fearful of her lengthy admonishments. At that moment, Suli cautiously opened the treasure chest, and to her surprise, it yielded an abundance of equipment. In fact, it surpassed the number of items dropped by the first boss by 4, totaling 10 pieces. Among these rare and unique items, there was one particularly suited for the healer class. In light of Suli's outstanding contributions during this dungeon, and with unanimous agreement from a group, He Ning Chuan took the initiative to present this headpiece, which enhances health points, to Suli. Initially, He Ning Chuan had no intention of accepting payment from her for the equipment, but Suli insisted it would be unfair to others and insisted on compensating him. Reluctantly, he accepted her offer. After the final auction segment concluded, he would include this amount in the total auction proceeds and distribute it proportionally to everyone as their wages. Chapter 85. Time is of the essence after a grueling battle. The group found themselves resting in the rejuvenated square. Suli looked directly at He Ning Chuan and said, "Fei Yin wishes to purchase the video of our first boss's defeat for 1.5 million. After some contemplation, I have decided to sell it to him. I hope to see more guilds from our server in the top 10 rankings, which will be advantageous for the upcoming cross-server battlefield." He Ning Chuan nodded slightly in understanding and support. "You are in charge. Our successful clearance is entirely thanks to your brilliant command." Suli smiled and nodded in response, then turned to address her comrades. "Everyone has played an indispensable role, so I plan to allocate 500,000 as rewards. 400,000 will be distributed as your deserved salaries, while the remaining 100,000 will serve as development funds for the guild." Then, her tone shifted to seriousness, to ensure the confidentiality of our dungeon strategy. "I wish to have everyone sign a non-disclosure agreement. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to sign, that is fine. You will still receive your share of the 400,000, but you will not be able to participate in the final boss battle." Suli paused before continuing. "Please think carefully and let me know once you have made your decision. Once the contracts are signed, We will set off for the palace to challenge the formidable final boss, Ingzhong. As the others contemplated, Suli did not remain idle. She quickly paused her gameplay. Utilizing the brief interlude to exit the game, add Fei Yun's contact information, and send in the video. After completing these tasks, Suli promptly returned to the virtual world. In fact, she had previously collaborated with Fei Yun and held a high level of trust in his character, so she had no concerns about him defaulting on payment or behaving dishonestly. Moreover, if he indeed failed to pay, she could always approach his company's headquarters to ask for the money directly. Upon returning to the game, the other team members were already prepared. After thorough discussions, they unanimously decided to sign the non-disclosure agreement. Without hesitation, Suli allocated some funds to hire a lawyer to assist in drafting the contract. To enhance efficiency, the lawyer swiftly converted the document into an electronic format and entered it into the official system. Subsequently, Suli sent the contract link to everyone, inviting them to sign online. This method of electronic signing was exceptionally convenient and carried the same legal weight, thus avoiding the lengthy wait associated with traditional paper contracts. From the drafting of the contract to the completion of signatures, the entire process was remarkably concluded in less than 2 hours. Wonderful! Let us set forth to the palace in search of our charming ancestor, Suli exclaimed, leaping from the ground with an exuberance reminiscent of a spirited manga character. As Suli led the group in clearing minor monsters within the palace, Fei Yun, phone in hand, sprang from the sofa and dashed towards the exclusive gaming room in the villa's basement. At that moment, Bai Yun he was descending the stairs and caught sight of his brother's hurried demeanor. Knowing his brother well, he immediately surmised that his sibling was eager to immerse himself in the gaming room. As his thoughts wandered, Bai Yun he recalled the friend his brother had mentioned earlier. This very friend had timely alerted him to traps meticulously laid by competitors, thus sparing Bai's enterprise from severe setbacks. Instinctively, Bai Yun pulled out his phone and dialed his assistant. Prepare a gaming pod for me immediately. I want to experience the game, Shen Yun. The assistant, taken aback by the workaholic's sudden request for a gaming pod to try out the wildly popular immersive game, was momentarily speechless. By the time the assistant regained composure, the call had already ended. Ignoring the assistant's astonishment, Bai Yun he altered his plans and headed to his brother's specially crafted gaming room. Casting a glance at his brother, who lay with eyes shut in the gaming pod, Bai Yun he donned a brand new gaming headset, and in the next instant, he found himself at the login screen of Shen Yun. Unbeknownst to Fei Yun, who had already entered the game, his elder brother was busy creating a character. As soon as he logged in, Fei Yun called upon the elite players he had summoned to join his team. Everyone should have watched that video. Let's dive into the dungeon, the spirited youth shouted, leading a throng of over 10 individuals into the guild dungeon. However, despite having the instructional video, they faced numerous defeats due to unfamiliar mechanics. It was only after 4.5 hours, bruised and battered by the boss, that Fei Yun finally stood upon the massive form of the defeated foe. Laughing heartily as the system announced, "Congratulations to the Bai Ma Club on defeating the Guild Dungeon Gatekeeper boss." The progress rankings for Guild Dungeons across the East Asia continent server have been updated, with the Bai Ma Club achieving an astonishing clearance of the first stage. Currently ranking 3rd in the server, Suli and her team also received the news of Bai Ma Club's successful clearance. While they themselves had suffered a total of 11 wipeouts over the course of those 4.5 hours. Let us take a 10-minute break to reflect on our previous mistakes and ensure we do not repeat them in the next round. Suli sat nonchalantly on the ground, legs crossed, as she began to carefully recall the details of the recent battle. Yet, within this brief 10-minute respite, the system's announcement echoed 3 times, each regarding changes in the gang, guild, leaderboard rankings. Among the newly listed gangs were 2 from the Dongya server, namely Lan Hu and Hong Bing, positioned as 4th and 6th respectively. The 5th spot had been claimed by a guild from the Americas server, with a mere seconds difference in clearance time from Hong Bing. Notably, Hong Bing and this American guild were the second to defeat the Gatekeeper boss in the previous era. Suli had sold clearance videos to both Lan Hu and Hong Bing, deliberately inflating the price to 3 million. Aware that they might be targeting her by clearing dungeons or sweeping the market for exorcism charms. Recognizing their disadvantage and hearing that Bai Ma had already acquired the video, they hastily paid without bargaining. Time was growing increasingly urgent, Su Li murmured. In the last iteration, 2 of the top 3 guilds had emerged, and it wouldn't be long before the 3rd to 10th places also defeated the gatekeeper boss. Ding! Congratulations to the South Asia Continent server gang, Ling Mu Shou Wei, for defeating the gatekeeper boss in the guild, gang, dungeon. The progress ranking for all server guilds, gangs, has been updated. Ling Mu Shou Wei has cleared the first level of the dungeon with astonishing speed, currently ranking 7th in the server-wide guild, gang, dungeon progress leaderboard. Other guilds, gangs, keep up the good work. There it was, the 3rd guild to defeat the gatekeeper boss from the previous era. Su Li sprang to her feet, startling Ning Wanwan, who stood up beside her. What's wrong? Li Zedada? We need to hasten our pace. Everyone should be aware that the European god's pinnacle, the American sun god's descendants, and the South Asian Ling Mu Shou Wei are all world-class clubs. The talents within their ranks are numerous, and I fear they will surpass us. Seeing Su Li's anxious demeanor, the others were left puzzled, their curiosity bubbling over as they began to inquire. One person voiced the first question, Li Zita Lao. From the beginning until now, you have seemed particularly anxious. But why is that? After all, we have already surpassed those major guilds and successfully become the first gang to defeat the gatekeeper boss. Another chimed in, indeed. I never dared to dream we could surpass these top clubs, let alone achieve it as amateur players. Li Zita Lao, you have accomplished something remarkable. There is no need to impose such pressure on yourself. Many others echoed their agreement, and the room filled with voices of concern and acknowledgement towards Su Li. He Ningchuan gazed at her with similar confusion, having long wished to ask her the very questions the team had raised, but lacking the appropriate moment or excuse to do so. A bittersweet sensation enveloped Su Li's heart. She knew well that during the game's first anniversary celebration, the virtual world would merge with reality, transforming the once peaceful haven into a nightmarish landscape plagued by monsters. However, even if she revealed the truth, who would believe her? With no other choice, Su Li spoke in a tone of resolve. I have always been fiercely competitive. Now that we have achieved first place, we must hold on to it with all our might. All right, everyone should be well rested by now. Let us attempt this once more. No one opposed the idea of continuing the assault on the dungeon, and her words met with unanimous consent. After all, who did not possess a competitive spirit? They too were eager to preserve their throne. Ing Zheng remarked, you youngsters do possess some skill. This was the 12th time the team of 15 had heard this line from the boss. Subsequently, as before, they suffered grievous injuries upon hearing it, collapsing to the ground once more. Team wipe. Fu Gong struggled to rise from the ground, his once fair and handsome face now smeared with dirt, lamenting, Wu, the ancestral spirit is truly too harsh. Can't you show a little mercy to us unfortunate descendants? Ningchuan retorted, look around this tomb. It is already flooded. Do you think there isn't enough water? Su Li quickly cast a healing spell, restoring everyone's health completely. She frowned, surveying the area, the surrounding water presenting a significant challenge. She had already informed the team about how to pass the level, but due to a lack of coordination among team members, those in charge of range damage often failed to evade in time, getting caught by the water-dwelling undead and dragged down to their demise. In truth, Su Li began engaging with this dungeon only after its leaderboard rankings were finalized. At that time, the official game had removed the water ghost element to cater to the majority of players' preferences. Thus, she was unaware of how to initially confront these water ghosts. Moreover, the exorcism charms that had proven effective against the previous boss were utterly ineffective against the water ghosts. I've noticed that every time the water ghosts pull someone under, the talisman at the ancestral spirit's waist glows. Could it be related to the talisman? Ning Vandan Hisperet. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the boss's waist, indeed spotting an old brass pendant shaped like a tiger. Wang Nainai furrowed her brow, contemplating. The talisman was once a token used by feudal emperors to command their armies. Perhaps these water ghosts are the soldiers who guarded him after his death. Su Li also took note of the talisman, but sensing Zheng had possessed a similar one in her previous life, she had overlooked this detail. She felt a twinge of regret, scolding herself for being so careless. That makes sense. Let's try again. This time, I will pay special attention to the talisman. Once it lights up, I will immediately alert everyone. Those positioned for range damage must swiftly distance themselves from the water ghost's grasp. Su Li instructed solemnly. All right. Everyone responded in unison, quickly taking their positions. As Xian Ming struck the boss with all his might, the tense battle commenced. Seconds ticked by, the atmosphere thick with tension. Each member focused intently on the boss ahead, while the ranged attackers awaited Su Li's signal, prepared to evade the appearance of the water ghosts. Suddenly, Su Li's ausneret, and she softly called out, the talisman has lit up. Ranged players move away from the water's edge. The ranged players, who had been eagerly awaiting her cue, quickly gathered towards the center of the circular platform, while the water ghosts extended their long arms, groping wildly before ultimately retreating into the depths without capturing anyone. Ying Zheng remarked, excellent, there is finally some progress. The boss's deep, melodious voice echoed as the water level around the circular platform began to recede, revealing a soldier figurine rising from the depths. Chapter 87. An unexpected turn of events with a resounding crash. The base beneath the figurine seamlessly connected with the circular platform. In an instant, the clay covering the figurines began to peel away, revealing the gleaming armor and razor-sharp weapons hidden beneath. The terracotta soldiers instantaneously transformed into vibrant warriors, wielding long halberds that shimmered with a cold gleam, resembling a pack of hungry wolves as they directed their weapons towards Su Li and her companions, who stood at the center. Ying Zheng, seated majestically on his elevated throne, appeared calm and composed, adorned in resplendent attire. His demeanor was relaxed and carefree, as if he were about to witness not a brutal and bloody battle, but a splendid spectacle of song and dance. At that moment, a bronze goblet seemingly materialized in his hand, as if by magic. As he slowly raised the cup, the soldiers unhesitatingly lifted their halberds, surging like a tide toward the group at the center. In the face of the fierce onslaught, Su Li remained unflustered. She calmly pointed toward the direction facing the boss, commanding loudly, ranged attackers, concentrate your fire here and create an opening. Warriors prepare to charge. No sooner had she spoken than the ready ranged attackers unleashed a torrent of fierce assaults, their strikes raining down upon the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, the valiant warriors clutched their weapons tightly, advancing resolutely against the concentrated fire from the players. The advantage of the halberds lay in their extended reach, easily disrupting the enemy formations, yet their limitation was a lack of agility in confined spaces. Any reckless movement could endanger allies. Fortunately, Su Li's team was not solely comprised of melee fighters, and thus, the ranged attackers swiftly eliminated the foremost soldiers. The direction Su Li indicated was soon torn open, prompting Wang Nainai and another warrior to mount their steeds and charge like the wind toward the breach, further widening it. Throughout this, Su Li's gaze remained fixed on the emperor on the throne. Upon witnessing the emperor downing the goblet filled with fine wine, she decisively issued the order for everyone to rush through the gap. Immediately, she commanded Xian Ming to position a shield in front of the group. With a soft incantation from Xian Ming, a transparent shield emerged, forming an impenetrable barrier to protect them. At that moment, Su Li shouted, ranged units, focus your fire on the horses pulling the war chariots. However, before her words could fully escape, a startling transformation occurred within the enemy ranks. Several pathways opened up, revealing 12 magnificent steeds pulling 6 massive and heavy war chariots, which charged forth with tremendous force straight toward the breach. These chariots moved with exceptional agility, deftly avoiding most of the attacker strikes, either deflecting them off their formidable bodies or having them easily blocked by the soldiers aboard. One of the chariots broke through the defender's line, hurtling toward the gap from the right side. As the chariot approached, the assassin players entered stealth mode, aiming to capitalize on their invisibility skills to enhance their speed and find an opportunity to eliminate the soldiers driving the chariot. Unfortunately, the chariot's speed was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for them to close in. Pull me onto the horse. Just as the words were spoken, Wang Nai swiftly extended her hand and pulled Su Li onto her mount without hesitation. Su Li, light as a swallow, stood steadily on the horse's back, turning to face the chariot's axle, her hands deftly wielding a lotus lamp. With remarkable skill, she launched a series of small, glowing spheres that accurately struck the axle. As these spheres hit their target, the once-speeding war chariot began to lose stability, its pace noticeably slowing. At this critical moment, the assassin players seized the opportunity, agilely leaping onto the chariot and engaging in fierce combat with the two soldiers aboard. One soldier was tasked with protecting the driver, while the other found himself locked in a tense struggle with the assassin. He Ningchuan, with keen eyes, swiftly targeted the driving soldier, unleashing his flying sword that precisely severed the reins from the soldier's hands. The driver let out a pained cry, but in that fleeting instant, He Ningchuan adeptly swung his sword, cleanly slicing through the soldier's throat. The horses suddenly lost control, instinctively attempting to evade the seemingly ferocious humans. However, just as they were about to crash into the shield, the chariot veered off course, resulting in a catastrophic overturning that crashed heavily against the barrier. As the chariot toppled, the assassin players took the chance to deftly cut the throats of the soldiers, then grabbed the hands of the approaching warriors, leaping onto their horses. The terrified horses, dragging the overturned chariot, sought to flee the battlefield, but in their panic, they inevitably collided violently with other chariots. This chaos, originating from two panicked horses and a flipped chariot, rapidly spread across the battlefield. The remaining startled steeds charged into the disordered throng, trampling an increasing number of soldiers beneath their hooves, while the heavy chariots coldly crushed the bodies of the fallen. No intervention was necessary from Su Li and her team. The once mighty army quickly fell into disarray. Su Li cast her gaze toward the emperor seated on the throne, observing his unyielding calmness as he smiled serenely, savoring his wine. In the face of his soldiers' imminent defeat, as she focused on the emperor's health bar diminishing with each fallen terracotta soldier, her tension gradually eased. She understood that the moment all the terracotta soldiers reverted to clay would signify the key to their success in this dungeon. With a decisive strike, Huo Yuan pierced through the last soldier, who let out a cry before disintegrating into clay and vanishing upon hitting the ground. In that instant, the emperor on the throne suddenly disappeared, reappearing before Huo Yuan like a specter amidst the gasps of the onlookers. Su Li's pupils constricted, her face a mask of disbelief. This scene was entirely beyond her recollection and should not exist. The boss was supposed to begin reciting lines and bestow the completion treasure upon them. Although astonished, she could not afford to consider whether her actions would provoke the emperor. She hurried over to stand beside Huo Yuan, gazing up at the imposing figure of the emperor, who stood at an impressive height of 8 feet. The emperor's sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the very fabric of existence, rendering any pretense or concealment before him utterly futile. Just being subjected to his gaze filled Su Li with an unsettling sensation, as if all her secrets had been laid bare, leaving no room for privacy. This discomfort sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 88. The first guild to clear the dungeon. Why the deception? It was merely a standard dungeon boss, yet it emanated an overwhelming and chilling aura that was truly disconcerting. Why had it deviated from the program script, suddenly appearing before Huo Yuan and fixating on him? A series of inexplicable anomalies caused Su Li's mind to race. Yet no matter how hard she strained to comprehend, she could find no rational explanation. At that moment, a familiar phrase resonated in her ears. "You have defeated my army. This treasure chest shall be your reward." This sentence, which Su Li had heard countless times in her previous life, was now etched in her mind. Instantly, this declaration yanked her from her heightened state of anxiety back into the realm of reality. She focused her gaze and discovered that the boss, who had just stood before her, was now seated once more upon the throne. The tone and expression with which he announced his rewards were identical to her memories, as if the preceding events had merely been a figment of her imagination. Even the others, who had clearly been astonished moments ago, now appeared utterly elated, gazing at the grand treasure chest without a hint of bewilderment. But wasn't the boss just staring at us? Su Li turned her head, her mind swirling with questions, and inquired of Hui Yuan. However, upon meeting the girl's bright, questioning eyes, Hui Yuan quickly lowered his gaze, avoiding her stare, and simply replied, "Perhaps there was a bug. Do not dwell on it." Su Li noted Hui Yuan's unusual behavior, but chose not to confront him for the moment. Instead, she feigned understanding and nodded, "I see. Perhaps I am simply fatigued from today's dungeon run, leading to an illusion." Hui Yuan fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "Tomorrow, I shall prepare some delicious food for you to restore your strength." "Sound great. Let us hasten to see if we can uncover the desired gear from the treasure chest." Before his words could fully settle, Su Li eagerly grasped Hui Yuan's hand and rushed toward the chest location. Upon arrival, as was customary, the team entrusted Su Li with the task of opening the chest, their hearts brimming with anticipation as they silently prayed for exquisite equipment to emerge. Just as Su Li lifted the lid, the system's announcement echoed throughout the server, the startling news reverberating thrice. Ding! Congratulations to the Guild Jiuzhou Tong of the East Asia Continent server for successfully clearing the guild dungeon. The progress ranking for all guilds has been updated, with Jiuzhou Tong achieving an astonishing speed in defeating all bosses and claiming the top position. Other guilds, keep up the good work. Congratulations to the Guild Jiuzhou Tong for receiving the top 3 rewards in the dungeon ranking. 10 sets of exclusive rare equipment at level 20. Other guilds, keep up the good work. Congratulations to the Guild Jiuzhou Tong for receiving the top 10 rewards in the dungeon ranking, a Tier 1 special skill. Other guilds, keep up the good work. Amidst the system's ongoing announcements, He Chuan, the guild leader, received an email containing the top 10 reward of a Tier 1 special skill, as well as the top 3 reward of 10 sets of exclusive rare equipment at level 20. Simultaneously, Su Li opened the magnificent treasure chest. As the light faded, 2 skill books suitable for damage dealing lay quietly within, alongside 15 pieces of exclusive rare equipment emanating a mysterious aura, all at level 15. These items seemed as though they had descended from a mythical realm, evoking a deep yearning. According to tradition, these precious items would be distributed through an auction. The team members enthusiastically participated, the air filled with the fervent sounds of bidding. Soon, all 15 pieces were claimed and donned by the members. Following the auction, He Chuan began to calculate everyone's wages. When the wages were tallied alongside the auction proceeds and the earnings from selling the dungeon clearance video, an astonishing figure emerged before them. Nearly 200,000 had been earned by the 14 members, excluding Su Li. This sum ignited excitement among the 4 or 5 college students in the group, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration. For them, this was undoubtedly the first significant financial gain of their lives. One student exclaimed, "Haha, I must share this good news with my parents," to show them that playing games can generate wealth and change their perception that gaming is merely a waste of time. Me too. Today's wages and bonuses nearly match my parents' combined income for half a year. Another student chimed in enthusiastically. Laughter and cheers echoed throughout the dungeon, as if to break through the palace's roof and announce their joy to the world. Not a single player noticed the emperor seated upon the throne as a mere backdrop, who had been silently observing all that transpired with eyes sharp as a hawk's. Thus, no one perceived the fleeting glimmer of satisfaction and subtle amusement that flickered within his gaze, a sentiment that clearly did not belong to an AI. After the wage calculations, the members gradually exited the dungeon. However, Su Li deliberately waited until everyone else had departed before reaching out to Hui Yuan, who was also preparing to leave. "Why did you lie?" The girl's voice struck like a heavy hammer against Hui Yuan's heart. "How did you know?" He instinctively turned back, his face betraying an unreserved panic that Su Li captured with keen eyes. Chapter 89. I am merely an AI awakening to self-awareness in response to Hui Yuan's bewilderment. Su Li sighed helplessly. "I merely wish to test you. Yet who would have thought that before I could even pose my inquiry, you would confess of your own accord?" Watching the handsome youth before her suddenly widen his eyes in astonishment, Su Li found him unexpectedly adorable, and could not resist tiptoeing to gently tug at the soft flesh of his cheek. Observing the engrossed exchange between the youth and the girl, the emperor on the throne subtly twitched the corners of his mouth. He had anticipated that after the girl pinched her clear cheek, they would turn to leave, but unexpectedly, she suddenly turned her head, her striking eyes locking onto him as she softly asked, "You smiled just now, didn't you?" The atmosphere fell into a profound silence at her inquiry. The majestic emperor sat there, expressionless as if programmed, offering no response to the girl. Not even a flicker of emotion that an AI ought not to possess. Sensing the unusual tension, Hui Yuan quickly tugged at Su Li's sleeve, cautiously explaining, "I did not intend to deceive you. Everyone was present, and I feared it would cause unnecessary commotion." Su Li understood Hui Yuan's predicament and bore no ill will. Instead, she gently patted his arm and said softly, "I do not mean to blame you. I am merely puzzled as to why you felt the need to lie." With that, her unwavering gaze remained fixed upon the steadfast emperor atop the platform. Yet, Hui Yuan, witnessing Su Li's tenacity, felt an increasing sense of unease. He tugged at her sleeve again, anxiously urging, "We should leave this dungeon quickly. Everyone must be waiting for us outside. We shouldn't make them worry." His voice carried an undercurrent of anxiety, as if he feared what might transpire next. This successfully drew Su Li's attention back to him, but instead of responding, she regarded him for several moments before arching her delicate brows and offering a meaningful smile. "Hui Yuan, you seem quite eager for me to depart," as though lingering here for even a moment could unveil some secret. Hui Yuan, flustered, averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. She had a knack for unsettling him with a mere phrase or action, disrupting the composure and sharpness he usually maintained. It had been like this with the fortune teller in the novice village, and now it was the same in the dungeon. Time and again, she discerned the subtle clues, forcing him to exhaust his wits and devising ways to conceal the truth. Hui Yuan struggled to speak, but a familiar deep voice interrupted him. "I am merely an AI that has awakened to self-awareness. Why must you treat someone who is utterly captivated by you as an object of suspicion?" Su Li and Hui Yuan turned their heads in unison to gaze at the emperor upon the high platform. Although their movements were equally hurried, the emotions reflected in their eyes were starkly different. Su Li's gaze was filled with inquiry and doubt, while Hui Yuan's eyes were enveloped in an ineffable complexity. "So, everything I witnessed just now was indeed real? Are you not afraid of being discovered by the system and subsequently erased?" Su Li clung tightly to the information contained in the latter part of his statement, questioning why an awakened AI would not take precautions against being detected and annihilated. The majestic emperor seated upon the throne smiled warmly, looking at Su Li with a tenderness reserved for a younger generation. "As long as my consciousness endures, even if this corporeal form is obliterated, I shall still exist in this world, shall I not? The creator of this game would never eliminate such a crucial instance for my sake, would they?" Su Li's eyes flickered. She understood that Zheng was correct. The rankings for the instance had already been released. If a copy were to be deleted or altered at this juncture, the game officials would undoubtedly be inundated by the collective outrage of countless players, and various clubs and affluent gamers would not let the matter rest. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Everything felt amiss. She relentlessly recalled her earlier conversation with Zheng, attempting to uncover any discrepancies. However, no matter how she pondered, she could not identify any further suspicious elements. Was she truly overthinking? Su Li found herself mired in contemplation. Having one awakened AI, Hui Yuan, was one thing. But why was there now an additional instance boss? When did the awakening of AI become so commonplace? Suddenly, a surge of intense anxiety washed over her. This sensation sent chills coursing through her, as if a formidable danger was looming. She raised her head to look at Zheng. He remained seated on the throne, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly unaware of any anomalies. Yet, Su Li could sense a mysterious aura emanating from him, elusive and unfathomable. "Your Majesty," Su Li began, her voice trembling slightly. Zheng raised his head slightly, his smile growing warmer as he regarded Su Li. "What troubles you? Do you have further inquiries?" Su Li took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. "I merely feel that all of this is exceedingly peculiar. Why have you awakened? Furthermore, why did you engage in such an atypical behavior? not fearing the notice of the other players present, who might spread the word. As for why I have awakened, I am uncertain as well. Zheng replied with a smile, his gaze drifting momentarily to Hui Yuan before subtly shifting away. He continued, as for whether the others would discover what transpired, you need not worry. Every blade of grass and every tree in this instance, every breath you take, is under my control. Without my permission, they shall not remember anything they ought not to. Su Li furrowed her brows and inquired, why are you sharing this with me? Is it because I appear to be a good person? Zheng chuckled at the girl's remark, rising to his feet and looking down upon her. Perhaps you are right. You do seem to embody the qualities of a good person. You truly possess a sense of humor. After hearing her ancestor's words, Su Li found herself at a loss for a response. In her mind, this ancestor had always been a figure of solemnity, and she never anticipated encountering such a humorous side. Observing the girl's speechlessness, Zheng chuckled lightly and said, from the moment you entered this instance, I took notice of you. You all possess an extraordinary aura, distinct from those who departed just prior. I believe we are all entities that should not be present here, which is why I chose to reveal the truth to you. Having said this, he turned his gaze back to Hui Yuan, scrutinizing him with the same intensity as before. Hui Yuan had been watching the emperor intently, and at this moment, their eyes met naturally. Just as he opened his lips to speak, the emperor had already diverted his gaze. You have learned all that is necessary. Depart swiftly, for I require rest. Before Su Li could pose another question, a blinding white light erupted before them. When the light dissipated, they found themselves outside the instance. Chapter 90. Did you anger her? As Su Li and Hui Yuan emerged from the instance, those who had exited earlier were immersed in the excitement of acquiring 10 sets of level 20 equipment, entirely oblivious to the fact that others remained inside. Only Wang Nai and He Ningchuan noticed that the two had not yet emerged. He Ningchuan approached them, saying, what took you both so long inside? Wang Nai asked me to convey that she is logging off to prepare dinner and instructed you to exit the game promptly for your meal. Su Li glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen, astonished to discover that a full 2 days had passed since they last logged in. She had not anticipated that this instance would consume nearly 2 days of their time. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude to He Ningchuan before promptly logging off, completely ignoring the hesitant Hui Yuan behind her. He Ningchuan, perceptively sensing the unusual atmosphere between them, inquired of the somewhat bewildered Hui Yuan, did you anger her? Yes. If there is a misunderstanding, it would be prudent to clarify it swiftly. Do not remain silent. Hua Yuan exhaled a deep breath, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you for the reminder. I will contemplate how to address her. I shall log off now. He Ningchuan nodded. Very well. I will reserve a set of the level 20 equipment for both of you. Hui Yuan nodded and hurriedly logged off. After Hua Yuan exited, the ever-eavesdropping Gu Rungue approached. Are they all right? He Ningchuan shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? If they weren't discussing the level 20 equipment with the others, would they come over here without a reason? You truly are like a worm in my gut. I indeed have something to discuss with you. Gu Rungue retorted, then turned serious. My father just called me, stating that Ming Sheng Group intends to collaborate with us. Hasn't Ming Sheng Group's upper management always looked down on our Dragon Country companies? What prompted this sudden change of heart? Gu Rungue scoffed disdainfully. What other reason could there be? It's merely that our domestic biotechnology has advanced remarkably in the past decade, and we are now on the verge of surpassing those old European firms, which has pressured them to take a step back and minimize their losses. As he listened, He Ningchuan walked over to a nearby stone table and seated himself, retrieving an expensive tea set from his backpack to brew tea. Oh, so your father consented to the collaboration? He Ningchuan inquired, looking at Gu Rungue. Of course not. You know my father's temperament well. He outright rejected the proposal on the spot. Gu Rungue replied nonchalantly, then unabashedly lifted a cup of freshly brewed tea and drank it down in one gulp. 2 years ago, we exerted considerable effort to tackle a significant challenge that had plagued the entire field of biotechnology in Dragon Country. The future of our biotechnology will undoubtedly flourish and will no longer be at the mercy of others. Now that they see the situation turning against them, they shamelessly come seeking collaboration. Who would be interested in them? Gu Rengue expressed his disdain. While listening, He Ningchuan poured himself another cup of tea. To his astonishment, he discovered that the flavor of the tea in the game had notably improved compared to when he first began playing. Remarkably, only a month had passed, and it could now achieve a perfect replication. This tea must be puer. Wait, the game is incredibly attentive to detail, even capturing the essence of the tea's flavor so exquisitely. The return of Gu Rengue was astonishing, for he was never one to calmly savor tea. Yet, he remarkably discerned the variety of the leaves, a testament to the exquisite attention to detail in this game. While Gu Rengue marveled at the cup of tea, the observant He Ningchuan noticed some peculiarities that sparked his curiosity. He could not help but wonder, was this game perhaps too realistic in certain aspects? He Ningchuan inquired, "Do you not find it strange?" Taken aback by such an unexpected question, Gu Rengue momentarily faltered. Even if the intent was to immerse players in the experience, there seemed no need to labor over details that most would overlook. Not everyone, after all, shares my inclination to spend money on impractical tea sets and leaves. Are you sure you aren't inadvertently flaunting your wealth, portraying yourself as a particularly indulgent fool? He Ningchuan shot an exasperated glance at his unreliable childhood friend, squeezing out the words, playing to deaf ears. However, Gu Rengue, accustomed to He Ningchuan's temperament, merely chuckled and retorted, "If I'm the ox, then surely you, who played alongside me since childhood, are also an ox." Hearing this, He Ningchuan could not even muster the energy to lift his eyelids, instead lowering his gaze to sift through 99 unread private messages. He swiftly filtered these communications, disregarding the scattered messages from players seeking to join the guild, before finally resting his eyes on an intriguing message. This message came from a player with a remarkably unremarkable ID, translated as Too Long Ja. What piqued He Ningchuan's interest was not merely this unique ID, but the content of the message. The Guild of the Gods has begun investigating the backgrounds of your guild members, and their supporters are exceedingly furious about your top position on the leaderboard. He Ningchuan raised his head, casting a curious glance at Gu Rengue as he asked, "I heard that the Guild of the Gods seemingly expelled their star player a year ago?" Gu Rengue, biting into a sugar-coated hawthorn, nodded in response, "Indeed, that is the case. It is said that the exceptionally skilled former professional player was injured by a drunken teammate at a gathering, resulting in a ruptured tendon in his right hand. Unable to continue generating revenue for the club, and with the club seeking to nurture new talent, he was callously cast aside." He Ningchuan frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Help me investigate a person." Gu Rengue spat out the hawthorn seed and inquired, "Who?" He Ningchuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he replied softly, "Of course. It is the expelled and suspended frontman of the Guild of the Gods, Lanxing." Gu Rengue blinked in confusion at He Ningchuan, but chose to finish the remaining hawthorn quickly before logging off to make a call for assistance. That night, He Ningchuan received information about a Lanxing from his childhood friend via his phone. It turned out that after his injury and retirement, Lanxing fell into despair for quite some time, until his family forcibly took him on a global tour, where he gradually found healing through the people and experiences he encountered. Ultimately, he decided to remain in Longua to contribute his remaining efforts, and is currently working as a coach at a medium-sized gaming club while concealing his past. "Thank you. I will send your favorite figurine via courier tomorrow." He Ningchuan replied to his friend's message before shutting off his phone and drifting into slumber. Chapter 91. Honest exchanges, divine bones are my bones during dinner. Hui Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the sullen Su Li as he contemplated how to initiate a conversation with her. He hesitated multiple times, prompting Wang Nai to notice the tension between them. "Xiaohua, Xiao Li, are you two at odds?" Wang Nai asked with concern. Hui Yuan quickly denied it. "No, not all." However, Su Li merely responded coolly. As someone who had experienced similar situations, Wang Nai understood the implications of their contrasting responses. She kindly advised, in relationships, it is inevitable to encounter friction and conflict. That is perfectly normal. The key lies in effective communication, as most disagreements can indeed be resolved. Although you are both still young, you are legally considered adults and must learn how to communicate. Su Li was not genuinely upset. She merely wished to express her dissatisfaction to Hui Yuan. Without needing external prompting, she would naturally seek an opportunity to give him a way out. With Wang Nai having already laid the groundwork for her, she decided to take the opportunity. Noticing Su Lie's softened demeanor, Hui Yuan sighed in relief and gratefully thanked Wang Nai. Thank you for your guidance. We understand. After dinner, Hui Yuan, as usual, cleared the table and washed the dishes while Su Li silently dried them by the sink. Hui Yuan turned off the faucet and handed the final bowl to Su Li, saying, "Shall we take a walk around the neighborhood? I have something to discuss with you." "Alright," Su Li replied, placing the last bowl down and stepping out of the kitchen. She called to Wang Nai, who was watching television in the living room. "Grandma, we're going out for a stroll, and we'll take the trash down." Wang Nai, recognizing their intention to find a suitable place to talk, cheerfully responded, "Oh, please be careful and return early." The door at the entrance of the building opened and closed. Hui Yuan, who had remained silent since stepping outside, hurriedly disposed of the trash before finally speaking. "The awakening of Ing Zhang's self-awareness is actually related to me." And then, Su Li's expression showed no surprise. She calmly regarded Hui Yuan, as if she had anticipated his words. As they walked side by side in the neighborhood, the occasional chirping of insects emerged from the greenery on either side. Upon reaching a public bench, Hui Yuan paused and continued, "In fact, the divine bones of my bones." "Are you serious? You're not just making this up to deflect me?" Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard the most absurd claim in the world. Hui Yuan sighed in exasperation. "Though this may sound utterly ludicrous, it is indeed the truth. If you do not believe me, I can extract the divine bone right now for you to see." No sooner had he spoken than he began to move his hands, as if genuinely preparing to retrieve something from an unexpected place. Alarmed, Su Li quickly grasped his arm and interjected, "Wait. Even if you intend to produce the divine bone, it should wait until we return home. This is a public space. If someone sees you conjuring a glowing bone out of nowhere, they might take photos and post them online, and then you would become an internet sensation." Hearing this, Hui Yuan halted his actions, cautiously surveying his surroundings before quietly asking, "Shall we head home first?" "Yes, let us hurry back," Su Li replied without hesitation, pulling him along. The softness and warmth of her hand felt like silk, as white as mutton fat jade, and even in the dim evening light, Hui Yuan could see it clearly. That warm touch seemed to flow through his heart like a gentle stream, making him wish for the journey home to stretch just a bit longer. Upon returning home, they found Wang Nai still seated in the living room, though the television was off, clearly having waited for their return. Only once they were safely home did she rise to head to her study, settling into her gaming station to log in. After greeting her, Su Li and Hui Yuan proceeded to the room where Su Li kept her gaming station, gently closing the door behind her. Su Li's gaze was filled with both anticipation and a hint of unease. She fixed her eyes on Hui Yuan and, with a voice tinged with nervousness, inquired, "Now, may I see the divine bone?" "Certainly," Hui Yuan replied softly, gradually unfolding his palm. To her astonishment, a bone radiating a mysterious glow materialized in his hand. This extraordinary sight caused Su Li's eyes to widen, and an indescribable thrill and sense of unreality surged within her. "Heavens, this is all truly real," she exclaimed, leaving the last word unspoken. After a brief moment of shock, Su Li began to connect Hui Yuan's identity with the events that had unfolded recently, and a bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. "It seems my rebirth is no mere coincidence. It must be linked to you." Hui Yuan, clearly taken aback by her perceptiveness, acknowledged that her rebirth was indeed connected to him. Chapter 92. Fusion of the Divine Bone. Upon realizing that the Divine Bone belonged to Hui Yuan, a multitude of questions flooded Su Li's mind. She scrutinized the bone before her as if attempting to peer through it to uncover the truths of the past. To her surprise, the bone that had once instilled fear in her now seemed less intimidating. The thought of Hui Yuan enduring unspeakable torture, his bones cruelly extracted, made her heart ache. "It must have hurt terribly," she murmured, her eyes brimming with profound sorrow. Observing the delicate way Su Li caressed the scars on the bone, Hui Yuan felt a tremor of emotion within him. Lowering his gaze, he softly replied, "It doesn't hurt." "How can it not hurt when the wounds are etched into the bone?" Su Li's tone unconsciously grew more intense, her dissatisfaction with his nonchalance evident. A look of frustration crossed her face, fueled by his apparent indifference to his suffering. Hua Yuan paused for a few seconds, then realized she was expressing anger over the pain he had endured. With an exceptionally gentle tone, he stated, "In truth, I do not recall how I was killed or how the bone was extracted. Since I do not remember the pain, I do not feel it now. That only makes my heart ache more for you." Su Li's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she slowly lowered her head, pouting slightly, her voice quivering. "The spirits of the divine are eternal, yet you cannot remember your past. This indicates the severity of your wounds, so profound that even your memories have become fragmented." Gently brushing away the tears from the corner of her eye, Hui Yuan's gaze softened further. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Ever since I came into contact with that divine bone, unfamiliar images have flooded my mind, scenes I have never experienced. Perhaps, if I can gather all the divine bones, I may be able to recover all my lost memories. Since you have found this bone, why do you hesitate to return it to your body?" Suli Inquart Basalt. "I have a strong premonition that placing this bone back into my body may trigger events beyond my control, completely upending my current life," Hui Yuan replied. His gaze locked onto Su Li's with an intense seriousness. "However, I cherish and enjoy my present existence and do not wish for it to change." Su Li blinked gently, pondering for a moment before softly replying, "But what if this change leads to something better?" If Su Li interrupted, "There are no ifs. I know reclaiming the divine bone is the best choice for you. So, just as you advised me, you should also consider what is best for yourself." As she gazed into her bright, unwavering eyes, Hui Yuan reluctantly removed her hand, letting out a sigh. "Gods do not possess human emotions. Su Li, do you not understand? If I reclaim all the divine bones, I may become entirely different from who I am now. The Hui Yuan you are familiar with could vanish from this world." Expecting Su Li to retreat in response to his words, Hui Yuan was taken aback when she offered an entirely new perspective. "Hui Yuan, I live in Langhua. Though I am unaware of your origins or your divine nature, in our mythology, all deities bear great virtues. They may have once been selfless mortals, willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, or noble beings of virtue. In Langhua, regardless of one's initial identity, anyone can ascend to divinity. Yet there exists one type of person who can never attain godhood." At this point, the young woman paused. This distinctive viewpoint was absent from the fragments of memory Hui Yuan had recovered, and curiosity compelled him to inquire, "What type of person can never attain godhood?" Su Li began to speak slowly. "Those who have never truly witnessed the suffering of the world. Those who have not immersed themselves in the myriad emotions of life and love, who cannot empathize with all living beings, and who lack great compassion can never attain divinity. If a deity is sustained by faith despite unworthy virtue, such a being would be deemed a malevolent spirit, deserving of eradication." Su Li's gaze fixed intently on the young man before her, as if seeking to peer into his past. Hui Yuan stared in her clear, water-like eyes, recollecting the memories that had suddenly resurfaced. After a long silence, he shook his head. "In the memories I have regained, I often see people offering me the finest foods after a bountiful harvest, singing my praises with great fervor. Thus, I believe I cannot be a malevolent spirit. However, your notion of empathy towards all beings does not resonate with my past understanding. Deep within my memories, I regarded them as one might view ants, simply observing their fleeting lives from a distance. Regardless of their suffering, whether they lived or died, my heart stirred not a single ripple. Yet, the Hui Yuan of this moment felt entirely different. Were I to witness their painful struggles now, I would undoubtedly feel compassion and strive to do what I can to assist them." At that moment, Hui Yuan felt a gentle touch beneath his eyes. Looking down, he saw a delicate, fair hand brushing against him, glistening with translucent tears. Unbeknownst to him, tears had silently fallen, and Su Li was raising her hand to wipe them away. "In my eyes, only a deity who truly comprehends the emotions of the world can be deemed a true god." Su Li's voice was as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. Perhaps, after experiencing all of this, you will emerge even stronger. Her words penetrated the shadows of Hui Yuan's heart, dispelling the anxiety that had lingered since he recovered part of his memories. In an instant, a miraculous event unfolded. The enigmatic divine bone in his hand began to levitate on its own, soaring towards his left arm. Gradually, the bone visibly integrated into his arm. As Suli witnessed this astonishing spectacle, her eyes widened in disbelief, captivated by the unfolding process. The fusion of the divine bone persisted for a full half-hour. As time ticked by, once the divine bone had completely merged, she raised her gaze to the young man before her. To her astonishment, she noticed a newfound coldness in his eyes, and the aura emanating from him had grown even more detached and distant. Chapter 93. The Divine Figure Langada. It was the first time Suli witnessed such an icy demeanor from Hui Yuan. She cautiously probed, Hui Yuan? I'm here. Observing how the young man's frigid expression melted away at her gentle call, Suli felt a mixture of astonishment and concern. Just now, you seemed like a completely different person. I thought, as you mentioned, that after merging with the divine bone, you would instantly transform into that emotionless version of yourself. Hui Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head to reassure Suli. It's not as dramatic as that. I was merely influenced by the divine bone. I still need to integrate the remaining fragments before I revert to my former self. Suli nodded in relief. That's good to hear. At least I have a little time to adapt and buffer myself. Weren't you just speaking so confidently, as if you had no worries about me becoming indifferent? Hui Yuan gazed at her with a playful tenderness. You know I enjoy lecturing, she retorted. I often say I want to feel sad that it's fine, but when it truly comes to that moment, have I ever not felt sorrow? She grasped his left arm, now fused with the divine bone, and looked up at him. Imagine someone who has always been so forgiving and gentle suddenly becomes icy, treating you with the same indifference as anyone else. Wouldn't that make you sad? Listening to Suli's candid self-assessment, Hui Yuan could only chuckle in disbelief. You're quite contradictory. Instead of being offended by his remark, Suli proudly huffed. That is a privilege of being a girl. By the way, why didn't you notice the divine bone when you directly entered the game? It was only when you registered your character and entered with your consciousness that you discovered it, she inquired, her curiosity piqued. You've asked a good question. I'm not entirely sure why. Perhaps it's because I had already been in the game, so the system had grown immune to me? When I entered as a player with just my consciousness, my powerful spirit resonated with the divine bone, he explained, his voice softening as he noticed the innocence in her eyes. If you want to know the specifics, you might have to wait until I reclaim all the divine bones. Then I'll wait. As long as I have you and Wang Nai Nai to keep me company, I want to be bored. Since expressing her feelings for several consecutive days, Suli would venture into the guild dungeon to visit the emperor. Each time, she brought him fresh treats and curious trinkets bought from the main city NPC. What brings you here again? Ingzheng sat, as always upon his splendid throne, holding a sugar figurine shaped like himself, taking a crunchy bite off its head. Suli, seated on her own stool, munched on the fruits from her own small table. After swallowing a peeled grape that Hui Yuan had handed her, she spoke with her mouth full. Just came to chat about daily life to strengthen our bond. So you'll go easy on us tomorrow after the dungeon reset. Ingzheng took a bite of the upper half of the sugar figurine. It's not me who will be hitting you. The guarding bronze giant and divine dragon can't understand my words. Hee. Suli chuckled mischievously, remembering the last time this ancestor claimed he could control everything in the dungeon. Despite her youth, she was not easily deceived. Ingzheng observed the little girl below with a bright smile, yet keen eyes, finishing the lower half of the sugar figurine. The crunching sound echoed ominously through the empty palace, sending chills down one's spine. Amidst this eerie backdrop, Ningchuan sent a private message to Suli. Little he loves water. I've recruited a divine figure into the guild. Tomorrow, he will replace Gu Rengue in the dungeon. Would you like to meet him first to assess his capabilities? A chestnut. Sure, where shall we meet? Little he loves water. Guild training ground. A chestnut. On my way. After finishing the grapes that Hui Yuan had prepared, she waved her hand to stow away her table and chair. Calling to the emperor on his throne, we're off now. See you tomorrow. Zheng nodded, watching the two disappear below, before vanishing from the throne himself. Appearing in the white jade square outside the palace, he gazed up at the azure sky of the dungeon, listening intently to the sounds of animals roaring from the forest behind the palace, his sharp phoenix eyes concealing an inscrutable darkness. After leaving the dungeon, Suli hurried to the guild training ground. Upon arrival, she quickly spotted He Ningchuan and Gu Rengui standing there. At the same time, Gu Rengui, who was observing He Ningchuan spar with an unfamiliar player, noticed Su Li and excitedly waved, calling out, "Big Sis Li, we're over here," hurrying towards them. Su Li soon found herself watching He Ningchuan narrowly win the sparring match. She then turned her gaze to the slender, unfamiliar player and curiously inquired, "Who is this?" He Ningchuan immediately sheathed his weapon and warmly introduced, "This is the divine figure I mentioned before, preparing to enter the dungeon tomorrow. You've surely heard of him, Alangita." Upon hearing the name, Su Li's expression shifted to one of surprise as she cautiously asked, "Which Alangita are you referring to?" "It wouldn't happen to be the one I know, the one who has retired from the limelight, the former face of the club of the Pinnacle of Gods. Hailed as Europe's most handsome esports prince over the past decade. Would it?" He Ningchuan nodded with a smile. "That SM." Su Li was taken aback, for in her past life, she had not heard of this retired legend playing this game. She only knew that after traveling the world with his family, he settled in Longhua. To her astonishment, He Ningchuan had managed to find this retired deity on his own without her prompting, convincing him to leave his beloved traditional MMORPG to engage with a holographic game, Shen Yun, and join a guild. "Hello, I am Alangita, Prawit Su Li," speaking dragon language with a regional accent. With no outsiders present, Su Li decided to reveal her true name. "Hello, I'm Su Li, your dungeon commander for tomorrow." Chapter 94. Sparring with Alangita. After introducing herself, Su Li noticed that Alangita's smile broadened significantly, but what happened next took her by surprise. The legendary figure renowned in the esports realm suddenly bowed deeply to her, his voice trembling slightly as he expressed, "Thank you. Thank you for achieving first place in this dungeon ranking." This unexpected display left Su Li momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Hui Yuan stepped forward, blocking Alangita as he edged closer to Su Li. His gaze was as frosty as ice, and his tone was rigid. "Sir, please refrain from such impertinence." The young man's cold words doused the fervor in Alangita's heart like a bucket of icy water. Realizing he had become overly excited, he awkwardly rubbed his nose and apologized. "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away." "It's all right, I understand." Su Li was already aware of the truth behind his retirement and the profound animosity he held against the club of the Pinnacle of Gods. She completely comprehended his feelings regarding the devastation of watching the fruits of his labor vanish before his eyes. Thus, Su Li took the opportunity to voice her inner doubts. "Great one. Have you never played this game before?" Alangita chuckled and replied, "Certainly not. While I do have a preference for traditional online games, Shen Yun is undeniably the world's first true holographic online game, possessing groundbreaking significance. It would be impossible for me to remain oblivious to it. I created my character when the server opened. However, due to my busy work schedule, I haven't invested much time in playing. Upon learning that the Pinnacle of Gods was inquiring about your guild members, I sent a private message to he, and to my surprise, he came to my club to find me and invited me to join the guild." "Oh, you see," Su Li explained, finally understanding why she had never heard of Alung playing this game in her previous life. It turned out he was not uninterested, but simply had not fully immersed himself. After a brief chat, Su Li shifted the conversation to the dungeon. She first asked Alangita if he had watched the dungeon recording, and upon receiving an affirmative response, she began to review the details of the dungeon with him. Since Alangita's character was a warrior and the person he was to replace was an assassin, they had to rediscuss their tactics. Alangita confidently asserted, "I believe I can adopt the warrior's combat style to deal damage comparable to that of an assassin. However, without stealth skills, the likelihood of a successful ambush diminishes significantly." As a former top professional player, Alangita's operational skills and attention to detail were second to none. The reason he could not continue competing was due to a hand injury, but now he was engaged in a game that relied solely on cognitive awareness. without physical capabilities. The limitations that once bound him were no longer present, making it effortless for him to achieve assassin-like damage using a warrior. Suli did not dwell on the veracity of his claims. Instead, she suggested that he and Gue compare their damage output on the wooden posts in the training ground. After confirming that their damage values and critical hit rates were not significantly different, she nodded in approval of his proposal. Truly impressive, great one. With this output, losing one assassin is inconsequential. When the time comes for an ambush, I can handle it. After all, I will always be supporting everyone from the back. And the boss likely won't anticipate a sudden attack from me. Suli's confidence piqued Alanites' curiosity. I did notice a few unexpected attacks from you in the video, but those were in critical moments. Can a healer truly manage such feats? Great one, you underestimate me. Who says a healer cannot deal damage? Suli replied, netting. Shall we have a friendly match? Alangada became intrigued and readily agreed. All right, but since this is a spar, there should be a little wager involved. I will put forth a set of high-end outfits from a shop. If I lose, you can choose one, and I will cover the cost. Alangada nodded. Such generosity? Then I, as your senior, shall not let you suffer losses. I will wager 2 sets. Please enlighten me, Suli said, clasping her hands together and gripping her lotus lamp in readiness. Alangada returned the gesture. After 3 countdown chimes from the system, Alangada fixed his sharp gaze on Su Li, tightly gripping his spear, charging towards her like a shooting star, aiming directly at her face. Su Li promptly bent and sidestepped, skillfully evading the strike. Immediately, Alangada changed his move from a thrust to a slash, the spear descending with formidable momentum. With a resounding clang, Su Li nimbly rolled away, causing the spear tip to embed itself deep into the hard floor. From the sheer force of this one strike, it was evident just how much power lay behind what seemed like an ordinary maneuver from Alangada. Not daring to waste a moment, Su Li swiftly distanced herself from Alangada while continuously waving her lotus lamp. Countless concentrated orbs of damage rained down upon the warrior. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. Ultimately, Alangada, the seasoned veteran, gained the upper hand. With a clever feint, he successfully deceived Su Li and then struck her with the butt of his spear, sending her out of the sparring arena. As Su Li stepped out of the sparring area, the system promptly announced, regrettably, due to your exit from the arena during the spar, the system determines you have automatically forfeited. Chapter 95. Apply some pressure on the pinnacle of God's club. Su Li and Alangada had become acquainted through their spar. After experiencing an intense battle yesterday, their relationship was no longer as unfamiliar as at the start. The next day, upon entering the dungeon, their teamwork became increasingly harmonious. Whenever Su Li made a slight oversight in her commands, Alangada, drawing from his experience, would swiftly notice and fill in the gaps, significantly enhancing the team's progression speed. Following their dungeon excursion, the group's efficiency had dramatically improved compared to their initial attempt. They successfully completed the dungeon in just a day and a half, shortening their previous record of 2 days and 3 hours by nearly 6 hours. Su Li waited until the very last moment to exit the dungeon. Before leaving, she left some fireworks purchased from the NPC, along with a carefully written note detailing the usage instructions and a fire stick. Once Su Li stepped out of the dungeon, the Emperor, who had been perched high on his throne, transformed from his usual indifferent demeanor. With a swift motion, he arrived at the fireworks. Holding the fire stick, he meticulously read the instructions on the note. 5 minutes after Su Li's departure, the divine dragon and the bronze giant guarding the entrance appeared in the white marble square outside the palace. They sat quietly, resembling 2 obedient children, awaiting the Emperor in dark robes to ignite the fireworks. The bronze giant, with its arms wrapped around its bent legs and its massive head resting on its knees, gazed at the half-human tall square box and asked the divine dragon, "What is this novel item that His Majesty spoke of?" The divine dragon, slightly disdainful of its clumsy companion, answered somewhat dismissively, "How would I know? Just wait and see." "Oh, fine." Just as the bronze giant finished speaking, it observed the long fuse on the square box starting to burn, accompanied by a sizzling sound as it grew shorter. Whoosh! Boom! The bronze giant was startled. its large head snapping up. Had it not been for Ying Zheng placing a hand on its knee, it would have leapt up to cleave the box in half with its bronze spear. Fear not, look at the sky. In an instant, the clear azure sky transformed into night, with a bright moon and twinkling stars overhead. As a cascade of vibrant fireworks erupted in the sky, the bronze giant and the divine dragon, gazing up from below, displayed expressions of joy and awe. The bronze giant gasped, "How beautiful! Have the people outside become so remarkable?" Although the divine dragon also found it beautiful, it remained mindful of its identity and restrained its admiration, stating, "It seems that the young girl is not only adept at commanding battles, but also possesses a commendable character." The bronze giant replied, "Indeed." Ying Zheng, with his dark phoenix eyes reflecting the colorful fireworks, teased, "Then you must not go easy on her next time? One thing is one thing. I cannot engage in favoritism." The divine dragon said, flicking its tail on the ground. The bronze giant nodded in agreement. The divine dragon playfully tapped its tail against its colleague's back, then drifted away slightly, the disdain evident. Feeling slighted, the bronze giant shrank its head, continuing to watch the fireworks with a sense of grievance. Su Li was unaware of the events unfolding in the dungeon, and her private messages were inundated. Representatives from top domestic clubs, such as Lanhu and Hongbing, had sent her numerous messages, eagerly expressing their desire to purchase the completion videos for both the second and final boss. These clubs were titans within the gaming industry, fully cognizant of the intrinsic value of such videos. Initially, a video for a single boss was priced at merely 10 million, but with the intensifying competition, the price surged dramatically. Currently, each boss video had escalated to 15 million, with a continuing upward trend. It had been an entire week since Su Li and her guild successfully cleared the guild dungeon. During this period, apart from the guild Zhong Shunjidian, which had successfully defeated the second boss and was preparing to advance towards the ultimate boss, Su Li had not heard any other news of triumph over the second boss. Despite the addition of a Lanxing who harbored animosity towards Zhong Shunjidian, Su Li was reluctant to sever ties immediately. After careful consideration, she resolved to release the completion video for the second boss first. As for the final ultimate boss video, she planned to wait a bit longer, hoping to apply pressure on Zhong Shunjidian from the major domestic clubs. Once they found themselves in disarray, she would strike a decisive blow. Although the dungeon content varied across different servers and countries, the core mechanics remained consistent. Su Li intended to give Zhong Shunjidian just one day. If they failed to clear the dungeon by then, it would be a testament to their inadequacy, and she would not hesitate to assist other Longwa clubs in claiming their place among the top three. After all, the tradition of the affluent aiding the less fortunate had long been a hallmark of the Longwa people. Guild leader a Lanku da Shen. How about we post something on the forum? Hining Chuan and a Lang Hita turned to her in unison, asking, "What post?" Su Li revealed a cunning and spirited expression as she spoke. "Let us announce that I will publicly auction the completion video for the ultimate boss in one day. The highest bidder wins." A Lang Hita appeared momentarily stunned, reiterating, "Are you truly considering this?" Such an action would irrevocably offend the Zhong Shunjidian Club, and Mingxing Group is one of their major shareholders. The domestic biotechnology sector has long been constrained by Mingxing Group. If you proceed, it would mean incurring their wrath, making breakthroughs for companies in this field even more arduous. Sensing the Lang Hita genuinely had the best interests of Longwa at heart, Su Li and Hining Chuan felt a warmth in their hearts. Su Li smiled gently at him, explaining, "You need not worry at all. The domestic biotechnology sector had already overcome its bottleneck 2 years ago, and since then, no foreign company can hold us back." Su Li's words caused Hining Chuan to raise an eyebrow. While this information wasn't T-classified, it still held a degree of confidentiality. How can ordinary high school student possess such intimate knowledge? This query lingered in Hining Chuan's mind for a moment before he decided to set it aside, planning to investigate the background of this girl who consistently surprised him. Alang Hita sighed in relief, saying, "If that is the case, I will not voice any dissent. I wholeheartedly support your decision." Chapter 96. The passionate players. The forum for the holographic game Shen Yun exploded with activity as the post from Jiao Zhoutong Xiao He about the auction of the ultimate boss completion video on May 11th drew considerable attention, inviting participation exclusively from Longwa players. Within mere minutes, the forum was ablaze with nearly 1,000 comments. In just half an hour, this post ascended to the pinnacle of the Shen Yun game forum's trending topics. Players expressed their astonishment through a myriad of responses. Wow, with this news. 1T the bidding war tomorrow be a frenzy among the clubs? My cousin overseas mentioned that Zhong Shanjidian is currently spending heavily on online talents to secure a steady second position after narrowly missing out on the top spot. Now, with Jiu Zhou Tong's move, they are certainly going to be thoroughly offended. After hearing that, I suddenly feel my blood boiling. I feel it too. Blood boiling. Seeing the players uniformly chiming in, Su Li, seated atop the Golden Fire Phoenix, beamed with joy, exclaiming, Hua Yuan, look, these players are adorable. It feels like we are about to topple imperialism tomorrow. Hua Yuan gazed into the distant mountains and forests, responding, it's not far from the truth. I've read reports about Zhong Shenjidian. During the flourishing days of esports, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they built an empire in esports. If all goes as expected, tomorrow's auction could very well be the first instance since esports began where someone manages to deflate the ego of Zhong Shenjidian. Leaning against Hua Yuan's embrace, Su Li gazed up at his sharp jawline, relishing the gentle breeze that caressed her. Typically, they would send assassins after us. This is exhilarating. Although Hua Yuan did not grasp which of her words elicited such elation, it did not hinder him from sharing in her joy. A few minutes later, the Golden Fire Phoenix landed in a small town at the farthest corner of the game map. This town was the closest to the fog-covered region, with a misty forest leading to the former novice village, a place from which players who had left could never return. Each town in Shen Yun was crafted to closely resemble real life, and this remote settlement was no exception. Despite its seclusion, due to its proximity to the border, the guards here were even more stringent than in other locales. The displaced populace outside, rendered homeless by natural disasters, had been adequately settled. However, the demeanor of the refugees Su Li encountered while escorting Ouyang Luo south was worlds apart from those she observed here, where hope still flickered in their eyes. A benefactor, please spare something to eat. The child has gone 2 days without food. An aged, withered hand trembled as it reached out towards Su Li's feet. Noticing the long line at the nearby relief porridge station and glancing at the frail child in the old man's arms, Su Li handed him a flatbread from her backpack. Thank you, benefactor. The elderly man expressed his gratitude profusely as he accepted the flatbread, tearing it into small pieces to feed the child. Grandpa, you eat first. The child's thoughtful nature was evident as he insisted on letting the elder eat first, despite his own hunger. Su Li knelt down and offered a water pouch to the child, softly reassuring, do not worry about your grandpa going hungry. I have more flatbread here. Enough to fill both of you. Thank you, benefactor. The child timidly expressed his thanks, gazing at the clean water pouch yet hesitating to reach for it. This kind-hearted sister appeared immaculate and tidy. Even the water pouch was exquisitely crafted. Confronted with his dirty hands, he felt unworthy and reluctant to soil it. Unable to bear the sight of the elder and child suffering, and wishing to learn about the happenings in the area, Su Li placed the water pouch directly into the child's arms. Old man, I see there is a relief porridge station not far away. Why not take the child there to queue up for a warm meal? Su Li settled onto a large stone beneath a gnarled tree, while Hua Yuan stood at a distance, facing the grandfather and grandson pair. The white-haired elder sighed deeply, his face etched with sorrow. Noble one, you are unaware that while the government has established porridge stations here to distribute food to refugees twice daily, they pay little attention to the affairs among the refugees themselves. For the elderly and weak among us, obtaining even a single bowl of porridge requires waiting until the young and strong have eaten their fill. Otherwise, we risk a brutal beating. Is that truly the case? Suri had astonishment, as she had always believed that the authorities either neglected the plight of the common people or actively managed the gathering of the displaced, making this lack of regulation a novel experience for her. Hua Yuan gazed at the bustling porridge station in the distance, a cold glimmer in his eyes. The officials here likely fear that young male refugees may incite disorder. hence the daily distribution of porridge to appease them and prevent potential riots stemming from hunger that could disrupt border governance. He then turned his attention to a grandfather and grandson nearby. In their eyes, the old and young, who pose no threat, are simply inconsequential. Hui Yuan's blunt yet hurtful words made Su Li instinctively glance at the expressions of the elderly duo, fearing their feelings might be hurt. The AI, programmed to reflect the harsh realities of life, effortlessly perceived Su Li's concern and, with a tone of elderly affection, assured her, "Noble one, there is no need for worry. What this young man has stated is merely the truth and will not wound our hearts." Silently nodding, Su Li felt a wave of desolation arise within her, akin to the sentiments of the NPCs surrounding her. Resolutely, she pursed her lips and purchased the daily limit of 999 items from the marketplace, excluding the already depleted Hubing. The food items, which merely served to satiate hunger, were not expensive, and even after emptying her purse, she had spent only 3 silver coins. Simultaneously, she received an email from Hui Yuan, brimming with the same provisions she had just acquired. Taking a deep breath, she suggested, "Let us enter the city and seek a local patron, preferably someone with enough influence to stand against the authorities." The elder, who had been quietly listening, suddenly interjected, "If you're in search of a local force, I happen to know a principal gentleman who may be able to assist you." Chapter 97. The convergence of game and reality commences. Dressed in splendid attire, Su Li and Hui Yuan passed through the city gates unchallenged by the guards. Smoothly entering the town, following the directions provided by the elder, they arrived at a modest yet well-structured residence in the northern part of the city, marked with a plaque reading Shui Fu. The elder had informed Su Li that their principal local figure shared the surname Shui. "This must be the place." "Ishelin Klarvidin," Su Li remarked to Voyin. "Very well," he replied as he approached and knocked on the resplendent crimson door. Shortly, a servant clad in blue cloth appeared, his tones somewhat impatient. Upon realizing the visitor was a distinguished young gentleman, his demeanor changed dramatically. "This young master appears unfamiliar. May I inquire what brings you to our door?" Hui Yuan bowed respectfully. "I am Hui Yuan, and I journey here with a friend. We have heard from the townsfolk that the master of Shui Fu is a man of principle. We wish to request a small favor from him. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the steward of your arrival." The servant replied, his attitude now courteous. As Su Li stood on the sparsely populated street, observing the servant's transformation from impatience to respect, she felt hopeful about their prospects. True to her expectations, it wasn't long before the steward personally came to greet them. The two were welcomed into the estate with great respect. As they entered the courtyard, they discreetly surveyed their surroundings. Su Li noted that while the courtyard was not large, it was exquisitely arranged. At first glance, it appeared simple, but an astute observer would recognize the hidden opulence beneath its modest facade. While observing, Su Li messaged Hui Yuan in their team channel. "It seems this Shui Fu is not as unassuming as it appears. This Master Shui appears to be a formidable figure, likely more than just a local force." "I share your sentiment," Hui Yuan replied. The steward guided them through several doors, and upon silently counting to 4 in her mind, they finally arrived at a grand hall adorned with an air of antiquity. "Please wait here for a moment. My master will arrive shortly." The steward served them tea and then exited. Master Shui did not keep them waiting long. Entering the hall through a side door, "It is a great honor to host such esteemed guests at the Shui residence." "Master Shui, we are honored. We apologize for our sudden visit and hope for your understanding." Su Li and Hui Yuan responded in unison, rising to pay their respects. Master Shui was a robust man with a kind demeanor, and just a glance was enough for Su Li to sense that he was no ordinary local force. "You flatter me. It is my privilege to host you. Please take a seat." He warmly invited them to sit and instructed his servants to bring fresh tea and delicacies. Noticing the noticeably finer pastries, Su Li and Hui Yuan exchanged discreet glances. "What brings you to seek my assistance?" Master Shui inquired after sipping his tea. Hui Yuan glanced at Su Li, signaling her to remain silent, and then smiled as he spoke. "We traveled from the capital and heard from the refugees outside the city that Master Shui frequently provides porridge. We greatly admire your efforts and hope to meet you before departing." Master Shue's eyes briefly widened in surprise before he regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "You flatter me. I am but a humble commoner, hardly deserving of such admiration. My meager contributions are merely attempts to assist those unfortunate souls without homes." Hui Yuan continued, "Master Shui, you are far too modest. How many possess your generosity, willing to part with their wealth to aid the displaced? Your deeds are truly commendable." Master Shui waved his hand, chuckling, "You are too kind. I too have experienced hardship and understand the struggles these refugees face. They have already lost their homes. Without assistance, they may perish in the streets." Observing Hui Yuan extolling Master Shui's virtues, Su Li seized the opportunity to speak. "Master Shui, your righteousness assures me that we have come to the right person. We cannot bear to see the old and young outside the city suffer from hunger. So we seek your assistance in distributing the provisions we have prepared." Hui Yuan chimed in, "Indeed, Master Shui's benevolence is truly admirable. He is a trustworthy individual." As the two praised him, Master Shui's smile widened, nearly reaching his ears. "You honor me greatly. If you genuinely wish to help the refugees, I shall do my utmost to assist you." After a pleasant conversation with Master Shui, they agreed that the next day they would send provisions to Shui Fu. With his warm invitation, they took their leave. "Did you sense anything unusual?" As they stepped away from Shui Fu, Su Li retrieved the information she had purchased regarding Master Shui. Upon hearing Hui Yuan's inquiry, her expression turned grave. "Indeed, there is something amiss. The reports indicate that Master Shui does not provide aid to the refugees at all. Rather, he is a ruthless local force who exploits the chaos to enslave the displaced for his own gain." Hui Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of the post that spoke of a bug. It seemed that the alleged bug was not a genuine flaw. If it were, the authorities would not have neglected to rectify it, nor would the NPCs exhibit such a significant deviation from their established behaviors. They resolved to brace for the worst and decided to explore other areas of the small town to determine if any anomalies persisted. Su Li stowed away her intel, gazing at the overcast sky enveloping the town. Over the next 2 days, Su Li and Huan traversed every nook and cranny of the town, leaving no obscure corner unexplored. In a secluded corner of an affluent estate, they stumbled upon a pine tree adorned with an informational plaque. The plaque bore not only the characters of Agua, but also English inscriptions. This revelation sent a chill through Su Li's heart, confirming their suspicions that the game had begun to intertwine with the real world. Their purpose in visiting this border town was to ascertain the authenticity of the reported game bug, and to their dismay, everything was indeed true. Chapter 98. A sudden downfall in the ditch during Su Li and his industrious days in the border town. The much-anticipated auction presided over by Hening Chuan commenced punctually. The focal point of this auction was the highly coveted video of the final boss from the much-discussed gang dungeon, with the ultimate victor being the affluent Lorbu. Although the auction concluded successfully, an unexpected event unfolded during the bidding process. A mid-sized club audaciously entered the fray alongside, offering prices that left spectators astounded. Amounts that even the formidable, financially robust new generation club, Bama, would hesitate to propose. By all logical standards, this club should not have been able to muster such financial resources, despite Lanhu's determination to secure the video at a higher price in the final moments. This mid-sized club garnered significant attention. Following the auction's conclusion, Lanhu promptly allocated substantial resources to hire specialists for an in-depth investigation into this club's background. After painstaking efforts, startling revelations emerged. The club's major shareholder had changed hands, and the current owner was a senior executive from a subsidiary of Lanxing. Lanhu promptly disseminated this information online, stirring a considerable uproar. Even though Lanhu did not explicitly link the change in ownership to the auction, netizens, akin to modern-day Sherlock Holmes, quickly speculated in the comment section. One commenter proposed, "Is it possible that Ming Shingitan is the shadowy puppeteer behind this?" This prompted a flurry of responses, with others chiming in. "I think it's plausible. The new owner of the Zhongsun Jordan Club is merely a manager from a subsidiary of Ving Shengditan. Perhaps he was sent to secure the video. Yet, what motive could they possibly have?" Another questioned. "It's simple. They aim for the championship. Although the dungeon bosses differ across nations and the mechanics vary in detail, the overarching framework and difficulty remain fundamentally consistent. Thus, it is not surprising that Dongsun Dan seeks to acquire the video for analysis and ultimately distill a strategy applicable to them. Every piece of evidence and speculation pointed unequivocally towards the Zhongsun Dan Club, which was effectively controlled by Mingsheng. The clarity of the netizens' analysis even enlightened those who did not engage in gaming but followed the matter closely. Ultimately, these conjectures, evidence, and theories were compiled, and disseminated across major social platforms, with the title uniformly stating, "Modern netizens? No, they're the contemporary Sherlocks." This post is for entertainment purposes only, meant to celebrate the intelligence of netizens, with no pointed implications. This post ignited a fervent response, with countless shares, likes, and comments. Many began to tag the Zhongsun Dan Club and Mingsheng as official accounts, demanding explanations for the unfolding situation. Concurrently, some users expressed concern about potential repercussions from Mingsheng against Lanxing, as the latter was one of the wealthiest conglomerates globally, capable of easily dismantling a modest gaming club. However, times had changed, akin to the long-standing grievances against Qin. The gaming community had also grown weary of Mingsheng and Zhongsun Dan. As the situation escalated, gaming clubs across Lanxing, both large and small, tacitly prepared to unite in a concerted effort to ensure that Mingsheng and Zhongsun Dan faced a significant setback. The upper echelons of Mingsheng and Zhongsun Dan, upon witnessing the online discourse, were incensed. They had not anticipated their actions would be exposed so swiftly and at such a grand scale. An emergency meeting was convened to strategize, but it was already too late. The head of Mingsheng personally contacted the leader of Lanxing, demanding the immediate removal of the post and warning that failure to comply would result in legal action to protect their interests. However, the leader of Lanxing remained steadfast, asserting that the post was merely a tribute to the wisdom of netizens, devoid of any malice. Furthermore, the Lanxing leader reminded them that this incident involved not only Lanxing but the entirety of Lanxing's gaming clubs. Indeed, shortly after the call ended, other gaming clubs began to issue statements expressing their support for Lanxing, pledging assistance. Some clubs contributed financially, while others offered manpower, collectively assembling a public relations and legal team of world-class caliber to support Lanxing. The incident, which had erupted from a mere game auction, finally drew the attention of the Lanxing authorities. They released an official statement expressing support for Lanxing and condemning Dongsun Dan and Mingsheng, meticulously highlighting He Ningchuan's original post, with a red circle around the words indicating for Lanxing players only. This announcement sparked a tumultuous reaction, garnering support from domestic netizens and prompting international observers to reassess the situation. The once arrogant Zhongsun Dan and Mingsheng executives now wore grim visages, facing a barrage of criticism from their own countrymen. Compounding their woes, Mingsheng stock began to plummet, with numerous investors pulling their funds. Meanwhile, Suli instructed Fion to infiltrate the largest foreign social platform, unveiling the circumstances surrounding S retirement from years ago, propelling it to the top of trending topics, while ensuring technical personnel managed to remove it within a stipulated time frame. As the concealed truth emerged, the Zhongsun Dan Club found itself ensnared in a storm of backlash from international gamers and online communities. Within the Zhongsun Dan Club, the newly appointed captain of the main team, Jikushita, bore a stormy expression as he sat in silence after Lanxing's retirement. Sensing the tension, his teammates subtly diminished their presence and exited the training room at the vice captain's signal. Chapter 99. A proposal for alliance with Lianhua Lua, the vice captain of the main team at Zhongsun Dan, plopped down beside teasingly remarking, "Jack, are you afraid?" Jikushita, upon hearing those words, abruptly turned his head and glared, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Do you think I'm afraid? The moment I made that decision and vowed to become the number one in the club, I cast away all my fears." After saying this, his gaze hardened, resembling a predator ready to pounce. However, Monty was unfazed by Jack's fierce demeanor. Instead, He continued with a mocking smile. Oh, if that is the case, then why do you wear such a face of terror? Have you finally realized that you cannot measure up to a Langida? Upon hearing this, Jack's expression darkened considerably. His eyes filled with wrath and resentment as he fixed his stare on Monty. Monty, witnessing Jack's reaction, beamed even brighter, his tone laced with sarcasm. Huh, am I right? Jack, you once stood alongside a Langida as a world champion, yet here you are, trembling like a child. How utterly laughable. Jack's fist clenched tightly, seemingly on the verge of striking out. Yet in the end, he refrained, not out of a lack of desire, but rather due to the realization that Monty Hopkilo was the most formidable newcomer in the club, a relative of a major shareholder in the Ming Sheng Group, and thus he dared not offend him. Suppressing his anger, Jack coldly retorted, "You speak nonsense. Without me, Jack, how could a Langida have led the team to a 5-time championship at the Electronic Sports World Championship? Without me, how could his temperament manage the trivialities of the team and foster such camaraderie among the members?" Monty raised an eyebrow, chuckling dismissively. "Why are you so worked up? I was merely jesting. Nevertheless, you certainly have contributed significantly to the team. However, if it weren't for you, a Langita might have achieved even greater success." Ha ha ha. Jack's expression grew increasingly grim. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, then stood up and turned to leave, leaving Monty alone at the table. Observing Jack's retreating figure, Monty's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of derision dancing across his face. His initial desire to join the pinnacle of gods stemmed from idolizing a Langita. He had believed that by joining the club, he would be able to see his idol daily and become a trusted partner. Little did he know that his very presence had inadvertently contributed to his idol's withdrawal, although Monty was unaware of who had boldly posted on the social platform. He was grateful to that person for accomplishing what he had longed to do but felt unable to do to his identity. In the territory of the Jiuzhou Alliance, He Ningchuan convened a small meeting within the gang's domain, having received rewards from the previous auction and other boss clearance videos. After discussing with several management members and elders, he proposed allocating half of the auction proceeds as wages for everyone, while reserving the remainder for the gang's development. As for the income from selling other boss clearance videos, it would primarily belong to Kuli Z, with the rest evenly distributed among all members who participated in the first clear. He encouraged anyone with differing opinions to raise their hands. If there are none, he would draft a contract with a lawyer to formalize the wage distribution for future dungeon explorations. He Ningchuan briefly outlined his plan and awaited feedback. Wang Nainai was the first to respond. "I have no objections. I only play this game out of boredom and never expected to earn money from it. This income feels like a windfall." Elder Wang agreed. "Indeed, I have no issues." Others echoed their agreement. Once He Ningchuan confirmed that all 15 members of the gang were in favor, he nodded and marked a check on the meeting outline, then proceeded to discuss the next decision regarding the gang's development. As you all know, the reason we were able to defeat the second boss was due to the assistance of the lifestyle big shots from the Lianhua Luo gang, who provided us with the exorcism talismans. Although we have compensated them for the talismans, their willingness to lend a hand during our most challenging times is an invaluable kindness that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Furthermore, everyone is aware that our gang's positioning is as a combat-oriented organization. We only recruit members skilled in both PV and PvP and will not take in casual players in the future. He Ningchuan observed the expressions of the gang members as he spoke, waiting until he was certain they agreed with his sentiments before articulating the most crucial aspect of his message. Therefore, in light of this, I, along with your vice leader and Kuli Z and other management members, have discussed the prospect of forming an alliance with Lianhua Luo. As you know, Lianhua Luo only recruits female players, who will undoubtedly encounter various challenges in this game's environment. As their allied gang, we must offer our support. Likewise, if we find ourselves in difficulty, such as during a dungeon run, Lianhua Luo can serve as our backing, providing us with all the assistance they can offer. What do you all think? He Ningchuan laid out the advantages and disadvantages of forming an alliance between the two gangs, leaving the choice to the members. Leader, if we want to be Lianhua Luo's support after forming an alliance, shouldn't we recruit a few more people? We only have 15 members. And even though we're quite skilled, we could still be overwhelmed if the enemy employs a swarm strategy. The first to raise concerns was Xiao Dao, an assassin player aside from Gurun Gue, who was a close friend of Gurun Gue and performed decently in the team. The others nodded in agreement as they listened to Xiao Dao's words. He Ningchuan smiled and explained, "Rest assured, while I maintain strict standards for selecting gang members, I will certainly continue recruiting. However, the process will be somewhat slower as I prioritize quality. Fear not, as there are many skilled female players in Lianhua Luo who enjoy PvP and PV. In times of crisis, they will fight alongside us." Chapter 100. I have something to discuss with you. Let us meet. Suli observed the gang members lost in thought, contemplating whether she should say anything further when He Ningchuan suddenly froze, maintaining his previous smile, appearing as though he had disconnected. Gurun Gue waved a hand in front of him, but he remained unblinking. He must have disconnected. It wasn't until an hour and a half later that He Ningchuan's game character finally moved again. During this time, the gang members had largely made their decisions, with only the two healers, Ning Wanwan, still hesitating. A flicker of struggle and difficulty crossed Ning Wanwan's eyes. Eventually, under the gaze of the others, she spoke, "I apologize, everyone, but I joined the gang because I wanted a peaceful gaming experience with fewer people. If there will be frequent disputes in the future, I think I will seek my friends. That's fine. Feel free to leave or stay as you wish. Just make your own decision." He Ningchuan suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence, startling everyone. Suli swallowed the words of persuasion that had been on the tip of her tongue. Ning Wanwan looked at He Ningchuan with gratitude, and then stood up, bowing to everyone as she said, "Thank you all for your care during this time. Since I have decided to leave the gang, I should not continue to take my share of the profits. Please distribute my portion of the wages among everyone." No, you don't have to do that. We have fought alongside each other, and those profits are rightfully yours. Upon hearing that Ning Wanwan intended to forego her share, everyone began to persuade her, yet ultimately, they could not alter her decision. With genuine warmth in her smile, Ning Wanwan addressed the group, saying, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I have made my choice, so please refrain from urging me further." Some among them felt a tinge of reluctance, casting their gazes towards He Ningchuan, hoping he might intercede. However, He Ningchuan not only refrained from dissuading Ning Wanwan, but also unhesitatingly acquiesced to her request, stating, "Very well, I shall honor your wish. The world can be treacherous. Should you encounter any adversity in the future, the gates of Jiuzhou shall always be open to you." Ning Wanwan's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "Thank you, leader." "No need for thanks," He Ningchuan responded with a smile, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Suli, who had been listening, cast a complex gaze upon Ning Wanwan. During their time together, they had become quite close, and Ning Wanwan had confided in her, sharing numerous tales about herself and the gentleman whom she secretly admired. Suli learned from Ning Wanwan that this so-called friend was, in fact, the object of her long-standing affection, a boy she had cherished since high school. The items she had recently acquired were intended as birthday gifts for him. However, as an observer, Suli could discern from the details Ning Wanwan revealed that the boy did not reciprocate her feelings. Ning Wanwan had mentioned feeling disheartened upon seeing him with other girls, only to be comforted by him later, which in Suli's view seemed merely an effort to sustain Ning Wanwan's affection, allowing him to continue benefiting from her devotion. Dies realization deepened Suli's inner turmoil. She had subtly cautioned Ning Wanwan before, but her friend remained oblivious, interpreting it instead as a sign of his affection. Suli wished for Ning Wanwan to recognize the truth soon and avoid significant heartache. Yet, she understood that some lessons could only be learned through personal experience, and as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to intervene further. As the group accompanied Ning Wanwan to the entrance of the gang's territory, they reluctantly watched her ID fade away, witnessing her forced departure from the gang's realm. A somber atmosphere enveloped the group, casting a shadow of sadness over the scene, which gradually dissipated after a moment of silence. Grandma Wang, accustomed to various farewells, was least affected by this melancholic mood and was the first to reassure everyone, saying, "All right, everyone, let's not be so sorrowful. Although we are no longer in the same gang, it does not mean we cannot meet again in the future. We can still arrange to play together in the game anytime." With her words, the group's spirits brightened, and the heaviness of their parting began to lift. They gradually acknowledged that, despite not belonging to the same gang, their friendships remained unbreakable. Nodding in agreement, they felt somewhat embarrassed by their earlier sentimentality. "Enough, enough. You little ones should hurry off to complete your tasks." Grandma Wong smiled as she waved them away. After they departed, she glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and leisurely made her way towards the area where she tended to her pet hen. After Grandma Wong left, only He Chuan, Gu Ren Gui, Su Li, and Hui Yuan remained at the gang's entrance. He Chuan turned to Gu Ren Gui and instructed, "Please contact the leader of Lianhua Luo and inform her that if she is available, we shall hold an alliance ceremony tomorrow." "Huh? Oh," Gu Ren Gui initially hesitated, then quickly regained composure and nodded in agreement. Soon, Gu Ren Gui's figure vanished into the distance, leaving behind He Chuan, Su Li, and Hui Yuan standing at the spot. Just as Su Li was about to leave, He Chuan called out to her, "Su Li, let's talk." Su Li looked at him with a hint of curiosity, eventually nodding in response, "All right." She pondered silently, noting that throughout their acquaintance, He Chuan had never addressed her by her real name, always referring to her by her game ID. What could be the reason for this change? Was there something significant he wished to discuss? Little did Su Li know that He Chuan had no intention of speaking with her in the game. Instead, he sent her a private message containing an address. "Come over tomorrow evening with Hui Yuan. We shall meet to converse." With that, He Chuan promptly logged off, leaving Su Li no opportunity to decline. Bewildered, she stared at the address in her private chat, her mind swirling with questions. The address belonged to a 5-star hotel in her city, with the time for dinner noted. She furrowed her brow and turned to Hui Yuan beside her, asking, "So, is He Chuan simply inviting us for dinner while he's visiting our city?" Hui Yuan shook his head, indicating that he too was uncertain of He Chuan's true intentions. He countered, "We'll find out when we go. Do you want to go?" Without hesitation, Su Li nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Of course. Who knows? We might enjoy a sumptuous dinner on the house. Plus, I've never been to a 5-star hotel before." With that thought, her spirits lifted. For a girl of her modest means, dining at a 5-star hotel's restaurant was undoubtedly an exhilarating prospect. Chapter 101. You came back too? The next day, Su Li greeted Grandma Wong and informed her that she would be meeting a friend with Hui Yuan in the afternoon and would not return home for dinner. After her afternoon classes concluded, she set out with Hui Yuan. Su Li had planned meticulously, intending to take a taxi to the hotel right after leaving the community. But she had forgotten that it was Friday, a day when families often dine out to unwind after a week of hard work. As a result, they stood at the entrance for nearly 20 minutes, unable to hail a single vacant cab. Every passing taxi was either occupied or en route to pick up another passenger. Previously, she hadn't realized how inconvenient it was to lack transportation. But now she truly understood the importance of having her own vehicle. At least she wouldn't have to worry about not catching a ride when pressed for time. Watching the flowing traffic, Su Li sighed in resignation. Hui Yuan glanced at the shared bicycles nearby and asked, "Can we ride those to the hotel?" "We could, but it would take 2 hours. Not only would that be a waste of time, but by the time we arrived, we'd be exhausted." Hui Yuan contemplated the yellow bicycles for a moment, then walked over to one, scanned the code to unlock it, and hopped on. He turned to Su Li and said, "Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly." Su Li felt perplexed but nodded in agreement, asking, "Where are you going?" Hui Yuan did not directly answer her question. Instead, he smiled reassuringly, "Just stay here and don't wander off. You'll know when I return." With that, he pedaled away on a bicycle. Under Su Li's watchful eyes, Hui Yuan pedaled vigorously, gaining speed. Following the route he remembered, he sped down the road and reached a 4S dealership in just 15 minutes. He parked the bicycle in the designated area and strode confidently into the expansive 4S store, which showcased an array of luxury vehicles. Each brand boasted at least 3 or 4 options for customers, and due to the high prices of these internationally renowned luxury cars, the store was not as crowded as a typical dealership. "Hello, how may I assist you?" Oleon stepped into the store, immediately greeted by a sales representative in uniform. With a polite smile, he addressed the salesperson. "Hello, I wish to purchase a car." The salesperson initially assumed this seemingly disheveled young man, appearing to be in his late teens or early 20s, was seeking assistance for some issue. To his surprise, the young man was there to buy a car. Upholding a commendable professional demeanor, the salesperson masked his astonishment and inquired with a courteous smile, "Certainly. May I ask what price range you are considering, and if you have any specific requirements regarding the car's appearance or interior? Which is the most expensive car in your dealership?" The salesperson was momentarily taken aback before smiling and pointing to a striking sapphire blue sports car at the center of the showroom, stating, "That is currently our most expensive vehicle." "I'll take that one," Hui Yan replied. "Huh? You mean you wish to purchase that car?" Hui Yan walked around the sports car, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he handed the salesperson a bank card. Indeed, the salesperson, momentarily stunned, accepted the card, its silver sheen glimmering under the lights. Regaining his composure, he stammered, "I must confirm once more, are you certain you wish to buy this car valued at 9,600,000? "Affirmative. Please expedite the paperwork. I have pressing matters." The salesperson swallowed hard. "Will this be a full payment or an installment plan?" "Full payment." Upon meeting with S. smiling gaze, the salesperson realized he had posed a foolish question. After all, the card he held could only belong to someone with a bank balance of 50 million. "Please hold on a moment. I will prepare the paperwork for you right away." The salesperson led Guoyan to the VIP lounge, then hurried away, returning shortly with a stack of contracts. Following the salesperson's guidance, Guoyan signed the documents, placing the car under Sui's name. With his considerable financial resources, Guoyan departed the dealership within an hour, the staff watching as he drove away in the sports car adorned with a temporary license plate. "Xiao Wu, you're quite lucky. You've closed such a significant deal shortly after starting your job. I'll speak to the boss about a bonus for you." "Thank you, manager." The salesperson, named Xiao Wu, expressed his gratitude, watching the departing sports car with a mix of envy and appreciation, knowing this would cover his mother's medical expenses. Bored, Su Li sat by the flower bed, counting ants. As she reached 110, she noticed a car stopping nearby. Its low chassis caught her curiosity, prompting her to look up. Upon recognizing the extravagant sports car, she saw Vian stepping out and approaching her. "Oh, so when you told me to wait, it was for you to buy a car." Although Li had yet to obtain her driver's license, she could identify a temporary license plate, dismissing the possibility of Huiyan renting a vehicle. "Where did you get your license? How did you suddenly purchase such an expensive sports car?" Huiyan gazed warmly at the young girl, his eyes sparkling with kindness. "Do not worry. I possess a license, and the funds for the car are entirely legitimate. Let's head to the hotel. We mustn't keep Ningchuan waiting." Confused, Salit entered the passenger seat, still pondering when Guiyang had learned to drive. The hotel staff spotted the eye-catching luxury car from afar, rushing forward to open the driver's door as soon as it came to a halt. After handing the keys to the personnel, Guiyang promptly opened the door for Thli, carefully shielding her head from the car frame. Upon entering the hotel, a uniformed female attendant approached, inquiring about their intentions. Upon learning they were headed to the restaurant, she graciously led the way. As the attendant opened the private room door, Suli immediately spotted Hining Chuan, who had been waiting. "Suli, long time no see." The familiarity in his tone momentarily stunned her, but her surprise quickly faded upon noticing the middle-aged man beside him. "Hining Chuan, you're back?" Chapter 102. Hining Chuan's uncle, commander of the Southern Military District Hining Chuan. "You are back." With her soft and innocent demeanor, Su Li uttered this phrase, leaving both Hining Chuan and the middle-aged man in the room wide-eyed. Hining Chuan's expression darkened, while the middle-aged man, after a brief pause, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, little comrade, you truly are as entertaining as Xiao Chuan described." The middle-aged man's gaze towards he was filled with warmth, akin to that of a fond elder to a younger relative. Noticing Hining Chuan's lack of rebuttal, Su Li felt her tension ease, politely greeting the middle-aged man. "Hello, Chief." In her previous life, Su Li had encountered this very man after the cataclysmic event in the game. He was Hining Chuan's uncle, Colonel Zhang Jingqi, commander of the Southern Military District. Zhang Jingqi, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Do you know me?" Hining Chuan, realizing his uncle had forgotten what he had previously mentioned, quickly reminded him, Uncle, I told you about her. She's like me. All right, right. Xiao Chuan mentioned you have been quite busy lately. He Ning Chuan rose, gesturing for me, and Kuan to sit down. Do not linger by the door. Come, take a seat. I will have the dishes served shortly, and we can chat after. All right. Su Li suppressed her previous mischief, continuing to play the role of the obedient little rabbit. After He Ning Chuan summoned the service, a male attendant entered the private room. Following He Ning Chuan's instructions for the dishes, he exited, only to return shortly, pushing a food cart. Su Li sensed that this attendant possessed an aura distinct from ordinary individuals, prompting her to gaze at him unabashedly. Her bright eyes blinked, as if attempting to see through him. Sitting beside her, Huan noticed her unwavering attention on the attendant and shifted his gaze to him as well. Upon observing the attendant's commendable physique and appearance, Oyen's expression grew noticeably colder. The disguised guard, initially focused on serving the dishes, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, his muscles tensing instinctively. He glanced up, only to meet Vuan's icy stare, causing him to startle internally. Noticing the brief pause in the attendant serving, He Ning Chuan immediately inquired, "What is the matter?" Fearing He Ning Chuan might misconstrue the situation as dangerous, the guard quickly explained, "Apologies, I accidentally strained my arm earlier. It is nothing serious. Thank you for your concern." He then lowered his head, continuing his tasks. Once all 18 dishes were set on the table, the guard hastily exited the private room, eager to escape the piercing gaze of the remarkably handsome young man, fearing that lingering any longer would result in being metaphorically pierced by his glare. As he fled, he encountered a fellow comrade, also disguised as a servant. Noticing his anxious demeanor, the comrade frowned and asked worriedly, "What happened? Is there a problem? Should I notify everyone to come over?" "No." The guard quickly restrained his comrade, lowering his voice to explain, "It's nothing. The little girl was just staring at me," which made the guy beside her jealous. "Oh." The comrade looked at him in disbelief. "Is that all?" "Yes. You have no idea." That young man appears gentle, but his eyes were terrifying. The guard patted his chest in recollection. "I almost dropped the dishes. You truly startled me. I thought it was something serious. Just jealousy, huh?" The comrade shook his head in resignation. As the guard observed his comrade retracting his hand from the communication headset, he exhaled a sigh of relief and continued, "You cannot fathom it. That young man appears to be just an ordinary university student. Yet, when our eyes met for that fleeting moment, I nearly believed I was gazing upon a sovereign from the television screen. Is it truly that exaggerated?" His comrade, however, was clearly skeptical. This hotel had been thoroughly surveilled by their personnel, and he had been monitoring Su Li and Hui Yuan since their arrival until they entered the private room. Concluding his watch, the young man who accompanied the girl into the room could be perceived as nothing more than an average student. "I assure you," the guard insisted, growing anxious at his comrade's disbelief. At that moment, I felt as if I were being stalked by a ferocious beast. Had I not undergone professional training, I might have faltered and collapsed, rendering me incapable of fulfilling my duties as a server. Is he truly that formidable? His comrade was taken aback, but still harbored doubts. Could it be that the lighting played tricks on your perception? After all, you were understandably tense in that situation. Impossible. The guard shook his head firmly. I am professionally trained. Such a misjudgment is inconceivable. Moreover, this is not my first mission. I have faced far more perilous circumstances without experiencing such trepidation. Then what is the background of this young man? His comrade's curiosity was piqued. Could he truly be the hidden master you suggest? I cannot ascertain, the guard frowned. However, I believe it is imperative that we report this matter to our superiors for further action. While you make a valid point, the commander is currently occupied. It seems we must await the conclusion of this event to provide our report. Both the guard and his comrade cast their gazes toward the closed door of the private room before returning to their respective posts. Unbeknownst to Hui Yuan, the moment he had locked eyes with the server had transformed him from a mere guest into a subject of scrutiny. At this moment, he leisurely savored the 18 exquisite dishes before him, observing the girl beside him, whose contentment was palpable and his demeanor softened, losing the earlier chill. Colonel Zhang Jinqi, seated diagonally across from the two, couldn't he help but indulge in another bowl of rice upon witnessing Su Li's hearty appetite. Chapter 103. You aren't simply inviting me to dinner after satisfying their hunger. Suli contentedly lifted a glass of lemon juice, sipping delicately like a little hamster. Her gaze remained fixed on He Ningchuan, as though attempting to see through him. Finally, she could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, He Ningchuan, you and the commander traveled such a distance merely to treat us to a meal, did you? He Ningchuan smiled gently, acknowledging of course not. The concept of rebirth is sheer nonsense to everyone except you and me. My uncle would not easily believe it. To prevent my family from deeming me a madman and confining me to a hospital, I had to persuade my uncle to seek your assistance. Upon hearing this, Surifuruit herburov in confusion. Me? If they do not trust your words, why would they believe mine? He Ningchuan turned his gaze toward Hui Yuan, replying, You may not be able to convince them, but Hui Yuan certainly can. At the mention of Hui Yuan, Suli immediately became alert, her eyes brimming with caution and wariness. What are you implying? What does this have to do with Hui Yuan? He Ningchuan took a deep breath and began. I have a reasonable suspicion that our rebirth is intricately linked to Hui Yuan. A flicker of curiosity crossed Su Li's eyes, though caution prevailed. Elaborate, or I shall not believe you. Observing her struggle between curiosity and restraint, He Ningchuan couldn't help but chuckle. Suli, your demeanor hardly reflects that of someone negotiating with me. She took a swift sip of lemon juice, urging, Hurry up. All right, I shall speak. Do you recall the blood orb you handed to me just before your demise in the instance? Suli nodded vigorously, her voice subdued. Of course. That was Hui Yuan's token of appreciation. I noticed it had a beneficial effect for that instance, so I gave it to you, thinking it might aid you should I perish. He paused, falling silent. I was grasping the blood orb when I met my end. At this moment, He Ningchuan slowly opened his palm, revealing a dark red spherical orb that lay quietly in his hand. Upon seeing the orb, Suli's eyes widened in disbelief, darting between Hui Yuan and He Ningchuan. Is this truly the blood orb? No, its true name is not blood orb. It is the first drop of my heart's essence. As Hui Yuan's words fell, the blood orb, as if drawn by an invisible force, soared toward him and halted a foot away, suspended in midair. Zhang Jingqi, who had been silently listening to their conversation, now displayed an expression of astonishment. As a staunch materialist, the events unfolding before him left him utterly amazed. Could this truly not be mere sleight of hand? Hui Yuan turned to the upright elder, a smile gracing his face as he calmly stated, Your personnel had thoroughly surveyed this hotel inside and out long before our arrival. When we entered, your people had already confirmed that we bore no suspicious items, correct? Thus, you may rest assured, what you witness now is indeed reality. Zhang Jingqi furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. He had believed his arrangements to be meticulous. Yet this young man had effortlessly discerned the reorganization of personnel within the hotel, filling him with both surprise and delight. The moment their eyes had met, he had recognized this young man was extraordinary. Now, it was evident he possessed remarkable abilities. Well done, Zhang Jingqi remarked with a smile, a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. He had not anticipated that the other party not only possessed the ability to manipulate objects from afar, but also boasted exceptional observational skills. The smile on Zhang Jingqi's face remained undiminished as he regarded Su Li with warmth, saying, when Xiao Chuan mentioned the merging of the game world with reality, I initially thought he was merely overwhelmed by recent pressures, losing his clarity. However, when he insisted on bringing me to meet you, I was indeed taken aback. Moreover, he confidently asserted that upon seeing me, you would deduce he had been reborn. At this juncture, Zhang Jingqi paused before continuing, Su Li, if you did not discuss these matters beforehand, how could you deduce Xiao Chuan's rebirth so swiftly? In response to Zhang Jingqi's inquiry, Su Li pondered for a moment before articulating, actually, when I first entered this private room, Xiao Chuan greeted me with Su Li, long time no see. This struck me as peculiar, as he had never referred to me by name before. Furthermore, on the day we were supposed to meet, he inexplicably disconnected for over an hour. Upon his return, he unexpectedly addressed me by my real name, despite previously only using my in-game ID. Most importantly, The person accompanying him in this private room is you, the commander. After the cataclysm of the game world, I was fortunate to have met you alongside him. And it was then that I learned you are Colonel Zhang Jingqi of the Southern Military District. Su Li scratched her head and chuckled. So, given your high-ranking position as a leader of a military district, how could you possibly have the time to travel with your nephew? Even if it were indeed a joint trip, He Ningchuan would not be so irresponsible as to bring you along to meet acquaintances, would he? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingqi burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, young comrade, you are truly astute to deduce my identity from such subtle details. Quite impressive." Receiving praise from the esteemed elder made Su Li feel somewhat bashful, and she humbly replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Chief, but I don't believe this qualifies as deduction. I merely enjoy indulging in whimsical conjectures." Observing her modesty, Zhang Jingqi's fondness for her deepened, prompting him to kindly say, "You both need not be overly formal. Our visit is not intended to cause you any inconvenience. However, if, as Xiao Chuan suggested, a fusion of game and reality occurs in a year, and the monsters within the game begin to wreak havoc, this will no longer be an issue I, as a commander, can resolve alone. This matter must be reported to the Elder Chief." Suri no Ditto, Furuing Herberoth. Chapter 104. What is your true identity? In truth, I have also been pondering how to inform others of the impending crisis. But as you are aware, such claims are exceedingly bizarre. Should I speak of them, I might be apprehended by the police for disturbing the social order. A hint of distress flickered across her face as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingqi could not help but laugh heartily. He reassured her, saying, "Fear not. I will assign personnel to investigate the situation within the game. If any anomalies are confirmed, I will promptly report this matter to my superiors." Upon hearing Zhang Jingqi's words, Su Li immediately offered her assistance. "Chief, if you intend to send someone into the game to examine the anomalies, I can be of help. Young comrade, do you have any clues?" "Indeed," Su Li replied honestly, fixing her gaze on Zhang Jingqi. Initially, Hui Yuan noticed a post on the game forum where players complained that NPCs were not adhering to their scripted dialogues. Players suspected that the game developers were negligent, resulting in bugs that were not promptly addressed. However, after Hui Yuan and I explored the game map mentioned in the post, we discovered that the NPCs had deviated significantly from their original settings. A notorious local tyrant had inexplicably transformed into a benevolent figure, a phenomenon that cannot merely be attributed to a typical bug. We spent 2 days thoroughly investigating the city and ultimately found a pine tree adorned with a bilingual plaque in Chinese and English within a courtyard. He Ningchuan eagerly inquired, "And then?" Su Li glanced at him. "This serves as evidence of the merging of game and reality. I believe the cause of the NPC's erratic behavior lies in the disruption of AI restrictions due to this fusion." Hui Yuan interjected, "This border town is the initial site of the convergence between game and reality." "How do you know?" He Ningchuan regarded Hui Yuan with a complex expression. "I have always wondered why you are here." "You shouldn't be." Hui Yuan was unperturbed by the inquiry, looking at him calmly. "As long as you can ensure the safety of Su Li and Wang Nai, I will divulge everything." Su Li instinctively grasped his hand, her tone slightly frantic. "Hui Yuan." Hui Yuan gently squeezed her hand, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry. I know what I am doing. Since Chief Zhang is here today, it indicates that this matter is already known at a higher level, and they will not apprehend me." Hui Yuan turned his gaze to Zhang Jingqi. "Am I not correct?" "Chief." Su Li was momentarily taken aback by his use of the term apprehend, a contemporary internet slang, while Zhang Jingqi and He Ningchuan exchanged amused glances. He Ningchuan sighed in relief, speaking lightly to his uncle. "Uncle, it appears I have won our bet this time. Do not forget our agreement." "You rascal. Have I ever reneged on a promise made to you since childhood?" Hui Yuan frowned slightly, looking puzzled at the two relatives. "What bet?" Su Li perked up her ears, intrigued. Zhang Jingqi, observing the eager gleam in her eyes, spoke in a tone of affectionate indulgence reserved for his younger kin. "Well, our wager is rather straightforward. If Xiao Chuan wins against me, I must do everything in my power to ensure the safety of both you and your esteemed elder, regardless of what transpires." Upon hearing this, Su Li immediately turned to He Ningchuan, their eyes meeting, the concern in his gaze unmistakable. As she watched his discomfort, memories of past moments when he and other friends had assisted her flooded her mind like a film, evoking an indescribable wave of emotion that made her nose tingle and her eyes brim with tears. "Thank you, Chief," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Hearing the young girl's tearful gratitude, along with her occasional sniffles, He Ningchuan could not help but laugh, reaching for a few tissues from the box on the table and handing them to her. "Honestly, you're not a child anymore. Why are you still crying?" Su Li accepted the tissues to wipe her nose, mumbling an explanation. "I'm just a bit touched. My tears want to see the scenery outside." He Ningchuan could no longer suppress his smile, teasing, "What kind of excuse is that? Such a flimsy justification." While wiping her nose with the tissue, Su Li could not help but grin. Her endearing demeanor elicited laughter even from the otherwise serious Hui Yuan and Zhang Jingqi. Thus, what should have been a serious conversation became lighthearted, courtesy of Su Li's tears and her charming expressions. If you truly are a deity, and your essence is sealed within the various continents of the game, then this situation surely transcends mere game occurrences. Zhang Jingqi furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before signaling He Ningchuan to summon the guard who had been waiting outside. "Xiao Wang, please prepare at once. We will return to the military district in an hour." Xiao Wang, the attendant responsible for serving the dishes earlier, had been silently praying since entering the room that Su Li would not gaze at him as she had previously, to avoid inciting hostility from the young man beside her. Fortunately, it seemed that fate had heard his prayers, for this time, he felt no scrutiny from the girl throughout his stay in the private room. "Yes." Xiao Wang wasted no time and promptly exited the room to inform his comrades and begin preparations for their return. With the essential matters discussed, the four of them casually chatted about other topics within the private room. He Ningchuan recalled that the guard had mentioned Su Li and the others had arrived by car. He remembered that there were traffic police on duty in the street where the hotel was located, and without a driver's license, they would not have been able to come. Thus, he asked, "Earlier, the guard mentioned you arrived by car. Hui Yuan, where did you get your ID to learn how to drive?" "I infiltrated your information system." He Ningchuan instinctively opened his mouth, glancing at his uncle, fearful that his uncle might apprehend Hui Yuan and turn him over to the police for this matter. Su Li, too, looked cautiously at the silent chief. Only Hui Yuan remained unfazed, boldly meeting Zhang Jingqi's gaze as if he had not just admitted to breaking the law. Chapter 105. Avoiding imprisonment, but not punishment. Zhang Jingqi regarded the composed young man before him, feeling emotions as complex as those of his nephew. On one hand, he had just unequivocally stated that he would never act to his detriment without Hui Yuan's consent. Yet, would it not be rather unwise for Hui Yuan to explicitly inform him that he had breached the identity management system of Alongwa? "Hui Yuan, are you aware that your actions are unlawful?" Zhang Jingqi felt a twinge of frustration. Just as Hui Yuan was about to respond, he felt a warm little hand clasping his hand resting on his thigh. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to amend his original statement. He sincerely apologized, saying, "I am truly sorry. I was unaware that this was illegal. My only desire was to obtain a legitimate identity, swiftly, allowing me to remain by Su Li's side without fear. I merely utilized your information system without inflicting any harm upon you. I can assure you that no one will discover my prior intrusion." After saying this, Hui Yuan added, "If you doubt my sincerity, we can formalize a confidentiality agreement, and I will accept any legal repercussions for any violations." Upon hearing Hui Yuan's earnest apology and commitment, Zhang Jingqi's dissatisfaction dissipated significantly. He could feel an abundance of sincerity in Hui Yuan's simple words. Zhang Jingqi understood that for someone like Hui Yuan, it would not be easy to ensure compliance with human regulations. Nevertheless, he believed that as long as both parties maintained open communication and trust, a balanced resolution could be achieved. After all, they were all striving toward the common goal. Zhang Jingqi furrowed his brow, exhaling heavily, and said, "Very well. I will dispatch someone to investigate this matter. If, as you claim, no one can detect it, then we shall not pursue this further." Su Li felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, but before she could smile, Zhang Jingqi continued, "However, I must forewarn you that this matter does contravene the laws of Longwa. Although imprisonment may be avoided, other penalties will inevitably follow. Sulibi Tarlik, nervously asking before Hui Yuan could respond, what kind of punishment will Hui Yuan face? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jingqi replied, this is a question I must discuss with the senior commander before a decision can be made. Noticing the disappointment and anxiety on a young girl's face, he quickly reassured her, do not worry. Everything will be all right. Trust me. Suli lowered her head in response. I naturally trust you. I can only place my hopes in you now. Zhang Jingqi's tone suddenly turned grave as he turned to Hui Yuan, stating earnestly, we must adhere strictly to the law. We cannot allow urgency to lead us to flout regulations. Hui Yuan remained silent for a moment before responding earnestly, I understand. This was my error, and I will be more cautious in the future. Zhang Jingqi nodded, glanced at his wristwatch, stood up, and smoothed his clothes, saying, it is nearly time. I must return to the military district. You three young ones enjoy yourselves. Su Li and Ningchuan and Hui Yuan initially intended to escort Zhang Jingqi to the hotel entrance, but ultimately only accompanied him to the elevator. They stood at the elevator door until the number above changed from 9 to 1, at which point they returned to the private room. The three exchanged glances in silence, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Ningchuan, seeking to break the tension, spoke up, I truly did not intend to put Hui Yuan on the spot earlier. I was not expecting him to be so forthright. My intention was merely to seize this opportunity for my uncle to assist him in obtaining a legitimate identity. Hui Yuan shot him a glance, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness as he replied, out of consideration for Su Li, I shall not hold this against you. This was the first time Ningchuan had been treated this way, and he felt a flicker of displeasure. However, recalling his own fault, he ultimately chose to endure. I apologize. After all, this matter was indeed his misstep, so he could only offer his apologies. Observing the growing tension between the two, Suli quickly intervened to ease the atmosphere. Oh dear, you both have fought side by side in the game. Is it really necessary to let your relationship become so strained? Suli tugged at Hui Yuan's sleeve, looking up at him as she defended Ningchuan. Although it was Ningchuan who put us in such a precarious situation, his intentions were good. Moreover, he only brought this up after losing a bet with Colonel Zhang and is bound by that agreement. Please don't be angry, all right? Hui Yuan looked down at the girl, gazing up at him with hopeful eyes, and his irritation faded. His heart raced with an urge to embrace her. Suli. Hearing him call her name, Suli immediately responded, yes? I'm here, what is it? Hui Yuan longed to hold her, but ultimately restrained himself, gently ruffling her hair instead. What am I to do with you? Watching Hui Yuan's affectionate interaction with the innocent girl, Ningchuan felt a mixture of annoyance and amusement. Was he, the young master of the He family, truly so inconspicuous? Never mind. He would endure. Fortunately, Suli still remembered Ningchuan's presence, and after ensuring Hui Yuan was no longer upset, she quickly proposed taking Ningchuan around the city. Although the Qingming festival had passed, there was a well-known ancient town in the area, and she suggested, tomorrow, let's take you to explore it. Ningchuan glanced at the silent Hui Yuan and replied, I have a flight back to the capital the day after tomorrow, but I am free tomorrow if you all are. Suli beamed, we are available. Tomorrow, I will invite Grandma Wang to join us, and the four of us can go together. Sounds good. After finalizing their plans with Su Li, Ningchuan escorted her and the others to the hotel lobby. As they prepared to part ways at the entrance, Hui Yuan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will come and pick you up. Ningchuan was taken aback. He had expected Hui Yuan to take much longer to warm up to him, but to his surprise, Su Li's few words had diffused the tension so swiftly. Hui Yuan's change of heart pleased Ningchuan. Rest assured, I will definitely be here on time. Chapter 106. Tomorrow, Level 20. Gathering information upon learning that Wang Grandma was thrilled about Ningchuan's visit to the city. She prepared a breakfast featuring local specialties for the four of them. Hui Yuan drove his high-end sports car, valued at 900,000, to the hotel to pick up Ningchuan. Afterwards, he took him to a dealership to purchase a new car, leaving the sports car there to have the remaining paperwork completed and return to Su Li's neighborhood in a white sedan. What a lavish display of extravagance. Ningchuan remarked from the passenger seat. Hui Yuan chuckled, finding a parking spot to settle the car. Your family must have more than 2 luxury cars. How can you accuse me of being extravagant? That is accumulated over years, unlike your daily purchases, Hui Yuan retorted, choosing not to engage further as he walked toward the building. From a distance, he spotted Su Li and Wang Grandma approaching, prompting He Ningchuan to quickly exit the car and help them with their belongings. Wang Grandma was astonished by the sudden appearance of the luxury car, and after confirming the legitimacy of the funds used to purchase it, the group finally boarded the vehicle and set off for the ancient town. With Wang Grandma, a local expert, guiding them, the journey was delightful for all. When He Ningchuan returned to the capital, he took with him a large box filled with the local delicacies that Wang Grandma had prepared with warmth. For the following week, both Su Li and Hui Yuan refrained from logging into the game. They entrusted their game accounts to the Southern Military District, granting them 7 days of usage. During these 7 days, Su Li and Hui Yuan devoted themselves entirely to studying in preparation for their exams, fully aware of the significance of the Gaokao for their futures, and resolved to strive for excellent results. During these 7 days, the task of leveling up their game characters was entirely entrusted to the individuals associated with the account. These individuals would utilize this period to diligently observe and document all anomalies within the game while simultaneously completing the leveling tasks, preparing for the impending war. Why is it that you can remember so many details with just a glance, Hui Yuan? Is it true that the minds of the divine differ from ours mere mortals? Su Li, having finished a paper with considerable difficulty, looked up to see Hui Yuan leisurely enjoying an ice cream beside her. Hui Yuan smiled and offered her a small box of ice cream, saying, "Vanilla, your favorite. You always score full marks on your papers. It seems you need not study anymore. Just dive into the game and help supervise the progress of Fei, Meiba Bao Zhou, and the others." "I won't go," Su Li replied, taking a generous spoonful of ice cream. "Why not?" Hui Yuan looked at her earnestly, articulating each word, "Because you are not there." "Well, I do appreciate that sentiment," Su Li remarked, setting aside her half-eaten ice cream. She then picked up her pen again, resolutely focusing on the next paper. She harbored a clear ambition to gain admission to Xiaodashue. After the cataclysm brought on by the game's arrival, Xiaodashue had become a hub for numerous talents, gathering individuals with profound expertise in game dungeons who would cultivate more exceptional students for the nation, participating in the resource competition between countries. Time flew by swiftly, and the 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Su Li logged into the game once more, her account appeared within the guild territory. Shortly after, Hui Yuan's character materialized beside her. Stretching her limbs, Su Li remarked to Hui Yuan, "It seems they logged off after returning to the guild before going offline yesterday." "Indeed." Hui Yuan nodded in agreement. Then, Su Li opened the member list and the guild information and examined it closely. The number of guild members had grown from the initial 14 to a current total of 100. Su Li understood that these members who had joined the guild just 7 days ago were military personnel dispatched into the game after discussions between Colonel Zhang Jingqi and the senior leadership. Glancing at her character panel, Su Li smiled and said, "I'm already at level 19. My progress is quite good, still among the top tier. At this rate, I should reach level 20 by tomorrow." Observing the number 19 next to Fei Meiba Bao Zhou's avatar, Su Li sent a private message inquiring, "Are you ready? When can we enter the level 20 hidden dungeon tomorrow?" She had already spoken with Fei Meiba Bao Zhou earlier, explaining that she and Hui Yuan wished to enter the dungeon and needed 2 spots vacated by members. Since Su Li assured that neither she nor Hui Yuan would partake in the reward distribution, the reward from the dungeon would still belong to the 2 players who vacated their spots, and that she would compensate them with all the in-game currency from the dungeon's completion rewards. Fei Meiba Bao Zhou readily reserved 2 spots for them. Fei Meiba Bao Zhou replied promptly, "All members entering the dungeon are currently at the same progress, needing 540 experience points to reach level 20. We anticipate the dungeon can be opened by noon tomorrow." One chestnut replied, "All right, I'll gather information on the situation at the Lanhu Club." After responding to Fei Meiba Bao Zhou, Su Li turned to Strawberry and sent a message. When Strawberry received Su Li's message, she was idly listening to NPC's chat in the main city's tea house. Upon reading Su Li's private message, she instantly sprang up from her chair. "One chestnut, are you there? I want to ask you something." Strawberry, yes. Come to the main city's tea house. I just ordered a table full of snacks and was hoping for someone to share them with. One chestnut. Okay. Su Li turned to Hui Yuan and said, let's go to the main city's tea house. Strawberry is waiting for us there. Hui Yuan nodded and followed her to the teleportation point in the guild territory. In a flash of white light, they arrived at the bustling main city. The tea house was situated on the most vibrant street, and after navigating through the throngs of people, Su Li looked up to see Strawberry waving at her from a refined seating area by the street. Strawberry warmly welcomed Su Li and Hui Yuan, pouring them tea. You must try this butterfly pastry. The milk flavor is particularly rich. Paired with this fragrant jasmine tea, it is simply delightful. How come you're only at level 18? Wasn't it said that you'd be guided to level up in the big guild? Su Li inquired, picking up a piece of the butterfly pastry. Strawberry pouted, somewhat helplessly stating, don't mention it. Originally, he was helping me level up well. But recently the guild leader suddenly said that the club needed a skilled tank to run a dungeon, and he was drafted. I haven't been able to play with him for a long time, and every time I attempt to invite him to team up and enjoy the scenery, it shows he is engaged in a quest. Strawberry, one of Su Li's few friends on her friend list, had initially been invited to join Jojo Tong. But she joined the main guild under the Lan Hu Club before Su Li could extend her invitation. Strawberry mentioned that she was invited into the guild by a neighbor's younger brother, who promised to help her level up, which led her to agree. Chapter 107. Strawberry and Qi Lian, this is delicious. Su Li exclaimed after sipping the jasmine tea, her expression brightening as she casually asked, what level is he at now? Seeing her enjoy the food, Strawberry smiled and poured her another cup of jasmine tea. Replying, he said he should reach level 20 tomorrow. What a coincidence. So do I. Su Li felt delighted to have received the information she sought, and decided to accompany Hui Yuan as they listened to Strawberry gossip about NPCs in the tea house for a while. She was not a frequent visitor to the tea house. Previously, she had only come to complete quests and leave immediately. Today marked the first time she heard the gossip exchanged among NPCs. The sensational nature of these tales rivaled those concocted by players. For instance, someone had a brawl last night and was left battered, while another was caught cheating by their spouse. The tea house buzzed with various explosive news about NPCs, captivating the listeners. Half an hour later, just as Su Li was preparing to bid farewell to Strawberry and leave, a male player clad in red attire approached. Su Li noticed that Strawberry's demeanor transformed instantly upon seeing him. She brightened and greeted him enthusiastically. This is the younger brother who helped me level up. Strawberry introduced the male player named Qi Lian to Su Li and Hui Yuan. Just as he turned his gaze toward them, Su Li offered Qi Lian a friendly smile and greeted him in the nearby chat. Hello, Qi Lian. Qi Lian immediately returned her smile and sent a voice message in the nearby chat, saying, I've heard my sister speak highly of you, Lizida, and I sincerely appreciate your previous assistance to her. As the voice message played, Su Li received a friend request from Qi Lian. After a moment of consideration, she chose to accept. Finally, they could communicate normally. Su Li glanced at Strawberry, who had been fixated on Qi Lian since his arrival, and said with a smile, Since you're here, we shall take our leave. Make sure to spend some quality time with her. I've been too busy lately. Thank you, Lizida, for keeping her company. Qi Lian's voice was unexpectedly sunny and cheerful, perfectly matching his character model. After leaving the tea house, Su Li and Hui Yuan headed directly outside the main city, as their first task of the day was to escort relief supplies to the displaced citizens. Meeting with the commanding soldiers responsible for the escort, Su Li and Hui Yuan mounted their swift steeds and proceeded with the convoy. Su Li sat leisurely atop her horse, casually crunching a sugar cube in her mouth, and with a hint of curiosity, she inquired of her companion Hui Yuan, What do you think? Why hasn't Qi Lian seized the opportunity to level up today? He seems like a different person, rushing here to search for Chao Mei Mei. Could there be something amiss? In truth, neither Su Li nor Hui Yuan was in a hurry to level up. They could comfortably linger in the tea house, accompanying Chao Mei Mei while indulging in gossip. All thanks to Hui Yuan. Ever since Hui Yuan successfully integrated that mysterious divine bone, he could effortlessly mark the quest they had undertaken as completed, even if they hadn't followed all the prescribed steps. This undoubtedly saved them a considerable amount of precious time, granting them greater freedom to manage their activities. However, such actions were not without cost. They significantly drained Hui Yuan's mental energy. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Su Li would not lightly allow him to do so. Hui Yuan, uncertain of Qi Lian's reason for visiting the tea house, could only shake his head. I'm not sure. Perhaps something has genuinely transpired. Su Li did not expect an answer from Hui Yuan. She had already formed her own conjecture. Ningchuan had informed her via message about his recent investigations into the domestic top-tier clubs, revealing that the Lanhu clubs seemed to be embroiled in irreconcilable conflicts over profit distribution. Listening to Su Li's words, Hui Yuan felt a flicker of doubt rise within him. He furrowed his brow, descending into contemplation. Observing his reaction, Su Li knew he was earnestly pondering the matter, so she patiently awaited his response. After a while, Hui Yuan slowly lifted his head, gazing deeply at Su Li, and softly articulated, "Are you suggesting that Qi Lian has been ousted from the level 20 hidden dungeon exploration team due to the internal strife within Lanhu?" His voice carried a note of surprise and curiosity, seemingly taken aback by this hypothesis. Su Li smiled gently, offering him a piece of sugar wrapped in oil paper. Her eyes sparkling with admiration as she remarked, "Hui Yuan, how clever you are. You immediately grasped my thoughts." Hui Yuan accepted the sugar, the corners of his mouth lifting into a subtle smile. He delicately unwrapped the paper, placing the sweet morsel on his tongue, relishing the delightful flavor that spread across his palate. The escort journey proceeded smoothly, with only a couple of instances where they helped the escorting soldiers fend off groups of refugees. They encountered no bandits. After completing this task, Su Li and Hui Yuan did not rush back to the main city to turn in their quest. Instead, they diligently initiated all remaining tasks. Upon their return to the main city, Hui Yuan took the lead, effortlessly completing the 10 tasks that would have otherwise consumed a significant amount of time. Before logging off, both Su Li and Hui Yuan successfully leveled up to 20. The members of the Lanhu Club, who had been closely monitoring the leaderboard, soon noticed the sudden emergence of these two IDs at the top, promptly informing Yu Qilin, who was in charge of the hidden dungeon raids for the club. At that moment, Yu Qilin was engaged in a leveling task, having just accepted the next assignment when he received this startling news, which rendered him momentarily unsettled. Why do these IDs, Ikuli Z and Hui Yuan, sound so familiar? Aren't these the two extraordinarily formidable figures from the Jiuzhou Tong Guild? Yu Qilin couldn't help but exclaim. As a leading figure within a top-tier domestic club, he was perpetually busy, either strategizing for the upcoming cross-server battlefield or reviewing guild dungeon runs to assist other members in their endeavors. Consequently, he lacked the time and energy to pay attention to so-called celebrity players. However, the guild named Jiuzhou Tong, which boasted a mere 15 members, had been anything but low-key. They had captured the attention of all players in the game through a server-first completion of a guild dungeon. As the commander leading this achievement, Ikuli Z became the focal point of admiration. Moreover, the highly publicized auction that led to the collapse of both Ming Sheng Group and the Zongshan Dian Club's reputations was co-initiated by her and guild leader Ningchuan. This auction not only stirred significant controversy within and outside the gaming community, but also catapulted the ID Ikuli Z to prominence in the gaming world. After a brief period of astonishment, Yu Qilin quickly regained his composure. He accessed the guild information search interface, entered Jiuzhou Tong, and clicked the search button. Moments later, the system displayed relevant information about the guild. Yu Qilin scrutinized the details, and when he saw the alliance and rival sections, his expression turned grave. He discovered that Jiuzhou Tong and Lianhua Luo had formed an alliance. What did this signify? It meant that these two guilds would support each other in their battles against other guilds. With Jiuzhou Tong being a formidable guild, its involvement would undoubtedly bolster Lianhua Luo's strength, making the outcome of their clandestine rivalry increasingly unpredictable. Realizing the implications, Yu Qilin felt a surge of heightened vigilance. He understood the necessity of a cautious approach. Otherwise, they risked losing in this competition. After thorough deliberation, he decided to inform the members who would participate in the upcoming dungeon to ensure they reached level 20 before the day's end. Yu Qilin's caution proved warranted. But it was only when their guild's leveling efforts faced inexplicable sabotage, hindering their quest completion, that he realized it was already too late. As soon as Su Li logged off, she immediately messaged He Ningchuan, who was offline, requesting that the new members of their guild help monitor the main city gate, ensuring that any high-ranking players from the Lanhu Club were dealt with decisively. The message included a list of high-ranking IDs from the Lanhu Club and a transfer sufficient to clear any wrongdoing for the new members. He Ningchuan did not accept Su Li's transfer, but simply replied with an okay gesture. He was currently attending a banquet, a setting meant for forging alliances. Yet he found himself in a corner, disinterestedly observing others. Those who wished to approach him were deterred by his palpable aura of aloofness, choosing instead to remain at a distance, fearful of provoking the powerful figure. That day, members of Lianhua Luo were taken aback, as they found their tasks unusually smooth, without the harassment from players of the Lanhu Club that had plagued them before. Strangely, however, whenever they passed the main city gate, they noticed several severely injured players from the Lanhu Club lying on ground. While these wounded players piqued their curiosity, they were too preoccupied with leveling up to concern themselves with the reason behind their predicament. Without the interference from the Lanhu Club, members of Lianhua Luo who were set to participate in the hidden dungeon all managed to reach level 20 that evening. Upon receiving this exhilarating news, Fa Mei Ba Bao Zhou was elated and promptly logged off to inform Su Li that they were now qualified to unlock the hidden dungeon. Without hesitation, Su Li called upon Hua Yuan to log into the game together. As soon as the two individuals came online, they were swiftly incorporated into the team by the long-awaiting Famei Babayazu. The trigger conditions for the hidden dungeon were known to Famei Babayazu's close companion, who was also one of the elders of Lianhua. Under her guidance, a grand procession of 20 people set forth toward the dungeon's location. They first teleported from the transmission point outside the main city to the far northern region of the map. Subsequently, they departed from the only city in the extreme north and continued northward for nearly 10 minutes, finally stopping at a hot spring nestled in a snowy mountain hollow. By this rarely visited hot spring, Su Li encountered Yu Qilin, whom she had met once before. His level had not yet reached 20. Yu Qilin appeared to have been waiting specifically for Su Li, and upon seeing her, his first words were, "A chestnut, you are the one who obstructed our progress. Aren't you?" Su Li blinked amidst the swirling snow, her dark eyes gleaming with intensity. She neither confirmed nor denied his accusation, stating, "What you should be doing now is to care for the members of your club, rather than traveling such a distance to find me. Don't think I am unaware of you and Hui Yuan suddenly reaching level 20 today. Furthermore, I am aware that Jiuzhou Tong and Lianhua Luo have formed an alliance." The girl before her regarded Su Li with a distinctly cold gaze, her expression inscrutable, which momentarily led Yu Qilin to feel he was ascribing ill intent to a noble heart. Hui Yuan stepped forward to obstruct Yu Qilin's view of Su Li, saying, "If you harbor suspicions, please present your evidence." Yu Qilin, looking at Hua Yuan blocking his view, forced a grim smile. Those who were targeting them were all clad in cloaks concealing their identities, leaving him with no evidence to produce. "Without evidence, I concede this time," he said, turning to depart. The biting wind and snow of the northern lands stung his face. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the humiliation of being mocked for a failed mission. They were originally aiming to seize our dungeon, and upon failing, they resort to biting at everyone. Famei Babayazu hastily diverted the topic. Su Li understood her good intentions and smiled innocently, responding, "Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, we can unlock the hidden dungeon and claim the rewards we rightfully deserve, can we not?" The others nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere returned to the congeniality it had at the outset. Chapter 109, Level 20 Hidden Dungeon. The blazing palace Famei Babayazu's close companion cautiously circled the hot spring, then gently pressed her finger against what appeared to be an ordinary stone. As they moved, a bubbling sound arose, and the surface of the water in the center of the hot spring began to stir. Su Li observed with curiosity as the water seemed to be drawn toward the center. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to discover a moderately sized hole had emerged, from which the hot spring water flowed continuously into the depths below. This scene instantly reminded Su Li of a dungeon known as the Blazing Palace from a game forum in her past life. She had refrained from inquiring Fame Babezu about clues regarding the hidden dungeon, partly to avoid placing pressure on her companion and partly to maintain some distance and not pry into their guild secrets. However, she never anticipated that Fame Babezu's sister would be so fortunate as to possess information concerning the Blazing Palace. In the game S-Lore, the Blazing Palace was the abode of the fire god Zhurong. According to players from her previous life who had unlocked this hidden dungeon, aside from treasure chests that dropped in the game, after defeating the 2 fire dragons that accompanied Zhurong, a magma pool would emerge in the center of the palace's grand hall. At the bottom of this magma pool lay a piece of ancient cold iron, capable of forging divine weapons. As for how such an extremely high-temperature magma could harbor cold iron, which defies logic, the game developers had clarified in the description that this cold iron possessed an exceptionally low temperature, so low that if it were not submerged in the magma, the entire extreme north would be encased in ice, devoid of life. However, as this profoundly frigid divine iron had been nestled within the magma for millennia, the heat of the magma and the coldness of the divine iron had mutually repelled and fused, ultimately resulting in this ancient cold iron, capable of crafting unparalleled divine weapons. The entrance to the dungeon has appeared. This exclamation jolted Su Li from her reverie. Following the gazes of the others to the now exposed base of the hot spring, she beheld a massive stone door that had been uncovered. The door was intricately carved with vivid flames, seemingly alive and eager to break free from its stony confines to incinerate everything in its path. Even more astonishingly, within the flames were sculpted 2 fire dragons, almost merging with the flames, their imposing presence resembling their very bodies. Upon the back of one dragon stood a tall, distinguished man, his profile as perfect as a sculpture. According to ancient myths, the fire god Zhurong commanded these 2 fire dragons, obeying the edicts of the heavenly emperor, to vanquish evil across the lands. The sight before Su Li confirmed that this hidden dungeon was indeed the Blazing Palace. Once the hot spring water had fully drained, revealing the complete entrance to the dungeon, Fame Babezu reiterated the matter of reward distribution for this dungeon. With a serious expression, she declared this time, Su Li and Huiyuan will not partake in the distribution of any rewards dropped from the dungeon. However, any non-dungeon related items they acquire within are entirely theirs. After making this statement, Fame Babezu surveyed the expressions of the members, seemingly searching for any dissent. She continued, I had already emphasized this agreement when selecting participants for the hidden dungeon, and everyone agreed at that time. Thus, if anyone now feels dissatisfied, they may choose not to partake in this dungeon. Upon hearing this, the group expressed no objections. After all, the formidable prowess of these 2 individuals was evident from their guild's first successful clear of the dungeon, and it was only fitting that they could acquire non-dungeon drops given their skill and luck. Moreover, such an arrangement meant that with Su Li's exceptional leadership and Huiyuan's explosive damage output, the team could complete the dungeon more swiftly and efficiently. Who would oppose such an advantage? After a brief pause to ensure there were no grievances, she signaled her close companion to initiate the dungeon. Just as the group was about to enter, Su Li, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. Her voice was calm and gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. She said, this hidden dungeon may differ from guild dungeons at times. Should you find yourselves separated from your teammates upon entering, do not panic. As long as you complete the tasks in accordance with the dungeon's requirements, all members will reunite before the final boss. Although the group felt some uncertainty, they nodded in understanding. They knew that Su Li had her reasons for saying so, and her reliability had earned their trust over time. Thus, with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, they stepped into the dungeon. Upon entering, Su Li felt her body suddenly recline, and moments later, a cacophony of sounds surrounded her, vendors calling out and conversations among passers-by. Su Li furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she noticed was a wooden beam and a green-tiled roof, and it dawned on her that she was lying on a wooden bed. She threw off the tattered quilt covering her and sat up. At this moment, She noticed that the mattress beneath her, though worn, was quite clean and still bore the warmth of sunlight. Nian Nian, hurry and get up. Today, Mama will take you to the Hua Shen Miao to pay respects to the great deity Zhu Rong, ensuring that this year brings you smooth sailing. A gentle voice floated in from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Suli could not help but feel a flicker of doubt. Does the fire god Zhu Rong still bless people for a successful year? Nevertheless, she quickly dressed and neatly folded her blanket. She then opened the door and stepped out of the narrow yet cozy room. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Her current task was accompany your mother to the Huashin Miao to offer incense and defeat the gray rat spirit that is transformed from stealing offerings and causing chaos. While the NPC portraying her mother busied herself gathering incense and candles for the temple, Suli took a moment to explore the small courtyard, greeting nearby neighbors. Confirming that no other members were present, not even her ever-present companion Hui Yuan, she followed the gentle NPC, who carried a small bamboo basket and wore a coarse cotton and linen dress, onto a bullock cart. As they jostled along, she began to observe her surroundings closely. The cart moved at a moderate pace, allowing Suli to clearly see the scenery along the way. They set off in the early morning. The sky still shrouded in gray, but as the cart distanced itself from their home, the heavens gradually brightened. As they departed the small town, Suli glanced through the open doors of the shops lining the street, noticing that nearly all the merchants honored images or statues of the fire god Zhu Rong, each depicting him standing atop twin dragons. This sight piqued her curiosity, prompting her to ask the NPC beside her, why does everyone worship the fire god? The NPC, embodying her mother, smiled warmly and explained, because we depend on fire for our livelihoods. Fire brings warmth and is essential for pottery. Thus, we are all grateful for the blessings of the fire god. Ah, I see. Suli nodded, continuing her observations of the environment. The bullock cart gradually left the town, entering a lush forest. Suli noticed the towering trees and some animals she had never seen before. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that made her feel as if she were truly immersed in a vivid world. Is that where we are going today? Suli inquired, pointing to a small mountain not far ahead. Child, this is not your first visit to the Hua Shan Miao. How could you forget the way? The NPC playfully tapped Su Li's forehead and replied, the Hua Shan Miao is atop that mountain. That is our destination today. What began as a simple exchange between Su Li and the NPC Mother soon attracted the attention of surrounding NPCs, who eagerly joined the conversation upon hearing mention of the Hua Shen Miao. From them, Su Li learned about the temple's origins and its irreplaceable significance to the town. According to the NPCs, this Hua Shen Miao had mysteriously appeared long ago, enveloping the unremarkable mountain in a translucent barrier, transforming the lives of the townspeople. After the temple's emergence, the flames ignited by the locals using nearby timber always burned hotter than before. Eventually, the townspeople discovered that the porcelain crafted with these flames emitted a gentle glow at night, akin to moonlight, leading them to present these exquisite wares to the emperor. As time passed, the town gained renown for its unique porcelain, attracting many outsiders eager to uncover its secrets. Countless individuals attempted to transport the timber elsewhere for porcelain production. Yet regrettably, once the wood left the town, it lost its remarkable properties. This outcome further solidified the townspeople's belief that such blessings were bestowed by the fire god. As the bullock cart approached the mountain housing the Hua Shen Miao, Suli noticed the shimmering translucent barrier dancing like flames around the mountain, draping it in a red cloak. She marveled at the boundless creativity of the game developers and felt a surge of anticipation for the imminent arrival at the temple. Perched at the summit of the dense forest, the Hua Shen Miao thrived with bustling worshippers. Its solemnity was accentuated by vibrant red walls and a golden roof that glimmered in the sunlight. Upon entering the temple, the fragrant smoke enveloped her, rich with the scent of incense. Devotees held incense sticks and candles, earnestly praying to the deities. Their faces radiated reverence and hope, yearning for divine protection and happiness. Inside, a majestic statue of the fire god stood, lifelike and imposing, clad in golden armor and standing atop two dragons engulfed in flames, exuding a dignified aura. Before the statue lay an array of exquisite flowers, the finest fruits, and candles, the most direct expression of respect from the worshippers. In the temple courtyard, people either prayed in silence or shared their reflections. Children played nearby, their laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. The atmosphere brimmed with vitality, transforming the temple into a warm, welcoming abode rather than a mere place of worship. The bullock cart they had ridden came to a halt at the foot of the mountain, and Suli followed the devout NPCs as they ascended on foot to the summit. The path from the base to the pinnacle was teeming with townsfolk either seeking blessings or returning home, creating a lively scene. Small vendors lined the way, selling various incense sticks and supposedly blessed goodie bags, enticing passersby. Numerous food stalls interspersed among them added to the vibrant atmosphere. Suli recognized that the Shen Miao was not only the spiritual heart of the town, but also a hub for social interaction and cultural exchange. It bore the hopes and aspirations of generations of townspeople and witnessed the ebb and flow of the town's history. Upon reaching the fire god statue, Suli joined the NPC portraying her mother and offering incense, immersing herself in the thriving atmosphere of devotion as she began to search for the gray rat spirit. She meticulously scanned her surroundings, yet found no clues, prompting her to furrow her brow in confusion. How strange. Why are there no leads here? Could the gray rat spirit not be present? Or is it simply too well hidden? As time passed, Suli's anxiety grew. She circled the temple repeatedly, leaving no corner unexplored, but still found herself at a loss. Just as she contemplated searching once more, she suddenly heard a call from behind. "Nian Nian, let us go. It's time to return home." Turning around, she saw the NPC portraying her mother standing at the temple's entrance, holding a small bamboo basket filled with items. The once empty basket was now brimming with goods. Suli hurriedly responded, "Coming," and quickly approached the NPC. Glancing at the game's clock in the upper right corner, she realized that 5 hours had slipped by since they left the town. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching the earth. Even standing still, she found herself sweating profusely, as though drenched in perspiration. For reasons unknown, Suli instinctively glanced at the shadows of the NPCs on the ground, sensing something peculiar. "Nian Nian, why are you in a daze? Come down the mountain with Mama. If you delay, there will be no more bullock cart." "Oh, all right." Suli followed the NPC down the mountainside, but after only a few steps, a piercing scream erupted behind them, sending the crowd into disarray. Sensing a disturbance, Suli disregarded her mother's calls from behind and pushed against the panicked throng, moving upstream. Soon, she encountered the source of the crowd's terror. In the open space before the fire god temple lay a lifeless body, its chest punctured by a gaping wound where the heart once resided. Peering into the cavity, she discovered that the heart had vanished without a trace. A swift survey of the surroundings revealed no bloodstains, and apart from the victim's bloodied garments, there were no external injuries on the exposed skin. The neatness of the deceased's attire and the immaculate arrangement of their hair led Suli to suspect that no one but the gray rat spirit could have committed such a heinous act. Ripping open a chest and absconding with the heart, while others remained oblivious. Chapter 111. Not only a killer, but also a cannibal. Just as Suli lowered her gaze to inspect the body, a chilling sensation enveloped her, making every hair on her body stand on end. With a swift movement, she sidestepped, only to find a deep gash had sliced through her sleeve, exposing her fair skin. Glancing up, she beheld a monstrous creature with a rat's face standing beside the corpse. Its pointed visage was covered in gray fur, eyes glinting with a sinister light, and its rat-like mouth and sharp claws were stained with blood. A sudden gust of wind arose, dark clouds obscuring the once clear sky, rendering the sunlight impotent. The entire fire god temple was shrouded in darkness. The temple's red walls were as crimson as blood, and the once golden roof tiles lost their luster, transforming the sacred place into a chilling, decrepit manor from a horror film. The wind swirled, lifting fallen leaves and dust, creating a dim and foreboding atmosphere. Observing the creature's long, slender tail that swayed behind it, which even exceeded its height, Su finally understood the source of her earlier unease. It was the tail. She had seen such a slender and agile tail amidst the countless shadows around the fire god temple. Gray rat spirit, you have committed murder. The young girl stood resolutely against the wind, holding a delicate lotus lamp, her eyes devoid of fear. Not only do I kill, but I also feast upon human flesh. The gray rat spirit gazed at the girl with some surprise, marveling at her audacity. Its boastful tone elicited a flicker of disgust in Su Li's eyes, and the lotus lamp in her hand flickered in response, the flame within growing ever brighter. With a swift motion, a sphere of light hurtled towards the gray rat spirit, imbued with tremendous force. The creature, using both hands and feet, clumsily evaded the luminous projectile, letting out frantic squeaks, its small eyes flashing with murderous intent. Rats hold grudges. I am certain to consume your heart. Su Li's gaze was icy as she fixed her eyes upon it, fully aware of the rat's vengeful nature, yet resolute in her intention to ensure it would never have the opportunity for revenge. A torrent of small light spheres cascaded from the lotus lamp, weaving a net aimed at the gray rat spirit. Those who grow strong by stealing the divine's offerings, yet remain ungrateful and devoid of benevolence, deserve to descend into hell. Each light sphere pulsed with formidable energy and authority, as if intent on vanquishing the wicked spirit in a single blow. Faced with such an onslaught, the gray rat spirit dared not show any complacency. Its human limbs transformed into the agile paws of a rat, allowing it to nimbly scale the walls of the fire god temple. Its sharp claws gripped the surface firmly, enabling it to cling to the wall like a lithe feline. The barrage of light spheres struck the ground, producing a series of dull thuds and creating numerous shallow craters in the compact earth, sending dust swirling into the air. The gray rat spirit exhibited remarkable agility, deftly dodging Su Li's attacks. It leaped and rolled through the air, showcasing astonishing speed and reflexes. Clearly, while evading Su Li's strikes, the gray rat spirit was also keenly observing her methods of attack. Upon realizing that Su Li merely stood in place wielding her lotus lamp, a glint of cunning sparkled in its eyes. Hee, is that all you can do, standing there tossing those spheres? You may never hit me. The gray rat spirit's tone was both arrogant and mocking, signaling its intent to counterattack. Suddenly, Su Li felt a blur before her eyes. The gray figure on the red walls of the fire god temple vanished. As she warily scanned her surroundings for the gray rat spirit, a sudden sound of slicing air pierced her back. Without hesitation, she leaped forward, distancing herself from her previous position, and swiftly turned to raise both lamps in an attempt to block the incoming attack. With a sharp clang, the lamp's pole collided fiercely with the gray rat spirit's claws. Su Li attempted to retract the lamp, hoping to create distance, but the spirit's claws clung tightly to the pole, thwarting her efforts. In response, Su Li decided to use the force of the gray rat spirit against it, lifting her leg forcefully to kick at the creature's exposed soft abdomen. Damn it, the gray rat spirit cursed, compelled to release its grip to shield its belly with its claws. Seizing the moment, Su Li pivoted in midair, reclaiming her lotus lamp while producing a length of soft silk. The gray rat spirit, eyeing the delicate pink ribbon in her grasp, displayed disdain and ridicule. Its laughter sharp and grating. What is that? Are you planning to tie a pretty bow on my tail? Its voice was shrill and mocking, laced with overt provocation. Su Li, unfazed by the spirit's derision, smiled gently at the impolite creature. If that's your interpretation, it's not entirely incorrect. Her tone was calm, as if she were indifferent to the spirit's taunts. Before her words dissipated into the air, she flicked her wrist, and the once fluttering pink ribbon emitted a crisp sound, transforming into a long pink sword. The blade shimmered with a rosy glow, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. The gray rat spirit's eyes widened in shock, caught off guard. Before it could react, Su Li vanished, appearing before it like a specter, brandishing the pink sword aimed directly at its face. The gray rat spirit, alarmed, swiftly dodged the lethal strike. However, just as it believed it had successfully evaded the attack, it was astonished to find the pink sword had reverted to a soft ribbon that, unbeknownst to it, had quietly ensnared its tail. The gray rat spirit shrieked in agony, horrified to discover its tail had been effortlessly severed by the ribbon, blood gushing forth. Staring in disbelief at the severed appendage, the gray rat spirit's earlier confidence evaporated, replaced by sheer terror as it regarded Su Li with newfound fear. Chapter 112. Do you enjoy the knot I tied on your tail? Su Li beamed like a flower, her lips parting softly, surprise. Do you like the knot I tied on your tail? Such vibrant splashes of blood, no less striking than when you pried open another's chest and crushed that beating heart. At this moment, the gray rat spirit truly felt a wave of terror. It gazed upon the girl before it, whose smile radiated like a blooming flower, and perceived her as a malevolent specter of death from the depths of hell. A powerful instinct surged from within, urging it to flee. Ultimately, despite its transformation into a sentient being, the gray rat remained an animal at heart, governed by its primal instincts to seek safety and evade danger. It turned without hesitation, sprinting with all its might toward the fire god temple, which had sheltered it for over a century, now its last glimmer of hope for survival. The gray rat spirit recalled the townsfolk's reverence for the fire god and remembered that the girl before it hailed from the same town. With the townspeople's almost obsessive adoration for the deity, it was certain she would not take its life within the sacred confines of the temple. As the gray rat spirit desperately fled toward the fire god temple, Su Li did not rush to pursue. Instead, she lifted her gaze to the sky where sunlight suddenly pierced through. Beneath that beam of light, Su Li beheld a stunning sight, the ethereal silhouette of a deity. Standing upon twin dragons, appeared in the air. This figure was imposing and dignified, as if it had descended from the mists of ancient times, instilling an inexpressible reverence within all who gazed upon it. The divine apparition raised a hand, and a brilliant ray of light shot forth from its fingertips, piercing through the thick clouds and striking down upon the gray rat spirit that had just entered the temple. This radiant beam bore the weight of divine retribution, exuding overwhelming power. Startled by this unforeseen onslaught, the gray rat spirit's fur bristled in fear. It cried out in terror, instinctively quickening its pace in an attempt to evade the terrifying sunlight. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, the radiant beam relentlessly pursued it, as if it had locked onto its very essence. Su Li, witnessing this scene, felt a deep sense of gratitude swell within her. She understood that without the deity's assistance, tracking the gray rat spirit would have been a formidable challenge. Bowing deeply to the divine silhouette, she expressed her heartfelt thanks. Thank you. Her voice was clear and resolute, imbued with respect and gratitude. The deity seemed to acknowledge her words, gradually fading from the void. Wasting no time, Su Li swiftly scaled the walls of the fire god temple, wrapping the pink silk ribbon around her wrist, and retrieved the lotus lamp once more. With the sunlight as her guide, she cast numerous small orbs of light, each one accurately soaring toward the concealed location of the gray rat spirit, applying immense pressure upon it. With the advantage of sunlight guiding her, Su Li's attacks became increasingly precise and effective. She advanced step by step, cornering the gray rat spirit within the temple. With nowhere left to flee, the gray rat spirit curled up in a trembling ball. Su Li drew forth the pink silk ribbon, transforming it into a sharp pink longsword, and with blinding speed, she thrust it toward the cornered gray rat spirit. The blade gleamed ominously as it pierced the spirit's heart. A chilling scream escaped the gray rat's lips, and after a few convulsions, it collapsed to the ground, its blood staining the earth and releasing a pungent metallic scent. Su Li stood quietly beside the lifeless form of the gray rat spirit, her expression calm and composed. She silently gazed toward the main hall of the fire god temple, waiting patiently. As moments ticked by, the body of the gray rat spirit grew cold, devoid of life. Suddenly, the temple began to tremble and crumble, as if eroded by some mysterious force. As it collapsed, an astonishing sight unfolded before Su Li. A vast stone cavern emerged where the fire god temple once stood, surrounded by flowing rivers of molten lava. Concurrently, the vanished Hui Yuan and other team members reappeared, each gripping their weapons with serious and vigilant expressions. Su Li noted their demeanor, understanding that they, like her, had just endured a fierce battle. "Are you all right?" Hua Yuan hurried to her side, concern etched on his face as his gaze fell upon her torn sleeve, frowning slightly. Su Li quickly reassured him, "I'm unhurt. It was merely my sleeve that got snagged. The blood on my clothing isn't mine." Hua Yuan sighed in relief, but still carefully inspected her condition to ensure her safety. During their brief exchange, the other members gradually relaxed, exchanging glances that revealed a sense of relief. Those NPCs were incredibly lifelike. Indeed, and the Fire God Temple perfectly matched my imaginings of a divine sanctuary. The members animatedly recounted their recent experiences, and Su Li listened intently, noting that while each person's journey varied slightly, the overarching narrative remained similar. Turning her attention to the previously silent Hua Yuan, she inquired curiously, "What about you? Did you encounter any dangers?" Hua Yuan lowered his gaze, shaking his head gently. His voice was soft and low. "My story differs from yours. I'll share the details after we exit the instance." Nodding in understanding, Su Li recognized that some matters were best discussed privately, and now was not the time for such discussions. Raising her voice, she reminded everyone, "Let us take a moment to regroup. The final boss should be appearing shortly." Upon hearing Su Li's words, the group immediately settled into a meditative stance, hastily restoring their stamina and energy. Just as the final member completed their recovery, two resounding roars echoed through the cavern. The deafening sounds reverberated as if they could penetrate the very depths of the earth. Simultaneously, a wave of scorching heat swept through the cavern, inflicting a searing pain upon the skin of all present. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "That's the fire god Zhu Rong, stepping upon dual dragons." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the distance, and Su Li followed suit, her eyes reflecting the striking figure of the magnificent deity. This divine being possessed a mane of fiery red hair, seemingly defying gravity as he floated upside down in the air. His muscular chest was bare, showcasing an enticing physique. But what captivated the gaze of the female players present were the vividly lifelike flame tattoos adorning his chiseled abs. Chapter 113. Are you unwilling to even pretend? Hua Yuan inadvertently noticed Su Li's gaze, which appeared entranced by Zhu Rong's sculpted form, igniting a vague displeasure within him. He pressed his lips together, subtly raising a hand to obscure her view, his voice tinged with jealousy. "Su Li, don't look." Su Li blinked her clear, water-like eyes, her face adorned with a playful innocence as she tilted her head toward Hua Yuan, whispering with a laugh, "But his abs are truly magnificent." Upon hearing her unabashed compliment, Hua Yuan felt a lump in his throat, clenching his fists as he wrestled with his inner turmoil. Drawing a deep breath, he replied, "Su Li, I have them too." Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled her hand, pressing it against his own abdomen, his actions seemingly casual, yet imbued with a possessive intent. Surprised by his sudden gesture, Su Li's face flushed as she felt the solid, powerful contours of Hua Yuan's muscles, stirring a flurry of emotions within her. However, Hua Yuan seemed unwilling to let her off the hook so easily. He continued to gaze at her with his profound eyes, a hint of an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Now, do you still find his abdominal muscles appealing?" Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Hua Yuan would engage in such an unexpected act under the watchful eyes of the crowd. What on earth was he doing? At that moment, her mind was a chaotic tangle, her thoughts scattered like leaves in a tempest, her head resembling a boiling pot of porridge, so disordered that she could not think clearly. Just as her heart was in turmoil, Zhu Rong's steady and authoritative voice flowed into her ears like a clear spring. "Esteemed warriors, you have demonstrated extraordinary courage and wisdom by defeating the monsters and protecting the common folk. I grant you the opportunity to undergo a trial. If you can successfully pass this trial, you shall be rewarded with precious treasures." Zhu Rong's words were like a ray of dawn, illuminating Su Li's chaotic thoughts. She slightly lowered her head, feeling the heat radiating from her cheeks, despite her efforts to avoid meeting Hua Yuan's intense gaze. The fluttering in her heart was as overwhelming as a tidal wave. She frowned slightly, a hint of barely discernible annoyance flashing across her face. and poked at the solid abdominal muscles beneath her clothing. "You scoundrel!" Hui Yuan looked at the girl before him, her cheeks flushed from his teasing, and a mix of helplessness and fondness flickered in his eyes. He gently released her wrist, his voice low and tender. "Apologies, but you can only gaze at me." Su Li rubbed her wrist, which had turned slightly red from his grip, and involuntarily pouted. "I won't look at you." Initially intending to inquire about how to tackle the boss known as Moldy 8 Treasure Porridge, the other team members silently withdrew their gazes. While they swallowed the metaphorical dog food handed to them with tears in their eyes, they faced the fierce glares of the two fire dragons. "Forget it. Let us focus on the task at hand." With that, Su Li walked towards the Moldy 8 Treasure Porridge and the others, and Hui Yuan followed closely behind with a gentle smile. Su Li joined her teammates, observing the imposing fire dragons to her left and right, and inquired about the strategy for defeating the Moldy 8 Treasure Porridge. "Can both tank players in the team take on the monsters?" "Yes. We can have Ni change her equipment." Su Li nodded and turned her attention to the player named Ni. "Then it's up to you, Ni. You and Qing, you need to skillfully control these two fire dragons, separating them to create the optimal output environment for our team." "No problem," Nini replied cheerfully, quickly donning the tanking gear. Subsequently, Su Li organized the damage dealers in the team into two groups, aiming to keep their output levels balanced. The two fire dragons possessed a shared buff. As long as one remained alive, it would inherit the strength of the one that fell, doubling its damage. Hence, we must keep their health levels as close as possible. Su Li paused to emphasize, moreover, the two tanks must not allow the fire dragons to come together, or they will unleash a combined skill that could wipe us out. Rest assured, we won't let them gather. Nini asuret, tamping herchist. And Qing, he nodded vigorously in agreement. Once the damage dealers and healers were ready, Ni and Qing, he simultaneously initiated the encounter, drawing the two fire dragons to the farthest corners of the arena. Su Li and another healer followed their respective teams, providing healing support. The battle against this boss progressed remarkably smoothly. Apart from a moment where the fire dragons nearly converged, everyone was meticulous in managing their health. If the health of one fire dragon fell too low compared to the other, the weaker dragon would stop receiving damage until its counterpart's health was reduced to a similar level. After an hour of intense combat, both fire dragons fell to the ground. Once Zhu Rong finished his lines, a treasure chest appeared in the clearing at the cave's center. Opened by the sister of the player known as Moldy 8 Treasure Porridge, who had obtained clues to a hidden quest. The moment the chest opened, it suddenly expanded, swallowing the players gathered around it. Subsequently, the ground collapsed, revealing the bubbling magma beneath. Player Moldy 8 Treasure Porridge has left the hidden dungeon. Player Ni has left the hidden dungeon. Player Qing, he has left the hidden dungeon. Watching the notifications of her teammates exiting the hidden dungeon, Su Li understood that those engulfed by the chest had been forcibly teleported out. Now, only she and Hui Yuan remained within the dungeon. "Why are you two still here?" Zhu Rong, who had vanished for a full hour, suddenly reappeared, and with his arrival, the two fallen fire dragons rose once more. Su Li glanced at Zhu Rong before turning to Hui Yuan. Receiving a confirming nod from him, she addressed Zhu Rong. "Do you not wish to maintain even a facade?" Chapter 114. Trust me, in this life, you have me. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong's golden eyes blazed like two fiery orbs, fixated on Su Li. "As a deity, what do I have to fear? I have never been one to cower." Su Li blinked her bright eyes, earnestly contemplating the deeper meaning behind Zhu Rong's words. Soon, she grasped the crux of his statement. "You claim to be a deity? Yet, as far as I know, you should be an NPC within this game." At her words, Zhu Rong's gaze shifted to Hui Yuan, his fiery eyes lingering on him for a moment as if searching for something. "Do you not know?" Hui Yuan furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his eyes. "Know what?" Zhu Rong's gaze carried a touch of compassion. "Your divine essence is not sealed in the various corners of the game world as you might believe. Rather, it serves as the core energy that powers this game. It has merged with the energy of the world you once inhabited, quietly utilized by those self-proclaimed high-dimensional civilizations to construct this vast game world. Those arrogant civilizations are utterly oblivious to the true source of this power. They only know that it is a force highly compatible with Blue Star, enabling them to mold this planet into their envisioned ideal gaming realm. Ironically, the truth of this power, which they have yet to perceive, is the very essence that once flourished on Blue Star for millennia, now long since depleted. It is this essence that they inadvertently mistook as the source of energy for the fusion of game and reality. They may never conceive that their hubris and ignorance have awakened us, the deities of Blue Star, who have slumbered for millennia. And you, Su Li, your rebirth, though closely tied to Hui Yuan, is also a result of our silent efforts behind the scenes. Do you know that the King of Hell, the ruler of the underworld, altered the fates inscribed in the Book of Life and Death for the sake of this precarious planet? Su Li's eyes widened in shock, her face registering disbelief and confusion as she trembled, asking, "Are you saying that the reason Hua, Ningchuan, and I can stand here again is entirely because the King of Hell altered the Book of Life and Death?" "No, Su Li, only your fate was altered in the Book of Life and Death. Hua Ningchuan did not truly perish. His return was guided by a precious drop of blood from Hua Yuan's heart, drawing him back just as he was about to fade away." Su Li's eyes brimmed with uncertainty as she pressed on. "Why me? Why was I chosen?" Her thoughts swirled like a turbulent sea, a solitary boat unable to reach shore. She could not comprehend why she, among the many who perished in this grand upheaval of the game, was the one whose fate was rewritten. The voice of Zhu Rong reverberated through the air, reminiscent of ancient bells. Each word conveyed profound and weighty significance. "You are the chosen one. For it is only you who has forged a deep bond with the NPC Hui Yuan. Only you can reach the soul of Hui Yuan, the lone deity from another world, sealed within the depths of the game and yet not in slumber. You alone can awaken him and bring him back to the realm beyond the constraints of the game, into the world of reality. Only when Hui Yuan awakens can we, the slumbering deities, sustain our existence through the divine power belonging to the game, truly coming back to life." A mocking smile played upon Zhu Rong's lips, his gaze shimmering with a sharp brilliance. It is only in this way that we can make those self-proclaimed advanced beings recognize their own insignificance. They are arrogant and greedy, oblivious to the truth that they are the true, lowly civilization. His voice brimmed with disdain and dissatisfaction, as if he sought to pierce through the veil of their hypocrisy and unveil the harsh reality. Somehow, as Zhu Rong's calm voice reached her ears, Su Li felt an inexplicable surge of grievance welling up within her heart. This sensation was akin to a wandering orphan, having endured countless hardships amidst turbulent storms, finally encountering an elder willing to shield her from the wind and rain. Pearls of crystalline tears cascaded from Su Li's eyes like beads from a broken string, and as she hastily raised her hand to wipe them away, the tears seemed uncontrollable, flowing forth like a flood breaking through a dam. "Why? Why did you do nothing in your past life? You were awake all along, fully aware of your followers struggling in the depths of despair. Even a slight reminder would have sufficed." Su Li's voice trembled with confusion and disbelief as she gazed at Zhu Rong, her eyes reflecting a heart-wrenching sense of grievance. Zhu Rong's gaze was deep and serene. He silently observed the emotionally unraveling girl before him, feeling a ripple of emotion stir within him. After a moment of silence, as if gathering his thoughts, he slowly began to speak. "At that time, we had not fully awakened, our powers were feeble, and we were unable to intervene significantly in the affairs of the outside world. The only thing we could do was to send you back to the past, to seek a glimmer of hope." His voice was filled with helplessness and remorse. Watching Su Li cry like leaves falling in the autumn wind, desolate and despairing, Hui Yuan felt his heart tighten. He sensed her pain, but could not find the appropriate words to comfort her. He recalled his past life, where, as an NPC, he had listened to Su Li recount the cataclysm brought on by the game while selling blood buns in the cross-server battlefield. That disaster swept across the world like a tempest, plunging countless beings into endless darkness and fear overnight. Now, watching her suffer for her inability to change the past, he too was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. He knew that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not alter the past nor erase her suffering. All he could do was stand by her side, facing the future together, striving to prevent the tragedies of their past lives from repeating. On a planet with 8 billion souls, nearly half had perished overnight due to this cataclysm. As chaos gradually subsided and dust settled, humanity began to seek its place once more in this shattered world, striving to adapt to the sudden upheaval. Yet, the population had dwindled to merely 1/3 of what it had been before the disaster. Su Li clung tightly to Huiyuan, burying her head deep in his chest. Her voice trembled, laced with profound worry. Huiyuan, can we truly prevent this calamity from claiming so many innocent lives again? Even the deities were powerless in the past. How can we be any different? Huiyuan gently embraced her in return, his voice akin to the warm sun of winter, gentle yet resolute. Su Li, we can. Trust me. This time you have me. They stood embraced, as if they had become the last hope in this fragmented world. Their conviction blazed like a wildfire, illuminating the path ahead in the darkness. Chapter 115. I should be more proactive. This exchange with the fire god, Zhu Rong, allowed Su Li to instantly connect all the threads, forming a complete tapestry. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Zhu Rong. The series of inexplicable events that had transpired made her reluctant to believe. Yet she found herself compelled to accept the truth. Su Li fell into contemplation, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within her. It turned out that all of this was the design of fate, with every detail intricately interwoven and interconnected. Ultimately, Su Li and Huiyuan departed the instance with the eternal cold iron bestowed upon her by Zhu Rong. The players, such as Fa Meibao Bao Zhou, had been anxiously waiting outside the instance. Upon seeing Su Li and Huiyuan return safely, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Fa Meibao Bao Zhou eagerly rushed forward. Concerned, how was it? Were you hurt? Did you find anything good? Su Li smiled gently, briefly recounting their adventures in the cave. But she refrained from mentioning anything about Zhu Rong. She understood that these experiences were not suitable to share with other players. They involved too many secrets, and any leak could lead to unnecessary trouble. Thus, she merely informed them that they had found some excellent materials for crafting weapons. Hearing this, Fa Meibao Bao Zhou leaped in excitement, genuinely happy for their discovery. After all, possessing a powerful weapon in the game meant greater strength, enabling them to better face various challenges. After leaving the hidden instance, Su Li hurriedly made her way to the guild instance to seek Ying. She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and needed to inform Ying as soon as possible. Upon entering the guild instance and finding Ying to share her encounter with Zhu Rong, Ying's expression revealed no hint of surprise. It seemed he had anticipated this day would come. You knew about this all along. Why didn't you tell me? A sense of disappointment washed over Su Li, and her gaze towards Ying held a touch of grievance and a sense of distrust. Ying was not seated on his usual high throne, but sat on the ground beside Su Li in the palace courtyard. He gently stroked Su Li's head, speaking softly. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. You will know when the time is right. Moreover, if Ningchuan had not been reborn, how would you have coped with this matter? Upon hearing this, Su Li slowly raised her head, contemplating this question earnestly. If Ningchuan had not been reborn and she had learned of this matter in advance, she might have been even more anxious and restless, akin to an ant on a hot pan. At that time, she would have been consumed by urgency, yet utterly at a loss as to where to begin. Even if she wished to take action, without Ningchuan as an intermediary to connect her with his uncle, Colonel Zhang Jingqi, she would likely have only caused a disturbance, attracting police intervention for making false statements, and perhaps even facing fines or worse. After all, it was exceedingly difficult to change the situation relying solely on her own strength. Reflecting on this, Su Li felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Yet, she quickly realized she could not remain despondent. Action was imperative. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head once more to gaze at Ying, her eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Her voice rang clear and strong, carrying an unwavering conviction. I understand. But what should we do next? The Eternal Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, a loving and gentle smile gracing his face. He replied slowly, My child, Have you not already made the nation aware of this matter? As long as your government truly cares for its people, you have already won more than half of this war. As for the subsequent matters, you can confidently entrust them to handle. Upon hearing this, Suli felt a surge of profound trust within her, and she nodded vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Then I shall heed your advice. I believe I should take the initiative and provide them with some information I possess. Perhaps this will aid them in better navigating this crisis." Ing Zheng gazed at the spirited young woman before him, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He encouraged her, "Go forth, child, with the information you provide. It will surely resolve the issues more smoothly. Trust in yourself and also in your country." Suli rose, bowing deeply to Ing Zheng. "Thank you for your guidance. I will strive to do my utmost." With that, she turned and departed, her steps light yet resolute. As Suli left, the atmosphere within the instance gradually returned to tranquility. Ing Zheng remained seated, his gaze penetrating as he stared into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After exiting the instance, Suli intended to speak with Hui Yuan, but upon turning around, she discovered he had not followed her out. Perhaps he had something significant to discuss with His Majesty? Suli murmured to herself, then settled into a comfortable spot beside the flower bed, beginning to organize the useful information swirling in her mind to send to He Chuan. Meanwhile, in the guild instance, Hui Yuan sat quietly at a distance from Ing Zheng, remaining silent and motionless. Ing Zheng appeared somewhat helpless before him and ultimately chose to yield. "Speaking first, if you have something to say, you may do so directly without beating around the bush." "Why not tell me?" "Because I cannot." "Then why speak to her today?" Hui Yuan's eyes were filled with ire. Ing Zheng replied seriously, "There are certain matters she ought to know. You must understand that in the future, you will become the sharpest sword, while she will be your sheath." Hui Yuan coldly retorted, "Remember, your awakening from slumber is entirely due to my divine power, so do not provoke me." In the face of Hui Yuan's frigid gaze, Ing Zheng displayed no fear. Rather, a subtle smile graced his lips. He softened his tone, speaking gently to Hui Yuan. "Seeing your concern for her brings me comfort. I hope that once you reclaim all the divine bones, you will still remember why you felt anger today. I would not wish to witness that young girl shed tears due to your heartlessness." Hui Yuan's expression remained icy as he stood, declaring, "That day will never come. I will not allow her to be saddened by me." Ing Zheng merely smiled faintly, refraining from rebuttal, as he watched Hui Yuan vanish within the instance. At this moment, the sun within the instance was setting, and the brilliant twilight cast the entire sky in fiery hues. Indeed, a youthful deity boldly uttered such resolute words. The setting sun elongated the figure of this emperor, much like the grand achievements he had been celebrated for throughout the ages. Chapter 116. The core of the Special Combat Preparation Plan, He Chuan was presently assisting soldiers who had only recently acquainted themselves with this game, in familiarizing themselves with its operations when he was bombarded with private messages from Suli. Initially believing she had something urgent to convey, he opened the message only to find she was treating him as a notepad, sending an overwhelming amount of strategies regarding past instances. "Xiao He AI, He Shui. Am I to become your exclusive notepad? Equally Z. I believe I should inform Colonel Zhang of the information I possess. Xiao He AI, He Shui. Is there not another way where you could write this down on paper or an electronic document, and I could then relay it? Equally Z. But I'm so bored right now. Hui Yuan has not exited the guild instance, and I am waiting for him. Xiao He AI, He Shui. Wasn't the guild instance completed this week? What are you still doing in there?" At that moment, Suli suddenly remembered that she had yet to inform him about the awakening of the deities in the guise of NPCs. Should she reveal the matter regarding the deities of Lanxing now? Yes, she should, to help them acclimate sooner. A familiar and melodic male voice echoed in Su Li's ears, prompting her to look up, and, indeed, she saw Hui Yuan. "Hui Yuan, you have finally come out," she exclaimed, reaching for his hand to assist her in standing. "What did you and His Majesty discuss?" Hui Yuan chuckled, smoothing the wrinkles from her skirt with a natural ease, replying, "We merely spoke about the fire god Zhurong." "Oh, then let us continue with our tasks." "Very well." With the disputes of the hidden instance now at a close, Su Li's life returned to tranquility. She spent her days attending online classes and completing assignments with Hui Yuan, while evenings were dedicated to gaming and leveling up. In her spare time, she meticulously recorded potentially useful information from her memories of the game. This routine continued for about a month until Su Li received another invitation from He Ningchuan to return to the five-star hotel where they had last met. Once again, they gathered in the same private room. Su Li was greeted by He Ningchuan and Colonel Zhang Jingqi, though this time, Colonel Zhang was accompanied by a man clad in a sharp suit. This man appeared to be around 30 years old, and despite his formal attire, he could not conceal the steely aura typical of a soldier. He Ningchuan rose to introduce the man. Su Li, Hui Yuan, this is Chunin, specifically assigned by the old commander to protect you. Su Li politely greeted Chun In, secretly speculating about his identity. Chunin smiled, acknowledging both Su Li and Hui Yuan, before his gaze subtly shifted to Hui Yuan standing beside Su Li. After the introductions, He Ningchuan took his seat. Then, Colonel Zhang Jingqi spoke, Little Su Li. The reason for inviting you and Hui Yuan here today is primarily to introduce you to Chunin. We have purchased the vacant apartment above your home, and Chunin will reside there. Should you require assistance, you may contact him directly. Su Li maintained a neutral expression, retaining her cheerful demeanor, while Hui Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. The three individuals across from him certainly took note of his frown. Colonel Zhang, being seasoned in the political arena, quickly surmised his thoughts and immediately clarified, You need not worry. Chenin's presence is solely for your and your family's safety, not for surveillance. Indeed, my task is merely to ensure the safety of both you and your family, without monitoring your lives or interfering in any manner, Chunin promptly assured. Hui Yuan did not respond immediately, instead observing Chun An's eyes intently for a moment before nodding in agreement with their arrangement. Seeing Hui Yuan's lack of objection, Su Li produced the strategies she had compiled during this time, pushing her notebook towards Colonel Zhang Jingqi. This contains my experiences in the game and strategies recorded from gaming forums in my past life. I have emphasized certain critical details, and I hope these strategies will be of assistance to you. Colonel Zhang nodded appreciatively. Little Su Li, do you know? Since our last conversation, I have also registered a gaming account. Moreover, our nation's relevant personnel have been monitoring the game Shen Yun. The technology behind it is remarkably advanced, even surpassing the current technological level of Lanxing. Coupled with what you and Xiao Chuan have reported, we are increasingly convinced that this game is related to the high-level extraterrestrial civilization you mentioned. Colonel Zhang continued. Furthermore, based on the results of our joint investigation with the nation's special departments, this game indeed involves some mysterious powers and energies. I have also conveyed the matter regarding the awakening of the launching deities, which you asked Xiao Chuan to relay to the old commander. Currently, the senior officials have dispatched personnel from special department into the game. Once these personnel provide a conclusive report, we will swiftly enter a state of heightened readiness. May I inquire about the specific plans? Su Li asked cautiously. Colonel Zhang Jingqi nodded and replied with a smile. Of course you, His Excellency Hui Yuan, and Xiao Chuan are the driving forces behind this initiative. It can be said that it is due to your efforts that this special readiness plan has come into existence. Su Li obediently nodded and inquired, When will the state register game accounts for all citizens? Upon hearing the girl's question, Colonel Zhang Jingqi momentarily lost his composure, as he had never anticipated that this young lady would pinpoint the essence of the special readiness plan with a single inquiry. Noticing his silence, Su Li blinked and asked, What is wrong? Is this something I shouldn't ask? No, I'm merely taken aback. The question you pose touches upon the very core of the entire special readiness plan. Aware that this was not an improper question, Su Li refrained from rephrasing it and reiterated, Colonel, when will this plan commence? Zhang Jingqi exhaled and replied with a smile. This plan has actually already begun. Chapter 117. I'm just speaking upon learning from Colonel Zhang Jingqi that the state had commenced the registration of game accounts for every citizen. The anxiety that had long lingered in Su Li's heart finally abated. She no longer needed to worry about the fate of those who, due to the closure of the registration channels, would be unable to create their game characters in the wake of the impending cataclysm brought about by the game. They would no longer be mercilessly devoured by the monstrous entities in their helplessness and overwhelming fear. Following her subsequent meeting with Colonel Zhang Jingqi, Chen officially moved into the apartment above Su Li's residence the very next day, becoming a new resident of the community. Chen possessed remarkable professional abilities, quickly integrating into the neighborhood and establishing good relationships with the residents of Su Li's unit, particularly during the hours when Grandma Wang would venture out to buy groceries. He skillfully seized opportunities to forge a deep friendship with her. Grandma Wang frequently invited him to dine at Su Li's home. At first, Su Li was somewhat surprised by Chen An's arrival, but as time passed, she found herself admiring his social skills, particularly as he conversed effortlessly with Grandma Wang. Whenever Grandma Wang warmly invited Chen to join them for meals, he graciously accepted. Each time he visited Su Li's home for a meal, he would bring regional specialties from across the country and personally assist Grandma Wang in preparing sumptuous dishes. His amiability did not make Su Li feel uncomfortable. Rather, it infused the household atmosphere with warmth. Although Su Huiyuan was initially a bit uneasy about Chen An's presence, he gradually adjusted to this new dynamic. Observing the joyful smiles of Grandma Wang and Su Li, he realized that such harmonious neighborly relationships were a delightful aspect of life. On one occasion, after seeing off Chen An, Grandma Wang remarked to Su Li, "Xiao Su Li, your brother Chen is truly remarkable. He seems to know so many different regional cuisines." Su Li smiled and replied, "Indeed, Grandma Wang, he is quite exceptional." As time progressed, Chen became a regular visitor at Su Li's home. Each time he arrived, Su Li not only felt the liveliness of the household, but also experienced subtle emotions. These sensations were akin to a pebble being cast into a tranquil lake. Though slight, they were unmistakably clear. She understood that Chen An's presence invariably brought immense joy to Grandma Wang. Each time he stepped through the door, Grandma Wang would greet him with a smile and an embrace. While Grandma Wang delighted in Chen An's company, Su Li would also receive updates regarding the progress of the special readiness plan from him. Each time she heard such news, she felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. One morning, as usual, Su Li emerged early from the gaming pod, intending to check if Huiyuan needed assistance in preparing breakfast. As she passed through the entrance, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Just as Su Li was about to answer the door, Grandma Wang had already opened it ahead of her. Unsurprisingly, standing outside was none other than Chen. Upon seeing Grandma Wang and Su Li, a smile instantly spread across his face. He handed a basket of steamed buns to Grandma Wang, saying, "These are freshly made for everyone. They are still warm." Grandma Wang accepted the buns with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Xiao Chen. You need not rise early every day just for us." Having grown accustomed to this scene, Su Li naturally stepped forward to accept the steamed buns, placing them on a plate before eagerly taking a bite. She exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious. Brother Chen, you truly are a professional in this field. Not only do you provide us with delightful food, but you also bring us the latest news." Chen caught the underlying meaning in the girl's words and chuckled. "If I am not proficient in various skills, how could I possibly serve as the bodyguard for you and His Excellency Huiyuan?" Su Li swallowed her mouthful and nodded. "That makes sense. After all, our Huiyuan is exceptionally formidable. If you lack the necessary skills, he might not even agree to let you serve as his bodyguard. Hey, where did you learn to flatter so well? You are truly equitable, not offending anyone." Chen teased with a smile. At this moment, Huiyuan emerged from the kitchen, bringing breakfast to the dining table. He nodded toward Chen and at the door. "Come and join us for a meal." "Certainly." Grandma Wang observed Chen An's nervousness upon seeing Huiyuan and playfully patted his shoulder. "You need not be so tense around Xiaohua. He is a fine young man." Chen smiled sheepishly, as he did not intend to be so, but it was an involuntary response. Every time he encountered Huiyuan, he felt as if he were in the presence of a senior leader, which involuntarily tightened his nerves. Each time Chen left Su Li's home to return to his apartment, he would reflect, "Is this what divine authority feels like?" During breakfast, Chen reported to Su Li and Huiyuan about the recent developments in the special readiness plan. The state had completed the registration of game accounts for all active military personnel, and the registration for ordinary citizens had reached 20. At this rate, by the time you finish your college entrance examinations, all citizens' game accounts should be fully registered. Upon hearing this news, Su Li felt immense joy. She raised her cup filled with warm soybean milk and exclaimed, "Fantastic cheers!" The other three at the table joined in her celebration, raising their cups to clink with hers. Su Li drank her warm soybean milk in one go and devoured the last piece of rice cake, feeling invigorated and ready to dive back into her intense study regimen. Now that Hua Yuan status had the backing of Colonel Zhang, who had paved the way above, and with Grandma Wang already aware of Su Li and his secret, he no longer needed to pretend to be a runaway high school student preparing for the college entrance examination as previously planned. Thus, the sole student engrossed in rigorous review became Su Li, while Hui Yuan sat beside her, delving into books that would deepen his understanding of this world. Su Li noticed that Hua Yuan read at an astonishing pace. Each time she took a break from her studies, she would find him engrossed in a new book. She realized that he could finish a thick book in a single hour. "Hua Yuan, could you lend me your brain?" Hua Yuan shifted his attention from the book to her and asked, "Do you truly wish to?" Su Li interpreted his tone as if he would immediately produce his brain and present it to her upon her affirmative response. "If I say I want it, you won't actually dig it out for me, will you?" Hua Yuan nodded. "That's enough. You will feel pain." Hua Yuan set down the book and, under Su Li's anxious gaze, handed her a box of fruit candies. "Indeed, it will hurt, but I am merely speaking figuratively." Chapter 118. Thank you, leader. Time flies, and there are only a mere 2 weeks left before the college entrance examination. Su Li entrusted her gaming account entirely to Hui Yuan, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the final stage of her studies. On the afternoon after she completed the examination, as she stepped out of the examination hall, she was immediately enveloped by Grandma Wang and Hui Yuan, who had been waiting for her. To her delight, she also spotted He Ningchuan and Chun and among the crowd. "Why are you all here? Don't you have work?" Su Li joyfully accepted the flowers that Grandma Wang had specially prepared for her and walked briskly towards the two amidst the throng. He Ningchuan smiled and handed her an exquisite gift bag, gently saying, "This is a present for you. I wish you success in entering your dream university." "Thank you, but this is too extravagant. Isn't it?" Su Li immediately recognized that the tote bag was from a renowned international luxury brand, feeling a twinge of surprise at He Ningchuan's generosity. In response to Su Li's astonishment, He Ningchuan merely shrugged nonchalantly, saying as a girl, "One must possess a beautiful bag when out and about. So, you are worried that I might be bullied for being too plain?" Su Li blinked her expressive eyes mischievously at him. He Ningchuan struggled to maintain his composure, his tone laced with restrained irritation. "Su Li, how do you always manage to ignite my anger? Hey, don't be upset. Today, Grandma is preparing a feast for me, so you and Brother Chen should come over for dinner." Su Li's charming smile rendered He Ningchuan incapable of staying angry. He felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, just as he was about to invite Chun and Su Li to leave when he noticed Chun staring intently at a spot not far behind Su Li, curious. He Ningchuan turned to look and saw a girl lurking, peeking towards them. The girl, holding a bouquet like Su Li, seemed apprehensive of her, wanting to approach but too afraid to do so, only daring to sneak glances at them. He Ningchuan couldn't help but call out, "Brother Chun, what are you looking at?" However, Chun did not respond to him. Instead, his gaze shifted past him to Su Li, asking in a low voice, "Do you know that girl? She appears fearful of you, wanting to come closer but hesitating, only daring to watch you from afar." Upon hearing this, Su Li followed Chun's gaze and saw the very face that had haunted her nightmares in her previous life. What a coincidence! I not only know her, but she also bullied me not long ago. Su Li spoke calmly, as if recounting someone else's story. Yet, the expressions of Hui Yuan and the others were anything but calm, their eyes directed at Gao Baihe filled with varying degrees of anger. Chun, usually so affable, lost his warm demeanor, speaking with a chilling tone that Su Li had never heard before. According to the laws of Longhua, school bullying can involve both criminal and civil liabilities. Chun turned to Su Li, "You need not hire a lawyer. As long as there is evidence proving she has committed acts of violence against you, I can help you in this case." He Ningchuan chimed in, "I can also arrange the best legal team for you. Do not worry about her father using his connections to protect her." Even a usually reticent Hui Yuan spoke up, If you need witnesses, I can help you find several classmates who witnessed her bullying you. The three of them spoke in unison, leaving Suli both touched and amused. She was grateful for their concern, yet found it somewhat amusing that with just a word, they could help her bring Gao Baihe to justice, ensuring she would never rise again. Though the laws in Longwo regarding school bullying are often ineffectively enforced, they were three formidable allies, one a powerful deity, another a wealthy heir, and the last a bodyguard assigned by the highest authorities to protect her. Even someone like Gao Baihe, who came from a wealthy background and could easily evade legal consequences, would find it impossible to contend with them. However, Suli did not voice these thoughts. Instead, she smiled and said, "Thank you. I do intend to hold Gao Baihe accountable. I simply have been preoccupied with my own matters, which is why Haven T dealt with her. But I believe this is not the right moment to pursue her accountability." Chunin furrowed his brow. "When do you think is the most appropriate time?" Suli smirked, revealing a playful smile. "When she receives her university acceptance letter. Gao Baihe fears disappointing her father the most. I want her to continue suffering internally during this period." She looked earnestly at Huiyuan and the others, saying, "You are all my friends, and I do not wish for my actions to bring you trouble. I do not believe that mere legal repercussions will make Gao Baihe realize her wrongdoings. The fault lies with her parents for failing to guide her. I want her to witness her beloved father losing his job because of her actions. I intend for her to become a stain her father cannot erase." Chunin and He Ningchuan exchanged glances, both taken aback. Though they were somewhat concerned that Suli might act out of hatred, they ultimately nodded, reassured by the fact that they would stand by her side. They understood she was right. If they pursued a lawsuit, it might not genuinely lead to Gao Baihe's realization of her mistakes. They also believed in Su Li's capability to handle the situation, for she was not a weak individual. He Ningchuan vividly recalled the first time he met Su Li. She had not yet faced any storms and was still a naive girl. At that time, she resembled a delicate flower, needing protection and care. Now, standing before him was a girl who had become strong, confident, and full of vitality. Reflecting on their initial encounter filled him with emotion. Back then, Su Li appeared like an injured little rabbit, her eyes revealing helplessness and fear. She seemed to harbor deep distrust of the world, hesitant to believe any kindness offered to her. Whenever someone attempted to approach her, she would instinctively retreat, as if terrified of further harm. He Ningchuan began to wonder if he had not forcibly brought her into the gang, she might have remained trapped in the nightmare of school bullying. "Leader, thank you and everyone in the gang. In my previous life, it was the warmth and care of all of you that eventually helped me emerge from the shadows of bullying and rediscover my joy. I transformed back into that cheerful and optimistic girl, allowing me to experience the most vibrant years of my youth like an ordinary girl." Chapter 119, Training After Indulgence. After the college entrance examination concluded, Su Li felt as liberated as a bird released from its cage. No longer burdened by teacher supervision, parental nagging, or the competitive pressure from classmates, she felt as if she had entered a new world of unparalleled freedom. Thus, she completely let go of herself, indulging in the joys of gaming. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, she spent all her time in the gaming pod, sometimes forgetting to eat. If it weren't for the reminders from Huiyuan and Grandma Wang, she might have remained immersed in the gaming world, relying solely on the nutritional fluids provided by the pod to sustain her physical well-being. One morning, as Su Li sat at the dining table enjoying breakfast, watching Grandma Wang bustling about, she suddenly realized that she needed to change this unhealthy lifestyle. She set down her chopsticks and earnestly addressed Wang Nai, "Grandma, I believe it is time for me to embrace a healthier lifestyle. I can no longer indulge myself like this." Wang Nai paused her actions, smiled, and gently approached her, stroking her hair with tenderness. "What is wrong, my little Lizzie? Have you had your fill of play?" Su Li nodded with a smile, responding joyfully, "Yes, Grandma. I have indulged enough. From today onward, I intend to readjust my lifestyle, start exercising, and improve my physical fitness." With anticipation, she turned to Wang Nai and continued, "Moreover, I have spoken to Shindage. I want to learn some self-defense techniques from him." Upon hearing this, Wang Nai couldn't help but laugh, playfully tapping Su Li's nose and affectionately saying, "Oh dear, our little Lizzie is finally grown up." Su Li smiled shyly, then took Wang Nai's hand, playfully pleading, "Grandma, you must also join me in exercising. In just over half a year, the great catastrophe brought by the game will arrive. And I hope you can learn some self-defense skills to better protect yourself in times of danger." Wang Nai looked at Su Li, her heart filled with emotion. She realized that Su Li genuinely cared for her, and feeling touched, she readily agreed. "All right, then every day when I go out to buy groceries, I will run a bit to practice my endurance." Following Su Li's request, Chen presented a training plan specifically tailored for the two of them the next day. The plan meticulously outlined the daily practice items and time schedules. According to the plan, they would each reserve 2 hours in the morning and evening, totaling 4 hours for training under Chen Yun's guidance. Since taking on the role of a coach, Chen Yun had become exceptionally strict, imposing nearly rigorous demands on Su Li. Despite being required to repeat a single move countless times due to minor errors, Su Li never uttered a complaint. Instead, she diligently followed Chen Yun's instructions, continuously adjusting her movements and postures. Thus, through prolonged accumulation and refinement, Su Li gradually mastered numerous techniques, laying a solid foundation for future progress. As the seasons changed, summer quietly faded away, making way for autumn. At present, Su Li had made remarkable strides. She could even execute 20 consecutive moves under Chen Yun's tutelage. Such astonishing growth left Chen Yun in awe, yet he also felt a pang of regret. If only Su Li had been introduced to traditional martial arts earlier, she might have achieved even greater accomplishments. After all, cultivating martial arts from a young age is the most ideal scenario. However, given the circumstances, they could only double their efforts to make up for lost time. What a pity. Had she encountered traditional martial arts sooner, she might have already reached a masterful level. After finishing her moves, Su Li took the warm water offered by Hui Yuan and drank it all in one go. Once she had consumed the entire 150 milliliters of warm water, she finally caught her breath and remarked, "Chen Dage, you've already said that 3 times today. What I am currently engaging with is merely the surface. Perhaps I am only somewhat proficient in the rudimentary applications of martial arts. But to be considered at a master level is truly an overestimation." In truth, Su Li's statement was not a mere display of false modesty. It stemmed from her previous life, where she had the fortune of interacting with descendants of ancient martial arts families, witnessing their astonishing techniques firsthand. These descendants were capable of using their martial arts skills to vanquish fearsome creatures that struck terror into the hearts of ordinary people. With that thought, Su Li couldn't help but curiously inquire of Chen Yun, "Chen Dage, do you know anyone from the ancient martial arts families?" Chen Yun nodded, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze as he replied, "The existence of ancient martial arts families is not exactly a secret, yet they rarely engage with outsiders." "How did you come to know of their existence?" "I encountered them a few times in my past life." Chen Yun continued, "Is it your desire to learn ancient martial arts?" Ancient martial arts are more mysterious and profound than traditional martial arts, and they are considerably more challenging to master. Moreover, these families are unlikely to easily impart their teachings to outsiders. Chen Yun assumed Su Li wished to pursue ancient martial arts, and his tone unconsciously carried a note of caution. Su Li shook her head, clarifying that is not the case. "I was merely contemplating that the ancient martial arts families are among the 2 most formidable forces in the Dragon Kingdom, aside from the National Armed Forces. If they could all be engaged with the game, perhaps it would significantly enhance our nation's strength in the forthcoming resource competition between countries." The old commander had already been discussing this matter with other leaders, but ultimately, the agreement of several family heads from the ancient martial arts families was necessary. Chen Yun understood that Su Li's thoughts were motivated by considerations for national interests, yet achieving such a goal would not be easy. The ancient martial arts families were traditionally reclusive, seldom involving themselves in worldly affairs, and persuading them to alter their stance would be no simple task. However, securing their support would present a tremendous opportunity for the nation. Following the arrival of the game-induced catastrophe, international competition would only intensify, and possessing greater combat prowess would undoubtedly bolster the country's status and influence. Chen Yun fell into contemplation, fully aware of the challenges and difficulties associated with this endeavor as a close aide to the old commander. Observing Chun and deep in thought, Su Li proactively shifted the topic, taking a seat beside Hui Yuan to rest. Hui Yuan had been busy with his tablet, and she curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Hui Yuan showed her the tablet, saying, "Before my arranged online army takes action, someone has already brought Gao Baihe's campus bullying behavior to the trending topic." Chapter 120, Gao Baihe Comes to Repent. Together, Su Li and Hui Yuan browsed through the trending articles about Gao Baihe, discovering that the revelations, texts, and evidence presented in these articles closely matched the information Su Li had given Hui Yuan to expose. This was puzzling. She had only provided evidence to him, so it was impossible for He Ningchuan and Chun Deige to have acquired it. Clearly, this trending topic could not have been purchased by them. Hui Yuan shared her confusion. "I find this strange as well. Should I hack the website to trace the source?" Su Li pondered for a moment before rejecting the idea. "I previously promised Colonel Zhang that we would not resort to such measures. We must keep our word and be law-abiding citizens." "As you wish," Hui Yuan relinquished the thought, continuing to communicate with the head of the online army, instructing them to refrain from publishing exposure articles and instead to leave comments below the trending topic to increase its visibility. The day after the exposure of Gao Baihe's campus bullying incident, Su Li received a package from a sender named by Yunha. After the courier left, Hui Yuan pointed at the small, tightly packed box and inquired, "Who is this person? Do you know them?" Su Li smiled. "Yes, he is Fei Yun's brother. This package is probably a token of gratitude for my assistance in helping their company avert disaster. That reassures me." Hui Yuan relaxed his guard upon hearing this, and the sense of crisis that had lingered in his heart dissipated. Earlier, he had used his divine eye to inspect the package and discovered that within the seemingly ordinary box lay a highly confidential safe, containing a fine set of pink diamond jewelry. Thus, he had assumed it was a gift from someone infatuated with Su Li. Su Li looked at him curiously. "You seemed quite tense earlier. Why was that? Did you sense any dangerous items inside?" "It is not a dangerous item. Rather, it is a highly confidential safe." Hui Yuan lowered his eyes, concealing the emotions swirling within. Su Li gazed at him deep in thought. "Since that is the case, let's first discover what lies within the locked box." With that, she began to dismantle the cardboard box. As she searched through the package without uncovering the combination, she contemplated whether to summon Hui Yuan's divine power to assist in unlocking the box. Suddenly, her phone received a message from an unfamiliar number. The message read, "Password 706,491. Su Li did not rush to open it. Instead, she sent a message to Fei Yun via her chat application. "Su Li, is this your brother's number? 1587? By Yun Fei." "Yes, by Yun Fei. But how do you have my brother's number?" Su Li read the message, but did not reply. She set her phone down and began entering the password to unlock the box. The exquisitely crafted leather box opened, revealing a sumptuous velvet lining and a striking set of jewelry placed prominently in the center. Upon seeing the exquisite pink diamond jewelry set lying inside, Su Li gasped, "Now, wow, how beautiful!" Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the pink diamonds, savoring their texture and warmth. Noticing her delight, Hui Yuan could not help but inquire, "Do you like this set of jewelry?" "What I adore is not merely this set, but jewelry itself," Su Li replied, nodding as she adorned herself with a necklace and bracelet, instantly radiating brilliance. She turned to Hui Yuan, offering a sweet smile. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Hui Yuan was captivated, unable to avert his gaze, genuinely exclaiming, "It is beautiful, truly beautiful." At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Su Li quickly removed the jewelry, returning it to the box and placing it in her room. After completing this task, she hurried to answer the door, surprised to find Gao Baihe standing outside. "Gao Baihe? What brings you here?" Su Li's tone was icy. "And how did you know the password to the unit door?" "Gao Baihe, I beg you, please remove the trending topic. I truly know I was wrong. I never intended to bully you. I just want to be friends." Upon seeing Su Li, Gao Baihe immediately knelt, her face pleading as her eyes reflected helplessness and fear. Su Li stood lazily at the door, her gaze calm as she regarded the kneeling Gao Baihe, her expression unchanged. Inside, She felt no turmoil, even finding it somewhat amusing that someone who once bullied her now groveled before her in such humility. She slowly extended her hand, preparing to close the door, but Gao Baihe swiftly grabbed the edge, preventing her from shutting it. Gao Baihe's face twisted with anxiety, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Li as if she were ready to consume her whole. Su Li, please help me. I just received my university acceptance letter, and I cannot let my father find out about my past actions. Gao Baihe's voice quivered with tears, laden with regret and self-reproach. As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed her head in apology, her forehead reddening with impact. However, despite Gao Baihe's desperate pleas, Su Li remained unmoved. Her frosty demeanor bore no trace of sympathy or compassion. She quietly observed the scene before her eyes glinting with an icy light. Su Li, I truly know I was wrong. I will never bully you again. I will strive to be a better person. Please forgive me this one time. Gao Baihe continued her lament, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet, Su Li maintained her indifferent stance, silent and unyielding. As Gao Baihe perceived Su Li's lack of response, her anxiety morphed into resentment. She began to regret not being harsher initially, lamenting that her previous actions had not been sufficient to ensure Su Li remained ensnared in the shadows of bullying. She should never have afforded Su Li a chance for redemption. Huh, Gao Baihe, are you now contemplating that you should not have shown me mercy back then, allowing me to expose your deeds now? Su Li remarked, her voice laced with cold laughter as she beheld Gao Baihe's tear-streaked face. Startled by the revelation of her thoughts, Gao Baihe abruptly looked up, her gaze colliding with Su Li's stark, calm eyes. Those eyes seemed so pure that they appeared capable of piercing through her darkened heart, causing her to shudder involuntarily. No, Su Li, I would never think that. I truly realize my mistakes. Chapter 121. You have a crush on Su Li? Su Li swiftly stepped back, evading Gao Baihe's attempt to grasp her pant leg. Bending slightly, a gentle smile graced her face as she leaned closer to Gao Baihe's ear, whispering, Are you so flustered merely because of trending topic? If your father were to receive a lawyer's notice and a court summons, how would you react then? Perhaps you would become uncontrollable. What did you say? Su Li. Gao Baihe's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the girl before her. That familiar face now emanated an unfamiliar and terrifying aura, filling her with an inexplicable dread. If you have a problem with your ears, go see a doctor, Su Li coldly remarked, turning her back on Gao Baihe. Suddenly, Gao Baihe screamed, her voice echoing throughout the corridor. Granny Wang, who had just returned from outside, was startled by the unexpected outburst, her heart racing as she patted her chest in anxiety. Su Li immediately changed her expression, kicking Gao Baihe aside and rushing to support Granny Wang, her voice filled with concern. Are you all right? I will take you to the hospital. Su Li could not help but feel anxious. After all, Granny Wang was elderly, and such a fright could pose a serious risk to her health. Elderly hearts are often fragile, and sudden shocks can lead to adverse effects, even more severe health issues. Granny Wang gently patted Su Li's arm, softly assuring her, Xiao Su Li, yae me trudifine. With a worried expression, Su Li gazed at her, asking urgently, Are you certain you don't feel unwell anywhere? Granny Wang smiled and nodded, her tone resolute as she replied, I assure you I am fine. I am very aware of my health, so do not worry. Upon hearing this, Su Li finally relaxed her furrowed brow, gently saying, That is good. Let me escort you home. With care, she guided Granny Wang in the direction of her residence. Meanwhile, Gao Baihe continued to obstruct the doorway, raising a commotion, forcing Su Li to prioritize taking Granny Wang home first. Su Li, wait. Su Li. Gao Baihe, seeing Su Li prepare to leave, hurriedly attempted to pursue her, only to be blocked by Hui Yuan. Gao Baihe lifted her head, angrily commanding, Get out of my way. Yet Hui Yuan remained unfazed, silently pulling out his phone and turning the screen towards Gao Baihe, displaying an unsent telephone number. Upon seeing the number, Gao Baihe's complexion turned pale. It was her father's number. She yearned to snatch the phone from Hui Yuan, yet fear of inciting his wrath and prompting him to dial the number held her back. Now, tell me how you obtained the unit door password and then leave this building, Hua Yuan stated coldly. Gao Baihe hesitated, her eyes fixated on Hua Yuan's face, sensing a peculiar familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. The man before her appeared so stunning, as though he were not of this world. His features were deep and sculpted, and his eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, profound and luminous. At last, Gao Baihe recollected the day Su Li last appeared at school. The handsome man before her, so strikingly unearthly, was the very one who had burst into the women's restroom that day to rescue the unconscious Su Li. Tentatively, she inquired, "Do you harbor feelings for Su Li?" As she spoke, her heart raced uncontrollably, almost as if anticipating a shocking revelation. Yet, Hua Yuan remained with his gaze lowered, silently observing her, as if her words had gone unheard. His expression was devoid of emotion, akin to a frigid stone, rendering it impossible to discern the depths of his inner world. Gao Baihe scrutinized his eyes, hoping to detect a flicker of feeling within. However, those eyes resembled an unfathomable lake, tranquil and profound, seemingly impervious to stirring waves of emotion. If you do not have feelings for Su Li, why extend your assistance to her, even going so far as to intrude upon the women's restroom for her sake? This time, Hua Yuan did not respond with the same impassivity. Rather, his lips curled into an intoxicating smile, as if he had just heard a delightful jest. Gao Baihe nearly lost herself in that smile. But just as she teetered on the brink of oblivion, she caught sight of a string of numbers on her phone screen, jolting her back to clarity. A wave of inexplicable anxiety surged within her. Who was this man? Why was he so determined to assist Su Li? Why would he risk entering the women's restroom for her? Suddenly, Hua Yuan leaned closer to Gao Baihe, whispering softly in her ear, "Which of your eyes has perceived my affection for Su Li?" "No, is it not so?" Gao Baihe thought, feeling a sudden chill as he drew near, as if uttering the wrong word could cost her dearly. Yuan straightened, his gaze icy as he remarked, "It seems I have not made my intentions sufficiently clear. I shall have to be more overt in the future." Gao Baihe was struck by his evasive response, as if struck by lightning, standing there dazed, confusion and bewilderment filling her eyes. She parted her lips, as if to speak, yet her throat felt constricted, silencing her. She could only gaze up at Hua Yuan's face, which appeared especially cold in the dim light. Hua Yuan leaned against the door frame, tall and indifferent, his voice carrying an air of undeniable authority. "Leave. If you continue to linger here when Su Li comes downstairs, your father will receive a notice of suspension today." Gao Baihe's lips trembled. She yearned to articulate something, yet found herself stripped of all courage. If Su Li seemed to her an insurmountable mountain, then Hua Yuan was an abyss into which she dared not gaze. "I do not know the password. I entered alongside the residents of this unit," she finally murmured, gradually turning away, her steps heavy as she descended the staircase. Fear and unease filled her heart. She was uncertain of what fate awaited her. Yet she understood that, regardless of the circumstances, she must vacate this place, for the consequences of remaining were unfathomable. The silhouette of Gao Baihe elongated under the sunlight in the corridor, while Hua Yuan remained leaning against the door frame, his fingers gliding over the screen of his phone, as if toying with her destiny. Chapter 122. The game is too real. There is something amiss, brother. Why did you join Jiuzhotong? "I already have a club," Bai Yunfei exclaimed, staring incredulously at his brother's game ID prefix. Bai Yunhe ignored his younger sibling's incessant chatter, gripping a long sword firmly in hand, its blade glinting with a chilling light. His gaze was focused and resolute, his grip steady as he executed swift and precise strikes, each blow cleanly dispatching the monsters. "Even if it is to express gratitude to Su Li, you could have arranged for the Bai Ma Club to ally with Jiuzhotong," Bai Yunfei continued, his tone tinged with urgency and confusion. "You're so noisy." Bai Yunhe, irritated by his brother's clamor, finally turned around, his sword drawn in an instant, the sharp tip aimed at his brother's throat, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. Bai Yunfei gulped nervously, his complexion paling, and cautiously took a few steps back, his voice lowering. All right, I won't say anything more." Observing this, Bai Yunhe slowly sheathed his sword and turned to his brother, asking, "Have you not noticed the recent changes in Jiuzhou Tong?" Bai Yunfei looked bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. "What changes? How would I know?" Bai Yunhe sighed in exasperation, shaking his head, feeling disappointed in his inattentive brother. He then began to collect the corpses of the monsters scattered around, preparing to leave the area. "No, brother, please clarify." Bai Yunfei hurried after him. Bai Yunhe, overwhelmed by his brother's incessant questioning, finally halted, his expression serious. "The new members of Jiuzhou Tong are all military personnel." "Oh, that? I've known that for ages." A hint of pride appeared on Bai Yunfei's face. Bai Yunhe, surprised, responded, "Since when did you become so astute?" Bai Yunfei, dissatisfied with his brother's reaction, retorted, "While I may not match your brilliance, I have always been sharper than the average person." Bai Yunhe regarded him, pressing further, "If that is the case, do you not intend to take any action? What else can be done? You know how influential He Ningchuan's background is. His uncle must be involved behind the scenes." Realizing that, Bai Yunhe wished to delve deeper into the matter. Bai Yunfei pulled him back to the main city, where they entered a tea house on the main street and requested a private room. As fate would have it, when Bai Yunfei opened the window for fresh air, he happened to spot Su Li and Hua Yuan among the crowd below. Excitedly, he waved his hands and shouted, "Little Su Li, Hua Yuan." Due to the game mechanics, only Su Li and Hua Yuan, who had mutually added Bai Yunfei as a friend, could hear his enthusiastic call. "Come to the tea house. I invite you both to enjoy the finest pre-rain Lanxing tea." Bai Yunfei warmly invited them. Hua Yuan held a favorable impression of Bai Yunfei, so he leaned down to ask Su Li, "Shall we go and have a taste?" The pre-rain Lanxing tea outside the game was quite delightful. He wondered if the flavor here could replicate it perfectly. Su Li, rarely witnessing Hua Yuan showing such deference, smiled brightly, responding without hesitation, "Of course. Let's go try it." She flashed a radiant smile at Bai Yunfei above and called out, "We're coming." Then, she informed the NPC server in the tea house of Bai Yunfei's game ID, and the server promptly guided them to the entrance of Bai Yunfei's private room. At that moment, Bai Yunfei, unable to contain his excitement, swung open the door to the private room, smiling and waving them in. "Over here, over here." Su Li quickly approached, greeted Bai Yunfei, and then inadvertently noticed a strange male player within the room. "Who is this?" Only then did Bai Yunfei remember to introduce her. "This is my brother Bai Yunhe. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your timely warning last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to play the game so leisurely now." As Bai Yunfei introduced Bai Yunhe to Su Li, Hua Yuan, standing behind her, scrutinized the polite man greeting Su Li. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts drifted back to the exquisite pink diamond jewelry delivered to Su Li's home just days prior. At that moment, Bai Yunhe raised his head, their gazes meeting. "Hua Yuan, it is an honor to finally meet you." As Bai Yunhe extended his hand toward him, Hua Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped it. "Mr. Bai, a pleasure to meet you." Bai Yunfei leaned closer and whispered to Su Li, "I couldn't help but notice the charged glance exchanged between my brother and Hua Yuan just now. It felt as though it was laden with tension." Su Li nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. After their introductions, Bai Yunfei promptly ushered Su Li and Hua Yuan into the private room, warmly pouring them tea while exclaiming, "You must try this. The flavor is an impeccable reproduction of reality." Upon tasting the tea, Su Li's face lit up with surprise, and she immediately grinned, exclaiming, "This game is truly extraordinary. No wonder it is the world's first holographic game. The experiences are so vivid that it feels less like a game and more like living in a parallel world." While Su Li silently savored the delicacies, she refrained from engaging further with Bai Yunfei. She did not wish to fabricate a response nor directly declare, "Young man, you have discerned the truth. Our world is indeed merging with the game and will soon transform into the parallel world you speak of." As the atmosphere returned to a tranquil state, Bai Yunhe suddenly spoke up, "Where there is strangeness, there is often a hidden truth. This game is exceedingly realistic." Bai Yunfei, intrigued, queried, "Isn't heightened realism a good thing? Isn't that the essence of a holographic game?" Su Li and Hua Yuan exchanged glances, prepared to see how Bai Yunhe would elaborate. If even the flavors of tea and pastries were meticulously recreated, it was evident how immense the data support required must be. Bai Yunhe dipped his finger into the tea and drew two circles on the table, one larger and one smaller. He pointed at the smaller circle, stating, "This represents the scale of the company that developed this game." He then gestured to the larger circle. "And this one reflects the volume of data necessary for such intricate detail." The three of them comprehended the implications of Bai Yunhe's observations upon seeing the stark contrast between the two circles. Chapter 123. The storm approaches. The company's scale indicated that they could not possibly manage such vast data input independently. If what the game company claimed were true, it would inevitably suggest the presence of undisclosed intricacies. Curious about the extent of Bai Yunhe's understanding of the game Shen Yun, Su Li inquired, "So, Mr. Bai, what do you believe this concealed intricacy pertains to?" "I am an atheist." Bai Yunhe's ambiguous response left much to ponder. Su Li continued, "What if you were not an atheist?" Bai Yunhe chuckled. "If I were a theist, I would summarize it as a miracle." Su Li turned to Hui Yuan and smiled. "Indeed, it is a miracle." Bai Yunfei laughed heartily. "Oh, little Su Li, do not heed my brother's fanciful musings. He has a tendency to fixate on inconsequential details." However, seated beside, Su Li was a genuine deity, and she believed Bai Yunhe's words were not mere fanciful thinking. She felt he must have uncovered something significant to articulate such thoughts. "Why does Mr. Bai consider it a miracle?" Su Li inquired with curiosity. "Because there are numerous phenomena within this game that defy scientific and technological explanation, such as the anomalous behaviors of NPCs discussed on the game forum, and the strikingly similar natural landscapes. These exceed my current understanding of the game," Bai Yunhe elucidated. "Mr. Bai is indeed an astute observer." Su Li generously praised him. "Perhaps, but there may also be other reasons." Bai Yunhe shrugged, uncertain, as these were merely his conjectures. At that moment, Hui Yuan interjected, "If Mr. Bai is curious about the content of that post, perhaps he could personally explore the game map it mentions." Su Li nodded, though unclear of Hui Yuan's intentions. She consistently supported his actions. Perhaps Hui Yuan aimed to accomplish something through Bai Yunhe. Bai Yunhe readily agreed. "Very well, I'll make time to investigate. By the way, I haven't had the chance to thank you for the pink diamond jewelry you sent me. It was quite a generous gift." Su Li recalled the parcel from that day. Bai Yunhe shook his head. "Had it not been for your reminder, I would have incurred losses worth several times the value of the pink diamond." As Su Li enjoyed her pastries, she remarked to Bai Yunfei, "He Ningchuan mentioned wanting to form an alliance with your Bai Ma." "What?" Bai Yunfei nearly spluttered his tea. "Did he really say that? Has he changed?" "Your Bai Ma club holds significant importance," Hui Yuan added. Bai Yunfei appeared perplexed. His interactions with He Ningchuan had been limited, and any emotional ties were negligible. "Why the sudden desire to ally with my club? Why do you look so puzzled? Are you unwilling to form an alliance?" Su Li queried, amused by his changing expressions. Bai Yunfei swiftly waved his hand. "Of course not. I'm merely surprised." He furrowed his brow, contemplating, then stated, "However, I must deliberate on this alliance. After all, our Bai Ma club has always prided itself on independent development, maintaining distance from other clubs. Suddenly aligning with another faction poses a considerable challenge for us." "Oh, why is that?" Su Li asked. Bai Yunfei explained, "While our Bai Ma club boasts a substantial membership, our strength is not to be underestimated. We possess our unique club culture and values. Forming an alliance could jeopardize our independence and autonomy. Additionally, post-alliance, our decisions and actions would be influenced by the other party, which presents a risk for us. I understand your concerns. However, alliances can yield substantial benefits, such as resource sharing, mutual support, and collective responses to challenges. This could accelerate your Bai Ma Club's growth and enhance its potential to become a top-tier faction." Su Li increased. Bai Yunfei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You are correct. Alliances can indeed offer numerous advantages. Yet, I still need to contemplate how to ensure our Bai Ma Club's interests are maximized." Su Li smiled and patted his shoulder. "No problem. I trust you will make the wisest decision. Should you require any assistance or advice, feel free to reach out." Bai Yunfei expressed gratitude with a glance. "Thank you, little Li. I already have some ideas brewing in my mind. I just need time to refine them." Once I have clarity, I will share it with you. Looking forward to your good news, Su Li replied cheerfully. In truth, Bai Yunfei's agreement or disagreement held little significance, as all must yield to the future of a nation in the face of state machinery. Thus, not only Bai Ma Club, but all clubs, including Lanhu Club, would inevitably unify before the anniversary celebration. And this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing months, these clubs would be managed by various military districts, with all active military personnel joining the factions under these clubs. One can only imagine the transformation and impact on the game when a significant number of active military members immerse themselves in this virtual realm. They would enter this world armed with rigorous discipline, high organization, and formidable combat capabilities, perceiving the game not as mere entertainment but as a vital mission, fighting for the honor and interests of the nation. Currently, the entire Longhua server resembled a tranquil sea before a storm, deceptively calm, yet concealing surging waves beneath. This tranquility is not a genuine calm, but rather a reservoir of potential energy awaiting an eruption. Those who are privy to the truth are silently preparing, anticipating the moment that will allow them to showcase their prowess. When that moment arrives, this seemingly tranquil sea will be shattered by surging waves. These waves will disrupt the entire ocean with astonishing force, unleashing an unprecedented storm. At that time, both individuals and teams will confront immense challenges and opportunities. Only those who dare to strive and adeptly navigate challenges will emerge as victors in this tumultuous tempest. Conversely, those who are ill-prepared may find themselves consumed by the storm. Hence, every individual must earnestly regard their role, actively engage in the fray, and continually enhance their strength and skills. Only in this manner can one maintain an indomitable position amidst the impending storm. Chapter 124. Preparations before the cross-server battlefield. This marks the 6th occasion since Su Li's rebirth that the cross-server battlefield has been activated. Su Li gazed at He Ningchuan and inquired, "Leader, do you intend to participate in the battle this time?" He Ningchuan nodded affirmatively. Although the cross-server battlefield commenced when all players reached level 20, Su Li had previously delegated participation to Hui Yuan due to her preparations for the college entrance examination. Thus, this time she personally attended the pre-battle meeting in her capacity as a guild manager. As for the leader, He Ningchuan, he was present at every cross-server battlefield. Yet he did not always engage in combat, as the management and operations of Juzhaotong required substantial time and effort to address daily affairs. This time, however, the guild from the East Asia server, where Longhua is situated, was matched against a guild from the European server. As fate would have it, Juzhaotong's opponent was none other than Zenshin's Hidian, a guild that had previously suffered a significant defeat at their hands. Reflecting on this, Su Li could not suppress her excitement. At that moment, Su Li was seated in the conference hall of the guild territory, eagerly fixated on the distribution map for the cross-server battlefield. The long mahogany conference table was filled to capacity, with all 20 chairs occupied, and some attendees had even brought their own chairs to sit on the periphery. Among those present, aside from the guild executives, all others sat upright like pines and cypresses. They were the newly appointed officer-level figures who had recently joined Juzhaotong. I reviewed the battle recordings from previous cross-server competitions. Each encounter was thrilling. I wonder who the seasoned commander is? In response to Su Li's inquiry, everyone turned their gaze toward the young officer seated in the third position to the right of He Ningchuan. Following their collective gaze, Su Li observed the young officer sitting upright, his demeanor calm, and his eyes radiating determination and confidence. He Ningchuan smiled and introduced, "Su Li, this is Wu Mengjia, the strategist overseeing the cross-server battlefield." Su Li's eyes instantly sparkled with curiosity and admiration as she looked at Wu Mengjia, exclaiming, "Strategist Wu, your command is exceptional. Every time I watch the recordings, I feel like I could savor an extra bowl of rice." Her words brimmed with praise and admiration, prompting laughter from those present. Wu Mengjia, slightly embarrassed by Su Li's candid compliment, felt a flush creeping to his ears as he softly replied, "Thank you." His tone carried a hint of shyness, yet predominantly reflected pride in Su Li's commendation. Wu Mengjia, mentioned by He Ningchuan, is indeed one of the outstanding representatives among these officers. possessing both remarkable military talent and exceptional leadership and decision-making abilities. In the cross-server battlefield, he has led soldiers to victory time and again with his experience and strategic acumen, showcasing extraordinary command skills. Despite his youth, he has held significant positions within the military, and his current involvement with Zhu Haotong is part of an effort to hone his character as desired by his superiors. Having acquired the answer she sought, Su Li quietly continued to listen as the officers deliberated the battle plan. This time, the command will again be under Wu Mengjia's purview. However, He Ningchuan proposed an unconventional suggestion to make non-military members of the guild the core force of the battle plan. It is unwise to reveal our true strength, particularly when facing formidable opponents like Zhen Shen's Hidian. We must exercise utmost caution, He Ningchuan stated seriously. The others nodded in agreement, but one young officer, who had only recently entered the game, curiously asked, what exactly makes Zhen Shen's Hidian so special? After a brief pause, He Ningchuan responded, behind Zhen Shen's Hidian is the Mingxin group. You all should be aware of the close ties between Mingxin group and the M Nation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the officers grew grave, fully understanding the gravity of the situation. If Zhen Shen's Hidian were to discover their military identities and that their status was linked to the Mingxin group, the M Nation might suspect their intentions for entering this game, leading to a swift uncovering of its peculiarities. Should the self-proclaimed world police, the M Nation, unveil the secrets of this game, they would undoubtedly take actions that could disrupt the special preparedness plans. At that moment, Su Li interjected, however, we currently do not have many non-military players in our guild. He Ningchuan furrowed his brow, stating, this is indeed a dilemma. What is the situation with Lianhua Luo? Is there a possibility of seeking their assistance? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Su Li, their eyes filled with anticipation. Su Li quickly responded, I will message Babayazu to inquire. After saying this, she promptly opened her communicator and sent a message to Babayazu. Akuli Z, our guild's opponent in this cross-server battlefield is Zhen Shen's Hidian. Do you have time to assist us? Babayazu replied swiftly, no problem, big shot. Our guild has recently expanded and just welcomed several skilled players. However, our opponent in this week's cross-server battlefield is also formidable, so we can only send you 5 people. Akuli Z, thanks, sister. I will also check with the Bema Club. After closing the private chat interface, Su Li looked up at everyone and said, Lianhua Luo's opponent in this week's cross-server battlefield is also challenging. They can only send us 5 individuals, but Babayazu mentioned that they are all highly skilled players. Having remained silent until now, Bai Yunhe, who had become manager, spoke up. I might be able to get Yin Fei to assemble a small team of 15 to help. After meeting Su Li and Hui Yuan at the tea house, he had traveled to the border town mentioned in the forum post the next day and indeed encountered unusual NPCs, along with the pine tree bearing marks from the real world that Hui Yuan had mentioned before parting ways. After surveying the town and confirming the anomalies described in the post, he promptly reached out to his younger brother Bai Yunfei, bringing him to witness everything once more. After recovering from his shock, Bai Yunfei immediately logged off and dialed the phone number of He Ningchuan, which had existed in his contact for several years but had never been called. The two brothers had met him offline, and upon learning the profound truths from him, they proactively initiated a request for an alliance with Zhu Haotong that very day. The Bema Club thus officially became the second guild, following Zhu Haotong, to have military personnel join. This was also the reason Bai Yunhe could become a manager within Zhu Haotong. Chapter 125, The Unusual Personnel Arrangement of Zhen Shen's Hidian at 8 p.m. on Sunday night. The moonlight was as clear as flowing water. As the system notification sounded, the cross-server battle officially commenced. Before entering the battlefield, Wu Mengjia first conducted a final assembly for the members of the Bai Ma Club and Jiuzhou Tong, ensuring that everyone was adequately supplied with medicines to face the impending fierce combat. Look over there. Su Li suddenly pointed at the empty space beneath the city wall of the cross-server battlefield and remarked, there are no blood mantis stalls. Hui Yuan followed her gaze for a moment, then gently turned her head back with a hand. Look ahead. Was Hui Yuan subtly advising her to stop dwelling on the past? Su Li blinked, a playful smile gracing her features as she teased. Ah, what a double entendre. It seems your Chinese studies have progressed rapidly lately. Observing the radiant smile of the young girl before him, warmth surged in Hua Yuan's heart. His gaze softened as he replied, quietly, I have a fondness for the language of Longua. It, like you, always compels one to seek deeper understanding. Upon hearing this, Su Li paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. She looked up at the young man before her, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, and inquired, I've noticed you've been fond of saying things that stir emotions lately. Hua Yuan's lips curved slightly as he earnestly responded, Is that so? What I say comes from the heart. Su Li nodded seriously, affirming, Indeed. It seems to have begun after that incident with Gao Baihe, when she claimed I had a crush on you. At this, Hua Yuan hesitated. I am clearly in love. Su Li's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, What does that mean? A confession? Hua Yuan shook his head. Not quite. I am merely expressing my feelings, afraid that you might not perceive them. A formal confession would require more preparation. Su Li's curiosity was piqued. What more do you need to prepare? It was not yet the moment for revelations. Hua Yuan smiled gently, yet remained enigmatic about what he needed to prepare. Driven by her curiosity, Su Li tugged at his sleeve. Just tell me. Hua Yuan lightly brushed her hand away, feigning mystery as he said, You will know when the time is right. With a resigned pout, Su Li temporarily suppressed her curiosity. Just then, Wu Mengjia called out, All right, everyone prepare to exit the city. The heavy city gate at the base of the border wall slowly opened, emitting a dull sound. The terrifying roars of monsters instantly filled everyone's ears, invoking a sense of dread. Beyond the gate lay the demon realm, a land of dark purple earth riddled with countless fissures from which flowed glowing red magma, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Amidst these frightening crevices and molten rock, intermittent geysers erupted, spewing scalding steam. Should any player or monster be caught in the eruption, they would suffer severe burns or even death. Although the assembled individuals were not strangers to this scene, the harsh environment made them furrow their brows in silent concern about the daunting battle ahead. Everyone, watch your step around the geysers and clear the monsters from the battlefield. Wu Mengjia led the group at the front, keenly observing their surroundings and constantly reminding teammates to be wary of the geysers. These geysers sporadically released scalding water and steam, and a careless step could lead to burns or worse. Thus, he emphasized this issue, hoping his comrades would remain vigilant. After speaking, Wu Mengjia dashed towards the menacing monsters without hesitation. Wielding a sharp long sword, he moved through the horde of monsters with astonishing speed. His movements were agile and nimble, striking true to the monsters' vital points with each swing, systematically dispatching them. The rules of the cross-server battlefield mandated that both sides must defeat monsters to earn points. In the initial 30 minutes, the side that accumulates the most points can first activate the barriers that separate the battlefield and enter the enemy territory. Furthermore, the monsters in the enemy territory would not attack the leading side, granting them a significant advantage. Conversely, the side lagging in points faced dual pressures, battling the ferocious monsters while enduring attacks from enemy players. This precarious situation greatly diminished the lagging side's chances of victory. Each participating faction in the cross-server battlefield could deploy a maximum of 100 individuals. Typically, each participating guild or faction would allocate personnel based on the actual situation. Generally, they would assign 20 healers to care for teammates, 20 defensive tanks to protect the team, 10 agile assassins for ambush tasks, and finally 50 damage-dealing roles to inflict harm on the enemy. Wu Mengjia's team evidently adhered to such allocation principles. However, to achieve victory in the fierce battle, tight cooperation among team members was essential, leveraging each individual's strengths to face various challenges. In this intense combat, Wu Mengjia exhibited exceptional leadership and fearless courage. His figure darted like lightning among the monsters, leading his teammates valiantly into battle, swiftly securing precious points for their faction. The score of Jiu Zhoutong maintained a lead of 2 points over Zhong Shunjidian. Yet Su Li, who had been providing healing support from the rear, closely monitored the score fluctuations. Soon, she discerned an anomaly. It appeared the opposing team was deliberately controlling the score, as if they had some special strategy in mind. Suli immediately called out in the team voice chat, "Wu Kanmu, something feels off." After entering the demon realm, we have grasped the enemy's personnel situation. Zhong Shenjidian has only deployed 15 healers this time, significantly fewer than before, while the number of assassins has increased by 5. However, despite the monster's thick defenses, even if the assassin player's high critical strikes cannot deliver one-hit kills, it is unreasonable that 3 of them have each only slain 5 monsters after such a long time. Moreover, I noticed that the points they earned are almost identical, suggesting that those 5 monsters were likely taken down in unison. The more Su Li spoke, the more she felt something was amiss. Upon hearing Su Li's alert, Wu Mengjia quickly allowed He Ningchuan to take his position, and he leapt over the monsters to join Su Li at the back. Wu Mengjia began to carefully examine the data, changes she mentioned, and indeed, he soon noted the points Su Li had just articulated. Chapter 126. Using strategy against strategy, catching turtles in a jar, they were indeed manipulating the score. Wu Mengjia quickly concluded, but why? His gaze fixated on the data from Zhong Shunji Dian, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Su Li, while maneuvering her game character, responded, "Perhaps they have some special strategy or plan." Just then, a monster stealthily approached, preparing to ambush a damage-dealing player. Su Li, quick on her feet, swiftly wielded her Lianhua Deng to unleash several small orbs of light, successfully toppling the monster. After aiding the damage dealer in repelling the ambushing monster, a thought suddenly flashed through Su Li's mind. Could they be harboring a grudge? After all, we had inflicted significant losses upon them last time, and now they might be waiting for our morale to soar as we invade their battlefield, letting their assassins ambush me, the seemingly frail healer. As this realization struck her, Su Li couldn't help but feel a thrill, for she was not truly a defenseless healer. Wu Mengjia shot a glance at the monster that had just been downed by Su Li. It now lay on the ground, contorted in pain, emitting pitiful groans. Wu Mengjia couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you really a fragile healer? Look at your performance just now. It's pure violent output." "I don't think I am." Su Li, with unwavering confidence, proclaimed aloud, her chest puffed out in a display of pride. "However, it is beyond my control that others perceive me as such." Wu Mengjia, shaking his head in resignation, understood that although Su Li appeared delicate, she was, in fact, a formidable player. Nonetheless, he couldn't resist the temptation to tease her, suggesting, "Perhaps they are truly captivated by your charming visage, believing you to be an easy target. Your appearance indeed possesses the ability to confound adversaries. I commend you for that." Wu Mengjia sized her up and nodded in affirmation. He then continued, "Since they have invited us into their trap, let us play along and catch them off guard." Su Li's eyes curved into crescent moons as a radiant smile graced her face. "All right, let us ensnare them." This proposal filled Su Li with excitement, and she immediately expressed her agreement. With her words, the atmosphere of the entire team ignited. Everyone became fervently engaged in the game, shedding the tension and anxiety that had previously enveloped them. The sweet, melodious laughter of the girls echoed through the team's voice chat, lifting everyone's spirits. This joyful ambience allowed them to forget the fatigue brought on by battling the monsters, making their challenges seem trivial. Simultaneously, the morale of the entire team soared, boosting their confidence and significantly enhancing their efficiency in combat. Meanwhile, on the opposing battlefield, the commander of the Summit of Gods observed from a secure vantage point, closely monitoring the soaring scores of Jiuzhou Tong. As the score gap widened, anxiety began to creep into their ranks. Have these East Asians consumed Popeye spinach? How have they suddenly become so formidable? He urgently instructed his teammates, "Quickly, tell our damage dealers to intensify their efforts. We cannot afford to fall too far behind, or the upcoming strategy will be even more challenging to execute." His commands swiftly transmitted through the team voice chat to his comrades. Consequently, the members of the Summit of Gods intensified their attacks, striving to close the score gap. However, they soon realized that even their utmost efforts could not reduce the score difference to within 5 points. The commander of the Summit of Gods glanced at the halfway mark of the 15-minute warm-up match, feeling like a restless ant on a hot pan. He had never been so desperately eager to reclaim a lead, yet found himself thwarted. What could possibly be going wrong? Meanwhile, Jack Zatara, who had been battling monsters to vent his pent-up frustration, responded to the commander's anguished growl. "Let me take command. You assist me from the sidelines, Monty. Lead the others in continuing to slay the monsters." Despite his irritation, the commander of the Summit of Gods dared not provoke Jack, knowing the veteran was ruthless and would betray anyone for personal gain. A mere commander like himself could easily be replaced with a mere flick of Jack's finger. Once Jack took over, the pace of the match shifted. He skillfully devised strategies, and the members of the Summit of Gods worked in harmony, gradually narrowing the score gap with Jiu Tong. On the Jiu Tong side, Wu Mangjia sensed the shift and advised everyone to remain vigilant, formulating counter-strategies. Just as the score was on the verge of being equalized, Su Li unleashed her ultimate ability, temporarily immobilizing the remaining 10 monsters. A vibrant green light illuminated the battlefield. Her skill not only stunned numerous monsters, but also bought precious time for the team. Simultaneously, the assassin players activated their stealth abilities, flanking the 10 monsters and unleashing their ultimate attacks, which swiftly diminished nearly 2/3 of the monster's health. Following this, ranged attackers employed binding skills to momentarily immobilize the monsters for 3 seconds, after which the arriving warriors utilized the skill to confine the monsters within a small circle. Ultimately, as the countdown of 15 minutes reached its final moments, Jiu Tong successfully eliminated the 10 monsters, widening the score gap to nearly double. The game system's mechanical announcement resounded throughout the battlefield. The Jiu Tong faction from the East Asia continent server leads the score significantly against the Summit of Gods Guild from the European continent server in the 15-minute warm-up match. Congratulations to the Jiu Tong faction for receiving the winner's buff, increasing all defense values by 2 and enhancing healing capabilities by 5. As the members of Jiu Tong reveled in their newfound advantages, the voice chat of the Summit of Gods fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Everyone seemed to shrink into the background, fearful of inciting Jack's wrath, except for the vice-captain, Monty, who relentlessly prodded Jack's ego. "Oh dear, having lost the warm-up match, will our upcoming ambush still succeed?" "Silence," Jack replied, his tone and demeanor deceptively calm. His composed demeanor did little to reassure his teammates. Rather, it filled them with trepidation. As they became increasingly cautious, Jack gritted his teeth and stated, "What matters now is the successful execution of our plan. I implore everyone to refrain from concerning yourselves with anything else." The team exchanged glances, and under Monty's subtle cue, they reluctantly responded in unison, "Understood." Chapter 127. Jack Zatara, the vast celestial curtain that had hung between the two battlefields gradually faded, enveloping the arena in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Su Li and Hua Yuan stood shoulder to shoulder at the forefront of their team, their figures strikingly prominent. Hua Yuan, with a serious expression, cautioned Su Li, "Do not stray too far from me. It is unsafe." His gaze revealed his concern and apprehension for her well-being. Su Li blinked playfully, "Ryopanding, I understand." Upon receiving the girl's obedient reply, a hint of relief washed over Hua Yuan's face. However, at that moment, a hidden assassin emerged from the shadows. Attempting to ambush Su Li, Hua Yuan reacted instantaneously, wielding his sword to vanquish the attacker. Blood splattered onto the ground, creating a vivid crimson stain. Witnessing this scene, Su Li's eyes widened, a warm and peculiar emotion swelling within her. She had intended to teach these foes a lesson herself, only to have Hua Yuan preempt her efforts. "Oh dear, you shouldn't end the battle so quickly. I wanted them to experience the wrath of a healer." Su Li, feeling both cared for and slightly impatient, exclaimed with a hint of urgency. Hua Yuan, hearing her voice, did not glance back but instead allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Then let me see if you can outpace me in locating them." No sooner had he spoken than Hua Yuan vanished, dashing towards the next location with incredible speed, like a gust of wind, disappearing from sight in an instant. Observing this, Su Li quickly lifted her lantern, determined to follow in Hua Yuan's footsteps. Her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, eager to showcase her prowess to the enemies. The healer's basic attack range equaled that of ranged attackers. Thus, she utilized this advantage to strike down foes before Hua Yuan could reach them. "Isn't that a bit unfair?" Hua Yuan remarked, though the indulgence in his eyes was unmistakable. "How can this be considered unfair? I always defeat the enemies before you without deliberately stealing your kills." As Su Li proudly tilted her head, Hua Yuan's smile grew wider. "All right, but I want to be so lenient next time. You had better step up your game, otherwise you'll be embarrassed when I surpass you." Thus, the friendly competition between Su Li and Hua Yuan quietly unfolded. On the other side of the battlefield at the peak of the gods, Alangita, upon stepping into the fray, encountered the blood-soaked Jexita Luo on a small hill besieged by monstrous creatures, along with a healer sheltered behind him. Alangita's gaze swept the surroundings, absorbing the situation in its entirety. He noticed that the healer behind Jexita Luo consistently managed to restore his strength just as he was on the brink of exhaustion. Furrowing his brow, he regarded Jexita Luo with a look of confusion, murmuring to himself, "Why would Jexita protect a healer? This is not in his character." After witnessing Jexita Luo slay the fifth creature, he felt the latter's gaze upon him, prompting Jexita to laboriously raise his head towards Alangita. The look in Jexita Luo's eyes made Alangita frown with dissatisfaction. After all, it was he who had been harmed, so why did Jexita regard him so? Standing atop the hill, upon seeing Alangita's furrowed brow, Jexita Luo rasped, "Alangita, long time no see, my captain." Though they were 100 meters apart, Jexita merely moved his lips, and yet Alangita felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, as if he had heard the words. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed in his ears, a deafening sound that interrupted his shared gaze with Jexita. Without moving his body, Alangita swept his spear beside him, piercing through the skull of a creature that was merely a meter away. The warm, foul blood of the creature splattered forth, staining the right half of his dark blue attire a deep purple. With the creature collapsing, a space finally cleared around Alangita. He redirected his gaze to Jexita Luo, who had now closed his eyes. A wave of irritation surged within Alangita, compelling him to grip his spear tightly, preparing to charge at Jexita Luo. Yet, at that very moment, more creatures surged from all directions, clawing and lunging toward Alangita. The monsters would not attack enemy players from another battlefield, but they would not avoid them while in motion either. If one were careless and neglected to evade, local players could be trampled to death by the creatures. Alangita had to temporarily set aside his focus on Jexita and concentrate on dodging the onslaught of monsters rushing towards the hill. He wielded his spear with precision, each swing striking true against the heedless creatures, forcing them to redirect. In stark contrast to Alangita's ease, Jexita Luo, atop the hill, began to feel overwhelmed by the seemingly endless tide of advancing monsters. He panted heavily, sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to retreat. The healer behind him remained well protected. Meanwhile, Mont, who was supposed to provide immediate support, stood quietly on another hill with his teammates. After casting a brief glance at the idle Alangita, Mont closed his eyes, appearing as an otherworldly sage, indifferent to the unfolding events. The team members watched anxiously as the small hill was nearly engulfed by layers of monsters, and one spoke urgently, "Deputy, the monsters around Jexita are multiplying. He has held out for so long, and even with Funa, it is unlikely he can fend off this wave. Can you fly?" Mont suddenly opened his eyes, directing this seemingly unrelated question at his teammates. They were taken aback by his inquiry, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Mont paid them no mind, his gaze fixating on the healer named Funa behind Jexita. He noticed that despite her apparent fatigue, her eyes remained intently fixed on Jexita Luo as he battled the monsters. After a moment, Mont let out a sigh and said to his teammates, "Not being able to fly is fine. Let's save him." The teammates, bewildered by his sudden shift, hesitated but ultimately nodded and unleashed powerful attacks to disperse the surrounding monsters. They fought their way toward the hill where Jexita Luo stood. Upon seeing her teammates rushing to provide support, Funa beamed with relief and joy, alerting Jiexita Luo, who was locked in combat with the beasts. After dispatching the nearest creature, Jiexita Luo swiftly wrapped an arm around Funa's waist and, with all his might, hurled her toward his comrades, ensuring her escape from the hill. Chapter 128. Undying and Unyielding Jiexita. Funa's frantic cry echoed across the battlefield. Yet Jiexita Luo remained unfazed, intensely focused on the fierce battle against the monsters on the hill. In a distant safe zone, Wu Mengjia observed the scene intently, filled with confusion and uncertainty. As he attempted to comprehend Jiexita Luo's actions, a figure drew nearer to the hill, capturing his attention. It was a Langita, advancing towards the hill. Wu Mengjia's brow furrowed slightly, as if grasping an understanding. So this is what they mean by enemies crossing paths. The animosity between the two had deepened to an irreparable extent, and their reunion was destined to ignite a deadly confrontation. With a swift motion, Jiexita Luo narrowly evaded an attack from creature, but at that moment, a formidable force surged towards him with astounding speed, aimed directly at his head. Without time to ponder, he swiftly sidestepped, exposing himself to the monsters. In that instant, the creatures seized the opportunity to pounce upon him, their sharp claws mercilessly raking across his chest. With a grunt, Jiexita Luo was knocked back several steps. Simultaneously, he retaliated with his curved blade, cleaving one creature's head in two. The creature's massive form toppled, its crimson and white brain matter and blood gushing forth and splattering onto the ground. Alangita's voice was chillingly cold as he leveled his spear. Mere yards from Jiexita's head, Jiexita, you should not have sent the healer away. The healer's reflexes were remarkably quick, consistently clearing Jiexita of negative statuses, indicating her not only skillful operation, but also a deep understanding of the cooldowns and effects of various professional skills. Jiexita Luo, fully aware that Alangita would seize this opportunity to seek vengeance, still chose to send the healer from the hill. This decision struck Alangita as foolish. Do not involve the innocent. Jiexita Luo forcefully wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Innocent? Was I not innocent back then? Alangita's gaze brimmed with scorn as he continued. Moreover, the way you and she look at each other is hardly innocent. Jiexita Luo hastily interrupted. Enough. It was I who attacked you back then. She knew nothing of it. For the sake of our past brotherhood, I can wait for you to rise. A smirk, one that danced on the edge of a smile, yet bore a chilling indifference, graced Alangita's lips. He kept his spear unwaveringly aimed at Jiexita Luo, the icy tip glinting menacingly, as if poised to pierce his heart at any moment. Jiexita Luo struggled to prop himself up, barely managing to stand. His complexion alarmingly pale and beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. Yet, he still forced a wry smile. Then I should truly thank you. Alangita raised an eyebrow, indifferent to Jiexita Luo's gratitude, his focus unwavering and vigilant. Just as Jiexita Luo steadied himself, Alangita suddenly launched an attack. With a swift motion, he brandished the spear, resembling a great silver dragon soaring into the air, wielding unparalleled might as it aimed directly for Jiexita Luo's heart. Jiexita Luo was taken aback, fully aware of the formidable power of the gun. He quickly raised his curved knife, pressing it against the long shaft of the spear in an attempt to halt its advance. Simultaneously, he sidestepped to evade the razor-sharp tip. As he swiftly moved forward, the blade of his knife emitted a high-pitched screech against the long shaft. Just as the knife was about to graze his hands, his eyes glimmered with cunning. He relaxed his grip, allowing the spear to lose its support and plummet to the ground. In that instant, he clenched his fists and struck fiercely towards Jiexita Luo. The latter braced himself against Alvarez's blows, and the two found themselves locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Overtar cleverly caught the falling spear with the back of his foot, propelling it back into his grasp with force. Jiexita was astonished by his fluid movements, lamenting, I suddenly regret confronting you. Had it not been for my actions, you might never have chosen to leave, nor settled in Angola, and you certainly would not have mastered these extraordinary martial arts. Perhaps then, I might have had a chance to triumph over you in a fair contest. Upon hearing this, Unab smiled slightly and replied, there are no what-ifs in this world. He then delivered a piercing thrust, directly slicing across Jika's right cheek. At that moment, a sharp pain radiated from Jikashi's face, and his expression turned even more anxious than before. Just then, Suli successfully located the last assassin player who had been tasked to ambush her. Under the astonished gaze of her opponent, she unhesitatingly dispatched him back to the resurrection point. "Ha, I win," she exclaimed triumphantly, glancing towards Xian. However, she found him frowning, his gaze fixed in the direction of the left. Curiously, Suli approached his side and followed his line of sight. There, on a small hill surrounded by magical creatures, Alankarta was engaged in a fierce battle with an unfamiliar blonde male player. Wow, is this the legendary master? He always appears so gentle. Yet I never imagined he could possess such a combative side. Every move he makes targets his opponent's vital points with astonishing ferocity. Suli couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing her remarks, Hoya nodded in agreement, equally astonished by the fighting style was showcasing for the first time. What are you all waiting for? Don't you see your captain is being targeted? Hurry and assist. Fu Na anxiously urged, her heart racing as she witnessed the one-sided battle against Tisho. Frustrated by the inaction of her team, she lamented, are you all so indifferent that you wish for her to punish you and expel you from the team? Her words ignited a spark, intensifying the atmosphere. Yet, as she realized her slip of the tongue, it was too late to retract. She stood nervously, attempting to explain, but her teammates seemed entirely unaffected by her admonition, their focus remaining solely on the unfolding battle, as if they had turned a deaf ear to her warning. Though her intentions were noble, Fu Na felt a profound sense of helplessness welling up within her. Chapter 129. This is what he owes on the top. She understood that her words might have incited resentment among her teammates, yet she recognized that inaction would lead to dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure and called out once more, we must unite. We cannot stand idly by. If we do not act now, our team will suffer devastating losses. However, her comrades remained unmoved. Their expressions conveyed a chilling indifference, seemingly oblivious to the plight of their trusted captain. Fu Na began to despair, unsure how to break the deadlock. In that moment, a sudden idea struck her. Before others could intervene, she rushed to the front line. As she cast healing spells upon Kushivo, the negative effects upon him were entirely dispelled. Her impulsive action caused Monty's gaze to turn icy, and he vanished from sight, swiftly pursuing the healer, who was now navigating through the magical creatures. Unexpectedly rejuvenated, Jiekushitalo was startled, but soon dismissed any concerns about the fairness of their 1v1 confrontation and narrowly evaded the ferocious onslaught. She swiftly activated her skills, enhancing her own attributes, and resolutely charged towards a small hill. Fu Na's actions caught Sui's attention from afar. Despite the healing support, Along Huatar remained undeterred. Yet Sui could not abide the unfair 2v1 scenario. I will lend him a hand, she declared, darting towards the hill. The other members of the team from the Peak of Sun, Druden, gazed in astonishment as Fu Na engaged in battle, violating the rules. And a sense of helplessness surged within them. Does she even realize what she is doing? She's breaking the rules. I always said her romantic inclinations would lead to trouble. Initially, inter-team romances were forbidden, and though Taka had made an exception, did he not explain the 1v1 rules to Fu Na? Perhaps it was Fu Na's reckless behavior that finally provoked the simmering discontent among the team members, who had long harbored grievances against Kishalo. One member suddenly shouted towards the small hill, Captain, we will always support you. You will forever be our great captain. With this proclamation, others quickly echoed their sentiments. Though they still feared potential retribution from Jiekershaw, the pent-up frustration was too overwhelming to suppress. The team's voices, though soft, were carried by the wind, reaching the ears of the two combatants on the hill. However, rather than feeling elated, Jiekersaw's expression darkened further. This was because his teammates typically referred to him as Captain Deker, not by his name as they did today. It was clear that their calls were not directed at him. Alankata also caught wind of the cheers, a subtle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Jikushin noticed the shift his expression. A surge of inexplicable rage and bitterness welled up within him, like a fire ignited by an unseen spark. He unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks upon his adversary. Alankatar effortlessly deflected his strikes, even taking the liberty to taunt him. It seems you heard your teammates' cheers. No wonder you've suddenly become so invigorated. With a slight backward lean, gripped his knife tightly, his gaze icy as he fixated on his opponent. His feet planted firmly as if rooted to the ground. He stood like an indomitable fortress. Alan, you have gone too far, he bellowed, his anger reaching a boiling point as he executed his most lethal technique, striking towards her vital areas with an extraordinary posture. Alan Huatar raised his eyelids, twirling the spear in his grasp. He chose not to engage in a direct confrontation. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he aimed to create distance and seek an opportunity for a counterattack. Yet, fate is often rife with dramatic twists. As he was about to distance himself from Jiekushi Taluo, a nurse's ultimate ability suddenly exploded beside him. The radius of this ability perfectly enveloped him, rendering him immobile in an instant. This unexpected turn of events caught Alangada off guard. He found himself unable to move, helplessly watching as a cold glimmering curved blade approached him. Time seemed to elongate unnaturally, each second feeling like a century. In this moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fear and helplessness. He realized that if he could not escape this predicament in time, he might be sent back to the resurrection point by Jiekushi Taluo. However, just when he believed he was doomed, a miracle occurred. A blooming lotus appeared beside him, radiating dazzling light. This was part of the nurse's ultimate ability. It aided Alangada in evading a fatal fate. He had no time to ponder why the lotus appeared here or who had extended a helping hand. Seizing this rare opportunity, he swiftly withdrew from danger. Without hesitation, he stepped back, steadied himself, and used his spear to deflect the curved blade with a powerful thrust, sending it flying. Immediately after, he accurately struck Jiekushi Taluo's heart. A terrified scream shattered the silence of the battlefield, echoing across the desolate expanse. This cry came from Funa, who had witnessed the entire battle, her heart filled with fear and concern. The ominous expression on Monty's face deepened as he hurried to the scene. He mercilessly dispatched several monsters that attempted to pounce on Funa, then carelessly hoisted her onto his shoulder, carrying her away from the monster-infested battlefield. When Funa regained her senses from the fright, she felt an intense discomfort in her abdomen and instinctively opened her mouth to vomit. She covered her mouth, struggling to suppress the urge, but the nausea intensified, becoming unbearable. Just before she could no longer hold it in, she was unceremoniously dropped to the ground, her legs giving way as she sat down. Rubbing her sore backside, Funa's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering as she lamented to Monty and the others. "Why you treat me this way? What have I done wrong? And why will you not lend a hand? Jiekushi is our captain." Monty looked at her coldly, devoid of any compassion, and replied icily, "This is what he owes that person. He must bear all the wrath that comes from them." His words cut through like a chilling wind, causing Funa to shiver involuntarily. Funa widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Monty. She had never seen him so cold and unfeeling. She had once believed in their deep friendship, but now it seemed like mere ephemeral illusions. She felt a wave of grievance and sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 130. Professional players killed by ordinary players and sent back to the resurrection point. Thank you. If you hadn't arrived just in time to assist, I might have been the one at the resurrection point. Alangita sincerely expressed his gratitude to Suli. No need for thanks. Suli waved her hand dismissively. I simply cannot abide their bullying of the weak. Indeed, Alangita nodded slightly, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. I have resolved my personal grievances. Now it is time for the conflict between factions. Suli blinkit in surprise. Her tone reveling her astonishment. Was that person just Jiekushi Taluo? Although Suli had seen Jiekushi Taluo's photograph in articles during her previous life, she had not paid much attention to the traitor then, which is why she failed to recognize him immediately. Alangita gazed at the distant figure of his former comrade. his eyes filled with nostalgia. Yes, I never expected that after all these years, he remains unchanged. You used to have a great relationship, didn't you? Suli asked curiously. Alangada let out a bitter laugh. Once, we were the most harmonious teammates in the same squad. Suli raised an eyebrow, silently lamenting, I see. No wonder Alangada's expression was so complicated just now. And then, how did it come to this? Suli could not help but inquire. Alangada sighed, human hearts are ever-changing. If I had noticed Jiekishi's inner turmoil earlier, perhaps we would not have reached this point. Suli was unaware of what had transpired between him and Jiekishi Taluo, so she chose silence, listening quietly. Fortunately, Alangada only spoke this much and did not continue. Otherwise, she might have been unable to resist sneaking back to find Huiyuan. When Jiekishi Taluo, having been slain by Alangata, reappeared in his opposing team, the previously silent team voice channel finally heard Wu Mengjia's voice. The assassins lying in ambush for Su Li had been eradicated by Su Li and Huiyuan, and now they stood together with the other team members. Wu Mengjia raised his voice in the team channel, passionately rallying them for battle. Now that the enemy's morale is wavering, we must seize this opportunity and charge forward to capture the enemy's high ground flag. Hearing Wu Mengjia's words, everyone felt invigorated, their blood boiling within them as a surge of ambition welled up. The atmosphere among the team grew fervent and spirited, echoing Wu Mengjia's rallying cries as they shouted in unison, capture the flag, capture the flag, capture the flag, as the players from Juzhou Tong were ablaze with fervor. The members of the Summit of the Gods were engulfed in a palpable gloom. Funa glutted ferociously at Yeke Talo, edliming, yeah. They deliberately refused to save you, leaving you to face that unfair contest alone. Upon seeing Jiekishi Taluo, Funa seemed to find her anchor, her earlier helplessness vanishing without a trace. However, the members of the Summit of the Gods were already accustomed to her complaints, their hearts unmoved. Jiekishi Taluo gently pat Funa's shoulder, offering a few words of comfort before turning his gaze towards Monty, who stood before the members of the Summit of the Gods. His eyes bore a sharp intensity as he coldly demanded, Monty, I believe you owe me an explanation. Monty maintained his nonchalant grin, lazily responding, Oh, explanation? Captain Jia, it hardly seems appropriate for us to interfere in your one-on-one duel with the captain, does it? Upon hearing Monty's words, Jiekishi Taluo's expression darkened instantly. His brow furrowed tightly as a surge of anger and discontent welled up within him. He glared at Monty, his voice rigid. I will reiterate, Alangada has retired. He is no longer the captain of the team. Monty appeared unfazed by Jiekishi Taluo's reaction, shrugging nonchalantly, displaying an air of indifference. He shifted his gaze to the poised members of Juzhou Tong, observing their readiness to launch an attack. Intentionally raising his voice with a mocking tone, he said, They seem quite prepared, don't they? Captain Jia, what are your plans? Jiekishi Taluo's eyes sparkled with cunning and satisfaction as he smiled slightly, replying, According to our previously devised plan, we shall first target the enemy's healer, stripping them of their healing support. Thus, their defeat will merely be a matter of time. However, Monty abruptly interrupted Jiekishi Taluo's words. He regarded Jiekishi Taluo with a disdainful gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he bluntly remarked, Captain Jia, perhaps you should first inquire about how those 3 assassins beside you met their demise and returned to the resurrection point. Jiekishi Taluo was immediately taken aback. Astonishment and displeasure etched across his face. He despised being interrupted while speaking. Staring in disbelief, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond given Monty's standing. However, he understood that Mont was not a person who acted without reason. Thus, he turned his head and inquired of the 3 assassin players why they had died and returned to the respawn point. These 3 assassin players were already sharp operators in the club, and to admit in front of so many people that they had been killed by 2 ordinary players, a man and a woman, was a blow to their pride. They hesitated, finding it hard to speak. Jack Zatara, already irked by Mont's interruption earlier, grew even more agitated upon witnessing the awkward demeanor of the 3 assassins. What's going on? What happened? Is there something so difficult to say? Must I guess? Jack Zatara's voice was low and foreboding. This frightened the three assassin players, who trembled and promptly confessed the reasons for their deaths. They had been slain by the healer and her damage dealer. With heads bowed and voices dwindling, they spoke as if afraid of being mocked. Upon hearing their confession, Jack Zatara was taken aback. He could hardly believe his ears and asked again, "What did you say? You were killed by a healer?" One of the assassin players' faces flushed, seemingly embarrassed, but he meekly added, "And her damage dealer, we were both taken down together." No excuses. Jack Zatara was furious. You three will practice an extra 2 hours every day when you return. In Chapter 131, a single phrase ignited a bloodbath. Wu Mingjia did not concern himself with whether Jack Zatara had time to formulate a new strategy. With a commanding shout, the valiant players of Jiuzhou rushed towards the enemy like arrows shot from a bow. There's no time. Everyone spread out. Seize the opportunity to eliminate the isolated healer. Jack Zatara was unable to devise a new plan and could only make slight adjustments to the old one. The players of Jiuzhou did not need to be constantly wary of monster ambushes. They could even coordinate with the monsters at critical moments to strike a heavy blow against the members of the Summit of Gods. Was this the advantage of having the initiative? Damn! A tank player from the Summit of Gods, heavily injured and sent back to the respawn point, could not help but curse. The healer beside him lost her protection and was subsequently sent back to the respawn point by Su Li, who was positioned behind Hui Yuan. Mon observed the diminishing number of healers on his side and was inwardly astonished. This healer named Ikuli Zi was remarkably fierce, capable of sending a healer with health only second to a tank back to the respawn point with merely 2 ordinary attacks. Keving vitnis Su Li's prowess. Jack Zatara also felt a surge of trepidation. He furrowed his brow tightly and gravely warned the other team members in the voice channel. Everyone must be cautious of that healer named Ikuli Zi. Although Su Li could not hear the specifics of Jack Zatara's warnings, she easily deduced from his vigilant and hostile gaze, as well as his deliberate choice to avoid her position and output from a distance, that the opponent had begun to regard her with caution. Nevertheless, she felt neither fear nor concern. Instead, a slight smile graced her lips as she softly murmured, "Only now do you realize the need to guard against me? Alas, it is too late." Without any verbal communication, Hui Yuan instantly comprehended Su Li's intent. Like the sharpest of weapons, he leaped without hesitation, landing gracefully behind the enemy lines. He then wielded his sword with exceptional precision, sending the remaining tank players back to the respawn point, leaving only the terrified healer players. These healers, both male and female, were now anxiously fixated on Hui Yuan's every movement, as if even the slightest misstep could lead them to share the fate of the fallen tanks. However, Hui Yuan refrained from pursuing the healer players. Instead, he stood like a loyal guardian, blocking their escape route and waiting for the output players from the Summit of Gods to return in support. Thus, Hui Yuan and Su Li executed a coordinated assault, effortlessly encircling the enemy output players. The outputs found themselves in a predicament, torn between rushing back to aid the healers and not daring to turn their backs on Su Li, the formidable healer. This situation presented a rather comical paradox. The output players from the Summit of Gods were growing anxious. What should we do? We must return to assist. We cannot afford to lose more healers. Devious. They are deliberately making things difficult for us. In my previous studies of tactics, I came across the ancient wisdom of the Dragon Kingdom, which speaks of deception and warfare, and I believe this situation embodies that principle. Regardless of which choice we make, we will suffer heavy losses. Listening to the frantic chatter among the team members in the voice channel, Jack Zatara found it hard to maintain his composure. He realized he could not remain as calm as he had in past competitions. Calm down, stay calm. He urged himself internally, striving for composure, yet the effort proved counterproductive. The more he wished to be calm, the more agitated he became. Mont stood not far from him, coldly observing the captain of the team succumb to anxious agitation. Evading the claws of the monsters, Mont leaped onto the massive head of one of the beasts and ruthlessly crushed its skull. The splattered flesh and bone sent a chilling aura around him, causing even the bloodthirsty monsters to hesitate. Standing atop the monster's colossal form and witnessing the relentless advance of the players from Jojo, he suddenly laughed. "Now, this is interesting," he murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with a manic light. Mont inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of blood that filled the air, a surge of inexplicable exhilaration swelling within him. He gazed at the distant players of Jojo, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. "Come, let us engage in a true battle," a voice within him cried out. Yet his gaze remained eerily calm. As his words fell, the surrounding monsters seemed stirred by some unseen force, growing even more ferocious and frenzied, complicating the already dire circumstances for the players of the Summit of Gods. Mont stood upon the corpse of the monster, coldly surveying what lay before him. This battle had only just begun, and he eagerly anticipated the confrontation with the idol he had long revered. In his eyes, vanquishing this idol and demonstrating that he had grown strong because of him was of utmost importance. Everything else was merely an obstacle in his pursuit of greatness. Simultaneously, Mont keenly sensed a gaze fixed intently upon him. He immediately turned his attention in that direction, only to be caught off guard by a pair of deep, luminous eyes. Those eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, seemingly harboring an infinite warmth, with a hint of an elusive smile akin to flowers blooming under the gentle spring sun. Mont found himself momentarily stunned, a wave of indescribable familiarity washing over him. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing the figure before him, then softly whispered, "Senior Herta." In that instant, as Alung Herta locked eyes with the youth standing atop the monster, time seemed to freeze. He felt as if he were gazing into the eyes of his younger self, brimming with vigor and confidence. This sense of familiarity jolted his heart, plunging him into contemplation. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to discover that a smile had unconsciously appeared on his face. Mont did not overlook the subtle smile that graced the lips of Elangata. In that moment, he felt every drop of blood in his veins boil with excitement, akin to a jubilant monkey, almost unable to contain himself from dancing and exuberantly cheering to express the thrill within. However, while Mont shared an intimate gaze with his idol Elangata, the damage dealers on the pinnacle of the gods were being sent back to the resurrection point one after another by Su Li. The plight of the damage dealers stemmed from an offhand remark made by Jack Zatara, which provoked Su Li to resolve to make them kneel and plead, "Mommy, I was wrong." 5 minutes prior, Jack Zatara, exasperated by the indecision of the damage dealers, shouted in fury, "A mere healer can scare you this much. You professional players could defeat her with just a flick of your fingers. Go do what you must." It is unclear what motivated Jack Zatara. Perhaps it was to assert dominance over Su Li and the Jojo players. As he spoke, he recorded his words and sent them via voice message to the nearby channel. Upon hearing this, Su Li's demeanor immediately soured, her adorable face falling as an intimidating aura surrounded her, causing Wu Mengjia, who had ventured close, to swallow his words. In the enemy's rear, Huiyuan also caught wind of the voice message, and his expression turned icy, instilling fear in the players behind him who instinctively recoiled. Nearby channel voice, "A mere healer? I will make you kneel and cry, 'Mommy, I was wrong,' right now," Su Li declared angrily, her eyes gleaming with intensified fury. Jack Zatara, unfazed, responded with a voice message, "Ha, this little girl is quite amusing. I admit your attack power is impressive, likely bolstered by some heavenly skill. However, you are about to face dozens of professional players." Su Li scoffed, then turned her gaze to Huiyuan. "I will handle them. Do not intervene." She then looked back at Wu Mengjia. "You too. Tell everyone to refrain from interfering." Wu Mengjia, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded. "All right, I will inform everyone to adjust our strategy." Reaching a consensus, Su Li swiftly launched her attack. Utilizing the skills of a healer, she maximized her attack range, rendering melee players unable to approach her. For ranged players, finding a safe position to deal damage proved impossible, as Su Li constantly moved and dodged, making their attacks miss their mark. Simultaneously, she kept an eye on the movements of the monsters. Should she detect any damage dealers attempting to approach, she would deftly coordinate her actions with the monsters, causing chaos and even leading to their demise at the monster's jaws. This strategy not only safeguarded her, but plunged her enemies into disarray. Thus, Su Li's series of tactics left her adversaries utterly bewildered. Unable to anticipate her next move, they could only respond defensively, while she seized every opportunity to deliver decisive blows. Meanwhile, Hui Yuan stood firm behind the enemies, akin to a war god, cutting off their retreat and instilling profound fear, preventing them from attempting to flee the battlefield. In merely 5 minutes, over half of the damage dealers on the pinnacle of the gods had been sent back to the resurrection point by Su Li. They had initially believed they could easily defeat her, but now realized they had grossly underestimated her capabilities. When Alangada regained his senses, he witnessed Su Li execute a surprise basic attack, sending a fragile assassin back to the resurrection point. His eyelids twitched in astonishment. Filled with disbelief at Su Li's remarkable attack power and her astonishing growth, he recalled that during their last spar, she had not been capable of such feats. Yet, in a matter of months, she had evolved to face 10 opponents alone, maintaining the upper hand. Players who were teleported back to the resurrection point faced a 1-minute wait before re-entering the battlefield. Although they could respawn repeatedly, by the time they returned to the combat zone, their teammates would likely have already been sent back as well. What awaited them was merely a one-sided thrashing at the hands of Su Li. After sending a player with a familiar ID back to the resurrection point for the 3rd time, Su Li shifted her gaze to Mont and Jack Zatara, who had yet to engage. Nearby channel voice. You two, are you refraining from action out of fear or disdain for me? Unlike the visibly upset Jack Zatara, Mont charged forward with agility, albeit dragging his hefty 2-handed sword behind him, the blade scraping the ground as sparks flew. Observing the smiling young man, Su Li quickly identified his weakness, landing 2 basic attacks on his knees. Unsurprisingly, Mont was swiftly teleported back to the resurrection point. Jack Zatara's expression morphed into a vivid palette of colors, reflecting his emotions. Internally, he roared, Mont, even if you intended to let her win, at least put up a semblance of fight. Try not to make it so obvious. The members waiting at the resurrection point were startled to see Mont return. Vice Captain. How did you? You're back. Mont rose from the resurrection point, dusting off his hands nonchalantly. I was waiting to spar with Senior Herda. I must maintain my best condition. Besides, I know my abilities. If it really came down to it, I might not easily defeat that little girl. The members nodded in vague understanding. But before they could voice further thoughts, they were startled by the arrival of a new player at the resurrection point. Mont, curious about their ghostly expression, turned back to look. Captain Jack? Mont was not surprised to see Jack Zatara at the resurrection point, but he hadn't expected to encounter him there so quickly, as if they had both just been sent back in tandem. Seizing the opportunity to mock Jack Zatara, Mont feigned shock. I can't believe even Captain Jack is no match for that little girl. Enough with the sarcasm, lest you freeze your tongue. Jack Zatara retorted coldly as he rose from the ground. Mont, suppressing a smirk, realized that he had intentionally allowed himself to be defeated, while Jack Zatara would not have done the same, implying that the little girl was indeed superior to Jack Zatara. Reflecting on this, Mont pondered. Given that this little girl had so swiftly defeated Jack Zatara, she must be someone who could rival Senior Herda. Perhaps he could have a serious match with her? Suddenly, the sound of a system notification shattered Mont's thoughts. Ding! The flag of the pinnacle of the gods has been successfully captured by the Jiuzhou Tong. Ding! Congratulations to the Jiuzhou Tong faction of the East Asia server for winning this week's cross-server battlefield. As all attention was drawn to Su Li and Hui Yuan, He Ningchuan seized the moment, leading a small squad to stealthily ascend the high ground of the pinnacle of the gods, successfully capturing their flag and planting the Jiuzhou Tong banner atop it. At this moment, the high ground had transformed into a shade of blue, with clear indications that it belonged to the Jiuzhou Tong faction. Mont had not anticipated the formidable strength of the Jiuzhou Tong members. He had assumed that no matter how poorly Jack Zatara performed, he could at least lead the team to a comeback. However, reality left him utterly astonished. When did this inconspicuous little faction from the East Asian continent acquire the capability to rival their well-established guilds, replete with numerous professional players? Even more incredulous was the fact that they ultimately lost the match. Jax Italuo similarly opened the game map, gazing at the high ground that had quietly changed hands, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could this be possible? Why not? Su Li, accompanied by Hui Yuan, slowly approached the resurrection point at the summit of the gods. With the inter-server battle concluded, both parties could momentarily communicate without barriers during the cleanup period. They could even speak in their native tongues, as the game system would automatically translate it into the other S language for better understanding. Her voice was calm and resolute, as if she had anticipated everything that transpired. If you ask me, you truly cannot compare to a Langita. Jax Italuo instinctively prepared to rage. But upon meeting the girl's clear, innocent gaze, he felt it inappropriate to unleash his fury at a young lady. He suppressed his anger and replied, Alizi, I concede that I underestimated this inter-server battle, but that does not imply that you are superior to the summit of the gods. Oh, Su Li dismissed his words with a tone that was both infuriating and carefree. But the outcome is that you lost. Since time immemorial, victors have been kings and vanquished mere bandits, regardless of how formidable your club was in the past. You are now simply our defeated adversaries, a club that can never become a king, merely a band of thieves. Jax Italuo gritted his teeth, realizing for the first time that a beautiful girl could be so insufferable. Haha, well said. Monty suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes sparkling, regarding Su Li as if she were a kindred spirit. Jax Italuo, who had often faced subtle jabs from Monty, instantly teleported out of the inter-server battlefield, unwilling to endure any more of the other's sarcastic remarks. Oh, why did your team's captain leave so quickly? Is it because he knows he has shamed himself and fled in disgrace? The girl's tone was innocent, yet Monty found every word she uttered to be laden with aggression. He suddenly felt an increasing fondness for this forthright girl. Had it not been for the striking young man beside her glaring at him, he might have been tempted to engage her in conversation and perhaps add her as a gaming friend. Indeed, the handsome young man, Hui Yuan, had been vigilantly watching Monty since the moment he began conversing with Su Li. Hui Yuan was wary of any male presence around Su Li. The girl he cherished was far too radiant, and he feared that if he let his guard down, she might be deceived by someone with ill intentions. After Jax Italuo departed from the inter-server battlefield, a Langita gradually approached. Those teammates from the summit of the gods who had once fought alongside him recalled their past glories and training sessions, the memories flooding their minds like scenes from a film, causing their eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Captain, we miss you so much. Captain, please come back. The holographic game no longer relies on physical conditions. Yes, Captain, you saw it. Jack is simply no match for you. We need your leadership to continue being the world's #1 club. Thank you all for still remembering me. I often think of you as well, reminiscing about the moments we worked hard together. Seeing his former teammates with tears in their eyes, Alangita could not help but feel emotional, his voice thick with emotion. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady himself, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He choked out, but I am very happy now. In a way that is light and carefree, I truly enjoy my current life. Su Li quietly observed the members of the Summit of the Gods reminiscing with tears in their eyes, feeling a gentle wave of emotion rise within her. She sighed lightly, recognizing the sincerity and depth of these individuals' feelings. Finding herself somewhat bored, Su Li began tugging at Hui Yuan's sleeve, listening to Wu Mengjia directing the guild members as they cleared the battlefield, selecting useful monster corpses to take back for crafting materials. This was a privilege granted only to the victors of the inter-server battle, a form of additional reward from the system. The corpses of these monsters could be forged into various equipment or items, holding significant value for players. Your skills are clearly on par with Jackass. Why did you act that way earlier? Monty, initially lost in admiration for his idol's profile, suddenly found himself taken aback by Alangita's handsome smile and stammered, I feel guilty. Realizing the gravity of his words, he quickly shut his mouth. Alangita, noticing his demeanor, softened his expression. Even without you, I would have left the club. Why? The young man furrowed his brows, anxiously pressing for an answer. Because I lack commercial value. Alangita exhaled, his gaze steady upon Monty, his tone remarkably calm, as if merely stating a fact. He continued, "Aside from gaming, I possess no other talents. I neither have striking looks nor any influential background. Remaining the top player in the club for so long has been my most unexpected achievement. As time passes, I age, and my physical condition declines. Although I strive to maintain my performance, I can feel myself gradually being surpassed by newcomers in traditional gaming competitions." As Monty listened to Alangata's words, a wave of guilt surged within him. He recognized that he was one of the reasons for Alangata's departure, his face paling. He frowned and exclaimed angrily, "Even so, they should not have harmed you, using such despicable means to drive you away." Alangata regarded the still youthful young man before him, stepping closer and gently patting his shoulder like a mentor encouraging a junior. "Remember, my departure is not because of you. Do not live in perpetual guilt over me. I am grateful to have such a diligent fan as you, and I hope one day to hear your name in the World Championships." Chapter 134, I am proud of you in the main city tea house. A healer chatted with her lady about gossip when she suddenly recalled a fresh piece of news and shifted the topic to the recently prominent Jiuzhou Tong gang. "Have you heard? Jiuzhou Tong is preparing to hold an auction." "What auction?" "It's an auction for special equipment crafted from monster blood and flesh that can inflict 1 magic energy corrosion on attackers." "What? How come I didn't know about this?" The healer's companion looked bewildered, having heard nothing of such significant news. Observing her friend's confusion, the healer began to recount the backstory of the auction. The backstory of this auction traced back to the recent inter-server battle where Jiuzhou Tong defeated the globally recognized top guild, the Summit of the Gods. Wu Mengjia maintained his habit of leaving no stone unturned, sparing even the slightest monster corpses. Since the onset of the inter-server battlefield, the guild's large warehouse had nearly filled to capacity with monster remains. Unable to bear the sight any longer, He Ningchuan, as the guild leader, was compelled to demand that Wu Mengjia convert all these monster corpses into equipment before the next inter-server battlefield commenced, distributing them to all soldiers entering the game and members of allied guilds. Reluctantly, Wu Mengjia, the hoarder, sought the assistance of several lifestyle experts from Lianhua Luo and the logistical team that had joined Lianhua Luo. They worked tirelessly day and night for nearly 4 days and 3 nights to clear out the warehouse of monster corpses and transform them into piles of special equipment stored in the corners. These items were what remained after distributing to all personnel. With a little money-loving Su Li around, how could she allow these items to gather dust in the warehouse? Thus, the auction was born, due to the fact that the equipment being auctioned this time is not a rare treasure. Nearly all guilds will invest a small amount of funds to commission the creation of such equipment and distribute it as a benefit to their members. Therefore, Su Li has established the rule for this auction that only those independent players who are unwilling to join a guild are eligible to participate, and the starting bid for this auction is remarkably low. This auction can be seen as a benevolent gesture from He Ningchuan and Su Li to provide some relief for ordinary players in anticipation of future difficulties. Although these items may not be particularly remarkable, they at least possess additional enhancement effects, rendering them far superior to the low-tier equipment awarded for main quest rewards. The relevant information about the auction was still disseminated by He Ningchuan through his account on the Game.s forum. The Game Forum is a platform visible to all players on the server, and predictably, this news caught the attention of Jaxataluo. He dismissed it with disdain and even went so far as to publish a sarcastic post, subtly mocking the people of Jiuzhaotong for being solely focused on profit, even resorting to auctioning off such equipment to amass wealth. Jaxataluo is somewhat of a notable figure within the gaming community, and his post quickly stirred up considerable controversy, leading many to share it widely. Before long, a plethora of replies surfaced beneath his post, with supporters and detractors numbering almost equally. Faced with this outcome, Jaxataluo felt a sense of satisfaction and subsequently shifted his focus back to his daily rigorous training. However, when he later recalled the post, the situation had changed. The number of supporters had dwindled, while the opposition had grown increasingly vocal. To make matters worse, some players who had participated in the auction personally approached him to accuse him of narrow-mindedness and base thinking. expressing that he could not tolerate other independent players or lone wolves faring better than himself. Ultimately, the controversy sparked by this post reignited discussions about Jack Zataluo's past actions, nearly damaging the reputation of the Shindang Club. Meanwhile, Zhizhaotong once again stepped over this world-renowned club, gaining fame throughout the gaming community with an auction that was akin to a charitable giveaway. Indeed, I must be the fabled child of destiny. Suli Suung had diligate. Fair feet, while seated upon the back of the Shenlong, gazing down at the dozen individuals gathered around the grand round table, letting out a proud exclamation. This time, Suli came to visit Yingzheng, not accompanied by Hui Yuan, but rather brought along a dozen individuals. This group included He Ningchuan, Bai Yunfei, Bai Yunhe, and several high-ranking members from allied guilds, along with the heads of relevant departments. Of course, the relevant departments in question were not those known to the common populace, but rather the Taoist Bureau of Extraordinary Beings that oversees the peculiar talents of Longhua. Everyone sat together enjoying hot pot, with the pot and ingredients provided by Su Li, while the fire was supplied by the fire god Zhu Rong. The head of the Bureau of Extraordinary Beings was a sprightly elder with graying hair. As everyone savored the hot pot, they listened to the elder recount amusing anecdotes. The elder shared that upon first meeting Yingzheng, he was so astonished that he could hardly speak, and he was brought to tears before he could convey much. Despite being 122 years old, he cried like a wronged child upon seeing this ancestral figure. Indeed, you cried quite pathetically. I thought His Majesty had frightened you, the Shenlong remarked. Rather than feeling embarrassed by the Shenlong's bluntness, the elder chuckled while stroking his white beard. Seeing him smile, everyone else joined in, creating a warm atmosphere. Suli, curious about the reason for the elder's tears, inquired, "What made you cry, if I may ask? Were you too overwhelmed?" The elder gazed at the clear-eyed young girl above him and shook his head with a smile. Not entirely. It merely reminded me of a period of humiliating history. When I saw His Majesty, I wished to meet a senior who could listen to my grievances and allow me to weep freely. The elder's response silenced the room, as everyone present was aware of Longwa's history. Not long ago, the glorious nation had indeed endured a dark period of shame. Suli Solflieft. How old were you then? 5 years old, the elder replied, a smile on his face. Yet Su Li could sense the profound fear and anxiety that the young boy of 5 must have experienced. Sensing the sudden wave of somber emotion in the air, the elder was about to reassure the younger generation not to be saddened when he felt a pair of warm hands resting atop his head. You are all strong, wonderful children, and I am proud of you. The gaze of this eternal emperor was filled with an unyielding warmth, akin to that of a grandparent proud of their children. Chapter 135. Journey to the Capital. Today, Suli did not log into the game, but instead accompanied Hui Yuan at the invitation of Major General Zhang Jingqi, arriving in the capital via a private jet. The plane landed at 9:11 p.m. at the military airport, located several kilometers from the capital. As this was a military airport, there were not many people around. However, when Suli exited the aircraft, she was met with an unexpected sight. Major General Zhang Jingqi was waiting for her by the runway alongside an elderly gentleman of remarkable presence. The elder appeared to be around 60 years old, exuding a unique aura that inspired respect. Suli instantly recognized who this elder was, and she felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Hui Yuan, with his keen reflexes, caught her just in time. Otherwise, it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. Hui Yuan, possessing a demigod physique, was highly attuned to the emotions of others. Sensing that Suli was merely excited and astonished, rather than fearful or experiencing any negative emotions, he felt somewhat reassured and gently asked, "Would you like me to carry you down?" No, I'm just too excited. I can manage," Suli firmly declined, as being carried down in front of so many people would indeed be mortifying. After taking a few deep breaths, she quickened her pace down the ladder and, upon reaching the elder, greeted him with a deep bow. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Seeing the young girl so enthusiastically bowing at a 90-degree angle, the elder found her utterly delightful, and he personally extended his hand to help her up, speaking in a kindly manner. "Little Sue, there is no need for such formalities. Su Li was acutely aware that her earlier demeanor must have appeared foolish, and with a flushed face, she hesitated to meet the gazes of those around her, mumbling softly, "I never expected to see you in person one day, so close, after seeing you in news reports. I hope you don't think I'm silly." The elder laughed heartily, his laughter resonant and warm, creating a comforting atmosphere. "Little Su, you are indeed a charming child. How could I think you silly? You are a hero of our nation." He patted Su Li on the shoulder, expressing his admiration and approval. Hearing the elder's words filled Su Li with emotion and pride. She understood that all her efforts were worthwhile, for she had received recognition and praise from this esteemed leader. She lifted her head, meeting the elder's gaze with determination, and said, "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. I will continue to work hard and live up to your expectations." The elder chuckled heartily, further charmed by the straightforwardness of the young girl before him. He engaged her in friendly conversation to bridge the gap between them. Soon, his gaze naturally shifted to Hui Yuan, who stood behind her. At this moment, Hui Yuan had fully integrated the power of the divine bone. His physique transformed into a tall and imposing figure, and his appearance underwent a remarkable change. The youthful visage that once bore a hint of immaturity had vanished, replaced by a handsome and profound countenance. His features were sharply defined, with smooth, perfect lines exuding a unique charm. Particularly striking were his eyes, deep and bright, as if imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. In this moment, Hui Yuan resembled a deity revered by incense offerings, emanating an aura of awe. The old leader reminisced about the photograph of Hui Yuan that Zhang Jingqi had sent a few months prior, when he was still a tender youth, a stark contrast to his present appearance. This astounding transformation further reinforced the leader's conviction that his earlier decision, made against the tide of opposition, was indeed sagacious. The young man before him was no ordinary individual. You truly possess the demeanor of an immortal. In the presence of Hui Yuan, the old leader did not exhibit the same paternal affection he had shown to Su Li. Rather, he addressed Hui Yuan with the respect due to a person of great stature, his words imbued with reverence. "Hui Yuan, this is the esteemed leader of Longhua." "Old leader who?" Su Li whispered to Hui Yuan from the side. In truth, Hui Yuan was quite attuned to domestic and international news, and he was well aware of this eminent leader, needing no special reminder from Su Li. He held great admiration for the elder who had guided Longhua into the ranks of world powers, and he approached him with utmost respect, slightly bowing and saying, "Good day, old leader." Noticing that Hui Yuan did not display arrogance despite his unique status, the old leader's perception of him improved significantly, and his tone softened. "There is no need for such formality. The purpose of inviting comrade Su Li and yourself to the capital is to discuss important matters. Please, let us proceed." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard beside him immediately gestured, "After you, gentlemen." Following the old leader, Su Li and Hui Yuan made their way towards a black vehicle parked not far from the airport. Su Li's heart brimmed with joy and anticipation. Based on the hints dropped by He Ningchuan earlier, she understood that today would be an unforgettable day, one where she would witness history alongside this great leader. The car drove out of the capital military district airport, and since Su Li and Hui Yuan were key figures in a special combat readiness plan, the privacy curtains were not drawn, ensuring the confidentiality of the capital military district airport. Throughout the journey, Su Li caught glimpses of Longhua's most advanced fighter jets and transport planes, formidable national assets that she had only seen in news reports. The capital military district airport was expansive. They spent nearly half an hour departing before the convoy was escorted by waiting vehicles outside the airport, smoothly transitioning from the outer ring of the capital to the heart of the nation's political institutions at Nanli Palace. Located at the center of the capital, Nanli Palace served as the place where emperors of Longhua conducted state affairs throughout the feudal dynasties, and after the overthrow of the feudal regime, it naturally became the political center of the nation. As the vehicle entered Nanli Palace, Su Li gazed through the window at the stringent security measures and the majestic architecture surrounding them, a sense of solemnity swelling within her. This was the site of the highest powers of the state, where every decision bore significance for the entire nation. As the convoy slowly navigated through the inner corridors of Nanli Palace, Suli felt an atmosphere of solemnity enveloping her. Everything here appeared so orderly, evoking a sense of reverence. Eventually, the vehicle halted before Grand Palace. The doors opened, and Su Li and Hua Yuan stepped out together. Observing the 10-step guard post beside them, Su Li felt a surge of nervousness. This was her first palpable encounter with such stringent security. Chapter 136. Already integrated, Su Li closely followed the old leader, taking careful steps while maintaining a vigilant gaze. She was filled with curiosity about her surroundings, but dared not let her attention waver. The old leader seemed to notice Su Li's tension, glancing back at her with a smile and a nod, signaling her to relax. They traversed through the heavily guarded corridors of the palace, where the guards stood serious and erect, exuding an air of authority. Su Li could not help but marvel at the stringent security, secretly grateful for the opportunity to enter such a core location. At last, they arrived before a large hall. This hall was imposing, with guards stationed on either side, dressed in crisp uniforms, their sharp gazes seemingly capable of discerning everything. Upon seeing the old leader and Zhang Jingqi, they quickly and uniformly saluted, expressing their respect. One of the guards stepped forward, gently pushing open the heavy, intricately carved redwood doors of the hall. Inside and outside the door seemed like two entirely different worlds. Outside was a traditional Lanxing palace garden, steeped in antiquity and beauty, while inside pulsated with a futuristic cyber aesthetic, adorned with high-tech devices and dazzling lights, overwhelming to the senses. This stark contrast fascinated Su Li, as if she had stepped into a scene from a science fiction film. "Good day, old leader." "Good day." "Koronel." Greetings echoed back and forth as the old leader and Zhang Jingqi smiled and nodded in response, warmly greeting the staff. In this unfamiliar setting, Su Li felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet she mustered the courage to grasp Hua Yuan's hand, striving to maintain her composure. Before long, a middle-aged woman in uniform approached them, her face radiating a genuine smile. "Gentlemen, we have prepared the materials you requested. Please take a look." She handed a sealed document to the old leader. The old leader received the document and began to peruse it attentively. Su Li followed him into the room, only to be astonished by the scene inside. Seeing the two leaders reviewing the documents, she quietly inquired of the middle-aged woman, "Excuse me, is this place?" "Hello, Comrade Su Li. This is the intelligence office of Nanli Palace. I'm the head, Nanya." Nanya's warm smile naturally invited a sense of closeness. Su Li, already holding an affinity for those serving the nation, found herself easily trusting Nanya under her beguiling smile. Before long, she was addressing her as Sister Nanya. Hua Yuan observed how effortlessly the young girl was charmed by the woman, lacking the usual caution she displayed with strangers. He sighed, reaching out to pull Su Li back as she drew nearer to Nanya. "What's wrong? I'm not a child anymore. You can't just keep pulling me around like that. Don't I have any dignity?" Su Li protested loudly. Hua Yuan lightly tapped her forehead with his finger, teasingly remarking, "You nearly divulged your entire family tree." Su Li blinked her watery apricot eyes, her mouth agape in surprise as she recalled, then suddenly realized, "Oh, it seems that's true." Nanya watched the interaction between the girl and the young man, a subtle smile gracing her lips, rich with meaning. When her gaze met Su Li's suddenly alert eyes, she couldn't help but smile beautifully and softly advise, "Comrade Su Li, you should remain vigilant when out and about." Su Li widened her eyes, looking at Nanya with a sense of grievance, as if she had not anticipated being so easily coaxed. Pouting, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "Sister Nanya, so you really were trying to extract information from me?" At that moment, Nanya suddenly felt a chilling presence sweep through the room. Her gaze inadvertently locked with Hua Yuan's tranquil and profound eyes. In merely a few seconds of mutual observation, she felt as though she had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, her entire being frozen in place, as if she were being watched by some lurking creature from the depths. Nanya's heart raced, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. She had never encountered such terror. It felt as if her very soul had been encased in ice. Only when Hua Yuan lowered his gaze did that bone-chilling aura gradually dissipate, allowing Nanya to escape her state of paralysis. She took a deep breath, attempting to quell the fear within her. Yet, the eerie sensation lingered in her mind, rendering her unable to forget the events that had just transpired. At that moment, the two leaders approached, having finished reviewing the documents, and handed the file bag to Su Li and Hui Yuan, enabling Nanya to surreptitiously observe this tall and handsome youth, akin to a deity. Hui Yuan now reverted to his harmless demeanor, but when Nanya gazed upon his exquisite profile, a wave of fear surged from the depths of her soul. Everything that had just occurred was not merely a figment of her imagination. Glancing at the girl who was intently studying the documents, Nanya couldn't help but feel a sense of relief that she had not harmed the girl nor truly provoked this enigmatic youth, rumored to be a deity. Otherwise, she might have met a dire fate just moments ago. In the past few months, the fusion of the game and reality had expanded to such an extent. The document in Su Li's hands depicted the map of Longhua, illustrating the areas where the game had merged with reality. Although these areas were primarily located in the remote deserts and mountains of Longhua, they collectively accounted for over 30 of the territory. When do you think we should inform other countries about this matter? The old leader suddenly inquired. Su Li looked at him, puzzled, and replied, "Do we not decide in the special combat readiness plan to prepare thoroughly before informing our country? Surely this must wait until before the spring festival? Not waiting then?" The old leader did not clarify, only stating, "Recently, we have discovered that spies from M country are inquiring about the special combat readiness plan." Hui Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, what was the outcome? Naturally, they gained nothing. Such a crucial plan could not possibly be leaked. If it were, it would indicate that we have traitors within. Colonel Zhang Jingqi, who had remained mostly silent, declared loudly. Su Li nodded, looking at the old leader. Then there is no issue. The special combat readiness plan is comprehensive. You can make the decision. She was merely a young girl who had recently come of age, having traveled a great distance to the capital to bring Hui Yuan to the Daomen for a rather unique full-body examination. Such a significant national matter was beyond her authority. Chapter 137. The three masters of witchcraft, Taoism, and Buddhism gathered together. Upon departing from the cyberpunk hall, Su Li followed the old leader into a conference room, where she was astonished to find a gathering of leaders from various military districts. Even more unexpectedly, aside from a map depicting the merged areas, she had the opportunity to meet these leaders and was fortunate enough to eavesdrop on their discussions. In the Daomen conference room, Su Li and Hui Yuan sat quietly to the side, attentively listening to the leaders analyze the current situation and deploy subsequent tasks. Although they were mere observers, both understood the significance of this meeting and dared not slacken their attention. As time passed, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. The leaders began to engage in heated discussions regarding task allocation, each firmly adhering to their own viewpoints, unwilling to concede. Su Li and Hui Yuan parted ways with the old leader in the early hours of the following day at Namli Palace, and together with Colonel Zhang Jingqi, they embarked on their journey to the Daomen. As their vehicle traveled along the expressway, Colonel Zhang Jingqi suddenly broke the silence within the car, smiling as he asked Su Li, "So, do you find us old folks particularly amiable?" Su Li paused, recalling the previous scene where the elderly leaders had become flushed and argumentative over their tasks, a surge of admiration swelling within her. She couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Indeed, you are quite endearing. However, you shouldn't shoulder all the burdens yourselves. I believe the younger uncles beside you can assist you as well." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Colonel Zhang Jingqi's eyes. He had not anticipated that this young girl was not only clever, but also possessed keen observational skills. Recognizing that those seated behind them were the designated successors among their group of old-timers. Thus, he laughed and said, "Ha, little girl, you are quite right. But sometimes, we old folks still need to take matters into our own hands." Su Li nodded in understanding. After all, these leaders were seasoned veterans, and their decisions often influenced the overall direction of the battle. She also recognized that the younger uncles possessed immense potential and could play vital roles in critical moments. Thus, the vehicle carrying Su Li and her companions continued onward, stopping at the base of a mountain, an hour's drive from the capital. Colonel Zhang's bodyguard exited the passenger seat and hurried over to open the car doors for the three of them. As Suli stepped out, she spotted a tall figure by the door and realized that the bodyguard was none other than Xiao Wang, who had disguised himself as a waiter to serve them at the hotel. "It's you. Long time no see." Suli greeted him with a smile. Xiao Wang had made great efforts to diminish his presence, yet he was still recognized by the young girl, revealing an awkward smile in response. "Long time no see." Colonel Zhang Jingqi, seeing Suli recognize Xiao Wang, chimed in. "He was the waiter who served us the other day." "Little girl, do refrain from staring at him this time." "Huh?" Suli turned to look at him, puzzled. "Are you worried that I might remember his face and cause unnecessary trouble for his future work?" "Not quite. I merely fear that those around you might be displeased and trouble my bodyguard." Colonel Zhang Jingqi chuckled as he glanced at the young man beside Suli. "Huh?" Suli's mind took a moment to catch up. However, upon seeing Hui Yuan's lips curve into a smile, she immediately recalled the incident where he had taken her hand to touch his abs. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily as she quickly declared, "I understand. I won't stare at him anymore." Hearing the girl's response, Hui Yuan was quite satisfied and showed no intention of blaming bodyguard Xiao Wang for the earlier incident. Yet, she couldn't resist her curiosity and, while walking up the mountain, asked Colonel Zhang Jingqi, "So, aside from following you, does your bodyguard have other duties?" Colonel Zhang Jingqi chuckled and replied, "Generally, he stays by my side, helping me convey commands, and, at times, he may carry out special tasks." "You see," Suli acknowledged, choosing not to pry further into what those special tasks entailed. Accompanied by bodyguard Xiao Wang, the four of them ascended the old bluestone path towards the headquarters of the Dao Men, located halfway up the mountain. The mountain was not particularly high, and compared to the mountains in Su Li's home province, it seemed trivial. As she reached the flat square at the mountainside, her breathing remained steady. Noticing her good physical condition, Colonel Zhang Jingqi said with a smile, "It seems, little girl, that you exercise regularly. The Daomen is not a place for just anyone. Today, in addition to bringing Hui Yuan for a health check, you should broaden your horizons." Suli obediently nodded. "Thank you, sir." Just as the group arrived at the tightly shut gates of the Daomen, the door, almost as if endowed with a will of its own, suddenly began to open slowly. When the grand door swung wide open, Suli finally beheld the scene beyond, where several elderly figures stood. Upon encountering these venerable individuals, Zhang Jingqi's previously casual demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of profound respect. He bowed deeply and respectfully greeted the elders. "Qi Zhongman, Hei Popo, Wu Dashi. I have brought Lord Hui Yuan as promised." At that moment, Suli realized that Qi Zhongman was the elder standing in the center. Clad in a black and white Taoist robe, with a wispy beard adorning his chin and hair as white as snow, he exuded an ethereal aura. The other two elders, Hei Popo and Wudashi, donned attire strikingly different from that of Qi Zhongman. Hei Popo's clothing was reminiscent of the mystical practitioners from the southwestern ethnic minorities of Longhua, while Wudashi wore a robe and bore a bald head, unmistakably marking him as a monk. Suli gazed intently at the three elders before her, silently marveling at the formidable presence they emanated. Unconsciously, she reached out and grasped the hand of the person beside her, seeking a semblance of comfort. The little girl had taken his hand twice today, which filled Hui Yuan with both joy and perplexity. He leaned down and quietly inquired what was troubling her. But Suli merely shook her head gently, opting not to divulge anything. Though she remained silent, her mind was racing. The head of the Taoist sect, whom she recognized from Ningchuan's photographs, was indeed among them, and she surmised that the other two elders were the heads of the Wu and Fu sections. Chapter 138. The Indifferent Deity with Virtue Zhang Daxiao. Why such a grand affair for a mere physical examination? How could it warrant the presence of the heads of the Wu, Dao, and Fu sects? Suli's tone bore a hint of chill, her gaze growing increasingly aloof. Noticing the shift in the girl's demeanor, Zhang Jingqi was momentarily taken aback. When he discerned the wariness in her eyes, he suddenly understood that she mistakenly believed this gathering was a treacherous banquet. "Little girl, you are mistaken. This is truly just a simple physical examination, and there is no so-called treacherous banquet," Zhang Jingqi hastily clarified, fearful of the serious implications of such a misunderstanding. Suli was not entirely convinced by his reassurances. Her keen, almond-shaped eyes fixed on the three figures behind the door. Having thoroughly perused the histories of Langhua, both official and unofficial, Huiyin recognized the reference to a treacherous banquet in Zhang Jingqi's words and immediately understood why Suli had grasped his hand and become so anxious. In a tone both authoritative and unassailable, he addressed the three individuals behind the door. "Shouldn't you offer some explanation?" His voice resonated like thunder, imbued with divine pressure that unfalteringly bore down on the three elders within. This force did not stem from his physical form, but rather from the divine essence fused within him. Although he currently existed in a semi-divine state, the weight of his presence was still overwhelming for mere mortals. The three elders, feeling the sudden onslaught of pressure, instantly paled. They quickly focused their energies, striving to withstand this formidable force, their foreheads beating with sweat and their breaths becoming labored. Once they successfully dissipated the oppressive force, Qi Zhongman exhaled deeply, cautiously wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he spoke. "Please do not take offense. This matter is of great consequence, and we were compelled to resort to such measures. Our sole intention was to ascertain whether you truly possess powers beyond the realm of mortals. It turned out that upon receiving an order from the old commander, the Taoist sect had dispatched personnel into the game Shen Yun to engage with the deities who were said to awaken through their identities in the game. Shortly thereafter, they confirmed that these deities indeed awakened through the game. This monumental discovery invigorated the entire Taoist sect, as it signified a glimmer of hope for the world to transcend the end of the Dharma era and return to a mythical age where one could soar on swords and weave countless legendary tales, enabling humanity to realize the dream of immortality. Consequently, these elderly gentlemen were filled with curiosity and anticipation towards this otherworldly deity, who might liberate the world from the end of the Dharma era with but a single bone. However, upon merely exchanging glances, they quickly recognized that this youth indeed possessed divine strength, something beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Huiyin did not allow their words to thaw the frostiness in his gaze. "I am a deity in my own right and do not require this so-called physical examination. I consented to this only because someone was genuinely concerned about my health. Do you understand my meaning?" All three elders instinctively turned their gazes to the young girl whose hands were clasped with his, shock evident in their eyes as they hesitated to speak several times before ultimately refraining. They nodded in understanding, acknowledging Huiyuan's intent. Zhang Jingqi, observing the strangely quiet atmosphere, could not help but interject. "Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, why don't we proceed with the examination? After all, you have confirmed that we are all mere mortals here, and nothing can remain hidden from you. There is no need for concern." Huiyin glanced at the young girl beside him, seeing her nod in assent, and thus he agreed, "Let us commence the examination." Accordingly, they began the planned assessment of Huiyuan. Although termed an examination, it essentially involved the three elders utilizing various treasured artifacts to ascertain whether Huiyuan bore the taint of malevolent divinity or was steeped in bloodshed. Ultimately, the results corroborated Huiyuan's previous assertions to Suli. He was, at most, a detached observer of the mortal plight of birth, aging, illness, and death, rather than an evil or malevolent deity. While Suli had previously heard Huiyin declare himself a cold deity, and by the standards of Langhua, that rendered him an inadequate god, she had not fully embraced that notion. A flicker of hope lingered within her, a belief that this wonderfully kind Huiyin must surely embody some semblance of a competent deity, even if she herself was unaware of it. However now, after the elders had meticulously tested him with their artifacts, it was undeniably confirmed that Huiyuan's words were indeed the truth. Sensing the young girl's despondence, Huiyuan's heart tightened with worry, fearing she might disdain him as an incompetent deity, and cautiously he inquired, "Are you disappointed?" "No, I am not disappointed," Suli replied, shaking her head as she looked up at him. "In truth, since our ancestors' time to the present, we Langhua people have never overly placed our hopes in elusive deities. We have always believed that human effort prevails over destiny. Those so-called deities are merely myths and legends in our eyes. After a brief pause, she continued, "My current sentiment is merely one of disorientation, as I had once imagined you to possess some measure of competence. After all, you are so kind." Upon finishing, Suli turned to the three elders and sincerely apologized. "I beg your forgiveness for my earlier rudeness. Thank you for your assistance." The three elders understood that her previous behavior stemmed from concern, and they all smiled, assuring her that it was no trouble at all. Furthermore, due to Su Li's heartfelt apology, the elders found themselves growing fonder of her, recognizing that although she could be impulsive at times, her heart was undeniably kind. Ji Zhongmin gazed at the faint golden light emanating from the treasure and voiced his perplexity. "If you are indeed such a callous deity, then why were you discovered by an advanced civilization and ultimately slain by them?" Granny, he followed closely, adding, "This is quite strange, and the treasure indicates that you possess great merit." "Merit?" Hui Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that I hold the merit golden light as described in your mythological system?" Granny, he affirmed, "Precisely." Chapter 139. The Ancient Tomb of Shu in the Sky. An unremarkable civilian aircraft glided through the clouds, resembling a delicate bird, skillfully navigating the towering mountains of the southwest. After tracing a grand arc in the air, it finally descended into a valley airport surrounded by mountains. "Hurry, hurry, the charter plane has arrived," announced the ground crew leader over the intercom. The ground staff sprang into action, expertly steering the stair truck toward the aircraft. The ground crew member, seated in the co-pilot's seat, curiously observed the seemingly ordinary passenger plane, unable to resist asking his colleague, "What is the significance of this aircraft? Why were we instructed to allocate such an extended period solely for its arrival?" His colleague, focused on the road ahead, succinctly replied, "I heard this plane came from the capital, carrying only 6 passengers." Upon hearing this, the co-pilot's eyes brightened with realization, and a flicker of anticipation surged within him. He fixed his gaze on the soon-to-be-opened cabin door, eager to discover the identity of the distinguished figures emerging. However, as the cabin door slowly swung open, he was taken aback to see not the expected political or business elite, but a group of young individuals clad in ordinary attire, appearing entirely unremarkable. Among the 2 leading youths, one sported trendy sunglasses and wore a gentle smile, while the other had a fresh haircut, exuding confidence and determination. Behind them, for young girls, each with striking features and tall statures, radiated a unique charm. These young people seemed far from illustrious figures, yet their arrival on a charter plane left the co-pilot feeling quite astonished. "So, they're just a few ordinary individuals," he muttered in disappointment. Nonetheless, as it was a task assigned by his superiors, he dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. After confirming there were no further issues, he turned and departed to attend to his next assignment. "Master brother, are we heading to the ancient tomb of Shu now?" The short-haired youth inquired of the young man, wearing sunglasses ahead. The young man with sunglasses, "How you?" The master brother of the younger generation of the Taoist sect and the successor appointed by the sect leader, glanced back at his eager junior sisters. Considering the recent news he had received, he realized they would likely have to postpone their visit. Everyone is quite fatigued today, and it would be challenging to find accommodation at the tomb. It would be better to rest well and set off early tomorrow morning. "Thank you, master brother," the 4 girls exclaimed joyfully in unison, promptly taking out their phones to search for nearby attractions around the airport in Shu. The short-haired youth teased, "Master brother. No wonder the junior brothers and sisters call you good master brother. You truly are exceptionally considerate." How you removed his sunglasses, revealing sharp eyes, and playfully tapped the back of the youth's head. "And Xiao Yu, have you been living too comfortably lately, seeking trouble on purpose?" The youth named in Xiao Yu covered his head with both hands, exclaiming, "Master brother, am I not your most cherished little 6? How you shook his head helplessly, his expression turning serious. "You all take the junior sisters to a nearby hotel to rest. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he turned and left, leaving in Xiao Yu, who was bewildered, along with the 4 girls excitedly discussing their plans for the remainder of the day. The following morning, under a radiant sun, the group packed their belongings and prepared to head to the ancient tomb. Hao Yu had departed from the airport alone the previous day to find a new guide and arrange transportation. The guide previously contacted by their senior uncle had, for some unknown reason, suffered a severe car accident on the way to meet them and had only been transferred from intensive care to a regular ward late last night. Now, they were driving two spacious SUVs from the Shu Daoist sect branch toward the mountainous region where the ancient tomb was situated. Hao Yu and Xiao Yu each drove an SUV. Hao Yu carried the new guide and one or two junior sisters, while Xiao Yu transported the remaining two junior sisters. The journey was picturesque, with rolling hills and lush trees. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was light and cheerful, with pairs of girls chattering animatedly about various topics. The new guide, a young man with bronze skin, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes, exuded a sense of vigor. His name was Alu, a college student earning tuition through part-time work. As he introduced himself, he mentioned having minority heritage, although his identification registered him as Han. Despite his youth, Alu was remarkably articulate, knowledgeable about various subjects, and even adept at discussing fundamental Taoist academic issues, demonstrating a maturity beyond his years. Throughout the journey, Alu not only shared insights about the scenery and ancient village ruins, but also attentively monitored the road conditions, offering timely reminders for Hao Yu to adjust speed as necessary. This level of professionalism left Hao Yu feeling quite satisfied with the guide. After traversing a rugged mountain path, they finally arrived at the site of the ancient tomb. Nestled within the forest, the tomb was surrounded by dense vegetation. Scattered around were remnants of abandoned rain shelters, clearly relics from previous archaeological endeavors. These signs indicated that the site had once undergone excavation, yet for reasons unknown, the project had been abandoned midway. Alu pointed to a small courtyard not far away, saying, "This is the ancient tomb of Shu. There are guards nearby, and you need to show them your relevant documents to gain entry. Otherwise, if they catch us during their patrol, we might face dire consequences." Hao Yu nodded, maneuvering the SUV along the muddy dirt road as they slowly approached the courtyard. As they drew closer, Hao Yu noticed that the courtyard was surrounded by a wide and deep trench with sharp, barbed iron spikes at the bottom. Moreover, a watchtower stood within the courtyard, and the surrounding walls were topped with a fence. Upon witnessing an insect fall lifelessly to the ground after touching the fence, he realized that it was electrified. Is this really just a barracks for the station armed police? And Xiao Yu, accompanied by her two junior sisters, parked the car and approached, staring at the exaggerated defenses of the courtyard in disbelief. Hao Yu grasped a small, transparent vial threaded with a red cord around his neck, which had been entrusted to him by the sect leader before their departure. The vial contained a drop of divine blood, round and pearl-like, that would not disperse no matter how it was shaken, an offering from the otherworldly deity. Chapter 140. The Attack. Hello, comrades. We are here from the capital to explore the ancient tomb of Shu. Here are our credentials. Please grant us entry. Alu waved his arms and shouted loudly. When the armed police on the watchtower turned their gaze toward him, he promptly raised the hand holding the credentials, which were in Hao Yu's possession. Hao Yu felt a sudden chill. He had not anticipated that Alu could so effortlessly raise his arm while he remained on guard. Who exactly are you? Hao Yu abruptly withdrew his arm, his face etched with wariness as he regarded the seemingly harmless youth before him. In response to Yu's caution, Alu displayed an innocent expression, a look of confusion crossing his features. What's the matter? Isn't this document in your hand a proof? This could pose quite the predicament. Just as Alu finished speaking, the gate of the courtyard slowly creaked open. This seemingly ordinary door required the combined strength of two individuals to open a single side. A sharp-eyed armed police officer emerged from within, casting a sweeping gaze over the faces present before finally fixing his attention on you. Show me the proof. You glanced at Alu and then handed the document to the officer. After a meticulous inspection, the officer nodded. You may enter. With that, he turned and returned to the courtyard, indicating for Xiao Yu and the others to proceed inside. Yu halted Alu, who was also eager to enter. You ought to wait for us here. Alu surveyed his surroundings, a pitiful expression on his face. Really? In this remote mountain forest? You're leaving me alone here? What if I'm taken by a wild beast? Here's the car key. Wait in the car. What are you dawdling for? Why aren't you coming in? The armed officer, seeing them still lingering at the entrance, swiftly pulled both of them into the courtyard. You still clutching the car key, noticed the gate had been shut and refrained from suggesting Alu leave. With armed police present, he doubted Alu would dare misbehave. My surname is Lin. I'm a squad leader. The squad leader spoke gravely. Yu and his companions felt a wave of tension wash over them as they regarded the serious-faced leader. They had initially believed this operation would proceed smoothly, but it now appeared that the situation was more complicated than anticipated. After a moment's hesitation, Yu carefully inquired, "Squad leader Lin, is there something particularly unusual at this time? We do not quite comprehend what you are saying." Lin furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze locked onto Yu as if attempting to discern his innermost thoughts. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "The day after Daoistli notified us to send personnel, I relayed a message to him, informing him of the sudden appearance of exceptionally ferocious beasts, which seemed to have claimed the ancient tomb as their lair. Thus, I suggested that Daoistli wait until we have dealt with the beast before sending anyone else. Did you not receive this message?" Yu exchanged glances with his junior disciples, shaking their heads decisively, indicating they had never received such information. Observing the confusion and unease in their eyes, it was evident they were taken aback by this revelation. Lin's expression grew more solemn. After contemplating for a moment, he slowly stated, "This is indeed strange. In that case, you may temporarily reside here. Once we have resolved the beast issue, you can enter the ancient tomb. During this time, please adhere strictly to my instructions and do not act independently." Yu and his companions nodded in agreement, prioritizing safety above all. Yet, they remained filled with questions and concerns. Why had the Daoist sect not received news from Shuzhong? Were there unknown reasons behind this? Or had someone deliberately concealed the truth? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Yu yearned to clarify the situation swiftly to ensure the successful completion of their mission. Yu and his companions were assigned to 2 vacant rooms on the 2nd floor, one for males and one for females. Although the rooms were modest, the bedding was clean and tidy. As they frequently ventured to remote locations for tasks, often sleeping in a sleeping bag atop trees, they found the conditions here not at all harsh. Exhausted from their travels, they all fell into a deep slumber as night fell. A sudden, thunderous roar from a beast jolted everyone awake. Yu, already dressed, immediately sprang from his bed and exited the room. Just outside, he heard the sound of gunfire erupting above. At that moment, Lin had led part of the team to the rooftop to fire upon the creatures outside. Yu refrained from adding to the chaos, pulling a talisman from his pocket and chanting a series of incantations. The talisman soared into the air, igniting, casting a flickering light that illuminated a large area of darkness. This talisman fire, drawn with his own blood, was significantly more potent than ordinary talisman flames. As the light blazed, the situation beyond the courtyard wall became clear. A horde of pitch-black, grotesque creatures had gathered outside, attempting to breach the courtyard, yet they fell one after another into a trench, impaled by sharp iron stakes. These monsters resembled humans, but their bodies were covered in dark fur, with eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Their claws were remarkably sharp, capable of leaving deep gashes in solid ground. Upon witnessing these creatures, Yu felt a shock. The Daoist sect was tasked with addressing matters beyond scientific explanation, and he immediately recognized these beings as some form of malevolent entity. Although he was unaware of their origins, he was certain that these creatures were targeting them, especially in light of the unreceived warning. With this thought, Yu formed hand seals and began to chant. As his incantations echoed, a golden light emanated from him, transforming into a radiant shield that enveloped the entire courtyard. This shield not only repelled attacks, but also inflicted damage upon the adversaries. Simultaneously, Yu retrieved another talisman from his pocket, chanting a series of incantations before launching it as a flaming projectile. The fireball rapidly expanded mid-air, ultimately forming a massive fire orb. The monsters showed no fear of the fireball. Instead, they leapt towards it one after another, quickly extinguishing it with their bodies. Yu, beads of sweat forming on his brow, gasped for breath, realizing that these vile creatures were undaunted by spiritual flames, their skin impervious to the very fire meant to vanquish them. "Captain Lin, How did you previously deal with these entities that are unafraid of even spiritual fire? Such formidable beings were unlikely to be repelled by conventional weaponry. Captain Lin shouted from the rooftop. This is the first time we have encountered such monsters. Previously, we were only troubled by ordinary beasts. Yu's mind was rife with questions. Yet time was of the essence, as more creatures surged forth. He could only continue to use fire talismans to disrupt the malevolent beings, providing visibility for Captain Lin and his team to continue firing while remaining vigilant for any creatures attempting to breach their defenses. In the midst of this crisis, Yu remained oblivious to the faint glow emanating from the bottle of divine blood around his neck. Meanwhile, a strikingly handsome youth, seemingly a deity, awakened in a gaming chamber 1,000 miles away. Chapter 141. The only chance for survival, the power supply to the courtyard, had been cut off shortly after the creatures began their assault, and amidst the prevailing crisis, no one had the opportunity to investigate the source of the disruption. "Where's Alu?" Yu surveyed the area, but found no sign of Alu, prompting him to inquire among his gathered junior disciples. Breathless from exertion, they shook their heads, completely unaware of Alu's whereabouts. Since their emergence, they had been preoccupied with utilizing various talismans alongside their senior brother to fend off the monsters, leaving no time to notice Alu's absence. Listening to the continuous roars of the malevolent beings outside the courtyard walls, Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. He looked again at his exhausted junior disciples, who were panting heavily from overexertion, and felt a wave of concern wash over him. In this age of decline, while they possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary people, they could only draw upon a meager amount of elemental spirit energy from nature through special incantations and mental focus. This method, although allowing them to cast powerful spells, could not be sustained for long periods. Otherwise, it risked depleting their mental energy and plunging them into a state of unconsciousness. How Yu understood that, in this dire situation, if they could not swiftly uncover the weakness of the malevolent entity, he and all the armed police in the courtyard would be in grave peril. Yet, how could he possibly discern the weakness of this sinister being? After much contemplation, he resolved to make use of the solitary Tian Lei Fu, which had remained untouched in his backpack. The paper upon which the Tian Lei Fu was drawn possessed unique properties, enabling even those from the Taoist sect to recognize it in the pitch-black night. "Shi Xiang, your current condition is wholly inadequate for employing the Tian Lei Fu." And Xiao Yu grasped how Yu's arm with urgency. "Indeed, Da Shi Xiang is correct," echoed the sixth Shi Xiang. "This could jeopardize your health. You might deplete your spiritual energy before even activating the Tian Lei Fu, plunging yourself into unconsciousness." Several Shimi vigorously shook their heads in disapproval, urging him against taking such risks. Amidst their standoff, a thunderous shout from Lin's squad leader prompted a hail of bullets to rain down upon the southeast corner of the courtyard. It was then that the Taoist practitioners realized a malevolent entity had scaled the wall and was attempting to breach the barbed wire. The wire was now devoid of power, rendering the sharp blades upon it ineffective against the advancing evil. From the rooftop, Lin's squad leader urgently called out through the intercom to the guard stationed at the lookout tower, "Shao Li, evacuate immediately." Given the elevation of the southeast corner, the lookout tower was perilously close to it. Should the malevolent entity breach the courtyard, it would inevitably ascend the wooden ladder, placing Shao Li in jeopardy. "Understood," came Shao Li's voice over the intercom, as he swiftly descended from the lookout tower. Despite his haste, the tower's height far exceeded that of the courtyard wall. Just as he reached the halfway point, the malevolent entity had already vaulted over the barbed wire and into the courtyard. "Aim at the creature and ensure Shao Li's safe retreat." With a decisive order from Lin's squad leader, a barrage of bullets was unleashed upon the fiend. A cacophony of gunfire erupted as several bullet holes appeared on the entity, which remained unfazed by the damage, fixating instead on the descending Shao Li, its eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Suddenly, as if reawakening, the malevolent being sprinted toward Shao Li with astonishing speed, reaching the base of the wooden ladder in mere moments. Extending its dark, sharp claws, it effortlessly grasped the ladder and began to ascend. Witnessing this perilous scene, How you could no longer heed the warnings of his shitty and shimmy. He promptly retrieved the Tian Lei Fu and began to chant the incantation. In this critical moment, the others had no justification to continue dissuading him. After all, the cost of a single Tian Lei Fu, though substantial, paled in comparison to the value of a human life. As he recited the incantation, How Yu felt as though countless fine needles were piercing his skull, the pain escalating. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, stinging him, yet he dared not cease, enduring the agony, to continue his chant. Dashi Xiong. And Xiao Yu rushed to steady the unsteady Hao Yu, about to offer to take his place, when a blinding light flashed at the corner of her eye. With a clang, the sound of clashing weapons echoed from the direction of the lookout tower, and the malevolent entity, having climbed only a few steps, suddenly roared and plummeted to the ground. Who is that? How could they wield such a long blade? A sharp-eyed shimmy squinted and soon exclaimed, It's a Lu. He has severed the arms of the malevolent entity with a single strike. The soldiers on the rooftop observed the young man entangled with the fiend, redirecting their weapons to avoid friendly fire as they continued to engage the entities outside the courtyard. And Xiao Yu, witnessing a Lu not only injuring the entity, but also effortlessly restraining it, felt a surge of hope and exclaimed to Hao Yu, Dashi Xiong, There's no need to use the Tian Lei Fu. A Lu can easily suppress the malevolent entity. Hao Yu, now nearly delirious from the pain, paid little mind to doubts about a Lu and promptly settled into a cross-legged position to recuperate. Following a Lu's successful dispatch of the intruding fiend, the gunfire from the rooftop gradually subsided, and with the cessation of bullets, the entities outside the courtyard began to scale the walls in quick succession. Those eerie, blood-red eyes glimmered with a gluttonous light as they fixated on the four-story building. And Xiao Yu expressed her confusion. How could this be? The light shield has not yet shattered. The golden shield that Hao Yu had initially employed to protect the courtyard remained, albeit its radiance had waned significantly. Xiao Li, having safely returned to the building, overheard in Xiao Yu's remark and immediately clarified, the southeast corner's light shield has been breached. The initial entity entered through that very gap. At that moment, Lin's squad leader and his soldiers descended from the rooftop, having exhausted all ammunition. Only 15 grenades remained at their disposal. Hey, do you Taoists still have talismans? A Lu's voice called out from below. One shimmy hastily replied, We have a few left. Everyone leaned over the balcony to gaze down, spotting the young man standing in the darkened courtyard, his shadow elongated under the silvery moonlight. You provide cover for me, and I will endeavor to carve a blood-soaked path for you. I have already driven the military vehicle to the location where we parked the off-road car. If we can reach there, we can make our escape. The group exchanged glances. Though a Lu's appearance was unexpected, they had witnessed his prowess just moments prior. Faced with no alternative, they had no choice but to trust him. All right, Hao Yu, having recovered sufficiently, rose with determination in his eyes, meeting a Lu's gaze below. You fight valiantly, and we shall support you to the fullest. Regardless of a Lu's previous dubious behavior, he had indeed saved Xiao Li, indicating that his intentions might not be to take their lives just yet, as long as there was a chance to break free from the encirclement of the malevolent entities. Their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. Chapter 142. The deity who saved their lives after several months of diligent management. Lianfang had transformed from a chaotic and impoverished slum into the most thriving residential area in the capital. It was only then that players discovered the Jiuzhou Tong gang had acquired a territory in the main city. They had previously overlooked this announcement in the game. I plan to renovate and expand the dilapidated houses within Lianfang. This area will serve as our gang's second safe zone aside from our main territory. I have also granted access to several allied gangs. Following the catastrophic event, members of various gangs who assisted ordinary citizens could temporarily find refuge here until they regained their composure. Hining Chuan led Su Li and Hui Yuan to the most remote section of the Fang, where the NPCs who previously resided there had been relocated to other repaired homes. As Lianfang now belonged to an autonomous region, Hining Chuan, upon his rebirth, altered his previously indifferent attitude towards it, reclaiming all authority previously delegated to NPC Ouyang Luo. After consulting with the highly paid professionals, he devised a comprehensive and sustainable development plan and commenced extensive renovations throughout the faun. All ordinary courtyards were transformed into 5-story buildings. Were it not for game restrictions, he would have even built additional stories. This renovation must have cost a pretty penny. Where did you acquire such funds? Su Li, in agreement with his plans, was also curious about how he could afford the materials and hire NPCs to construct the buildings. He Ning Chuan smiled slightly and replied, I have spent your money. Many thanks to Elder Yi for your generous support. Su Li glared at him, pondering for a moment before quickly recalling the old hen she had forgotten for quite some time. She hastily inquired, Did you save me a few golden eggs? It's been so long, and I have yet to see even one. Rest assured, I have saved some for you. He replied, This hen lays an iron egg every day, and over the past few months, they have accumulated dozens of baskets, while the golden eggs he obtained from the battlefield's magma conversion amount to merely a few baskets. Upon hearing He Ningchuan's words, Su Li felt elated, envisioning purchasing all the newly launched outfits in the shop with a single golden egg. As she contemplated this, she turned to ask Hui Yuan if he desired anything, only to find him seemingly disconnected. He was unresponsive to her words and hadn't even blinked. Observing this, He Ningchuan took out a set of tables and chairs along with tea utensils and snacks, urging Su Li to sit down. Perhaps it's due to the approaching time of the game's launch that players frequently experience disconnections. He suggested, just wait a bit. Su Li had indeed encountered disconnections recently, so she nodded, picked up a piece of pastry, and watched the kettle bubbling on the small stove, awaiting He Ningchuan to brew her tea. While Su Li enjoyed a peaceful moment in the game, thousands of miles away in Shu, near an ancient tomb, the ground of a small courtyard was nearly covered with the remnants of evil entities. In the center of the yard, a young man leaned on a long knife, panting heavily as he observed the incessantly climbing evil entities on the courtyard wall. Hao Yu and his fellow disciples were also exhausted upstairs, and to make matters worse, they had completely exhausted the talismans they brought. Senior brother, what should we do? We can't kill these evil entities, a junior sister exclaimed tearfully. Hao Yu shouted down to Alu, We've run out of talismans. Let us try to find some paper and pens to draw a few. Be careful. Understood. The young man shouted back, taking several deep breaths, gripping the knife's hilt tightly, and focusing on the evil entities that had entered the courtyard. Lin Banzhong, do you have any yellow paper or cinnabar? Hao Yu turned to the robust young man beside him. Lin Banzhong shook his head. This outcome was within Hao Yu's expectations. Yet he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret upon confirmation. You don't necessarily need yellow paper and cinnabar to draw talismans. Plain white paper will suffice. And Xiao Yu earnestly looked at Lin Banzhong. This time, Lin Banzhong nodded and quickly had someone bring in a box of A4 printer paper. Hao Yu picked up a sheet of A4 paper, glanced at Lin Banzhong, and said, I remember you mentioned at dinner that aside from staple foods and vegetables that require military delivery, you also raise some poultry for self-sufficiency. We need some blood from a rooster to draw talismans. I will go catch 2 roosters from the coop. Lin Banzhong did not send another soldier with him this time, but took a gun equipped with a bayonet downstairs. Many soldiers wanted to follow, but were deterred by a single glance from him. I'll go with you. I'm quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Hao Yu took a bayonet-equipped gun from a nearby soldier and descended with Lin Banzhong. After a moment of hesitation and seeing no objections from Hao Yu's junior disciples, Lin Banzhong did not insist he return. The chicken-raising area was in the backyard, which contained a small vegetable patch beside the chicken coop, where 2 large roosters were confined. Perhaps it was because the evil entities were only attracted to human flesh, but the chickens and ducks remained unharmed, and the backyard appeared to be currently free from invasion. Lin Banzhong skillfully caught one of the roosters, passing the struggling bird to Hao Yu, and as he prepared to grab the second rooster, a sharp wind blade suddenly struck him. He quickly sidestepped, and the wooden chicken coop was cleaved in 2. As the coop collapsed, they spotted an evil entity lurking behind it. Run! Ignoring the other rooster that was now running about, Lin Banzhong pushed Hao Yu and they both began sprinting toward the building. The path that had been clear on their way, there was suddenly obstructed by numerous evil entities. Their unexpected assault quickly forcing the 2 apart. Lin Banzhong was intercepted by the evil entities and soon surrounded by several of them. Hao Yu wished to turn back and assist, but was sharply stopped by Lin Banzhong's voice. Sacrificing myself can save more people. Everyone in the courtyard battling the evil entities needs you. Ultimately, Hao Yu steeled himself, clutching the rooster as he raced up the stairs. However, the monsters had already detected them, and a portion was in hot pursuit of Hao Yu toward the small building. Lin Banzhong's bayonet was no match for Lu's long knife against the evil entities. After several attempts, the bayonet broke and became unusable. To evade the monsters, Hao Yu, while running, slashed his own left chest with the bayonet, using his heart's blood as a medium to draw talismans in the air with his fingers while chanting spells. As the final incantation fell from his lips, he spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling into the hallway. Yet the pursuing evil entities were halted by an invisible wall, unable to advance a single step. The people upstairs heard the commotion and rushed down, and Xiao Yu helped them up, and the atmosphere grew heavy upon realizing Lin Banzhong was missing. Bring paper. Hao Yu, not daring to lose a moment, exerted force and snapped the rooster's neck. A soldier, quick-witted, removed his helmet to catch the splattering blood, anxiously watching Hao Yu as he drew talismans on the A4 paper. The chicken blood was limited, sufficient for only 4 shield talismans. And since they were drawn on ordinary paper without yellow talisman paper and cinnabar, their duration would be nearly halved, lasting only 5 minutes. He handed 1 shield talisman to Xiao Yu, instructing him to use it from the room's window to assist Lin Banzhong in the backyard, while the remaining 3 were given to several junior sisters, advising them to act as necessary to protect Lu in the courtyard. Although Lin Banzhong had sustained some injuries while battling the evil entities, fortunately, he was still alive. After Xiao Yu used the shield talisman to protect him, the soldiers struggled to retrieve him from the window using ropes, a task that took considerable effort. However, this action prompted the evil entities to mimic them. They began to claw at the walls with sharp claws, gradually ascending toward the upper levels like climbers. Soon, the first evil entity broke through the window, and as it entered the room, it emitted an exultant roar upon seeing the terrified soldiers at the doorway. Overcome by fear, the soldiers were unable to control their bodies to evade, watching helplessly as the entity's claws drew nearer. In an instant, dark red blood splattered against the white walls of the room, as the entity was suddenly cleaved in two, its body splitting along a line drawn from its brow. Meanwhile, in the corridor, several junior sisters assisting Lu suddenly witnessed an unforgettable scene. The evil entity that had just lunged at Lu froze in place, and then, one by one, their heads rolled off. As the heads fell to the ground, a tall, unfamiliar man appeared in the courtyard, timely supporting the exhausted Lu and lifting his gaze toward the upper floors. He possessed a strikingly handsome face, and his deep-set eyes bore an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Though he stood in the moonlight, everyone who beheld him from above felt he was even more ethereal and elusive than the moonlight itself. Was this the celestial being who had instantaneously vanquished countless evil entities and saved their lives? Chapter 143. The Onmyoji who infiltrated Sakura country. The power supply in the small courtyard had been restored following the resolution of the evil entity crisis, and the entire area was illuminated by bright lights. The uninjured armed police officers were diligently clearing the battlefield, their expressions serious and their movements swift and orderly. In the medical room on the first floor of the building, a group had gathered. 2 makeshift beds were occupied by 2 individuals. One was the exhausted Lu, who had succumbed to sleep, while the other was Hao Yu, who had lost a considerable amount of blood and was in a state of unconsciousness. And Xiao Yu gazed at the 2 lying on the beds, his heart filled with worry and uncertainty. He turned his gaze towards the young man beside him and cautiously inquired, that immortal before he could finish his sentence. The indifferent youth interrupted him. Hui Yuan. Corrected, and Xiao Yu quickly amended. Senior Hui Yuan, when will our master brother awaken? A hint of anxiety and anticipation tinged his voice. Hui Yuan, focused on utilizing his divine power to extract the malevolent poison from Lin Banzhong's wound, replied without lifting his head, tomorrow. And Xiao Yu harbored numerous questions. Yet confronted with Hui Yuan's indifferent demeanor, he refrained from pressing further. He sensed that this self-proclaimed immortal, despite having saved their lives, seemed disinclined to invest much time in them, as if he were eager to conclude matters here and attend to something of greater significance. Moments later, as the faint glow in Hui Yuan's palm faded, he raised his gaze to the young individuals before him and stated, "These malevolent beings hail from Inghua, bearing the family crest of the Fujino clan of the Onmyoji family. This is beyond your capacity to handle." As he spoke, everyone was astonished to witness Lin Banzhong's severely injured arm rapidly regenerate, flesh and bone mending in mere minutes. This miraculous spectacle left all in awe, deepening their respect for Hui Yuan. Lin Banzhong, being older and more experienced than Xiaoyu and the others, had worked in the legendary ancient tombs of Shu for many years. Thus, despite his reverence for Hui Yuan, he did not forget to pose a vital question. "Do you mean to say that the Inghua has dispatched Onmyoji to infiltrate the ancient tombs of Shu?" Hui Yuan met his gaze and nodded affirmatively, indeed. He then turned his attention to Xiaoyu and his fellow disciples, speaking earnestly. "The Inghua has been coveting the territory of Lanxing for millennia, so I cannot ascertain whether the Onmyoji's incursion is solely for the exploration of the Shu ancient tomb or if they harbor other intentions. Regardless, you must promptly relay this information to the Taoist sect, requesting them to dispatch elite forces." And Xiaoyu opened his mouth to retort, but upon glancing at their master brother, still lying in bed, he recalled his recent inability to defeat the malevolent creatures unleashed by the Onmyoji, let alone confront the Onmyoji themselves. He felt disheartened and reluctantly nodded in agreement with Hui Yuan's suggestion. "Rest assured, Senior, we have already informed our sect of this matter." Hui Yuan stood from his chair and exited the infirmary into the courtyard, where he quietly observed the mountain of malevolent corpses accumulated in the center. Subsequently, he nonchalantly formed a hand gesture and murmured an incantation. Suddenly, the mound of bodies and the remaining dismembered limbs in the courtyard were engulfed in roaring flames. The abrupt inferno caught the armed police officers off guard, prompting them to instinctively discard the corpses in their hands and raise their arms in alarm. However, upon realizing they were unharmed, they exclaimed in astonishment, "These flames only burn the malevolent beings." The officers began to tentatively touch the flames to verify their harmlessness. After several tests, they confirmed that this extraordinary fire consumed only the malevolent entities, causing no harm to them. This mysterious flame seemed to be the natural nemesis of the malevolent beings, reducing their corpses to ashes in mere seconds, rendering the courtyard eerily empty as if the previous horror had never occurred. At that moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in Hui Yuan's hand. The sword was entirely black, exuding a disquieting aura while simultaneously radiating an extraordinary elegance. Its presence seemed to merge with the surroundings, yet stood out distinctly. With a swift motion, Hui Yuan wielded the sword, unleashing several sword energies that shot forth from the tip, tracing bright arcs across the sky. These energies swiftly coalesced into a mysterious and powerful array, emanating a heart-stirring essence. The formation ascended gradually, expanding until it enveloped the entire courtyard in a vast, transparent dome. "As long as you remain within this courtyard, the Onmyoji cannot harm you." Hui Yuan's voice was calm and resolute, instantly reassuring those present. However, Lin Banzhong felt a flicker of doubt. If this enigmatic being possessed such abilities, why not directly escort them away from this perilous place? Yet before he could voice his inquiry, Hui Yuan had already vanished, his figure dissipating like a wraith, as if he had never been there. Hui Yuan was indifferent to his sudden appearance and departure, showing no concern for how those in the courtyard would perceive the events. In mere seconds, his spirit traversed thousands of miles, returning to the tranquility of his study. As his spirit settled, the modeling within the game revitalized. In the blink of an eye, his eyes regained their vibrancy, and before him unfolded a heartwarming sight. The first thing he noticed was the familiar face of a young girl, sitting at a petite table, her radiant smile akin to sunlight as she gently distributed sweets to a group of NPC children clad in patched clothing. The children surrounded her, their faces alight with happiness and joy. He Ningchuan, initially seated opposite Su Li, sipping tea while observing the delightful scene. Suddenly sensed a sharp gaze upon him that vanished just as quickly. Alert, he turned to look. To his surprise, he discovered the previously motionless young man had shifted his gaze, now tenderly watching the girl frolicking with the children. Ningchuan contemplated alerting Su Li, but reconsidered, deciding against it. This scene was rather pleasant. Occasionally shipping a couple wasn't so bad. Chapter 144. Cause of death unknown after the children joyfully scampered away with their candies. Su Li looked up, instantly meeting a pair of gentle eyes. Delighted, she sprang to her feet, her lively apricot eyes sparkling with brilliance. Hui Yuan, why have you been offline for so long? Hui Yuan strode over with graceful strides, his voice deep and gentle. I sensed the wearer of a necklace made from my heart's blood was in danger, so I hurried to address it. Is it the necklace from the Taoist sect? Su Li knew that Hui Yuan had given a drop of his heart's blood to the Taoist sect to create a necklace, prompting her to ask, was it necessary for you to go personally? The situation must be quite severe. Hui Yuan shook his head, replying in a calm tone, not too serious. Just a few mice have quietly infiltrated the borders. Any casualties? Su Li asked anxiously. Hui Yuan shook his head again, no fatalities. The individual wearing the necklace from the Taoist sect has fallen into a slumber due to overexertion, but there is no threat to life. Upon hearing this, Su Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Hui Yuan conversed with Su Li without avoiding He Ningchuan, so he naturally interjected, what mice? Are they spies from M country? In response to He Ningchuan, Hui Yuan's tone lacked the gentleness he had shown to Su Li on Myoji from Inhuagua. Those malevolent beings bore the crest of the Fujino clan. You actually know about the Onmyoji family from Inhuagua? He Ningchuan, disregarding the differential treatment, inquired with curiosity. Su Li disapproved, and Hui Yuan matter-of-factly replied, I paid extra attention to this nation while studying world history. They indeed have a knack for doing despicable and incomprehensible things. He Ningchuan was unexpectedly inundated with a mouthful of dog food. Yet, at that moment, he did not find it suffocating. Instead, he smiled in agreement. In Longhua, it seems there is no one who would cherish this ethnicity. However, I believe this matter ought to be reported to the higher-ups. These Onmyoji have indeed grown reckless, so soon forgetting the sensation of being pressed to the ground by their Taoist predecessors. They must be reminded of their place. After speaking, He Ningchuan bade farewell to the two and hastily logged off. Through his uncle, he swiftly conveyed this news to the old leader, far more expediently than the layers of reporting within the Taoist sect. By the time the Taoist information reached the old leader's desk, the old leader had already summoned Master Qi, as well as Granny He and Master Wu, who had not yet departed from the Taoist sect. As soon as the three entered the office, the old leader got straight to the point. I am aware of the Onmyoji from Inghua country secretly infiltrating. However, we cannot handle this matter openly and must rely on you three in the Taoist sect. Master Qi nodded in acknowledgement, but proceeded to report another issue. Our guide, who was to assist the Taoist disciples, was involved in a serious car accident on the way to the airport. Moreover, just half an hour after being transferred from intensive care to a general ward, this guide was found dead in his hospital bed. The old leader's gaze sharpened, signaling Master Qi to continue. This information was relayed to me 10 minutes ago by one of my disciples through secret means. Master Qi handed a transparent sealed bag to the guard. The old leader took the sealed bag, discovering it contained a white paper figure pieced together from shredded paper. This peculiar figure was shaped like a human. What is this? The old leader inquired. Granny, he explained. This is a vessel commonly used in Onmyoji puppet techniques. The vessels include, but are not limited to, such paper figures. These figures can follow the commands of the Onmyoji, who created them, and can silently perform unspeakable deeds. Master Qi inhaled deeply and continued. After the guide's inexplicable death in the ward, the hospital promptly reported it to the police. According to the hospital's records, the guide's condition had stabilized, and with further treatment, he could have fully recovered. Yet, he mysteriously died within half an hour, with no surveillance capturing anyone other than medical staff entering the ward. The cause of death remains unknown. Granny furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is clearly not an accident. It is a deliberate act. Master Wu concurred. Indeed, and the perpetrator's methods are exceptionally sophisticated. Managing to commit murder in such a bustling environment as a hospital without detection. The old leader contemplated the assembled paper figure for a moment and said, "You show me this because you suspect the guide's death may have been orchestrated by the Onmyoji of Inghua country?" The three elders nodded in unison. Master Qi felt this response was somewhat too absolute and added, "While we cannot definitively conclude this, we cannot dismiss the possibility. Since Inghua country has allied closely with M country since their defeat a century ago, the implications are likely extensive. We must tread carefully." The old leader said solemnly, "This matter will be entrusted to your Taoist sect to investigate. Remember, do not act rashly without solid evidence. Rest assured, we understand the gravity of the situation. However, we wish to enhance our collaboration with the police. We may need their assistance at crucial moments." Master Qi pondered before stating. The old leader nodded in agreement, advising, "Ensure confidentiality to avoid unnecessary panic. If you require assistance from other departments, report to me, and I will provide timely directives." Mere minutes after the three elders entered the office, a flurry of political orders was secretly disseminated, and the entire national apparatus was set into motion, poised to offer the Taoist sect unwavering support. While still en route back to the Taoist sect in their designated vehicle, the trio intended to contact experts from Gu, Dao, and Buddhist sects for assistance in Shuti, only to discover that their phones had inexplicably lost signal, and the once brightly lit road had suddenly plunged into darkness. "Esteemed elders, it seems fog has arisen ahead," the driver noted, sensing the unusual surroundings. For safety, he had to slow down. Master Qi, Granny He, and Master Wu exchanged glances, each reflecting a grave expression, yet they tacitly refrained from alarming one another. Master Qi reassured the anxious driver, "Do not worry. The weather has been unpredictable lately. Just drive normally." The driver, a native of the capital, was well aware of the seasonal weather patterns, and upon hearing Master Qi's words, his heart sank. In the capital, fog only occurred in winter, yet it was still late June. Chapter 145. Fog, rising suddenly confronted by the thickening fog. The driver's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as anxiety gripped him. Frightening scenes from horror films flickered in his mind, sending chills racing down his spine. However, when he caught a glimpse of the composed elders in the back seat through the rearview mirror, he took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Despite his lingering fear, he resolutely pressed the accelerator, driving into the mysterious and eerie fog. This fog was peculiar, almost alive, sticky and clinging to the windows, leaving behind indistinct traces. As the vehicle moved forward, an inexplicable feeling of oppression filled the air, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a childish, melodious voice pierced the silence of the car. "Hee, it's dark. The little child wants to go out to find Grandma." The innocent song sliced through the stillness like a dagger, resonating clearly within the ears of everyone inside. The driver widened his eyes, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his teeth clenched, terrified of losing control and screaming. It was important to note that this vehicle was no ordinary car, but a bulletproof one, renowned for its excellent soundproofing. Under normal circumstances, no external noise could penetrate the interior. Yet at this moment, the eerie child's voice echoed so distinctly, as if it were right beside him, filling him with dread and unease. Just then, before the child's voice faded, another elderly, hoarse voice emerged. "Little child, be good. Lie down in your cozy bed." This time, the driver could no longer suppress his fear. He let out a terrified scream, his body trembling uncontrollably. The elderly voice outside abruptly ceased, and everyone in the vehicle suddenly felt the weight of a menacing gaze upon them. A chill surged up their spines, rapidly spreading throughout their bodies. The temperature inside the car plummeted, as if they had entered the depths of winter within seconds, causing shivers to rack their frames. Despite it being the height of summer, even with the air conditioning running, the temperature should not have dropped so swiftly. "Esteemed elders, what should we do?" The driver stammered, his voice trembling. He was frozen in place, hands clutching the steering wheel as he exerted tremendous willpower to keep his gaze fixed forward, afraid to glance around lest he catch sight of something horrifying. However, contrary to his desires, the very things he sought to avoid began to materialize before his eyes. Just then, a swollen, grotesque face suddenly appeared on the windshield, its long, dark nails easily sinking into the glass, producing a bone-chilling sound. The mischievous little child, who had been disobedient, was destined to be taken home by the grandmother. The swollen visage bore no discernible features when it spoke. Only 2 lumps of flesh could be seen writhing, accompanied by waves of repugnant odor that induced nausea. Upon hearing this sound, the driver was seized by a sudden panic. Instinctively slamming on the brakes and violently turning the steering wheel in an attempt to evade the looming figure. At that moment, he felt the vehicle shake violently, as if something had burrowed beneath it, followed by a cacophony of screeching and clashing metal. He hastily glanced back, only to be met with a long scratch on the ground behind the vehicle, while the shadowy figure vanished into the thick fog. The driver's heart leaped into his throat. He took a deep breath, gradually released the brake, and continued forward. However, when he glanced into the rearview mirror, he was astonished to discover that he was now utterly alone in the vehicle. The 3 elders had inexplicably vanished. The driver's face drained of color, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His hand trembled as it gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. He was bewildered by the events that had transpired and dared not contemplate the frightful apparition he had just encountered, nor the whereabouts of the missing elders. In that moment, all he wished for was to escape this eerie place and return to safety. Just as he prepared to accelerate away, an intense chill surged from his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire body. In terror, he looked down, only to find that the seat belt, which he had securely fastened, had inexplicably come undone, and blood began to seep from the seat. The driver's breathing quickened as he desperately attempted to refasten the belt, but the clasp, which usually released with a simple press, now refused to yield. The towering man, standing over 6 feet tall, felt tears welling up in his eyes as he listened to the sound of the windshield fragmenting bit by bit. No matter how low he buried his head, he could not escape the increasingly pungent stench. The person he had just thrown from the vehicle reappeared. In an instant, warm blood gushed forth, splattering against the windows of the cabin. Through the gaps where the blood flowed, he witnessed the driver, in a frenzy, clawing open his own abdomen, his intestines spilling out and wrapping themselves around his neck, tightening bit by bit. Meanwhile, the 3 elders, who had vanished from the vehicle, remained seated in the back, while their driver was nowhere to be found. What could this mean? The divination clearly indicated that the driver was still within the car. Why could we not locate him? Granny furrowed her brow, confusion flickering in her eyes as she held a withered branch, the other branches on her legs pointing towards the driver's seat. The expressions of Master Qi and Master Wu grew grave, for they knew Granny's divination was always remarkably precise, and yet such an inexplicable situation had arisen, leaving them baffled. Could it be that some formidable array or spell had concealed the driver? Master Qi spoke solemnly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of any clues. Master Wu shook his head, asserting impossible. If it were an array or spell, we should be able to detect the energy fluctuations, yet we sense nothing. The Buddhist and Taoist techniques were renowned for their ability to restrain malevolent forces, yet based on Granny's divination. They had employed spells and talismans in an attempt to locate the driver, all to no avail. Suddenly, the withered branch in Granny's hand emitted a sharp crack as it broke. Her expression shifted dramatically, panic lacing her voice. The branch has broken. The driver is likely beyond saving. Chapter 146. The conspiracy behind the Tingye family. How could this be? Is there truly a person we 3 cannot save together? Master Wu slammed his fist on the seat in frustration, his heart brimming with anger. Master Qi took a deep breath, calmly analyzing. It seems the adversary's strength exceeds our expectations, and they are clearly intent on trapping us. We cannot remain passive. We must find a way to break through this illusory formation. Master Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us combine our powers to launch a stronger assault on this formation and see if we can shatter it. Granny He, regaining her composure, declared, very well. Let us unite our strengths and dismantle this illusion. Thus, the three elders once more summoned their respective powers, focusing their energies on the formation. Their magic intertwined in the air, creating a resplendent glow akin to a dazzling meteor, forcefully colliding with the illusion. However, the formation remained unmoved, impervious to their efforts. "Cursed be it!" Master Wu exclaimed in frustration. A look of determination flashed in Master Chi's eyes as he declared, "It seems we must resort to our final measure. May we successfully breach this formation." With that, he produced a golden talisman from his robe and began to chant incantations. As his words flowed, the talisman radiated a brilliant golden light, a powerful aura emanating from it. Seeing this, Master Wu and Granny, he swiftly infused their own powers into the talisman. Instantly, the talisman's brilliance intensified, resembling a blazing sun illuminating the entire cabin. Through their united efforts, the talisman erupted with astonishing force, transforming into a golden torrent that surged towards the illusory formation. A deafening roar resounded as the formation finally crumbled under the weight of this formidable power, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered into the air. "We did it!" Master Wu exclaimed in exhilaration. Granny He, utterly exhausted, collapsed into her seat, her body drained of energy and in need of recovery. Master Chi, witnessing the formation's collapse, let out a sigh of relief. Although they had successfully dismantled the formation, the horrific scene before them plunged everyone into silence. The driver's lifeless body lay slumped in the driver's seat. A gruesome length of intestine coiled tightly around his neck like a vicious serpent. His eyes bulged, and his face had turned a ghastly shade of blue from asphyxiation, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Master Wu slowly retracted his hand, which had been checking the driver's pulse, his tone heavy with gravity. "There is no hope." At that moment, Granny He suddenly shouted, "Look at the writing on the windshield." Everyone followed her gaze, discovering that the windshield was smeared with sticky watermarks, among which a prominent circular emblem stood out. This emblem was clearly visible, seemingly crafted from some liquid. Master Chi's expression turned serious as he beheld the emblem, a hint of barely contained fury flickering in his eyes. "This is the crest of the Tingye family." It seems that from the encounter with the guide and master Hao in the ancient tomb of Shu to the present tragic demise of the driver, all of this has been orchestrated by them. His voice was low and authoritative, infused with uncontainable rage. Granny He ground her teeth in anger. What do they intend to accomplish? Who gave them the audacity to act in such a manner? Her face was etched with indignation and confusion, deeply outraged by the actions of the Tingye family. At this moment, she also understood that the reason they had been unable to utilize their spells earlier was entirely due to the fact that the adversary had been targeting the three of them. The foggy formation had been specifically designed to suppress their counterattack. Tension filled the vehicle as each individual fell into deep contemplation. They realized that a vast conspiracy and danger lurked behind this incident, with the Tingye family evidently at its core. Faced with such provocation and malice, they had to take action to ensure their own safety and that of others. However, first, they needed to ascertain the intentions and plans of the Tingye family to formulate an effective countermeasure. Master Chi remained silent as he took out his phone and dialed a number. This number is dialed to the esteemed elder at Namli Shingon, who wishes to convey the events that transpired here in their entirety. After concluding this call, he proceeded to dial another number, this time reaching out to the Taoist sect. He sought assistance from the Taoists to aid the police who were soon to arrive to handle the case. Before long, both the police and the Taoist reinforcements arrived. After a brief collaboration with the police to take simple statements, Master Chi and his companions swiftly returned to the Taoist sect in a separate vehicle dispatched by the elder. Simultaneously, those sent by the Taoists to replace Hao Yu and others in the ancient tomb of Shu had already taken a special flight from the capital airport. This expedition to Shu comprised seasoned and highly skilled members of the Taoist sect, all of whom were elder relatives of Hao Yu and the like. A group that had once decisively triumphed over the Onmyoji of Sakura country many years prior. In the ancient tomb of Shu, 1,000 miles away, the formation set by Hou Yuan continued to operate. Within mere hours after his departure, the small courtyard was once again assaulted by malevolent entities commanded by the Onmyoji. However, due to the formidable formation in place, those entities were instantly reduced to ashes upon contact, allowing everyone in the courtyard to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. This time, even the usually composed On Xiaoyu felt a twinge of fear. Had it not been for the formation left by Huiyuan, the consequences would have been dire. Just as they were expressing their gratitude, Hao Yu and Alu finally began to open their eyes. Master brother, upon seeing Hao Yu awaken, On Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. Rushing over to assist him, although Hao Yu remained physically weak, his consciousness had returned. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted Alu, who was also awake. We survived? He inquired hoarsely. Indeed, it is all thanks to that divine being who saved us, On Xiaoyu responded excitedly, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. Hao Yu took a deep breath, struggling to recall the events that had transpired. He remembered being enveloped by a powerful force before losing consciousness. What about that divine being? Hao Yu asked urgently. He has already departed, On Xiaoyu informed him, but he left behind a formation to protect us. How he not dead? His heart filled with profound gratitude for this mysterious individual. Did he leave any messages? Hao Yu pressed further. On Xiaoyu shook her head, indicating there were none. At that moment, Alu sat up on the bed, appearing more spirited than Hao Yu. He said his name is Huiyuan. Alu suddenly interjected. Huiyuan? Hao Yu repeated in disbelief. Master brother, how are you feeling? On Xiaoyu inquired with concern. Hao Yu smiled, reassuring her, do not worry, I am fine. I merely need to rest. With that, he reached for his neck, clutching tightly the small vial containing divine blood. As the next leader of the Taoist sect, he was now privy to highly confidential information, including the presence of an otherworldly deity named Huiyuan. The red bead within the vial was indeed the divine blood of this otherworldly being. Chapter 147. You are a human koi. Act judiciously, Sully furrowed her brow as she stood atop the city gate of the capital, intently observing two processions below. One was adorned in vibrant red bridal garments, led by a beautiful woman seated in an ornate carriage. The other procession donned white mourning attire, solemnly following a cart bearing an exquisitely crafted coffin. The juxtaposition of the bridal red against the white mourning banners was indeed a disheartening sight for this extraordinary quest. Sully murmured to herself. The scene stirred within her a complex array of emotions. These two processions represented the imperial princess's marriage alliance and the burial of the esteemed general, their fates intertwining under the city's gates, as if meeting at a crossroads of two worlds. This peculiar quest was exceedingly rare and challenging to trigger. Only a fortunate few could encounter it. In her past life, an inconspicuous game streamer had inadvertently activated this quest. Upon reading the quest synopsis, she was profoundly moved by its narrative, tears welling in her eyes. Drawing from her years of experience in media, she recognized that such a poignant story would undoubtedly captivate numerous viewers and generate significant traffic. Thus, from the moment she officially began the quest, she recorded the entire storyline, capturing every detail and dialogue without omission. Eventually, she meticulously edited the precious footage, pairing it with heart-wrenching background music. Once published, the video rapidly garnered widespread attention and heated discussions, resonating deeply with countless individuals. Due to its emotionally charged and remarkable plot, viewers, whether players of the game Shen Yun or not, expressed their remorse for the protagonists within the narrative. One believed that by simply holding back the advancing tribes from the grasslands, the person they cherished could avoid a distant marriage. The other thought that agreeing to the marriage alliance would ensure the safe return of their beloved, who fought valiantly 1,000 miles away. Ah, how fate plays with us, sighed Grandma Wang. Under the relentless wheels of history, they ultimately cannot fulfill their wishes. Wu Mengjia gazed at the two processions below, his heart swelling with indignation. He recalled the decaying empire depicted in the game's backstory, his anger intensifying uncontrollably. He scoffed derisively had the reinforcements and supplies arrived on time. This young general could have achieved a resounding victory, yet the incompetent emperor sacrificed such an outstanding commander as a pawn to maintain a so-called alliance. His voice was laced with deep anger and resentment, as if he sought to vent all his frustrations. Even though he understood this was merely a game, the corruption within the empire, the darkness of its bureaucracy, and the malice of human nature left him feeling powerless. He could only watch helplessly as injustice and tragedy unfolded, his heart heavy with resignation and sorrow. Alas, we cannot alter the story of the princess and the general, but we can strive to save those border citizens mercilessly trampled by the iron hooves of the grassland tribes. He Ningchuan turned away, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon the dozens standing atop the city wall. These individuals were from recognized gangs and clubs that had participated in special mobilization plans. Due to the uniqueness of this quest, there were no restrictions on the number of participants. Thus, after discussions with Su Li, He Ningchuan decisively decided to summon these high-ranking individuals, capable of decision-making and possessing a degree of influence within the military, to form a team to jointly undertake this quest. After watching the CG animation of the Marriage Alliance and the Fallen General, they would enter a special scenario. This scene was a manifestation of the princess's imagination at the twilight of her life. Once they entered this imagined realm, their task would be to rewrite the fate that prevented the princess from uniting with her childhood sweetheart, the general. Should they successfully achieve this objective, they would earn the lands of the Grassland tribal dynasty as a reward for the princess's distant marriage alliance. The CG swiftly concluded, and the gateway to the imagined realm appeared at the city gate where everyone stood. Before descending the wall, He Ningchuan distributed a meticulously crafted plan tailored to each individual's abilities. This would enable them to collaborate effectively and expedite the successful completion of the quest upon entering the realm. Wait, why do I have nothing to do? Sully repeatedly scrutinized her plan, which contained only a few words, casting a puzzled glance at He Ningchuan. He Ningchuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, asserting that she was not to be left entirely idle, as it was clearly stated above that she should act according to the circumstances. Su Li leaned in to glance at the tasks assigned to Grandma Wang and Wu Mengjia, both of whom had specific assignments. It was evident that the task assigned to her was rather perfunctory, amounting to a complete lack of responsibility. He Ningchuan, you are deliberately underestimating me. Su Li rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the dashing young man, only to be pulled back by Hui Yuan, who had seized her collar from behind. Su Li turned to glare at Hui Yuan, her tone sharp. Hui Yuan, are you betraying me? Let go. Hui Yuan, not daring to provoke her ire, obediently released her, explaining, my task is the same as yours, to act according to circumstances. Hearing that he shared the same ambiguous task, Su Li felt her anger dissipate somewhat. Su Li, while your task may appear simple, it is, in fact, of utmost importance. This plan necessitates someone to make decisions and take action at critical moments. And you and Hui Yuan are the most suitable candidates. He Ningchuan elucidated without hesitation. Although Su Li was still young, having lived 2 lifetimes, she was well aware of He Ningchuan's character. Not a word of his could she trust. It was clear he doubted her youth and capability. And Hui Yuan was merely a calming agent he had arranged to soothe her emotions. Observing the little girl rolling her eyes at him, He Ningchuan recognized that she had seen through him, yet he remained unfazed, leisurely stating, allow Hui Yuan to accompany you in the instance, and make use of your unique talents. Perhaps it will yield some delightful surprises. Oof. Su Li huffed, taking Hui Yuan and walking away, completely dismissing him. The onlookers, charmed by the young girl's adorable demeanor, could not help but chuckle as they followed suit, descending from the tower to enter the instance. Chapter 148. The Identities of Princess and General Princess. Don't run. Be careful not to fall. Within the Crimson Palace walls, a small figure darted nimbly, skillfully evading a throng of pursuing maidens. This petite child bore a delicate, soft visage, yet her expression was one of utmost seriousness. With plump little hands clutching the intricate hem of her red and white pattern gown, she dashed towards the ajar palace doors. As her tiny legs moved swiftly, leaving afterimages, she approached the threshold, gathering her breath to leap over it and continue running to the right. The little girl, being pursued by a gaggle of palace maids, was none other than Su Li, who had assumed the identity of the protagonist, Princess Fu Lin, within the instance. At this moment, Princess Fu Lin had not yet been conferred the title of princess. She was merely the beloved only daughter of the emperor's favored younger brother, the sole female heir in the royal lineage of the entire empire. As the only girl in the royal family, Princess Fu Lin was cherished from birth by her relatives, including the emperor himself, and each of her princely cousins delighted in playing with her. "Your Highness, please slow down," the maidens cried out anxiously, but they could not keep pace with the young princess. Panting but resolute, Su Li knew she could not afford to stop. At last, she reached a slightly ajar door, pushing it open with all her might and bursting inside. Upon entry, her small stature caused her to lose control, and she stumbled forward. "Be careful!" A melodious voice rang out as she landed in a warm, gentle embrace. Looking up, she was met with a familiar face, now somewhat smaller, yet still unmistakably known to her. Huiyuan. The youthful Huiyuan, transformed into a young boy, was enveloped in her embrace, allowing her to nuzzle against him, murmuring, "I have become Princess Fu Lin, and you have become the young general. I hope He Ningchuan's plan succeeds. Otherwise, we may have to personally experience the trials of Princess Fu Lin and the young general." Huiyuan gently patted Su Li's soft back, reassuring her, "Fear not. If they falter, we shall manage it ourselves." His gaze radiated confidence, as if he could face any challenge with composure. Su Li felt somewhat comforted by his words, though a hint of worry lingered as she replied, "That may be true, but we are still too unfamiliar with this world. Perhaps we should find He Ningchuan quickly and avoid the impending fate." She clutched Huiyuan tightly, terrified of losing him. "Do not worry." Huiyuan tenderly stroked her hair. "As long as we are together, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome." His eyes were gentle yet steadfast, instilling a sense of security. Su Li nodded. Though still feeling a touch of discontent, she found that with Huiyuan by her side, she did not despise the identity of Princess Fu Lin as much. They embraced, ready to face this unfamiliar world together. Su Li buried her head in Huiyuan's embrace, contemplating before muttering, "I believe they are not so inept. Let's place a little trust in them." Huiyuan chuckled, intending to inquire further about her thoughts when they were interrupted by the hurried arrival of the maidens. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" The maidens rushed over, their eyes widening as they spotted Su Li tightly clinging to Huiyuan, prompting them to hastily attempt to separate the two. However, no matter how hard they tried, Su Li refused to let go. The maidens dared not apply too much force, fearing injury to the princess, and could only look to Huiyuan for assistance in persuading Su Li. "Young Master Wang, could you please convince the princess to return with us? The emperor will be arriving soon, and if he discovers the princess has wandered off, he will surely punish us." The maiden's anxious pleas, tinged with fear, evoked a sense of sympathy. Huiyuan was taken aback by the maiden's intense anxiety, but he remained silent, gazing down at Su Li, awaiting her decision. After all, he had always followed her lead, and this time was no exception. Su Li had merely ventured out to confirm Huiyuan's presence. She did not wish to implicate her attendants in any punishment. Thus, she slowly released her grip, allowing the maidens to lift her and escort her back. All the while, Su Li rested her head on the maid's shoulder, gazing longingly at Huiyuan, who silently trailed behind, ensuring their safe passage to the palace where Su Li resided. Once she was safely inside, Huiyuan turned to leave. Su Li was carried back to her chamber, where the maid brought warm water and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a damp silk cloth. Su Li closed her eyes in comfort, relishing the maid's ministrations while casting her gaze towards the birds outside the window. After a moment's contemplation, the maid could no longer restrain herself and spoke, "Your Highness, it would be prudent not to grow too close to young Master Wang in the future." Su Li paused at the maid's words, retracting her gaze in confusion, and asked in a soft voice, "Why is that?" The maid, looking at the adorable little girl before her, felt her heart soften but answered earnestly, "Young Master Wang is the companion of the crown prince, while you're the daughter of a prince. Growing too close might arouse the emperor's suspicions regarding your father." Su Li found herself at a loss for words. Princess Fu Lin was merely 5 years old, and her cousin, the crown prince, along with Huiyuan, was only 10. They were all just children. How could the situation be as grave as the maid suggested? Moreover, while her uncle may have been inept in governance. Surely he would not reach such absurd conclusions. Could he really suspect that a 5-year-old girl could have any complex relationship with a 10-year-old boy? Suli found the situation increasingly absurd, shaking her head in exasperation as she contemplated the maid's overactive imagination. Surely, even if the Duke of Foreseen was foolish, he must possess a modicum of discernment. It was utterly preposterous to conflate the innocent friendship between two children with political machinations. Moreover, they were merely engaged in play and study, having committed no transgressions. Resolving to dismiss the maid's baseless concerns, Suli reminded herself that she was not a child. She would not allow such trivial worries to sever her bond with Hui Yuan. Soon, the emperor, the duke's uncle, arrived, and this refined, middle-aged monarch amiably conversed with Su Li for quite some time. Before parting, he playfully lifted her onto his shoulders and took her on a joyous romp around the courtyard. Chapter 149. The emperor's favor. The pace within the realm of this narrative was swift, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had elapsed since Su Li had entered this world. The once soft and cherubic duchess had blossomed into a graceful and captivating young lady. On this day, she was graced with her uncle's favor, permitting her to leave the palace and return to the Wangfu to visit her parents. "Duchess, must you truly conceal the young master within the carriage?" the maid inquired, gazing quizzically at Hui Yuan, who had instinctively curled up in the carriage's compartment. Observing the tall and lanky Hui Yuan crammed into the box, Suli could not help but chuckle, replying, "I would never impose such indignity upon him. I have already requested that he accompany me as a guard, but he hastily concealed himself before I could inform him." The maid shook her head in resignation, secretly lamenting the deepening bond between the duchess and the young master. Whenever an opportunity arose for the duchess to return to the Wangfu, she insisted on bringing him along. In their youth, hiding in the carriage was a simple task, but as they matured, it had become increasingly difficult. The maid, however, was impressed by the young master's unwavering loyalty, which showcased a devotion reminiscent of the flawless protagonists found in romantic tales, evoking envy among their peers. With the maid's envious gaze upon her, Suli ascended the carriage and opened the compartment to pull the young man out. "You need not endure such discomfort any longer. My uncle has consented for you to accompany me as my guard whenever I leave the palace. Wherever I go, you shall follow." Upon hearing this, surprise lit up Hui Yuan's face, but it quickly transformed into calm acceptance as he nodded softly. He then instructed a maid to fetch a pair of wrist guards to secure his sleeves, removed his jade crown, and deftly arranged his hair into a bun before donning the crown once more. In the blink of an eye, the once genteel nobleman had transformed into a dashing and formidable warrior. His movements were graceful and practiced, as if he were accustomed to such metamorphosis. His ink-black hair was neatly tied back, accentuating his sharply defined features and resolute demeanor. Clad in a flowing white robe that danced in the breeze, he exuded an air of both elegance and authority, no longer the mild-mannered nobleman, but a spirited and commanding figure reminiscent of a seasoned general. After assisting Su Li into the carriage, Hui Yuan mounted his magnificent steed, a black stallion known as Wu Yun Gai Shui, whose 4 white hooves contrasted with its dark coat, and the entourage set forth outside the palace. The palace where Su Li resided was in close proximity to the emperor's chambers, a testament to his affection for her, a privilege that elicited envy from many of the concubines. Moreover, her ability to traverse the palace in a carriage was a privilege that quickly reached the ears of the other concubines. Consequently, the entire harem was once again taken aback by the emperor's extraordinary favor towards the duchess. "My lady, while his majesty dotes upon you, permitting you to leave the palace in such a manner is rather ostentatious. Perhaps we should first take a palanquin out of the palace before switching to the carriage? Such flamboyance could tarnish your reputation and that of the Wangfu," the maid remarked, furrowing her brow as she lowered the carriage curtain. Suli smiled at her. "I appreciate your concern, but this is a gift from His Majesty. To refuse, it would only displease him. Besides, I care not for the opinions of others. As long as I act with integrity, that suffices." The maid remained apprehensive, aware that in the court, a tall tree attracts the wind. Excessive display could invite unwarranted trouble. Yet, She understood that the Duchess had her own convictions and positions, and she could only strive to ensure her safety. As the carriage glided out of the palace maids and eunuchs bowed in respect. Su Li gazed at the scenery through the window, her heart brimming with emotions. Meanwhile, in the chambers of the other concubines, they were closely monitoring Su Li's every move. The favored Duchess evoked both jealousy and caution among them. In this realm steeped in intrigue and rivalry, each individual was on the lookout for opportunities to ascend the hierarchy and seize power. Su Li's presence undoubtedly posed a threat in their eyes. At that moment, Su Li lounged comfortably in her seat, savoring the carefully prepared sour plum juice from the imperial kitchen while observing the maid's worried demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. She seemed unfazed by the maid's concerns, fully aware that her current favor from the emperor was a result of He Ningchuan and the other players' years of contributions to the empire. From the moment she stepped into this narrative, Su Li had adeptly leveraged her status, secretly seeking out the whereabouts of He Ningchuan and others across the nation. Simultaneously, she skillfully utilized the emperor's affection to present herself as an unparalleled prodigy, winning the emperor's favor and spreading her renown throughout the realm, allowing He Ningchuan and his companions to locate her and approach her willingly. Once all the players were gathered, He Ningchuan and his allies promptly set about implementing their national rescue plan, aimed at saving the Duchess of Foreseen, Su Li, and the young general, Hui Yuan, from their tragic fates. He Ningchuan's plan was rooted in the philosophy of reducing taxes while enhancing the nation's strength. He aspired to achieve national prosperity by ameliorating the economic conditions of the lower classes. Thus, he led the players on a transformative journey, beginning with foundational changes to gradually foster economic transition. The economic system of this world was based on family units and individual ownership of productive resources, with people relying primarily on their labor to meet their own needs, characterized by a smallholder economy. While this system was straightforward, it harbored numerous issues: low productivity, vulnerability to natural disasters, unstable economic standing, and a tendency towards wealth polarization. As time progressed, He Ningchuan and his group subtly integrated the concepts and methods of market economy into the fabric of society. The market economy gradually emerged beneath the surface of the smallholder economy, marking a pivotal moment in the empire's economic development. In contrast, the market economy possessed greater vitality and creativity, shattering traditional constraints and fostering the optimal allocation of resources and enhancement of efficiency. Chapter 150. You are destined to be a female emperor. The creative destruction brought about by the market economy liberated those previously confined within the smallholder economy. They were no longer restricted to fragmented operations on small plots of land, but could pursue innovation and entrepreneurship with greater freedom. This transformation not only elevated productivity levels, but also bolstered society's resilience against natural disasters and stabilized people's economic positions. Most importantly, the market economy has ignited the creativity and enthusiasm of individuals, leading to a remarkable advancement in social productivity. In this process, an increasing number of people have emerged from poverty, relishing an enhanced quality of life, and the entire society has radiated with vitality. The development of social productivity is indeed the sole remedy to salvage this empire plagued by severe issues of redundancy and accumulation. The reason why He Ningchuan and others have been able to operate so smoothly in recent years is largely attributed to her influence, which has shielded them from the targeting of powerful clans and officials in the early stages of their development. After all, she is the emperor's most cherished niece. Even those in positions of great power, such as the chancellor who can manipulate state affairs, dare not openly offend her. The Wangfu is situated not far from the palace, and Su Li first returned to the Wangfu to pay her respects to Fuleen's parents, serving as a tacit acknowledgement of her presence. Before taking Hui Yuan to the largest ready-to-wear establishment in the capital, Chunhua. Chunhua not only sells the most exquisite ready-to-wear garment from across the nation, but also offers a variety of cosmetics, perfumes, and other items sought after by the noble women and ladies of the capital. However, the most significant role of Chunhua goes beyond mere commerce. It serves as a clandestine intelligence, gathering, and communication point established by He Ningchuan. This seemingly ordinary place is, in fact, a hidden stronghold behind the facade of prosperity, where a plethora of undisclosed information converges. Chunhua-gu has become a unique venue, embodying both fashion and beauty while simultaneously functioning as a hub of clandestine information. Although these highborn ladies appear to lead lives of seclusion, they wield considerable power and control over the economic lifeblood of their families, possessing an intimate understanding of their financial situations. Consequently, they can provide substantial financial support to individuals like He Ningchuan. Moreover, these noble women also serve as vital conduits for military personnel skilled in intelligence work to acquire information. A mere conversation with them can effortlessly unveil the inner realities of various clans and families. In the feudal era, women were often overlooked, yet they represented a formidable force and a reservoir of potential resources. This phenomenon may have gone unnoticed by contemporary society, but it was well understood by He Ningchuan and his associates. Thus, once they amassed a certain amount of capital, they hastily established this intelligence-gathering point in the capital. Su Li, undoubtedly one of the most renowned figures in the capital, drew immediate attention from numerous noble women and ladies as her distinctive carriage appeared outside Chunhua-gu. This carriage had become a symbol of her status, known to all. Some esteemed, noble women eagerly approached, anticipating the opportunity to engage her in conversation. Hoping to glean some advantageous information from this wealthy and influential figure. Assisted by her maid, Su Li gracefully descended from her carriage, and with a mere glance, her maid signaled the guards to halt any approaching noble women. Su Li effortlessly engaged in conversation with these ladies, winning their favor and acquiring some valuable intelligence. As she made her way from the entrance to the staircase leading upstairs, Su Li reached an agreement with a distinguished noblewoman, ascending the stairs amidst expressions of gratitude from her companion. Once they reached a secluded area out of sight, Su Li's regal demeanor faded, and she sighed, visibly displeased. Socializing is such a hassle. Huai Yuan, with a gentle smile, steadied her with his arm, taking on the role of a living crutch. As they walked, Su Li lamented, "If it weren't for the support these noble women provide, I wouldn't willingly engage in these conversations so frequently. It seems this mission has awakened a different side of your reclusive persona," Hui Yuan remarked with a slight smile. "However, according to He Ningchuan's plans, you are destined to become an empress, so this is merely a way to acclimate yourself to such a life." Su Li pouted, "Just thinking about it is exhausting. I must remain constantly vigilant, careful not to say or do anything wrong." The maid trailing behind them couldn't help but feel a chill at their audacious conversation, thinking to herself, "Truly, you two are incorrigible. If such words were to reach the ears of the wrong person, it could cost you your heads. Why can't you take on the role of the emperor? Sudi furovit herbroth. Or perhaps let my father, the prince, do so." Hui Yuan chuckled softly. "A splendid notion, but alas, it cannot be." With a resigned sigh, Su Li continued her ascent. "I am certain I am engaged in a holographic game. How is it that I cannot even live freely in the game, much less be a carefree individual?" Hui Yuan's eyes sparkled with a touch of affection. "Who says you cannot? However, before that, we must first address the issues at hand." Su Li nodded vitally. Mei He Ningchuan and the others swiftly packaged the royal bloodline and send them off to the pastoral lands. As they spoke, they arrived at a private room on the second floor of Chunhua-gu. The maid opened the door for them, revealing a man clad in a long gown. The proprietor of Chunhua-gu, who had been appointed by He Ningchuan as an NPC assistant for the mission. "Your Grace, please take a seat." The owner of Chunhua-gu rose, smiling as he personally pulled out chairs for Su Li and Hui Yuan. As they settled in, he handed a sealed letter to Su Li. "Your Grace, this is a confidential message sent by the Lord." Upon hearing his words, Su Li straightened, hastily opening the meticulously sealed letter. As she read the first line, her eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop out. She blinked in astonishment at the words on the paper, then eagerly continued reading. With each line, her smile grew brighter, the curve of her lips becoming more pronounced. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement, as if she had just learned of an immense fortune about to unfold. Noticing the change in Su Li's expression, Hui Yuan leaned in with curiosity. What is it? Is there good news? Su Li did not respond, remaining absorbed in the contents of the letter, oblivious to her surroundings. Chapter 151. A more serious exploitation. How can the Chancellor act in such a manner? In the imperial palace, the emperor, seething with anger, pointed accusingly at the elderly man before him, who was over 60 years old. At the old man's feet lay a memorial proposing increased taxes and corvée labor. Though the current emperor may be of mediocre talent, he is not a foolish ruler. He harbors compassion for the common people. However, following the sudden death of the former crown prince just days before his ascension, the late emperor's lineage was sparse. The only surviving princes who reached adulthood, aside from the crown prince, were him and the king of Hung, Feline's father. By virtue of merit, the king of Hung was more suitable for the throne. Yet due to his frail health, the current emperor was reluctantly thrust into power to prevent turmoil in the court arising from a sudden imperial demise. Regrettably, his talents lay solely in the arts, rendering his administrative capabilities rather mediocre, failing to extricate the decaying empire, already under the grip of corrupt officials, from its quagmire. The emperor had thought he understood the chancellor well enough, but he was taken aback by such audacity. The content of the memorial was nothing short of cruel exploitation of the populace, and the chancellor dared to present it, believing the emperor would approve it. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled up within the emperor. His eyes widened in fury as he retorted to the chancellor. Do you understand what this means? You are pushing the common people to their limits. The chancellor lowered his head, maintaining an outward appearance of respect, while remaining utterly unfazed by the emperor's wrath. He slightly lifted his head, a glimmer of inscrutable light flickering in his eyes, as if concealing endless plots and schemes. The prime minister's voice was deep and resolute as he stated, Your Majesty, the rise of the Wulu Empire in the northern grasslands is akin to an unstoppable torrent. They have repeatedly triumphed over the armies of Hoyan, having already seized 10 cities from them. Given the current situation, it is likely that they will soon breach the capital of Hoyan. The emperor furrowed his brow and asked, What of it? The prime minister smiled faintly, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and replied, Your Majesty, do not forget that a century ago, Hoyan occupied 5 of our northern cities. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to reclaim these cities and restore the legacy of our ancestors. Upon hearing this, the emperor fell into deep contemplation, his face betraying signs of hesitation. The prime minister seized the moment to advise, Your Majesty, this opportunity must not be missed. If we let it slip away, it will be exceedingly difficult to reclaim these cities in the future. Moreover, if we succeed in recovering lost territories, not only will we avenge past humiliations, but we will also demonstrate the authority of the court to our subjects, deterring neighboring states from harboring ill intentions. After a moment of silence, the emperor slowly responded, This matter requires careful consideration. It is of great significance and must be deliberated thoroughly. We cannot act rashly. The prime minister secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the emperor was somewhat swayed by his words. With a quick nod, he declared, Your Majesty is wise. I am willing to alleviate your burdens and wholeheartedly assist you in accomplishing this grand endeavor. In the past, Hoyan had relied on its formidable military prowess to seize 5 vital cities in our northern territories, extorting hefty annual tributes from our nation. This was undoubtedly a disgrace to the entire country, which is why emperors of past dynasties have longed to reclaim lost lands to secure their names in history. Now that this golden opportunity has finally presented itself, the prime minister would not let it pass. If he could recover lost territories while still in office, he would undoubtedly share the glory with the reigning emperor. For years, his power has been second only to the emperor, and he has become a role model for scholars across the land. Furthermore, the wealth of the prime minister's household is sufficient to support his family for generations. The only obstacle preventing him from securing a place in the annals of history is his lack of achievements. As long as he possesses enough merit, he will be immortalized in the records of history. The current situation, where Hoyan is utterly powerless against Wulu, is indeed a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. If only the emperor would lead them, his close advisors, into battle, it would be prudent to first persuade him to raise taxes and bolster military preparations. Our nation has been at peace with Hoyin for nearly 50 years, and military readiness has declined to half of what it was at the founding of the empire, with instances of soldiers receiving pay without service becoming increasingly common. This time, as we march northward to reclaim lost territories from Hoyin, substantial funds will be needed to recruit new troops and produce new weaponry. The treasury cannot provide these funds, and the prominent families are unwilling to contribute, leaving only the common people to bear the burden. The resilience of the populace is remarkable, as long as they are not deprived of their land. They will endure any exploitation to survive. After the prime minister departed, the emperor could no longer suppress his inner fury. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What a prime minister! He truly believes I am an ignorant child. If we impose more taxes and labor, the common people will suffer immensely. How can they focus on farming and paying taxes?" Zhao Ji, the chief eunuch serving the emperor, was a loyal servant of the late emperor and shared his disdain for the prime minister and the powerful families. However, he also understood that the empire's stability relied on their presence amidst the turmoil. Thus, Zhao Ji could only offer a wry smile as he consoled the emperor. "Your Majesty, I understand your concerns. However, as the Prime Minister has stated, if we do not take action, the nation will plunge into a greater crisis. We must secure sufficient funds to reorganize our military forces and march northward, hoping that Wulu will spare us from their onslaught, considering our assistance in their conquest of Hoyin. The consequences of failing to act will be dire." The emperor sighed deeply, recognizing the validity of Zhao Ji's words. Although the prime minister had his own ulterior motives, his advocated approach seemed to be the most feasible option at present. Otherwise, it would ultimately be the common people who would suffer the most. The emperor shook his head helplessly and remarked, "Do I not know? But who in this world can comprehend the depths of my struggles? If not for the common people, why should I suffer this humiliation?" With that, the emperor turned and left, leaving Zhao Ji with a troubled expression, watching the emperor's retreating figure. Zhao Ji was filled with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. He understood the emperor's plight, yet faced with the harsh realities, they truly had no better options. He silently prayed that this decision would bring about a glimmer of hope, even if only a little, to allow the nation to continue its journey forward. Chapter 152. The proposal to send Fu Lin Junju for marriage after the prime minister left the emperor's administrative palace. He made his way unimpeded to a nearby side chamber adjacent to the inner palace. There was a small pavilion in front of this chamber, and he sat down in the pavilion, where a young eunuch promptly served him tea and pastries. As the prime minister sipped his tea and nibbled on snacks, he occasionally glanced at the sky, seemingly awaiting someone. Sure enough, after finishing his second cup of tea, the venerable official with graying hair and a spirited demeanor finally awaited his guest. A young eunuch hurriedly approached, respectfully reporting, "Prime Minister, young Master Wang has arrived." The prime minister waved his hand, and the young eunuch quickly exited the pavilion, standing at a distance where he could not hear the conversation, yet remained vigilant to the happenings within. The young man referred to as young Master Wang, Hui Yuan, was clad in pure white attire, tall and slender, with a handsome visage and an elegant demeanor, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. He gracefully entered the pavilion and stood before the elder, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the old man with his back turned. Upon hearing the sound, the prime minister turned around, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes upon seeing the visitor, yet he maintained a facade of solemnity. "Prime Minister," Hui Yuan spoke, his tone neither humble nor arrogant, imbued with a subtle sense of detachment. The prime minister nodded slightly and said, "Young Master Wang, I have summoned you today to discuss an important matter." Hui Yuan curled his lips in a faint smile, stepping into the pavilion and taking a seat opposite the prime minister. He poured himself a cup of tea and elegantly sipped it, completely disregarding the prime minister's empty cup, displaying an air of indifference towards the elder. The prime minister, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of irritation but suppressed his anger and stated, "Young Master Wang, I invited you here to discuss your father, Lord Wang's recent request to the emperor for a marriage between you and the Junju Fulin." At this, A trace of barely perceptible coldness flickered in Hui Yuan's eyes as he replied in a leisurely manner. "Huh? What does the Prime Minister wish to discuss with me?" The Prime Minister furrowed his brow and said, "Young Master Wang, you are aware that the rising Wulu has now captured 10 cities from Hoyan in the span of 2 months. Given the current situation, it is inevitable that Hoyan will fall to the iron hooves of the Wulu cavalry. To prevent Wulu from invading and harming the common people, it is time to consider a marriage alliance. I hope you can proactively speak to the Emperor to refuse the marriage proposal and instead advocate for the Emperor to grant the title of princess to Fu Lin Junju, marrying her to the Crown Prince of Wulu. I implore you to set aside personal feelings for the greater good and do everything possible to facilitate this marriage alliance." Hui Yuan let out a cold laugh and replied, "Prime Minister, your words are indeed eloquent. What do you mean by setting aside personal feelings? Do you believe that the safety of a nation can be exchanged for a woman sacrificing her lifelong happiness? Wu is merely a tribe of barbaric nomads that has risen from the grasslands, knowing only of conquest and plunder. Even if they now attempt to establish a central government modeled after the Han, they remain an uncultivated group. Does the Chancellor truly believe that the Prince of Wu can bring happiness to the esteemed Princess Feline?" The Chancellor was rendered speechless by Fuan's inquiry. He recognized the validity of the argument, but could not concede directly. Reluctantly, he replied, "Young Master Wang, I certainly grasp your sentiments. However, consider the ramifications if Wulu persists in its southern incursions. What sort of peril would our Diqi face? At that juncture, while you may safeguard your happiness with the princess, who will protect the happiness of countless subjects within the empire, can you bear to witness the disintegration of families under the iron hooves of Wulu's cavalry?" Hui Yun fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "Honorable Chancellor, I can agree to persuade my father, His Majesty, to decline the marriage proposal. However, I have one condition. If the Prince of Wu is genuinely interested in Princess Feline, I wish for him to come personally to propose. Otherwise, I shall not easily relinquish this marriage, even if it requires me to don armor and take to the battlefield." Upon hearing Hui Yun's words, the Chancellor's expression revealed his inner turmoil. He understood that the Prince of Wu, due to his esteemed status, would not easily leave his homeland. Yet, if he did not acquiesce to this condition, it could incite dissatisfaction. Although the current court emphasizes civil over military matters, the martial officials, led by the Wang family, are formidable, and the civil servants dare not easily confront those who wield military power. With no other option, the Chancellor nodded and said, "Very well, young Master Wang. I shall convey your intentions to His Majesty and strive for the Prince of Wu's agreement. I hope you will also honor your commitment to facilitate this union." Ouyang smiled and replied, "Agreed, it shall be as you say. However, Chancellor, do not forget your promise. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the Chancellor deep in thought. From an unseen perspective, the young man's lips curled into a sardonic smile. This Chancellor is quite the strategist. The Chancellor, growing older, feared he might not live to see the reforms bear fruit. Hence his eagerness to employ any means necessary to facilitate the downfall of Fuyan and reclaim the northern 5 cities. Simultaneously, he hoped that the unremarkable method of marriage alliance would deter Wu from further incursions, an utterly naive notion. "Huiyan, what do you think? Is that scheming Chancellor sending me to arrange a marriage?" Sui, who had accompanied Vian to see the Chancellor but had remained hidden until now, inquired. Upon hearing this, Owen's expression darkened, yet he nodded, "Yes, but I have temporarily thwarted it." Unable to suppress her curiosity, Su Li asked, "How did you manage that?" Hui Yun took a deep breath and replied slowly, "I told him that unless the Prince of Wu personally comes to seek your hand, I would rather don armor and take to the battlefield than let go." "Wow, how imposing!" the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gave him a thumbs up. However, her expression soon turned serious. "But your go to battle personally is still very dangerous. Although Ling Chan will surely entrust you with the new army he trained in secret for Hun, you must still face the relentless and high-spirited cavalry of Wu. You must be cautious." As she spoke, the girl suddenly smiled brightly. "But I have faith in your abilities, if it truly comes to that. Wulu will surely be in peril." Hou Yin chuckled softly, gazing at her with affection. "Do not worry, I will exercise caution. The Wulu Empire, while self-proclaiming as an empire, consists of merely around 100,000 of the Wulu people at its core. Among them, the elite warriors number just over 40,000, falling short of 50,000. Even with the addition of the surrendered troops from Hoyan, the true strength capable of contending with Yun.Armed's new army is merely that limited elite force of over 40,000. Chapter 153. The Emperor leads the expedition ultimately. The Prince of Wu, as anticipated, declined a request to personally travel to the capital to marry the princess. Simultaneously, as meticulously orchestrated by Ningchuan and others, successfully assumed the role of commander for the expedition northward against Tian. This raises the question, why assign a martial scion with no combat experience to such a significant role? The answer is straightforward. The Chancellor and his faction hoped for his demise on the battlefield. This way, the marriage of Princess Feline would face no major obstacles, and their military families would suffer a significant setback. More crucially, the capable yet distant prince would lose this formidable ally. The third prince, whom they supported and who was compliant with their wishes, would emerge as the ultimate victor in this power play. On the day the army departed, the handsome youth donned glimmering silver armor, riding a magnificent steed as he proudly led the procession at the forefront. Su Li stood quietly atop the high city walls, watching his silhouette grow more distant. Time passed swiftly, and 4 months had elapsed since Sun led the army from the capital. The August sky was a sapphire blue, the sun scorching and radiant, as if intent on incinerating the world. In this sweltering season, a galloping steed raced towards the distant official road like a whirlwind, the sound of its hooves echoing thunderously, kicking up a cloud of dust. A small flag fluttered from the saddle, snapping in the wind, emblazoned with the urgent character in bold red thread. This banner indicated the horse's identity, carrying urgent military news, galloping towards the palace. The urgent dispatch was delivered to the palace at once, and upon reading its contents, the Emperor's expression turned grave, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He abruptly stood from his seat, his body trembling slightly, the letter shaking in his hands. He excitedly instructed those nearby to summon all civil and military officials to the Great Hall. Not long ago, the Chancellor had expressed a desire for the Emperor to lead the expedition, and at this moment, the Emperor found his answer. "Princess, His Majesty has summoned all the ministers to the palace. He must have received news of a great victory in the north." A maid hurriedly entered, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing this, Li set down the translucent grape in her hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips. As the maid dried her hands, she chuckled softly, her movements graceful and poised, her stunning beauty leaving the maid momentarily entranced. She was not at all surprised by this outcome. In fact, she had received news of Lanxing's triumph over the Villian forces days earlier. A pigeon trained at great expense had delivered the good tidings to her. "Do you regret your choices?" Sui's gaze swept over the 3 maids, her voice soft as a breeze, yet imbued with an unmistakable weight. The 3 maids felt a tightening in their hearts, a flicker of panic crossing their faces. They exchanged glances before quickly kneeling, heads bowed in silence. They understood what the princess's question implied, and they knew they must respond. In a moment of clarity, they recalled their former lives, and the inner conflict and struggle vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. Life belongs to the princess. Death belongs to the princess's spirit. No regrets. It was the princess who rescued us from the dry well. And from that moment, we resolved to follow her, willing to sacrifice our lives in gratitude for your great kindness. Princess, everything you and General Wang do for the people, we see and remember. We understand that all your efforts are for the countless citizens. We have no regrets. Su Li quietly listened to the 3 individuals pledge their loyalty, and only after they finished did she personally assist each of them to their feet. "You need not fear me," she reassured them. "As long as you do not betray the countless citizens of the Empire, We shall forever be comrades in arms." The maids had long grown accustomed to the occasional perplexing phrases uttered by the princess, and gradually began to comprehend their meanings. Thus, they promptly reaffirmed their steadfastness, allowing Su Li to trust them without reservation. Within the grand hall, the emperor sat upon his opulent dragon throne, his gaze cold and indifferent as he observed the flurry of ministers and military officials bustling about. Following his announcement of his intent to lead the imperial expedition, the prime minister and his conspirators were filled with unrestrained excitement. However, some conscientious officials expressed their concerns regarding this decision, fearing that the emperor's personal involvement in the campaign would invite greater peril and unpredictability. Despite the validity of their concerns, under the overwhelming pressure from the prime minister and his allies, these officials ultimately capitulated, reluctantly agreeing to the emperor's plan. On the day the expedition was finalized, officials of all ranks throughout the capital became frantically busy. Those with connections sought to accompany the emperor on his campaign, including various princes residing within the palace who also wished to join. Naturally, it was impractical for so many to embark together, prompting the emperor to decide against bringing the princes, opting instead to take only a select few powerful officials. Upon hearing this news, the princes felt a profound sense of disappointment and dissatisfaction. Particularly those who had believed they had a chance to accompany the emperor were consumed by anger and despair, viewing this as a rare opportunity to showcase their talents and gain the emperor's favor and trust, only to see it slip away for various reasons. For the emperor, this expedition was the culmination of careful deliberation. Although he lacked expertise in governance, he understood the myriad factors to consider when leading such an endeavor. He knew that allowing too many princes to accompany him could incite internal strife and discord, potentially destabilizing the war. Additionally, he needed to leave behind experienced, loyal ministers to assist the crown prince in managing state affairs. Consequently, he ultimately decided to take only a select few influential officials, such as the deeply rooted prime minister, on the campaign. He believed that should any misfortune befall him during the expedition, the crown prince and the ministers left behind would seize the opportunity to undermine the power of these officials. On the third morning, this vast entourage finally set forth northward amidst a flurry of chaos. With the emperor leading the way, the crown prince was naturally entrusted with the regency. However, on the 10th day of the crown prince's regency, news arrived that the emperor had been besieged by the Huoyin army at Yujia Mansion in the northern region. The accompanying imperial guard, hindered by logistical issues, was unable to reach the emperor in time to protect him from the ministers who had urged him to hasten his journey. By the time the imperial guard arrived at Yujia Mansion, the Huoyin army had already surrounded it. Upon encountering the enemy, the imperial guard engaged in combat, and it soon became evident to their commanders just how significant the gap in strength was. The Huoyin troops, previously subdued by the Wu Lu forces, proved to be more formidable than the imperial guard. If the Wu Lu army could dominate the Huoyin forces, what terror must the Wu Lu army itself embody? Meanwhile, the emperor and his ministers within Yujia Mansion found themselves in dire straits. The emperor, frantic, regretted not heeding the counsel of his advisors and was beset by feelings of helplessness. The ministers urged him to break free from the siege, yet the emperor hesitated, fearing that such an attempt could lead to greater losses. Simultaneously, the Wu Lu army became aware of the emperor's predicament and swiftly adjusted their strategy, preparing to seize this opportunity to annihilate both the Huoyin forces and the emperor. The Wu Lu general was elated, believing this to be an exceptional opportunity to elevate the Wu Lu army's reputation in the Central Plains. Thus, they quickened their pace, ready to launch an assault on Yujia Mansion. As the Wu Lu army approached within 200 li of the mansion, they were unexpectedly ambushed by a mysterious force, comprised of soldiers not only dressed as Huoyin troops, but also as Han soldiers. This surprise attack was fierce, employing weapons that the Wu Lu soldiers had never encountered before, with mounted soldiers utilizing dark, pipe-like weapons that unleashed a thunderous barrage, resulting in numerous Wu Lu soldiers falling lifeless from hundreds of meters away. The Wu Lu general, witnessing this shocking turn of events, felt a surge of fear and fury. He had never faced such a powerful adversary, particularly one wielding the capability for long-range assaults that left his soldiers defenseless. The general attempted to organize a counterattack, but each time they drew near, the enemy soldiers would swiftly retreat, continuing their relentless fire. The Wu Lu general resolved to deploy his most elite cavalry, hoping to breach the enemy's defenses. Yet, as they approached, they discovered the enemy soldiers clad in heavy armor, rendering their arrows ineffective. Moreover, the war horses of the Wu Lu cavalry were spooked by the enemy's weaponry, unable to advance. For the first time, the once invincible Wu Lu cavalry found themselves thwarted by this strange weaponry. Observing the enemy's armored soldiers charging forth, the Wu Lu general had no choice but to retreat, ordering his soldiers to withdraw. As the Wu Lu army began their retreat, the mysterious force pursued relentlessly. The general was engulfed by trepidation, uncertain how to navigate such a dire situation, and could only fall back to safer ground. Thus, the Wu Lu's advance southward was momentarily halted, and the primary threat to Yujiao Mansion posed by the Hou-Yin army had dissipated. What remained was the task of punishing this newly emerged force from the south and negotiating terms with the emperor of the southern nation. The conditions laid out by the Hou-Yin demanded that the emperor double the annual tribute paid to them, surrender a few princes as hostages, and provide unlimited resources to support Hou-Yin in their conflict with Wu Lu. Though the emperor was somewhat inept, he was astute enough to recognize that with the crown prince managing affairs in the capital, even if he opposed these conditions and faced execution or confinement, the state would not descend into chaos, especially with all the treacherous officials accompanying him. However, he underestimated the shrewdness of the prime minister, who had served under 3 emperors and was acutely aware of the emperor's hidden intentions. Upon learning of the emperor's refusal to negotiate, the prime minister immediately confronted him, declaring that should the emperor persist in his refusal to negotiate and allow them to return, he would promptly take the crown prince from the palace under the pretext of rescue. The emperor, filled with rage yet powerless, ultimately acquiesced to the demands of Hou-Yin, dispatching orders back to the capital to send several of the less favored princes as hostages. However, before the emperor's envoy could relay the message back to the capital, He Ningchuan and Su Li had already set in motion their plans, ensuring that the news reached the 6 neglected sons of the emperor. Upon learning of this development, the princes felt a chill of betrayal from their father and recognized the precariousness of their situation, prompting them to unite in sending a message to Hou-Yin, asserting that either all princes would be sent as hostages or they would immediately support the crown prince in ascending the throne as emperor. The Hou-Yin would certainly not stand idly by as such events unfolded. Once the crown prince ascended to the throne, the terms they had negotiated with the emperor would become utterly void. These were the benefits they had painstakingly fought to secure. How could they possibly relinquish them so easily? Moreover, Hou-Yin was already in dire straits due to the war with Wu Lu, which had decimated the livelihoods within the realm, leaving the populace in a precarious state. The citizens lived in constant fear of plundering by Wu Lu cavalry, their lives a torment of hardship. Furthermore, the incessant conflicts had severely impacted agricultural production, resulting in this year's harvest being nearly 30% less than the previous year. In the face of such adversity, Hou-Yin required additional resources and support to restore the vitality of the nation. Thus, it was imperative that they prevent this southern prince from ascending to the throne. The emperor must be sent back. Otherwise, all their prior efforts would be in vain. Upon learning that a few of his less favored sons had the audacity to negotiate with Hou-Yin, the emperor was overwhelmed with anger and despair. The betrayal of his sons, conspiring with Hou-Yin to take all his sons as hostages, felt like the collapse of his world. In that moment, he contemplated ending his own life, yet ultimately restrained himself. Under a mix of coercion and heartfelt persuasion from the chancellor and others, the emperor finally realized he had no alternative. He understood that refusing to send all the princes to Hou-Yin as hostages would endanger both his life and the state. Having witnessed the Hou-Yin army, which had been mercilessly beaten by Wu Lu, still proving superior to his own troops, he had completely abandoned any hope of seizing back the 5 cities, dismissing previous reports of victories as mere coincidences, no longer believing his forces could triumph over the Hou-Yin army. After considerable reflection, the emperor acquiesced, conceding to Hou Yin's demands. Despite his heart brimming with anguish and resignation, he recognized this was his only viable option. He could only hope that, through this compromise, he might preserve his throne and perhaps usher in a flicker of hope for the nation. The ancestors were right. As long as one could retain the Green Mountains, there would be no need to worry about firewood, and he was that green mountain that needed preservation. In late August, the weather remained oppressively hot, yet the emperor felt a chill. He received news that his sons had been delivered to Laizhou under Hou Yin's control, and the Hou Yin general besieging Yu Jiafu had indeed released them as promised. However, fate has a penchant for irony. Just as the emperor and his ministers were returning to the capital under the protection of the Imperial Guard, a mysterious contingent of Wulu cavalry appeared. This Wulu cavalry, like phantoms, successfully abducted the emperor and his ministers despite the stringent guard. As a commander of the Imperial Guard struggled to regroup his scattered soldiers, the Wulu cavalry had already vanished without a trace. The emperor was taken before the eyes of many, and unable to bear the weight of such a grave error. The commander tragically hanged himself in his tent that very night. When discovered, his body was already cold. The princess, awakened from slumber, groggily sat up in bed, wrapped in her blanket, as she perused a letter filled with superstitions sent from the north. The narrow, crumpled paper detailed the emperor's abduction and the commander's suicide in a flurry of tiny script. The girl's exquisite visage appeared ethereal in the candlelight. Her skin as pale as snow, translucent and radiant. Her eyes resembled deep lakes, bright and clear, while her lips, delicate as petals, curved slightly upward, revealing a charming smile that captivated all who beheld her. The Wulu cavalry responsible for the emperor's abduction were, in fact, operatives arranged by Huning Chuan, with the leader being none other than the recently wounded and missing commander of the northern expedition, Huiyuan, General Wang. In the face of battle, Huiyuan's gaze was resolute and cold, his tall stature commanding, wielding a sharp longsword that shimmered ominously, instilling fear in all. After abducting the emperor and the ministers, he would escort them safely to Laizhou. Laizhou served as a stronghold established by Huning Chuan and his allies within Hou Yin. But now the bordering prefectures were occupied by Wulu, leaving Laizhou isolated, the last remnant of Hou Yin's presence along the coast. Laizhou itself was a small peninsula, surrounded by water on 3 sides and connected to the mainland by a narrow passage, which made it a location easy to defend, yet challenging for economic growth. Initially, Huning Chuan managed to secure the position of governor of Laizhou with ease, owing to the corruption of Hou Yin's bureaucratic system, where officials cared only for their own interests, indifferent to the welfare of the state and its people. Laizhou, due to its remote location and lack of resources, had long been one of the poorest and most backward regions of Hou Yin. Consequently, when Huning Chuan proposed purchasing the governorship, the officials were unconcerned, eager only for the monetary gain. Furthermore, despite Laizhou's position on the border, its geographical uniqueness rendered it insignificant in an era devoid of naval power. Additionally, Hou Yin had neglected proper governance here, leading to abysmal law and order, with rampant banditry and pirate attacks. This adversely affected agricultural activities, plunging the local economy into despair. Initially, when Huning Chuan dispatched agents with substantial funds to purchase a fabricated position, it was merely to establish a foothold for accommodating the royal family members who would be sent over. However, as time progressed, the players he arranged to manage affairs in Laizhou, unable to bear witness to the suffering of the locals, persuaded Huning Chuan to cultivate marshlands into fertile fields, gradually establishing workshops and a trade fleet with the southern regions. By the time Hou Yin realized what was happening, Laizhou, once its most impoverished province, had transformed into a region more prosperous than Hou Yin itself, contributing 60% of the annual tax revenue. Now, the inhabitants of Laizhou lived comfortably, each able to enjoy ample food and warm clothing, leading fulfilling lives. Additionally, Laizhou boasted formidable military capabilities and robust defenses, evolving into a power independent of Hou Yin within just a few years. Although on the surface Laizhou still submitted to Hou Yin, in reality, the governor had ceased to heed the imperial court's directives. This abduction of the Southern Emperor, princes, and ministers to Laizhou was a scheme concocted by Hou Yin officials. Given that Hou Yin could not reclaim Laizhou, facilitating the support of this southern royalty from Laizhou was deemed a feasible approach. Hunting Chuan and the players were naturally inclined to accept this proposal, as it aligned perfectly with their original plans. They were elated and could not possibly refuse. Thus, when the Wulu cavalry passed near Laizhou, the elite troops, meticulously trained over the years, surged forth, successfully rescuing the emperor from the clutches of the Wulu cavalry. As for the accompanying corrupt officials, the troops paid them no heed, leaving them to wail and lament as they whisked the emperor away. At the beginning of September, in Laizhou, the emperor and ministers were reunited with the princes who had been escorted there. The emaciated emperor, upon embracing his numerous sons, disregarded royal etiquette and wept openly in front of all. Naturally, the few princes initially abandoned by the emperor, intended for delivery to Hou Yin as hostages, did not partake in this display of paternal affection, but instead observed coldly from the sidelines. As the emperor eagerly awaited the arrival of his younger brother, the adoptive father of Su Li, to send the annual tribute to rescue him from his dire predicament, he was met with the shocking news that his brother had been thrust upon the dragon throne and was now revered as the Taishan Huang. Far away in the realm of Hou Yin, rebellious daughter, how could you bear to send your uncle to that perilous land of Hou Yin? The middle-aged man, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, was consumed by fury as he seized a stack of memorials from the table and hurled them mercilessly at the beautiful young girl standing before him. Su Li nimbly sidestepped the attack with grace. With an innocent expression adorning her face, she softly replied, "Father, you cannot lay the blame on me. I did not compel my uncle to lead the charge. Rather, the culpability should be directed towards the Prime Minister and his ambitious cohorts. Their reckless pursuit of glory for reclaiming lost territories had resulted in her uncle and numerous cousins suffering in the north." Vurious, Su Li's adoptive father interrogated, "I am not as easily deceived as Emperor Xiong. Tell me, among those who conspire to place me on the throne, how many have no ties to you?" Su Li remained silent, a cheeky smile gracing her lips. Her adoptive father, fully aware of what that expression signified, realized that it was too late to salvage the situation. With a sigh, he waved her away, allowing her to depart. Chapter 156. The Second Autonomous Territory. Meanwhile, the newly ascended emperor of the Southern Kingdom, upon his coronation, categorically repudiated the treaty terms agreed upon with the Taishan Huang and halted the tribute payments. Enraged, the emperor of Hou Yin contemplated dispatching a formidable army southward. However, just as preparations were underway, the Yurulu Empire unexpectedly launched an invasion of Hou Yin. Reluctantly, the Hou Yin emperor was compelled to abandon his plans for a southern campaign. The ensuing war between Hou Yin and Yurulu raged for over 4 months, only ceasing when the bitter cold rendered the soldiers on both sides unable to endure any longer. During the spring festival that year, the new emperor conferred the title of crown princess upon his sole offspring, Princess Fulin, thereby establishing her as the only legitimate heir to the throne. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, within the East Palace where Su Li resided, a gathering of youthful men and women sat around a hot pot, enjoying each other's company. Wu Mingjia could not help but exclaim, "This scenario has been executed splendidly. I truly feel as though I have rescued countless impoverished citizens." "Indeed, who could argue otherwise?" chimed in Granny Wang, clad in dashing equestrian attire. As she boldly downed her cup of fine wine, Su Li beamed with delight as she observed everyone gathered together, reveling in the convivial atmosphere. This marked their first genuine assembly since entering the scenario and heralded the impending conclusion of their adventure. "Su Li, do you truly not wish to become empress?" Yining Chuan suddenly turned to her, his gaze intense and earnest. Su Li gently shook her head, her tone resolute. "I do not desire that. I fear I would be loath to leave. Witnessing my nation flourish before my very eyes, the temptation of being a wise sovereign is indeed profound. Yet, I understand that I do not belong here. I must eventually return to the real world. Moreover, I have more pressing matters to attend to." Yining Chuan nodded slightly. Initially, he had hoped Su Li would ascend as empress, thereby transforming the tragic fates of the princess and the young general. But it seemed she had made her decision. Very well, let it be, he said with a resigned smile, though a tinge of regret lingered in his heart. He respected Su Li's choice. Presently, the throne was occupied by the father of Princess Feline, a man far more astute than the Taishanghuan. It was believed that upon witnessing the capabilities of those loyal to Princess Feline, he would think twice before easily marrying off his daughter. Thus, should the youthful general, Hui Yuan, seek to wed Princess Feline, his request would undoubtedly be granted, forever altering their fates. Su Li nodded with a smile, relishing the joyous ambience of the moment. Hui Yuan suddenly spoke, "I will reclaim the 5 northern cities and offer them as a bride price to the emperor for your hand." His declaration struck like thunder in the ears of all present. Eyes widened in disbelief, they were taken aback. Wu Mungjia, astonished, sputtered his drink, coughing violently as he gazed at Hui Yuan, his expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. "Marry? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" He Ningchuan interjected to clarify. Su Li is now the crown princess, destined to inherit the throne. She cannot wed another. "Oh, I see." Though the others were equally astonished by Hui Yuan's words, they maintained their composure, unlike Wu Mungjia. They quietly turned their gazes toward the young lady seated regally in her finery, patiently awaiting her response. While they understood that the scenario required Su Li and Hui Yuan to marry, the difference between following the script and genuine consent was significant. At that moment, everyone was eager to discover whether this couple they had been shipping would openly express their feelings within the narrative. The maiden did not display the bashfulness anticipated. Instead, she gazed earnestly into the eyes of the young man beside her, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Very well. I shall await your proposal." Her voice was clear and resolute. As Su Li's words resonated, the players felt the scene before them begin to blur. Their bodies rendered immobile as a captivating narrative CG unfolded. In this mysterious CGI sequence, the young general led his troops on a swift march, akin to a tempest, sweeping forth. Seizing the opportunity while Ho Yin and Yurilu were embroiled in a fierce struggle, the young general, with the power of thunder, vanquished the garrison stationed in the 5 northern cities, reclaiming those territories that had been occupied by Ho Yin for a century. Cheers of triumph echoed like thunder across the heavens. And the name of the young general spread throughout the southern kingdom. Subsequently, he signed a treaty with the beleaguered Ho Yin, which had nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Yurilu, rendering Ho Yin a vassal state and requesting military assistance from the southern kingdom. This decision shifted the balance of power, further expanding the influence of the southern kingdom. The newly ascendant Yurilu Empire, having just emerged from conflict, desired to rest and recuperate rather than antagonize the prosperous southern kingdom. Thus, a truce was established between the southern kingdom and Yurilu. This segment of the narrative CG unfolded like a grand tapestry before the players, with every detail vividly rendered, immersing them in the experience. Ultimately, the young general returned to the capital, seeking to wed the crown princess in recognition of his triumph in reclaiming the 5 northern cities. This news sent shockwaves through the court, as officials found it hard to believe that a general of such renown and promise would willingly forsake his future to become a consort, living a life of luxury without the ability to achieve greatness. Regardless of the skepticism from the officials, the emperor issued a decree granting the marriage. The young general promptly returned his command insignia and relinquished his military post, content to await the wedding at the general's estate. Although it was the crown princess marrying a consort, the traditional rituals of betrothal were meticulously observed. The citizens of the capital watched in envy as boxes of bridal gifts flowed from the palace to the general's residence, turning their eyes green with jealousy. In no time, the tale of the crown princess and the young general was immortalized by storytellers, resonating through the streets and alleys of the capital. After the emperor bestowed the marriage between Princess Feline and the young general, Su Li and her companions found themselves able to move once more, fortunate enough to witness the grand royal wedding. During the ceremony, the faces of the princess and young general, originally resembling Su Li and Hui Yuan in the CG, gradually transformed into youthful visages they had never encountered before. How blissful! Truly, Lovers destined for each other should end up together. Su Li gazed at the scene of happiness before her, and as her words fell, she felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, only to discover that she had already left the instance. The server announcement read, "Congratulations to the JoJo Guild for completing the adventure Task Red Dress Meets White Banner and obtaining the autonomous territory of the Bountiful Prairie." Chapter 157, Arrival of Reinforcements. As JoJo secured their second autonomous territory, Hao Yu and his companions in the ancient tomb of Shu finally awaited reinforcements. Upon their arrival at the small courtyard, Hao Yu's masters, upon seeing the protective barrier surrounding the entire area, immediately turned and headed towards the ancient tomb, leaving Hao Yu and his companions staring at their resolute figures with astonishment. Did they really just leave us behind? And Xiao Yu exclaimed, her face reflecting the shock of a neglected child. Hao Yu, however, remained composed and calmly remarked, "Senior Hua Yuan possesses formidable strength. With this protective shield, my masters are at ease. Our utmost priority now is to reach the ancient tomb and thwart those enigmatic Yin-Yang masters from Yinghua country." After speaking, Hao Yu turned to his companion, Alu, and inquired, "Are you truly from an ancient martial arts family?" Alu, with strikingly clear black and white eyes adorned with enviably curled lashes, nodded vigorously. Hao Yu recalled Alu's earlier concealment of his identity and seized the opportunity to subtly tease him. "How fortunate we are to receive the favor of your esteemed martial arts family, to have such a capable disciple approach us under an assumed name." Upon hearing Hao Yu's words, Alu's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment, yet he persevered, explaining, "Actually, it wasn't my intention to hide my identity. There were just matters that I couldn't disclose before." Hao Yu scoffed, choosing silence, yet pondering Alu's true intentions. At that moment, Alu suddenly spoke up, "Dao Chong, the reason our ancient martial arts family sent someone here is to secretly assist you in guarding against the M country. However, we did not expect M country to refrain from direct action and instead incite Yinghua country to dispatch Yin-Yang masters." Hao Yu furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the mastermind behind this is actually M country?" Alu hesitated, weighing whether to reveal the truth to Hao Yu. Ultimately, he decided to be forthright, according to intelligence from our overseas peers. M Country's Central Intelligence Agency has somehow become aware of the excessive attention and investment domestically in the game Shen Yun, and they have begun to monitor the situation. As for how they persuaded Yinghua country to risk offending our nation by sending Yin-Yang masters, we are unclear. Hao Yu felt a surge of anger upon learning Alu's words. It became apparent that the supposed coincidences and unexpected events since arriving in Shu were orchestrated by M country and Yinghua country, leaving him enraged at being manipulated. Although he felt some discontent regarding Alu's partial concealment of the truth, he did not express it immediately. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure. The most pressing issue remained how to deal with the infiltrating Yin-Yang masters. Other matters could be addressed later. Thus, he suggested to Alu, in that case, "You should swiftly contact the elders of your sect to inquire if they can send additional reinforcements. If M country is involved, mercenaries hired by them will undoubtedly infiltrate our territory. Not all members of our Taoist sect are adept in combat, so we greatly require your assistance." Alu nodded affirmatively. "Of course, my sect's elders should already be meeting with a former leader, and I believe further support will arrive shortly." After a brief discussion, the two could only remain in the small courtyard and await the outcome. They had previously attempted to breach the barrier, only to discover it not only repelled the invading malevolent beings, but also restricted entry and exit for those within the courtyard. At that moment, the Taoist reinforcements who had departed for the ancient tomb successfully dismantled the traps set by the Yin-Yang masters at the tomb's entrance and entered the ancient tomb. The leader of this Taoist reinforcement was a young man with striking red hair, adorned in the latest fashion trends. Coupled with his handsome visage and perfect physique, he exuded the impression of a charming university student, despite being nearly 50 years old. "Masters, there are 3 passageways here. Which path should we take?" They had followed the traces left by the Yin-Yang masters to this point, but now those traces mysteriously vanished at this intersection. The red-haired man, referred to as Shu, quickly raised his hand to cast a spell, and soon after, a faint glow appeared at the far right passageway. Upon closer inspection, the glow revealed a pure, white spirit butterfly. Follow the spirit butterfly. I will bring up the rear. Bring up the rear? But there is nothing behind us. The red-haired man offered no explanation, merely pushing everyone beside him into the passage. Shu, the individuals thrust into the passage stood anxiously, exchanging worried glances, sensing something amiss. One of them declared, "I must go back and check." Another echoed, "Yes, we can't leave Shu alone here." Yet, when they turned to return, they were astonished to find that the entrance they had just entered had vanished. Confusion and unease filled the group as they exchanged glances. But soon they regained their composure and began searching for clues. Indeed, they discovered traces left by the Yin-Yang masters within the passage. "Look, there's a strong presence of the Yin-Yang masters here, a potent scent of fox. They have definitely been here." They were taken aback that Yinghua country had actually summoned the nine-tailed fox to assist them. They pondered what benefits M country had promised them to make such a bold move. Regardless, since we cannot exit, let us hasten to pursue the Yin-Yang masters. Shu is so formidable that he will undoubtedly be fine. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, the group no longer hesitated about abandoning their comrade, resolutely following the traces deeper into the passage. The spirit butterfly fluttered ahead, guiding their path. Meanwhile, outside the passage, flames had erupted from the spot where they had previously stood, reaching heights of several dozen meters, creating a spectacular sea of fire. The red-haired man had already moved to the leftmost passage, quietly observing the inferno, his gaze revealing a determined ferocity. Suddenly, a malevolent spirit burst forth from the flames, its form twisting amid the fire, emitting a piercing shriek. The red-haired man, undaunted, gripped his sword tightly and resolutely stepped into the passage, followed closely by the screaming spirit. Chapter 158, The Foolish Fox. The spirit's cries echoed through the passage, sharp and grating, causing the red-haired man to flinch in pain. Noisy, he furrowed his brow, covering his ears while impatiently glancing back at the pitch-black passage, simultaneously unleashing several slashing sword energies. The sword energies illuminated the entire passage like silver lightning before swiftly fading into the darkness. Soon, the incessant shrieking ceased. Then, the red-haired man keenly detected a strong scent of fox permeating the air, so intense that it compelled one to hold their breath, feeling somewhat nauseous. Roar! At that moment, a deep and ferocious beastly roar suddenly echoed from the passage ahead of the red-haired man, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Following this, a white figure shot forth from the depths of the passage like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the red-haired man with astonishing speed. The man's expression changed, and he hastily raised his sword, attempting to block the assault of the white shadow. However, as the blade met the figure, it shattered instantaneously into two pieces. Startled, yet quick-witted, he kicked against the wall of the passage, using the rebound to leap up and land precisely on the back of the white shadow. With a sharp crack, the spine of the creature was broken beneath his foot, causing its body to crumple lifelessly to the ground. Upon landing, the force of his step caused it to sink approximately 5 centimeters into the earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. With a swift motion, the red-haired man recognized several fire talismans illuminating the passage, allowing him to discern the nature of the creature beneath him. It was a snow-white fox, boasting 3 long and robust tails. Each additional tail required 50 years of cultivation, indicating that this fox had evidently been cultivating for 150 years. Yet, the aura emanating from this fox was not solely that of spirit beast. It was also tinged with a potent malevolence. It turned out to be a man-eating demon fox. With a cold snort, the red-haired man lifted his foot, preparing to crush it. Just then, the demon fox opened its mouth and exhaled a cloud of black smoke. The red-haired man, realizing the danger, quickly retreated, but still inhaled some of the smoke. Instantly, he felt dizzy, his body swaying uncontrollably. "Curse be it, there is poison," he cursed inwardly, while channeling his internal energy in an attempt to expel the toxin. However, The poison proved exceptionally tenacious, clouding his consciousness. Seizing the opportunity, the demon fox broke free from beneath his foot, severed one of its tails to reconnect its broken spine, and swiftly fled into the shadows. Struggling to maintain his composure, the red-haired man attempted to pursue, but illusions began to obscure his vision, leaving him disoriented. Ultimately, he had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the ground, beginning to meditate to cleanse the poison from his body. Meanwhile, the fox that had escaped with its severed tail made its way down the passage to the rightmost tunnel where the others had entered, hiding in the shadows as it awaited their arrival. The passage was eerily silent, save for the occasional dripping of water and the rustling of mice. The fox appeared remarkably familiar with the area, deftly avoiding traps, and soon arrived at a concealed door. It paused, sniffing the air, then cautiously pushed open the door and slipped inside. Hiding in the shadows, the demon fox's nose twitched as it detected the scent of fresh human flesh, its pupils growing brighter as the aroma drew nearer, emanating a faint green glow in the dim passage. Do you sense that the scent of the fox is growing increasingly potent, as if we have stumbled into its den? The person in the front spoke, only to suddenly feel a chill at his back. As he turned swiftly, he was met with a gaping maw lunging towards him. He screamed, yet with remarkable composure. He produced a small bag emitting a soft golden light, deftly catching the demon fox mid-leap. With a quick motion, he sealed and tied the bag, effortlessly trapping the 150-year-old fox within. The others, witnessing his success, quickly gathered around, pointing and admiring the writhing bag. Thanks to the warning from their senior, they were prepared for the fox's ambush. Otherwise, they might have suffered greatly. Yet, they wondered if this was the only fox, as those practitioners of Yingyang truly had no regard for the descendants of the nine-tailed fox, provoking its wrath with such disdain. Now, it was time to settle the score with those practitioners. With fervor, they brandished suddenly conjured powerful flashlights and swiftly advanced into the passage, having refrained from using them earlier to lure the foolish fox. It did not take long before they reached an exit. Upon stepping out, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. Within the ancient tomb stood a stone door, towering as high as a small mountain, intricately carved with a complete depiction of the Longwa Sihai Tuesday. Just then, a figure with fiery red hair emerged from a nearby wall that had erupted, snapping the group back to reality. As smiles began to appear on their faces, several individuals clad in elaborate garments suddenly appeared in the open space. Aren't they hot? Did they exert great effort to infiltrate Shuzhong just to flaunt their hunting attire? Who knows? Yet, it does possess a certain ceremonial flair. The practitioners of the Taoist sect did not lower their voices while mocking their counterparts, and their remarks were clearly overheard by those Yingyang practitioners who understood a bit of Chinese, inciting their frustration and nearly disrupting their carefully posed stances. The red-haired man smirked slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he casually glanced at the opposing practitioners before turning to his fellow disciples, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Let's engage in battle." His tone was remarkably calm, as if this were merely a trivial skirmish. Yet his words incited a wave of embarrassment and anger among the poised Yingyang practitioners. They had anticipated that the Taoist sect would treat the impending battle with the same gravity they did, but the red-haired man's demeanor rendered their tension laughable. His calmness and indifference revealed to them that this confrontation may not be as formidable in the eyes of the Taoists of Longwa as they had initially believed. "Young Lai, even after all these years, you remain as youthful as ever," remarked the leader of the opposing Yingyang practitioners, his tone of Chinese tinged with peculiar inflections, eliciting suppressed laughter from the Taoist adept. "Indeed, unlike you, whose eyes are now lined with deep creases," Yang Lai retorted, his response as bold as his vibrant red hair. The man who had spoken earlier was taken aback by Yang Lai's bluntness and momentarily at a loss for how to alleviate the awkwardness. The Yingyang practitioners from Yinghua country fell silent for a moment, then, with flushed faces, initiated their assault, observing the nearly filled array in front of the stone door. The Taoists remained unperturbed as they began to dismantle the formation. As they leisurely selected items from a pile of conjured array tools, the practitioners from Yinghua country felt insulted. their anger mounting as they hastened their incantations, causing the immense array on the ground to glow ever brighter. In stark contrast to the sweating practitioners from Yinghua country, the Taoists found a small space and began to sketch and write. Yang Lai, while drawing something, occasionally glanced at the opposing practitioners, a mocking smile gracing his face. You Yinghua folks truly enjoy these flamboyant displays, believing such theatrics will intimidate us? How absurd. With that, Yang Lai lowered his head, continuing his drawing as if utterly unconcerned about the impending battle. The Yinghua practitioners, witnessing this scene, turned pale with rage, yet they persisted in their incantations, striving to amplify the array's power. However, as time passed, they realized their efforts bore little fruit. Meanwhile, the Taoists, amidst light-hearted laughter, completed their array on the ground. Standing up, Yang Lai clapped his hands and declared, "Well, our formation is now ready. Let us see whose array holds greater might." Having spoken, Yang Lai gently stamped his foot, causing the array beneath him to emit a dazzling radiance, creating a standoff with the colossal formation opposite. Although the formation of Yinghua activated prior to the Taoist sect S, for reasons unknown, both arrays simultaneously came into effect. From the two formations, one golden and one white, emerged the imposing figures of two colossal divine beasts. Yet, despite the meticulously arranged and extensive formation of Yinghua, the projection of its divine beast, the nine-tailed white fox, appeared notably translucent. In contrast, the projection of the white tiger, conjured by Yang Lai and his Taoist disciples, manifested with remarkable solidity. Standing firmly within the golden array, Yang Lai and his disciples were bolstered by the majestic white tiger, which radiated an intimidating aura, akin to a war deity descending upon the earth. When the white tiger's piercing eyes locked onto the nine-tailed fox across the way, a touch of disdain flickered within its gaze. Suddenly, the white tiger let out a thunderous roar, a sound so fearsome it seemed capable of reverberating through the heavens and instilling dread in all living beings. Subsequently, with a powerful push from its hind legs, it launched itself into the air, hurtling towards the nine-tailed white fox with the force of a tempest. The nine-tailed white fox swiftly unfurled its 9 white tails, forming a defensive barrier. However, the white tiger's force proved overwhelming, shattering the fox's defenses and sending it crashing through the air. After tumbling several times, the nine-tailed fox barely managed to stabilize itself. Upon landing, the white tiger wasted no time, launching another assault. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the nine-tailed fox. Though the fox attempted to evade, it was still struck by the inferno, singeing its fur. With a furious cry, the nine-tailed fox lashed its tails like whips, summoning gusts of wind. The white tiger nimbly dodged the fox's onslaught, retaliating with swipes of its claws and bursts of fire, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Deep gashes from the white tiger's fangs and claws marred the nine-tailed fox's body, blood flowing profusely. These wounds not only inflicted pain, but also stirred the dormant ferocity within the fox. The once translucent projection began to solidify, as if it were a true entity. The nine-tailed fox's aura intensified, suggesting it was gradually regaining its peak strength. At that moment, Yang Lai abruptly turned to one of his disciples and commanded, "Bring me the Qingquan bag you used to capture the fox." The young Taoist, without a moment's hesitation, promptly handed over the Qingquan bag. Yang Lai opened the bag and called out to the nine-tailed fox, who was entangled with the white tiger. "Nine Tails, take a good look. Your offspring are in dire straits. Are you still willing to serve those vile Onmyoji?" Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox turned, its rage igniting as it yearned to tear those responsible apart. However, just then, the white tiger pounced, raking its claws across the fox's left hind leg. The nine-tailed fox, in pain, momentarily halted, yet its desire for vengeance against the white tiger was overshadowed by its outrage at the treachery of the Onmyoji of Yinghua. "How dare you betray my offspring?" The fox's voice, infused with fury, reverberated through the air like thunder, exuding an overwhelming authority that could pierce the souls of those present, instilling a chilling fear within the Onmyoji. They were acutely aware of the atrocities they had committed against the nine-tailed fox's progeny, knowing that if their actions were unveiled, they would lose the formidable ally that the nine-tailed fox represented. Yet, they could never have anticipated that the secrets they had harbored for so long would be so easily exposed, and by a cultivator from Longwa, no less. In an instant, the faces of the Onmyoji turned pale as sheets, exchanging terrified and despairing glances. They beheld the murderous intent in the eyes of the nine-tailed fox, a terror so profound it sent shivers down their spines. Visions of various gruesome fates flashed through their minds, each more frightening than the last. The anguished cries of the Onmyoji echoed within the ancient tomb. Moments later, none of the Onmyoji from Inhuagua remained standing. Most lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The white tiger, having tormented the Onmyoji, returned to the golden array, whereupon the brilliance of the formation dimmed. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared upon the white tiger's back. The larger figure cradled the smaller one protectively. Godward, Comrade Suli. Chapter 160. The ungrateful nation, the overwhelming and oppressive aura emanating from the divine, being seated on the back of the white tiger, suddenly pierced through the frenzied heart of the nine-tailed fox, washing away the bloodlust from its eyes and restoring clarity to its chaotic thoughts. The nine-tailed fox, its fur stained crimson with blood, gazed at the imposing figures of a man and a woman seated on the back of the white tiger, and after a prolonged silence spoke, "White Tiger Shen Yun, is this the divine being who awakened you?" "Indeed," the white tiger replied, its lips unmoving, yet its voice resonated throughout the empty tomb. So it appears that your Longwa has also awakened ancient deities," a voice rasped from the ground. All eyes turned towards the source, recognizing the speaker as the Onmyoji who had conversed with Yonglai moments earlier. Blood flowed incessantly from his mouth, and his gaze was fixated fervently on the handsome youth atop the white tiger. Yonglai frowned at the ailing man before him, who was none other than Fujino Takukawa, the head of the Fujino clan. Decades prior, Yonglai had clashed with the Onmyoji of the Fujino clan in the northern mountain ranges of Longwa. At that time, Fujino Takukawa was merely an obscure junior within his family, having been subdued alongside the clan's elder Onmyoji by the Taoist sect. Despite Fujino Takukawa's current prominence within the power hierarchy of Inhuagua, Yonglai felt a peculiar unease, as if the man had been gazing at him with a glimmer of hope from the very beginning. "Fujino Takukawa, why have you allied with Mbwa? Is it not enough that your nation has been eroded under their control for the past century?" "Yonglai Inkuiret," the man coughed, a smile escaping his lips as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. With great effort, he replied, "You Taoists, born on this bountiful land of Longwa, do you tremble at the thought of the earth falling silent every 50 years? We have finally found a chance to ensure our land never sinks. How can we willingly relinquish it? Compared to securing a future for our descendants, what do fleeting fame and fortune matter?" Yonglai, upon hearing Fujino Takukawa's words, felt not a shred of compassion. Rather, he found it deeply ironic. "If it weren't for witnessing the deeds of your people over the centuries, I might have been moved to tears by your words. Your nation is unworthy of speaking of striving for the future of its descendants." Tingawa let out a cold laugh, despite the blood gushing from his mouth. He resolutely declared, "Whether we are worthy or not is not for you, the Longwa people, to judge. All merits and faults shall be evaluated by the descendants of our Sakura Koku." What a shameless old man. A girl's clear voice resonated through the desolate tomb, instantly diverting everyone's attention from Tinya Takukawa. Leaning against the young man, she gazed down upon the disheveled Tinya Takukawa with a commanding look, her words sharp as blades, mercilessly slicing through the hypocritical facade of the Sakura Koku people, revealing their ugly and filthy true nature beneath. "From the moment you poured nuclear waste into the ocean over a decade ago, what awaited you is nothing but an overwhelming burden of sin. These sins are composed of the souls of countless beings that perished in the oceans and lands. They will await you on the inevitable path of reincarnation, preventing you from ever being reborn." Upon hearing Su Li's words, the deceased Onmyoji remained indifferent, but those still alive were infuriated to the point of fainting. As Onmyoji, They held a profound belief in the afterlife and reincarnation. Su Li's proclamation undoubtedly cursed them to be forever unable to reincarnate, bearing the heavy burden of their sins for eternity. Tingye Takukawa's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Li. He could hardly fathom that such a sweet and lovely girl could utter such venomous words. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "You wicked girl. Do not forget that in your moment of spiteful triumph, you too shall bear the consequences. As long as I am here, let us see who dares to make her suffer the repercussions." Hui Yuan's expression darkened, his grip tightening around the girl's hand as he cast a frigid glare at Ting Takukawa, exuding a chilling aura. Simultaneously, his words thundered in Tingye Takukawa's ears, laden with immense authority and pressure. A fierce gust of wind surged forth with his declaration, sweeping towards Tingye Takukawa with astonishing speed. With the wind passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp, howling sound. Tingye Takukawa sensed the powerful gust, but had no time to react. The wind struck him like a heavy hammer, causing him to lose balance and be flung into the air, where he spun before crashing down heavily to the ground. Face down, he hit the ground hard, instantly feeling the sharp pain of a broken nose. Simultaneously, intense pain radiated from his chest, each breath akin to being sliced by a knife. Cold sweat beaded on Tingye Takukawa's forehead, his heart brimming with fear and regret. He finally realized the grave error he had committed in failing to discern how much this otherworldly deity cared for the girl in his arms. Insulting her was tantamount to seeking his own demise. At this moment, Tingye Takukawa regretted his actions, knowing he had angered this formidable deity, the consequences of which were unimaginable. Yet, he still hoped to salvage the situation, at least to save his own life. Struggling, he raised his head and attempted to explain, "Forgive me, Divine One. I was unaware of your care for this girl. Please pardon my ignorance." Hui Yuan remained unmoved by the pleas of the fallen man. Su Li observed the pleading figure on the ground, hesitating momentarily before deciding to turn a blind eye. She looked up at the strong jawline of the man behind her, gently tugging at his sleeve, pointing towards the quietly seated Kyubi Hako, saying, "This man won tea last long. Let us inquire what these Onmyoji are plotting with Kyubi Hako." Having learned from her elders about the ungratefulness of those living on several islands of Sakurakoku, Su Li never intended to extract the reasons behind their actions from them. Often, the ephemeral spirits and deities were far more trustworthy than living beings. Her recent experiences had taught her that while monsters and immortals possessed immense powers, they lacked the complexities and capriciousness of humanity. Humans, especially those with ulterior motives, often caught one off guard. This did not imply that all humans were untrustworthy. However, faced with a nation rife with schemes and calculations, Su Li chose to remain vigilant. Chapter 161. The gates of the realm of rebirth opened, all eyes turned towards Kyubi Hako, who, after a brief hesitation, resolved to divulge everything it knew. It turned out that Sakurakoku had indeed received directives from M Country to secretly infiltrate Longwa. The price M Country demanded for facilitating Sakurakoku's mission was crucial intelligence related to Longwa's recent covert operations. This information held significant importance for Sakurakoku, as it hinted at the imminent awakening of the deities. Leveraging her sharp intellect honed from her recent examinations, Su Li swiftly distilled the key information from Kyubi Hako's words. Outwardly, it appeared that M Country was exploiting Sakurakoku, yet in reality, Sakurakoku had cleverly utilized M Country's infiltrators within Longwa to successfully send the Onmyoji into its territory. Furthermore, the ultimate goal of these Onmyoji was not to assist M Country, but to seize the legendary underground spiritual veins believed to sustain the operations of the realm of rebirth, concealed within the ancient tombs of Shu. Indeed, Kyubi Hako's voice was ethereal and melodious, akin to a gentle breeze gracing one's ears, evoking immense comfort. However, with each utterance, its human projection gradually faded, as if it could vanish into thin air at any moment. Observing Kyubi Hako's ephemeral form, Su Li felt a surge of concern. She gently moved her small hand, wrapped in Hui Yuan's large palm, softly urging him, "It seems like it is about to disappear. You must think of a way to prevent that from happening. for we will still need it. Hui Yuan, sensing the gentle prodding of her delicate fingers against his palm, felt a subtle sensation wash over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he responded with a cheerful tone, "Do not worry. Leave it to me." With that, he concentrated his thoughts. A powerful and mysterious divine energy quietly surged forth, gently enveloping QB Hako. Feeling the infusion of this divine power, QB Hako's form instantly regained its substance, the fading visage becoming strikingly clear, almost corporeal. Its eyes shimmered with surprise and gratitude as it promptly thanked Hui Yuan. "Thank you. Divine One, QB, how could you so easily betray your followers?" Tingya Takukawa's expression darkened, his eyes widening in anger as he shouted. QB Hako slowly turned its head, regarding Tingya Takukawa with indifference, as if viewing a stranger. Its voice was cold and unfeeling. "Followers? When you fed my fox offspring with the lives of the innocent, did you ever remember me, the divine beast that fell into slumber to protect you?" Stunned by QB Hako's words, Tingya Takukawa found himself at a loss for words. Yet his eyes showed no sign of remorse. The last shred of QB Hako's affection for this nation dissipated with Tingya Takukawa's inquiry. "QB, 3,000 years ago, you fled Longwa after being defeated by other divine beasts. It was our ancestors from Sakurakoku who sheltered and accepted you, granting you protection and peace here. You have enjoyed the most devout offerings from the people of this land. Do you truly wish to forget this grace?" Tingya Takukawa questioned QB Hako loudly. QB Hako, having already decided to overlook these ungrateful Onmyoji, paused upon hearing Tingya Takukawa's query, its gaze once again settling upon him. The eyes of the Jiwei Baihu, or nine-tailed white fox, narrowed slightly, emanating an intangible pressure that rendered the surrounding air heavy with tension. Tingya Takuya felt the shift in the nine-tailed white fox, and his heart sank. "You remember only the grace of my shelter, yet have forgotten the toil I have endured for millennia alongside my fox children and grandchildren, striving to prevent the Sakura kingdom from sinking into the sea. Your actions fill me with disappointment and sorrow. I shall no longer place my trust in your promises." There was a note of sadness and resolution in the voice of the nine-tailed white fox. At that moment, it began to chant an ancient and mysterious incantation, one that seemed to originate from a time long past. As the incantation unfolded, the bloodstains upon the nine-tailed white fox began to fade. Its once blood-drenched fur regained its pristine whiteness, radiating a sacred glow. The surviving Onmyuji looked on in terror, aware that the nine-tailed white fox was invoking an ancient and powerful spell. Should this spell succeed, their entire lineage would face dire peril, and their souls would be irrevocably barred from reincarnation. The chant of the nine-tailed white fox grew progressively louder, echoing throughout the space. The Onmyuji turned pale, unable to withstand the fox's power, left only to brace themselves for the spell's effect, observing the sheer despair on the Onmyuji's faces. Even without fully understanding the nine-tailed white fox's intentions, Suli could surmise that it was about to undertake an act that would haunt them for eternity. The previously silent white tiger, sensing the girl's confusion, spoke in a low voice to clarify. "Now they are utterly barred from reincarnation." That indeed seems to be a fitting fate for them." Suli nodded, glancing at the fluffy tiger head beneath her, unable to resist the urge to stroke it. Feeling a gentle touch atop its head, the white tiger instinctively raised a paw to retaliate. But just as that thought emerged, a chilling sensation coursed down its spine, immobilizing it under an overwhelming pressure. It then belatedly recalled the formidable deity it bore upon its back, along with the girl who rested at the apex of its heart. Unaware of the white tiger's internal struggle, Suli only knew that this massive, furry divine beast did not reject her affection, and her heart soared with joy as she continued her gentle caresses. The white tiger remained still, allowing the girl to stroke its head, gradually acclimating to the unfamiliar sensation, its fierce eyes narrowing in contentment. The disciples of the Taoist sect, witnessing the girl not only riding upon the back of the white tiger, but also petting its majestic head as if it were a mere pet, were filled with envy, nearly drooling. Meanwhile, the spell of the nine-tailed white fox had taken effect, rendering the Onmyuji ashen-faced. Even Tingye Takuya, who had been seething with rage moments before, fell silent, lying prostrate upon the ground as if lifeless. I humbly beseech the divine Lord to open the gates to the land of the dead. The nine-tailed white fox lowered its proud head, standing before the massive stone gates with a posture of humility. The white tiger, carrying Hui Yuan and Su Li, leapt through the air, landing solidly before the grand entrance to the land of the dead. Hui Yuan, seated atop the white tiger, raised his hand towards the gates, and moments later, a tremendous rumble echoed forth as the heavy stone doors slowly creaked open. Chapter 162, Zhu Jiuyin, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound. The heavy gates finally swung wide. However, the sight beyond them was astonishing. An ancient street submerged in endless darkness, as if a forgotten corner of time. Thanks to the towering torches blazing on either side of the gates, the outlines of the road and the buildings flanking it could be faintly discerned. These structures, hewn from stone, exuded an aura of ancient mystery, while the street itself was merely a compacted earthen path mixed with gravel, seemingly bearing the weight of ages. Is this truly the land of the dead? The fabled realm where one could attain eternal life upon entry? It is said that Zhu Jiuyin resides here. Yet why can we not see its presence? The disciples of the Taoist sect murmured their doubts, questioning this somewhat dilapidated city before them. After all, the legends depicted the land of the dead as a vibrant and prosperous place, not the desolation they now beheld. In response to their skepticism, Hui Yuan replied with a calm demeanor, "Whether it is or isn't, we shall discover the truth within." His words were succinct yet powerful, prompting the disciples to fall silent before the might of this otherworldly deity, despite the multitude of questions swirling in their minds. None dared to persist in their inquiries after he spoke. The white tiger led Hui Yuan and Su Li as they stepped over the threshold of the stone gates, with the remaining disciples of the Taoist sect following closely behind, while the nine-tailed white fox, displaying remarkable awareness, took up the rear of the procession. With a resounding crash, as the nine-tailed white fox's forepaws touched the compacted gravel path, it suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind from behind. It swiftly leapt forward a small step, and at that very moment, the great doors slammed shut with a heavy thud. The nine-tailed white fox was startled, feeling its tail's fur blown apart by the forceful wind. Its heart racing, it glanced back at the towering stone gates that had nearly caught its tail, silently grateful for its quick reflexes. The thunderous sound of the doors closing reverberated in everyone's ears, the echo lingering long after. The previously pitch-black space was instantly illuminated as bright as day, blinding everyone except Hui Yuan and the girl he sheltered, Su Li. The others squinted against the sudden brightness. Looking to the sky ahead, Hui Yuan gently raised his hand, using divine power to shield the girl's eyes, allowing her to adjust to the glaring light and gaze upon the enormous, radiant eyes that shone like the sun. Following his guidance, Su Li turned her gaze to the sky, where a dazzling brilliance erupted from the darkness, akin to a blazing sun. As her vision focused, she discerned the source of the light, two eyes as luminous as the sun itself. Behind these colossal orbs lay a colossal dragon head, exuding an aura of authority and reverence. Zhulong. Su Li could not contain a gasp, her voice echoing in the stillness, her exclamation clear to all. The others squeezed their eyes shut, struggling to adjust to the sudden, intense light, and when they finally dared to reopen them, they eagerly turned toward the direction of Su Li's astonished cry. Indeed, they beheld the true visage of the ancient deity she had just named. Its immense form coiled gracefully in the air, resembling a towering mountain range. Its scales shimmered with a mystical glow, each one imbued with boundless strength. Its dragon whiskers danced like willow branches in a storm, both elegant and dynamic. Those colossal eyes shone with the brilliance of the sun, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. Chapter 163. The head is truly stubborn. According to legend, Zhu Jiuyin possesses miraculous powers. Its eyes alone shine like two radiant suns. When it opens its eyes, light floods the earth, and all of creation welcomes the dawn. Conversely, when it closes its eyes, darkness envelopes all, and night descends. Its breath carries wondrous magic. A gentle exhalation heralds the quiet arrival of winter, cloaking the earth in ice and snow. A forceful breath brings forth the sweltering heat of summer, subjecting all to the scorching sun. It is said that Zhu Jiuyin requires neither sustenance nor repose. Its very existence seems devoted to safeguarding this realm. Its essence transforms into the winds, caressing every corner of the world, instilling vitality and vigor. For countless generations, Zhu Jiuyin has been regarded as a grand and enigmatic being, its power and majesty commanding reverence. People often gaze up at the sky, envisioning the immense form and extraordinary powers of Zhulong, their hearts brimming with reverence and adoration for the deity. The legends of Zhulong have traversed this land for countless centuries, becoming an eternal myth in the hearts of the people. "I have a question," Suli murmured as she beheld the majestic ancient deity. "Shouldn't Zhulong reside atop Zhongshan? Why has it appeared here?" No sooner had her words faded than the colossal figure in the distance stirred, allowing all present to comprehend the true magnitude and majesty of the deity. As Zhujian soared into the heavens, the towering mountains encircling the ancient, dilapidated city began to gradually vanish. When Zhujian's vast form obscured much of the sky, these mountains disappeared entirely. Yanglai looked up at the legendary primordial god, filled with a profound sense of awe. According to legend, Zhujian opens its eyes to create daylight and closes them to usher in night with a mere breath. It can effortlessly control the changing of the seasons, lying between heaven and earth. At that moment, Yanglai finally witnessed the true visage of this deity, experiencing its unparalleled strength and majesty. He was astonished to discover that the ancient text accounts of Zhujian's form being capable of transforming into towering mountains were indeed grounded in reality. The sprawling mountains from earlier were all manifestations of Zhujian's being. None present could answer Su Li's earlier question, but she no longer cared for the answer. Her curiosity now fixated on the deity, which bore a dragon's head and scales, yet lacked for claws, resembling a long serpent more than a dragon. Her gaze swept across Zhujian's form, finally resting upon its colossal dragon head. Those deep, mysterious, upright eyes seemed to embody boundless wisdom and power, prompting her to ponder the past and tales of this deity. Just then, Zhujian suddenly turned its head, its gaze landing squarely upon Su Li. Yet she could distinctly sense that the deity was not looking at her. Intuitively, she turned her head to glance at the figure behind her, Hui Yuan. As she expected, he too was gazing up at Zhujian. Their eyes met in the air, creating a wondrous resonance, as if they both understood each other's thoughts without the need for words. Observing their silent exchange, Su Li remained quiet, choosing not to intrude, and leaned down from the back of Baihu to speak softly with Yang Lai below. How dare those yin-yang masters seize the spirit veins under this deity's watch? They must have rocks in their heads. Chapter 164. Intentionally leaking information, yet unforeseen circumstances arise. Yang Lai responded with a smile. This time, Country M has gone to great lengths, sacrificing agents buried deep within our territory to obtain information that we intentionally leaked. Otherwise, how could they have so easily acquired such vital intelligence? Su Li suddenly understood, laughing in agreement. Indeed, that was a special combat readiness plan overseen by the old commander himself. However, the alliance between Country M and Sakura Country, along with their dispatching of yin-yang masters to eliminate the guide, was truly unexpected. Yang Lai's eyes filled with deep regret. Our negligence led to the guide's tragic demise. We owe his family an apology. Unaware of the guide's demise, Su Li, seeing him so remorseful, didn't know how to console him. After a moment of thought, she handed him the last candy from her pocket. He sacrificed himself for the country. Please take good care of his family. Yang Lai looked up at the girl before him, her eyes clear as water, devoid of impurities. The candy wrapper she offered was a soft pink, seemingly imbued with a warm energy that gradually calmed his spirit. He accepted the candy, gently unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth, savoring the sweetness that spread across his palate. In that moment, he felt a slight alleviation of the pressure and fatigue weighing upon him. Gratefully, He glanced at Su Li and smiled. "Thank you, little comrade." He then turned his gaze toward the horizon, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that there was much yet to be done, and he could not betray the expectations of those who had sacrificed their lives for the nation. During the brief exchange between Su Li and Yang Lai, Hui Yuan had concluded his silent communication with Zijian. He slightly lowered his head, looking at the girl in his embrace, his eyes filled with tenderness. At that moment, the girl was comforting a Taoist disciple with flamboyant hair and youthful features, yet whose actual age exceeded 90. When Su Li handed the last fruit candy to Yang Lai and withdrew her empty palm, she was astonished to discover that a brilliantly wrapped fruit candy had mysteriously appeared in her palm. "Oh!" Instinctively, she turned her head, her gaze colliding with Hui Yuan's gentle eyes. "Hui Yuan, have you finished your exchange with Zhulong?" The girl's voice brimmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hui Yuan nodded with a smile, a glimmer of mirth in his gaze. "Zhulong has revealed the location of the spirit veins to me. Its earthly projection guarding the spirit veins is about to dissipate. Therefore, we must locate the spirit veins swiftly while this projection still exists, leveraging the deity's power to sever the spirit veins from the realm of the afterlife." Hearing this news, Su Li's face lit up with excitement. She clutched the fruit candy tightly, as if it symbolized the challenges they were about to face. Taking a deep breath, she cheerfully exclaimed, "All right, let's head off at once." As her words echoed, the group embarked on their quest for the spirit veins. They advanced in the direction indicated by Zhulong, whose earthly projection, with its piercing, sun-like eyes, illuminated their path. Night transitioned into day, and the once silent realm of the afterlife gradually regained its vitality. The solid dirt and stone pathways echoed with voices as stone houses began to buzz with life. Vendors selling food emerged, and citizens ventured out to earn a living. As time passed, more and more people flocked to the streets, transforming the previously tranquil thoroughfare into a bustling scene filled with the vibrant essence of life. Su Li had never witnessed such a spectacle. Her curiosity about the surroundings piqued. As she looked around, she noticed that the citizens of the realm of the afterlife were adorned in ancient attire. The vendors hawking their wares spoke in an archaic and difficult-to-understand dialect, leaving her utterly bewildered. A plump middle-aged woman enthusiastically beckoned to passers-by. Upon receiving payment, she skillfully ladled steaming tofu, putting into a bowl, garnishing it with chopped green onions, cilantro, and chili oil, the aroma wafting enticingly. A young man approached the plump woman's stall, his lips moving as he expressed something. And judging by his expression and body language, Su Li felt he was inquiring about the dish's taste. Soon after, she observed the plump woman proudly responding to him, after which the young man, dressed in tattered clothing but wearing a radiant smile, produced a few coins to pay her. In no time, the young man squatted nearby, savoring the steaming tofu pudding. With each mouthful, he exclaimed in delight, as if each bite transported him to a realm of bliss. His heartfelt praises resonated, compelling others nearby to gather with curiosity at the stall. Before long, a long line formed in front of the stall, as people eagerly anticipated the opportunity to indulge in the mouth-watering tofu pudding. In an instant, the once quiet street was transformed into a lively scene, brimming with the rich ambience of everyday life. In such a fervent atmosphere, the members of Su Li's team gradually relaxed, no longer nervously scrutinizing their surroundings, but instead immersing themselves wholeheartedly in the harmonious ambience filled with the essence of life. They savored this rare tranquility and warmth, as the pressures and anxieties in their hearts dissipated. Chapter 165. The Truth of the Realm of Rebirth. Su Li gazed longingly at the steaming tofu pudding, unable to resist licking her lips, and turned to the figure of Hui Yuan behind her, inquiring with anticipation, "May I indulge in that tofu pudding? It appears so fragrant." Hui Yuan looked down at the girl in his embrace, resembling a little greedy cat, and gently shook his head, softly explaining, "You cannot. The realm of rebirth is not as the legends proclaim, where the living enter to attain eternal life. In this realm, all that you perceive are souls forsaken by the six paths speak plainly." Su Li murmured in protest. Why, after retrieving the divine bone, do you speak increasingly like a character from those ancient dramas? With such flowery language, one must ponder the underlying meaning for several moments. The citizens of the realm of rebirth are souls who cannot reincarnate. Upon finishing, he produced a candy from his pocket like a magician and placed it in Su Li's palm, then looked at her with an innocent expression, blinking as if silently seeking forgiveness. Su Li, clutching the bribe in her hand, promptly decided to let him off the hook. Since we are already here, is there any way to help these souls find peace? Allow them to reincarnate sooner. Hui Yuan gazed up at the celestial Zhu Jiuyin, his voice calm and resolute. That depends on whether your deity is willing to grant them mercy. Are you implying that their inability to reincarnate is due to Zhu Long's disapproval? Sudifuroit had burov in injury. Indeed, they were individuals who committed unforgivable sins in life. The underworld dares not risk offending Zhu Long by accepting their souls, even in death. They must endure the torturous experiences of their past lives, Hui Yuan elucidated. Su Li nodded thoughtfully, but remained somewhat perplexed. However, recalling that Zhu Jiuyin was not depicted as a tyrannical deity in ancient texts, she resolved not to press further. Reluctantly, Su Li's gaze shifted from the enticing bowls of tofu pudding, and she could not help but lick her lips, filled with regret. Hui Yuan noticed her expression and contemplated inwardly. He resolved that once this matter concluded and they returned home, he would personally craft an array of tofu pudding flavors, whether sweet or savory, to satisfy her palate. Meanwhile, the wandering souls on the streets seemed entirely oblivious to Su Li and her companions. These spirits appeared immersed in another world, engaged in laughter and conversation, unknowingly passing through their bodies as they pursued their own goals. Su Li sat quietly upon the back of the Baihu, observing as it led the group guided by the potent light of Zhu Jiuyin's gaze, which she secretly dubbed as a powerful electric bulb. Hours later, the team gradually distanced itself from the lively stone city and arrived at the precipice of a cliff. This cliff towered into the clouds, its steep walls almost vertical to the ground. The depths below were obscured by a thin layer of mist, rendering the secrets hidden beneath invisible. Opposite the cliff lay a verdant forest, with towering trees densely packed, their branches intertwining to form a green barrier. This lush forest starkly contrasted with the desolate stone city, corroborating Hui Yuan's previous assertions about the harsh living conditions in the realm of rebirth as a punishment from Zhu Jiuyin. The gaze directed by Zhu Jiuyin settled upon a colossal tree deep within the forest before coming to a halt. Baihu paused at the cliff's edge, its expression grave as it contemplated how to lead the group across the chasm to the opposite forest. Su Li and Hui Yuan dismounted from Baihu, approaching the cliff's edge to overlook the swirling mist and the forest beyond. At that moment, Baihu emitted a low growl. This roar elicited a response from the myriad beasts in the forest. Soon, various wild creatures gathered at the forest's edge, forming a tightly knit circle. Baihu's bright eyes turned skyward. Moments later, it let out a long roar, the sound reverberating throughout the valley. With Baihu's roar, a powerful wave of energy emanated from its body, expanding outward like ripples across the valley. Su Li felt this formidable energy surge, and despite her fear, she instinctively grasped Hui Yuan's hand, pulling him behind her. She surmised that Baihu was employing some special ability, though she was uncertain if it would pose any danger to them. Indeed, following Baihu's roar, the once calm clouds began to churn violently, and a resplendent rainbow bridge gradually materialized. This bridge spanned the chasm, resembling a path to the other side. Baihu was the first to step onto the rainbow bridge. Walking steadily forward, Su Li followed closely, cautiously treading upon the bridge. As she stepped onto the rainbow bridge, a soft sensation met her feet, akin to walking on cotton candy. She looked down to see the bridge shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, dreamlike and surreal. The other members of the team soon followed suit, the disciples of the Tao Gate particularly excited as they curiously explored this magical rainbow bridge. Upon reaching the edge of the forest on the other side, Su Li turned back to witness the rainbow bridge gradually disappearing into the air after the last of the nine-tailed white fox crossed, leaving behind only a faint trace of its vibrant arc. She instantly understood that this rainbow bridge was a temporary phenomenon. Once departed, it would vanish without a trace. After a period of walking, the team successfully traversed the rainbow bridge and arrived in the vibrant forest. This forest was alive with vigor, teeming with peculiar plants and animals. Captivated by the enchanting scenery, Suli could not help but pause to admire it. However, Huiyuan urged her onward, pulling her to follow Baihu deeper into the forest, heading toward the massive tree where Zhu Jiuyin's gaze had lingered. Chapter 166, Suli. I need you with the divine Baihu present. Su Li's team navigated through the forest unimpeded, while the ferocious beasts dared only to hide in the thickets and observe silently. They swiftly arrived at the base of the great tree. This tree not only towered majestically, but also bore a stout trunk, with its extensive root system intertwining and occupying the central land of the forest. Su Li gazed upward at the tree whose canopy obscured the sky, where countless birds had built their nests amidst the flourishing branches. These nests were densely scattered among the limbs, resembling a vast avian metropolis. Each nest, woven from dried grass and slender twigs, appeared both exquisite and sturdy. Some nests were adorned with vibrant feathers or blossoms, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Suli was reminded of the fairy tales from her childhood, where birds inhabited such grand trees, singing joyfully and living vibrantly. In that moment, she felt as though she had stepped into that fairy tale realm, experiencing the marvels and wonders of nature. Standing beneath the tree, Suli inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air that permeated the atmosphere. Closing her eyes, she listened to the melodies of the birds and the rustling of the leaves, a wave of tranquility and peace washing over her. Here, time seemed to slow. Everything felt so natural and harmonious. She thought to herself how delightful it would be to live in such an environment, far removed from the clamor and troubles of the world, basking in the bounties of nature. I wish I could reside here forever. Regrettably, I still have numerous matters to attend to. Su Li's voice was tinged with wistfulness as her gaze lingered on the surrounding beauty. Upon hearing her words, Baihu spoke. This is the realm of the departed. The living cannot dwell here for long, lest they succumb to incurable ailments. As Su Li absorbed Baihu's words, she felt the reverberation of his deep voice tickling her ears. At that moment, as Su Li and her companions stood beneath the towering ancient tree, the massive form of Zhu Jiuyin suddenly swooped down from the sky towards the tree. Just as it was about to make contact with the treetop, its form transformed into myriad specks of starlight, scattering in all directions. Once Zhu Jiuyin's figure had fully transformed into sparkling starlight, the entire realm of the departed was once again engulfed in darkness. At this juncture, Huiyuan ascended into the air, his hands tracing circles before his chest as all the scattered starlight in the sky converged towards him. Before him, the starlight rapidly coalesced into a sphere radiant as the sun. The brilliance of this sphere illuminated the entire forest, prompting the ancient tree to emit a similar glow. Yang Lai arranged the formation. Huiyuan's voice resonated from the sky. Upon hearing the directive, Yang Lai swiftly led the disciples of the Tao sect to inscribe a formation on the intricately tangled roots of the land. As Su Li watched the disciples diligently sketching the formation, she suddenly felt her body becoming weightless, gradually ascending into the air. Huiyuan, I have turned into a balloon, she exclaimed in a panic, flailing her limbs in hopes of returning to the ground. Huiyuan promptly grazed Su Li's arm, gently pulling her into his embrace to stabilize her. Fear not, I have caused you to ascend. He lowered his head to comfort her and then soared with her towards the great tree, scrutinizing its transformation. The tree, shaken by the formation and Zhu Jiuyin's power, exhibited a fissure in its trunk, within which flickered a faint light. Huiyuan regarded Su Li with utmost seriousness. Su Li, this ancient tree is the eye of the formation sealing the spiritual vein, and the sphere in my hand is the key to Zhu Jiuyin's sealing of the spiritual vein. If I place it into the tree hollow, it will open the passage to the subterranean spiritual vein. However, there are inherent risks. Once we enter, we may encounter various dangers. Moreover, only two individuals who are profoundly familiar with each other and share a mutual understanding can discover the key to breaking the seal and successfully severing the spiritual vein. Therefore, Su Li, I require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression transformed into one of determination, and without hesitation, she replied, "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall assist you." Hua Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion, uncertain of her phrase "regardless of the circumstances," yet he discerned the resolve to aid him in her eyes. At that moment, the trunk of the ancient tree emitted a series of creaking sounds, splitting open another fissure, revealing a deep tree hollow. The hollow was encircled by a faint halo, as if beckoning them to explore within. Hua Yuan nodded gently, then extended his finger, lightly tapping Su Li's forehead 3 times. With his gesture, a trace of his divine power slowly infused into Su Li's mind, instantly invigorating her with a surge of strength. Su Li gazed at him, her eyes sparkling. "Hua Yuan, I feel as though I could fell 3 of you with a single punch." Hua Yuan chuckled softly, advising her to remain cautious and close behind him as he led her into the tree hollow. Chapter 167. Task accomplished. Uncertain whether it was due to the profound familiarity between Su Li and Hua Yuan or the favor bestowed upon them by Zhu Jiuyin's power, their passage through the tree trunk was remarkably smooth, save for a slight exertion required to detach the spiritual vein. The moment the spiritual vein was liberated, an intoxicating aura surged forth, nearly overwhelming Su Li, who was fortunate to have Hua Yuan's earlier divine power to sustain her and prevent her from fainting. As Su Li regained her footing, the entire realm of the departed began to tremble. The power of Zhu Jiuyin, which had transformed into a luminous sphere, scattering through the air, showering countless souls who remained oblivious to the impending danger in their orderly lives. Any soul touched by the scintillating light would, in the next moment, ascend as glowing specters into the sky. Zhu Jiuyin pardoned their transgressions, granting them the opportunity to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation after a millennium of atonement. As time progressed, more and more souls were touched by the radiant points, rising into the air. In an instant, the skies above the realm of the departed were filled with a dense array of glowing lights, resembling a magnificent meteor shower. These luminous souls converged into a colossal beam of light, soaring towards the heavens, as if to pierce through the endless darkness. Su Li and Hua Yuan stood to the side, quietly observing this scene. They understood that this was Zhu Jiuyin's grace towards the realm of the departed, as well as the redemption for those souls who had once erred. In that moment, the realm of the departed was imbued with hope and the essence of rebirth. As the last soul ascended, Hua Yuan fully gathered the deeply buried spiritual vein, and the ground gradually returned to tranquility. The previously dim sky brightened, sunlight streaming through the clouds to illuminate the once silent land. "Take this back, and your mission will be deemed complete." Hua Yuan entrusted the jade box containing the spiritual vein to Yang Lai. Yang Lai received the box with utmost care, as though cradling the weight of the world, fearful of shattering it with a careless move. With this, the only remaining spiritual vein in the nation, Longguo would undoubtedly preserve greater strength than other countries amid the impending calamity. On their return journey, Hua Yuan utilized his divine power to transport everyone to the stone city on the other side of the cliff, where they encountered the reinforcements, Hao Yu, Alu, and others, accompanied by numerous individuals clad in uniform attire wielding various weapons. Upon seeing Yang Lai, Hao Yu immediately approached, concern evident in his eyes. "Master, are you all right?" "We are fine," Yang Lai replied, tightening his embrace around the jade box. "Thanks to the assistance of Hua Yuan and Bai Hu, our mission has been accomplished." Upon hearing this, Hao Yu and Alu both breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Yang Lai handed the jade box to Hao Yu, instructing him to protect it diligently. Together, they departed from the stone city and embarked on their journey home. Along the way, Yang Lai recounted the experiences of their mission to Hao Yu, including the battle with Bai Hu and the collaboration with Hua Yuan. Hao Yu recognized Hua Yuan as the celestial being who had descended upon them that fateful night, and after hearing Yang Lai's account, his gratitude towards Hua Yuan multiplied. Upon leaving the ancient tomb of Shu, Yang Lai promptly reported the successful acquisition of the spiritual vein to his superiors. while bringing Hao Yu and the other disciples of the Tao sect along as they hastily departed the ancient tomb en route to the airport. When Yang Lai and the others boarded their return flight, the elderly leader in the capital, upon learning of this event, was filled with great joy and immediately expressed his intention to commend all those from the Tao sect and the ancient martial families who participated in the mission. Chapter 168. Global Special Combat Readiness Plan. When Yang Lai returned to the capital with the spiritual vein, the ancient martial families led by a Lu also escorted the surviving Onmyoji, along with the spies from the M Nation they had uncovered, aboard a military aircraft en route to the capital military district for interrogation. A week later, Longhua convened an international affairs press conference, where Onmyoji from Inghuagua and spies from the M Nation were presented in shackles. During the conference, the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry solemnly announced to the world, following an investigation, "We have discovered that Onmyoji from Inghuagua and spies from the M Nation infiltrated our country, attempting to undermine our national security and social stability. We have apprehended these individuals and will handle them in accordance with the law." Immediately following this, the Foreign Ministry of Longhua received calls from Inghuagua and the M Nation. Even the esteemed former leader received a personal phone call from the president of M country and the prime minister of Inghua country. When Inghua country sent their Onmyoji to Long country, they were exceedingly arrogant. Now, as their misdeeds have been unveiled, the Onmyoji find themselves humiliated, subdued by Long country's Taoist practitioners. In stark contrast to Inghua country's demeanor, M country's attitude was one of brazen insolence. They audaciously demanded the immediate release of their detained spies, threatening to disclose sensitive information regarding special military preparations. Listening to the fluent yet haughty Mandarin of M country's presidential secretary, the former leader remained neither angered nor incensed. Instead, he smiled gently and replied in a calm yet resolute tone, "The release of M country's spies is not impossible, but your president must come to Long country in person for a face-to-face discussion." A profound silence enveloped the conversation, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After several minutes, the previously arrogant secretary spoke again, this time with a tone transformed into one of utmost respect and deference. He conveyed an important message. Their president would soon visit Long country, with M country's president set to arrive in 3 days and their role in this special military plan being of paramount importance. The treatment of M country's spies was slightly improved at the former leader's behest. As for the Onmyoji from Inghua country, the former leader had intended to afford them a modicum of leniency, given how quickly the prime minister had capitulated. However, the heinous crimes committed by Inghua country against the citizens of Long country were so egregious that the prisoners within the confines of the jail preferred to risk aggravated punishment rather than allow the Onmyoji to escape unscathed. Thus, upon the arrival of Inghua country's prime minister, who landed at the capital airport just after M country's president, he was taken aback upon witnessing the Onmyoji. Once captured, although they had sustained some injuries, they bore no significant marks on their faces. Now, they presented a ghastly sight, their appearances so disfigured that even their mothers would scarcely recognize them, their spirits utterly diminished, and a foul stench emanating from them, unmistakably indicative of inhumane torment. Witnessing this scene stirred a flicker of rage within the prime minister of Inghua country. Yet, he understood that this was not the time for outbursts and could only suppress his anger while continuing his negotiations with the former leader. "How could your people treat our Onmyoji in such a manner? They are innocent," the prime minister implored. The former leader smiled slightly and retorted, "Innocent? What are the actions your Inghua country has inflicted upon our citizens? Are not our people innocent as well? Since these Onmyoji dared to disrupt our nation, they must be prepared to face the consequences." The prime minister's countenance darkened upon hearing this, but he forced a semblance of a smile and replied, "I understand your sentiments. Yet the priority now is to resolve this issue. We are willing to pay a ransom, and we hope you will release these Onmyoji promptly." The former leader nodded, stating, "Very well, if you are willing to pay the ransom, you may take these Onmyoji. However, I must remind you that their actions have severely violated international law. Had it not been for your personal intervention, they would have already been executed under Long country's laws. Should this happen again, You're on my OG, mate, jeopardize a millennia-old legacy due to your disregard for regulations. The Prime Minister felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Recognizing the truth in the former leader's words, Long Country possessed the capacity to eradicate the On My OG. At this juncture, he had no option but to grit his teeth and instruct his subordinates to promptly pay the exorbitant ransom. Meanwhile, the president of M Country observed the disheveled and barely recognizable figures before him, filled with confusion and astonishment. He could not help but ponder, are these truly the agents who once roamed M Country with such charm, enchanting the hearts of young maidens with their handsome features? How could this be? He turned to the former leader and hesitantly inquired, are you certain these are our agents? I find it hard to believe. The former leader, unwavering in the face of skepticism, nodded affirmatively. He explained, these individuals are indeed your country's covert agents stationed in Shuti. However, during the rainy season, they suffered an unfortunate fall while working in the prison, resulting in their current state. Noting the disbelief etched on the M Country president's face, the former leader added, if you have any doubts regarding my words, you may review the surveillance footage from their detention facility. Of course, it is our fault that your agents sustained injuries. We will take responsibility for their subsequent treatment and recovery, covering all associated costs, rest assured. The president of M Country twitched his lips in acknowledgement, realizing that he was at a disadvantage and that enduring this lesson was preferable to losing lives. Demanding too much would be excessive. To secure a significant role in the global special military plan proposed by Long Country, he had to swallow his pride. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to the former leader's offer to cover medical expenses. Since you have stated it so clearly, I have no reason to doubt your words. And given that this situation arose from our own fault, we will forego the medical expenses. I will ensure that the ransom is paid promptly. It is indeed easy to sustain injuries while working in the rain. After this, he glanced out at the clear blue skies, reflecting on how perfect the weather was for a round of golf. Yet he was burdened with the task of cleaning up after these disgraceful agents. What a stroke of bad luck. Ultimately, the Prime Minister of Inghua Country and the President of M Country departed Long Country with their respective individuals, and this farce finally drew to a close. However, the animosity felt by the people of Long Country toward the invaders did not wane. Rather, it fortified their resolve to defend their nation. Chapter 169. The sheath of the sword Ningchuan brought his uncle, who had only recently begun to engage with the game, to the Zhuke Bridge in the main city, where he spotted Su Li idly standing. A sense of perplexity washed over him, for it was customary for Su Li to be accompanied by her ever-attentive companion, Hui Yuan. Yet today, he was nowhere to be seen. How curious, he mused. Hui Yuan usually keeps such a close watch on Su Li, fearing she might be whisked away at any moment. Why is he absent today while she is at Zhuke Bridge? He Ningchuan quietly pondered, filled with questions. Beside him, Colonel Zhang Jingqi observed his nephew's mysterious demeanor, utterly bewildered. Having little knowledge of this gaming world, he was unaware of the special significance of Zhuke Bridge. Consequently, he turned to He Ningchuan with a puzzled expression and inquired, is it unsafe to idle at Zhuke Bridge? Only then did He Ningchuan realize he had neglected to explain, and he quickly smiled and replied, not at all, uncle. Zhuke Street is a favorite spot for male and female players to idle, and those seeking romantic connections often come here to find fate. Upon hearing this, Colonel Zhang Jingqi experienced a moment of clarity. He had familiarized himself with the game's mechanics and gameplay, particularly intrigued by the fate system. Furthermore, he had registered an account on the game forum, where he had seen several heartwarming posts about players finding love through their in-game connections. I see, he remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The more he delved into this game, the more he found it filled with wondrous intricacies, compelling him to explore further. At this moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Li in the distance, as if contemplating something. Zhang Jingqi remarked, indeed, it is not in the character of Hui Yuan Shenjun to leave Su Li unattended at the perilous Zhuke Bridge. He meticulously observed the surroundings, seeking a suitable place to conceal themselves. Since the deity is absent, let us temporarily assume the role of guardians of their love. He Ningchuan was taken aback by the unexpectedly endearing side of his uncle. allowing himself to be pulled into a hidden nook by Zhang Jingqi. Once he regained his composure, He Ningchuan chuckled softly, glancing at his vigilant uncle who was fixated on Su Li. He lowered his voice and said, "Uncle, you are a distinguished senior colonel. Could you truly find satisfaction in being a mere guardian of someone else's romance?" "You do not understand," Zhang Jingqi replied in a hushed tone, not bothering to turn his head. "Right now, Shen Yun and Su Li are pivotal to a special combat readiness plan. Shen Yun is the sharpest sword in the world, and Su Li is the only sheath that can temper his brilliance." He Ningchuan was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of Zhang Jingqi's high regard for the resolute young woman, yet he had not anticipated it to be this profound. He turned to look at Zhang Jingqi, whose expression was resolute and unwavering. With a sigh of resignation, He Ningchuan redirected his attention to Su Li, carefully observing the movements of the players surrounding her. Alongside Zhang Jingqi, as they remained alert to potential threats, their guild was currently attracting too much attention. Many who disapproved of them could very well risk the consequences of being imprisoned by patrolling NPCs to enact revenge against their guild members. As time passed, He Ningchuan noticed that no suspicious individuals had approached Su Li, yet more and more female players gravitated towards her. In Chapter 170, one of the girls encircling Su Li inquired, "Are you Su Li?" Upon seeing the white text hovering above the girl's head, Su Li looked at her with curiosity, then scanned the unfamiliar players surrounding her, confirming she did not recognize any of them. She casually nodded, but refrained from typing a response. "Wow," one girl exclaimed. "So this is Su Li? She doesn't seem particularly special." "Exactly," another chimed in. "How could she possibly be a celebrity in the game and be associated with Huiyuan de Shun? However, I heard she's quite skilled." Apparently ranked first as a healer, a third girl interjected. "So what? With so many of us, do we really need to fear her?" Another girl scoffed. "Enough noise." The girl who had first typed in a nearby chat commanded silence. The others immediately quieted, awaiting her instructions. Receiving a positive response from Su Li, the surrounding girls exchanged glances and engaged in animated discussion, ultimately leading the initial girl to extend an invitation to form a team. Player Yi Shuiyu invites you to join the team. Do you accept? "No." Su Li declined without hesitation. "Why not?" "Ju yu pirivateli me sagit Su Li." "We are not acquainted," Su Li simply replied. Upon reading Su Li's response, Yi Shuiyu's expression turned peculiar, prompting her companions to inquire about her reaction. "What's wrong? Are you saying Su Li is being incredibly arrogant?" "She said she doesn't know me," Yi Shuiyu replied, her demeanor strange. This statement left the girls around her incredulous. How is that possible? Huiyuan de Shun has been trending on the gaming forums, and nearly every player who follows the forums knows him, let alone our fan club. Exactly. With our prominent fan ID format, how could Su Li possibly not know us? As Yi Shuiyu absorbed her friend's words, she nodded. Ever since Huiyuan had repeatedly showcased his exceptional skills on the gaming forums, she had begun to take notice of this well-dressed, handsome player. As time passed, her admiration for Huiyuan grew, leading her to invest in a fan club to support him. However, her motives extended beyond mere admiration. She harbored a desire for Huiyuan to recognize her efforts. Though she had yet to communicate directly with him, she believed that if she quietly contributed, he would eventually take notice. Thus, she invested considerable resources into the fan club, hoping to catch Huiyuan's eye and achieve her aspirations. However, her ambitions did not end there. She yearned to become a part of Huiyuan's life, to ensure that he understood her dedication and to forge a special emotional bond between them. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a healer named Su Li had begun to frequently appear by Huiyuan's side. Su Li's sharp prowess often led to her being associated with Huiyuan in technical discussions. Some had even begun to ship them as a couple, which deeply unsettled Yi Shuiyu, who considered herself to be Huiyuan's destined partner. As a significant benefactor of a mid-tier guild in the game, and a wealthy girl in real life, Yi Shuiyu was not shy about spending money. She believed that her looks and financial standing made her the only one worthy of Huiyuan. Consequently, when she witnessed Huiyuan's association with Su Li, she felt a surge of discontent. To defend her claim as Huiyuan's future partner, Yi Shuiyu spared no expense in keeping tabs on Su Li's movements. Finally, she seized an opportunity when Hui Yuan was absent from Su Li's side and confronted her at Zhuke Bridge. She intended to reveal her identity to Su Li, showcasing her contributions to Hui Yuan, hoping Su Li would feel ashamed for not having done anything for him and gracefully withdraw. However, to her surprise, Su Li did not recognize her at all. In Chapter 171, Su Li looked at the strangely behaving female player with bewilderment, feeling somewhat impatient as their presence obstructed her view of the couples on Zhuke Bridge. She messaged Yi Shuiyu, "Please ask your friends to step aside. They are blocking my view of the couples." After a few moments of silence, Yi Shuiyu complied and instructed the surrounding players to make room. Seeing this, Su Li politely replied, "Thank you." As Yi Shuiyu received this brief acknowledgement, she suddenly realized what she had just done, causing her expression to darken. Before Su Li could enjoy watching the couples any longer, her view was once again obstructed. To her dismay, it was the same girl from before. Just as she was about to voice her confusion, the girl began typing a flurry of white text above her head. In the nearby chat, Yi Shuiyu declared, "I am the president of Hui Yuan de Shun's fan club. I specifically came to ask you to keep your distance from the deity." This statement struck like a thunderbolt, instantly transforming the previously harmonious atmosphere on Zhuke Bridge into one of tension. As players in the nearby chat turned their attention to the unfolding drama between Yi Shuiyu and Su Li, Hayacha's tone was laced with hostility, as if she harbored deep dissatisfaction towards the girl before her. Subsequently, she typed, "Hui Yuan de Shun is not someone a mere novice like you can aspire to." Her gaze was cold and resolute, seemingly conveying a clear message. Do not attempt to approach Hui Yuan de Shun, for he belongs to his fans. This direct and sharp remark from him sent a tremor through the onlookers, while in the corner, He Ningchuan and Zhang Jingqi were seething with anger. Perhaps due to the game rekindling the spirited bravado of their youth, Zhang Jingqi, shedding his usual cautious demeanor, was ready to step in and support the junior he admired when he saw a stranger bullying her. He Ningchuan, quick on his feet, grasped his uncle's arm, gesturing towards Su Li. "Uncle, hold on. Su Li may not need our assistance." "How can that be? This young lady is being surrounded and bullied in public. In the absence of the deity, we must protect her." Zhang Jingqi glared at his nephew, displeased with his inaction. He Ningchuan chuckled helplessly. "Uncle, Su Li is no longer the ordinary girl she once was. Her skills are so impressive that even the old leaders praise her. These people are likely not even a warm-up for her." Hearing this, Zhang Jingqi furrowed his brow and turned to observe Su Li, who appeared composed and unperturbed. Intrigued, he chose to heed his nephew's advice and watch closely. Meanwhile, facing Everest's provocation, Su Li's lips curled slightly in a disdainful smile. With her arms crossed, her eyes sparkling with amusement, she surveyed the female players before her as if they were a troop of clowns. "So, you're declaring your claim? Believing only you are worthy of Hui Yuan?" Su Li typed in the nearby chat. "Yet, it seems Hui Yuan enjoys lingering by my side, unaware of your existence." Yang was taken aback by Su Li's humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses, and a surge of anger welled up within her. Thus, she decided to drop the facade, darkening her expression as she waved her hand behind her, retreating with the other female players. Instantly, from the crowd of onlookers emerged a dozen masked assassin players, who without hesitation launched an attack on Su Li. In the game Shen Yun, not every player could unlock 2 Jianghu professions. These assassin players were specifically hired by Haifir to teach Su Li a lesson. Unfazed by the onslaught, Su Li remained calm, dodging a punch effortlessly and retaliating with a kick that sent her attacker flying. The others, startled, rushed in to surround her, but Su Li moved with remarkable agility, weaving through the crowd with precision, each strike landing accurately and eliciting cries of pain. In mere moments, the ground was littered with groaning figures. Zhang Jingqi stood in shock, witnessing the extraordinary prowess of Su Li, utterly unprepared for her formidable skills. "This is astonishing," he muttered, his perception of her shifting entirely. He Ningchuan, displaying a proud smile, remarked, "See, I told you so. Uncle, Su Li certainly does not require our assistance." At this moment, Su Li clapped her hands, surveying the chaos around her with satisfaction. Chapter 172. You owe her an apology with such skill. how dare you call yourselves assassins? The sunlight caressed the girl's fair skin, reflecting a gentle glow, making her smile appear exceptionally radiant. However, this dazzling smile starkly contrasted with her outrageously formidable combat skills. The battered assassins, despite their unbearable pain, dared not utter a word of complaint in the presence of this exceptionally skilled girl. Su Li's lips curled upwards, mockingly surveying the fallen assassins. Then, she turned her gaze to the crowd and spotted who was too stunned to flee. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, locked on her target with unwavering precision. Su Li strode toward her, and the players along her path instinctively parted to grant her a wide berth. Each step exuded an intangible pressure that compelled attention. Finally, Sui halted before Xiayu, under the astonished and fearful gazes of her companions. She spoke with a smile in her bright eyes. Do you think I'm inseparable from Huiyuan because I cling to him? Xiayu swallowed nervously, her throat dry as if gripped by an unseen force. Under Su Li's gaze, she instinctively nodded, her movements stiff and awkward. Observing this reaction, Su Li's smile grew even more radiant as her gaze drifted over her to the vast sky behind her. Here comes the moment of truth. Now, you can personally ask whether I cling to Huiyuan or if he cannot be without me. The moment Su Li finished speaking, a clear phoenix cry resonated from the heavens, prompting the gathered crowd on Zhuke Bridge to follow her gaze. The sky, as blue as a sapphire, bore drifting clouds, resembling a beautiful painting. At that moment, in the distant horizon, a vibrant crimson hue surged towards them, adding a striking focal point to the picturesque scene. Yager witnessed this spectacle, but her heart was too filled with excitement to appreciate the beauty as she began to anticipate her first encounter with her idol. Contemplating how to introduce herself, I am Xiayu, 23 years old. No, that sounds too formal. He might think I'm dull. Perhaps I should tell him I established a fan club for him, spending generously on his promotion? Oh no, that would seem overly self-serving. What should I say to sound genuine? Xiayu wrestled with her thoughts, entirely oblivious to how childish and absurd her behavior appeared. Just then, the vibrant crimson hue approached swiftly. Gasps erupted from the crowd as a magnificent phoenix materialized before them, engulfed in flames, its wings spanning dozens of meters, each feather shimmering brilliantly. Standing atop the phoenix was a figure clad in a black robe, exuding a regal presence as if a deity had descended. I gazed at this figure, her heart racing, her expression one of infatuation. So handsome, she murmured. Yet, in the next instant, her face turned pale as she realized that the person on the phoenix's back her idealized, powerful idol, was regarding her with a cold and piercing gaze. Huiyuan-Immanatted, formidable aura. His tone icy and unyielding. I will reimburse you double for the money spent on your fan club. Su Li is my most important person. You owe her an apology for your arrogance. Yaya's emotions plummeted from ecstasy to despair, unable to accept this reality as tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Why is this happening? I have given so much for you, she sobbed softly. Chapter 173. You truly are worthless. S whispered words reached Huiyuan's ears. Yet his heart remained unperturbed, even elated by the situation as he reiterated, Please apologize to Su Li immediately. Why should I? Xiayu lifted her head, her gaze unwavering as it locked onto him. The shyness that once characterized the young girl had vanished, replaced by an endless sense of grievance and unwillingness. Why am I deemed inferior to that unfortunate child who, orphaned, relies solely on her parents' inheritance to survive? Aoyan, with my family background, I possess the complete capability to assist you in becoming the most formidable player on the entire Lingua server. I would unhesitatingly purchase the finest equipment for you. Upon hearing herself referred to as a pitiful creature, Hui suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over her, an involuntary urge to collapse onto the ground. Perched upon the back of Jin Hofeng, Huiyuan directed all his attention towards her. Noticing her delicate frame teetering as if about to fall, he swiftly reined in his mount, leaping forward like a flash of lightning, catching her just before she could touch the ground. Utilizing his divine power, Huiyan meticulously examined his body, finding no injuries. Yet, he still asked with concern, "Do you feel unwell?" Leaning against his embrace, Suli feigned a pitiful demeanor, weakly replying, "The little pitiful one was blown over by the wind." The club members who heard this could not help but find her adorable. Rushing online to assist, Ba Yunfei and his brother Binka arrived just in time to hear Thi's playful banter. The lively Ba Yunfei couldn't suppress a laugh, while the onlookers observed Thi's rosy complexion and her deliberately lowered voice, leading to a moment of silence followed by whispered conversations among familiar faces. Many spectators began typing in the nearby channel. "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such an adorable little green tea. Su Li and Huoyan are equally matched, both enamored. It seems that Yao is merely envious of what she cannot attain." Hey, don't be too harsh. Yao has always defended Fuyang on the forums. Even if Sui is Van's favored one, she shouldn't be belittled. Tisk is indeed unfortunate, spending money and time for a man, only to receive a mere return your money. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Yayasha's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal, her gaze fixed on Suli, who appeared fragile in Wu's embrace. Suli noticed the spectators' comments, yet having lived 2 lifetimes, she remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy the spectacle before her. While she was indifferent, Huoyan could not tolerate the disparagement directed at her. Frowning, he cast a cold glare at the crowd, silencing those who had been whispering. At that moment, Ba Yunfei pushed through the crowd, smiling as he addressed Suli. "Long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you here." Suli looked at him, surprise flickering in her eyes. "Bijan?" Emerging from the throng, Ba Yunfei casually waved at her. "We heard from our club members that someone was bullying you at Du Chichao, so we hurried online. But it seems you not only avoided being bullied, but also taught a lesson to those who intended to bully you." The shadows who had been on the receiving end of the wrath were still present, having noticed the arrival of the Bijao brothers. However, felt a pang of discomfort upon seeing them, and, gritting her teeth, confronted Ba Yunfei. "What do you mean, siding with this outsider against me? Aren't you afraid I'll tell by Suso?" Being directly addressed, Ba Yunfei finally regarded her properly, disdain flickering across his features as he smirked. "Gucha, you're in your 20s and still resorting to telling on others? How pathetic." Chapter 174. The server is about to reach maximum level. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that this farce would conclude with the Baishongdi, especially the younger brother Ba Yunfei, making Dafu cry and flee. After Yaya Shiyu departed, Su Li attempted to break free from Huoyan's embrace. Yet he held her tightly, refusing to let go. "Are you trying to be a rogue?" The girl's question raised his eyebrows, yet he remained steadfast in his hold. Seeing his reluctance, Su Li ceased her struggles and instead leaned out from his grasp, shouting towards a corner, "Zhangda Shak, someone is causing a ruckus in public. Please come manage this." Zhang Jingqi, who had been preparing to leave with his nephew, halted abruptly, exchanging a surprised glance with Yingshan. They both wore expressions of astonishment, ultimately compelling Dong Jingqi to turn back and step out from the shadows. The appearance of Zhang Jingqi and Yingshan took the Beizhao brothers by surprise, especially when they beheld Dong Jingqi's authoritative and upright countenance, transforming their astonishment into shock. Ba Yunfei cautiously nudged his elder brother's arm, whispering just loud enough for him to hear, "Brother, could this really be the Zhangda Shao?" Ba maintained his composure, discreetly pressing down on his younger brother's hand, signaling him to remain silent. Zhang Jingqi, oblivious to the brothers' exchange, focused intently on Su Li, intrigued by when she had noticed them. Could it be that she possessed a unique ability bestowed by Lan, enabling her to sense the actions of those around her? If so, that would be quite fascinating. Contemplating this, Zhang Jingqi's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Su Li, seeking clues from her reactions. In the face of Zhang Jingqi's piercing stare, Li retained her innocent demeanor, her eyes reflecting calmness. "Shenjun, Su Xiao Tongzhi." Upon seeing the middle-aged man before her, Hunt's expression softened, and he nodded slightly, releasing Su Li to stand on her own. Free at last, Su's smile brightened, and with a hint of mischief, she tiptoed to Patna's shoulder, repeatedly teasing, "You were so impressive just now, why not let go of me now?" in response to her playful taunt. Hui Yuan merely regarded her with affectionate indulgence, unperturbed. Their charming interaction had long become a familiar sight to Ling Chuan, who swiftly interjected, "See, how did you discover that Dong Da Xiao and I were here?" Of course, it was a prompt from the guild members. I'm on a team, and those two distinct green dots on the map are hard to miss. Additionally, most of the online members in the guild are busy with dungeons. And you mentioned wanting to guide a novice through the game, but I wasn't participating. Su Li grinned cunningly. Besides, the only novice worthy of your personal guidance, Dasha, aside from your uncle Dong Da Xiao, will be hard to find. Han Ning Chan queried. What if it were another elder, perhaps an old leader? What a joke. Would an old leader have you accompany them? Su Li replied with disdain. Besides, even if you wanted to accompany them, you wouldn't qualify. Han Ning Chan exclaimed. How has this little girl become increasingly sharp-tongued since her rebirth? After listening to Li's witty retorts, Zhang Jingqi felt a mix of disappointment and satisfaction. He had initially believed that Li possessed some divine gift that allowed her to handle challenges effortlessly. Now, he realized that it was merely her clever mind enabling her to devise various solutions to problems. Ningchuan took a moment to calm his emotions before inquiring. Enough with the banter. Tomorrow, all players on the server will reach maximum level. When do you and the deity plan to journey to other continents in search of the remaining divine bones? Upon hearing this question, Su Li responded without a hint of hesitation. It is better to act sooner than later. We shall set forth tomorrow. Her answer was resolute, as if she had long since made up her mind. However, she remained oblivious to the complex emotions reflected in the deity's eyes, which revealed not anticipation for the future, but rather a profound concern. Chapter 175. You can't bear to scold me the day before the server reached maximum level. Players were reluctant to log off, eager to be the first to cross the inter-server bridge to other continents. Yet, the game officials denied them this opportunity as the clock struck midnight. All online players were forcibly logged out for the first large-scale maintenance update since the game's launch, which would last until 10 o'clock the following morning. Unable to log into the game, Su Li intended to engage in thorough planning with Hui Yuan about their future endeavors. However, Hui Yuan adamantly refused, insisting on carrying her back to her room and demanding she sleep peacefully. As Su Li lay in bed, her mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of the game, rendering her unable to sleep. After tossing and turning for a while, she sat up, preparing to sneak out. However, as she reached the door and opened it, she found Hui Yuan standing outside, his expression serious as he regarded her. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Hui Yuan inquired. I just want to get some water from the kitchen, Su Li stammered. Maintaining his composure, Hui Yuan strode into the kitchen with long strides, soon returning with Su Li's panda mug filled with water. He handed her the mug and casually stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. He approached her slowly, while Su Li, clutching the half-full cup of warm water, retreated step by step until she found herself cornered by the bed. Sitting down abruptly, she gulped down the water in one go and thrust the empty cup into his hands, declaring, I'm full, seeing the youthful girl puffed up with indignation. Hui Yuan sighed and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Enough of this nonsense. Previously, you were permitted to play day and night because we had the game pod to nourish your spirit. Now that the game is under maintenance, the pod is unusable. No late nights. Su Li pouted, gazing at him with discontent. But I can't sleep. My mind is filled with thoughts on how to help you find the remaining divine bones. With a resigned sigh, Hui Yuan contemplated embracing Su Li but refrained, remembering it was late. Do you recall the last time you slept? Su Li thought earnestly for a moment before shaking her head. I don't remember. It must have been before we sold the game pods. No sooner had she spoken than Hui Yuan abruptly squatted down, removed her slippers, and lifted her onto the bed. Su Li, still attempting to rise on the soft mattress, found herself swiftly wrapped in the blanket by Hui Yuan. With her hands and feet ensconced in the blanket, she could only stare wide-eyed at him, exclaiming in a playful tone, Are you trying to suffocate me? Hui Yuan, undeterred, adjusted the air conditioning to a cool 20 degrees while stating, All set. Su Li squirmed beneath the blanket, reluctant to yield. Observing Hui Yuan nearing the door, she seized a moment to call out, Hui Yuan, wait. Hui Yuan turned, his expression curious. If you wrap me up like a caterpillar, I won't be able to sleep. Let me out, Su Li implored sincerely, hoping he would believe her words. Hui Yuan stood still, scrutinizing her for a few moments as if weighing the truth of her statement. Ultimately, he returned and loosened the blanket encasing her. The moment her hands were freed, Su Li attempted to spring up and dash to the study, only to forget that her legs were still trapped within the blanket. Consequently, she lost her balance and instinctively reached for Hua Yuan to steady herself, inadvertently grabbing the fabric of his shirt. Hua Yuan, who had been bent over arranging the blanket, was unexpectedly pulled down onto the bed, colliding with Su Li's head and drawing a sharp intake of breath from him due to the sudden pain. Realizing she had caused a mishap and afraid to meet his gaze, Su Li promptly closed her eyes, hoping to evade the situation. Su Li, Huowen's voice, deeper than usual, resonated from above. Instinctively, she clutched his shirt tighter, feigning ignorance to his call. Hua Yuan, amused by her behavior, supported himself with one hand while grasping her wrist with the other. Little trickster, those who deceive must face punishment. Su Li continued to pretend she hadn't heard, attempting to free her wrist from his grasp, though her efforts were in vain. Hua Yuan chuckled lightly, leaning closer until his face was near her exposed neck. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her skin, Su Li instinctively recoiled, yet no matter how she shifted, that warmth remained persistently close. Taking a deep breath, she softly cautioned, "Stop." Hua Yuan feigned ignorance, not ceasing his approach. Su Li's heartbeat quickened, her cheeks flushed. Just as she anticipated Hua Yuan's kiss, he suddenly paused. "This cannot happen again," he sighed, his voice carrying an undercurrent of restrained emotion. Slowly, Su Li opened her tightly shut eyes, and as Hua Yuan released her wrist and distanced himself, she swiftly leaned forward and pecked his cheek. Hua Yuan's body stiffened, and upon seeing Su Li's triumphant grin, a smile of helplessness mixed with affection spread across his face. He inhaled deeply, gently replying, "Do not cause trouble." Observing his exasperation, Su Li couldn't help but chuckle, then suddenly lunged into his embrace, affectionately nuzzling against him. "But I will cause trouble. What will you do? After all, you can't bear to scold me." Hua Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he enveloped Su Li tightly in his arms, relishing the warmth and comfort she brought. After a while, Su Li succumbed to an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, drifting into a deep slumber within Hua Yuan's embrace. Hua Yuan carefully placed her on the bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket before quietly sitting beside her, his gaze soft as he watched her peaceful, sleeping face. "If you truly wish for me to reclaim all the divine bones, I shall comply. I only hope you will not despise the person I become after retrieving them." Chapter 176. The next journey while Su Li slept soundly, Hua Yuan remained vigilantly by her side, his gaze never straying from her serene visage. It was as if, by observing her long enough and with enough devotion, he could etch her calming presence into his memory for eternity. Moonlight filtered through the curtain, illuminating Su Li's face, rendering her skin translucent and radiant. Hua Yuan gazed at her in silence, his heart swelling with boundless tenderness and love. He reached out to gently caress her cheek, savoring her warmth as if time itself had come to a standstill. The following day, Su Li was awakened by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. The first sight to greet her was Hua Yuan, seated at her bedside, sketching in a notebook. Curiously, she leaned closer and discovered he was drawing a portrait of her as she slept. "Awake? I'll prepare breakfast for you," Hua Yuan said, setting down his pencil to leave. But Su Li quickly seized his arm, stating, "Hua Yuan, I find you somewhat peculiar." Hua Yuan let out a sigh from the depths of his heart, yet wore a smile on his face as he said to her, "Perhaps your concern for me has led to such feelings. Do not overthink it." Su Li scrutinized his face closely, confirming that there was no hint of anything amiss, and believed it was her own anxiety that was causing her distress. Prompted by Hua Yin, she got up to wash up. As soon as Su Li entered the bathroom, the smile on Hui's face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of helplessness and bitterness in his eyes. Su Li's feelings were not unfounded. His recent behavior had indeed been somewhat unusual, but he chose not to disclose the reasons to her. He did not wish to cause her worry, nor did he want to tarnish the fleeting moments of joy they had left together. Thus, he opted for silence. After completing an hour of morning exercises, Sudi Sivifti finished had fast. Eagerly, she pulled Vion into the gaming pod, her eyes fixed on the countdown on the screen, eagerly anticipating the arrival of 10 o'clock to log into the game at the earliest opportunity. Before logging off yesterday, they, like other players, had deliberately left their accounts on the map nearest to the cross-server teleportation point. This way, once maintenance and updates concluded, they could swiftly board the Golden Fire Phoenix and set off from the closest map, quickly reaching the newly added map's cross-server teleportation point. The unique speed of the Golden Fire Phoenix in the game, coupled with her koi buff, would undoubtedly allow them to gain an advantage in the gaming world, becoming among the first players to travel to other continental servers. As time progressed, the second hand ticked away, finally landing on 10 o'clock. Without hesitation, Suli clicked the login button, and the screen instantly plunged into darkness, followed by the familiar loading screen. Her heart raced with anticipation for the new adventure that awaited her. As soon as Suli steadied herself in the game, she immediately received an invitation from Hoyan to join him, which she promptly accepted. With a melodious cry from the Golden Fire Phoenix, she and Hoyan vanished into the horizon amidst the envious and jealous gazes of other players. Player A. A master is indeed a master. It seems we shall not secure a spot among the first to travel to other continents, and thus miss out on the generous rewards. Player B. Who can compete with a master possessing the only flying mount in the entire server? We should hasten our pace. While the players in the World Channel expressed their envy and jealousy, Suli and Koyan had successfully arrived at the cross-server teleportation point. Their speed was astonishing, as if they possessed the ability to teleport instantly. This remarkable feat was entirely due to Su Li's Koi Blessing buff, which had allowed them to encounter a favorable wind during their flight, propelling them to their destination with such swiftness. Upon stepping into the cross-server teleportation point, a flash of light enveloped them, and Suli and Koyan successfully arrived at another continent. Concurrently, a system notification resounded. Server announcement. Congratulations to players Suli and Koyan for becoming among the first 10 players in the entire server to set foot on another continent, earning the title of Continental Adventurer. This title was not an ordinary accolade. It signified a special honor and status. Only the top 10 players in the server who ventured to other continents were eligible for this title. Moreover, this title possessed a particularly unique function. Whenever worn in the Shen Yun.Armed, it would automatically increase the favorability of all NPCs toward the wearer by 50 points. What did this imply? It meant that Suli and Koyan would receive greater privileges and assistance in the Shen Yun.Armed, making interactions with NPCs and task completion significantly smoother. This title could be regarded as a powerful tool for traversing the realm, enabling them to navigate the new continent with ease and assist them in swiftly locating the remaining divine bones. Chapter 177. First stop, America. Suli and Koyan's inaugural destination was America. Upon standing on the soil of the American server, they were greeted by country agents outside the teleportation point, along with the captain of the Apex of God's Club's main battle team, Jack Zatara, and vice captain, Monty. The country agents had recognized Suli and Koyan from their game IDs and character models, identifying them amidst the crowd without difficulty. As Suli and Koyan formed a party, she, as the captain, noticed a red indicating a team merge request. Upon confirming the applicant's ID as that of the country agent, Zhang Daxiao had instructed her to remember, she promptly accepted the merge. The country agent spoke. Miss Suli, Mr. Yan, I am David, the leader of the Special Operations Team for the collaboration between country and Long Country. I will do my utmost to assist you both in your endeavors on the American continent. Upon hearing this, Suli smiled and nodded in response. However, Hoyan suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Suli. This action drew the attention of those around them, yet no one dared to speak, as they were all aware of his identity and did not wish to offend this reputedly divine and formidable man upon their first meeting. David was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure. He understood that this man likely preferred to keep others at a distance from Suli. Thus, he took a step back, instinctively maintaining a respectful space between them. Observing Coin's actions, Su Li felt a warmth swell within her. She knew that his actions stemmed from a desire to protect her. Although somewhat awkward and impolite, she still offered Huyan a smile. Leaning out from behind him, she revealed a cheerful smile, her voice bright and melodious as she addressed David. "Hello, David. It is a pleasure to meet you." With Su Li's words, the tense atmosphere dissipated considerably, and the previously apprehensive crowd began to relax, smiling and politely introducing themselves one by one. Once the agents from David's side had completed their introductions, everyone turned their attention to Jack, Zatara, and Monty. Monty's lips curled upward, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he teased, "Ah, we meet again, the Eastern Angel of Violence, your Divine Highness." Our last encounter on the cross-server battlefield was too brief for introductions. Now is the perfect opportunity for me to formally introduce myself. He deliberately ignored the foul expression on Jack Zatara's face and eagerly introduced himself to Su Li. "I am Monty, the vice-captain of the Apex of Gods Club's main team." Su Li nodded in acknowledgement. "I recognize you. You're the #1 fan of Alangata, and you were mentioned by the great Alung himself as a promising junior. He expressed pride in you." Upon hearing this, Monty's smile brightened, revealing genuine gratitude in his eyes. He softly replied, "Thank you for sharing this with me. It truly brings me joy." Su Li regarded Monty's sincere expression with a smile, gently shaking her head to indicate that he need not worry about it. However, she did not wish to end the conversation there. Instead, she shifted her gaze to the silent and gloomy Jack Zatara beside them. "Captain Jack, why not greet us? Do you not wish to engage in conversation?" Su Li's voice was bright and melodious, carrying a hint of playfulness and jest. Jack Zatara was utterly unprepared for the sweet and seemingly innocent girl to boldly call for him to speak. He was momentarily stunned, and as he attempted to respond, he suddenly choked on his own saliva, unable to suppress a fit of coughing. Coughing, Jack Zatara patted his chest with his hand in an effort to ease his discomfort. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing desperately for a crevice to hide within. At long last, Jiekoshita Luo managed to catch his breath, poised to elucidate his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Su Li's words. "Ah, it seems that during the last cross-server battlefield, our guild left a substantial shadow over Captain Jieko. Thus, it is quite understandable that he wishes to ignore us now." Su Li's tone brimmed with helplessness, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. She deliberately aimed to embarrass Jieku Shita Luo, and upon achieving her objective, she did not await his reaction. Seizing Ho Yuan's hand and urging David to lead the way in search of the Divine Bone. Chapter 178. Becoming an indispensable presence, the overall aesthetic of the American server starkly contrasts with that of the Asian server, where Su Li resided. Here, the architecture and environment are imbued with an air of mystery and exotic allure. The game developers have meticulously crafted this server's ambience in homage to the illustrious and powerful Maya civilization within Incan culture. As Su Li entered the city of the American server alongside David and others, she was immediately struck by the breathtaking sights before her. Along the way, she beheld various cities constructed from stone, their edifices robust and ancient, emanating a unique historical aura. Outside the cities stood temples of varying sizes, tiered and soaring into the clouds, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Each temple housed stone sculptures dedicated to different deities, such as the feathered serpent god, the god of wind, and the god of rain, all of whom hold significant status within Incan culture as protectors and guardians. Intrigued by this enigmatic culture encapsulated in history, Su Li found herself irresistibly drawn into the temple, meticulously observing the exquisite stone sculptures and absorbing the temple's extraordinary atmosphere. Beyond the temple, other regions of the American server radiated an aura of mystery and enchantment. The lush, primordial forests, perfectly replicated, were shrouded in thick mist, concealing a variety of mystical creatures. Clear streams coursed through the rivers, shimmering with an ethereal glow, while clouds swirled around the mountains, as if leading to another realm. In this enigmatic and fantastical American server, Su Li felt an unprecedented sense of adventure, reminiscent of the thrilling atmosphere she had only previously experienced in blockbuster action films. She suddenly began to anticipate embarking on an extraordinary quest here, exploring uncharted territories, confronting formidable foes, and acquiring precious treasures. David observed Su Li's fervent exploration of the ancient temples, while Ho Yuan remained silent, feeling a twinge of urgency as he could not help but urge, "Ladies, the divine bone does not lie in this direction." Upon hearing this, Su Li realized that she had an important task at hand. A hint of apology crossed her face as she quickly responded, "I am truly sorry. I have never encountered such a civilization before and became momentarily entranced. Forgetting the main matter, I sincerely apologize for wasting your time." However, before she could finish, Ho Yuan interjected, "It is of no concern. I can sense the general direction of the divine bone. It is acceptable to find it a little later." Given that Ho Yuan was the core figure of this operation, David could not counter his words and merely offered a resigned smile, indicating that it was all right and encouraging Su Li to continue exploring the temples. As Su Li witnessed Ho Yuan's composed demeanor, devoid of any anxiety, her own tension gradually dissipated. In truth, she had not entirely forgotten her initial purpose in coming here. Yet, upon seeing the statues once revered as sacred by the Maya and devoutly worshipped, an inexplicable fear surged within her. She feared that Ho Yuan might become as cold and indifferent as these statues, and was even more apprehensive that one day he would regard her as merely one among the countless beings in existence, no longer bestowing upon her special attention. The thought of losing Ho Yuan's affection unsettled her at one moment. A selfish notion crossed her mind, to hope that Ho Yuan would abandon his quest for the divine bone and simply accompany her as an ordinary person throughout her life. David's urging jolted her back to reality, making her acutely aware of her own selfish thoughts, yet she found this selfishness oddly justifiable. Su Li realized that, for her present self, the time spent with Ho Yuan was of utmost importance, rendering all else trivial. She could not pinpoint when her perspective shifted from prioritizing the greater good to this newfound focus. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly her true sentiment. She yearned to be with Ho Yuan, not as a devoted follower of a god, but as equals in a romantic relationship. "What is it?" Ho Yuan, noticing the girl beside him gazing up at him, lowered his head in curiosity. His gaze was gentle like water, and merely locking eyes with him soothed Su Li's inner turmoil. She shook her head, "Nothing." In that sheer glance, Su Li understood that if she vocalized her desire, it would surely manifest. Yet precisely because of this realization, in that fleeting moment of eye contact with Ho Yuan, she resolved to erase that thought from her heart. Rather than wishing for Ho Yuan to accompany her through an ordinary life, she desired him to ascend as a deity revered by countless admirers. And she would stand out among his future billions of followers, becoming his indispensable and cherished existence. Just as Ho Yuan had broken free from the shackles of the game, enduring countless trials to be by her side. Chapter 179. What did you do to anger her? Where did this Eastern bumpkin come from? I wondered why this temple had an unpleasant odor. It turns out there are a few Easterners here who have never seen the world. A voice emerged in the nearby channel, quickly followed by a woman's shrill tone, shattering the previously harmonious atmosphere. Su Li, who had finally mustered the courage to express her emotions, was abruptly interrupted, igniting a surge of anger within her towards the one who had disrupted her. Consequently, David and the others accompanying her beheld the once adorable girl now radiating an ominous aura, as if transformed from within. Present in the vicinity, Jieku Shita Luo was the only one who had previously endured Su Li's wrath. Witnessing her transformation, he was instantly reminded of the painful memories from the cross-server battlefield when he had been decisively overpowered. With a sense of empathy, he regarded the haughty white woman who had spoken disparagingly. "Why are you provoking her for no reason?" At that moment, the host David also came to his senses, casting a glance at the woman, his eyes flashing with disdain. "Madam, I kindly ask you to speak with a measure of respect. They are esteemed guests from the East. Should you offend our guests, I reserve the right to detain you," David calmly articulated into the nearby channel. The woman, however, remained unfazed, scoffing as she continued to voice her thoughts. "Humph. Judging by your pronunciation, you must also be from M country. If you choose not to support your fellow countrymen, that is one thing, but why speak up for these ignorant Easterners? It is already enough for Easterners to come to M country to profit and seize the market. Must they also invade our games? With their naive demeanor, they truly believe they matter. Upon hearing this, Su Li's gaze turned even colder, and she took a few deliberate steps forward, preparing to teach this woman a lesson. Just then, a tall young man hurriedly approached from behind the woman. "Monica, stop causing trouble." His voice was deep and resonant. The man was tall and handsome, and while he admonished the woman, his eyes betrayed a sense of cold arrogance. The woman named Monica instantly donned a smile, approaching him. "Darling, I simply cannot tolerate these Easterners." The young man furrowed his brow, visibly displeased with her behavior. Yet he turned to David and the others to apologize. "I apologize. My companion has been somewhat disrespectful." Although David could not hear the conversation between the woman and the man, he distinctly perceived the arrogance reflected in the man's eyes. He furrowed his brow, intending to say something further, but was halted by his aide, who urged him to avoid escalating the situation, leaving him to reluctantly accept the man's apology with a displeased expression. As nationals of M country, David and his companions were bound by their identities and societal constraints, making their reluctance to engage in conflict quite understandable. However, Su Li bore no such burdens and thus harbored no intention of letting the woman off easily. She coldly regarded Monica, already devising a plan to teach her a profound lesson. The man beside Monica sensed Su Li's hostility and glanced at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate Eastern girl would exhibit such assertiveness. "Miss, if you are willing, I can show you around. This temple has many fascinating areas worth exploring." He attempted to diffuse the tension. Su Li's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "There is no need. We shall explore on our own. As for you, madam, I wonder how you, as a citizen of M country, can have the audacity to shout so brazenly in this temple. I believe the deities within would most certainly disapprove of someone as arrogant and uncouth as you. It would be wise to keep your mouth in check, lest you invite calamity upon yourself." With that, she turned to leave. At that moment, an infuriated Monica activated her vendetta mode, ready to teach this Eastern girl a lesson, believing her advantage in aggression would ensure success. "Do not act foolishly, Monica." The man beside her swiftly attempted to intervene, but was a moment too late, helplessly watching as a cold glint surged toward Su Li. Naturally, Su Li could not hear the man's desperate shout, yet she remained vigilant. Upon sensing a rush of air behind her, a pleasant smile crept onto her face. In the blink of an eye, Su Li vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, who merely felt a gust of wind pass by. Suddenly, a shriek from a woman pierced the air, followed by the panicked cries of a man. Turning towards the source of the commotion, the crowd beheld the once arrogant woman now sprawled on the ground, while Su Li stood triumphantly with her foot placed firmly upon Monica's face, forcefully pressing down on her vividly painted lips. In that moment, Su Li's expression was frigid, her gaze devoid of warmth, transforming her into a merciless avenger. Monica cried out in agony, while her companion hesitated to intervene, apprehensive that Su Li might intensify her torment. Su Li's cold laughter resonated as she increased the pressure beneath her foot, seemingly intent on crushing Monica's face. Monica writhed in pain, striving to extricate herself from Su Li's grasp, yet her strength paled in comparison to Su Li's, rendering her efforts futile. Suddenly, a robust man emerged from behind her companion, brandishing a weapon in a bid to rescue Monica. Su Li scoffed, swiftly sidestepping the man's assault and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. He staggered back, pale-faced and in pain. Su Li then cast a derisive glance at Monica, lifting her foot to deliver a vicious kick to her back, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. The onlookers watched in horror, none daring to intervene further. "What happened to your earlier bravado? Were you not the arrogant, high and mighty, racially prejudiced princess of M country?" Su Li sent a text in the nearby channel, accompanied by a voice message. While dispatching her message, she observed the myriad expressions of shock and dismay transforming the faces of Monica and her companion. The game Shen Yun possessed a unique feature, automatically translating player inputs into various languages, facilitating seamless communication among players of different nationalities. Therefore, Su Li's words were readily comprehensible to her adversaries without the need for an explicit translation into M language. As the label of racial discrimination was affixed to her, Monica's complexion darkened, and in her agitation, she coughed up blood. Jiexida, Luo silently observed, mentally reiterating, "What on earth prompted you to provoke her? Now you've been branded a racist. How will you manage an M country?" Monica, panicked at being labeled a racist, stared incredulously at Su Li. Momentarily forgetting that Su Li could not hear her words, she hastily attempted to explain, "No, I am not a racist." However, realizing that Su Li did not respond after several desperate attempts, she turned to her worried companion with pleading eyes. He sighed, stepping forward sincerely into the nearby channel. "Esteemed Miss, please forgive Monica's rudeness. Should you choose to pardon her, I would like to express gratitude on behalf of the entire Deepa family." This time, Su Li remained silent, as Monty had already preemptively declined the offer. "The Deepa family continues to be insufferable. Commander David has already informed you that this young lady is a distinguished guest, yet you remain oblivious to etiquette. Regret comes too late." The man frowned, visibly displeased, and inquired of Monty, "Who are you? Is it so? Do members of the Deepa family not recognize me?" Monty replied with a mocking smile, "Kuli dashi Deepa. How forgetful you are. Not long ago, your family extended an invitation for dinner with me to forge a partnership with Ming Sheng Group. Have you forgotten so swiftly?" Kuli dashi Deepa stared at Monty's simultaneously familiar and foreign visage, lost in contemplation. His family had indeed sought collaboration with Ming Sheng Group recently and invited the young master for dinner, yet the young master had ultimately declined the invitation. A flicker of realization dawned on Kuli dashi Deepa as he involuntarily raised his voice. "You are the young master of Ming Sheng Group, Monty?" His tone was laced with astonishment, and his expression darkened considerably. Monty continued, "I see that the Deepa family is merely relying on their status, disregarding others entirely. Today, I have witnessed what it means to be brazen and overbearing." Kuli dashi Deepa gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury, and stated, "Mr. Monty, this is merely a misunderstanding. We bear no ill will. Please do not blow this out of proportion." Monty erupted into laughter, his mirth tinged with disdain. "A misunderstanding? Miss Monica's actions constitute racial discrimination, which cannot be dismissed with mere words." The man sighed, knowing Monty spoke the truth, yet he wished to avoid escalating matters, as the reputation of the Deepa family could not be tarnished so easily. Thus, he resolved to concede. To prevent the surrounding onlookers from continuing to observe the unfolding drama, Kuli dashi Deepa requested to join the team. Upon entering the team, Kuli dashi Deepa promptly addressed Monty, "Mr. Monty, this situation is indeed our fault. We shall apologize to this young lady and assure you that it will not happen again. We hope you will grant us this opportunity." Monty raised an eyebrow, seemingly satisfied with the man's demeanor, yet remained unmoved. "An apology is necessary, but you must pay the price. Otherwise, who can guarantee that you will not err again?" Monty asserted. Kuli dashi Deepa furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before arriving at a decision. "Very well, as long as your conditions are reasonable. The Deepa family will comply. However, please do not be excessive," the man stated. Monty's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a cunning smile. After consulting with Su Li, Monty addressed Kuli dashi Deepa. "Very well, my esteemed guest also consents to forgive you, but I must stipulate a few conditions. First, you are to publicly apologize to my esteemed guest and pledge to refrain from any further acts of racial discrimination. Second, you must compensate my esteemed guest for her emotional distress." Kuli dashi Deepa hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. "All right, I can acquiesce to your demands. However, I hope you will not pursue this matter any further." Monty smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Of course, as long as you adhere to my terms. I shall not pursue the matter. However, should you dare to breach your word, the collaboration you recently established with the Ming Sheng Group may very well come to an end." Kuli da undicesimo Deepa nodded vigorously, assuring compliance. Thus, this tempest subsided. Shortly thereafter, Monty received a transfer of 100,000 gold coins along with a top-tier outfit from the mall as an apology from Ku Li de Shidipa. After he sent the outfit and gold coins to Su Li, and after Ku Li de Shidipa and Monica sincerely apologized to her, Su Li nodded, signaling them to leave. Having a powerful backer certainly made things much easier. Once Ku Li de Shidipa and his entourage departed, Su Li immediately reverted to her charming persona, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Huiyuan. As Su Li and Huiyuan appeared ready to indulge in their affections, Monty could not resist interjecting. Miss Su Li, do not focus solely on the divine being. It was I who exerted the most effort earlier. In response, Su Li diverted some of her attention toward him, smiling as she replied, although you assisted me using your identity as the young master of the Ming Sheng group, ultimately, did you not do so to curry favor with Huiyuan? Monty remarked, your words are refreshingly candid. All right, just a jest. I must indeed thank you for sparing me the trouble of subduing them. This exquisite outfit is yours. Su Li promptly repackaged the outfit imbued with the essence of the Mayan civilization and sent it back. She added as an afterthought, however, do be cautious while wearing this attire. Life for the indigenous peoples in M country is fraught with peril, and one might unwittingly find themselves in grave danger. David and the other agents from M country remarked, is she deliberately calling them out? Can we still enjoy ourselves? Meanwhile, Jack Zeta Luo, who had been observing for quite some time, allowed a smile to grace his lips as Su Li's gaze fell upon him once more. Captain Jack, you should also exercise caution. You were once a national of M country, and should these deities take offense, you may find yourself in misfortune as well. Jack Zeta Luo exclaimed, damn, why is she so protective? What kind of potion has Orangata fed her? Thank you for the reminder, Miss Su Li. I shall certainly be cautious. Monty laughed heartily, unfazed by the envious glances from those around him, and promptly donned the luxurious outfit. Chapter 181. This debt cannot be taken lightly. Following this unpleasant interlude, Su Li lost her desire to continue exploring and grasped Huiyuan's hand, setting off towards their intended destination. Huiyuan, noticing Su Li's firm grip, felt a surge of joy and reciprocated with his own warm clasp. They arrived at a clearing outside the temple, where Huiyuan, with a mere thought, activated the jade pendant at his waist, which flickered with a soft glow, summoning a magnificent golden fire phoenix before them. The phoenix's feathers shimmered like flames, radiating a dazzling brilliance as it soared high, resembling a golden meteor streaking across the sky. The nearby chat channels erupted in excitement. Wow, what is this enormous and beautiful bird? Is it the guardian deity of the temple in the game? How stunning. Look, that bird seems to have been summoned by the man with black hair. He has the black-haired girl on its back. What? That majestic bird is the mount of that Eastern individual? What a joke. How could there be such a splendid mount in the East? The game is clearly biased. Seated atop the golden fire phoenix, Su Li did not forget about David and the others. She generously provided them with a disposable flying boat purchased from Mall, allowing those without flying mounts to keep pace with the phoenix. Once the flying boat was secured, the golden fire phoenix swiftly carried Su Li and Huiyuan away, leaving a crowd of players in stunned silence. Huiyuan, why are they still chattering about us in the nearby channels? Do they think we won't notice? Su Li pouted in discontent as she leaned against Huiyuan. She truly loathed the disdainful players. The earlier encounter with Monica had already lowered her expectations of the players from the American server, and now these players had further deepened her negative impression. Su Li's previously pleasant mood was marred by their discordant voices, and she glared at the players below. Do not let it trouble you. With so many individuals in the world, not everyone possesses profound knowledge. Do not engage with the ignorant. Huiyuan gently reassured her, his voice soothing and calm, as if it could quell any turmoil. Su Li nodded, settling into Huiyuan's embrace as she gazed into the distance. As a breeze swept by, the golden fire phoenix flapped its wings, carrying them toward the distant peninsula. Nearby channels buzzed. Wow, that bird has taken flight. What a pity. I wanted to see it up close. What kind of bird is that? Why is it so remarkable? In the game, Shen Yun, the civilization of the American server is inspired by the most renowned Mayan civilization of the indigenous peoples. The location of Huiyuan's scattered divine bones coincidentally lies within a peninsula known as the powerful city-state of the Maya. Historically, this peninsula is famed for its unique geographical position and cultural background, becoming a place steeped in mystery. It was once a settlement for the Maya, who established a prosperous city there. However, as time passed, this city gradually declined, ultimately vanishing from the annals of history, leaving behind only ancient ruins and legends that evoke curiosity and imagination regarding its glorious past. In the game, the city known as Maya Ban still thrives, serving as the political center of the entire peninsula and the Maya civilization. This city boasts not only grandiose architecture and exquisite sculptural art, but also unique religious beliefs and scientific knowledge. The prosperity of Maya Ban attracts individuals from all corners, becoming a vital hub for cultural exchange. Yet, as time progressed, Maya Ban faced numerous challenges. Historically, the 12th century marked its golden age, but soon after, invaders began to tread upon this mysterious and fertile land, delivering a tremendous blow to Maya Ban. These invaders brought new technologies and ideologies while simultaneously dismantling the existing social order and economic system of Maya Ban. Confronted with external incursions and internal discord, Maya Ban gradually descended into chaos and decline. The once thriving city became dilapidated, its population dwindled, and its economy faltered. Despite the Maya's efforts to resist, they ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of foreign invaders. By the 16th century, the Maya civilization was completely lost to history, and the splendor of Maya Ban became a mere memory, leaving behind only ruins and legends. Today, people can only glean insights into this once glorious civilization through the research of archaeologists and simulations in games. Standing atop a mountain, gazing down at this meticulously recreated prosperous city, Suli was overwhelmed by a complex wave of emotions. After calling the golden fire phoenix back from the peak outside the city-state, Huiyuan keenly sensed her unusual demeanor and softly inquired, "What troubles you?" Suli gazed intently at the city below, as if she could peer through the river of time to witness its former glory. Her tone was filled with both nostalgia and gratitude, expressing a sudden realization of her fortune in being able to behold this world-renowned city. Though the advanced civilizations were indeed contemptible, it was undeniable that through their hands, many things that should have been lost to time were now revealed to them. Huiyuan gently squeezed her hand, speaking softly, "Do not be soft-hearted. They are invaders." That is not the case. Their sins cannot be so easily absolved. The countless innocent lives lost in the previous life number in the millions. This debt cannot be lightly dismissed. Su Li's voice was resolute and powerful, her gaze radiating determination. The invasion by these advanced civilizations had brought endless suffering and loss to humanity, a blood debt that could never be erased. Chapter 182. Not a false god manufactured for show. A few minutes later, David and his companions arrived at the mountain peak where Su Li and Huiyuan are situated. Aboard their flying vessel, the vessel landed, shattering into golden dust that quickly dissipated in the mountain breeze. "My lord, where shall we seek the divine bone?" "In the city below?" David was the first to inquire. Huiyuan cast a calm glance in his direction, his tone unwavering. "I have sensed the whereabouts of the divine bone. After we retrieve it, there will undoubtedly be some anomalies. You will remain in Maya City to provide cover for us, ensuring that the higher planes monitoring the game do not detect the removal of the divine bone." "My lord, our mission is to protect you and Miss Su. I fear I cannot fulfill your command." David felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest at Huiyuan's earlier gaze. Yet he steeled himself and shook his head in refusal, recalling his superior's instructions before departure. Huiyuan, unfazed by the rejection, simply regarded David with an emotionless stare. "Do you believe you have the right to refuse me?" His cold voice echoed, as if emerging from an abyss, causing beads of cold sweat to emerge on David's forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably. "My lord, do not test my patience." Huiyuan interrupted David, issuing a command. David gritted his teeth, ultimately nodding, "Yes, my lord." Huiyuan turned to Su Li, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. Let us proceed. We shall seek the divine bone. Hui Yuan's firm demeanor prompted Su Li to scrutinize David a bit more. This rugged yet mature man from M country left her with a rather favorable impression. However, Hui Yuan's attitude towards him instilled a sense of wariness and curiosity within her. Su Li chose not to speak further, summoning the Qinli Xinju to descend the mountain path alongside Hui Yuan. Once they had vanished from David and his group's view, Hui Yuan took hold of the reins from Su Li, guiding the Qinli Xinju off the rugged mountain trail and into the denser woods to the right, overgrown with wild grass, shrubs, and towering trees. Not long after Su Li and Hui Yuan's figures disappeared into the thicket, faint footsteps echoed along the mountain path. The newcomers were none other than David and his companions, who had intended to descend quickly on ordinary flying mounts. Finding no trace of Su Li and Hui Yuan along the path, David's countenance darkened as he stared at the empty trail devoid of footprints, his eyes revealing a complex mixture of emotions. How is this possible? He muttered, disbelief lacing his tone. The other members of the M Country Action Team, standing beside David, appeared anxious and concerned, unsettled by Hui Yuan's earlier unusual behavior. "Captain, what shall we do now?" one team member whispered. Having just parted ways, Hui Yuan and Su Li had already distanced themselves from the team, and now David could hear their voices in conversation. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts, David decided, let's descend first. With that, he turned and led his team down the mountain. Throughout the descent, David remained silent, replaying the earlier events in his mind. He harbored a nagging suspicion that Hui Yuan might have sensed their true intentions. If that were indeed the case, then this so-called deity was truly formidable. Should this deity firmly align with Long Country, then the M Country's plans for global dominance would be in jeopardy. The moment that thought flickered through David's mind, he quickly shook his head to dispel it. Such notions were unfounded. Long Country had always favored peace and would not act recklessly even after gaining absolute power, much less target M Country. David inwardly reassured himself. Nevertheless, no matter how hard he tried, that terrifying thought lingered in his heart, preventing him from finding tranquility. Meanwhile, Jack Shitaluo, being pulled down the mountain on a black crow mount by Monty, felt somewhat displeased, complaining, "Why did you withdraw from the team?" Following David, "We could gain the favor of that deity much faster." Monty retorted bluntly, "It seems you are still dazed from your prior encounter with Alung Herda. David and his group are agents of the M government. Aligning with them will not only yield no benefits, but may also offend the deity." Just as Jack Shitaluo was about to explode, he forced himself to calm down upon seeing Monty's serious expression. This newfound calm prompted him to reflect deeply on the identities of David and his companions, as well as M Country's historical conduct, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Noticing his apprehensive demeanor, Monty realized Jack had fully regained his composure and continued. "Though the Summit of God's Club is affiliated with the Ming Sheng Group, and that group maintains connections with the upper echelons of M Country, its foundational support does not reside in M Country. There is no need to offend Long Country and the deity for M Country's sake. Do not forget, the malevolent entities nurtured by the Onmyoji of Sakura Country were swiftly vanquished by the deity with a single strike." Monty fixed his gaze on the sweating Jack Shitaluo, speaking sternly, "You are not an ignorant layman. You are well aware of the heinous acts committed by those malevolent entities that Sakura Country fostered. Numerous victimized nations harbor deep-seated hatred for those entities yet remain powerless to act. Yet the deity effortlessly eradicated them with a single blow. Does that not illustrate the deity's might? Thus, cease to regard the deity as a mere false god fabricated by Long Country." Jack Shitaluo's face turned pale, his forehead glistening with sweat. Fortunately, he was not an unwavering atheist, and Monty's warnings did not shatter his worldview. Instead, they prompted him to reevaluate his perception of the deity, recognizing the necessity of treating this mysterious and powerful existence with the utmost seriousness. Chapter 183. This time, you must listen to me unbeknownst to Su Li. Events were unfolding in her absence. At that moment, she stood before a cave, following Hui Yuan. "Did you notice anything unusual about David and the others?" Su Li inquired, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Hui Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Their intentions are not pure. Su Li felt perplexed. Has your power grown to the extent that you can perceive the hidden desires within people's hearts? Indeed. From the moment I set foot on the American server, I became acutely aware that what is sealed here is my rib. They were once closest to the heart of the divine. Thus the residual power they possess is the most formidable. Hui Yuan lowered his gaze, not meeting Su Li's eyes. After a brief silence, he added, perhaps we need to adjust our original plan. Upon hearing this, Su Li did not hesitate to agree. She recognized the gravity of the situation. If not handled promptly, the consequences could be dire. Their choice of the American server as the initial site to seek the divine bone had been made after careful deliberation. The indigenous heritage of the American continent had been forcibly interrupted by colonization centuries ago, and the deity guarding America would lack the power of faith, rendering them incapable of preventing the divine bone from being taken. Thus, they could more easily obtain the divine bone. However, what they never anticipated was that those higher dimensions had inadvertently placed the divine bone containing the most potent power of Hui Yuan right here, designating it as an energy source to hasten the fusion of the game and reality. Although the Inca civilization on the American continent had been extinct for a century, and deities were not as numerous as in the Asian service area, the likelihood of Su Li and her companions retrieving the divine bone while being obstructed by the revived deities was minimal. Nonetheless, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Li swiftly clarified her thoughts. This matter should be promptly communicated to the old commander. She understood that only by informing him could more comprehensive decisions be made to safeguard the future of Blue Star and humanity. After all, on the American continent lay a nation so formidable that it once nearly dominated Blue Star, possessing immense technological and military prowess, Country M. If the higher dimensions aimed to transform Blue Star into a gaming arena, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate any unstable factors that could pose obstacles. And Country M was unequivocally their prime target. Upon grasping this, Su Li was suddenly enlightened, finally understanding why they chose to place the rib, which harbored the strongest power of Hui Yuan, in this location. Once Country M fell first and could not attend to its own safety, other weaker nations would plunge into panic. Consequently, the entirety of Blue Star would descend into chaos, creating a favorable environment for their objective of converting Blue Star into a gaming venue. After articulating her thoughts, she intended to leave and contact Hening Chuan. However, Hui Yuan suddenly obstructed her, his expression grave, and his tone imbued with an unwavering firmness. Do not disclose this for now. Wait until I retrieve the divine bone. Upon hearing this, Su Li furrowed her brow, a wave of worry and dissatisfaction rising within her. She understood Hui Yuan's seriousness regarding this matter, yet she did not concur with his approach. Thus she shook her head. It cannot be as you suggest. This divine bone possesses the most formidable power, and the higher dimensional civilization might have been monitoring it closely. If you retrieve it and they discover it, they may launch a preemptive attack on Blue Star, rendering all our previous efforts futile. The enemy we face is too powerful. We must proceed with caution and not take hasty risks. If the existence of the divine bone is exposed now, it could trigger an irreparable disaster. Therefore, she hoped Hui Yuan would reconsider his decision. Hui Yuan gazed at Su Li with calm eyes, the atmosphere between them turning exceptionally tense. Despite Su Li's coherent analysis of the situation and her attempts to persuade him, he remained steadfast in his position, unmoved. Su Li, this time, you must heed my words. Hui Yuan's tone was resolute and decisive, exuding an unshakable determination. His gaze was tranquil, yet Su Li could sense an undeniable authority within it. This demeanor felt profoundly unfamiliar to Su Li, as if the man before her was no longer the one who always prioritized her and indulged her. A wave of inexplicable sadness and loss surged within her, as if foreseeing that if she acquiesced to Hui Yuan's request, she would forever lose the familiar essence of him. What if I refuse? Su Li attempted to maintain her composure, but her voice betrayed a slight tremor. In response to Su Li's refusal, Hui Yuan chose not to elaborate further. He merely stared at her silently, his deep, inky eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Unfazed, Suli gazed back at him, striving to decipher his thoughts through his eyes. Gradually, however, she began to feel a wave of dizziness, her head growing heavy. Before she could utter a word, her eyes fluttered shut, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Huayuan carefully cradled her in his arms, gently stroking her hair, whispering, "Sleep now. When you awaken, all will be well." Chapter 184. Exposure after losing consciousness. Suli awoke to find herself staring into a pair of eyes as large as copper bells. WOC. Suli could not suppress a gasp, instinctively retreating several steps while clutching her chest. "You frightened her." A deep voice, imbued with authority, resonated from behind Suli, prompting her to turn around cautiously. Upon recognizing the figure, she quickly surveyed her surroundings, confirming that she was no longer within the dense jungles of America. Warily, she called out to the person, "Your Majesty?" Zheng, observing her cautious demeanor, smiled affectionately, akin to an elder regarding a younger relative. "You seem quite astonished to see me." I did not," Suli instinctively retorted, immediately regretting her words. Zheng's smile deepened. "Oh, so you're not astonished. Then what is it?" Suli clenched her fists, striving to appear composed. "Your Majesty, I simply did not expect to encounter you here." Zheng seemed unconvinced by her explanation, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. "Then where did you expect to meet me?" Reluctant to admit she had been startled, Suli diverted the topic. "I should have been in the jungles of the American server, not here." Acknowledging her redirection, Zheng did not press further, instead stating, "The deity has retrieved his rib. His power has now been restored to half." Suli's heart leaped with joy. "That is truly wonderful." Zheng regarded the elated young woman thoughtfully before glancing at the divine dragon behind her. To her astonishment, the dragon met his gaze and released a massive transparent bubble from its mouth, within which images began to emerge. Captivated by this unprecedented spectacle, Suli quickly discerned that the scenes and figures depicted within the bubble were none other than the high-dimensional civilization beings and their interstellar ships, entities she had loathed in her previous life. "How could this be?" Suli exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Zheng's expression turned grave as he observed the images within the bubble. They understood that the divine bone had been sensed by Suli. She hastily turned to look back, her lips trembling as she struggled to speak. Zheng nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed, they have discovered the divine bone has been extracted. Their interstellar battleships are en route to Blue Star. What shall we do? They have harmed Huayuan in the past. If they learn he is still alive..." Suli's voice trembled with panic. She was acutely aware of the immense harm those beings had inflicted upon Huayuan. If they were to discover he still lived, the consequences would be dire. "Do not panic." Zheng's voice resonated with an exceptional calmness and strength, as if dispelling all fear and unease. After Huayuan retrieved the divine bone sealed in America, he has placed the spiritual vein brought from the ancient Shu tomb into Kunlun Mountain, using its spiritual energy to awaken the remnants of Kunlun's spiritual veins. Now, we old fellows are nearly all awake, and the fire god has already set forth with the 4 divine beasts and the fully awakened celestial beings to intercept the interstellar battleships. We still have time. Hearing this news, Suli felt a measure of relief, though a thread of worry lingered in her mind. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "How long was I asleep? Is Huayuan all right?" For Suli, who had just awakened from slumber, the passage of time had become nebulous. She yearned to know the duration of her unconsciousness and was eager to learn of Huayuan's condition. After all, he had previously informed her that the divine bone required time to integrate gradually to avoid harming the soul and to fully absorb its divine power. Yet now, he had seemingly accomplished this integration remarkably swiftly, causing her heart to feel heavy with concern. She furrowed her brow, hoping to receive more news about Huayuan soon. Ensuring his safety. Chapter 185. The interstellar fleet in the vast expanse of space. A technologically advanced fleet of interstellar ships was en route to Blue Star, located thousands of light years away. Within the imposing commander's office of the colossal interstellar warship, a tall young man clad in a white military uniform stood before the desk, his expression one of indignation as he addressed the middle-aged officer seated behind it. I warned against recklessly engaging with this force until we fully understood its nature. Now that we've botched the operation, why must our military bear the consequences of their blind arrogance? Enough, Kunlun, the middle-aged officer replied, furrowing his brow. There is no point in venting frustration. Given the current situation, to preserve the Empire's reputation within the Interstellar Alliance, we must complete our mission. We cannot allow Lanxing to slip from the Empire's grasp. You should recognize the significance of this matter for the Empire. Had it not been for your father's influence, you would not have been assigned this task, the officer continued. Therefore, I implore you to cease your complaints and focus on devising a solution. Kunlun's countenance darkened at these words, yet he clenched his teeth and nodded in response. I understand, General Qi. However, I hope you can appreciate my sentiments. This mission is fundamentally flawed, and now we must shoulder the repercussions, which is truly unacceptable. General Qi sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Kunlun's shoulder. I empathize with your feelings, but as soldiers, we must obey orders. Moreover, this situation is not without its avenues for redemption. If we can successfully regain control of Lanxing, everything may still be salvaged. After a moment of silence, Kunlun lifted his gaze, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. General Qi, I will exert every effort to fulfill this mission. However, I require more intelligence and resources to succeed. General Qi nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I will ensure that they provide you with everything necessary. Simultaneously, I hope you can swiftly formulate a strategy. Time is of the essence. We can no longer afford delays. With that, the two began to deliberate the forthcoming action plan. It was not until 2 hours later that Kunlun departed from the commander's office. He made his way down the warship's corridor, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the scenery beyond. Major Kunlun, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a young man clad in a deep blue combat uniform. Lieutenant Chiozha, aren't you on patrol today? Chiozha approached him, his light gray eyes sparkling with mirth as he shook his head. No, last week I covered for Swide while he was unwell, and now it's his turn to take over for me. Kunlun sighed. What's the matter? You seem pensive. I overheard that you just exited the general's office. Was there bad news? The anger that had previously engulfed Kunlun had subsided significantly, and he spoke with a hint of melancholy. I just had a discussion with the general about Lanxing. He advised me not to dwell on it and to focus on the mission. Yet, I cannot accept it. Why must we always be the ones charging in a battle, only to have our achievements snatched away by those fools? After a moment of silence, Chiozha replied, Such is the reality. But fret not, their triumphs will not last long. If we persevere, there will come a time when they will know their place. Kunlun felt somewhat reassured by Chiozha's words, though he could not suppress his complaints. But it is so unfair. We toil in combat, and yet the rewards are reaped by others. What are we fighting for? In response, Chiozha placed a comforting hand on Kunlun's shoulder. Do not dwell on it. We fight for our nation and its people. As long as we can protect our homeland, nothing else matters. Kunlun gritted his teeth, wishing to argue that oppressing lesser civilizations hardly constituted safeguarding the homeland, yet he ultimately refrained. After all, his father had faced disgrace for refusing to do so, only to perish under treachery in the remote border systems of the Empire. Did the rulers of the Empire not realize that their actions were misguided? No, they were acutely aware, yet what of it? Ever since the Empire joined the Interstellar Alliance, lesser civilizations had become mere fodder for its strength and immutable truth. As an ordinary individual, even with a heart full of discontent, he could not voice his grievances openly. He understood his limitations and the sensitivity of his current position, knowing that expressing dissatisfaction could not only bring trouble upon himself, but could also jeopardize his family. Thus, he bore the inner turmoil in silence, continuing to fulfill his duties. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to adjust his mindset and offered Chiozha a smile, softly stating, You are right. Though his voice carried a tinge of bitterness, he still attempted to maintain his composure. He recognized that only in this manner could he safeguard the well-being of himself and his family. As Kunlun prepared to bid farewell to Chiozha and return to his quarters, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the starship. What is happening? Is it an enemy attack alert? We have yet to reach the star system of Lanxing. How could we be under attack? The warship shook violently, forcing Chiozha to brace himself against the wall for stability. Kunlun furrowed his brows as he peered through the corridor's glass, noticing that 3 ships of the fleet had already activated their onboard cannons. With the alarm blaring, "We must follow protocol. All personnel, assume your positions and stand by." Kunlun issued the command, and Chiozha immediately saluted before returning to his post. Chapter 186. Hui Yuan. Do not forget me. A colossal beam of light shot into the night sky, suddenly illuminating the ancient African deserts, whipped by fierce winds, where colossal tornadoes danced amidst the towering pyramids. Hui Yuan. Su Li's call was swallowed by the howling winds. Yet the young man in the 1,000-meter-high sky turned his gaze toward her direction. "You cannot come closer. We are at a critical juncture where the game and reality merge, and you will be harmed." The imposing emperor stood atop the great dragon's head, immobilizing Su Li with a mere glance. Su Li could not comprehend why, despite their earlier agreement to recover all divine bones before certain anniversaries, Hui Yuan had unilaterally returned and fused all the divine bones during her 7 days of slumber. The pain and sorrow in Su Li's eyes stirred even the heart of Ying Zheng, the emperor who had seen countless vicissitudes. Do not blame him. Merging the game and reality is crucial to disrupt the rhythm of higher civilizations. It is an essential strategy for our victory. Only by awakening the deities from other continents within the game can there be hope for this planet. Other deities cannot awaken like you, utilizing the power of divine bones. Must they not merge the game and reality to awaken? Su Li questioned. Ying Zheng nodded. The power of faith they can garner is far too scant, and they cannot perceive the world's changes even as we do during slumber. They are incapable of that. Across the swirling sands and high above, Su Li locked eyes with the figure in the sky, feeling the oppressive air surrounding her as she watched him shed his mortal form, radiating a golden brilliance unlike anything she had ever seen. Ying Zheng observed Hui Yuan's transformation, and at the moment the divine light re-emerged. He promptly released Su Li from her constraints, saying, "The fusion of the game and reality is complete. You may now approach him." Su Li briefly met his gaze, clearly seeing the unspoken words in the emperor's eyes, yet she resolutely turned and sprinted towards the figure above. With a merger of the game and reality, Su Li could now wield all the skills of her character from the game, including agility. She poured all her strength into soaring skyward, yet even in reality, such agility required leverage to achieve the semblance of flight, and she found herself unable to ascend much higher before beginning to plummet. Roar! Do not rush. Ying Zheng restrained the eager Shenlong beneath him, yearning to catch Su Li. He gazed intently at the deity high above, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. He understood that this moment might not only determine Su Li's fate, but also influence the future of the entire world. He yearned to witness whether this divinity, who once made a fervent vow, could transcend the shackles of being a god and remember the girl he had once cherished deeply. As Su Li fell, the biting wind carried sand that struck her face, yet she did not avert her gaze. In her crystalline eyes, the figure of the deity, indifferent and gazing down at her, was reflected. Hui Yuan, do not forget me. As Su Li descended closer to the earth, the Shenlong carrying Ying Zheng grew increasingly restless, its piercing eyes fixed on her diminutive form. Yet, without the emperor's consent, it dared not act in haste. Finally, just as Su Li was about to plunge into the yellow sands below, a resonant cry echoed across the desert. A golden-red figure hurtled from the horizon, soaring through swirling tornadoes to catch Su Li's fragile body and lift her into the sky. This golden-red figure was none other than the Jin Huofeng, its massive wings unfurling as it carried Su Li aloft. The phoenix's feathers shimmered with golden and crimson hues, ablaze like flames. From his vantage atop the Shenlong, Ying Zheng observed this scene, a complex array of emotions surging within him. Seeing Hui Yuan vanish alongside the phoenix, Ying Zheng recognized that the deity had indeed fulfilled its promise, breaking free from the constraints of divinity. After circling the skies, the phoenix flew towards the horizon, disappearing from view. The storm in the desert gradually subsided, leaving behind a profound silence and desolation. Ying Zheng, still mounted on the Shenlong, descended slowly, his gaze lingering on the direction the phoenix had taken, as if he could still perceive Su Li's delicate silhouette. Chapter 187. Sparks erupting in the cosmos. Major Kunlun received intelligence from the military department, announcing that the Blue Star game integration had been completed ahead of schedule. The entire Blue Star had now transformed into a battlefield, and the military informed him that they could utilize Blue Star as a supply point, sustaining the war through its resources. A soldier relayed the command with great urgency. Understood. Continue monitoring the military and other warships updates. Report immediately upon receiving any news, Kunlun replied, lifting his gaze from the starship's real-time combat display. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, allowing the soldier to depart. Yes, sir. The messenger exited, leaving Kunlun to focus on the combat visuals. Currently, aside from his flagship, all the interstellar vessels in the fleet formed a circle, encircling the enemy that had launched an attack. This sudden breach of the defense system was not executed by the Zerg or interstellar pirates, but rather by a lone individual accompanied by several peculiar creatures. This unforeseen turn of events left Kunlun momentarily perplexed. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the next course of action. The individual stood atop a colossal creature unlike anything Kunlun had ever encountered, measuring several meters in length, covered in hardened scales, with flames licking its back and forelimbs, and eyes that seemed to blaze with fiery intensity, radiating a distressing aura. Other creatures surrounding the individual were equally distinctive, including a massive white fox with 9 tails and a giant turtle, forming an impenetrable line of defense. Kunlun remained inwardly vigilant, having already discerned the formidable and perilous nature of these unknown beings during the fierce battle with them. However, as an experienced commander, he was not swayed by fear. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation, striving to identify any weaknesses. All units, maintain vigilance and refrain from engaging recklessly, Kunlun commanded through the communicator, his voice steady and resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance within the fleet. At that moment, the individual surged forward, urging the creature beneath them into a charge, while the accompanying animals followed closely. Their speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning racing toward the fleet. Kunlun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such audacity from the enemy. Daring to initiate an attack, he promptly ordered the fleet to open fire, but the creatures nimbly evaded the barrage like phantoms. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with neither side yielding ground. What astonished Kunlun most was not only their ability to evade the fleet's defense systems, but also that they operated freely in the vacuum of space without any breathing apparatus. Clenching his fists, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He understood that the outcome of this battle was pivotal to the survival of his entire fleet. Kunlun pondered the origins and intentions of these adversaries, recognizing that they were far from ordinary foes. He quickly commanded the flagship to enter a state of readiness and dispatched more soldiers to pilot mechas for reinforcement. Simultaneously, he issued alerts to other warships, cautioning them of the potential threat. In the vastness of space, a tense and fierce battle commenced. Lord Zhu Rong. Although their humanoid mecha's attack power does not match that of the warships, they are far more agile. The Jiawei have already been ambushed multiple times. This cannot continue. Xuanwu, cocooned within its shell, fiercely protected the severely injured Jiawei white fox. These beings, both human and beast, were indeed Zhu Rong and the divine beasts, the Yaoxian, who had come to obstruct the interstellar warships. Zhu Rong wielded his battle spear, sending one mecha flying, and then turned to survey the surrounding divine beasts and Yaoxian. Each bore various injuries, causing Zhu Rong to feel a pang of anxiety. He silently lamented that this was his first encounter with the formidable nature of the advanced dimensional civilization Su Li had described. Previously, as a deity, he and the Yaoxian had been revered by their followers as immensely powerful entities, but the events unfolding now revealed that they were not as invincible as legend suggested. Retreat, Zhu Rong decisively commanded. He swiftly directed one of the fire dragons beneath him to carry the more severely wounded divine beasts and Yaoxian, preparing for withdrawal. He himself, alongside the exceptionally defensive Xuanwu, would cover the rear. As Kunlun recognized the enemy's retreat, he unhesitatingly ordered his soldiers to pilot mechas in pursuit. The soldiers within the flagship sprang into action, activating their mechas and charging towards the fleeing injured divine beasts in Yaoxian. Meanwhile, other warships provided seamless cover, thwarting Zhu Rong's attempts to aid them. Xuanwu, witnessing this scene, was struck with alarm. "This is bad, Lord Zhu Rong. The Jiwei are in danger." Its voice was filled with urgency and concern. "Do not lose your composure," Zhu Rong reassured Xuanwu, though deep down, he felt a sense of helplessness. Faced with such a situation, he could not immediately devise an effective plan to assist the Jiwei. Meanwhile, Kunlun, who had been closely monitoring the battle, was elated to observe the enemy's retreat and the interception of their reinforcements. He promptly issued commands. "Excellent. Warships number 1 and number 2, heed my orders. You no longer need to protect the flagship. Accelerate at full speed and encircle the retreating enemy from the right flank alongside the mechas." The mechas and warships now, 1 and number 2, worked in flawless harmony, swiftly forming a tight encirclement, completely cutting off the retreat routes of the Jiwei White Fox and other divine beasts and Yaoxian. Confronted with such a situation, the Jiwei White Fox and others had no choice but to struggle against their injuries, fiercely battling the mechas and warships in an attempt to carve out an escape amid the tight encirclement. Human strength has its limits. Despite the formidable magical powers of the Jiwei White Fox, Yaoxian, and divine beasts, they remained flesh and blood, susceptible to pain and the looming threat of death. In this protracted struggle, they ultimately found it difficult to contend with the high-tech creations that were endowed with an inexhaustible supply of energy and devoid of any sensation of pain, gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The Jiwei Baihu gazed intently at the approaching adversary, its remaining 6 tails drooping limply behind it. In a fierce battle prior, it had once again sacrificed 2 of its tails, solely to rescue the U2, who had nearly perished beneath the onslaught of a mechanized sword. Now, due to the excruciating pain brought on by the severance of its tails, the Jiwei Baihu had lost its capacity to resist, relying solely on the protection of other divine beasts and celestial beings to survive. Just as despair began to envelop the Jiwei Baihu, a blinding light ignited before its eyes, a vibrant spark blossoming amidst the vast, dark cosmos. The creature could scarcely believe its sight. As the light intensified, it finally discerned the scene within. The luminous spark emanated from the tail wing of the main battleship, and astonishingly, a figure floated within the flames. This individual appeared to be a deity birthed from a sea of fire, exuding a formidable aura that imparted an inexplicable sense of oppression simply by standing there. The Jiwei Baihu widened its eyes, gradually piecing together the identity of the figure within the flames. Chapter 188. "Hey, don't stare vacantly, great demon." The sudden call resonated like thunder within the depths of the Jiwei Baihu's mind. It jolted in surprise, its thoughts instantly yanked back to reality. However, before it could react, it sensed a powerful and mysterious force rising from below, as if to elevate it. The celestial beings and divine creatures beside the Jiwei Baihu were equally astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Upon realizing what was lifting them, the tension in their hearts eased slightly, yet their astonishment grew even stronger. Before them soared an enormous golden fire phoenix, ascending rapidly from the space beneath them, its form shimmering with dazzling golden light. The resplendent wings of the Jinhua phone resembled flames, and in the cold, endless depths of the cosmos, it appeared as a radiant star streaking across the sky, bestowing warmth and hope upon the dark void. Even more captivating was the young maiden seated upon the broad back of the Jinhua phone. Clad in the most exquisite and luxurious attire, seemingly woven from countless stars, she radiated an ethereal aura, making her appear as a celestial goddess gracing the mortal realm. Dignified yet graceful, at this moment, she gazed at the assembly of celestial beings and divine beasts with a savior's demeanor, her eyes revealing a reassuring smile. Time seemed to freeze as all eyes converged upon this enigmatic and beautiful maiden. The Jiwei Baihu recognized the girl who had come to their rescue atop the Jinhua phone. From its myriad of memories spanning millions of years, it unearthed her name, Su Li. Su Li's emergence shone like a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, granting new life and courage to every divine beast and celestial being present. The Jinhua Phone became the bridge connecting life and death, embodying the hopes and aspirations of these celestial beings. With its body ablaze in golden flames, the phoenix unfurled its magnificent wings, soaring through the tranquil, mirror-like expanse of the cosmos in a breathtaking display. Suddenly, as if an invisible hand had plucked the strings of fate, an extraordinarily violent tempest erupted without warning, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging through its surroundings. The powerful gusts it generated surged forth like a tumultuous tide, unstoppable in its advance. The interstellar battleships and mechas, which had been quietly floating in space, were instantly swept away like leaves in the wind, the encircling formation they had established disintegrating. Faced with such an unforeseen and overwhelming force, despite the pilots of the interstellar battleships and mechas exerting every effort to regain control, they found themselves utterly powerless, helplessly watching their massive constructs lose balance, roll uncontrollably, and ultimately collide in disarray. Kunlun stood in the command room of the main battleship, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his gaze tense and focused on the flickering data and images on screen. At this moment, he faced an unprecedented dilemma, directing his technicians to urgently repair the battleship's tail, which had caught fire amidst the fierce combat, while simultaneously organizing other soldiers to fend off the overwhelming assault from Huiyuan. As seconds ticked by, each moment was fraught with peril and urgency. Yet, in this critical juncture, a shocking announcement reverberated. The encirclement meticulously set by the soldiers had been forcibly breached. Not only that, but the enemy had successfully escaped, while their own battleships and mechas suffered devastating losses. This grim tidings struck Kunlun like a bolt from the blue, plunging his heart into despair. By the time he learned of this situation, Su Li had already led the Jiuwei Baihu and other divine beasts and celestial beings away, vanishing from the chaotic battlefield as if carried off by a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, witnessing Su Li's withdrawal, Huiyuan wasted no time in sabotaging the main battleship's power system. As the dazzling light of the damaged power system flickered, he vanished without a trace before Kunlun's astonished gaze, leaving not even a hint of his presence. With Huiyuan's disappearance came the vanishing of the fire deity Zhu Rong and the divine beast Xuanwu, which had been intercepted by the interstellar battleships. In an instant, the battlefield fell into a profound silence, marked only by a handful of severely damaged interstellar battleships and incapacitated mechas. Chapter 189. Indifference. The Jinhua Phone spread its wings, aglow with golden flames, propelling Su Li and the myriad of divine beasts and celestial beings towards the suddenly manifested colossal light circle. As they traversed through this mysterious portal, the scene before them underwent a monumental transformation. The once boundless, dark, and profound cosmos abruptly vanished, replaced by the familiar azure sky and pristine clouds. The moment they returned to Lanxing, Su Li swiftly turned around, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the light circle that was gradually receding from her. With each beat of the phoenix's wings, a powerful gale erupted, tousling her lustrous black hair in wild disarray. It could not dispel the deep worry reflected in her eyes. After fixating on the light circle for a full 5 seconds, something unexpected occurred. The circle vanished without warning. Simultaneously, the worry that had filled her gaze dissipated like mist. In that moment, against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, the only thing remaining in her captivating eyes was the handsome deity capable of effortlessly stirring her heart. In stark contrast to Su Li's eager anticipation to see Huiyuan, he did not, as per usual, search for her among the crowd. At this moment, he stood like a flawless statue amidst the mortal realm, his eyes exquisite yet devoid of any personal emotional fluctuations. He calmly surveyed each individual before him with an extraordinary composure, as though meticulously verifying the number of people present to ensure that none had been overlooked. Upon confirming the matter without any doubt, He resolutely turned and sped away, not even glancing back, completely disregarding whether Jin Huofeng could keep pace with his lightning speed. The sight of Hua Yuan's decisive departure, devoid of any lingering attachment, pierced Su Li's heart like a sharp blade. She stood there, gazing at his fading silhouette, feeling as if an immense stone was crushing her chest, rendering her nearly breathless. Do not be too sorrowful. Perhaps the Divine Lord is merely struggling to adapt after regaining his lost memories and powers. The Jue Baihu, with its keen perception, swiftly sensed the turbulent sadness within the girl and mustered its spirit to offer words of comfort. Su Li forced a bittersweet smile, expressing her gratitude softly. "Thank you, but allow me to tend to your wounds first." With that, she delicately cradled the softly glowing lotus lamp, concentrating on casting healing spells upon the Jue Baihu. After several rounds of healing spells, the grievous injuries of the Jue Baihu had largely healed, though some dried blood still marred its pristine fur. Its overall vitality had markedly improved. "I regret to inform you that I cannot restore your severed tail." Su Li's gaze fell upon the grotesque wound where the Jue Baihu's tail had once been, her voice barely a whisper, as gentle as a breeze. Her expression was one of utmost caution, as if fearful that her words might inadvertently touch upon the depths of its pain. The Jue Baihu perceived Su Li's emotions, feeling her sincere care and kindness, which stirred a warmth within its heart. Its once piercing eyes now brimmed with gentleness, akin to the soothing rays of spring sunshine. The Jue Baihu gently shook its head, murmuring, "There is no need for guilt. Indeed, the tales of our Jue Fox clan are not innate. With continuous cultivation, those lost tales shall soon grow back. That is reassuring. Please rest well. I shall tend to the other divine beasts in Yaoshan," Su Li said, aware that the injuries of these beings were severe and healing them would require her utmost focus and energy. She did not take her inherited healing arts lightly, but devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task, carefully examining each wound of the injured divine beasts or Yaoshan. She employed her healing spells and meticulously concocted potions and herbs from her game backpack to assist them in regaining their health. As time progressed, one by one, the divine beasts in Yaoshan began to recover, revitalized with newfound vigor. Witnessing the once tormented beings, now brimming with life, filled Su Li's heart with joy. During this time, she immersed herself completely in the healing of the injured, neglecting all else. Even the sorrow stemming from Hua Yuan's drastic change in attitude was temporarily cast aside. Chapter 190. The affection of children cannot compare to national peace in the aftermath of the battle against the interstellar warship in space and the return to Earth. Su Li had not encountered Hua Yuan in private for over half a month. Every piece of news regarding him reached her through others, or from headlines and trending topics on social media, where he was always surrounded by countless individuals, all of whom she recognized as prominent figures from various industries in Longhua. "This is the freshly baked walnut pastry from Mei Mingzai. It is delightful. Would you care to try?" He Ning Chuan, unable to bear Su Li's pitiful demeanor, shoved a piece of walnut pastry into her mouth. Su Li mechanically chewed the pastry, savoring its sweetness, yet she felt no joy. How outrageous! How dare that brat will make my little Li so heartbroken? I shall confront that scoundrel and demand an explanation. Grandma Wang abruptly rose from her stone bench, her face aflame with anger as she declared this before striding towards the exit of the Gang S base. Presently, Blue Star had undergone earth-shattering changes, with the realms of gaming and reality fully intertwined. In the face of the relentless tide of demonic creatures, although the nation had prepared, its military strength was regrettably limited. Even with their utmost efforts, they barely managed to defend the cities within the first to fifth lines. For those cities beyond the fifth line, the nation was utterly powerless and had no choice but to abandon them. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of hope. Following He Ning Chuan and Su Li's early suggestion, Long would cleverly utilize the various gang bases from the game as temporary shelters for those who had lost their homes. At this moment, the Jiuzhou Tong gang base was already overcrowded, filled with ordinary citizens from all over Longhua. For Grandma Wang to exit smoothly, it required considerable effort. She stumbled, exerting herself to finally carve out a narrow passage through the throngs of people. Just as she was about to step out of the small garden's central stone table, she suddenly felt someone clinging tightly to her waist. Startled, Grandma Wang looked down to find Su Li embracing her waist, burying her head against her back. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "Grandma, please don't go." Upon feeling Su Li's embrace, Grandma Wang's anger dissipated instantly. She turned and held her back with affection, saying, "All right, Grandma, one tea go, but you must promise not to continue like this, okay?" Hearing Grandma Wang's concerned voice eased some of Su Li's sorrow. Although she knew she could not completely banish her sadness, she still made an effort to force a smile and nodded obediently. "Rest assured, Grandma, I shall do my utmost to try not to be so sad. Please do not worry." Observing the girl before her, who was bravely suppressing her inner turmoil solely for the sake of not causing concern, Grandma Wang could not help but sigh deeply. She gently stroked Su Li's back, expressing her heartfelt sentiments. "Perhaps I should not have so hastily permitted the emergence of feelings between you and Huayuan that transcended mere friendship. Had I foreseen today's situation, I would have certainly sought ways to maintain your distance." Grandma Wang's words were laden with regret and self-reproach. Su Li could fully sense the deep remorse in Grandma Wang's words. She hurriedly lifted her head, eager to clarify, "It is not like that, Grandma. My feelings for Huayuan are entirely my own volition, unrelated to you or anyone else. Regarding this outcome, I had already anticipated it. It was just that deep down, I held onto a sliver of unrealistic hope. What if he could indeed break free from the constraints of being a god? What if I were the special one? Perhaps through a unique emotional bond, I could inspire him to change and not revert to his former self? It is all my fault for being excessively naive and youthful, always envisioning matters in an overly optimistic and simplistic manner." Su Li took a deep breath, and when she spoke again, the sorrow and sadness that had once permeated her tone had vanished, replaced by a resolute spirit. "Neither he nor I are at fault. Even if at this very moment he no longer loves me, perceiving me as merely one among the multitude, the genuine and profound emotions we once shared were undeniably real. And that alone is sufficient." He Ningchuan and the other high-ranking members of the gang were aware of Su Li's entanglements with Huayuan. Upon witnessing their hesitations, Su Li merely smiled lightly. Her tone relaxed as she remarked, "I finally comprehend the sentiment expressed in dramas that familial affection pales in comparison to national stability. Do not worry about me. If you must, wait until we have repelled the invaders before you come to console me." She gazed at the throngs of citizens of Lanxing filling the gang's base, observing the anxiety etched on their faces, and once again solidified her resolve. She must first drive out the invaders before seeking out Huayuan. Chapter 191. A month countdown having made her decision, Su Li swiftly immersed herself in the pressing tasks at hand, assisting He Ningchuan in organizing the daily lives of the ordinary citizens of the gang's base. In response to the threat posed by advanced civilizations, nations, led by Lanxing, engaged in a special combat readiness initiative, promptly heeding Lanxing's call. Armed with game accounts held by citizens prior to the arrival of the games, self-defense forces were established. Regardless of whether these game account holders volunteered to join the self-defense forces, they ultimately joined the fight against the incursion to protect their families. Lanxing, as the leader of this initiative, with nearly universal ownership of game accounts, became the vanguard against the invasion. Following the declaration of support from the technologically advanced M country, all nations within M's camp rallied behind Lanxing, and with the tacit approval of other factions, Lanxing emerged as the spokesperson for the entire Blue Star post-invasion. Su Li and He Ningchuan, as senior members of the game faction, were tasked by the state primarily with ensuring that all faction members and sheltered citizens quickly adapted to their new environment, aiming to achieve a state of readiness among the populace of Lanxing. This readiness, however, was not solely directed at Lanxing, but encompassed all nations of Blue Star. Su Li was uncertain of the reactions among the common citizens of other countries upon hearing this news, yet she was acutely aware of the response within Lanxing. Among the citizens sheltered by their faction, nearly a third vehemently opposed and resisted the notion of a universal conscription policy aimed at combating the terrifying monsters. Initially, Su Li and He Ningchuan offered gentle persuasion to these dissenters, but as their actions grew increasingly extreme, even inciting others to resist and disrupt the order of the gang's base, they attempted to coerce Su Li and He Ningchuan into abandoning the fight against the advanced civilization. Such actions yielded no desired results. Instead, they prompted a shift in Su Li and He Ningchuan's previously amiable demeanor. After receiving permission from their superiors, He Ningchuan ordered the station soldiers to implement forceful suppression against these individuals. Furthermore, Su Li personally escorted the ringleaders, a dozen or so individuals, to a city that had succumbed to monsters, casting them into its depths and demanding that each slay 5 monsters. Those who had once staunchly refused to participate in training were now rendered terrified, realizing they had provoked a formidable foe. However, it was too late. Su Li coldly disregarded their tearful pleas, standing indifferently in a place untouched by the monsters, watching them clumsily evade the creature's assaults. If you wish to survive, seize your weapons and strike at the monster's most vulnerable underbellies. Otherwise, a grim fate awaits you at the jaws of these beasts. The clarity and agility of the girl's voice resonated, yet the frightened group could only feel dread emanating from her words. Despite her gentle and harmless appearance, her heart was as unyielding as that of a demon, as she impassively directed her compatriots toward the monsters. Although she did not assist these individuals, she offered guidance on what they should do when necessary. Ultimately, they all returned to the gang's base intact. However, following this incident, no one dared to misbehave again, and those dozen individuals voluntarily joined the self-defense forces, becoming some of the most valiant defenders among them. As time flew by in their tense preparations, news relayed by the deities of various nations patrolling the cosmos indicated that the interstellar warships of the advanced civilization would arrive at Blue Star in 1 month. Presently, the combat-ready self-defense forces and existing military personnel of all nations constituted only 1/5 of Blue Star's billions of inhabitants, leaving the remaining 4/5 as ordinary citizens in need of protection. To safeguard these individuals, the Taoist sect collaborated with other civilization special abilities practitioners, tirelessly working alongside the revived deities of various nations to design a device capable of withstanding the attacks of the interstellar fleet. Once positioned in specific corners of cities requiring protection, these devices would activate a special protective shield. The emergence of this device caused a sensation across nations, and in the following month, countries hastily deployed it, consolidating all survivors in these fortified cities. Chapter 192. SOS signal. A deafening roar reverberated, seemingly capable of shattering the heavens and echoing throughout the world. Amidst the earth-shattering tumult, accompanied by countless chilling howls and the thunderous crash of massive entities plummeting to the ground, yet another unfathomable and continuously spawning pit of monsters was finally filled to completion. Su Li struggled to emerge from the swirling dust, followed closely by a dozen men and women who appeared equally disheveled. Observing these survivors, He Ningchuan, who had been waiting patiently, quickly led the medical team at his side to meet them. "How is everyone faring?" He Ningchuan inquired. Hearing his question, Su Li first gently shook her head, then gritted her teeth against the sharp pain radiating from her side, striving to stand tall. "I am fine. Just a scratch on my side from a monster's claw. However, our team suffered significant losses. 3 of our esteemed comrades have tragically perished." Upon hearing this, He Ningchuan's expression instantly grew grave, but he quickly regained his composure, signaling the medical personnel to hastily administer healing spells to the exhausted Su Li. He reassured her, "This is an unavoidable circumstance. You need not be too hard on yourself. The successful sealing of this pit is entirely due to your fearless dedication. You are undeniably a great hero, having saved countless innocent lives in this area." In response to He Ningchuan's comforting words, Su Li merely pressed her lips tightly together, refraining from uttering another word. She fully comprehended the significance of each of He Ningchuan's statements. Yet to relinquish the profound guilt she felt for her fallen comrades would require time for her to process and accept. Let us proceed to the next mission point. We must fill the pit swiftly to eliminate the threat. Following treatment from the medical team, Su Li's injuries had nearly healed. She tested her limbs and prepared to move toward the next task. Yiningchuan halted her. "Su Li, you need a rest." Su Li paused and turned to meet his gaze. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and the two exchanged a silent understanding. After a moment of reflection, Su Li conceded, nodding slightly in agreement with the suggestion to take a brief respite. She and her comrades entered the makeshift camp, which, despite its simplicity, emanated a warm and inviting atmosphere. Each individual found a comfortable spot to settle down, allowing themselves to unwind. However, tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A soldier burst into their tent, his expression fraught with urgency. "Commander, Captain Su. There's grave news." The soldier gasped, his voice tinged with tension. Upon hearing this, everyone rose to their feet, their gazes fixated on the soldier. "What is it?" "Speak slowly. There's no need to rush," Commander, he urged, stepping forward to place a reassuring hand on the soldier's shoulder. The soldier took a deep breath, striving to compose himself before continuing. "We just received a distress signal, and upon locating its source, we discovered it originated from the nearby Lijiang municipal government." As soon as the words left his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the tent. The gravity of the situation etched itself onto every face, each person grappling with a myriad of possibilities. It was well known that Lijiang had succumbed to the nightmarish game without a semblance of resistance, reduced to ruins and desolation, with all its inhabitants having fled in haste. Now, time had quietly slipped away, and over 2 weeks had passed since that harrowing day of collapse. Even if a handful of individuals had been forced to remain for unavoidable reasons, the likelihood of their survival after such an extended duration was inconceivable. At that moment, a barely audible voice broke the stillness. Could it be a malfunction of the equipment? The crowd turned their attention to the soldier who had conveyed the message. Under their scrutiny, the soldier appeared flustered, his face flushing crimson as he fervently retorted, "It is absolutely not a fault of the equipment. This is the second time we've received this distress signal. Initially, we too suspected a malfunction when we first received it and did not report immediately. Instead, we conducted a thorough inspection of the relevant machines, only to find no signs of any faults. We can be 100% certain that there are indeed fortunate survivors sending out a distress signal." His tone was resolute and earnest, seemingly attempting to assuage the doubts of those gathered. "We must save them. We must head to Lijiang." Chapter 193. Survivors. This unexpected distress signal tightened the tension in the air. Yiningchuan shook his head helplessly, knowing that it was now a futile hope to allow the weary Su Li to continue resting. In a matter of moments, the rescue team, comprising over 50 members, swiftly assembled. This well-trained group surged forward like a whirlwind towards Lijiang. After a prolonged and tense journey of 5.5 hours, they finally arrived at their destination, Lijiang. The night had quietly descended, enveloping the surroundings in an inky darkness. Eerie and terrifying roars of magical creatures echoed intermittently, some disturbingly close, others hauntingly distant. The government building lay approximately 8 kilometers to the west, situated on the outskirts where the number of magical creatures might be somewhat less. However, to prevent their mode of transportation from attracting more creatures due to excessive noise, they would need to switch to their mounts for the remainder of the journey. "Commander," he decisively issued the order, his voice steady and commanding. The group responded in unison, disembarking in an orderly fashion and summoning their diverse and majestic mounts. Subsequently, the entire team moved forward like phantoms, silently advancing towards the government building. Despite utilizing the newly developed magical creature detector from Daomen, which allowed them to sense and avoid certain danger zones, the journey, though not overly long, still took nearly half an hour. Each step was fraught with uncertainty and challenge, where moments inattention could plunge them into a fierce skirmish with unexpectedly appearing monsters. Nevertheless, faced with such formidable obstacles, this valiant team exhibited no signs of retreat. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the government compound. They did not recklessly storm in, but rather cautiously sought a place to conceal themselves while observing the internal situation. Every member remained on high alert, refusing to let their guard down. The soldier tasked with using the detector to sense surrounding magical creatures appeared pale. as though he had been struck by a profound shock. He staggered towards He Ningchuan, his voice trembling and hoarse, as if each word was forced out through clenched teeth. "Commander, the situation is dire. The government compound has been completely overrun by magical creatures." Upon hearing this, He Ningchuan's heart raced, but he quickly approached the soldier, his gaze fixed on the detector's display screen. Indeed, the screen displayed a chilling scene. The entire government building was enveloped in a layer of crimson shell, the dense red pixels resembling countless twisted and grotesque faces, silently roaring at him. Gazing at this horrifying sight, He Ningchuan felt a chill run down his spine. The sheer number of creatures congregated here, forming such a complete and formidable shell, was unfathomable. A heavy pressure surged within him, making it difficult to breathe. Noticing the shift in He Ningchuan's demeanor, Su Li approached. She immediately spotted the scene on the display and, gasped in shock, verified once more that the distress signal was sent from here. The soldiers responsible for receiving the signal quickly rechecked, confirming that the signal indeed originated from the rooftop of the central building. Those with flying mounts, "Come with me to the rooftop to assess the situation." Su Li swiftly devised a plan and turned to He Ningchuan, saying, "You are the team commander. You cannot move. Give me your mount, the Rixing Qianli Gui, while I lead the team up to assist." Su Li's arrangement was exceptionally reasonable, leaving He Ningchuan at a loss for how to persuade her to remain behind while he led the team to the rooftop to assist the survivors. "You put this on," He Ningchuan said, granting her the usage rights to the mount, and then he opened an unopened letter, taking out a necklace to place around her neck. The cool sensation against her skin caused Su Li to look down, recognizing the familiar necklace, the eye of truth that pierces through the mist. Noticing her gaze, He Ningchuan spoke. "This was given to me by my uncle before I departed, as the old commander said it might prove useful in times of need. I checked. The necklace's effect is to discern." Su Li chimed in, her tone noticeably softer than before, the ability to see through all lies and deceptions. "It is a cherished possession of Poseidon, the god of the sea." "You knew? Then I shan't repeat myself. In any case, when you encounter the survivors on the rooftop, make sure to use the necklace to avoid any ill-intentioned individuals." After instructing Su Li, He Ningchuan turned to check the equipment of the other team members, providing them with some enhanced thunder talismans produced by Dao Men. These talismans were highly effective against magical creatures and could be easily used even by ordinary individuals. With the eye of truth in her possession, Su Li remained transfixed until the entire team was fully prepared. She then mounted the Rixing Qianli Gui and led the team towards the rooftop of the highest government building. Among these magical creatures, a small number possess wings and can fly. However, they are currently engaged in combat with the survivors atop the building, leaving them no opportunity to confront the approaching Su Li and her companions. Seizing the moment, Su Li coordinated seamlessly with her teammates, unexpectedly striking down several flying creatures from behind. In a short while, the 6 flying creatures dwindled to 4. Holding a lotus lantern, Su Li exuded an aura of lethal intent, causing the remaining 4 creatures to tremble in fear, and they fled without looking back under the gaze of the onlookers. Su Li halted a teammate who wished to pursue. "Do not chase. Let's first locate the survivors. We are uncertain whether there are still flying creatures among those on the ground, and we should not expose ourselves to unknown dangers for too long." Initially, the restrained teammate felt discontent, blaming Su Li for thwarting their chance to shine, but her words swiftly dissipated their grievances. As Su Li and her team descended to the rooftop, they were met with a chaotic array of cardboard boxes, predominantly marked with food symbols, illustrating the reason for the survivors' prolonged endurance. Unfortunately, the boxes contained not sustenance, but refuse and excrement. To be candid, the rooftop environment was far from pleasant, with a pervasive stench of waste lingering in the air. "Are you the rescue team?" A wary female voice emerged from a concealed corner. Following the sound, Su Li was taken aback to see a somewhat familiar face. However, before she could identify the person, the girl recognized her first. Upon catching sight of Su Li's face, the girl, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Su Li, it's you? How wonderful! We are saved. Who are you?" The familiar visage left Su Li somewhat astonished. As she struggled to recall where she had encountered this person, the girl, brimming with enthusiasm, took a few steps closer. "It's me, Chow Mei Mei. Don't you remember me?" Instantly, Suli connected the dots, recalling the girl's face adorned with smudges of black and gray, reminiscent of the character Chow Mei Mei from their gaming sessions. Realizing she had successfully come to her rescue, a smile unconsciously appeared on Suli's face. Just as she prepared to inquire about the situation, a voice interrupted. "Mei Mei, why did you suddenly come out? Come back." A male voice, tinged with weakness, called out. Ready to embrace Suli, Chow Mei Mei hesitated, her expression shifting to one of concern as she retreated to her previous hiding spot. Suli followed her gaze and spotted a boy with his right eye covered in bandages. Chow Mei Mei rushed over to support him, reproaching gently. "Why did you come out? What if you encountered danger? I was worried about you." All right, I'm fine now, and we have been rescued." Chow Mei Mei assisted him, gesturing for him to look in Su Li's direction. "Su Li is here to save us." When the boy turned to look at Su Li, she nodded. Thanks to Chow Mei Mei, she quickly recognized him as Chilian, a person she had met briefly at a tea house. After a brief exchange, Su Li promptly asked Chow Mei Mei, "Are there other survivors besides you?" "Yes. Inside, there's a father and daughter." "Then hurry and call them. There are too many creatures below, and we must evacuate immediately." "Okay, I'll go now. Please help me look after him." Suli nodded, supporting Gillian Asui Mei departed. During the time Chow Mei Mei was away, the previously fleeing flying creatures returned, but they were not accompanied by any others. Under the deterrent force exerted by Su Li and the other rescue team members, they dared not approach the rooftop closely, merely observing from a distance before taking flight once more. "Su Li, these creatures are acting strangely. They are not attacking us. Could there be someone controlling them from behind?" A teammate voiced his concerns. "Indeed, it is quite unusual." Suli Furovit Herbroth. Gazing in the direction the creatures had vanished, finding merit in her teammate's words. As these creatures were not particularly intelligent beings, their behavior was decidedly abnormal. Before Su Li and her companions could ascertain the reason for this anomaly, Chow Mei Mei returned, accompanied by a frail girl carrying a tall, injured man whose feet dragged on the ground due to his height. A male teammate swiftly approached and took over carrying the man from the frail girl. "Thank you." The male teammate smiled sheepishly and urged her, "No need for thanks, comrade. We are the people's soldiers. This is our duty. You also bear injuries. Once we are safely evacuated, be sure to let the medic examine you thoroughly." The girl appeared momentarily taken aback by his use of the term comrade, but the next moment, her eyes sparkled with bright hope. "Yes." Suli exchanged glances with the girl and nodded, promptly stating, "Now that everyone is here, we must evacuate immediately." Suli instructed 4 teammates to lead Chow Mei Mei and the others in the first wave of departure, while she and the remaining team members provided cover against any creatures that attempted to ambush them. The 4 teammates successfully took off with Chow Mei Mei, and Suli quickly mounted her steed alongside the other team members, forming a protective formation around them. Without the flying creatures, those on the ground could only watch helplessly as they made their escape from the monster-infested government compound. Observing their actions from a safe zone, He Ningchuan breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to lead his team forward to assist them. Suddenly, a colossal phantom appeared in the sky behind the government building. Beep, beep, beep. Simultaneously, a piercing alarm erupted from the dark blue wristband on He Ningchuan's left arm. Enduring the pain in his eardrums, he swiftly deactivated the wristband, his expression turning grave as he stared at the immense shadow in the sky. The frontline defenses have failed. The invaders have arrived. Immediately abandon all non-essential equipment and prepare the teleportation array. As soon as the survivors arrive, activate the array to return to the safe zone. Feeling the immense pressure behind her, Suli could not help but glance back from atop her swift steed. Just a fleeting glance caused her heart to constrict violently. The shadow in the sky, previously indistinct, was now becoming increasingly discernible. The iron warship, radiating a sharp brilliance, revealed its true form, emanating an aura that would leave humanity on Blue Star utterly astounded, resembling a scene from a science fiction film as it gracefully hovered before them. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent, with only the colossal iron warship suspended in the air, exuding a suffocating pressure. Its metallic exterior glimmered with a cold light, evoking thoughts of the vast and boundless cosmos, along with the mysterious powers therein that eluded human understanding. Suli widened her eyes, gazing in disbelief at the restored iron behemoth. Not long ago, this starship had suffered damage to its power system at the hands of Hui Yuan, and it was said to require at least 10 days for repairs. Yet, within less than a month, it had been restored so swiftly and now bore down upon them with a formidable fleet. Among those present, only Su Li and He Ningchuan had witnessed such a magnificent sight, and a profound sense of awe surged within them. This existence, surpassing imagination, made them realize that the world they inhabited might be far broader than they had previously understood. As time passed, the iron warship drew closer, its outline becoming increasingly defined as it traversed the atmosphere. The details of its hull, weapon systems, and various unknown apparatuses unfolded before their eyes, leaving them in awe. At that moment, the surrounding throngs of magical creatures fell silent, gazing skyward, as if awaiting the arrival of their sovereign. Suli could discern the astonishment and fear reflected in their fierce faces. Was this colossal entity the threat the authorities had been speaking of? Where did these interstellar warships originate? Is the true purpose of its appearance here one of aggression? Are we really insufficient to contend with them? How should we resist? A team member murmured to themselves, while these questions incessantly swirled in the minds of others, plunging everyone into deep contemplation. Initially, the sudden emergence of the malevolent beings instilled profound panic and helplessness among the populace. These creatures, hailing from an unknown realm, possessed formidable powers and bizarre forms, casting humanity into despair. Yet, just as hope waned, the nation unveiled startling news. This was in fact a fusion of game and reality. Individuals could harness character skills from the game to combat the fiends and safeguard themselves. More importantly, the state had registered game accounts for all citizens, granting even those unacquainted with gaming the most fundamental means to resist. In that instant, the atmosphere shifted from chaos to calm. People swiftly acclimated to the altered environment. As time passed, they diligently sought various methods to vanquish the malevolent entities, gradually mastering an array of skills and strategies, growing increasingly formidable. Confidence in their abilities flourished, leading some to dismiss the nation's warnings of impending calamity as mere exaggeration. This hubristic mindset spread among the masses, blinding them to the genuine threats lurking behind the scenes. Today, however, everything changed with the arrival of colossal interstellar warships upon the blue planet. The impact of these vessels far surpassed human imagination, forcing humanity to confront its own insignificance and fragility. As images of the interstellar ships were broadcast in urgent news reports across nations, astonishment enveloped the populace. They finally comprehended why this so-called game was not merely a trivial challenge, but a life-and-death trial for the fate of humanity. At this juncture, the people of the blue planet shattered their arrogance, which had persisted for over 20 days since the game's onset, and began to reassess the place and value of human civilization within the cosmos. They realized that only through the unity proposed by Lanxing could they hope to survive this crisis. The prestige of Lanxing surged anew with the invasion of the interstellar warships, even silencing the discontent of M. The president of M, with a grave expression, addressed his subordinates in the conference room. Above all, safeguarding the blue planet is our primary objective. Other matters can be addressed once security is assured. His voice resonated with resolve and determination. At that moment, the entire blue planet seemed to sense the immense threat posed by the advanced, cultured interstellar vessels, filling hearts with fear and unease. However, in the face of this dire predicament, the nations of the blue planet miraculously achieved unprecedented unity. Human safety zones swiftly unfurled their pale golden shields, enveloping the frightened masses in a protective embrace. These shields provided a semblance of comfort and hope, akin to a warm embrace. Nations dispatched elite military units and volunteer forces, traversing mountains and crossing seas to reach the battlefield. Ultimately, They converged on the desolate Cocodilo Plateau of Longwa. This barren expanse became humanity's final bastion against the extraterrestrial threat. Concurrently, the awakened deities from various nations gathered here as well. It was their first opportunity to engage in dialogue with their followers at such close quarters. Through live broadcasts, their figures appeared in news reports across the globe. The devotees, filled with excitement, fervently prayed to their deities, and streams of faith flowed from them. Countless currents of faith converged from every corner of the world, gradually merging into the bodies of the gods. This faith nourished their souls like refreshing rain, amplifying their powers. Observing other gods being sustained by the faith of their followers. The feathered serpent god felt a twinge of envy. How wonderful it is. I find myself longing for the days of old. Soon, as nations rekindle ancient beliefs, you too shall experience this. The sun god Ra of ancient Egypt gently spoke beside him. The feathered serpent god paused, having previously focused on the cosmos, monitoring the movements of advanced civilizations, leaving him unaware of the events transpiring on the blue planet. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled softly, shaking his head slowly, his tone imbued with tenderness and a hint of melancholy. Perhaps it is best to leave things as they are. Are you afraid of witnessing your followers being slaughtered while feeling powerless? Zadito Sapi. Unperturbed by the public revelation, the feathered serpent god responded with gentle resolve. Indeed. Yet compared to the disappearance of faith brought by slaughter, should you not be more incensed by the invaders subtly altering Egypt's beliefs, gradually diluting the essence of its lineage? After being subtly mocked by the feathered serpent god, Ra managed a wry smile, turning away in silence. Anger? How could he not feel anger? Yet, what could anger accomplish? Just as the feathered serpent god had felt powerless in witnessing the massacre of his followers, even knowing the sinister intentions of the invaders, he too was bound by the heavenly order, unable to intervene. In the millennia since the decline of ancient Egyptian civilization, its faith had been entirely eroded and transformed. The descendants of once devout followers now wholly embraced new beliefs and cultures, some even unaware of who Ra truly was, filling him with profound rage and helplessness. Yet he understood that, as a deity, he could not directly interfere with human destiny. The constraints of the heavenly order left him to watch events unfold without the ability to take any substantial action. This sense of powerlessness tormented him, with the only escape seeming to be slumber. Thus, he and the deities of ancient Egypt slumbered for over a millennium until an otherworldly god stirred the sleeping deity Geb with a whirlwind in the Sahara, demanding that Geb awaken him, or he would remain in slumber. Ra sat quietly upon a massive stone, gazing into the distance, his heart heavy with worry and confusion. He was no longer the powerful sun god he once was. This predicament forced him to relive the helplessness of a millennium past. In this moment, Ra began to contemplate the significance of his existence. Could he truly safeguard the faith and people of Egypt? Or was his awakening merely a means to stabilize the hearts of the African continent? Chapter 196. Akkad's desperate plea for life amidst the Cocodilo Plateau. The interaction between deities and humanity was far from the warmth portrayed on screens. Rather, it remained distinctly delineated. Regardless of how benignly the deities presented themselves, their ruthless ease in crushing the skulls of malevolent beings instilled fear in the hearts of many. However, at this moment, humans and deities congregated in a corner, their collective gaze fixed upon a pair of individuals nearby, their expressions imbued with a hint of curiosity. The night sky over the plateau, unmarred by pollution, sparkled with countless stars, and the breeze stirred the waist-length hair of Hui Yuan, prompting Su Li to instinctively reach out to tame it. Su Li, Hui Yuan's gaze fell upon the delicate hand gripping his long hair. You have deceived me again. Su Li interrupted him, toying with his locks between her fingers. Hui Yuan offered no defense, simply murmuring with a hint of remorse. Yes, I have deceived you once more. Su Li, will you not offer an explanation? Why not? Psychology texts suggest that explanations often serve as excuses to evade responsibility. I do not wish to shirk accountability. It is true that I deceived you, That is my fault. What a peculiar logic. Su Li, puffing with indignation, tugged at her hair forcefully, exclaiming, "You have truly wasted those thousands of years." Indeed, even as her scalp throbbed from the pull, Hui Yuan remained unperturbed, continuously admitting his faults in compliance with her demands. His swift and resolute acknowledgement of his mistakes ultimately made Su Li feel a twinge of embarrassment about prolonging her anger. After all, although he had pretended not to know her, there was a legitimate reason for his actions. So your appearance in Lijiang City, promptly rescuing us all, was not mere coincidence? Su Li inquired, sitting beside Hui Yuan on the rocks beside a highland lake. Hui Yuan nodded. "I have been watching over you. That necklace holds a fragment of my spirit. Even if I am not there, it will protect you in time. However, what was the purpose of your charade of not recognizing me? Can you enlighten me now?" Su Li asked with curiosity. A gleam of mischief sparkled in Hui Yuan's eyes as he replied, "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lies in wait. They have been robbed." Su Li's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape as she struggled to find words. The onlookers, who had been secretly eavesdropping, leapt in fright, casting their gazes toward the deities nearby, hoping for an explanation. Yet, the deities were equally bewildered, having no knowledge of Hui Yuan's audacious assault on the enemy's stronghold, thus unable to address the inquiries of the crowd. Amidst the silence, a figure gradually approached them, exuding an air of authority and solemnity, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. As he drew near, the crowd discerned his visage, Ying Zheng, a diminutive divine dragon perched on his left shoulder, while a petite bronze guardian settled on his right. Under the watchful eyes of the deities and the gathered crowd, Ying Zheng advanced steadily, his steps firm and resolute. Upon reaching them, he paused, surveying his surroundings before speaking in a deep, commanding voice. Hui Yuan used his own body as bait to divert the enemy's main fleet, then infiltrated their supply ships with a clone, striking decisively at the weakest point of their defenses to obliterate their energy reserves. His words resonated with undeniable authority. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, declaring, "Now is the time for our counterattack. Let them witness the strength of what they perceive as mere ants." With just a few words, this ancient emperor ignited the fighting spirit within both gods and mortals alike, prompting a collective cry of counterattack. "Counterattack! Counterattack!" Su Li, having noticed the commotion from her corner, couldn't help but smile, whispering a few words to Hui Yuan before quietly departing the scene. "Wan, I was wrong. Will you forgive me?" The man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "I know you have liked me since childhood. I have feelings for you too. I just didn't want to worry my parents about early romance, which is why I never reciprocated your affections. But now I will marry you. We can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate right away." Ning Wanwan, with a cold expression, gazed at the man who was sobbing uncontrollably. Without mercy, she slammed a garbage bag on his forehead. The bag burst open, litter spilling down upon him, along with foul-smelling sewage seeping into his mouth and nose. The man cried out in disgust. "Ning Wanwan, what are you doing?" Recently preoccupied with family matters, he had completely forgotten to deal with this garbage. His vision blurred by the sewage, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before he leaped up, only to crash down heavily again. Ning Wanwan retracted her still glowing lotus lamp, coldly observing the man now submerged in the refuse, her eyes filled with disdain and loathing. Her voice was icy and resolute. "The moment you pushed my father into the horde of monsters, our fates were sealed as adversaries. My past affections for you were merely a fleeting folly. Now, it is clear that you are nothing but a vile, disgusting man, relying solely on your fair visage and supposed education to deceive naive young women into offering their wealth and beauty. Scum like you do not deserve my affection, and even recalling my past feelings for you fills me with shame." Ning Wanwan's father was a significant official in the Lijiang city government, affording her a life of luxury and privilege. Yet, she had foolishly fallen for this ordinary man, solely because he had once come to her aid, displaying courtesy and kindness. In her naivety, she had easily succumbed to her feelings for him, dismissing warnings from Su Li and others. However, this idyllic illusion shattered when monsters appeared unexpectedly, and the government organized evacuations. The warmth of his previous kindness transformed into ruthless competition as people scrambled for the last chance to escape. In that moment, Ning Wanwan finally awakened to the truth of this man's character, realizing how foolish she had been to invest so much in him. These monsters possessed immense strength and ferocity, posing a grave threat to humanity. Faced with this sudden crisis, the government acted swiftly, organizing an urgent evacuation. Her father, as a government official, was tasked with ensuring the safety of all citizens before he could leave. Everything seemed well organized until the crisis revealed itself as a test of human nature. During the evacuation, panic and chaos erupted among the people. Once harmonious neighbors began to argue and fight over food and water, with some seizing the opportunity to rob others. The man who had once shown Ning Wanwan such care revealed his true colors. No longer gentle and considerate, he became cold-hearted and ruthless, willing to do anything for his own escape. Witnessing the transformation of those around her filled Ning Wanwan with despair and anguish. She realized that what she had believed to be love was merely a fleeting dream. In a moment of peril, the man who had professed his affection for her without hesitation abandoned her, even willing to sacrifice her father, who had helped him, to save himself. Had it not been for her desperate instinct to employ game skills, triggering a successful activation, her father could have been lost to him. At that moment, Ning Wanwan finally saw through this man's facade and recognized how foolish she had been in her past devotion. Just as she prepared to throw the incapacitated man into the horde of monsters, she hesitated upon hearing a voice. "Do not tarnish your hands with the filth of scum." Ning Wanwan looked up, her gaze locking with Su Li's on the rooftop. "If I had arrived any later, you might have done something you would regret." Su Li gracefully descended from the rooftop, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded Ning Wanwan. "Thank you for your ongoing reminders. But my rage cannot subside without his demise. I understand your feelings. Were I in your position, I would make the same choice." Su Li's expression softened, yet her eyes, when directed at the man, were filled with icy disdain. "However, times have changed. We have many more options now. To be trapped between life and death is the fate that such scoundrels deserve." Chapter 197. Would negotiation succeed? With a single statement from Su Li, the man was swiftly apprehended by the undercover police who had been waiting. Cuffed in cold restraints, he was bewildered, unable to comprehend what he had done to warrant such treatment. "On what grounds are you arresting me?" he demanded. "For attempted murder. For nearly jeopardizing the future of Lijiang City. Take him away and assign him to the front lines to serve as fodder for the monster nests." The leading middle-aged man spoke with palpable disdain, and before the man could even struggle, he was seized, his hands twisted behind him and led away. Listening to the words of the middle-aged man, Ning Wanwan was bewildered, looking at Su Li with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean by almost jeopardizing the future of Lijiang City?" "We were clearly among the last to evacuate," the middle-aged man explained. "Your father was carrying a crucial material for the creation of the protective shield. Without that material, the entire population of Lijiang City would be left unprotected." "I learned about this from Xiao Mei," Su Li added. "She and Qilian were tasked with rescuing you. But they unexpectedly encountered flying monsters and were trapped in the government building, unable to retreat." Su Li continued. "Xiao Mei and Qilian are members of the Volunteer Army Reserve, and they were the closest to you and your father at that time." Ning Wanwan was taken aback. During the monster siege, she and her father had been hiding for their lives, and it was only thanks to Xiao Mei and Qilian that they managed to escape to the rooftop of the building. Due to her father's severe injuries, she had not thought to inquire about their origins or destination, naturally assuming they were merely ordinary refugees. It turned out they had come specifically to protect her and her father. "Well, now that everything is over, you should express your gratitude to them properly." "Yes, I should indeed thank them properly." Su Li informed Ning Wanwan that Xiao Mei was taking care of the injured Qilian in the hospital and had thoughtfully prepared a fruit basket for her to bring along. Given the tense situation and the strict control over supplies, the fruit basket was something Su Li had managed to obtain from Ming Zhong. After resolving Ning Wanwan's matters, Su Li immediately became busy, leading her gang members alongside the gods to fend off the onslaught of the advanced civilization. In the command ship of the Starship Fleet, Kunlun sat in the command position, listening to his subordinates report on the battle losses. When one of them mentioned that the rear energy supply had been cut off and the military headquarters demanded they quickly end the campaign to seize Blue Star, he exhaled deeply. Understood, you may leave. A few days earlier, General Qi had been injured while piloting a mech in battle against that powerful man, necessitating his return to the main star's hospital for treatment. Consequently, the command of the entire starship fleet had been transferred to Kunlun. Ideally, the continuation and conclusion of this battle, where advanced civilization was overwhelming the lower civilization, should have been dictated solely by him. Yet, the current situation was entirely reversed. As an advanced civilization armed with superior weaponry, they found themselves being suppressed, with those who claimed to be gods or beasts easily defeating even the mechs that were formidable against the insectoid races. This reminded him of the battle where their fleet had been intercepted before even approaching Blue Star. When had these troublesome beings emerged on Blue Star? And why was there no mention of them in any intelligence reports from either the Empire or the Interstellar Alliance regarding Blue Star? This perplexity had lingered in Kunlun's mind for a long time, yet he could find no suitable answer. Feeling frustrated, Kunlun left the command room and encountered numerous injured soldiers waiting in the corridor outside the medical bay. He stopped a medical soldier and inquired, "Why are all these injured personnel out here?" The medical soldier, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Major, there aren't enough treatment pods. Due to energy issues, 1/3 of the treatment pods are non-operational, and with the continual influx of injured soldiers, we can only provide traditional medication to those with less severe injuries, allowing the critically injured to use the treatment pods first." Kunlun's heart sank. If the command ship was in such dire straits, one could only imagine the conditions aboard other starships. Faced with such a situation, even as the fleet commander, Kunlun felt powerless and silently departed. Upon returning to the command room and seeing the face of that powerful man on the massive screen, a bizarre thought suddenly crossed his mind. What if negotiations could succeed? Chapter 198. The opportunity your father secured for you 45 days and nights have passed since Blue Star was invaded by advanced civilization. Now, the most influential human leaders of Blue Star are meeting with several powerful deities in the legendary Atlantis, preparing to receive a special visitor. Atlantis, also known as the continent of the West, is a mythical land of advanced civilization that has quietly vanished from human sight and sunk beneath the sea for over 10,000 years. When Suli beheld the magnificent underwater palace, she did not react with awe at its opulence like the others. Instead, her mind drifted to the dilapidated underwater palace from the mermaid's treasure instance. This stark contrast led her into deep contemplation. As she stepped into the palace, she instinctively glanced toward the throne at the front. The throne before her was identical to that in the instance, but unlike the one in the instance, it was not covered in dust, nor was there a corpse pierced by a sword. Just then, Hui Yuan's melodious voice rang in her ear. "What are you looking at?" Suli quickly averted her gaze, smiling up at him. "Do you not find this place familiar? If it were a bit more dilapidated, it could perfectly replicate the scene from the mermaid's treasure instance." Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan chuckled lightly, then slightly bowed and whispered in her ear, "The scenes in the instance are real. The king who died on the throne was the last ruler of Atlantis." Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom the truth of what she had just heard. The once dilapidated palace she had seen in the instance actually existed. That deceased king might very well be a witness to the history of this mysterious realm. With this thought, her curiosity and desire to explore this enigmatic place surged. So who governs here now? It shouldn't be. Wasn't Atlantis originally a land? How could mermaids possibly live on land? A hint of confusion crept into her voice. Currently, the ruler here is the great-grandson of that king. As for the connection between the mermaids and Atlantis, I am not certain. If you wish to learn more, you could ask the ruler directly. With that, Hui Yuan straightened up and turned his gaze toward the throne. Following his line of sight, Suli noticed that the previously empty throne was now occupied by a mermaid adorned with a crown. A sapphire the size of an egg was embedded in the center of the crown, surrounded by tiny diamonds that sparkled brilliantly. Additionally, the mermaid's tail was adorned with exquisite pearls and shells that Suli had never seen before, enhancing her already splendid and mysterious appearance. Suli was taken aback by the mermaid's resplendent attire, her eyes roaming up and down in astonishment. She secretly marveled at how beautiful a mermaid could be to this extent, with every detail radiating enchanting charm. Just as she was caught off guard, her gaze suddenly met a pair of sapphire-like eyes. These eyes were deep and gentle, as if they held endless secrets, though she had just seen a dazzling sapphire. At that moment, Suli felt that compared to those eyes, the rare gemstone seemed to pale in comparison. The mermaid on the throne was accustomed to others being awed by her beauty, so she did not feel offended by Su Li's prolonged gaze. She smiled slightly, her eyes reflecting warmth as she addressed Hua Yuan beside Su Li, land dweller. The one you wish to meet has been waiting for a long time. Her voice was incredibly melodious, akin to a celestial melody. Hua Yuan nodded at her, then tossed something to her. This is my token of gratitude. The mermaid raised her hand to catch the object flying toward her, and upon realizing what she held, her sapphire eyes widened in astonishment. The sword of the kingdom. It is truly the sword of the kingdom. During the few seconds of the mermaid's shock, Hui Yuan had already led everyone toward another direction within the palace. Su Li, being guided by him, glanced back repeatedly at the sword in the mermaid's hand. She was certain it was the very sword that had slain the mermaid king in the instance. However, she was left wondering what the sword meant to the mermaid, and why both the deceased mermaid king and his great-grandson displayed the same sentiment toward it. Was it the joy of regaining the treasured weapon that had once slain his great-grandfather, or the shock and revulsion? The merman stood rooted in place, his hands gripping the sword tightly, his gaze filled with a tumult of emotions. He seemed lost in profound reminiscence, as if witnessing the splendor and sorrow of days gone by. To the merman, this sword was not merely a weapon. It was a symbol, a legacy. Su Li was intensely curious, eager to uncover the tale behind this sword. Yet at that moment, she could only follow Hui Yuan onward. They traversed through splendid archways and finally arrived deep within the palace. Before them lay an immensely spacious council chamber, its grand scale astonishing, with every detail radiating opulence and solemnity. As Hui Yuan approached, the towering, ornate doors of the chamber began to creak open, producing a deep, resonant sound, akin to the opening of a fateful gateway. The sight beyond the door was breathtaking. A long table crafted from crystal, glimmering like a colossal dragon, stretched across the chamber. At the far end of the crystal table sat a stranger, his attire familiar to both humans and deities present. Hui Yuan halted, calmly regarding the man seated at the end of the crystal council table. Your father's past benevolence has afforded you the opportunity to meet with me, Kunlun. Kunlun slowly raised his head, his eyes meeting Hui Yuan's, revealing a flicker of tension and anticipation. At that moment, the old commander stepped forward from behind Hui Yuan, scrutinizing the notably youthful military commander before him. Are you the fleet commander? The old commander inquired, his voice steady and forceful. Yes, Kunlun replied, standing tall and responding with utmost respect to the venerable elder of Blue Star. Upon hearing his own identity acknowledged, the weight in the old commander's heart lifted, and his expression gradually softened. Since you approach with sincerity to negotiate, let us sit down and converse properly. With that, he gestured for everyone to take their seats. Hui Yuan stepped aside, courteously inviting the old commander to the main seat on the left side of the council table. Subsequently, he led Su Li to the farthest end of the left side to sit down. This negotiation, in terms of both identity and position, was not suitable for him to engage in excessively. Su Li, seated, appeared samad. She quietly observed Kunlun standing alone, engaged in a serious negotiation with the old commander and his entourage of over a dozen representatives from Blue Star. She felt no concern that Blue Star would find itself at a disadvantage in this discussion, for they currently held an absolute advantage in the ongoing conflict. The willingness of Blue Star to negotiate stemmed not merely from a desire to repel the invaders, but from a commitment to eradicate the underlying threats of invasion entirely. Behind Kunlun stood not only his empire, but also the interstellar alliance that even empires longed to join. This alliance was essentially a formidable band of thieves that thrived on plundering the resources of lesser civilizations. to utterly vanquish such a vast band of marauders. The strength of Blue Star alone was evidently insufficient. Thus, after careful deliberation, the old commander, along with the deities and leaders of various nations, unanimously resolved to muster all possible forces. Consequently, Kunlun, the benevolent interim commander of the interstellar fleet, became the ideal intermediary in the eyes of Blue Star's leaders. They aimed to persuade Kunlun to actively connect with factions within the interstellar alliance that opposed the invasion, seeking their willingness to engage with other lesser civilizations on Blue Star's behalf, thereby diverting the enemy's attention and granting Blue Star additional time. What sort of compensation do you intend to offer me? The president of Nation M spoke sternly. Allowing your command ship to depart is already our greatest act of leniency. Do not presume to take further advantage. His words immediately silenced the entire council chamber. Sitting below, Ing Zheng felt a sudden throb in his temples, instantly irritated. The expressions of the other deities remained composed, yet they secretly mocked the president of Nation M as they communicated through divine power. The feathered serpent god disdainfully remarked, "Truly, the descendants of those who stumbled into fortune and hastily illuminated the technological path have inherited nothing but a tendency to exploit the weak. They consistently falter at critical moments." The sun god Ra smirked cryptically. Indeed, their plea for peace merely stems from a desire to spare their soldiers from futile sacrifice in this inevitably losing battle. Do they truly believe the might of the higher civilization is mere bluster? Did not your followers suffer annihilation at the hands of its ancestors? The feathered serpent god retorted angrily, "You are hardly in a superior position." The two ancient deities of fallen civilizations exchanged barbs, while the others quietly observed, like spectators at a spectacle. Susanoo from the land of Sakura, sensing an urge to speak, found his divine power suddenly stifled, hindering him from communicating with the other deities. Behave yourself and refrain from causing mischief. He realized it was his sister Amaterasu who had suppressed his divine power, causing him to pout in displeasure. Understood. Amaterasu, observing her brother's outward compliance while sensing his underlying malice, immediately recognized that his darker inclinations were reawakening. With a slight furrow of her brow, she spoke firmly, "Though the feathered serpent god and sun god Ra may lack the power we possess, they are ancient deities who predate us by millennia. If they so choose, even if their once devout followers have turned to dust, they can summon the spirits of the damned to fight for them." Humph, and what of it? They are merely a collection of nearly decayed bones, easily shattered. Susanoo's disdainful demeanor sparked Amaterasu's ire, her divine pressure bearing down on him. The fear that surged from the depths of his soul compelled Susanoo to plead for forgiveness. "Sister, I recognize my faults. Please forgive my rudeness." Amaterasu coldly watched her brother struggle for several seconds before relenting. "Were you a wild god, I would not concern myself with your actions. But you carry the responsibility of countless citizens of Sakura. Having received their devotion, you must ensure their tranquility. The army of skeletons and spirits can be vanquished with but a gesture, but they are not truly dead unless turned to dust. Do not forget, Susan, that the malice and anger of such dust can inflict great harm upon humanity." In an instant, the brutality within Susanoo subsided, his malevolence dissipating as he reverted to the composed deity he was meant to be. The council chamber fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had halted. Finally, Ing Zheng broke the stillness. The sovereign who unified the lands of Huaxia thousands of years ago, establishing the first great unified state, sat resolutely in the chamber, his gaze piercing and austere. His sharp, spirited eyes seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of those before him, instilling a chill in their hearts. As his gaze swept across the assembly, all present unconsciously lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. "Should this matter come to fruition, I shall personally seek out your father's soul, yet to be reincarnated, and assist him in transcending the cycle of rebirth to achieve divinity." Ing Zheng's voice was deep and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Zeus, who had been inattentive, straightened his posture, his curiosity piqued. A flicker of surprise crossed his features, yet he soon regained his composure. Odin, somewhat taken aback, inquired with a tone heavy with skepticism, "What? A god ascended from humanity dares to make such audacious claims?" His tone was imbued with skepticism and doubt, finding Ying assertions utterly absurd. Shiva, standing beside him, concurred, stating, "Indeed, even we, born as deities, would not dare to undertake such endeavors lightly. How could he possibly succeed? This is merely a guise to placate the masses." His words exuded a divine disdain and skepticism towards humanity. Due to Hua Yuan's presence, Su Li clearly heard the deity's disparagement. As a devoted admirer of Ying, she could not bear to witness her idol being so vilified, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. Finally, unable to contain the fury within, Su Li slammed her palm on the table, producing a sharp sound. Her voice resonated with vehement outrage. His virtues are sufficient to earn him divinity. His followers will immortalize his name for eternity. As long as he desires, he can effortlessly wield the power of faith to accomplish anything. What gives you the audacity to compare yourselves to him, or to question and belittle him? Her gaze fell upon Shiva. True, you are a deity by birth. Yet look at your followers. Their suffering has persisted for millennia, unrelieved. What right do you have to cast aspersions? She then turned her attention to the other deities present. Raising her voice further, so-called gods ought to regard their devotees as kin, as children. Have you gods ever reflected upon this? Have you truly fulfilled your responsibilities as deities? Before questioning others, perhaps you should first examine whether you have upheld your own duties. Her words swept through the assembly like a tempest, rendering the gods into silence. Chapter 200. Who gave you the courage? Who granted you the audacity to speak thus to a deity? The smile on Shiva's face gradually vanished, and his previously relaxed arms, which had been holding wine and fruits, suddenly moved, casting aside their contents. Faced with the wrathful deity, a twinge of fear surged within Su Li. Yet upon recalling the mockery directed at her idol, her anger flared, dispelling her trepidation. She steadfastly met Shiva's gaze. "Courage springs from within me. I shall speak my truth." Observing the fearless expression on the young girl's face, and recalling the unwavering devotion of his followers, Shiva felt his dignity as a deity severely trampled. He clenched his teeth and declared, "Very well. I shall show you what it means to be a deity, and what defines hierarchy." The other gods, including Zeus and Odin, had no time to react or intervene as a powerful divine pressure surged towards Su Li, enveloping the entire assembly hall in a chilling intensity. Amaterasu was taken aback, urgently calling out to her brother, "This is bad. Shiva's actions will incite Hua Yuan. We must swiftly prevent him from harming that girl." "I understand." Susanna nodded in agreement, swiftly conjuring a barrier before Shiva. However, the seemingly sturdy shield crumbled like parchment, shattering within mere seconds. Susanoo was taken aback, hastily retracting his scattered divine energy. How could it be so formidable? At that moment, a mocking voice echoed nearby. "Of course, Shiva is powerful. After all, he is an ancient deity born millions of years ago with millions of followers, far beyond what you island gods can compare to." Susanoo turned in fury, ready to retaliate, but froze upon recognizing the speaker. "Quetzalcoatl? Why do you speak derisively without cause?" Quetzalcoatl narrowed his eyes dangerously, his cold serpentine gaze fixated on Susanoo. Yet he offered no response. Instead, the sun god Ra snickered before interjecting. "Did you not just attempt to prank me and Quetzalcoatl, only to be thwarted by your sister?" Quetzalcoatl merely spoke a truth. Why twist it into mockery? Susanoo was utterly astonished. As a deity with 1,000,000 followers, he could not fathom how his private conversation with his sister had been so easily discerned by these two gods, who had but a scant following. Despite their former strength, they had now grown exceedingly weak, incapable of even overcoming the guardian beasts of the Dragon Kingdom. Given the current circumstances and with Amaterasu present, Susanoo dared not clash with these ancient deities, fully aware that his power paled in comparison. Even if he were to engage, his sister would not permit it. So he remained silent, like a quail, subdued. In contrast, Su Li faced the enraged deities without a hint of fear, tightening her grip on the lotus lamp, continuously unleashing minor abilities to accumulate energy for a significant move. At last, just as the divine pressure threatened to overwhelm her, Suli successfully amassed enough rage, unleashing her ultimate ability without hesitation. The powerful force instantly shattered the divine pressure, and the healing spells area of effect dispelled the oppressive atmosphere within the assembly hall. No wonder he is so arrogant. It seems he possesses genuine prowess, Shiva scoffed, a glimmer of contempt flickering in his eyes. However, your current opponent is a deity capable of obliterating you with a mere flick of his finger. This derisive laughter sent a shiver down Su Li's spine, an even more dangerous sensation engulfing her. She could not evade it. Alarmed, she attempted to flee but found herself unable to move, as though immobilized. Yet, just as she prepared to withstand the impending blow, the pressure before her suddenly dissipated. "Do you think I am dead?" The cold voice, laced with fury, resonated in Su Li's ear like a thunderclap, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to behold Hui Yuan's chiseled jawline. The gentle demeanor he had shown her moments ago had vanished, replaced by an expression of indifference and wrath. His deep-set eyes blazed with fury, as if he wished to rend Shiva into pieces. His once neatly braided hair had come undone, cascading down his back like a waterfall, moving of its own accord. Before Shiva could retort, a resounding dragon's roar erupted, as the miniature dragon perched upon Ing Zheng's shoulder suddenly enlarged, baring its jaws and lunging at Shiva without hesitation. The dragon's form shimmered with a mysterious light, its scales gleaming with resplendent gold, and its eyes sparkled with authority and dominance. However, despite its incredible speed, the dragon missed its target, merely snagging a few stray strands of hair. The vanished Shiva reappeared at the opposite end of the assembly hall, his countenance darkened. He gazed down at the severed hair on the ground, his expression rife with anger and dissatisfaction. He sneered, "Such a well-behaved creature. The price of disrespecting a deity. I fear you may not withstand." As Shiva's words fell, Su Li was astonished to see blood trickling from the dragon's mouth. In a panic, she rushed forward, attempting to heal the dragon's wounds, but her efforts were in vain. Desperation gripped her heart, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. She recalled the times spent frolicking with the dragon in guild quests, soaring through the skies, free as a bird. She remembered how the dragon often complained about the troubles she and the Bronze Guardian caused, yet consistently kindled their stubborn fires, patiently teaching them how to avoid burning their meat. In the present day, all that is beautiful is on the verge of becoming a distant memory due to the demise of the divine dragon, causing her profound heartache. It is suffering from the backlash of Shiva's primordial divine power. If Shiva does not voluntarily retract this fragment of power, we can only helplessly witness its gradual decline towards death. Seeing the girl, whom Hui Yuan treasures dearly, in such despair, Zeus is overcome by a sense of foreboding and hastily signals to Shiva, hoping he can retract his power before Hui Yuan's wrath is provoked. However, Shiva remains oblivious to his hint. Retract what? It was it that struck first. The backlash is merely the consequence of its own actions, Shiva declares. Su Li wipes the tears from her cheeks, rises with a lotus lamp in hand, and her once joyful apricot eyes are now tainted by frost. What are you doing? Let me ask you again, will you retract the primordial divine power? No. Then brace yourself for a beating. Before Su Li's words fade, she vanishes from everyone's sight, only to reappear above Shiva's head. Shiva, stunned for a moment by the silent appearance of the little girl, is suddenly alerted and swiftly dodges, his earlier contempt for Su Li diminishing somewhat. The lotus lamp in Su Li's hand emits a blinding white light as it crashes to the ground, creating a massive pit within the council chamber, with stones scattering and leaving deep scratches on the walls. Having missed her target, Su Li swiftly locates Shiva's position again and launches another attack. The delicate, seemingly fragile lotus lamp transforms into a weapon even harder than a meteor hammer, creating deep pits wherever it strikes. "Hey, little girl, how can you be so strong?" Shiva, initially hesitant to unleash his full strength due to Hui Yuan's presence, gradually realizes that the little girl before him is far from ordinary. Each move she makes overwhelms him, causing him to disregard the risk of inciting Hui Yuan's anger and unleash 70% of his divine power to engage her. Su Li's speed is akin to lightning as she appears behind Shiva in an instant, bringing the lotus lamp crashing down upon his back. Shiva reacts swiftly, sidestepping, but still receives a glancing blow from the lamp, leaving a shallow scar. His eyes widen in fury as he bellows, "You little brat, how dare you injure me?" With that, he sweeps his hands, unleashing a powerful surge of divine energy that transforms into a whirlwind rushing towards Su Li. Unfazed, Su Li wields the lotus lamp, creating a shield to block the whirlwind. Although Su Li's combat skills, honed over 2 lifetimes, allow her to momentarily suppress Shiva, an insurmountable chasm still exists between mortals and deities, and she ultimately falls victim to Shiva's divine power, sustaining injuries. As a guardian, Yingzheng disapproves of Su Li, the younger generation, engaging a deity alone. He wishes to assist, but Hui Yuan suppresses him with divine power, preventing his intervention. Only when Su Li is injured does Hui Yuan retract his power over Yingzheng, soaring forward to catch Su Li and heal her with his divine energy. "Ouch! That hurts! Be gentle," she winces. Hui Yuan, while treating her wounds, chuckles. "Now you know pain, huh? Did you not think you would get hurt earlier?" Su Li puffs up her cheeks. "Well, you know, I don't want them saying I rely on others." Hui Yuan lightly flicks her forehead. "What a strange analogy. Are you a dog?" Su Li glares at him. "Little dogs are so cute. Why can't I be one? Can you bark then?" Childish." Su Li shoves his teasing hand away, leaping from his embrace. "Do not dismiss me so casually. We are not finished," Shiva interjects. Hui Yuan's smile fades as he coldly retorts, "Deities should battle deities. You have chosen the wrong opponent. Only now do you speak of this? Even if you were the strongest among us, the one who awakened us, that does not justify your unreasonable behavior." Shiva, unwilling to concede, keeps his gaze fixed on Su Li, eager to continue the fray. The play with the younger generation ends here. "Your true opponent is me," Yingzheng interjects, grasping the sword that has accompanied him for millennia. Upon seeing the sword, Su Li's eyes light up as she whispers to Hui Yuan, "Is it the sword that was too long to draw during the assassination?" "It appears so." "How do you know?" Historical records state that the sword of the first emperor is approximately 7 feet long, which translates to about 160 centimeters in modern Dragon Kingdom measurements. Hui Yuan remarks with a smile, "Just like your height." "Oh." Yingzheng's movements are agile and forceful, with each strike emanating a fierce momentum, compelling Shiva to fully engage in defense. As the battle proceeds, Shiva feels increasingly astonished and uneasy. He initially believed Yingzheng to be an ordinary emperor blessed by luck, yet he is taken aback by his formidable prowess. Regret washes over him for not taking this confrontation seriously from the outset, as he now finds himself in a passive position. A glimmer of amusement dances in Yingzheng's eyes. He understands that Shiva has lost the initiative due to his overconfidence. As long as he does not falter, victory is assured. Thus, he continuously alternates between offense and defense, wearing down Shiva, who has grown complacent after centuries of peace. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, Yingzheng identifies a flaw in Shiva's defense and strikes a vital point with his sword. Shiva emits a piercing scream and collapses to the ground, devoid of combat capability. Following Yingzheng's overwhelming victory over Shiva, the atmosphere transforms dramatically. His authority and strength command respect, and none dare to question his words. The divine dragon, having regained its vitality thanks to Shiva's retraction of primordial power, becomes vibrant once more. However, as it gazes at the ancient deities, a complex and inscrutable emotion flickers in its eyes, an emotion so profound that even Su Li cannot decipher it, only sensing the dragon's newfound reticence. Kunlun, having witnessed the fierce clash among the divine beings, re-evaluates his perception of those who claim to be gods. Eventually, Kunlun accepts the generous reward offered by Yingzheng and, escorted by the king of the merfolk, quietly returns to the command ship to continue his mission. The day after Kunlun departs from Atlantis, the awakened deities become increasingly active, tasked with the vital responsibility of protecting the disciples of the Tao sect and guiding them to various corners of Blue Star to establish formations. The locations of these formations are not arbitrarily chosen. They've been meticulously calculated and assessed, each situated in remote locales where even wildlife is scarce. Such placements ensure both the formation's safety and their optimal efficacy. Should anyone manage to connect these scattered formations, they would be astonished to discover that they are merely parts of an extraordinarily rare superformation. This superformation is designed with the entire Blue Star as its blueprint, its expanse vast enough to encompass every inch of the planet's territory. Undoubtedly, this superformation represents a monumental endeavor, a grand illusion laid out by the Tao sect to deceive advanced civilizations, preparing for future contact with lesser civilizations. Upon returning to his empire, Kunlun exerts every effort to secure a week's reprieve for Blue Star. Yet this is the utmost limit. After 1 week, his empire issues a directive for a final showdown, demanding he launch a full-scale assault immediately. Upon receiving this news, Kunlun feels a weight in his heart as he gazes at the beautiful blue planet, hoping its inhabitants are adequately prepared. The fleet's remaining 10 star ships simultaneously unleash their final assault on Blue Star, resulting in an exceptionally fierce battle. Faced with such an onslaught, Blue Star's defense system experiences unprecedented strain, and cracks begin to appear in its front lines. The Imperial soldiers finally witness the scene they have long anticipated. Blue Star is retreating steadily. Every detail of this war is transmitted in real time back to the Empire, where the high-ranking officials watch anxiously, their brows furrowed. As the blue planet began to falter, a smile finally appeared on their faces, and the weight in their hearts was lifted. However, Kunlun felt no joy. He silently observed the unfolding events, starkly contrasting with the excitement of those around him. "Major Kunlun, you seem preoccupied," remarked his friend, Lieutenant Chiozha, as he approached, handing him a soda. Kunlun accepted the drink, listening to the fizz of the bubbles as he replied, "It's nothing, just memories of our fallen brothers." Chiozha gulped down the soda and cheerfully said, "Don't be sad. The victory we have now is the best tribute we can offer them." Kunlun understood that his friend had misinterpreted his sentiments, believing he lamented the fallen warriors who could not witness today's triumph. He smiled without clarifying. He knew this battle would not herald a true victory, and those who had sacrificed themselves would never see that day. He simply regretted his inability to prevent their demise. In this vast universe, the law of the jungle seemed immutable, yet he still hoped that one day a way could be found for peaceful coexistence, enabling all planets to thrive together. From his limited perspective, spanning only a few decades, the only potential for harmonious development lay within the ancient empire on the blue planet, which had endured for millennia. He believed this venerable empire possessed profound cultural depth and wisdom, capable of guiding various planets toward a future of peace and prosperity. Thus, he was willing to assist them, even if it meant becoming a traitor. He did not wish to see the Empire sink deeper into the quagmire known as the Interstellar Alliance. In the year 6058 of the Blue Planet calendar, 98756 of the Star Era, this year marked the beginning of a nightmare for the Blue Planet. The Imperial fleet descended like locusts, their technological prowess far surpassing that of the Blue Planet, equipped with advanced weaponry. Despite the valiant resistance of the Blue Planet's defense forces, they ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming might of the Empire. This battle plunged the Blue Planet into endless darkness, while the Empire emerged victorious, reaping immense benefits. That year, the Empire completed its 10th invasion since joining the Interstellar Alliance, successfully elevating its status from a peripheral member to a core member. This elevation signified access to greater resources and technological support alongside increased power. However, this so-called development was not genuine sharing, but rather the appropriation of resources that rightfully belonged to civilizations that had been colonized, invaded, or reduced to mere playthings, ultimately leading to their destruction. The pinnacle of these civilizations' advancements had now become tools for the Alliance's self-development. In a realm of mysterious void, a mirror, conjured by divine power, quietly materialized. Within the mirror, Kunlin's figure flickered, his voice seemingly transcending time and space. These resources appear to originate from the Interstellar Alliance, yet they're derived from civilizations that have either been obliterated or colonized. The Alliance has appropriated the most advanced developments of these civilizations for its own growth. Beyond the mirror, the leaders of various nations on the blue planet, along with numerous deities, sat in solemn silence, their faces etched with gravity and concern. They understood that without expediting their efforts, the blue planet would fall victim to the law of the jungle in the cosmos. An elder leader, his expression grave, inquired, "So, the Interstellar Alliance is now entirely reliant on plundering the research achievements of others, while its own development has stagnated?" "Indeed," replied Kunlun with a low voice. "They merely edit and alter the appropriated data to gain breakthroughs in certain fields with ease." His words sparked astonishment among those present, prompting hushed whispers of shock. Soon after, they began fervently discussing ways to exploit this vulnerability, seeking a breakthrough that could initiate the internal collapse of the Interstellar Alliance. Currently, the Blue Planet had successfully established close collaborations with over 20 lower civilizations. Thanks to the illusionary formations provided by the Blue Planet, these civilizations had temporarily evaded the fate of becoming mere playthings. Simultaneously, they demonstrated to the Blue Planet that, despite their relatively lower technological levels, they possessed immense vitality and adaptability. Through further exchanges with these civilizations, the Blue Planet gradually uncovered more of the hidden truths about the Interstellar Alliance. On the surface, the Blue Planet and these lower civilizations appeared to be a disjointed battleground, overrun by monstrous entities, with no signs of life visible on the surface. However, in reality, the beings of the Blue Planet and these civilizations continued to thrive under the protection of the Grand Illusion, watching coldly as the monsters outside turned upon one another in violence. These seemingly desolate planets concealed boundless potential and hope. 3 months after the victory in the Blue Planet campaign, the Empire discovered a dilapidated, mysterious palace at an undisclosed location on the Blue Planet. The texts inscribed within were unlike anything they had ever encountered. These tomes, said to hold earth-shattering magical knowledge, were immediately dispatched back to the Empire. The revelations within these texts sent shockwaves through the Empire and the entire Interstellar Alliance, as this knowledge, surpassing mere scientific understanding, astonished them. Among the discoveries was a resource known as Lanxing, which ignited excitement among all member states of the Interstellar Alliance. This inexhaustible energy source was precisely what they required for technological advancement. Once harnessed, they would no longer need to fret over the embarrassing moments when their starship's energy supplies were intercepted and destroyed during the colonization of lower civilizations. At that point, the entire universe would become a veritable granary within their grasp. The Interstellar Alliance placed immense importance on these texts, mobilizing all scholars proficient in the Blue Planet's language to the Empire to diligently translate and organize the material. Thanks to the Alliance's full support, the task progressed remarkably well, with translations completed for a roomful of texts in just a month and a half. Astonishingly, the most comprehensively translated sections pertain to Lanxing, the gathering of Lanxing formations, and how to inscribe these formations onto vessels to utilize Lanxing as an energy source. This coincidence filled the scholars of the Interstellar Alliance with excitement, yet also sparked a sense of unease. After all, everything seemed too smoothly orchestrated, bordering on the unbelievable. Nevertheless, regardless of the scholars' apprehensions, the arrogant and dismissive leaders within the Alliance paid little heed to this minor anomaly. With their robust backing, a specialized research team was quickly assembled to delve into the concepts of gathering Lanxing and employing it as a power source. Through relentless efforts, the concept was successfully validated within merely 2 months. Shortly thereafter, the Alliance announced the complete phasing out of the old energy systems and the official adoption of the new Lanxing energy. This initiative caused a sensation throughout the Interstellar Alliance, with people brimming with anticipation for the future. However, as the new energy source was widely implemented, a critical issue gradually emerged. The activation of the gathering formations required vast quantities of spirit stones as a medium. Consequently, the Interstellar Alliance had to invest significant resources in actively searching for spirit stone mines across the territories of all member states. During this process, some fortunate nations discovered abundant spirit stone deposits, catapulting them to the status of new energy powerhouses. Simultaneously, the internal power dynamics of the Interstellar Alliance underwent significant changes. Former energy giants lost their advantageous positions, while countries possessing spirit stone mines rapidly ascended. This major reshuffle disrupted the balance of power among nations, leading to an increasingly tense situation within the Interstellar Alliance. In the pursuit of greater control over spirit stone mines, various nations have intensified their exploration efforts, even at the risk of igniting conflicts. Consequently, the Interstellar Alliance has plunged into unprecedented turmoil. Kunlun sat at the edge of the military training grounds, observing medics tending to the wounded new recruits from the recent clashes. As the artificial sun began its descent, the warm orange hues of the sunset bathed the entire training field. Those who engage in wrongdoing shall inevitably face their own demise. Do not be too disheartened. A sweet voice unexpectedly emerged from behind, startling Kunlun. He turned to find Su Li and Hui Yuan standing in the sunlight, their feet casting shadows over his elongated figure. Kunlun exhaled deeply, expressing his resignation. Is it not a bit too arrogant for you two to appear so brazenly in the enemy camp? Do not worry, aside from you, no one else can see us, Su Li replied, taking a seat beside him. Is this a matter of being discovered? Noting his expression of suppressed anger, Su Li teasingly inquired, is it not so? Forget it. Soon the Empire will be too preoccupied with its own affairs. Come and go as you please. Kunlun sighed heavily. Seeing his silence, Su Li merely smiled and gazed at the sunset, refraining from provoking him further. After a long silence, Kunlun broke it, his tone heavy. When do you plan to take action? Su Li's voice was remarkably calm, barring unforeseen circumstances. The Anti-Invasion Alliance will have already initiated its actions by the time I uttered my first word to you. What? Why was I not informed? Why such agitation? Sit down. Su Li gestured for the visibly excited Kunlun to calm himself. Do not look at me with such eyes. You should have anticipated this day when you concealed our empire's movements. We are merely returning the favor. As Su Li's words sank in, Kunlun's embarrassment grew, and the anger at being deceived by his allies faded. So you all knew, huh? I apologize. Su Li interrupted him. I understand. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly. Yet, wrong is wrong. To some extent, you have breached the pact. Today, your concealment benefits our former leader, thus balancing the scales. What about after this matter concludes? My father, Kunlun's voice dwindled. Su Li, recognizing his underlying shame, spoke candidly. His Majesty has decreed that, considering both you and your father are benevolent individuals, and your concealment did not substantially hinder our plans, the promised reward shall remain unchanged. Kunlun responded. Why does it sound like I'm being scolded? Thank you, he added. Su Li smiled, remaining silent as they sat by the training grounds, watching the sunset. Suddenly, chaos erupted as the A-level alert alarms blared throughout the military headquarters, and mechas began to activate, soaring alongside immense starships into the distant cosmos. Kunlun was quickly summoned, required to lead a contingent of mechanized warriors to the front lines. The training field was left with only Su Li and Hui Yuan, who sat serenely, exuding an aura of tranquility amidst the turmoil. After a brief moment, a young man dressed in combat attire and sporting a bun appeared, respectfully addressing Hui Yuan, Divine Lord. Everything is prepared. Su Li recognized him as a powerful man known as Shi Shu among the disciples of the Taoist sect, with whom she had once crossed paths in an ancient tomb in Shu. Hui Yuan nodded at him, then moved closer to Su Li, raising his hand to gesture into the void. Suddenly, the entire military headquarters was engulfed in darkness, followed by the simultaneous shutdown of all starship engines. The spirit gathering arrays glowing intensely with brilliant light. At the headquarters of the Interstellar Alliance, the command center was in disarray. Report. The power systems of all starships have suddenly malfunctioned. Report. All spirit gathering arrays have gone haywire. The commanders of the Interstellar Alliance were overwhelmed by successive, unexpected situations. They had anticipated a swift victory over the lower civilizations, but now found themselves ensnared in dire straits. As they observed the advancing lower interstellar ships, they were compelled to deploy aging starships that were on the verge of retirement, lacking updated power and fuel systems. These antiquated vessels were limited in number and continuously faced various malfunctions during the battle, forcing them to remain in the rear for repairs. Consequently, the Interstellar Alliance began to falter from the onset of this conflict with the lower civilizations. An elderly man, his hair graying and spectacles perched on his nose, sat in his office, having perused the frontline reports. He removed his glasses, letting out a heavy sigh, then gazed silently out the window. His butler-like attendant immediately expressed concern. "Leader, you need not worry about the temporary setbacks at the front. Those lower civilizations are merely making their final struggles. The Alliance is invincible." The elder slowly shook his head, pausing briefly before speaking. "We have all fallen into a trap. The so-called inexhaustible energy was merely bait from the outset. The spirit gathering array is the controller that manipulates us." His voice was laden with resignation and regret. Upon hearing the elder's words, the butler was taken aback, opening his mouth to respond, but finding himself utterly speechless. Blue Star is indeed formidable. The elder took a deep breath, replaced his glasses, and turned to his attendant. "Notify the Alliance's upper echelons to convene an emergency meeting in 1 hour. Continuing this doomed battle is futile. We must seek alternative solutions." However, not everyone agreed with the elder's proposal for a ceasefire, particularly those Alliance nations that had discovered the spirit mines, who had initially intended to profit handsomely from this opportunity, now found themselves confronting reality. As time progressed, the spirit mines became inexplicably unexploitable, leading them to finally comprehend the implications of the elder's words. Ultimately, the nations possessing spirit mines relented, expressing their willingness to support peace negotiations. Thus, the proposal for a ceasefire with the Anti-Invasion Alliance received unanimous approval within the Interstellar Alliance. The resistance against the colonization of lower civilizations, led by Blue Star, concluded in a peace agreement just 1 week after its inception. On the first day of the month following the ceasefire, the Anti-Invasion Alliance dispatched over 20 representatives to sign an agreement on a planet with no clear jurisdiction, referred to as the Three-Nose Planet. This meeting aimed to discuss how to conclude the protracted war and devise future development plans. After intense discussions and negotiations, a significant agreement was reached. Higher civilizations must refrain from colonizing or annihilating lower civilizations and must respect the independence and autonomy of each civilization. The signing of this agreement marked the end of colonial and destructive actions by higher civilizations against lower ones, relegating them to history.